The man woke up to find himself transformed into a puddle of water. Not a god, not a human, but a lake evaporating. Within 12 hours, he would either evolve or vanish completely. The desert was scorching hot, like a living hell. The parched earth reeked of death, and the once 200-acre lake was now just a puddle on the verge of evaporation. Suddenly, the water trembled, and Chu Chun awoke from his dizziness to find himself without a body. He had become a nearly dried-up lake. While others transmigrate into divine children or demon kings, he was relegated to a puddle that could evaporate at any moment. A start that nearly drove him to despair. Finally, the system appeared, revealing his identity as a lake, his level too low and on the verge of death, and granting him 2 skills and 100 energy points. Before he could even feel relieved, a red alert popped up, signaling a 12-hour countdown to death. The only way to survive was to replenish his water supply, so he immediately released spring breeze and rain, instantly having his energy. Suddenly, a magical rain fell from the clear sky, causing the water level to rise rapidly. He forcefully gathered the rainwater, expanding the area 3 times its original size. The alarm disappeared, the alert level rose to level 1, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But then a tremor came from afar. Several bison, attracted by the smell of water, came charging towards him. If he let them drink, he would be drunk dry. He gritted his teeth and activated the water binding technique. The water rope suddenly wrapped around the first bison, dragging it into the water and drowning it. The remaining bison were frightened away, and the system notified him that he had gained energy and unlocked the first kill reward. He immediately understood that hunting creatures could be converted into energy, and the wild beasts in the desert had become mobile resources. Throughout the night, the roars of beasts continued, and the wild buffalo finally succumbed to the allure of the spiritual water, being dragged into the water by him. The next morning, his energy surged to 500 points, finally giving him a chance to catch his breath. Even more astonishingly, the memories of the devoured beast were also absorbed, allowing him to see the truth of this world. This was an ancient, savage wilderness, inhabited by lions with flames wrapped around their necks, winged horses, and humans capable of wielding magic. Danger loomed over him, yet his excitement intensified. Such a world meant limitless possibilities. He was unwilling to remain a lake forever. He wanted to evolve. He wanted to regain his human form. In the bison's memory, the fiery lion was their natural enemy. If they dragged that lion into the water and devoured it, the energy would far exceed that of the bison. In this boundless desert, he knew that the fiery lion must be nearby. The desert remained scorching hot. Chu Chun had been in this world for a full week, growing from a near-death puddle into a real lake. After his initial fear subsided, he began a ruthless and efficient hunting life, sending down a magical rain every day. 7 consecutive days of spring rain caused the lake to swell, re-soaking the dried-up silt, and he finally gained a foothold. The spiritual rain contained energy, causing aquatic plants to revive, fish and shrimp to swim, and even seeds carried by the wind to sprout on the shore. The lifeless wasteland came alive, but for him, these were merely incidental benefits. The real reward came from the wild beasts attracted by the spiritual water. He had already hunted over 20, and his energy continued to grow. He deliberately spared the smaller animals, making the lake seem safe, and only targeted high-value prey. In the dead of night, a dark shadow approached silently, its body seemingly blending into the darkness without making a sound. It was a 2-headed hunting dog, its red eyes glowing in the night, its front paws spiky with a chilling sharpness. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings, and after confirming there was no threat, it lowered its head to drink, unaware that danger lurked in the water. Chu Chun instantly activated his water-binding technique, and the hunting dog reacted swiftly, dodging the first attack. He was prepared. 5 water ropes burst forth from the water in succession, 4 of them locking its limbs, dragging it towards the center of the lake. The hunting dog struggled frantically, its red eyes shooting out 2 beams of red light that struck the water, creating splashes on the surface. The attack was incredibly powerful, yet it didn't harm him in the slightest. The exhausted hound was dragged completely underwater. A system notification sounded. He had achieved his first kill on a monster, gaining 1,000 energy. He then detected a special substance within his body and chose to refine it, gaining another 500 units of energy from the 2 Hellhound essences. He then realized that it was a first-level mortal rank magical beast, a Hellhound, and that this world possessed clearly defined power ranks. The ranks were mortal, transcendent, legendary, and saint, each with 10 levels, filled with powerful individuals, far more complex than he had imagined. Through comparison of his memories, he judged that the Flame Lion was around mortal level 3, while he himself was still at level 1. He immediately inquired about the upgrade method, and the system replied that it would consume 2,000 energy points to reach level 2. To be on the safe side, he decided to increase his strength before taking action and ordered the upgrade. The lake trembled, shrouded in mist, and moments later doubled in size, with aquatic plants and fish and shrimp growing even more abundantly. He successfully upgraded, gaining a new skill, Water Arrow, which allows him to conjure water arrows for ranged attacks. Each water arrow consumes 100 energy, and a maximum of 20 can be condensed simultaneously, with their power increasing as the lake expands. Although he only has 500 energy left, he possesses more powerful attack methods, and his confidence grows accordingly. His objective was clear. He wanted to lure the Flame Lion, not attack blindly. Bison were the lion's prey, so he needed to gather enough bison to create bait. The following evening, he again sent down magical rain, turning the lake into the desert's only oasis. Sure enough, as night fell, herds of bison appeared, cautiously testing the waters before beginning to drink voraciously. He suppressed his urge to hunt, letting them drink freely to create the illusion of absolute safety. On the third day, more and more animals appeared by the lake. Water birds frolicked, and the atmosphere seemed completely harmless. The beasts that drank the spiritual water seemed more energetic, but in his eyes they were like bargaining chips waiting to be harvested. He waited for several days, but the Flame Lion still did not appear, and his patience was repeatedly tested. On the evening of the fourth day, the air in the distance suddenly became scorching hot, and a figure engulfed in flames entered his senses. The lion with flames wrapped around its neck had finally entered his territory. The fiery lion drew closer, and for the first time, Chu Chun faced a level 3 mortal rank magical beast, his heart pounding with apprehension. The ring of burning flames resembled a king's crown. He knew this was no ordinary prey, and one wrong move could mean certain death. When the lion was 500 meters from the lake, the wild animals on the shore finally sensed the danger, and the bison in the lake struggled in terror to escape. Chu Chun secretly controlled the undercurrent to ensnare a bison, making it the perfect bait. The fiery lion darted in like a red shadow, biting off the bison's neck in one bite, the blood staining the lake red. Just as it was about to devour its prey, 3 water ropes suddenly burst forth from the water. The lion reacted with lightning speed, throwing the carcass towards the water ropes in an attempt to block the attack. The water ropes, manipulated by the lion's will, deftly evaded the carcass, continuing their lock on its neck and front paws. Flames erupted from its mouth. 1 water rope was vaporized, leaving 2 tightly bound to it. A tug of war ensued between the lake and the fiery lion, the ring of fire expanding relentlessly, nearly severing the water ropes. Chu Chun decisively released water arrows, 3 arrows shooting out in quick succession towards the lion's head. The fiery lion spewed out a cloud of fire to intercept them. The first 2 arrows were vaporized, and the third arrow was temporarily diverted. The water arrows fell from above the fire cloud, piercing its skull, and a mournful cry echoed across the desert. The fiery lion fell to the ground, and a water rope dragged it into the lake, where the surface finally returned to calm. This battle exhausted all his energy. He was almost out of supplies, but he finally succeeded in devouring the energy. The system notified him that he had gained 3,000 units of energy and detected abnormal energy that could be refined. He chose to refine it, and the Flame Lion fire was absorbed, significantly enhancing his own fire immunity. His water-based body was most afraid of fire, and now that his weakness had been addressed, his confidence surged dramatically. The ambush was a resounding success, and he began to consider his next growth path. Energy was acquired through devouring and refining, and all of this depended on skill strength. The system provided upgrade fees, 500 each for Spring Breeze and Water Binding Technique, and 1,000 for Water Arrow Technique. He upgraded them all without hesitation. Strength was the only law in the desert. With his skill upgraded to level 2, he had 1,000 energy remaining, and the lake became even larger. He cast Spring Breeze and Rain again, unleashing a torrential downpour that lasted for hours, significantly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. However, he discovered that the lake's size wasn't increasing as expected, and the spiritual water seemed to be diverted. He focused his senses and discovered a seed deep within the silt, frantically absorbing water. The seed, the size of a peanut, greedily absorbed the spiritual rain, almost forming a whirlpool. Annoyed and curious, he deliberately channeled water into it to see what it was. A quarter of an hour later, the seed stopped absorbing water and rapidly sprouted into a strange tree over a meter tall. Even more bizarrely, its 2-meter-long roots extended towards the lake. He sneered, and a water arrow shot directly at the tree trunk, snapping it instantly. A piercing scream seemed to echo in his mind, and the underground root system abruptly ceased its growth. The system notified him that he had established a connection with the mutated ghost thorn tree, offering the option of companionship or enslavement. He then understood that this ghost thorn tree could devour blood and souls to grow. Previously, while hunting wild beasts, it had been secretly absorbing residual energy. Now, with the spiritual rain aiding its awakening, it clearly also wanted to take root in this lake. Following the system's prompts, he chose to coexist with the mutated ghost thorn tree, as blood and souls were useless to him but were nourishment for the tree. The coexistence was successful, granting him 2,000 energy points, the new skill soul communication, and an additional companion creature slot. The ghost thorn tree, upon birth, reached the second level of the mortal rank, possessing ghost thorns, bloodlust, and soul-devouring abilities. The system warned that its evil nature needed to be controlled. He cared not for good or evil. In the desert, strength was the only truth. He touched the ghost thorn tree with his soul, feeling a tender yet greedy surge. It craved blood and souls, its concept vague, yet its instinct strong. To accelerate its growth, he irrigated it, and the broken trunk quickly regenerated, its roots sinking deeper into the lakebed. With 2,000 units of energy in hand, he consumed another 1,000 units of rain, no longer limiting its range. The spiritual rain fell for 7 days, transforming the original lake site into a verdant oasis, a stark contrast to the desert. Withered trees revived, tender buds sprouted, and creatures from near and far drew near, yet some beasts that had witnessed carnage still lingered in the distance. He decided to cease hunting ordinary wild animals and instead transform this place into a hunting ground for the powerful. That afternoon, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching the lake. The energy struck abruptly, scattering the lakeside animals, but for the first time, he felt excitement. The newcomer was a gray-robed wizard with a high-bridged nose, cold blue eyes, and bare white bones exposed on his arms. Opposite him was an elf with pointed ears, fair skin, wings on his back, and a bow and arrow in hand. The elf angrily rebuked the wizard for trespassing into the forest, declaring him dead in the name of the king. The wizard did not answer, his staff hovering before his chest as he chanted a spell. The white-bone staff's end pierced his chest, blood gushing into the black bead, which quickly turned crimson. The elf realized it was forbidden black magic, but it was too late to stop it. A huge, blood-red scythe appeared in the red light and slashed straight at the elf. The elf conjured a giant yellow arrow to meet the attack, his body retreating 100 meters. The arrow shattered after a brief struggle, and the red scythe gave chase. The elf failed to escape. His head fell to the ground, but his body still managed to lunge forward several steps. The wizard, exhausted, collapsed to his seat, seemingly having completed a terrible ritual. The crimson scythe lingered, its blade revealing a cold, indifferent eye. That gaze, filled with the chill of death, seemed to freeze the heavens and earth. The scythe moved again in the next instant, and the wizard was decapitated as well. A yellow light shot from the elf's corpse and vanished into the void. The lake remained undisturbed. He held his breath, observing, daring not to reveal a single trace of his presence. It all happened so fast that even he was shocked. After a brief moment of distraction, he immediately cast water binding twice, dragging the wizard and elf's corpses, along with their staffs and bows, into the lake. Just as he was about to devour them, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. From the mangled corpses emerged a miniature version of Kuruz's soul, its face twisted yet still arrogant. It turned out the necromancer had preserved his soul and was trying to survive in another form. The fact that the other party looked around but couldn't find the lake's will reassured him considerably. He sneered. Since it was a soul, it was perfect prey for the ghost thorn tree. Upon receiving the command, the ghost thorn tree's black thorns shot out suddenly, piercing Kuruz's soul with pinpoint accuracy. The soul let out a shrill scream, its form twisting violently, clearly suffering a fatal wound. After several explosions, the soul was shattered into fragments, and the powerful necromancer perished completely. The ghost thorn tree excitedly extended its roots. It allowed blood to be drawn, but temporarily suspended the consumption of souls. He first extracted his memories through the system, then handed over his purer soul to the ghost thorn tree. The system continuously notified him. The corpse of a level 3 extraordinary elf rewarded him with 2,000 energy. The corpse of a level 2 extraordinary dark wizard rewarded him with 1,000 energy. After refining the dragonbone scepter and the elven bow, he gained another 1,000 energy. Having obtained 4,000 energy simply by scavenging corpses, he realized a new strategy was taking shape. As long as he could obtain a corpse, whether he killed it himself or not, he could convert it into energy. After processing the memories of the two, he gained a clearer understanding of the world. This was the continent of gods and demons, a land of many powerful forces, the strongest being the temple, which worshipped the god of light. The temple of the witches worshipped the god of death, believing that death was the only path to eternal life. The elves lived deep in the forests, rarely venturing into the world, yet possessed formidable fighting prowess. Kuruz, pursued by the temple, had infiltrated elven territory, ultimately perishing with them using forbidden magic. If not for the backlash from the forbidden technique, the two extraordinary experts would never have perished so easily. Thinking of this, he truly realized his own insignificance for the first time. Above the extraordinary were legends and saints, and even true gods. He's currently only at the 3rd level of lake level, incredibly far from that level. But he possesses the system, which is his greatest source of confidence. With just 4,000 units of energy, he met the upgrade requirements and ordered the advancement without hesitation. The lake water churned, and the area rapidly expanded, restoring its size to its pre-dry state. An area of 800 meters in radius became the lake's surface. It finally possessed the grandeur of a truly great lake. The oasis expanded, the ecosystem became more stable, and the roots of the ghost thorn trees penetrated deeper. Yet, compared to the boundless desert, this lake still appeared insignificant. The Archbishop of the Temple and the Elf King were both saint-level beings, not to mention gods. He understood that he was only just beginning, but he had no intention of backing down. Now that he had come to the world of gods and demons, he would never stop at the lake. One day, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with God. Nourished by the spiritual rain, the fish and shrimp that were originally scattered in the lake multiplied into groups of over 100, and the lake began to truly come alive. He half-jokingly thought that perhaps one day he could raise a real water monster. Suddenly, a clear soul fluctuation emanated from the ghost thorn tree. Chu-Chen glanced at the system panel. Creature, mutated ghost thorn tree, level, mortal rank 3, host, Chu-Chen, skills, ghost thorn, bloodlust, soul devouring. This ghost thorn tree had actually advanced along with him. It seemed that the souls of Kuruz and Grandy had brought him considerable benefits. Master, I'm hungry. He heard complete language for the first time, and his loneliness instantly vanished. He taught the ghost thorn tree to speak, named it Chu Ming, and treated it with the patience of a child. The scene then shifted to the elven forest in the eastern part of the continent, a green ocean known as one of the 3 forbidden lands. Deep within the forest, the sacred tree of nature pierced the clouds, where the elven royal family had lived for generations. Red-robed Bishop Cade of the Temple of Light entered the forest and confronted the elf King Peters. They discussed the millennium and the expansion of light, the atmosphere subtle yet restrained. Shortly after Cade left, a yellow light flew into the sacred tree, causing the king to tremble. The god of nature issued a decree, sealing off the forest and placing it on full alert against any unusual beliefs. The elf king ordered the retrieval of the earth heir's body and the return of the murderer to nature. A storm was brewing, and the balance of the continent seemed about to be broken. In the desert, he was completely unaware of this, only frustrated by his inability to contact intelligent beings. Though the lake had expanded, the desert's end remained out of sight. At dawn, he chatted with Chu Ming when he suddenly felt a massive tremor in the distance. The sound of galloping hooves drew near. For a moment, he mistook it for a human army. What came into view was a massive army of giant scorpions. Each scorpion was as large as half a horse, its purplish-black stinger gleaming coldly. The lead scorpion raised its claws to signal, and the ranks were perfectly orderly. A few scorpion soldiers tested the water first, and after confirming it was safe, they drank in unison. The entire scorpion swarm advanced in batches, their discipline as impeccable as a real army. He realized this was no ordinary horde of magical beasts. This was an organized and intelligent race. Chu Chun remained still. In his perception, the scorpion general was only level 3, the deputy general was only level 2, and the rest were all level 1. Yet, this army was well organized and acted in unison. This discipline made him uneasy. He had seen level 3 magical beasts, but he had never seen such a highly intelligent race. He didn't rush into action. He wanted to assess the situation before deciding whether to swallow the thousands of scorpions whole. Only after all the scorpion soldiers had drunk their fill did the scorpion general slowly step forward, bowing his head to test the water. Just as he hesitated whether to make a move, an even more terrifying tremor came from afar. The lizard army appeared, led by someone with the same level 3 aura, their formation even more ferocious than the scorpion swarm. The lizard army formed a pincer movement, trapping the scorpion swarm at the lake's edge. His eyes darkened. This resembled the prelude to a decisive battle between their species. The scorpions panicked, and the general swung his forepaws to stabilize their formation, only to be forced to retreat step by step. Many scorpions had half their bodies submerged in the water, the tension reaching its peak. Strangely, neither general gave the order to attack. The troops, however, were out of control due to their deep-seated hatred, and discipline began to crumble. He noticed something amiss. The hatred between the two sides ran deep, yet their leader was showing restraint. A thought struck him. Since they were unwilling to fight, he would give them the push. A water arrow shot out from the water, piercing several scorpion soldiers. The scorpion swarm, thinking they were under attack from behind, instantly panicked and charged outwards in a frenzy. The lizard army surrounded them relentlessly, and in the ensuing clashes, war erupted completely. The two generals desperately issued orders, even personally slaying out-of-control soldiers. But blood had flowed, reason had vanished, and the battle had become pure, instinctive slaughter. He, however, calmly observed, deducing a more terrifying truth from the chaos. Without a stronger force suppressing them, the two races would have already gone to war. The force behind it made him feel pressure for the first time. The anomaly in the lake would be discovered sooner or later. He wasn't strong enough yet. During the battle between the scorpion and lizard generals, the two generals suddenly walked towards the lake simultaneously. They both saw the water arrow originating from the lake. The lizard general probed first, spitting a mouthful of green venom into the lake's surface. Fish and shrimp instantly turned white, but he kept the water flowing steadily without leaving a trace. The scorpion general also fired dozens of venomous needles, but only ripples appeared on the water's surface. The two beasts exchanged puzzled glances and decided to send the lizard into the water to investigate. The lizard general roared a few times and finally dived to the bottom of the lake. He was overjoyed. The underwater world was his absolute domain. 4 water ropes instantly formed, their power multiplied. The lizard's limbs were bound, and its tail thrashed in vain. He suppressed the water flow, silencing the commotion, and then pierced the lizard general's body with a water arrow. The lizard general fell silently into the water. On the shore, the scorpion general sensed the disappearance of its presence and, filled with terror, turned to flee. A water rope wrapped around its back, dragging it into the lake. In the water, the scorpion's fighting strength was greatly reduced, and its stinger and poisonous stinger became harmless. Another water arrow fell, and the scorpion general died instantly. Thus, he had devoured both tribal leaders. On the shore, the scorpion and lizard swarms were locked in fierce combat, with more than half already dead or wounded. Chu Chun manipulated the lake water to surge upwards, sweeping all the scorpions and lizards still fighting on the shore into the lake. Exhausted, they were powerless in the water and were quickly swallowed by the waves. Corpses floated across the lake, their blood staining the surface crimson, and limbs littered the shore, a scene of utter horrific carnage. He first refined the corpses in the water, then gave their blood and souls to Chu Ming to devour. From the memories of the two races' generals, he saw the figure of an elf lurking in the shadows. That elf ordered both races to thoroughly investigate any anomalies in the desert and to report any discovered. He realized this conflict was no accident, but an operation targeting the entire desert. A sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him. He knew he was being targeted by some force. This battle brought him nearly 20,000 energy, yet his smile was far from relaxed. He decisively ordered his level and 3 core skills to be raised to level 5 in one go. The lake expanded, its power surged, and the new skill Water Force awakened. His energy dwindled to only 5,000, but he knew it was worth the expenditure. If the elves had already secretly taken control of the desert, a confrontation was inevitable. He left the corpses on the shore, creating the illusion that both tribes had perished together. Those who came would only suspect the leader had led the remnants of his army away and wouldn't immediately target the lake. These corpses could also attract new predators, continuing to generate profits for him. Simultaneously, Chu Ming advanced to the 5th level of the mortal realm, his tree trunk growing to over 10 meters tall. His roots entwined at the bottom of the lake, his aura growing increasingly chilling, and his soul-devouring ability becoming even more terrifying. Chu Ming cried out in hunger, but he suppressed his greed. These corpses had another purpose. Over the next few days, he practiced skill combinations, experimenting with the combined suppression of water attacks and ghostly spikes. With the blessing of spring rain, the power of his water arrows and water bindings noticeably increased. Life flourished in the lake, and he even considered training a naval force. Just then, he noticed a small, unusually small creature on the shore. It was a gecko-like monster with black wings on its back, but extremely small in size. It easily broke through the scorpion's shell, burrowed into the corpse, fed, and then quickly left. This contrast between its size and ability instantly piqued his interest. He secretly released a water rope, which quietly wrapped around the small gecko. The water rope tightened, but the small gecko suddenly vanished. He strained his senses and discovered that it had teleported inside another corpse. The water rope was intact, indicating that it hadn't broken free by brute force. He tried to capture it again, and 4 times in a row, the little gecko disappeared the instant it was entangled. This was clearly a spatial ability, yet the distance was extremely short. The 5th time, it crashed headfirst into the trunk of the Chu Ming tree and got stuck on the spot. He watched the flustered little creature, already having made up his mind. The gecko, with remarkable human-like behavior, scratched its head, glanced at the thorn tree, and then swiftly began climbing up the trunk. The thorn tree instinctively sensed the threat, and its black thorns suddenly shot out, aiming straight for its back. The gecko raised its paw and snapped the thorns in two with astonishingly swift movements. Chu Ming flew into a rage, unleashing even more ghostly spikes from all directions, his killing intent exploding completely. Chu Qin no longer hesitated. He directly activated his water pressure, causing the entire lake to surge with power. Invisible pressure rolled in from all sides, instantly immobilizing the little gecko. The ghostly spike stopped just in front of its skin, only half an inch away from piercing it. The little gecko struggled to raise its paw, seemingly begging for mercy. Chu Chen's mind raced. Spatial abilities were extremely rare, and he considered subduing it. A system notification sounded. This was a demon dragon gecko possessing both demonic dragon bloodline and spatial talent. Without hesitation, he chose to enslave it. Such potential could not be allowed to slip away. Successful enslavement. Reward: 2,000 energy points. The demonic dragon gecko's level is mortal rank 4. The system warns of the dragon's violent nature and potential backlash upon awakening. Chu Chun, however, remains calm. As long as his strength is suppressed, it cannot cause any trouble. The water recedes, and the ghost thorn tree, still unwilling to give up, is forcibly stopped by him. The dragon gecko wagged its tail in a gesture of goodwill, swam a few laps in the lake, and expressed its affection. It wanted to continue feeding on the shore, but Chu Chen refused. The corpses on the shore were part of a different plan, and he couldn't let momentary greed ruin his scheme. The dragon gecko dared not disobey and flew to a branch on Chu Ming's tree. Chu Ming angrily shook the branch, and the two beasts immediately began to wrestle. Chu Chun could only order that they not use lethal force, allowing them to adjust to each other on their own. A week passed, the corpses dried in the scorching sun, and he deliberately stopped letting it rain. Chu Ming and the demon dragon gecko gradually developed a better understanding of each other, their ability to conceal themselves becoming increasingly sophisticated. To outsiders, this place was just an ordinary lake and a desert thorn tree. Occasionally, magical beasts would be attracted by the corpse energy, but they were almost always killed by a combination of a tree and a beast. The blood and soul went to Chu Ming, the magic crystals and brains went to the gecko, and the corpses were ultimately refined by him. With the three working together, their hunting efficiency increased more and more. Until noon, a black-robed mage stepped onto the lake shore. The man's attire resembled that of the elf in his memories, but his aura was far more profound. He crouched down to examine the corpse, and the remains, devoured of brain matter, made Chu Chen's heart tighten. The mage extracted 2 drops of blood, and the emerald on his staff shone brightly, its green light shooting into the lake. The light vanished instantly, as if swallowed whole. The mage circled the lake, repeatedly releasing his soul to probe its depths. Chu Chun ordered Chu Ming and the gecko to remain completely hidden, and he himself dared not cause any disturbance. The opponent was a transcendent level 8 being, and he wasn't confident he could capture him. Exposing him might attract an even more terrifying being. The mage ultimately detected nothing amiss and could only depart following the direction of the green light. Only after his aura completely disappeared did Chu Chun truly breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Ming and the gecko immediately urged him to start eating, and he finally let him go. The thousands of corpses were devoured, and then all of them were swept into the lake for refining. Although most of them were low-level magical beasts, they still brought tens of thousands of energy points. Now his total energy has reached more than 18,000. Leveling up is far from enough. He must continue to become stronger. After the black-robed mage departed, the corpses on the lake shore were completely swallowed, and the lake returned to its surface calm. The nearby wild beasts seemed to have grown accustomed to the occasional battles here, instead using the area as a safe haven. Chu Chen's devouring of powerful magical beasts indirectly shielded ordinary animals from danger, and the lake gradually became a safe zone. The desert stretched endlessly, bordering the elven forest yet completely out of place. Elves rarely ventured into the desert, which allowed him the opportunity to quietly expand. Holding tens of thousands of units of energy, he decided to accelerate his growth. He used the spring breeze and rain technique 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, to forcibly increase his size. When the LV5 spirit rain fell, the clouds churned, and the raindrops, as large as fists, created a terrifying spectacle. The area was visibly expanding, and he knew the risks were increasing. But the lake was his foundation. The more water, the stronger his life. The unusual sight finally attracted the attention of an intelligent race. A figure clad in animal skin watched from afar before retreating, paying little heed. Several days later, 7 or 8 people appeared in his perception. They were clad in animal skins, an elder at the head holding a staff, with young men behind him carrying the corpses of demonic beasts. The group walked to the lake, threw the corpses into the water, and knelt down in unison. The elder prayed loudly, calling him the lake god and begging for protection. Chu Chun was slightly shaken. He was being treated as a deity. He briefly considered silencing them, but quickly dismissed the thought. These people were a barbarian race, nearly 3,000 in number, and possessed special abilities. They could communicate with magical beasts and even gather intelligence for the elves. The high priest frankly admitted that the elves were searching the desert for anomalies, which he had not yet reported. The lake rippled slightly, and his mind raced. This priest was clever and bold. He was testing him while also trying to gain his allegiance. If they continued to hide, they would inevitably attract even stronger opponents. He decided to reveal himself, but first gave them a warning. The water surged forth, and the entire lake seemed to hang upside down from the sky. The members of the Wild clan were pressed to the ground, unable to move. The lake water suddenly dissipated just before it reached them. They were covered in cold sweat, almost thinking that death was imminent. A majestic voice resonated directly in everyone's minds. He inquired how many intelligent races remained in the desert. The high priest respectfully replied that the Wilderness clan was the only one capable of speech. Deep within the desert, there might be extraordinary magical beasts possessing intelligence equivalent to humans. Chu Chun felt slightly relieved. Magical beasts were easier to control than humanoid beings. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "Tell me the origins of your Wilderness clan." After the high priest of the Wilderness clan finished recounting their origins, Chu Chun finally understood that the existence of this race was far more complex than he had imagined. It turned out that the Wilderness clan was originally a branch of the elves, specializing in taming magical beasts, but due to the mistakes of their ancestors, they were stripped of their bloodline. The god of nature was enraged and banished them to the desert, severing the protection of the elves. Deprived of their bloodline, the Wilderness clan faced immense difficulties in cultivation and could only eke out 1,000 years of survival in the boundless desert. The elves forbade them to call themselves their own people, so they were known as the Wilderness clan. If the elves hadn't needed intelligence, these arrogant beings would never have set foot in the desert. Chu Chun understood even more clearly that the elves were conducting a comprehensive investigation of the desert for anomalies. Perhaps he wasn't the target, but his presence would eventually be reported as a contribution. The only exception was this barbarian race member who harbored resentment towards the elves. The barbarian race had limited combat strength, but they could communicate with low-level magical beasts and possessed extensive intelligence. If he uses it wisely, he can completely manipulate the flow of information through the wildlings. The proud elves may not come to the desert in person, which gives him room to maneuver. The high priest bowed his head, begging for refuge and promising faith and loyalty. Chu Chun was not blinded by the divine name. He knew that faith might come with risks. The lake water solidified into the phantom of a Qilin, and he spoke with majesty, granting protection but refusing the divine title. He demanded that his existence not be revealed and that he report on the desert's situation monthly. The high priest's face was full of anticipation, clearly waiting for a miracle. Chu pondered for a moment, then drew upon the purest spiritual water from the lake. The 8 people were enveloped in a water sphere, their bodies cleansed by the spiritual energy. Their limbs and bones felt refreshed, and their internal organs roared like popping beans. The high priest's aura surged, and he broke through to a higher realm on the spot. 2 young men followed closely behind, while the rest, though not yet promoted, saw their foundations greatly strengthened. The crowd rejoiced and prostrated themselves, chanting the name of God Chu. At that moment, a strange power surged into Chu Chen's body, only to quickly dissipate. The system notification indicated insufficient level to store faith power. Simultaneously, a loyalty check was activated, revealing that they still retained remnants of old faith. Chu Chun decisively ordered the destruction of the old faith. The system reported success, and he received a new skill blessing, usable once a month. The panel appeared. The high priest's loyalty was 80, and the others were over 70. The members of the Wilderness clan were briefly dazed, but they assumed it was due to divine power. Chu Chan ordered them to return next month with all the important news from the desert. Taking advantage of the situation, the high priest requested to bring some of his younger clansmen to reside permanently. He hoped to preserve his bloodline and was willing to serve Chu Chan at any time. Chu Chan pondered for a moment and then agreed to the request. From then on, the Wilderness clan officially submitted, and he established remote communication with the high priest. The water-condensed Qilin dispersed, and the Wilderness clan members respectfully withdrew from the lakeshore. Just as Chu Chan accepted the faith of the Desolate clan, in the Temple of Light in the central part of the distant continent, a red-robed man was whispering to himself while staring at the faith map. He noticed a spot of faith light suddenly disappear, and his expression changed drastically. The faith map had never been wrong. The direction pointed to the eastern desert, and he immediately connected it to the strange activity in the elf forest. The millennium-long battle for faith is about to begin, and he will not allow any uncontrolled variables to emerge. The red-robed man inscribed a scroll with his spiritual power and waved his hand to issue the order. He knelt before the map, declaring that the continent can only tolerate light, and darkness must be eradicated. White light covered the land on the map, while scattered black lights huddled in the corners, the situation tense. Beside the desert lake, Chu Chan remained oblivious, continuing his training. He constantly refined his control over the lake water, attempting to push his limits. Now, even without skills, he could easily crush level 3 or 4 mortal rank magical beasts. With mastery of skill combinations, even level 6 or 7 mortal rank beasts would find it difficult to withstand his attacks. If he were to join forces with the ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko, he even dared to test his skills against transcendent rank beasts. Amidst the torrential rain, he conjured water spirits wielding water swords, practicing controlling his clones. Initially, he could only create 3 or 4 identical water spirits, unable to control their movements separately. After half a month of arduous practice, he was finally able to control 10 water spirits simultaneously. The mental strain was immense, yet he remained engrossed in the exercise. He experimented with simulating water arrows with pure water. While less powerful, their sheer number was astonishing. Tens of thousands of water arrows fired simultaneously are enough to handle a large-scale battle. Physical attacks are almost ineffective against him, unless someone can evaporate the entire lake. Each of his charges carries the force of 10,000 pounds. He tried to get the water creature away from the lake, but it repeatedly collapsed hundreds of meters away. With each failure, his spirit grew weary. The ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko mocked him from the sidelines, and he could only manage a helpless, bitter smile. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A white figure fell through the crack and crashed heavily into the lake. Chu Chan quickly scooped up the fallen object. It was a woman. Her breath was weak, but not yet stopped. He carried her to the shore. The woman was soaking wet, with stunningly beautiful features and a mysterious aura. Even more bizarrely, he couldn't accurately sense her cultivation level. Sometimes she seemed like an ordinary person, sometimes extraordinary, and occasionally, she even exuded a power that made him wary. He was instinctively on guard, even harboring murderous intent to exchange for energy. The water spirit slowly approached, and the woman suddenly opened her eyes, staring intently at the lake. In that instant, he sensed extreme danger. One more step, and perhaps a thunderous counterattack would follow. The woman spoke weakly, pleading for help. Chu Chan observed calmly, not easily swayed. Suddenly, a strange stone appeared before her. The system notification indicated it was a void stone, capable of creating storage spaces. Chu Chan's heart stirred, killing intent and greed rose simultaneously. The stone vanished the next second, and he realized it was a bargaining chip. He proposed a deal: hand over the void stone first. The woman, however, remained silent with her eyes closed, her breath growing weaker and weaker. Chu Chan sensed that she still had a breath left and could only temporarily suppress his murderous intent. Chu Chan's water form instantly disintegrated, transforming into a torrent that swept the unconscious woman into the lake. The moment the woman entered the water, everything about her was exposed to his senses. This sense of control excited him, but also made him more vigilant. He quickly noticed an exquisite necklace hanging around her neck. The pure white beads still shimmered softly in the water. Even he felt comfortable with it, indicating that it was no ordinary necklace. He deduced that the woman's survival was likely due to this item. He inquired with the system, but received no response. The void stone had vanished, and he couldn't find it anywhere on his body. If it was in his storage space, he would have no way to retrieve it. If he wanted to seize the treasure, the only way was to refine her. But her origins were mysterious, and he dared not act rashly. If she carried a tracking device and attracted a powerful enemy, the consequences would be unpredictable. Weighing his options, he decided to save her first before making the deal. The sphere of spiritual energy enveloped the woman, but was blocked by a mysterious force. His healing methods became completely ineffective. His lack of skills made him feel powerless for the first time. He suddenly remembered his newly acquired blessing skill. This was the only way to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. A soft white light descended, and the woman's brows gradually relaxed. The system notification stated that the effect was halved for non-believers. Even so, her breathing was noticeably steady. He settled her on the shore and continued to observe her. He deduced that she possessed a spatial artifact, which was why she had descended from the sky. She couldn't possibly be a deity. That seemed more like an act of escape. He decided to wait for her to wake up to complete the transaction. 2 or 3 days passed, and she remained in and out of consciousness. Each time he tried to speak, she would fall into a coma again. He suspected she was deliberately delaying. On the 5th day, while he practiced the water beast formation, she finally came to her senses. She watched quietly as he repeatedly failed and tried again. She was amazed by the wisdom and growth of the lake spirit. She also noticed the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko. This desert actually nurtured 3 strange creatures, and she became suspicious. Finally, she couldn't help but speak sarcastically. She pointed out that his control over his physical form was not yet proficient, yet he dared to attempt complex manipulation. Chu Chan ignored her, and the dozens of water beasts fought as if it were real. The woman's face flushed slightly, admitting that she had underestimated him. He coldly reminded her to hand over the void stone first. She countered by asking if he was being kept by a god. He didn't respond, only wanting the treasure. Her soul stirred slightly, and the void stone appeared and disappeared. She stated she wouldn't go back on her word, but would hand it over after her injuries healed. She worried he would turn on her once he got the treasure. He had intended to take it first, and then settle things later, but he saw through her plan. She proactively gave her name, calling herself Shelley. He briefly replied that his name was Chu Chun. After saying this, he turned around and continued his cultivation, ignoring her. Shelley watched as Chu Chun put away the water spirit and began practicing his water arrow technique, feeling somewhat annoyed. A lake spirit, yet his temper was even more stubborn than a human's. But the next moment, her gaze was drawn to the terrifying water arrow. Chu Chun was activating a skill granted by the system. The water arrow exploded upon encountering resistance. The explosive power far exceeded that of a normal water arrow, its destructive force extremely fierce. More importantly, it was instantaneous. No chanting required, no preparation time. Even elves and mages couldn't achieve this. Shelley couldn't help but ask, but he completely ignored her. She guessed he had violated the rules of water. But no one in this world can possibly control the rules. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The word rules made him truly alert for the first time. She reminded him again that this world was extremely dangerous. If the higher-ups discovered that he had circumvented the rules, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Chen immediately grasped the key point. She said, "Your world." This meant she didn't belong here. He pressed her for details, but she remained silent. He immediately realized this woman was more dangerous than he had imagined. People from other worlds were always a source of trouble. He decided to keep his distance. Under the threat of the elves, he trained even more relentlessly. Time passed, and he felt nothing. Shelley had been lying on the lakeshore for a week. She occasionally offered guidance on cultivation, but never spoke of her origins. She suggested condensing a water clone only after reaching the saint rank. She also mentioned the example of the 1,000-year profound ice clone. The word ice suddenly flashed into Chu Chen's mind. Ice is also a form of water. He had completely overlooked this point. It started with a small piece of ice, then progressed to a complete ice arrow. Finally, dozens were fired simultaneously. 3 days later, the lake soared into the sky. The water arrows rose into the air, freezing mid-flight. The ice arrows landed, riddling the ground with holes. The power had tripled. Shelley's gaze was complex. For a mortal to achieve this was almost inconceivable. The system immediately rewarded him with 3,000 energy points and unlocked the skill Ice Cage. Chu Chen's energy level surpassed 28,000. For the first time, he realized that achievements could also be exchanged for energy. With a thought, he directly cast Ice Cage. The solid Ice Cage instantly enveloped Shelley. He wanted to test how much she had recovered. In less than 10 seconds, the cage shattered with a deafening roar. Shelley outwardly scoffed, claiming that such a level of confinement couldn't hold her. But inwardly, she was shocked. She had used a scroll of extraordinary level 8 to forcibly break through it in 10 seconds. This meant the cage could hold an extraordinary level 8 person for 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough to reverse the tide of battle. For the first time, she felt truly alarmed. The spirit of this lake is growing at an alarming rate. These past few days, Shelley has watched Chu Chen improve daily, and a strange feeling has begun to stir within her. She has a vague feeling that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will at least reach the saint rank. As for the god rank, that's practically impossible in this world. Chu Chen conjures a water spirit and walks towards her, his tone cold and hard. Now that her injuries had healed, she should hand over the void stone and leave. Shelley didn't want to leave. It was quiet and safe here. She secretly regretted her recklessness in breaking free of the prison earlier. Chu Chen was about to interrogate her when he suddenly sensed someone approaching from afar. He instantly dispersed his water elementals and swept Shelley into the lake. An ice prison formed underwater, sealing her inside. Shelley was trapped at the bottom of the lake before she could react. She instinctively tried to resist, but was stopped. Someone's coming. Be quiet if you don't want to be exposed. She initially didn't believe it, but quickly sensed the movement herself. A small group of people rushed to the lakeside, panting. Chu Chen recognized them as the Desolate Clan. Leading them were the two youths behind the high priest. Behind them followed more than 20 teenagers, the youngest no more than 7 or 8 years old. Tyron knelt and paid his respects. Chu Chen responded with his soul, questioning why it was earlier than expected. Tyron explained that there were only 2 days left until the end of the month. Only then did Chu Chen realize that he had lost track of time while cultivating. Shelley at the bottom of the lake couldn't help but mock him. A lake dared to call itself a god. If the true god knew, he could be annihilated with a single thought. Chu Chen understood this, but he didn't explain. He instead inquired about the news he had brought. Tyron reported in his mind. The elven race had dispatched powerful warriors, joining forces with extraordinary magical beasts deep within the desert, to prepare for a full-scale beast tide to cleanse the entire desert. Chu Chen's heart sank. A beast tide meant crushing destruction. Individuals were utterly insignificant before such a torrent. The high priest was being watched by the elves and couldn't escape. He could only send Tyron with the most talented children of his tribe to plead for protection. Chu Chen looked at the group of youths. Despite the long run, none of them had fallen. Their talent was indeed remarkable. He designated an area to settle them, ordering them not to stray far from the lake. He then had Tyrone explain the beast tide in detail, estimating it would erupt within the next few days. There would be nowhere to escape in the entire desert. Chu Chen told Shelley, who was at the bottom of the lake, the situation, urging her to take her belongings and leave immediately. Shelley, however, was unconvinced. The beast tide was savage but effective. It posed no threat to her. She finally retrieved the void stone. The stone was only half the size of a fist. It appeared ordinary, yet it contained a profound aura. Chu Chen immediately took it, handing it over to the system for absorption. Shelley inwardly grumbled. This lake was really impatient. The system prompted whether to create a space. Chu Chen chose to act immediately without hesitation. The system vibrated violently. The lake's interior churned with waves, while the exterior remained calm. Several wisps of spatial turbulence leaked out. Shelley, already injured by spatial forces, had her old wounds aggravated by the turbulence. She forced her way out of the lake, losing her balance in midair. The next instant, she crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness once more. Chu Chun was completely unaware that Shelley had suffered another misfortune. He focused all his attention on his body, staring at the space constructed by the system with a mixture of fear and excitement. It was spatial power, dangerous enough to shred everything. Yet in the system's hands, it was ridiculously obedient, being built into shape layer by layer like bricks. Initially, the space swayed precariously, with occasional wisps of power veering off course and escaping as turbulent currents. These few out-of-control strands happened to brush against Shelley's old wounds. Once the Void Stone was placed in the center of the room, all the turbulent currents seemed to be glued in place, and the space quickly stabilized. Only then did Chu Chun dare to breathe a sigh of relief. The system notified that the space had been successfully created, rewarding the user with 10,000 energy points. It also reminded the user that currently only inanimate objects could be stored there. Living objects would incur energy deductions to maintain their survival. Chu Chun instantly understood just how incredible this was. Most people on the Divine Demon continent didn't even have their own independent space, and storage scrolls had limited uses. Living objects were out of the question. He was so excited he couldn't stop, repeatedly filling and releasing the lake water, even catching a fish and throwing it in to experiment and see where the limits were. The system deducted over 1,000 energy points in just a few minutes, making Chu Chun want to curse. The fish, though dizzy for a moment after being released, was lively and energetic again. He then remembered that Shelley was still lying on the shore, with no magical beasts around, and the young man from the Wilderness clan busy in the distance. He suspected that he had created the space that caused her to faint. Chu Chun decided to level up before she woke up. The aura of the lake suddenly expanded to level 6. His size and perception surged, and the roar of the beast tide could be faintly heard in the distance. A ruthless plan popped into his mind. Use the beast tide to gain a lot of energy, and then try to leave the elf behind to buy time. But the Wilderness clan was too weak, and it would be difficult to take care of them if a real battle broke out. Shelley woke up 3 days later and angrily denounced the spatial turbulence that almost killed her, and was shocked that the lake had grown larger again. Chu Chun only said that there had been torrential rain for days, but the more Shelley thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Unbeknownst to Chu Chun, his series of actions had begun to make Shelley suspect that he was the incarnation of some powerful figure. Chu Chun looked at the wary Shelley, somewhat bewildered. Although Shelley no longer pursued the matter of the spatial turbulence, her strength had plummeted, now only slightly stronger than a mortal. With the beast tide approaching, she had no way to remain unscathed, and this was the first time she truly felt the pressure. She stared at Chu Chun, her voice low as she asked if the beast tide would arrive tonight. Chu Chun confirmed through his senses that tens of thousands of magical beasts were approaching, some even being transcendent beings. Shelley paused for a moment before asking how he planned to deal with the situation. If the beast tide swept through this area and the spirit lake was exposed, extraordinary magical beasts would most likely take over the place. Chu Chun pondered for a long time, his tone unusually solemn, and proposed to join forces. Shelley smiled bitterly. She was currently only at the mortal level. How could she possibly cooperate? She reminded him that as long as she concealed the fact that he possessed a spirit, the magical beasts would at most use him as a supply lake. Chu Chun, however, stopped joking. The water spirit approached and looked directly at her, giving her a final deadline. If they didn't join forces, they had to leave immediately, because there was only half a day left. Shelley momentarily feigned weakness, trying to gain sympathy. Chu Chun remained unmoved. He was merely a lake, and such an expression was meaningless to him. She then realized she had been treating him as a human. Ultimately, she decided to leave, unwilling to be drawn into the game of an unknown powerful figure. A magic scroll unfurled, a flying carpet rose into the air, and she swiftly departed. Chu Chun watched her retreating figure, a pang of envy rising in his heart. If only one day he too could escape the lake and soar freely. After a brief moment of reflection, he immediately returned to reality. Shelley's departure, while depriving him of an ally, also eliminated a potential threat. He summoned Gordon and Tyrone, casting the blessing of the month upon them. Enveloped in white light, the two instantly broke through to the third level of the mortal rank. The remaining youths also stepped into the first level of the mortal rank. Their loyalty instantly soared, all exceeding 80. Taking advantage of this momentum, Chu Chun ordered them to do something for him. Time was of the essence, so he ordered everyone to dig a 10-meter deep pit on the east side of the lake. Lake water was then poured into the pit to create a trap. With too few people, they could only concentrate on one side. He then instructed the ghost thorn tree to pluck a large number of ghost thorns. The demon dragon gecko was responsible for cutting and collecting them. The ghost thorn tree, though heartbroken, understood that victory or defeat hinged on this battle. Chu Chun continuously channeled spiritual energy into the wilderness clan to maintain their strength. As the sun set, the pit was only half finished. Though imperfect, it provided an extra layer of protection. He ordered everyone to retreat to the west side of the lake for shelter. The roars of beasts could already be heard clearly. The young man from the wilderness tribe, his face pale, knelt and prayed. Chu Chun heard their prayers but did not respond, because he himself knew that he was not a god. Chu Chun judged that time was running out. At most half an hour, the eastern beast tide would reach the edge of the lake. He planted the thorns of the ghost thorn tree in the ground further away, forming the first line of defense. Once these thorns pierced the body, they would suck blood and devour souls, enough to make low-level magical beasts instantly lose control. Next, he condensed the lake water at the bottom of the pit into ice spikes, covered them with a thin layer of ice, and then covered them with soil, forming the second line of defense. The surface appeared smooth, but it concealed deadly dangers, too dangerous for the crazed magical beasts to detect. He knew, however, that these two arrangements could only create chaos. The real pressure remained on him. He could have concealed his spiritual nature and escaped this calamity, but that would have made him a target of the extraordinary magical beasts. Once he became a spiritual energy replenishment lake, he would be exposed sooner or later, and he was unwilling to passively await his death. Just as preparations were complete, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Shelley had returned, looking anxious. Upon landing, she immediately offered to join forces against the beast tide. Chu Chun asked her with amusement why she had come back. Shelley explained that the beast tide had erupted on all sides, and she had encountered a flock of fire crows while fleeing south, forcing her to turn back. Chu Chun's heart sank. It turned out the elves had already sealed off all directions. With multiple beast tides converging, even with the constraints of the extraordinary, a chaotic battle was inevitable. He had no choice but to accept cooperation. More strength was always better than being alone. He directly proposed methods that required large-scale damage or disruption of formations. Shelley took out several scrolls, wind blades, fire rain, and soul storms, each with its own purpose. These scrolls were effective against mortals, but they were no match for the extraordinary. Although Chu Chun had doubts, he didn't have time to investigate further. In the distance, black waves rolled, and the beast tide had arrived. The massive beast horde pressed in like a flood, some parts of which were blocked by the lake, but still managed to break through. The first ghost thorn zone immediately took effect, with the demonic beasts trampling and falling. The ghost thorns pierced the bodies, sucking blood and devouring souls, causing the front ranks to scream in agony. Those who fell were instantly crushed by the subsequent horde, the scene extremely bloody. The second deep pit immediately came into play, and a large number of magical beasts fell into the ice spikes. Some were pierced and killed instantly, while others struggled but could not climb out. The beast horde behind could not stop, and chaos and trampling continued inside. However, the number was too large, and the losses were still only the tip of the iceberg. Just as the pit was about to be filled with corpses, Chu Chun made his move. Thousands of water arrows soared into the air, condensing into ice arrows in mid-air. Ice rain fell, and hordes of low-level magical beasts collapsed. Their corpses, however, became new stepping stones, driving the horde even more frenzied. Some of the beasts had already plunged into the lake. Chu Chun calmly transmitted his voice to Shelley, instructing her to take action. He had to prioritize eliminating the threats in the lake, or the desolate clan would be annihilated. Shelley took to the air and unfurled a scroll of wind blades. Hundreds of wind blades swept across the front lines, temporarily halting the advance. Some of the magical beasts briefly regained their senses, revealing fear. Many more, however, were spurred on by the bloodshed and continued their rampage. Chu Chen swiftly slaughtered dozens of intruders in the water. The lake became his domain, and the low-level magical beasts were almost powerless to resist. Yet, facing tens of thousands of intruders, he could only intercept a tiny fraction. The onslaught of the monsters showed no sign of abating, and Shelley threw out scrolls as if they were free, far exceeding the number she had previously displayed. However, the Monster Tides battle line was stretched too thin, and only Chu Chun and Shelley could truly hold it off. The moment Chu Chun saw the scale of the attack, he understood that he couldn't completely stop it. He could only try to reap the rewards. But he knew the real threat wasn't the low-level beasts, but the extraordinary magical beasts lurking within. Only these intelligent beings could have sensed the lake's anomaly and taken over the area. He unleashed his senses to search for his targets, only to find that these extraordinary beings were extremely cunning, remaining constantly hidden. Even if he locked onto a few, he couldn't bypass the layers of low-level beasts to kill them directly. The horde must be thrown into complete chaos. He had made up his mind. He ordered Shelley to unleash the Soulstorm Scroll. An invisible hurricane swept through the horde, causing numerous magical beasts to howl and clutch their heads, their formation collapsing instantly. Chu Chun then immediately commanded the Ghost Thorn Tree to attack. The Ghost Thorn Tree specifically targeted the largest magical beasts. Its soul-devouring and bloodlust combined to drive them out of control and cause them to devour their own kind. A dozen or so colossal beasts began to frantically attack each other, the chaos spreading like a plague. Their advance slowed abruptly as the herd erupted into chaos. Sure enough, a three-headed hellhound, unable to bear it any longer, appeared, roaring to quell the disorder. Chu Chun instantly intervened, binding its limbs with a water-binding spell and shattering one of its heads with a water arrow. The hellhound spewed out a corrosive black mist, breaking free of its restraints. Without hesitation, Chu Chun unleashed another barrage of water arrows. The Level 4 Transcendent Hellhound stubbornly withstood the attack, but was ultimately shattered by the dense barrage of ice arrows. However, he didn't let his guard down. He sensed that there were far more than just this one Transcendent. At least 5 more were already gathering in secret. They had discovered that Shelley was the source of the scroll and were quietly approaching her. Shelley was now being pursued by low-level magical beasts, her physical and mental strength nearing their limits. Chu Chun had no choice but to save her. He still needed her. He suddenly condensed water into ice, freezing half the lake instantly. Hundreds of magical beasts that had pounced on Shelley were frozen into ice sculptures. But the freezing only delayed the damage. Cracks quickly spread. Taking advantage of the ice forming, the 5 transcendent beasts burst forth. Chu Chun cast 3 ice cages in quick succession, temporarily sealing them off. However, the cages shattered rapidly under the onslaught of the 5 extraordinary beings. Rough roars erupted from within the cages, and the magical beasts spoke human language. Chu Chun had no time to be surprised. He could only continue to stack cages to buy time. He sensed the energy within frantically gathering, clearly preparing for a powerful attack. Shelley didn't hide underwater. She knew that would only trap herself. She drew a massive greatsword, almost completely obscuring her form. The sword emitted a white light, illuminating the entire lake. She began to chant, her aura rising steadily. Just as the cage was shattered, 5 figures pounced on her. Chu Chun was about to attack again when he heard Shelley's sharp shout. Holy Sword Judgment. A dazzling white light exploded, its shockwave sweeping in all directions. Chu Chun even felt a sharp pain. He, without a physical body, actually felt pain. When the light dissipated, the extraordinary figure was gone from the lake. Only large pieces of flesh floated on the surface. This is too ruthless. Chu Chun stared blankly at the pieces of flesh on the lake, realizing for the first time just how terrifying Shelley's destructive power was. He glanced at the weakened Shelley, a chill running down his spine. Such power would be equally fatal if it were to fall upon him. But he had no time to be shocked. After the 5 transcendent beings perished, the beast tide completely spiraled out of control, scattering and fleeing in all directions. The directions were no longer aligned, and the entire desert was teeming with monsters. Shelley was no longer able to act, so Chu Chun could only hide her at the bottom of the lake and begin his own frenzied harvest. The ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko worked in perfect harmony, rampaging through the horde of beasts. Ice arrows rained down, but they couldn't stop the massive horde. Many monsters rushed to the opposite bank, filling the lake to capacity. He wanted to unleash a giant wave to drown the beasts, but he was mindful of Shelley at the bottom of the lake. He wasn't a saint, but he wouldn't abandon his companions. Suddenly, screams came from the opposite bank. It was the wildlings. The monsters charged at them, and the 20-odd people were utterly powerless to resist. Gordon's roar echoed in the night as he fought desperately to protect his people. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. The followers were dying rapidly. If all the believers are wiped out, the blessing skill will be revoked. Chu Chen's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the skill to be stripped away. He had to be distracted, pulling the desolate clan members to the bottom of the lake. They also needed to create protective shields to prevent them from drowning. After their initial panic, the barbarian tribes found themselves safe, and their loyalty skyrocketed. However, Chu Chen's slaughtering speed decreased as a result. He secretly resolved to build a water palace at the bottom of the lake someday. Though the remaining beast horde was numerous, they could no longer threaten his true form. What truly terrified him were the elves behind the scenes. With so many magical beasts dead, the elves would surely notice. He had to end it all before the other side arrived. Just as he was calculating the time, a dark figure suddenly appeared on the lakeshore. Chu Chen hadn't even noticed her appearance. Her black robe ripped open, revealing green skin and pointed ears. She called herself Iris, sent by the Elf King to seek revenge. Chu Chun recalled the Black Forest from Grandy's memories. It was the most secretive and terrifying organization of the elves. He hadn't believed she could destroy the lake. But the next moment, he was shocked. Elysis raised her giant axe, which glowed with a golden light. She cleaved the desert in two, carving a deep trench. Lake water poured out along the trench. She changed direction and continued chiseling. If she continued, the lake would be drained. Chu Chen clearly felt her power draining away with the water. She couldn't wait any longer. 3 ice cages instantly formed, sealing her inside. Immediately afterward, thousands of ice arrows coalesced. The instant she broke free of the cage, the ice arrows were already upon her. Chapter 21. Using every tactic, victory is finally achieved. Elysis, who charged out wielding her axe, was once again engulfed by ice arrows before she could even search for Chu Chen's whereabouts. She looked disdainful, her axe spinning rapidly, radiating a yellow light that deflected all the ice arrows, while she let out a piercing whistling sound. The sound was extremely penetrating. Chu Chun was all right, but the members of the Wilderness clan hiding underwater had all fainted. Even Shelley, who was feeling listless and trying to recover, showed a pained expression. Seeing that the ice arrows posed no threat to Elysis, and that many magical beasts remained in the water unable to cross, Chu Chen realized that the presence of these beasts had significantly reduced his control over the water. These magical beasts all consciously avoided Iris and did not attack her. However, this was not surprising. Since the elves could control beast tides, they naturally had special methods for controlling magical beasts. Seeing that Chu Chun had stopped attacking her, and knowing that he would not come out easily, Alice swung her axe and dug another deep trench. The water level of Chu Chen's lake was visibly dropping. This can't go on any longer. We must deal with her as soon as possible. Chu Chun decided to use all his means to deal with this crazy woman, Elise, as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the elves behind the beast tide also found this place, Chu Chun would be in grave danger. However, if he wanted to take a gamble, he would no longer be able to take care of the people underwater. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chun immediately decided that even if it meant exposing his secret, he had to solve the immediate problem first. Shelley felt an unstoppable force pushing her toward a mysterious place, surrounded by darkness with no walls, where her soul power could not extend. This is naturally Chu Chen's system space. Chu Chen threw the other unconscious members of the Wilderness clan into the pit as well, and then stopped paying attention to them. The system space consumes a lot of energy every second to store living people. Today's battle has already consumed a lot of energy, and we really can't afford to drag this out any longer. Ice Cage. For cages imprisoned Elysis. Humph, the same old trick. Let's see how long you can hide. Alice didn't even try to dodge. After all, this so-called cage was just a matter of her spending a few more axe blows to break it open. Chu Chun had no intention of trapping him with the ice cage. It was merely a way to buy him some time. Use the skill water binding technique. Use the skill water arrow. Use the skill ice cage. Use the skill water force. Chu Ming, Ghost Assassin. In an instant, Chu Chun unleashed all his skills. As soon as Elysis broke free of the cage, she found her feet bound. As she struggled to free herself from the water ropes, dozens of ice arrows flew towards her from the opposite side. After she broke free of the ice arrows, she was once again trapped in the cage. She had already broken through several layers of the ice cage, which was not difficult for her, but it was still quite exhausting. Elysis, having broken free of her cage once more, was now filled with rage. As a member of the Black Forest, this was the first time she had been so tormented by her target during a mission. Before she could even vent her anger, she was overwhelmed by Chu Chen's overwhelming force of water. At that moment, she finally realized that what she was facing was not a creature hiding underwater skilled in water magic, but this huge lake. Taking advantage of the fact that Elysis was distracted by the flood, the Ghost Thorn Tree also activated its power. During the previous beast tide, the Ghost Thorn Tree had slaughtered many and absorbed a lot of blood and souls, and was on the verge of breaking through, its body brimming with power. In an instant, more than a dozen ghost thorns rushed towards Elysis, who didn't care at all about the small thorns of the Ghost Thorn Tree. With her strong physique, these sharp thorns might not even be able to pierce her body. However, Chu Chun had already anticipated all of this, and a faint light flashed and disappeared. Elysis felt a sharp pain in her back. It turned out that the demon dragon gecko had secretly hidden in the corpse of the demon beast not far away, under Chu Chen's orders. The moment the Ghost Thorn Tree made its move, it used its innate skill to teleport behind Iris, and used its indestructible claws to tear Iris's back to shreds. Normally, such wounds would be harmless, but the next second, all the thorns of the Ghost Thorn Tree struck these wounds, frantically sucking blood and souls. Elysis felt her blood rapidly draining from her body, and her soul was being torn apart in pain. She carelessly tossed aside the axe, and took out a bow and 3 arrows from a scroll. The bow also appeared to be much larger than those used by ordinary elves. She had gone mad, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the main body of the Ghost Thorn Tree. Chu Chen was shocked. He used the ice cage to completely envelop the Ghost Thorn Tree and controlled the lake water to block it. Just as Chu Chen finished doing all this, Elysis's arrow shot out, piercing through the lake water in front of him like a sheet of paper, and the ice cage behind him shattered in response. With a boom, the arrow still struck the trunk of the Ghost Thorn Tree. Chu Chun heard the Ghost Thorn Tree's soul let out a painful scream. He quickly sensed its condition and found that it was only seriously injured. The exposed trunk broke into pieces, and the tree, which was more than 10 meters tall, crashed down. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw Iris knock an arrow once again. We must not let her fire a second arrow. System, immediately refine the dead magical beasts in the lake. Use the skills Water Force and Water Arrow technique. Ice Arrow. While refining the monster corpses in the lake, Chu Chun continuously unleashed various skills to interfere with Elysis and prevent her from firing the arrow. Ding! Refining successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 energy points. Upgrade now. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Water Dragon Soaring Through the Sky. Upgrade Ice Cage, Water Arrow, and Water Dragon Soar to LV7. A series of well-organized commands followed, while Chu Chen also had to keep Elise occupied, making sure she didn't fire that arrow, otherwise the Ghost Thorn Tree would surely die. Beep. Insufficient energy points. 100,000 energy points were still not enough, So Chu Chun controlled the water flow, sweeping countless corpses near the lake into it. Then continue refining it. Ding! Refining successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 energy points. Beep! Upgrade successful. We finally succeeded. Ice cage. A cage radiating cold air descended from the sky, and it was clearly much sturdier than the previous cage. Sure enough, Iris was trapped inside, and despite a series of bang 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 sounds, she couldn't break free immediately. Use the skill Water Arrow. Use the skill Water Dragon Soaring Sky. A water dragon leaped from the lake, letting out a deafening roar, and flew towards Elesis. Elesis managed to break through the cage with just one arrow, only to be met with these two attacks. Her reaction was incredibly fast. She immediately drew her bow and fired the last arrow. After destroying the water arrow, her strength was greatly reduced. Before she could even let out a scream, she was devoured by Chu Chen's newly acquired skill, Water Dragon Soaring. The world fell silent. The once rampaging magical beasts had long since fled far away during the battle between Chu Chun and Elesis, leaving only a trail of corpses. Chapter 22. Post-war cleanup treated as an important person. After this fierce battle, Chu Chun had used every trick in the book, and afterwards he only felt exhausted. Looking at the ghost thorn tree's mutilated body, he still forced himself to use Spring Breeze and Rain once, and then let the ghost thorn tree absorb the spiritual water to heal itself. The corpses in the water had all been refined, including the 5 extraordinary magical beasts. Some special materials were obtained from them. At the time, the situation was urgent, and Chu Chun didn't have time to check them before refining them all. Although the system space was still consuming a huge amount of energy points, Chu Chun planned to refine all the corpses on the shore while they, especially Shelley, were away, so that it wouldn't be difficult to do some things in front of Shelley. Controlling the water flow, all the corpses on the shore were swept into the lake. The demon dragon gecko had already reached its limit by absorbing the brain marrow of these magical beasts in the previous battle. However, the ghost thorn tree's body seemed to be a bottomless pit, especially its thirst for souls, which had never reached its limit. Chu Chun would first refine it, and then supply the pure soul to the ghost thorn tree for absorption. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 120,000 energy points. Although there were far more corpses on the shore than in the lake, the energy points obtained were not much more because most of them were low-level magical beasts. It takes 80,000 energy points to advance from level 7 to level 8, and I'm still 40,000 energy points short of reaching level 9. Chu Chun didn't expect that the energy points required for this upgrade would increase exponentially later on. If he reached the Spirit Lake stage, the number would increase by hundreds of thousands. At that time, even if there were many magical beasts, it probably wouldn't be enough for him to hunt them. Chu Chun decided not to upgrade for now. He had just upgraded and gained a skill, and if he upgraded again now, the system probably wouldn't unlock any more skills. In that case, the increase in size wouldn't significantly boost his strength. It would be better to wait until he had enough energy points before leveling up twice in a row. It's time to release Shelley and the others. With a thought, Chu Chun released Shelley and the remaining dozen or so members of the Wilderness Clan. Chu Chun then led them all ashore. The wildlings are still unconscious. Elisis's sonic attack targeting their souls was quite painful, and the slight fluctuations in the system space were also beyond their ability to withstand. They will probably remain unconscious for another 3 or 4 days before waking up. Chu Chun had stored the axe and bow that Elesis used in the battle into his system space. These two weapons, especially the bow and arrow that Elesis later used, were incredibly powerful. Although Chu Chun couldn't use them, he could reward them to his future followers. While Shelley was in the system space, her soul power was shielded, and she had no idea what was happening outside. Being suddenly released from the system space left her feeling dizzy. When she regained consciousness, she turned around and looked around. It was completely quiet, except for the distant roars of magical beasts, indicating that the beast tide had passed. How is this possible? How did he defeat Iris? And why have all the monster corpses around us disappeared? Shelley stared blankly at the lake, her heart filled with complex emotions. As for the previous space, She was certain that Chu Chun had built it after obtaining her void stone, but how could he possibly have such methods? Moreover, that space could even store living things. All of this is so unusual, it's simply unbelievable. Shelley was very curious about all of this. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare. With such abilities, he is definitely not just a simple lake ghost. He must be part of some old monster's scheme in this continent of gods and demons, or perhaps even an avatar of some monster. Shelley felt a surge of fear. She had to leave immediately. She'd rather fight those troublesome fire crows than stay with this old monster. What was worse, this old monster had pretended to be ignorant in front of her, and she had been foolish enough to believe him. "Sir, is there anything else I can help you with?" Shelley adopted a very humble posture, afraid of offending Chu Chun. Chu Chun was surprised to hear the haughty Shelley address him as my lord. After a moment's thought, he understood. Shelley must have seen that his recent methods were too shocking and misunderstood him as some important person. But this is fine too. This woman has many tricks up her sleeve, so I might as well use her to my advantage. Thank you for your help earlier, little girl. There's nothing I need you for now. But don't leave yet. There's more to come. Chu Chun's words effectively silenced Shelley's desire to leave, preventing her from uttering the words no matter what. Elise was merely sent by the Elf King to avenge Grandy, and the mastermind behind this beast tide had not yet appeared. Chu Chun still had to prepare for the next battle. Leaving Shelley here would make him a figure in the shadows, while Shelley would be thrust into the open. Then I'll just sit back and watch Shelley and the elves fight, and I'll secretly make my move and be able to capture them. Chu Chun also wanted to take this opportunity to tie Shelley to his side. Shelley knew too many secrets. It wouldn't be enough to kill her to silence her, but he couldn't let her go easily either. "Old monster, you pervert, you insist on dragging me down with you." Shelley cursed inwardly, but dared not resist. She could only hope that the elves who came were not too strong, and that she could defeat them easily, so that Chu Chun would let her leave. Shelley naturally seized the time to recover from her serious injuries, and Chu Chun also took this opportunity to first fill in the lake shore that Elesis had dug out, and then check on the condition of the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko. The ghost thorn tree's previous injuries have been largely healed after absorbing Chu Chun's spiritual water. It later devoured a large number of souls, and is now in a deep slumber. It is believed that when it awakens, it will make great progress. While the demon dragon gecko was exceptionally gifted, it wasn't as monstrous as the ghost thorn tree that grew alongside Chu Chun. After absorbing a large amount of brain marrow, it seemed to have held on and kept running along the shore. Chu Chun found it somewhat amusing, so he used a water-binding spell to tie it up and threw it into the lake, then summoned a ball of spiritual water to wash the body of the demonic dragon gecko. The cultivation of magical beasts relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This water, full of spiritual energy, enters the body of the magical dragon gecko, constantly washing out the impurities and continuously strengthening its physique. A moment later, the magic dragon gecko suddenly rushed out on its own, happily flying through the air and waving its little claws. Chu Chun sensed it, and, sure enough, he had advanced, even advancing 2 levels in a row, directly catching up with him. The upgraded demon dragon gecko's size remained unchanged, which made Chu Chun somewhat doubtful of its name, Demon Dragon. However, it is obviously faster. Even without using teleportation, the speed is so fast that only afterimages can be seen. Alright, stop showing off and go play somewhere else. Chu Chun laughed and scolded, telling the demon dragon gecko to go play somewhere else on the shore. Chapter 23. The Elven People Arrive for Negotiations. A calm lake, a tranquil night. The beast tide was receding into the distance, and roars could be heard from time to time. After this beast tide, this desert will become even more desolate, with nothing but the remaining magical beasts. 6 months, or 7 months, have passed since Chu Chun came into this world. Chu Chun couldn't remember anymore. Prolonged loneliness, mixed with occasional tense battles. Chu Chun couldn't wait to leave this desert and see what kind of wonderful world was outside. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the gecko dragon rested on the broken trunk of the ghost thorn tree floating on the lake, while Shelley sat cross-legged on the shore, meditating. The mysterious bead hanging around her neck emitted a soft glow, appearing extraordinary and mystical. It's finally here. 700 or 800 meters from the lake, 7 elves were heading this way. They were very cautious, stopping more than 500 meters from the lake, and then quickly spreading out to approach the lake from different directions. Shelley opened her eyes at that moment, looking at the enemy approaching rapidly and silently in the distance. They spotted Shelley when they were still 100 meters from the lake. 5 of them approached, while the other 2 remained where they were. Damn it! So many people, and they are all extraordinary elves. The elves are best known to outsiders for their speed and archery. After spotting Shelley, these people stopped approaching. A distance of 100 meters was easily closed or retreated by the speed of the elves. With bows and arrows as their primary weapons, this distance was merely a matter of stretching out their arms. "Who are you?" Lucas asked. He was the captain of this elf squad. Last night, he discovered that the magical beasts coming from this direction had suffered heavy casualties, and several extraordinary magical beasts were missing, so he rushed over. The elven race took this desert cleansing operation very seriously, with each direction being handled by a team of 7 extraordinary level elves, led by 2 legendary level powerhouses. "I am a magician, living in seclusion here to cultivate my skills," Shelley said calmly. Lucas naturally didn't believe such nonsense. Although there wasn't a single monster corpse around, the stench of blood still lingered in the air. "I never imagined that there would be such a powerful mage within the territory of my elven race. My king invites you to visit the elven forest." Lucas pondered to himself that since Shelley was able to inflict such great damage on the magical beasts, and none of the 6 extraordinary magical beasts managed to escape, it was enough to prove her strength. Therefore, he remained quite polite in his words. "No need, I prefer some peace and quiet. Please decline the Elf King's offer on my behalf. In that case, we have no choice but to offend them." Lucas knew this matter was of great importance, and even though Shelley was very strong, he and his 7 companions had to deal with it. Shelley was also ready for battle. If she hadn't been injured, she wouldn't have taken these people seriously, but now she was like a tiger fallen into the plains, being bullied by dogs. Shelley had to be on her guard against attacks from 5 or even 7 people, but she also believed that Chu Chun in the water wouldn't stand idly by. She first chanted a prayer, casting a shield around herself, then took out 2 scrolls and immediately tore them apart. Flash! A blinding light caused Lucas and the others to instinctively close their eyes. Sensing something was wrong, they fired their arrows without even aiming. Wind curse. A hurricane suddenly swept across the ground, deflecting the arrows fired by Lucas and his companions. The 5 of them quickly changed positions, taking advantage of the elves' ability to fly, and completely blocked Shelley from the sky and the ground. Shelley, being a mage, was not good at fighting against multiple opponents. In addition, the elves were too fast, constantly changing positions and shooting arrows with green light from time to time, forcing Shelley into a rather disheveled situation. Fortunately, Shelley was very experienced in combat. She gave herself a speed boost and added several layers of protection, which allowed her to hold on for a while. However, her shield was already teetering on the brink of collapse under the attack of the elves. Judging from Shelley's pale face, it was clear that if this stalemate continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Use water magic. Chu Chen's voice resonated deep within Shelley's soul. Shelley remained expressionless and silently hummed in agreement. With a swift movement, she dodged an arrow shot by Lucas, then used her shield to withstand 2 more arrows fired from the sky, chanting as she cast a spell. Symphony of Water. A series of tinkling sounds came, growing louder and louder until they gradually turned into the sound of surging waves. A large amount of water gushed out of Chu Chen's lake and swept towards Lucas. Just as Lucas and his companions were about to take to the sky to escape, countless ice arrows suddenly appeared from the water, covering a large area. Despite Lucas and his companions' best efforts to dodge, they were still struck by several ice arrows. That wasn't the end of it. Several more water ropes emerged from the waves and rushed towards them. Lucas reacted quickly and dodged them, but the others didn't have time to react and were all dragged into the lake. Lucas then realized that someone was still ambushing them from the lake. He quickly fired several arrows in succession, and the two remaining guards who were on watch in the distance also rushed over to help the others try to cut the water rope, but all their efforts were in vain. It looked like the elves were about to be dragged into the water, and once they were in the water, there was no way they could be saved. Wait, I have something to say. Chu Chen disregarded everything and dragged the elves into the water first, before letting Shelley ask them what they wanted to say. Lucas sensed that the spirits were still there, albeit weakly, and breathed a sigh of relief. What do you want to say? We adults would also like to invite you to visit us on the water. Lucas glanced at the lake and thought, this woman is already powerful enough, but there is actually an adult hiding in the water. Could he also be a legendary being? My lord, you live in seclusion in the lake. We should not disturb you, but recently the Elf King ordered us to clear the desert quickly, so we had to resort to this measure. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you. Do you really think that bringing up the Elf King will make us adults let you off the hook? Shelley said sarcastically with disdain. I wouldn't dare, but I believe that you, my lord, do not wish to make more enemies. In fact, my king's purpose is simply to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring in the desert. If you, my lord, are willing to register with my elven race and maintain communication with my elven race also cherishes peace. This situation was unexpected for Chu Chun. He wondered what the elven race's purpose was in trying to win him over. Chapter 24. The Secret of the War of Faith. It would probably be safer for me to just kill you all. Chu Chen spoke directly with Karuz. Karuz trembled upon hearing the voice from the soul. My lord, we may be as weak as ants in your hands, but we have 2 legendary level leaders above us. I'm afraid they might find us through the location scroll, and it would be bad if we clashed with you. Are you threatening me? Chu Chen's tone turned cold. I dare not. But my elven race loves making friends the most, and I really do not want to be enemies with a strong person like you. Carlos lowered his posture, but his face remained calm and composed. Chu Chen was still a little unsure. How could the elven race's attitude change so suddenly? Even if they were wary of his strength, a legendary level expert was only considered a master to the elven race. They wouldn't be so humble as to fawn over him. Seeing that Chu Chun hadn't reacted for a long time, Shelley seemed to understand something and spoke up to prompt him. My lord, the elves are known among all races for their love of peace. Why don't we talk to them? Perhaps we can become friends. Upon hearing Shelley's words, Chu Chun decisively released the elves he had trapped in the water. The 2 men beside Karuz helped him up one by one, and Karuz bowed deeply, saying, Thank you for your kindness, sir. I apologize for our previous recklessness. Speak, what exactly do you want? Karuz hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I am not qualified to discuss this matter with you, sir. Please allow me to inform Chief Black, who is in charge of this matter, so that he can come and talk to you. Chu Chen thought for a moment. In any case, whether he killed them or not, those 2 legendary level beings would find this place. He and Shelley definitely couldn't deal with legendary level experts, so he might as well play along and pretend to be legendary level hermits to see what the elves were up to. Alright then, send him a message now to come over and talk. Karuz took out a telepathic scroll, reported the situation, and then the scroll automatically burned and destroyed itself. Chu Chun ignored Karuz and the others, while Shelley chatted with them with great interest, taking the opportunity to inquire about some news about the continent. As expected of the god and demon continent, it's truly chaotic. Shelley learned that there were all sorts of beliefs on this continent, forming various different forces, and that ethnicity was not the biggest factor in dividing these forces. Although the Temple of Light, which worships the god of light, is the largest power on this continent, other groups such as the Elf race, which worships the god of nature, the Witch Temple, which worships the god of death, the Beast race, which worships the god of beasts, and the Goblin race, which worships the god of wine, all have considerable power, but are currently lying low. The 2 were chatting when a green light flashed across the sky, and then a figure appeared on the lake shore. This was also an elf, but with a slender physique, beautiful face, and unparalleled elegance. Chu Chen also conjured a water spirit, which emerged from the lake. This must be the reclusive master that Carlos mentioned. My name is Black, and I extend my greetings to you. Blake gave Chu Chun a graceful bow, then turned and gave Shelley a flamboyant smile. Chu Chun returned the greeting and said, "My name is Chu Chun. Please forgive me for having some physical limitations, which is why I can only meet you in this way." Blake smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. But in his heart he was thinking, what's inconvenient about it? This water creature is so lifelike. Even its expression and movements are incredibly realistic. It's clearly showing off its strength. Our king has always been happy to coexist peacefully with the creatures of the desert. Many extraordinary magical beasts in this desert have received the king's favor, but we never expected that there would be a powerful being like you here. I have long heard of the elf race, but this is the first time I have seen real elves. They are indeed as beautiful as the legends say. Chu Chun thought to himself, those two dead elves don't count. After some mutual flattery, Blake finally revealed his purpose for coming. Actually, it's like this. Before long, this continent may experience a chaos that will affect the entire continent. My elf race has always loved peace and does not want the eastern continent to fall into chaos as well. Therefore, we want to reach a consensus with a strong person like you to jointly maintain the hard-won peace and tranquility of this continent. I don't know what kind of consensus you're referring to, and there's nothing I can do to help you. It's very simple. We'll keep in touch with the elves regularly and help them whenever they need anything. Of course, we won't let you help for free. We'll pay you accordingly based on the difficulty of the task. Chu Chun listened and then pretended to be thinking. In fact, what Blake said was indeed something he should think about carefully. It would be unwise to immediately break with the elves, as I don't yet have the ability to fight against the entire race. However, since he had killed Grandy and Elysis of the elven race would find out sooner or later, and when that time came, he would definitely have to fight the elven race again. Forget it. Let's get past this for now. Chu Chun planned to feign compliance with the elves for now, quietly strengthening himself. Perhaps by the time he and the elves fell out, his true rank would have truly reached legendary, and then he wouldn't have to worry about the elves' methods anymore. After discussing some specific details with Blake, Chu Chun agreed to Blake's suggestion. Blake left a telepathic scroll and instructed Karuz to be in charge of contacting Chu Chun. While ostensibly responsible for liaison, it was actually a form of covert surveillance. Chu Chun could guess that in the coming period, he would inevitably face various overt and covert investigations from the elves. However, he was not worried about these things. He had traveled from another place and had never left this land since. No matter how the elves investigated, they would never be able to discover his origins. After Blake and Karuz left, Chu Chun looked at Shelley and asked, "Did something just happen to you?" Shelley nodded and said respectfully, "My lord, you may not know this, but in places like the continent of gods and demons, there is a war for faith every 1,000 years, which lasts for about 100 years. Whoever wins will have the right to preach on this continent for the next 1,000 years, while other faiths can only spread within designated areas. I suspect the 1,000-year mark is approaching soon, and the god of nature will certainly participate in this struggle. That's why the elven race is clearing this desert partly to remove pawns planted by other forces, and partly to win over powerful experts like yourself. A battle for faith? Aren't they afraid I'm sent by another faction? Or that I don't believe in the god of nature, but in some other deity?" Chu Chun was quite puzzled by this. Chapter 25, Starting to Plan for the Future. Upon hearing Chu Chun's question, Shelley couldn't help but doubt her previous judgment. After all, the struggle for faith was an open secret among those at the legendary level and above. How could Chu Chun not know about it? But she still didn't dare to ask too many questions, and instead patiently explained. When you officially join each faction, you need to be recognized by the god they believe in, and if you have other beliefs, the god can definitely sense it. Chu Chun suddenly realized why the elves trusted him so much. It was simply because they didn't need his help yet. When they really needed him to participate in some important elven event, they would naturally force him to undergo testing. A creature that was suspected to be a legendary rank was nothing to them. Are there no beings in this world without faith? As someone who has received higher education, Chu Chun does not have any belief in gods or spirits. Of course there are, but not many, because without faith one cannot receive divine protection, cultivation becomes much more difficult, and even survival becomes a problem. Shelley looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Chuchin suddenly realized that he couldn't find any religious beliefs in Shelley. She had used light magic, as well as wind and water magic, so it was hard to tell what deity she worshipped. Could Shelley be the Aboliever she was referring to? Chuchin had this question in his mind, but he didn't want to ask it directly. Everyone has their own secrets, and forcibly inquiring would only cause resentment. My lord, may I leave now? I am seriously injured and have not yet recovered. The recent forced battles have aggravated my injuries. If I do not receive treatment soon, I am afraid I will not be able to recover. Shelley asked pitifully and cautiously. Chuchin remained silent for a while, then sensed Shelley's body and found that her condition was really bad. Well, she's helped me a lot, so I'll repay her in kind. Chuchin's blessing had already cooled down. Although it wasn't the most effective for Shelley, it was better than nothing. Use skill to bless. A soft white light shone toward Shelley. Shelley initially wanted to dodge, but the moment she was illuminated by the light, she felt a sense of familiarity and went to meet it. Last time, she passively received the blessing while unconscious, but this time she was awake. Shelley felt as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, which was so warm and comforting. The physical and mental fatigue is gradually subsiding, and some minor injuries are slowly healing. The blessing lasted for about 15 minutes, then ended, the white light disappeared, and Shelley was somewhat reluctant to let it go. This is all the treatment I can offer you for now. You may go now, and I hope we'll meet again someday. Looking at the lake, Shelley felt a mix of emotions. She couldn't help but recall the scene of their first meeting and the many days they had fought side by side. Shelley bowed and turned to leave, but a special feeling gradually welled up inside her. She felt as if this place was her home. After walking quite a distance, Shelley finally emerged from the emotions of leaving her hometown and couldn't help but curse Chuchin inwardly for being so cunning, almost bewitching her. Chuchin was unaware that his good intentions had earned him a barrage of curses. Now that one matter was temporarily resolved, it was time for him to examine himself and plan his next steps. The original plan was to kill the elves behind the Beast Tide and earn enough energy points to level up twice and reach LV9. But plans can't keep up with changes, and this path is no longer feasible. This time, I also learned the secret of the war of faith in the god and demon continent. I imagine it will be a bloody battle, so I should prepare in advance. It's still more convenient to have your own power base. Given Chuchin's current status within the lake, many things are difficult for him to accomplish, and developing secretly would be too slow. However, this desert was already sparsely populated with races. The largest magical beasts had been controlled by the elves, and the Wilderness clan was also under the elves' surveillance. There were only a dozen or so Wilderness clan members left, and they were all weak. Chuchin spent a whole day analyzing his environment, the challenges he would face, and possible development strategies, and finally came up with a rough outline. The continent of gods and demons is extremely vast, and the chances of someone as weak as myself being noticed by those powerful figures are very small. At most, only beings like Blake might notice me, but they would not be able to discover my true form. Therefore, my immediate priority is to develop a small, sizable force to act as my representative in dealing with external forces, to win over those unknown or struggling minor races, and to make them work for me to obtain the energy points I need for upgrading. So where should we begin to make a breakthrough? The wildlings should have been the best choice, but currently they have been sent by the elves to contact the Beast Tide and are under the elves' surveillance. It is unknown how many of them will survive this Beast Tide. So it seems that the only other races I can currently come into contact with are ordinary wild beasts. Although both wild beasts and magical beasts are animals, they are essentially two different races. Magical beasts are born with bloodlines that allow them to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, but most wild beasts have thin bloodlines and cannot absorb spiritual energy. Only a very few wild beasts can activate their bloodlines by chance, learn to absorb spiritual energy, and gradually grow into magical beasts. This Beast Tide had a significant impact on the wild animals, but fortunately, the main target of the tide was not them. Since there were so many wild animals, some of the more intelligent ones survived. By this time, a lot of wild animals had gathered by the lake. The rich spiritual energy here was more attractive to them than delicious food. Chuchen planned to try it out first to see if he could help those beasts activate their bloodlines. If he could, it would mean that he had a powerful weapon that would allow him to build a large force in a very short time. This way, one can enhance the strength of one's subordinates, and one can focus on cultivating those magical beasts with strong talents, while ordinary magical beasts can be devoured after gaining a certain level of strength, thus quickly earning energy points. However, before the experiment, he had to make some selections. He summoned the wildlings. Gordon was dead, so the leader of these dozen or so people was Tyrion. Chu Chun instructed Tyrion to search for some powerful and intelligent wild beasts near the lake. Although the beast tide was not over yet, with the elves' instructions, the area within a kilometer radius of the lake was still quite safe, and because of this, quite a few wild beasts had gathered there. Hunting wild beasts is a daily routine for the Wilderness clan, especially since these dozen or so people have already reached the mortal rank, so hunting wild beasts is nothing to them. In just half a day, these dozen or so people had captured dozens of carefully selected wild animals. Chapter 26. Success. The beginning of an ambitious man. Looking at the wild horses, bison, and elk in front of him, Chu Chun was somewhat perplexed. Faced with the mere presence of Tyrannosaurus, a fourth-level mortal, these beasts were already filled with unease. Could these beasts truly be cultivated into magical beasts? Chu Chun had no idea. Try it for a week. If it doesn't work at all, we'll have to try something else. Chu Chun transported the refined, spiritually potent water into a pre-dug pit on the shore, and then had Tyrion drive the wild beasts inside. In fact, there was no need to drive them away. The moment these wild beasts saw the spiritual water pit, their eyes blazed with a deep longing, and now they were rushing into the pit in a frenzy. While observing the condition of these dozens of wild beasts, Chu Chun changed the spiritual water as needed. After an afternoon, half of the beasts were no longer able to absorb any more spiritual energy to reach saturation, so Chu Chun drove them out. By nightfall, only a wild horse and a deer remained, their bodies still passively absorbing spiritual energy. Of the more than 20 wild beasts, only 2 were left capable of completing the first step of spiritual energy cleansing and marrow purification. It would be even more difficult to get them to learn to absorb spiritual energy on their own afterward. However, having taken the first step, it was impossible to give up halfway. By midnight, all the beasts had reached saturation in terms of the spiritual energy they had absorbed. So Chu Chun had Tyrion and the others drive the wild beasts to run quickly along the edge of the lake to exhaust their strength. They ran until dawn, when the beasts collapsed on the shore, exhausted. Chu Chun then prepared spiritual water for them and let them enter it. This continued for a month. During this time, 10 wild beasts made absolutely no progress when they were halfway through, and Chu Chun had no choice but to give up on them. Although the remaining dozen or so horses were absorbing less spiritual energy each day, they didn't stagnate. After a full month, even the last wild horse could no longer absorb spiritual energy, and Chu Chun finally stopped the grueling training. These beasts had been a source of both love and hate for Tyrion and his companions lately. The allure of spiritual energy was too great, but Tyrion and the others were utterly exhausted from chasing them every day, sometimes all night long. However, it is precisely this high-intensity training that leaves them in a state of extreme exhaustion. Only after being stimulated by spiritual energy can their bodies actively absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise, if they are left to soak in the spiritual energy water, very little spiritual energy will be able to enter their bodies. These dozen or so wild beasts are now far beyond ordinary wild animals, especially the wild horse and the elk, which are only one step away from becoming magical beasts. All they need to do is activate their bloodlines and learn to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth on their own. But this step was not something Chu Chun could help with. They had to rely on themselves. However, Chu Chun had one last trick up his sleeve, which could give them one last bit of help, a blessing that could be used once a month. Chu Chun summoned Tyrion and the others. These members of the Wilderness clan had been helping Chu Chun train wild beasts recently, which had been quite arduous. However, since they cultivated elemental power, Chu Chun's spiritual water could no longer provide them with any assistance. The blessing skill has no limit on the number of people, so this time we'll invite them all together for a large-scale blessing. A dozen or so wild beasts and a dozen or so members of the wild tribe stood together. The wild tribe members and these beasts had become quite familiar with each other during this time, and they waited quietly for each other. A white light emanated from the lake and landed on the beasts and the Wilderness Clan. The Wilderness Clan were originally Chu Chen's loyal followers, so they naturally benefited the most. Many of them saw their aura rise steadily and successfully broke through. If Tyrone had reached the 5th level of the mortal realm, he would be even more powerful than the High Priest. From Tyren and the others, streams of faith power emerged again, but this faith power was once again blocked by the system. Their loyalty level had almost reached the maximum, and now, even if Chu Chun ordered them to die, they would carry it out without hesitation. Although those wild beasts had not yet developed intelligence and naturally did not believe in Chu Chun, they were still greatly benefited from Chu Chen's blessing because of their low level of cultivation. Leading the pack was the wild horse, which let out a roar and began to gallop uncontrollably along the lake shore. Red flames suddenly ignited on its 4 hooves, and the wild horse ran faster and faster, with the flames on its hooves burning more and more intensely. Chu Chun sensed that something was wrong, so he quickly gathered 4 balls of spiritual water and attached them to the wild horse's 4 limbs. It turned out that the wild horse had awakened its bloodline, but its body couldn't withstand it. If Chu Chun hadn't intervened in time, its limbs would probably have been burned. Now, with the support of the spiritual water, the red flames are still burning, but they have been taken over by the wild horse. Before long, the first magical beast bred by Chu Chun will surely appear. Judging from the flames on its limbs, it should be the red flame wind chaser, which is quite practical. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully raised a magical beast. Reward: 1,000 energy points. There's even an energy point reward. This is a truly unexpected surprise, making Chu Chun quite excited. After this success, future breeding will be on a large scale. If tens of thousands of magical beasts are bred, wouldn't that generate millions of energy points? Chu Chun suddenly felt as if he owned a mind, and had the feeling of becoming a nouveau riche. Before long, the elk also awakened its bloodline, and green light emanated from its 2 large antlers. This time, it did not need Chu Chun's help, and the elk quickly mastered the green light. It should be the wood spirit deer. It has a certain group healing effect, so it can be used as a healer. As time passed, more and more beasts awakened their bloodlines, but not all of them succeeded. One lion awakened an extremely domineering bloodline, which even Chu Chen's spiritual water could not help it overcome, and it ultimately died during the bloodline awakening. In the end, of the 16 blessed beasts, 7 failed to awaken, for died, 3 were crippled, and only 9 successfully awakened. While successfully awakening one's bloodline doesn't guarantee advancement to a magical beast, it's undoubtedly the most perilous step. Even with these wild beasts being nourished by Chu Chen's spiritual water, resulting in significant improvements in all aspects of their bodies, the success rate was still less than 50%. Therefore, the success rate for naturally awakened bloodlines is even lower. After being slowly nourished with spiritual water for 2 or 3 days, these awakened beasts finally stabilized. The next step was to provide them with an environment rich in spiritual energy, allowing them to gradually master the absorption and use of spiritual energy. Looking at the 9 quasi-magical beasts, Chu Chun felt a surge of pride and anticipation for the future. The number of ordinary wild beasts in this world far exceeded the number of magical beasts, meaning he could have a continuous supply of troops, enough to build a massive force. Chu Chun believed that he was not the first to think of using spiritual water to train and cultivate magical beasts, but the major powers had never done so, partly because there were already quite a few magical beasts on this continent, and it would be much faster for them to directly cultivate them. Secondly, this method requires a large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate wild beasts into magical beasts on a large scale, so it is more cost-effective to directly cultivate magical beasts. Chapter 27. Rapidly Expanding Scale. Only Chu Chun, who possessed both an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy and the inability to acquire large quantities of magical beast resources, was able to attempt this path of using spiritual energy to transform wild beasts into magical beasts. Moreover, Chu Chen's next step is to evolve into a lake of spiritual energy, at which time he will possess even more abundant spiritual energy resources. Having learned from the first experience, Chu Chen expanded the scale for the second time, having Tyren and the others find 100 wild beasts and dig dozens of ponds to begin the training together. At the same time, Chu Chen was also slowly nurturing Tyren and others. These remaining dozen or so were originally the strongest geniuses in the Desolate Clan, and after Chu Chen's blessing, they became even more outstanding. However, since the Wilderness Clan had been in decline for several hundred years and lacked sufficient foundation, they did not achieve the same outstanding cultivation levels as the geniuses of other major clans. Now, Chu Chen possesses the memories of several extraordinary level mages, whose cultivation experiences and insights are all in his mind and can be retrieved at any time. After organizing the information, Chu Chen directly transmitted it to Tyren and the others through his soul, especially the cultivation experiences of Grandy and Elysis. Since they shared the same origin and race as Tyren and the others, their experience was invaluable. Chu Chen even gave Elysis' bow to Tyren. Although it lacked specially made arrows, it could greatly enhance its combat power when paired with ordinary arrows made by Tyren himself. Despite having the experience from the previous training program, only about 20 animals successfully awakened this time. Moreover, as time went on, these beasts were all the best selected by Tyrone and others, making the chances of success even smaller. However, Chu Chen didn't care, because there were simply too many wild beasts, and these successfully bred magical beasts could increase the chances of their offspring awakening through the next breeding. The first batch to awaken, especially the Crimson Flame Wind Chaser and the Wood Spirit Deer, have successfully become mortal-level magical beasts. With the help of Chu Chen's boundless spiritual power, they are about to enter the second level of the mortal level. Chu Chen discovered that, as expected, the magical beasts that had successfully awakened with his help had an innate sense of affinity towards him. Even the water creatures he had conjured were recognized and would come closer to him. Chu Chen entrusted all these magical beasts to Tyren, because the wildling's instinct was to deal with magical beasts, and they also knew how to communicate with them. Chu Chen asked Tyren to go with them and bring his own tribe over. 2 days later, Tyren returned to the lake with the Red Flame Wind Chaser and the Wood Spirit Deer, followed by a vast herd of wild horses and deer. The next day, Chu Chen used the same trick again, sending out more than a dozen members of the Wilderness Clan at the same time, along with the awakened magical beasts, to lead their clans to the lake area. Chu Chen designated a territory for each clan, prohibiting them from fighting each other. Although these beasts may not be the strongest, there are successful precedents. Bringing them here first and having them drink lake water daily will gradually improve their physical condition. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's cultivation task did not stop, but he no longer needed to interfere. He only needed to provide a certain amount of spiritual water every day, and the rest was handed over to Tyren to take charge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raising a magical beast. Reward: 1,000 energy points. He had received such system notification sounds several times since the Red Flame Chasing Wind Horse successfully advanced to a magical beast, and to him, the sound was like heavenly music. Take another look at your system panel. Host: Chu Chen. Identity: Lake. Level: LV7. Energy: 175,000 points. Skills: Spring Breeze and Rain LV6, Water Binding LV6, Water Arrow LV7, Ice Cage LV7, Blessing, on cooldown. Now we can finally upgrade. Chu Chen's anticipation stirred up several waves. System: I want to be promoted 2 levels. Beep, upgrade successful. Suddenly, huge waves surged on the lake. Tyren, who was on the shore, had already been warned by Chu Chen and ordered the magical beasts to organize the ordinary wild animals to retreat. This time, the area of Chu Chen Lake has reached tens of thousands of square meters, and it stretches as far as the eye can see. Such a large lake means that each of Chu Chin's attacks carries the power of water from a radius of 100,000 meters. Even an extraordinary person would find it extremely difficult to withstand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 9 Lake and unlocking Skill Awakening. Awakening can help a creature awaken the hidden bloodline within its body and can only be used once a month. Chu Chun was overjoyed. This system was indeed very user-friendly. It would deliver whatever he urgently needed. With this skill, he could greatly speed up the progress and success rate of his monster breeding. Chu Chun could already foresee that one day in the future, he would raise his arm and call out, and hundreds of thousands of magical beasts that were originally just ordinary wild animals would roar, a scene that would be even more spectacular than this beast tide. However, Chu Chun still needed to carefully plan how to cultivate magical beasts on a large scale without being discovered by the elves and other forces. Looking at the lake before them, Tyren and the others felt even greater admiration for Chu Chun. In their hearts, Chu Chun was an omnipotent god. As Tyren and the others knelt down and devoutly worshipped Chu Chun, the magical beasts behind them, though not yet understanding the meaning, also prostrated themselves on the ground in a similar manner. An even greater power of faith gathered on Chu Chun and then dissipated into the world. At that very moment, in another part of the desert, a kind-looking middle-aged man was treating the wounds of a demonic tiger. Although this demonic tiger was of the transcendent level, it was as docile as a sheep in this person's hands. Its huge mouth, which was larger than a human head, was open, allowing this person to pull out a bone stuck in its mouth. Suddenly, a compass-like object on the man's body flashed. The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy, and he stood up to leave. The demonic tiger, however, rubbed against the middle-aged man's leg reluctantly. The middle-aged man didn't even turn his head. With a casual flick of his right hand, a beam of light flashed, and the demon tiger's head flew off, its body falling to the side. And the direction he was heading was precisely where Chu Chin's lake was located. Chapter 28. Bloodline Awakening, the Noble Wilderness Clan. After unlocking the Bloodline Awakening skill in the system, Chu Chin immediately summoned Tyren and the others. The boys, who had initially seemed quite immature, had matured considerably after months of training, especially Tyren, who, as the pillar of the wildlings, was now gradually becoming capable of handling things independently after leaving the high priest. Furthermore, Gordon's death had made him even more taciturn. Lord Chu, is there anything you need us to do? Tyren's faith in Chu Chun has reached 100%. Now he only wants to serve Chu Chin well and protect the remaining members of the Wilderness Clan. Let me first talk about what I've gained from raising monsters over this period of time. When the topic of monsters came up, Tyren's face lit up. He had personally helped raise these monsters, and they were very friendly to him. He treated them like his own children. Reporting to Lord Chu Chun, in the past 2 months, we have cultivated a total of 56 magical beasts, including 2 level 3 mortal magical beasts, 18 level 2 mortal magical beasts, and 30 level 1 mortal magical beasts. This level of magical beasts wouldn't be of much use to Chu Chun, but everything is difficult at the beginning, especially since Chu Chin already has awakened skills, and the next training will likely be on a much larger scale. Temporarily halt the monster breeding work. There's something we need you all to accomplish together. Please speak, Lord Chu God. We will certainly complete it, Tyren and the wildlings behind him said devoutly. I know you wildlings were originally part of the elven race, specifically responsible for breeding and training magical beasts. I wonder how much of that skill you still possess today. Tyren hesitated for a moment upon hearing the question, then looked back at his tribesmen before speaking. We have been away from the elven race for too long. When we hear from the elders, we know that many things were left behind by the elven race. Most of what they brought out was passed down from their predecessors through words and deeds. However, the younger generation is not up to par. Their strength is too weak, and they have not been able to learn all the skills. Now there are not many left. It would be very difficult if I didn't know anything about this. I have absolutely no experience in training magical beasts, Chu Chin thought to himself, frowning. But he was still unwilling to give up and wanted to see just how far the Desolate Clan could go. Can you also train magical beasts to fight together? Tyren scratched the back of his head, shook his head, and said, "We only know some basic animal husbandry skills, and we haven't studied combat training because we haven't had the chance to use it for so long." Chu Chen's heart sank. Without specialized personnel to train them, no matter how many magical beasts he cultivated, they would only be a rabble and would hardly form a powerful fighting force. Seeing that Chu Chun remained silent for a long time, Tyron tentatively asked, somewhat fearfully, "Lord Chu, if you really need people who can train magical beasts, perhaps I can go back to the Wilderness Clan's main camp. There should still be some elders who know these skills, but they weren't useful to us back then, so they didn't teach them." Chu Chen thought about it and realized that it might actually be possible. It was just a pity that the high priest could no longer be contacted, so now all he could do was send Tyron back to check. "All right, ride the red flame-chasing wind horse. Go early and come back early, and be careful. If you encounter any dangers on the road that you can't handle, just silently say my name 3 times in your heart." In fact, whether the Wilderness Clan's main base can still be preserved is a question. With the scale of this beast tide being so large, Chu Chen doesn't believe that the Elf Clan would specifically protect the Wilderness Clan. To them, the Wilderness Clan is nothing more than a tool. So Tyron's trip was actually dangerous, but the method of training magical beasts was very important to Chu Chen, so he had no choice but to let Tyron risk going back once. However, there is one more thing to do before going back. Sit down on the ground, separate yourselves, for I have something to give you. Upon hearing this, Tyron and the others quickly spread out and sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking that Chu Chen was about to bestow blessings upon them once again. Use the skill, Awaken. This time, however, it was completely different from the blessing. It was no longer a soft white light, but a blood-red light that entered their bodies and burned like flames from within, spreading throughout their entire bodies. Sit still and be patient. There will be great benefits. Chu Chen's voice rang in their ears, like the best tranquilizer. Although everyone looked pained, no one got up or shouted. They all tried their best to endure it. This pain lasted for an hour, and everyone's animal skin coats were soaked with sweat, as if they had just been pulled out of a lake. However, everyone noticed that their bodies had undergone a tremendous change, with a pair of wings appearing behind them. But unlike the small, white wings of the elves, these people's wings were the same color as the sand in the desert. This is elven bloodline. We've actually turned back into elves. But why are they somewhat different from the elves? It's better that we're different. We're not some kind of elf race. We're the wild race that worships Lord Chu. The members of the Wilderness Clan discussed the matter with a mixture of surprise and joy, but Tyron quickly knelt down by the lake and kowtowed to Chu Chen. "All right, get used to the current situation, and then you can set off, Tyron. The rest of you can stay here for now, and keep an eye on those magical beasts to prevent them from fighting." "Yes, Lord Chu Chen." Tyron and the others left happily, while some who were still immature began to test their new wings. Chu Chen watched the departing members of the Desolate Clan, feeling somewhat puzzled. I don't know why these barbarian tribes were banished to this desert back then, and even stripped of their bloodline. It's important to know that not every elf possesses wings. Those who awaken their bloodline and gain wings are descendants of royalty and hold extremely high status within the elf race. For example, Grandy had wings, but Elysis did not. These barbarian tribes, who were considered lowly by the elves, were all able to grow wings after awakening their bloodline. Although their colors and appearances varied, it was enough to prove the nobility of their bloodline. The matter of awakening the bloodline of magical beasts still needs to wait for Tyron to return before it can be carried out on a large scale. Therefore, Chu Chen was temporarily free again. Suddenly, he saw the magical dragon gecko jumping around on the body of the ghost thorn tree. I wonder what would happen if I used awakening on the little gecko once. However, Chu Chen guessed that with the demon dragon gecko in its current state, it would be very difficult for it to undergo a second awakening. The ghost thorn tree had only awakened half a month ago and had indeed advanced to the 8th level of the mortal realm. Fortunately, this time it was finally overpowered by Chu Chen and finally had some of the authority of a master. However, this time it didn't use Chu Chen's spiritual water to quickly grow its trunk. Instead, it went underground to vigorously develop its root system. Presumably, It understood that the taller the tree was above ground, the larger the target it became, and the easier it was to destroy it. Chapter 29. The Arrogance of the Temple of Light. Chu Qin never interfered with the growth of the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko, because he knew nothing about the cultivation of magical beasts and plants. In addition, since both of them were mutated species, if he rashly interfered, it might backfire. It was better to let them decide for themselves. Chu Qin's role is simply to provide as much help as possible and offer some advice at crucial moments. Seeing the thriving scene on both sides of the lake, I realized that I had finally gotten on the right track after arriving in this place. After Tyron brought back the method of monster training, the next step was to secretly carry out large-scale monster breeding and training. In addition, the food source for so many magical beasts is also a problem. Inevitably, there will be some conflicts with other magical beasts belonging to the elf race. Therefore, I need to try my best to get away and divert the elf race's attention away from me. When Chu Qin had nothing to do, he liked to follow the ripples on the water caused by the gentle breeze to observe the fish swimming in the water plants on the shore, and the magical beasts on the shore. This is a world of diverse creatures, or at least it seems so. However, how could these creatures at the bottom of society have any idea that they are merely slaves for the gods to harvest faith, being fought over by different gods time and time again? Just as Chu Qin was clearing his mind and pondering the problem, he sensed that another uninvited guest had arrived today. He was in no hurry. Those who could sense him in advance generally couldn't detect his presence. The newcomer, dressed in a red robe and carrying a strange compass, was quite surprised to see such a large lake. He looked around as if searching for something, and then, following the compass's directions, found the wild tribesman playing with magical beasts. "Young man, what is your name?" The man in red robes had a special kind of friendliness. Even strangers would feel a sense of closeness upon seeing him. "My name is Connie. Uncle, is there anything I can help you with?" Connie asked, riding on the back of a magical beast. The man in the red robe smiled gently and asked, "I'm looking for your owner. Can you tell me where he is?" Connie shook his head. This was something Tyron had strictly instructed him to do. No matter who inquired about Chu Qin, he was not allowed to reveal anything. Although Connie was relatively young, he was not an ignorant child. He also had great respect for Chu Qin, so he was very vigilant about anything related to Chu Qin. Seeing that the boy, who was only 13 or 14, refused to tell him, the man in the red robe patted his head and asked another person. He asked 3 or 4 people in a row, but no one answered him about Chu Qin. The red-robed man's actions finally alerted all the members of the Wilderness clan. Although they subconsciously felt that the red-robed man was a good person, they began to be wary and no one wanted to say another word to him. The man in the red robe stiffened slightly. He rubbed his hands together, his smile fading, and muttered to himself as he addressed Connie, who had spoken first. "Since none of you are willing to tell me, then I'll have to see for myself." After he finished speaking, a strong white light burst forth from his body. Connie was bathed in this light, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. He leaped off the back of the magical beast and walked towards the red-robed man. The others realized something was wrong and tried to stop it, but they couldn't get into the area covered by the light and could only watch anxiously from the outside, while the monsters roared. Chu Qin heard many of the Wilderness clan's inner prayers. In fact, he saw it all. Now he was certain that the man in the red robe was after him. He had originally intended to observe the man in the red robe secretly to find out what he was up to, but he didn't expect that the man would directly attack Connie. It seemed that he wanted to use some kind of magic to search for the memories in his soul. At this point, Chu Qin had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, if the red-robed man learned too many secrets, he would be even more difficult to deal with. A loud bang rang in Connie's mind, instantly snapping him out of his daze. Looking at the red-robed man's smile, he suddenly felt a chill and quickly ran backward. The man in the red robe was expelled from Connie's soul world. Seeing Connie trying to escape, a blade of light instantly slashed towards him. Just as the light blade was about to cleave Connie in two, Chu Qin's water arrow collided with it and destroyed it. The man in red robes looked at the water figure that Chu Qin had conjured, and his smile widened. "You've finally shown up, you mouse hiding in the back." Chu Chen didn't care about the red-robed man's provocation. He was only curious about how this person had found him. "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" The man in red robes strolled leisurely toward Chu Chen, replying with a smile. "I may tell you. I am a member of the Divine Judgment Team of the Temple of Light. My name is Christy. You have been spreading the belief in an evil god without authorization. Today, in the name of the God of Light, I will judge you and sentence you to death. I will also force the other believers to convert." Although Christy was smiling, his self-important demeanor and the words he spoke sent chills down one's spine. I wonder what kind of forced conversion of faith it is. Naturally, we should change what can be changed, and let what cannot be changed disappear into the light. Christy glanced at the compass in her hand and continued with interest. "I'm quite curious how you or the God behind you temporarily blocked the power of faith. Although I found this place with the faith compass, I couldn't sense a trace of faith at all. Could it be that your God is dead?" Chu Chen looked at the compass in his hand. It was something very similar to the one used by feng shui masters in his previous life. He never expected that this kind of thing in this world would have such a magical function, actually able to locate the position of the power of faith. Because we don't have any gods or so-called beliefs here, you've probably come to the wrong place. Impossible. This is the judge's order, and the compass of faith cannot be wrong. Even if it is wrong, you can only blame your bad luck. Under the light, no darkness is allowed to exist. You dark believers, prepare to be judged by the light. As soon as Christy finished speaking, a scroll appeared in his hand. He tore it open, and a holy sword of light appeared. The water spirit that Chu Chen conjured was killed by the holy sword without making any struggle. Seeing the puddle of water on the ground, Christy's smile vanished. Thousands of ice arrows suddenly emerged from the lake, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Christy knew something was wrong as soon as she saw the ice arrows. He quickly tried to distance himself and escape, but he was unexpectedly intimidated by an overwhelming aura. When the aura disappeared, his limbs were bound by 4 water ropes. His usually calm and smiling face was finally filled with terror. He began chanting, and a halo gradually formed in front of him. But Chu Chen didn't give him time to chant slowly. Thousands of ice arrows shot towards him in an instant. The unprepared light ring barely held for a moment before breaking through. When the noise ended, Christy was already riddled with holes, her body smashed to pieces. Chapter 30 Byron's plea for help. He devoured Christy's body, but at the extraordinary level 8, the system rewarded him with 10,000 energy points, which was just an appetizer for Chu Chen. He also gave the soul and brain to the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko. Through the memories gained from the absorption, Chu Chen learned a great deal about the Temple of Light, especially about the Divine Judgment Team, an organization within the Temple of Light specifically established to address heretical beliefs. Christy was just one of its members. He also figured out how Christy had found him. It turned out that the Temple of Light had created a compass capable of detecting the power of faith between heaven and earth, able to sense the existence of faith within a certain range. The power of faith generated when those barbarian tribes knelt and worshipped him was sensed by Christy's compass. Fortunately, Chu Chen's system could block the power of faith, so Christy only got a vague location, and it took more than 2 months to finally find the lake. However, this is also a very thorny issue. With the war of faiths about to begin, the original owners of this continent will definitely keep a close watch on other faiths on this continent in order to maximize their advantage. Besides powerful deities like the elves, who cannot act openly, they naturally have to eliminate those with no real foundation, such as Chu Chen, who has no divine faith. Although Christy is dead this time, there's no guarantee that the Temple of Light won't discover her next time she generates faith power. For the time being, Chu Chen could only try his best to restrain the Wilderness clan and not allow them to kneel and praise him. This would prevent the generation of faith power as much as possible, but it would also not be conducive to increasing the loyalty of believers. They must grow as quickly as possible, at least to the level of the elves, in order to confront the Temple of Light head-on. Given Chu Chen's current situation, he can only play it safe and develop his strength cautiously, then deal with whatever comes his way, since he has no way to escape. Tyron has been gone for a week now. I wonder how he is doing. Tyrone's loyalty to me is 100%, and I can see what he sees directly through the system, but that would consume energy points. The situation in Tyren is quite important to Chu Chun right now, as it relates to his next strategic deployment. Therefore, Chu Chun still used some energy points to check on how things were going in Tyren. Chu Chun's mind was stirred, as if he had two bodies. On one side, he could sense the situation on the other side of the lake, and on the other side, he could see what Tyren saw and what he thought. The wildlings' main camp was located in a secluded mountain valley, with watchtowers and hidden outposts built on higher ground on all sides. Some simple houses were built in the valley for the wildlings to live in. However, when Tyrone entered the valley, he found the watchtower empty. He called out to them in the way they had secretly agreed upon, but no one answered. Tyrone knew that something must have happened. He rushed into the valley, only to hear shouts echoing through it. Bloodstains were everywhere. Many houses had collapsed, and there were also the hordes of barbarians on the road, their faces torn apart. Many members of the wild tribe were still hiding in the valley, pursued by several cunning hellhounds. Chu Chun had encountered the hellhound, a magical beast, not long after he came to this world. It was the first magical beast he ever hunted. This is an extremely evil and cunning creature that treats the wildlings as playthings, chasing them all over the valley and occasionally biting off the head of a running wildling with one of its heads. Chu Chun sensed Tyrone's anger, but there were 5 hellhounds here, all at the 7th and 8th levels of the mortal rank. Tyrone, after his bloodline awakening, was now only at the 6th level of the mortal rank. This battle was likely to be more dangerous than victorious. Tyron did not hesitate, but he was not impulsive either. Instead, he took the bow and arrow from his back. The bow was given to him by Chu Chun, and the arrows were made from the bones of other magical beasts. He hid behind a house and quietly aimed at a hellhound that was baring its ferocious teeth and biting a fallen barbarian child. Tyrion didn't act until the stench of the hellhound reached the child's nose. The arrow was as fast as a shooting star. Before the hellhound could react, it had been pierced through the head. It turned its other head to locate the enemy that had ambushed it, and just as it was halfway through its turn, another arrow suddenly arrived. With 2 arrows piercing its head, the hellhound, which had just been arrogantly chasing the barbarian tribesmen, fell into a pool of blood. Hearing the commotion, the other hellhounds immediately looked over. When they discovered that their companion was dead, they were shocked and searched everywhere for Tyrion's location. After Tyrion fired the 2nd arrow and confirmed that Cerberus was dead, he moved to another hiding place. The hellhounds outside had long lost their playful and chasing interest. They were all focused on searching for Tyrion's whereabouts. As a hellhound passed by the house where Tyrion was hiding, the hellhound casually struck, collapsing half of the house. Sand and other debris rained down on Tyrion, almost covering him, but he remained completely still. Only after the hellhound had passed did Tyrion suddenly release the arrow he had been holding. The arrow pierced through both of the hellhound's heads. The hellhound did not die immediately, but charged towards Tyrion's position behind it. Although it only made it halfway before collapsing, the remaining 3 hellhounds discovered Tyrion's location and all charged in that direction. At this point, Tyrion had no time to hide anymore. He jumped out of the house, flapped his wings, and flew into the air. Taking advantage of the air, Tyrion fired 3 arrows in quick succession, killing another hellhound. However, he was unable to dodge in time and was hit by the attacks of 2 other hellhounds at the same time, causing him to fall down. Tyrion, who had fallen to the ground, was completely powerless to fight back and could only call out Chu Chun's name in his heart. Chu Chun had actually been waiting for his call for a long time. Seeing that he could no longer hold on, he used the divine descent, a privilege that only believers with 100% loyalty could enjoy, through the system. Tyrion felt a sense of ease in his soul, and his body began to move beyond his control. He felt like an observer, watching his body stand up, and then with a wave of his hand, several ice arrows appeared out of thin air, pinning the 2 hellhounds to the ground. Take care of things here as soon as possible, and bring the rest of the Wilderness clan over. Chu Chun gave a brief instruction and then returned control of the body to Tyrion. Chapter 31. Bringing back the method of monster training. The wildlings suffered heavy casualties in this disaster. and it remains to be seen whether Tyron can find the inheritance of monster training. Chu-Chen didn't intend to watch any longer. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Returning his attention to the lake, he first summoned all the remaining members of the Wilderness Clan and sent them to survey the terrain throughout the desert, draw up a map, and pay special attention to the dangerous and hidden places. Since Chu-Chen wanted to cultivate his own power, his primary task was to avoid the eyes and ears of the elves. The environment of this desert was not suitable for the elves to live in, and its area was extremely vast, so there were still many places that the elves did not know about. This is precisely why the elves orchestrated the beast tides to cleanse the area, rather than taking matters into their own hands. There are places even they cannot reach, such as the Demon Cave deep within the desert, which harbors powerful magical beasts that defy the elves. Another example is the Whirlpool Desert to the south, where many underground races live, and the elves are unable to detect them all. However, all of this was within the elven race's expectations. What they needed to guard against was someone like Chu-Chen who suddenly appeared. 3 or 4 days later, Tyron finally returned, followed by more than 200 members of the wildlings. They carried simple equipment and ran towards the lake, their faces showing both the joy and sorrow of surviving a disaster. Although the Wild Clan is not a large clan, it originally had several thousand people. Some of them died in this beast tide, and others were called away by the Elf Clan and never returned. After being slaughtered by several hellhounds, only a little over 200 people remain now. Tyron led the wildlings to kneel on the lakeshore, about to praise Chu-Chen, but Chu-Chen quickly stepped in to stop them. All right, from now on you must not kneel down to praise, just silently in your hearts, and I will be able to feel it. The moment the words are spoken, they will be perceived by heaven and earth, and this world is controlled by the God of Light. I don't want to face the God's judgment team of the Temple of Light again so soon. When the barbarian tribesmen brought by Tyron saw that Chu-Chen did not allow them to kneel down and praise him, they thought that Chu-Chen was unwilling to accept them, and for a moment they were somewhat fearful and uneasy. Tyron knew that it was Chu-Chen's idea to bring back the remaining members of the Wilderness Clan, so Chu-Chen would naturally not refuse them. He turned and gave his people a stern look. He was now the strongest in the tribe, and many had witnessed him easily slay magical beasts along the way. Moreover, after awakening his bloodline, he possessed a natural authority in the eyes of these ordinary members of the Wilderness Clan, and his words carried more weight than those of the former high priest. God Chu, I've brought back what you requested. Tyron turned around and helped an old man step forward, saying this. Chu-Chen's senses swept over the old man and found that his bodily functions had severely deteriorated. So he gathered a ball of spiritual water to nourish his body. The old man felt more comfortable than ever before. Even the disability in his right leg from years of hunting had improved considerably. He could straighten his back and had much more strength. He shook off Tyron's hand that was helping him up, knelt down on the ground, but still remembered Chu-Chen's request and kept praising God Chu in his heart. All right, tell me. Chu-Chen had no interest in listening to these meaningless words of praise. The old man glanced at Tyron and slowly said, My name is Bradley. I am a master in the tribe who is responsible for teaching hunting skills. As for the method of training magical beasts to fight that you asked for, my father taught me some of it when he had nothing else to do. There are also some magic scrolls that have been passed down from my ancestors, but I have never used them and do not know what is recorded in them. It's better to know something than to know nothing. Chu-Chen thought to himself. Chu-Chen glanced at the 3 or 5 scrolls the old man had taken out, and with a sweep of his soul power, he was able to easily read their contents. These are scrolls specifically used to store information, and there is a limit to the number of times they can be read. These scrolls are only available for the last time. Presumably, people from the Wilderness Clan in the past have already seen them and found that they were not of much use to the Wilderness Clan, so they have been passed down and no one has read them anymore. The first scroll tells the history of the Elven race, which gave Chu-Chen some insight into the Elven race, a potential future enemy. But this wasn't what Chu-Chen needed most right now. He looked at the second scroll, which contained some strange tales and was of little use. He opened 4 scrolls in a row but didn't find what he was looking for until the last scroll, where he finally found the treasure. The fifth scroll records how the wildlings raised and trained magical beasts for battle when they were still part of the elf race. It also records several magical beast battle formations, which were extremely powerful. Indeed, these scrolls are very useful. I will pass on the methods of training magical beasts to you and Tyron. You two will be responsible for teaching them to others. I require all members of the Wilderness Clan to learn how to train magical beasts. Afterwards, you will be given even greater tasks. Chu Chun transmitted the methods of raising and training magical beasts to Bradley and Tyron, urging them to quickly prepare to promote and pass them on. In the future, the number of monsters will be at least tens of thousands. These few hundred wildlings will also be responsible for breeding, training, and fighting, so the manpower will be barely enough. On the night that Tyron and the others returned, the people Chu Chun sent to survey the terrain and draw maps also returned one after another. With their strength, they could not go too far. Within a 10,000-meter radius of the lake, they discovered 4 or 5 relatively hidden places that were very suitable as a base camp. However, some areas have already been occupied by powerful monster hordes, and if anyone wants to take them over, a battle is inevitable. The next morning, which was also the first day of the new month, Chu Chun gathered everyone together to prepare to restart the monster breeding program. First, following Bradley's advice, they chose the offensive leopard and the defensive rhinoceros, both of which are relatively common in the desert and easy to find. Moreover, the leopard has the potential to grow into a flame leopard after awakening its bloodline, which is fast and powerful, while the rhinoceros can evolve into an armored rhinoceros, which has extremely strong defense and also considerable offensive capabilities. Furthermore, the Red Cloud Chasing Wind Horse clan excels at long-distance running and can be used to deliver messages and serve as mounts. Additionally, the Wood Spirit Deer clan has excellent group healing effects and can be used as a logistical support force. With the 4 groups identified, preparations could begin for a relatively well-organized magical beast army. Later, Chu Chun hoped to cultivate an aerial force, but it was difficult to find large flocks of birds within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around him. Chapter 32. The Establishment of the Sinking Sand Army. On the shore of the vast lake, a dark mass of wild beasts stood. Under the intimidation of hundreds of magical beasts, these beasts remained quiet and made no noise. Chu Chun stirred up waves in the lake, and clusters of spiritually powerful water surrounded the wild beasts, rapidly strengthening their physiques. This spiritual energy supply lasted for 3 days. After all the beasts had reached their peak condition, Chu Chun made his move. Use the skill, Awaken. Beams of red light shot into the bodies of the beasts, and their bodies began to undergo miraculous changes. One leopard gradually grew larger, and its originally black fur began to turn red. With each breath, flames faintly spewed from its mouth. A rhinoceros's entire body began to glow with a dark sheen, and as it rubbed against its fellow rhinoceroses, it produced a metallic sound. Wild horses and wild deer are also awakening their own bloodlines. This includes the Wilderness Clan members who had not awakened before, who also participated in the Bloodline Awakening this time. Seeing that the Bloodline Awakening had reached a critical moment, Chu Chun activated the skill for the second time without hesitation. Use the skill to grant a blessing. Soft beams of white light shone on all the creatures on the shore, and instantly some wild beasts awakened their bloodlines, while some members of the wild tribe successfully grew 2 pairs of wings. This awakening lasted for more than 5 hours before all the creatures were fully awakened. Despite Chu Chun's help, not all of the more than 5,000 beasts that participated in the awakening were able to awaken successfully. Only more than 3,000 were ultimately successful. A short while later, after taking stock of all the creatures involved in the awakening, Tyron reported to Chu Chun. Reporting to Lord Chu Chun, a total of 5,000 beasts participated in the awakening this time, and 4,000 of them were successfully awakened. Among them, there were 800 flame leopards, 200 shadow leopards that were accidentally awakened, 1,200 ironclad rhinoceroses, 1,000 red flame wind-chasing horses, and 800 wood spirit deer. Chu Chun was fairly satisfied with the result. Although there were fewer flame leopards, the shadow leopards were an unexpected bonus and could be used as surprise weapons for ambushes. So, How is the awakening progress for your Wilderness Clan? A total of 220 members of the Wilderness Clan participated in the awakening, of whom 200 were successfully awakened, but only 40 were of royal blood. This was beyond Chu Chen's expectations. He originally thought that all these wild people had awakened royal bloodlines, but now it seems that this is not the case. Only a few people have royal bloodlines, and many others are just ordinary elf bloodlines. You take the Wilderness Clan and properly restrain all the magical beasts. Once they have adapted, proceed to those locations to begin training according to the original plan. Chu Chen selected 4 suitable locations near the lake from the ones he had previously surveyed, to serve as secret training bases for the Wilderness Clan members to try out training. With specialized training methods and the fact that these magical beasts were only at the first level of the mortal realm, the Wilderness Clan members, though few in number, should be able to control them. Moreover, the magical beasts that Chu Chen bestowed upon them with bloodline awakening and blessings are extremely loyal to him, so there is no need to worry about them rebelling. In order to train these magical beasts in actual combat, Chu Chen specifically required that each of the 4 teams must bring back at least 1,000 corpses of other magical beasts every month. Otherwise, the team would be disqualified from receiving the blessing every month. With such a reward and punishment system, each team can train with all their might. Although it may be tiring, the monthly bathing in spiritual water and the blessing are enough to offset the fatigue of the month. Chu Chen became incredibly wealthy overnight after raising these magical beasts, acquiring 4 million energy points in the system. He quickly upgraded himself to LV10, intending to advance directly to the Spirit Lake level, but he discovered that things weren't so simple. It turns out that advancing to a Spirit Lake isn't just about having enough energy points. Chu Chen also needs to refine the water in the lake himself, converting it all into pure spiritual energy water. Only then can it be upgraded to a Spirit Lake. This is outrageous. How long am I supposed to spend refining all this water? Chu Chen felt a pang of sadness over the vast expanse of water he had once been so proud of, and now all he wanted to do was cry. However, he easily guessed the reason for the system's requirement. The process of refining spiritual water was also a process for him to become more familiar with his own body. He believed that after such a refinement, Chu Chen would be able to truly understand himself. Only in this way could he begin the next step and open up new tributaries. Chu Chen, who used to have nothing to do except fight monsters and level up, is now very busy every day. Although he is refining spiritual water from morning to night, the drop in the lake's water level is negligible. It'll probably take at least several months, Chu Chen sighed as he worked. He could afford to wait a few months. After all, training with magical beasts also takes time. During this time, he also upgraded all his skills to the maximum level. When he got tired of refining spirit water, he started to think about how to combine these skills. He actually managed to develop several combos, which were even more powerful than before. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and winter has arrived in this world. The desert doesn't snow in winter, but the wind is strong, and it's exceptionally cold. The 4 magical beast troops sent out for training have successfully completed the tasks assigned by Chu Chen in the past 2 months. Although the magical beasts suffered some losses, quality is more important than quantity in an army. 1,000 elite soldiers are far stronger than the 2,000 magical beasts in the Beast Tide. The monster corpses they brought back were first consumed by the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko before being thrown into the lake for Chu Chen to devour. In 2 months, with 8,000 demonic beast corpses collected, the cultivation levels of ghost thorn tree and demonic dragon gecko also increased rapidly. Now, Ghost Thorn Tree has caught up with Chu Chen and reached the 10th level of the mortal realm, while Demonic Dragon Gecko is close behind, at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Of the original 4,000 magical beasts, only 3,000 remain. With Chu Chen's boundless spiritual power and blessings, the lowest level is now the 2nd level of the mortal rank, and the highest level is the 5th level of the mortal rank. There were over 200 members of the Wilderness Clan, among whom Tyron was at the 7th level of the mortal realm, and the others were at the 4th or 5th level. This was mainly because the desert environment was not suitable for them to cultivate elemental magic, and the spiritual energy provided by Chu Chen was not of much help to them. On the contrary, It was a panacea for magical beasts. However, the Wilderness Clan has a unique method for training magical beasts, and with Chu Chin suppressing them from above, these magical beasts are all obedient and would never dare to disobey orders. After today, all the magical beasts will gather together to begin training and form the Sandstorm Army. You must master a battle formation within a month, and we will see your results next month. After completing this month's blessing, Chu Chin announced this to all the Wilderness Clan members and magical beasts at the same time. The establishment of the Xinsha army also signifies that Chu Chin has taken the first step in building his own power. Chapter 33, The First Expedition, Utter Annihilation. After another month of hard work, Chu Chin's lake has visibly shrunk considerably. To outsiders, this might seem like a normal phenomenon during the dry season in winter. When Tai Ren returned with his formidable Xia family army, Chu Chin was somewhat shocked. These are over 3,000 magical beasts, not 3,000 people. To train them to this level is truly remarkable. Especially compared to the magical beasts in the previous Beast Tide, Chu Chin felt that the abilities of the Tyran and other wild races were extraordinary. It seems that he will need to increase investment in them in the future. Treat me as your enemy and show me your battle formation. Chu Chin planned to personally test the power of this magical beast battle formation. He conjured hundreds of ice arrows, each possessing the power of a 5th-level mortal, and shot them toward the army of demonic beasts. Following a series of commands, the armored rhinoceros stepped forward to block the front of the group, while the wood spirit deer behind it cast healing spells, managing to withstand the attack. The ice arrows struck the armored rhinoceros's tough hide, making a clanging sound, and all the ice arrows broke off on the armor. Even if some ice arrows accidentally hit unprotected areas, they recovered quickly thanks to the wood spirit deer's healing. Chu Chin was fairly satisfied, but he still needed to increase the pressure a bit more to see how powerful the battle formation was. He conjured thousands more ice arrows, while countless water ropes emerged from the lake and surged toward the Sandstorm army. Tai Ren remained calm and composed, directing the armored rhinoceros to remain at the forefront, while the fire leopards behind it spewed flames from their mouths. The red flame wind-chasing horse galloped swiftly through the ranks, helping the other magical beasts resist the water ropes. This round of attacks was easily intercepted by the Sandstorm army, which means that this Sandstorm army of more than 3,000 magical beasts can at least withstand the attacks of several thousand mortal level 5 beasts. Of course, this is just a simple test. Real battlefield combat is much more unpredictable. Their actual combat strength will depend on their performance in real battles. Chu Chin had already chosen opponents for them. During the previous exploration of the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around the lake, there was a very dangerous canyon occupied by a 2-headed snake clan, which numbered about 2,000 snakes. Their strength was comparable to that of the Sandstorm army, but the Snake King was a level 9 mortal magical beast, which made them more troublesome. West of the lake is a canyon inhabited by a 2-headed snake. Tyran, you take your men and occupy that canyon. From now on, that will be your base camp. Chu Chin assigned this task to Tyran, who immediately led the Sandstorm army to the canyon where the twin-headed serpent was located. Fearing something might go wrong, Chu Chin sent the Demon Dragon Gecko along, so that the Demon Dragon Gecko could help in case of any unexpected events. The magical dragon gecko hadn't done anything for a long time, and this time, having finally received a task assigned by Chu Chin, it jumped for joy. Now it has finally grown quite a bit, and is almost like a dragon, but its personality is still like that of a 4- or 5-year-old child, which is far inferior to that of the Ghost Thorn Tree. The Ghost Thorn Tree has now caught up with Chu Chin in cultivation, and its intelligence is no different from that of a normal adult. However, it has been thinking about how to upgrade its Ghost Thorn Tree recently, so it rarely appears. Over there, Tyran led over 3,000 magical beasts on his first expedition. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the canyon, he did not rush to continue, but instead sent 3 shadow panthers to check the situation. This highlights the uniqueness of the wildlings. They are able to communicate simply with magical beasts, allowing them to act as scouts. After a while, Shadow Panther brought back news that the 2-headed serpents were all resting in the canyon, and only then did Tyrion order the Sandstorm army to advance at full speed. The two-headed snake, though no longer hibernating in winter like ordinary snakes, is still generally reluctant to move around much in winter. Right now, it's lying on the rocks in the canyon, enjoying the brief ray of warm sunshine. Suddenly, the two-headed snake king seemed to sense something, raised its body, and hissed. Hearing this, the other two-headed snakes also rose up and slithered towards the shadowy areas on both sides of the canyon. When Tyrion led his troops into the canyon entrance, most of the two-headed snakes had already hidden in the shadows. Only a few two-headed snakes followed the Snake King, standing upright and staring intently at Tyrion and his uninvited guests. Without saying much, Tyrion immediately ordered an attack. The Sandstorm army formed a serpentine formation and charged into the canyon. Along the way, two-headed snakes kept charging out from both sides of the river, either directly or spewing highly venomous liquid, but they were all intercepted by the armored rhinoceros, and the venom was burned away by the flames of the fire leopard. Soon the group rushed to the two-headed Snake King. The Snake King angrily stretched out its body and charged towards Tyrion, but Tyrion did not confront it head-on. The originally snake-shaped group instantly turned into a circle. No matter how the two-headed Serpent King tore and spat venom on the outside, it was blocked by many of the Sand Army's demonic beasts. Two-headed serpents kept rushing out from both sides of the canyon, but they could not break through the Sand Army's circular formation. Tyrion, positioned in the very center of the group, had already drawn his bow and nocked an arrow, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the Snake King. The opportunity came quickly. The Snake King, which had been blocked from entering, finally became enraged. It opened its huge mouth, intending to swallow an armored rhinoceros whole. However, the armored rhinoceros was too large, and although it did swallow the Snake King whole, it hindered the Snake King's agility. Tyrion once seized the opportunity and fired a series of arrows, hitting the Snake King directly in the eye. This is the Snake King's most vulnerable spot. Its eyes were hit, and the Snake King writhed in agony in the canyon. Even many two-headed snakes were accidentally injured by it. Tyrion then commanded the Sandstorm army to change their battle formation, dividing them into small teams to take the initiative in attacking and killing the twin-headed serpent. The Snake King, which had gone mad and was no longer visible, was easily pierced 7 inches by a single arrow from Tyrion and fell onto a large rock in the canyon. The dragon gecko followed along, initially eager to try its luck with the ferocious two-headed snake, but upon seeing how easily Tyrion manipulated it, its disdainful gaze towards Tyrion changed. Half an hour later, the canyon fell silent. Tyrion ordered a portion of the sandslingers to remain in the canyon, while the rest took the two-headed serpent's corpse and returned to the lake. In just one day, Tyrion returned to Chu Chin's lake with part of the Sandstorm army and more than 2,000 corpses of two-headed serpents. After throwing all the monster corpses into the lake, Tyrion led his troops back to the canyon, where they would need to make some arrangements as a new camp. Now, only 4 or 5 members of the Wilderness clan and a few Crimson Flame wind-chasing horses remain at the lake, mainly to relay Chu Chin's orders. All the other magical beasts and Wilderness clan members have gone to the canyon, which will be their base camp for quite some time. The magic dragon gecko returned with Tyrion, but it was sullen because it hadn't had a chance to fight. Ever since the ghost thorn tree advanced this time, it no longer played with it like before, so for a while it couldn't find a playmate. Seeing its behavior, Chu Chin knew that the demon dragon gecko was naturally playful and couldn't be restricted too much, so he allowed it to roam freely within a radius of 10,000 meters around the lake. This area, spanning tens of thousands of meters, is where Chu Chin's Qinsha army trains, and it has been explored by the Wilderness clan many times, so it is relatively safe. Although Chu Chin did not attend the first expedition, the fact that the Qinsha army was able to easily defeat the two-headed snake clan was enough to demonstrate their considerable strength. The next step was to continue expanding their scale and cultivating elites. Chapter 34, Massive Expansion, the astonishing discovery of the ghost thorn tree. Under Chu Chin's guidance, the lakeside became like a monster production line, with a steady stream of monsters being sent there every day. Chu Chan would then awaken their bloodlines and send them to the canyon for training by Tyren. Reporting to Lord Chu, the valley 3,000 meters west of the lake, where the Hellhound clan was entrenched, has been captured by our army. Reporting to Lord Chu Shan, the Sandwolf tribe, located 4,000 meters east of the lake, has been completely annihilated by our army, and the sand dunes they occupied have been occupied by our army. Reporting to Lord Chu Shan, the Horned Lizard tribe 2,000 meters away in Hubei has been annihilated by our army. The mud pit they occupied was not suitable for our army to live in, so it was not occupied. People from the Wilderness tribe riding Red Flame, chasing wind steeds, kept coming to Chu Chun to report various news, mostly good news about the Sandstorm army, led by Tyren. The original canyon gradually became insufficient, so Chu Chun had Tyren occupy several more strategic and secluded locations, while the original canyon was used as a training ground for new recruits. Reporting to Lord Chu, the number of successfully awakened magical beasts has reached 30,000. Shall we continue breeding them? Tyren now wore a suit of sturdy armor, carried a bow and arrows on his back, and held a spear made of animal bone in his hand, looking quite imposing. It's just that this is a bit too primitive, but there's nothing we can do about it. The wild tribe is small, and they live in the desert for a long time, so they're not much different from monsters. In Chu Chin's memory, the major cities on this continent were also very prosperous, and the dwarves, who were most skilled at crafting weapons, made armor that was much more imposing and magnificent than the one on Tyren's body. We've already got this many. Let's slow down for now and only capture the more unusual beasts to awaken their powers. We'll leave the ordinary ones for now. Chu Chan felt that the current scale was about right, because the maximum capacity in this area of 10,000 miles was only 30,000 beasts. Any more than that would not only cause the magical beasts to consume too much resources every day, but also make the Wilderness clan somewhat short-handed. Moreover, Chu Chan also had to be wary of the elves, since this desert was still under their surveillance. Lucas might still be stationed on the outskirts of the desert, and Lucas might also come to Chu Chen's area at any time. Although Chu Chun had strictly ordered Tyren to control these magical beasts and keep them well hidden, if there were too many of them, they would still inevitably be detected. During this time, you will train another 10,000 elite soldiers from these 30,000 magical beasts to form a separate army. You must ensure secrecy and not let anyone know the location of your camp. Chu Chin thought about it, and still felt it was a bit too risky. The recent commotion caused by the Xinsha army was quite significant, and there was no guarantee that some extraordinary magical beasts might have discovered the activity. If the elven race found out, the other 20,000 magical beasts could be abandoned at any time, while the 10,000 elite soldiers newly selected by Tyren were his own capital. Yes, Lord Chu, I will train 10,000 elite soldiers for you as soon as possible. Tyren always listened to Chu Chen's words without question. Even so, the scene of 30,000 magical beasts arriving one after another at the lakeside at the end of each month to receive Chu Chen's blessing was quite spectacular. What was most surprising was their disciplined military bearing, which was comparable to that of human armies. With Chu Chen's monthly blessings and spiritual water offerings, both the Wilderness clan and the magical beasts are growing rapidly. Even Tyren has reached the 8th level of the mortal rank, and some of the magical beasts have reached the 7th level of the mortal rank. However, since these magical beasts evolved from ordinary wild animals, their potential is relatively limited, and they may never reach the extraordinary level in their lifetime. Chu Chan was still refining the lake water without stopping. The lake area had already shrunk by nearly half, and would soon be completely refined. When Chu Chan advanced to the Spirit Lake level, it would surely be an earth-shattering event. Master, I found something strange. Please come and take a look. This is the voice of the ghost thorn tree. Due to their symbiotic relationship, it now frequently communicates with Chu Chan directly through their souls. Chu Chan was quite surprised. His ghost thorn tree was now working hard to grow its roots deeper into the ground every day. It said that the deeper the roots, the more stable its foundation would be. Even if the tree trunk above was destroyed in the future, as long as the roots were still there, it would not die. Could there be some treasure underground? Following the roots of the ghost thorn tree, Chu Chen's perception extended downwards, and at a depth of several tens of meters underground, he saw the very tip of a ghost thorn tree root system. Is this the place? Chu Chun was somewhat puzzled, as he didn't sense anything unusual here. The roots of the ghost thorn tree seemed to shake as if they were shaking their heads. Not here, it's still downstairs. I was worried about something unexpected happening inside, so I came out first. So the ghost thorn tree led Chu Chun deeper and deeper, down to several hundred meters underground, where Chu Chun finally sensed something special. In front of the ghost thorn tree, there were layers of soil that had not yet been cleared, but Chu Chun could clearly sense that the soil layer was not very thick, and he could also hear roars coming from the other side. Could there be another race lurking underground? Chu Chun was genuinely surprised. After all, there were other creatures living just a few hundred meters below his own lake, and he hadn't even known about them. It certainly looks like that, and I estimate there's quite a lot of space inside. I've encountered this situation with several of my roots, and I haven't dared to break through this layer of soil. Ghost Thorn Tree is now acting with extreme caution, which is completely at odds with the extremely evil evaluation given by the system back then. It's really not easy to break through this layer of soil directly, since we don't know what's inside. If we break through it, a large number of creatures might rush in, which could have some impact on Chu Chun's lake, or even damage the root system of the Ghost Thorn Tree, which could cost him his life. Chu Chun thought about it for a while. This was indeed a tricky matter, and he dared not act rashly. In the end, Chu Chun decided to first have the Ghost Thorn Tree pierce a small hole, and then control the water flow to explore the situation. After all, it's quite normal for water to flow underground, and even if there are intelligent beings underground, they wouldn't suspect that someone on the surface is spying on them. Following Chu Chun's plan, the Ghost Thorn Tree carefully made a small hole and then immediately withdrew. Chu Chun then controlled the water in the lake to flow down along the Ghost Thorn Tree's roots. When the water entered the small hole, Chu Chun became even more cautious and tried to control the flow rate as much as possible. Finally, Chu Chun's water flowed through the small hole and entered a completely new world. It's amazing that I didn't notice this place was so close to me. Hearing Chu Chun's exclamation, the Ghost Thorn Tree nearby was very curious but dared not rashly follow him inside to take a look, its heart itching with curiosity. Chapter 35. The Underworld, the Abandoned Race. As Chu Chun controlled the water flow out of the small hole pierced by the Ghost Thorn Tree, what was exposed to his senses was an underground world. This world is vast, far beyond Chu Chun's current perception. It is at least several thousand meters long. There is also an underground river that meanders into the distance. On both sides of the underground river are jagged rocks and stalactites. The sound of splashing water occasionally rose from the underground river, indicating that animals were entering the water. Soon after, the sounds of tearing and biting could be heard, suggesting that many creatures also lived in the underground river. At the top of the underground world, countless bats hung, their red eyes sending chills down one's spine. The stream of water controlled by Chu Chun was flowing down the rocks and into the underground river. Instantly, he felt a dizzying sensation and lost his senses. Undeterred, Chu Chun increased the flow of water, and after several attempts, he finally managed to maintain his senses in the underground river. The underground river was very deep and the current was very rapid. Following the current, he could sense that the creatures at the bottom of the river seemed to be more abundant than those on the shore. Moreover, most of the creatures here were quiet, but when they hunted, they were fierce and often killed each other. Chu Chun deliberately explored downwards and found that the deeper he went, the faster his perception in the dark river decreased, and he even sensed the aura of a transcendent-level magical beast. In the end, Chu Chun withdrew his perception and controlled the water flow to stop flowing into the underground river. Instead, the water flowed towards the shore and continued along the rugged bank for several hours before he heard the sound of human voices. Could it be that humans can still survive underground? Chu Chun quickly glanced over and discovered that these were not humans, but 7 or 8 races with rather peculiar appearances. These 7 or 8 creatures each had only one eye and a horn on their head. Their lower bodies were similar to those of humans, except that their skin was the color of rock. The one-eyed creatures were riding on the backs of rock monsters, confronting a strange fish in the water. The one-eyed creatures held fishing lines or similar objects, firmly tied to the strange fish. However, the fish was incredibly strong, and even 7 or 8 one-eyed creatures could not pull it ashore. Moreover, the strange fish made a strange, piercing cry, and the one-eyed creature tightened its grip even more upon hearing it, appearing very anxious. Suddenly, a rock monster sitting on a one-eyed creature fell over. The strange fish in the water exerted a sudden force, pulling the fallen one-eyed creature directly into the water. Fortunately, the one-eyed creature next to him reacted quickly and grabbed his leg, managing to stop his body on the shore. "Stanley, hang in there," the one-eyed monster who grabbed his leg shouted. However, the situation was originally evenly matched between the strange fish and the one-eyed monster. Now that one person was missing, the strange fish had gained the upper hand. It was clear that if the 7 people did not let go, they might all be pulled into the water. But none of the 7 people were willing to let go. "McGee, maybe we should give up." One of the one-eyed monsters spoke. "Give up? If we give up this opportunity, how will we explain it to the whole tribe? Do you want to watch the whole tribe starve to death? If this stalemate continues, these 7 people will be devoured by fish in less than 5 minutes." Chu Chun sensed that these people were all only at the first level of the mortal realm, and the leader was only at the second level of the mortal realm. However, the rock monsters beneath them were all at the second level of the mortal realm. As for the strange fish in the water, they were 5th-level mortal rank magical beasts. These people actually dared to target them. These people are quite intelligent, but their strength is a bit low. However, they are able to control rock monsters that are higher level than themselves. They seem to have some skills and may be able to be used by me. Chu Chun increased the force of the water flow, since all his skills lay in the water. Just as these people were about to be pulled into the water, at the critical moment, Chu Chun used only the water arrow technique. A water jet suddenly pierced the strange fish's body, killing it instantly. The immense pulling force from the water also disappeared, while the several one-eyed monsters on the shore narrowly escaped with their lives. Everyone else patted their chests in relief, but McKee remained calm, ordering the others to quickly pull the strange fish ashore before solemnly looking around and surrendering himself. Seeing McKee's state, the others understood the strangeness of the fish's sudden death. The creature that could kill the fish with a single blow must be an even more powerful one, and perhaps the group would still be doomed. Looking at them like this, Chu Chin couldn't help but feel sorry for these weak races. They couldn't even control their own lives, and could only blame themselves for constantly living in fear between life and death. "No need to look anymore. I saved you. You poor creatures." Chu Chin's voice rang in the minds of all the one-eyed monsters, causing them to look around in utter horror. Upon hearing the sound, McKee quickly jumped off the rock monster and knelt down. Seeing this, the others, though not understanding what was happening, quickly followed suit and knelt on the ground. "I don't know which great person helped us. You saved our entire Earth Spirit clan. Please allow me to express our sincerest gratitude to you on behalf of the Earth Spirit clan." McKee knelt on the ground and said very sincerely, but he was actually quite uneasy, wondering whether the adult who was helping them was acting out of kindness or had ulterior motives. "Earth Spirit clan, how long have you lived here, and how many of your people are there?" "Reporting to your excellency, according to our clan's records, we have lived here for nearly 1,000 years, and there are still more than 10,000 people in our clan." McGee dared not hide in front of such a powerful creature and could only report the truth. "Take me to your tribe's territory. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I might even be able to help you. Tell me about this underground world on the way." "Sir, aren't you from the underworld?" McGee was somewhat shocked. Chu Chun was also taken aback. "Have you never seen people from the outside world?" Hearing Chu Chen's words, McKee was even more certain that Chu Chun was not from this world. He said excitedly, "Never, sir. Since birth, our elders have told us that there is a world outside with sunshine, trees, and wind and rain, but we can never get out, and no one outside can get in, because our God is dead. The gods of all creatures here are dead. We are an abandoned race." As McKee finished speaking, his voice grew lower and lower, and everyone else lowered their heads as well. They had all heard this story and had an infinite longing for the outside world, but they knew that it could only exist in their imaginations, and because they had never seen it, even imagining it was a luxury. Chapter 36. War Criminals, Chu Chen's Unique Nature. Following along with McKee and the others, Chu Chen controlled the water flow to keep up, ensuring he always had a water supply to avoid any accidents. From the supplements provided by McKee and others, Chu Chen learned about the basic situation of this Earth Spirit clan and the distribution of some nearby forces. The Earth Spirit clan was banished to this world approximately 1,000 years ago after the death of their Earth Spirit god, whom they worshipped. They have been unable to leave ever since. Furthermore, they are unable to cultivate. Only a few with exceptional talent automatically possess mortal-level strength upon reaching adulthood. Fortunately, after hundreds of years of effort, their ancestors found the nearby rock monster tribe, who were of low intelligence. The two weak tribes began this strange, symbiotic relationship, relying on each other to live together in this dark underground world. Because there is no sunlight in the underground world, many plants cannot survive, and many of them are highly poisonous. Therefore, most races in the underworld are primarily carnivorous, which leads to frequent battles between them and extremely sharp hatred between them. Besides intelligent races, there are many magical beasts. These magical beasts are able to adapt quickly to the underground environment, so they are often more powerful. Most intelligent races have to retreat to a very small area and hunt cautiously. Every day, people who go out to hunt are killed. As they talked, McKee and his group arrived at their tribe's territory. It was in a very small crevice at the bottom of a cave. McGee and the others had to bend over to get in, while the rock monsters couldn't get in at all. They lived in the cave above. Through the cracks in the rocks lies a fairly spacious, sunken valley, but it still feels cramped for nearly 10,000 people living here. However, Chu Chen could understand that the crevices in the rocks outside could block most large creatures, and only in this way could the Earth Spirit clan have a relatively safe living environment. Chief, we're back. This time we brought back the Megalodon, and an esteemed person said they'd like to come and see us. Surrounded by the crowd, McGee walked up to a middle-aged man, directed the group to place the giant toothed fish on the ground, and then stepped forward to speak. The middle-aged man glanced at the fish on the ground, looking somewhat surprised. Then, noticing the wounds on the fish that clearly couldn't have been inflicted by McKee and the others, he quickly asked, "Sir, where are you? Hurry up and invite him over." Before Meiji could introduce him, Chu Chen's voice rang directly in the patriarch's mind. "Chieftain, please forgive my impertinence. I'm just curious about this place." The clan leader was startled when he heard the voice in his mind. He glanced at McKee, who was also looking at the clan leader. McKee clearly knew that the clan leader must have heard Chu Chen's voice, but he couldn't explain this strange phenomenon either. He could only point to the flowing water that had been following him behind him, indicating that this might be Chu Chen. The chieftain looked puzzled when he saw the trickling stream. He had never heard of a race whose bodies were a stream. "You don't need to be curious. This stream of water is only part of my body. My main body is much larger than this." Although the clan chief was still somewhat confused, he dared not ask any more questions and instead nodded respectfully. "I came to your tribe by chance and met McKee and the others on the way. You can call me God Chu. Now, tell me about the origin of this underground world." Upon hearing that Chu Chen's title contained the word God, the clan leader already suspected that this great man might be a deity. When he heard Chu Chen inquire about the origin of this world, he became even more convinced that this great man might indeed be a deity from the outside world, and only a deity could enter the underground world from the outside world. Reporting to Lord Chu, "No one knows when this world was created, but our race has been here for nearly 1,000 years. However, our race is not the earliest race in this world. It is said that some races have been here for nearly 10,000 years. There is a legend that has been circulating among us intelligent races. The legend is that we are all war criminals. Our gods died in the war, so we were banished here, never to leave, never to cultivate, and are left to perish in nature as punishment for starting the war." Chu Chen was greatly astonished. This underground world was actually a prison. What kind of war was it that even gods would die in battle? And who had such powerful energy to banish so many races to this underground world? The Earth Spirit Clan chief said that no one in this world could get out, and no one else could get in. So why could he move freely? Once again withdrawing his senses from the underground world, with a trickle of water acting as an intermediary, Chu Chun was indeed able to control his entry and exit at any time. After confirming that there was nothing special at the entrance, Chu Chun let the ghost thorn tree, which had been waiting somewhat bored, give it a try. The ghost thorn tree carefully placed a root into the air raid shelter it had dug itself, and everything went smoothly. However, just as its roots had fully penetrated the underground world, the ghost thorn tree felt a strange force rapidly eroding its roots. The ghost thorn tree had no ability to resist, and could only abandon that section in terror, breaking it off directly. The ghost thorn tree felt no pain whatsoever, which terrified it. "What's going on, master?" As soon as my roots entered the underground world, a mysterious force began to erode me. I had no choice but to sever my roots. There are such things. Chu Chun himself did not encounter any abnormalities, which was really strange. Chu Chun could only attribute it to his own system. However, this also proves that what the Earth Spirit Clan chief said was true. Creatures from the outside cannot enter, and those inside cannot leave. But I'm an exception. I can come and go freely. If I build an underground river, will the creatures in the river also be able to come and go freely? I think the master's idea makes a lot of sense, but we can't rush things now. We should develop slowly and figure out the situation of this underground world first. Chu Chun nodded. What Ghost Thorn Tree said made sense. After all, the situation in this underground world was complicated. If he really opened up a way to freely enter and exit from here, he would definitely be the first to be affected. He could only start to open up this passage if he could ensure that he could get the maximum benefit. On the other side, the chieftain of the Earth Spirit Clan was still recounting what he knew about the origin of this underground world, the development of their Earth Spirit Clan over the past 1,000 years, and the situation of the nearby territory they controlled. Chu Chun had a better understanding of the situation. At least the creatures in the vicinity weren't very strong. The only thing he couldn't be sure about was the underground river. No one knew how powerful the creatures inside were. Chapter 37. I am your new god. The Earth Spirit Clan chief was very attentive in inviting Chu Chun to the place where they worshipped their gods. Although their gods had long since died, this place was still the most sacred place for the entire clan, and only the high-ranking members of the Earth Spirit Clan were qualified to enter. Yet now, he was respectfully inviting a stream of water into it, which was quite a comical scene. Chu Chun sensed his surroundings and saw that the statue of the Earth Spirit Clan's god was a cyclops, enormous in size, wielding a giant axe, with yellow light emanating from its single eye. The statue now looks lifeless, clearly because the deity has passed away. May I ask, Lord Chu, did you come to this world from outside? The Earth Spirit Clan chief appeared somewhat reserved. After all, the creature before him was someone who could easily decide the life and death of more than 10,000 clansmen. That's right, I did come from the outside world, but I've already tried, and there is no other creature that can get in or out except for me. Upon hearing this, the Earth Spirit Clan chief did not show any disappointment. Clearly, he had long since given up hope of leaving this world. So, Lord Chu, you really are a god? Looking at the hopeful expression on the Earth Spirit Clan chief's face, Chu Chun understood what the chief was thinking. It's simply that the old gods are dead. In this godless land, if they can find a new god who can freely enter and leave this world, then they will have a foothold in this world, and it's not impossible for them to gradually become powerful and eventually dominate the region. However, this was exactly what Chu Chun wanted to do. He also wanted to use the Earth Spirit Clan to explore this complex and mysterious underground world for himself. He didn't believe that the Temple of Light or the elves outside would be completely unaware of such a large underground world. They must have some way of monitoring it, or even being able to enter it. Yes, I could say I am a god. In a sense, Chu Chun, who possesses a system, is almost like a god. Upon hearing Chu Chun's affirmative answer, the chief of the Earth Spirit Clan was immediately overjoyed. He quickly pulled the clansmen beside him, who were still shocked by the news that Chu Chun was a god, and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the stream that Chu Chun had brought. Although Chu Chen didn't know whether the power of faith generated in this underground world would be detected by the Temple of Light, he didn't want to take the risk, so he immediately stopped the Earth Spirit Clan chief. Wait, don't rush to praise me. I understand what you're thinking. It's not impossible for me to protect you, but you must obey my requirements. The Earth Spirit Clan chief quickly replied. As long as our Earth Spirit Clan can continue, Lord Chu Shun will do anything you ask. Chu Chun was quite satisfied with this attitude. Although he had played a little trick by prioritizing the continuation of the Earth Spirit Clan, this showed that he was not inherently bad. The first requirement is that you may only praise me in your hearts, and you may not perform any rituals to worship me or erect any statues. Yes, we have remembered. My second requirement is that I will increase your strength, but you must fight for me in this underground world. Yes, we have remembered. The third requirement is that my existence must be kept strictly confidential and not told to any outsiders. Otherwise, I will abandon you immediately. Yes, we have remembered everything and will definitely follow Lord Chu's requirements completely. Under these three requirements, one can basically ensure that they remain hidden in the shadows and are not discovered. Then today, you should inform the clansmen of these three requirements, and tomorrow you should gather all the clansmen together. After giving the order, Chu Chun temporarily withdrew his senses from the underground world. Upon returning to the surface, Chu Chun instructed the ghost thorn tree to temporarily halt its deep-rooted activities. After all, no one knew the extent of the underground world or how many entrances it had. At least the ghost thorn tree had already discovered 3 or 4 suspected locations. However, Chu Chun anticipated that not every place could lead to the entrance to the underground world. If that were the case, the underground world would no longer be a secret, and Chu Chun would have a complete lack of recollection of it from the memories he had previously absorbed. Perhaps the location of my lake was originally an entrance to the underground world, or perhaps my arrival disrupted the rules between the surface world and the underground world, resulting in this loophole that caused so many entrances to appear beneath my lake. Regardless of the situation, Chu Chen should not act rashly before he has figured things out, especially since the ghost thorn tree had already suffered a loss once before. Although the loss was not significant, the eerie feeling it gave him still left a considerable shadow in his mind. Unable to go deeper, the ghost thorn tree could only continue to take root further away. Although its body grew in the lake water, its root system did not continue to extend along the direction of the lake, but instead stretched towards the land. Chu Chun continued to refine the spiritual water for a day and a night. The next day, he increased the intensity of the water flow into the underground world, forming a small lake within the territory of the Earth Spirit Clan. All the Earth Spirit Clan members had gathered densely around the small lake. The giant toothed fish that Maki and the others had brought back the day before had also been pulled up. This was their best food at the moment, and they planned to offer it to Chu Chen today. I, Chu Shun, am your new god from this day forward. Your clan chief has already told you my requirements. Since you worship me as a god, I will give you what you desire: food, territory, and power. Chu Chen's voice resonated deep within the souls of every Earth Spirit clan member present. Because of Chu Chen's demands, no one knelt down. Instead, they silently praised Chu Chen's greatness in their hearts. Today, I bless you, and I hope that you will gain strength. Use the skill to grant a blessing. Beams of white light shone upon the Earth Spirit Clan. Bathed in this gentle light, they forgot their hunger, their pain, and the fact that they were in an endless, dark underground world. A power arose from the depths of their hearts and then quickly spread throughout their bodies. Every member of the Earth Spirit Clan emitted a yellow light, which was the Earth Spirit Clan's unique Earth defense and also the mark of their entry into the first level of the mortal realm. In this underground world where cultivation is impossible, only the exceptionally gifted members of the Earth Spirit Clan can naturally enter the mortal realm upon reaching adulthood, and even then, they often find it difficult to advance any further in their lifetime. Under Chu Chen's blessing, they finally all gained power. Although this power was very weak, not even as strong as the magical beasts Chu Chen had cultivated on the ground, but this was just the beginning. Power is the right to live. I praise the great God of Chu, and with my life, I will be his shield. Every member of the Earth Spirit clan thought this in their hearts. Chapter 38. The Conquest of the Underground World. As Chu Chun listened to the praises and oaths of the Earth Spirit clan, a unique feeling welled up within him. If the system hadn't currently prevented him from absorbing the power of faith, Chu Chun believed that the loyalty and faith of just these 10,000 Earth Spirit clan members would have been enough to double his strength. These Earth Spirits have lived in misery for far too long. Now, Chu Chun has appeared as their savior and bestowed upon them immense power. Now, everyone's loyalty to Chu Chun has reached over 80%. Chu Chun summoned the clan chief in the temple, and also summoned the 7 people, including Maki, who had brought him to the Earth Spirit clan that day. Based on their performance during the fishing trip, Chu Chun observed that while they weren't particularly strong, they were excellent at teamwork and cooperation, making them promising individuals. I have summoned you today to give you a task. Now, every member of the Earth Spirit clan is at least at the first level of the mortal rank, which is enough to conquer this area. So, with Maki as the leader and the other 6 assisting, you will quickly organize an army and conquer all the races in this vicinity along the direction of my body. Chu Chun did not want to waste time and decided to launch an expedition immediately. Reporting to Lord Chu Shun, with the current strength of our Earth Spirit clan, we are indeed invincible in this area. However, the depths of that underground river are unfathomable, and we are afraid it will be difficult for us to enter it. The clan chief hesitated, a hint of worry flashing across his face, fearing that his clansmen would be unable to complete the first task Chu Chun had assigned. You don't need to worry about the underground river for now, just keep a close watch on it. First, clear out the other races on the riverbank. Keep those who are willing to submit, and wipe out the rest. I want to see results in a month. Yes, I will certainly not let Lord Chu down. Maki and the others said in unison. After not hearing Chu Chun's voice for a long time, and assuming that Chu Chun had left, the clan leader and the others discussed for most of the day before finalizing the specific conquest plan. First, all the adult men in the tribe were gathered together. The older ones were responsible for guarding the tribe's territory, while the other young and strong men, numbering about 3,000, formed an army. Maki served as the general, with 6 others assisting him. After 7 days of secret training in the tribe's territory, they left in a grand procession. Maki's army's first destination was not a hostile force, but the Rock Monsters, a tribe that had been on friendly terms with the Earth Spirits. After some negotiation with the chieftain of the Rock Monster clan, the chieftain agreed to the request to assign each Earth Spirit warrior a member of the Rock Monster clan as a partner. In fact, the Rock Monster clan and the Earth Spirit clan originally had a symbiotic relationship. Every year, the Rock Monster clan would send some of its members to the Earth Spirit clan to become partners with them. Now, seeing the Earth Spirit clan's powerful military force, even if the Rock Monster clan had low intelligence, they knew to cooperate with them with all their might. With the full support of the Rock Monster clan, Magi's army reached 6,000. In order to cultivate the tacit understanding between the warriors and the cooperation between the Earth Spirit clan warriors and the Rock Monster clan warriors, Magi decided to pick an easy target first. The race he chose was the Skaven, who had human limbs and rat heads, and were extremely vengeful. The Skaven are numerous, but generally not very strong, making them ideal for training troops. When Maki arrived in the Skaven territory with his army of 6,000, the Skaven were already prepared for battle. The leader of the Ratmen clearly recognized Maki and asked loudly, "Magi, did you bring the Earth Spirits to deliver food to us?" The Ratman warriors behind it patted their bellies and chuckled. Maki completely ignored its provocation, and every Earth Spirit warrior behind him looked at the Skaven with their single eye radiating anger. In the past, because the Skaven outnumbered the Skaven, they often ambushed Skaven warriors when they were out hunting alone and used them as food. Now the time has finally come for the Earth Spirit clan to take revenge. All troops, listen to my command. Charge and kill, leave no one alive. Magi charged out first. Now a level 3 mortal, Magi was undoubtedly the strongest in this area. In just one exchange, the Ratman general was beheaded, and the Ratman warriors behind him fled in panic. The Earth Spirit warriors, riding rock monsters, pursued them relentlessly. When the Skaven had nowhere left to retreat, they revealed their ruthlessness and turned to fight the Earth Spirits. However, the Earth Spirits are now all at the mortal level, and with rock monsters as their helpers, they are not afraid of the Ratmen at all. On the contrary, the Ratmen, due to their short stature, have difficulty even encountering the Earth Spirits, let alone killing them. The battle was almost one-sided. The Earth Spirits overwhelmingly dismantled the Skaven's defenses, stormed into the Skaven's lair, and killed all the remaining members of their tribe. The treasures and valuable food left behind by the Skaven were all taken back to the Earth Spirits' territory. In this battle, the Earth Spirit clan lost only a little over 100 men, but killed nearly 10,000 Ratmen. Many of them jumped into the underground river to escape, and the Earth Spirit clan dared not pursue them, leaving them to fend for themselves. In any case, with the current strength of the Earth Spirit clan, the remaining Ratmen would definitely not be able to cause any trouble. After a brief 3-day rest, McGee led the Earth Spirits on another expedition, this time against the Tin Golem tribe, which was a slightly more distant one. This tribe was a magical beast race, lacking the intelligence of humans but possessing greater strength. Their tin bodies made them formidable opponents. However, if the Earth Spirits won this battle, they could use the Tin Golem's armor to forge battle suits, which would be more advantageous for future conquests. The battle was extremely tough. Although the casualties were still only around 200, the Earth Spirit warriors were exhausted because the Ironhide monster's defense was too strong. The Earth Spirits had to wear the monster down to its last breath before they could break through its defenses. However, after this battle, the chieftain mobilized the entire tribe to peel off the iron skin of the iron skin monster and make it into armor. After the Earth Spirit warriors put on the armor, their combat power became even stronger. 3 days before the 1-month deadline, McKee finally dragged his exhausted body back to his homeland with the remaining 5,000 Earth Spirit warriors and rock monsters. This conquest stretched from the Earth Spirit clan's territory all the way to where Chu Chun broke through the entrance to the underground world. Along the way, they encountered 8 races, of which only the Stone Throwers and the Dark Demon clan were willing to submit. The other races, due to their fierce resistance, were all annihilated by the invincible Earth Spirit clan army led by McKee. However, many Earth Spirit warriors also died along the way. Of the 3,000 who set out, less than 2,000 remained. But they didn't regret it, nor did they resent Chu Chen's orders. For the past month, they had had ample food and vast territory, and their future generations finally had a safer and more stable environment. And all of this was thanks to Chu Chun. He had given them a new life. Chapter 39, Shelley's Unexpected Appearance. The situation in the underground world is very good, and Chu Chun has gradually formed a small stream in the underground world. However, this stream is still very small and cannot be compared with that underground river. Just as Chu Chun was immersed in the stream that was quietly seeping into the underground world, trying to sense the mystery of this underground world, a battle royale was unfolding on the outskirts of the elf forest. A woman rode on a flying carpet in front, while several powerful elves pursued her closely behind. This woman was actually Shelley, who had left Chu Chun a long time ago. For some reason, even though she was heading west, she appeared in the elven forest in the east and had obviously angered the elves. "How dare you steal our elven race's sacred relic? Once I catch you, I'll make you my target." An elven man roared fiercely. As the guardian of the sacred object, he bore an inescapable responsibility for its loss. If he could not recover the sacred object, he would be severely punished by his tribe, and he would have no face to face the Elf King. Shelley was also quite annoyed. These elves had been chasing her for 2 days and 3 nights, and still wouldn't give up. If this continued, she would definitely be caught up by them. It seems we have no choice but to risk going to that desert. The thought of a pervert like Chu Chun in the desert made her hesitate. She really didn't want to have any contact with Chu Chun again. Being by his side always gave her the feeling of being manipulated and used. She took out 3 scrolls from the storage bead hanging around her neck and threw them behind her without even looking at them. The elves behind were startled and quickly flew to higher ground, trying to avoid Shelley's scroll. Along the way, they suffered greatly from Shelley's endless stream of scrolls and were nearly seriously injured several times. However, when the scroll burst open, it released thick smoke that filled the sky and the earth. This smoke not only made it impossible to see ahead, but also served to intercept soul power detection. When the elves rushed through the smoke, they found that Shelley's figure had already disappeared. How is that possible? How could she just disappear like that? As far as the eye can see, it's all flat ground. There's absolutely no way she could be that fast. She must have used some method to hide. Let's split up and search. Whoever finds her must immediately send a message to contact the others. We absolutely cannot let her get away. Otherwise I will have no choice but to commit suicide in front of my king to atone for my sins. I suspect she might come back here. I'll wait here for a while and make sure she doesn't show up before I go looking elsewhere. Several elves each chose a direction and headed there, while one elf remained in place, vigilantly sensing the surrounding situation. After a long while, just as he was becoming impatient, Shelley appeared from the spot, pale-faced. It turned out that Shelley had used a secret technique while the thick smoke obscured their vision and spiritual power, temporarily achieving invisibility with the help of the intense sunlight. However, the longer this secret technique lasts, the greater the damage to the body becomes. Shelley did not expect these elves to be so cunning, with someone actually waiting for her in the same spot. She simply could not maintain the secret technique any longer and could only reveal herself while she still had the strength to fight. I have to kill him before he sends the message, or I won't be able to leave. Shelley's current aura is clearly at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, while the elf opposite her is at the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, as are several of his companions, and one of them is also at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. So you're still here after all. You actually managed to hide right under our noses. The elf looked at Shelley, who had suddenly appeared, with a mixture of surprise and anger on his face. Shelley gave a cold snort, and before the elven man could make a move, she threw out a scroll. Trembling lightning strike. Lightning magic is the most difficult to master and the most powerful of all magic. The elf's expression changed, and before he could even open the communication scroll in his hand, he quickly dodged to the side with all his might. At the same time, he tore open several scrolls and put several shields on himself. However, the lightning was so fast that the elven man was unable to dodge it. He was struck by the magic, and his shield was shattered in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck him, and he flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, the man's reaction was also incredibly fast. Before Shelley could attack again, he fired several arrows in quick succession, forcing Shelley to dodge repeatedly. Taking advantage of the gaps in Shelley's dodges, he quickly created distance, opened the scroll, and sent the message over. Oops! Shelley saw the man open the scroll and send out the message, and knew that her remaining time was very limited. Wings of the wind. In an instant, Shelley appeared behind the man. Just as the man was about to take to the sky to create more distance, Shelley used magic once again. The Lock of Seal. The elven man felt his body being firmly bound by several invisible ropes, making it impossible for him to move. He tried to gather the elemental power of heaven and earth, but found that his connection with the elements had also been severed. Now he was just a pig or sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Aurora Holy Sword. A giant sword descended from the sky, instantly killing the elven man and leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Shelley's face grew even paler, and she could barely stand. She threw out the flying carpet, sat on it, and quickly flew into the depths of the desert. When the other elven warriors arrived at the place where Shelley had just fought, they only saw a pool of blood on the ground and the elven man's longbow. Damn it! She actually killed Ralford. We must avenge him. Immediately notify Lord Black and ask him to help seal off the entire desert. We have a large number of magical beasts in the desert, and she will definitely not be able to escape. Meanwhile, Shelley was flying unsteadily toward Chuchin Lake. When she passed a canyon, she could no longer hold on and fainted. This scene was witnessed by an old man from the Wilderness tribe who had just led the new recruits of the Sandstorm Army out for training outside the canyon. This man happened to have seen Shelley fighting against the beast tied with Chu Chun by Chuchin's lake, so he quickly took Shelley to see Tyron. Knowing that Shelley's identity was extraordinary and that she had a deep relationship with Chu Chun, Tyron immediately led Shelley and several guards to the lake. Shelley woke up intermittently several times on the way, finding herself being carried by Tyrone at breakneck speed. She still had a faint memory of Tyrone and knew that these barbarian tribesmen were Chu Chen's followers. It seems I have no choice but to see Chu Chen this time. Every time I see him, I'm seriously injured. I hope I'm not just escaping one danger only to fall into another. Thinking of this, Shelley gave a helpless, bitter smile, and then fell into a coma again. Chapter 40. The Stone of Life, the Strange Tactics of the Elves. When Tyrion appeared in Chu Chen's perception with the unconscious Shelley, Chu Chen was genuinely surprised. He never expected that when he saw Shelley again, she was seriously injured and had been found and brought to him by Tyrone. Lord Chu. This woman was found unconscious outside the canyon guarded by the Chensha army by my people. I remember she fought against the beast tied with you before, so I brought her here. Yes, you did a good job. Go back now. Leave the woman on the shore. Yes, sir. Tyrion ordered a blanket made of wild animal fur to be prepared, spread out on the ground, and then placed Shelley on it. Chu Chen sensed Shelley's condition and found it to be much better than last time. She was just overly tired and exhausted, and should recover after a few days of rest. Chu Chen didn't pay much attention, still focusing his mind on the underground world, planning to ask about the situation after Shelley woke up. Shelley didn't fully wake up until the third day. Actually, she had moments of lucidity in between, but she hadn't figured out what to do, so she simply continued to sleep. However, 3 days was long enough, and if it dragged on any longer, Chu Chen would get impatient. Besides, the elves were almost here. You're awake? Chu Chen asked with a playful expression. Shelley was somewhat embarrassed. Both times she saw Chu Chen, he was seriously injured. Moreover, last time she had insisted on leaving Chu Chen, but she still had no choice but to run back. I'm sorry to bother you again, sir. What's going on this time? Shelley hesitated for a moment, but eventually told the truth. Shelley originally intended to head west to a city with a high concentration of humans, but in a large city, she heard that the elves possessed a treasure called the Stone of Life. It is said that this Stone of Life can give anyone who is not completely dead a second chance to be reborn, which is practically equivalent to having a second life. Therefore, the Stone of Life has always been one of the most important treasures of the elven race. But this time, it was somehow leaked and is now being talked about all over human cities. My master was seriously injured while saving me, and for many years he has been kept alive by being frozen in ice using a secret technique. Shelley said with a hint of melancholy. So you went to the elven realm to steal the Stone of Life? Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. Could Shelley have become this strong? Yes, I did have that idea, and I know that with my strength, it would be difficult to succeed, but I have to try. But I didn't steal the Spirit Stone. Someone gave it to me on purpose. Shelley also looked puzzled, clearly not understanding why someone would entrust her with such a wondrous treasure as the Stone of Life. Someone gave it to you? What do you mean? Back then, I was lurking on the outskirts of the elf forest. One night, I sneaked into the elf forest and, after many hardships, found the location of the elf royal palace. Just as I was about to enter and steal the gem, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. I was kidnapped by him without any power to resist. When I woke up, I was outside the elf forest with a green gem in my arms. That's the Stone of Life? Could there be a traitor within the elven race? But why would he entrust such a treasure to you? Shelley shook her head and said, I was completely confused too. When I woke up and saw the Stone of Life, the elves started chasing me. I had no choice but to flee in your direction. Chu Chen pondered for a while, but he was still clueless and couldn't understand what the elves were planning. Logically speaking, even if a race like the elves possessed some treasures, they shouldn't have made it known to the entire continent, let alone have them stolen by an insider and then handed over to a stranger like Shelley. Furthermore, in Chu Chen's perception, Shelley possessed the strength of a 9th-level extraordinary being. Although she was already quite formidable, she was still no match for the elves. It was unlikely that Shelley would have managed to infiltrate the elven palace undetected and ultimately escape. Chu Chen sensed a strong conspiracy, but he didn't know who it was aimed at. Was it orchestrated by the elves themselves, or was someone else setting a trap for them? Huh? What's he doing here? Chu Chen sensed someone rapidly approaching. It was Blake, who had recruited him earlier. A legendary level elven expert has arrived. Do not resist. I will hide you. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he put Shelly into the system space. Blake quickly reached the lakeshore and shouted towards the lake. Brother Chu, are you there? Blake needs to see you. Please come out and meet me. Chu Chun conjured a water spirit, slowly walked ashore, and smiled at Blake, saying, Brother Blake, it's been a long time. What brings you here? Blake was initially displeased that Chu Chun refused to show his true face. But when he saw that the water creature Chu Chun had conjured was more agile and energetic than before, his judgment of Chu Chen's cultivation level automatically rose again. Brother Chu, I've come to you this time because I really have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Oh, as for Brother Blake's matter, I will definitely do my best to help if I can. But what could be so important that a powerful legendary elven expert would need to ask for help? Chu Chen knew it must be about the Stone of Life, but he still asked the question knowingly. It's a long story, and it's a shameful affair for my elf race. Brother Chu, please don't tell anyone. A few days ago, someone sneaked into the elf palace while my king and the clan's experts were away and stole a treasure. When my king returned, he was furious and ordered a full-scale manhunt. But the thief was very cunning and managed to escape several times. In the end, she fled into this desert. Such a thing actually happened. That thief is truly despicable, daring to steal from the elves. Don't worry, Brother Blake. As soon as I find any trace of him, I will immediately send you a message. Chu Chun feigned indignation and patted Blake on the shoulder with great enthusiasm, saying, Blake felt a weight on his shoulder as Chu Chen slapped him with his water sprite. He cursed inwardly at Chu Chen's strength, but still put on a grateful expression and said, I'm relieved to hear that, Brother Chu. If you can provide any information, my elven race will certainly reward you handsomely. I won't bother you any longer, Brother Chu. I'll be going now. Hey, Brother Blake, you've come all this way. We should have a good chat. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The black man had already taken to the sky, waved, and his voice drifted over from afar. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Chu. I need to inform the other brothers. I will definitely come to have a good chat with you next time. Chu Chun watched Black's departing figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of the waterman's mouth. Interesting, they're actually making a big fuss about searching for thieves in the desert. Chapter 41 Shelly's Trust. Chu Chun advances to the Spirit Lake. After confirming that Blake had left, Chu Chun released Shelly and told her about Blake's purpose in coming. Shelly was just as puzzled by this. Wouldn't that make the whole continent know that someone stole their life stone? Therefore, this desert is likely to become quite lively in the coming period. The allure of the Stone of Life is something that even the elves would find difficult to intimidate the entire continent. But this wasn't what surprised Chu Chen the most. What puzzled him the most was that Blake had clearly met Shelly before and knew about their relationship. Many of the elves had also seen Shelly's true face this time. So Blake must also know that Shelly was the thief. Doesn't that mean the elven race had already suspected him, or even confirmed that the Stone of Life was in his possession? As a result, the elves continued their relentless pursuit of Shelly and even sought his help. The elves are playing with the world, and they've treated me like meat on a chopping board. Chu Chun muttered to himself. Having figured this out, he could explain the various behaviors of the elves. He even suspected that the Elf King himself had given the Stone of Life to Shelly. The elven race's actions might be due to some being coveting the Stone of Life. They want to send it away first, and then secretly retrieve it. Chu Chun even speculated that the being demanding the Stone of Life is the Temple of Light, as only they have the power to force the elven race to use such a roundabout method to avoid a direct confrontation. He told Shelly all his guesses, and Shelly was also shocked. Don't tell me that when you went to the elf forest to steal the Stone of Life, you didn't think it would cause me any trouble. Chu Chen's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Shelly's actions clearly showed that she didn't care about Chu Chen's situation at all. This time, her actions would bring great trouble to Chu Chun, forcing him to face the big problem of the elven race soon. Shelly knelt on the ground and apologized to Chu Chun. I'm sorry, sir. I know this might cause you trouble, but this is my only chance to save my master, and I have to try. Humph, that's no excuse for you to have wronged me. Tell me, how do you plan to apologize? Shelly knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. It was indeed her fault, but she had no choice. Shelley is willing to submit to your will, sir. Even if you want Shelley's life, Shelley is willing. But please allow me to take the stone of life to my master first. A naive and laughable idea. By the time you rescue your master, I'll probably have been destroyed by the elves. Besides, what use would I have for your life? Shelley dared not speak, but simply lowered her head and remained silent. How about this? You serve me for 20 years, and I will let you go home. Of course, to prevent you from escaping, you will need to leave the stone of life with me for the time being. Shelley has a mysterious background, but he is quite capable and talented. Since I have too few people under my command, Shelley is a good choice. Moreover, she caused such a huge mess for herself, so having her serve me for 20 years would be a way to make up for the loss. Shelley looked conflicted. She was willing to sacrifice her freedom to serve a mysterious being who might be the incarnation of some old monster. She had originally refused, but now she had indeed brought great trouble to Chu Chun, and her life was in someone else's hands. I can't die. I have to live for my master. It's only 30 years. After 30 years, I can save my master. I promise you, sir, you must keep your promise. Release me after 30 years and return the stone of life to me. Shelley had no choice but to trust Chu Chun, otherwise Chu Chun might devour her right now. Okay, don't worry. Now hand over the stone of life. Since Shelley had already prepared herself mentally, she decisively took out a green gem and tossed it to Chu Chun. As soon as the gem fell into the lake, the system immediately issued a notification. Beep, life stone detected. Host has two choices. If you choose refining, the system space can permanently store living things. If you choose to embed, the system space can store living things for 3 days. Choose to refine. Chu Chun had no sense of trust. Since the elves had already accepted Shelley as one of his own and believed the stone of life was in his hands, he might as well refine it and turn all the elves' suspicions into reality. Ding! Refining successful. The system space capacity has increased, and it can permanently store living things. Chu Chun sensed the system space. It was currently about 100 square meters in size, but it contained no energy, so he couldn't cultivate within it. Shelley, who was outside, was unaware that Chu Chun had refined the life gem as soon as he obtained it. If she had known, she probably would have fought desperately for him. Looking at Shelley, who was still kneeling by the lake, Chu Chun knew he didn't need her for the time being, so he decided to let her get familiar with his forces with Tyren first. Chu Chun summoned a member of the Wilderness clan and instructed him to take Shelley to the canyon to find Tyren. He also asked Tyren to intensify his training of magical beasts and try to hide himself as much as possible, as a major battle might be imminent. In fact, Chu Chun had already thought about how to deal with the elves, since he had prepared for them as a hypothetical enemy from the very beginning. He had actually finished refining the spiritual water a few days ago, but the events in the underground world had delayed him for a while, and he hadn't had time to advance. Now was the perfect time to level up. System, I want to upgrade to Spirit Lake. Beep, upgrading in progress. Please wait patiently. The lake that Chu Chun had already shrunk by half still looked calm on the outside, but in fact a magical change was taking place. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rushing in and being continuously refined into the water. The water, which was already rich in spiritual energy, was now even more powerful. But from the outside, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. To outsiders, it was still just an ordinary lake, not even as spectacular as the famous lakes in Zhongzhou. However, with just a thought from Chu Chun, the lake would immediately be filled with spiritual energy and become a lake of spiritual energy. The upgraded Spirit Lake now has an excellent concealment. If Chu Chun so desires, the lake can be transformed into whatever he wants at any time. This is also because Chu Chun continuously refined the lake water over the past few months, gaining a deep understanding and mastery of its structure, which enabled him to change it at will. In addition, the lake's area has returned to its original size, but the concentration of spiritual energy has not weakened at all. The fish and shrimp in the water all felt this change. Some small creatures even fainted due to the excessive concentration of spiritual energy, while others with stronger physiques were undergoing some kind of change. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky, and a torrential downpour poured out, splashing into the lake and turning it into magical water. The creatures on the shore were plunged into a frenzy of growth. Ding! Congratulations on your successful upgrade. Chapter 42. The First Tributary, the River of Oblivion. Chu-Chun looked at his system panel with delight. Host: Chu-Chun. Identity: Lake of Spiritual Power. Level: LV1. Energy: 2 million. Skills: Spring Breeze and Rain LV10, can be upgraded to Gale and Rain. Water Binding LV10, can be upgraded to Water Binding. Water Arrow LV10, can be upgraded to Ice Arrow. Water Dragon Soaring LV10, can be upgraded to Water Dragon Roar. Ice Cage LV10, can be upgraded to Ice Shackles. Blessing, can be used twice a month. Awakening, can be used twice a month. I've finally advanced to the Spirit Lake stage. Let me upgrade all my skills first. System: upgrade all skills to the current highest level. It took another 500,000 energy points to upgrade all the skills. The power of the skills after the upgrade was completely different. Chu-Chun felt that he should have reached the legendary level. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Chu-Chun can now open up his first tributary and finally no longer be trapped in this desert. Moreover, after opening up the tributary, Chu-Chun no longer needs to worry about the lake being discovered. He can completely draw the enemy's attention to the tributary, making the lake itself safer. Chu-Chun had already decided where to open the first tributary. When the underground world was discovered, he decided to open an underground river. The underground world is a place that has not yet come into the view of most people, but has great potential for development. Chu-Chun can quietly develop his own power here, and when the time is right, he can bring the power he has developed underground to the surface. According to the system's introduction, each tributary that is opened up will possess a certain elemental power. So, what elemental power should this underground river choose? Should we choose Earth Element? After all, both the Earth Elementals and Rock Monsters of Maquis use Earth Elemental power. However, this does not align with Chu-Chun's plan. Although the Earth Spirit Clan is currently an important reliance for Chu-Chun, it is only temporary. Chu-Chun's plan is to create special and powerful rivers. Earth Element rivers are simply too ordinary, and Earth Elements and water also conflict to some extent. Let's create a river of dark elements, flowing through the entire underground of this continent, becoming the river of oblivion of this land of gods and demons. The River of Oblivion, in the previous world, was a legendary river in the underworld. In this world, Chu-Chun wants to turn the legend into reality. In the underground world, Maquis has already led his troops to conquer and control a considerable stretch of the riverbank. Chu-Chun doesn't want to touch that dark river for the time being. System: I want to create a tributary, the River of Oblivion, a river of dark elements. Beep. The tributary has been successfully opened, covering an area of 1 kilometer. Extending it will require energy points. Chu-Chun controlled the water flow himself, making it parallel to the original underground river, forming a river of dark elements. The river is 1 kilometer long, roughly the same size as the territory that Maquis conquered. The river water is as black as ink. Unlike the lake, this tributary is not reserved. Instead, it recklessly exudes a dark power, as if afraid that no one will discover it. Chu-Chun had already informed Maquis and the others in advance, so at this moment, all the Earth spirits and the races that had submitted to them were on the rocks underground, watching this miracle. A river appeared out of nowhere in this underground world, and few people knew that the source of the river was right above them, behind an inconspicuous hole, which connected to the lake they longed for outside. Chu-Chun looked at the system, and sure enough, a new column called Branch had appeared on the system information panel. Tributary: Wanchuan River. Length: 1 kilometer. Attribute: Dark Element, suitable only for dark creatures to survive. Skill: Fall. Creatures that fall into the River of Oblivion will become skeleton warriors who obey the host's commands. This skill is insane. If used well, it can quickly give you an army that's like a war machine, and they'll be absolutely loyal to you. As the scale of the conquest in the underground world grows larger, he will definitely need more warriors. However, most of the races in the underground world are unruly and difficult to subdue, so he often has to annihilate them. Now that we have this skill, we can turn the enemy into our own army and reduce casualties among our own people. Maki and the others from the underground world knelt on the ground, looking at the calm river, yet a sense of awe involuntarily arose in their hearts, as if a giant beast lurked beneath the water, ready to devour them at any moment. Magi, go and throw a few of the prisoners we captured during the previous campaign into the river. Chu Chen's voice rang in Maki's mind. Although Maki didn't understand why, he quickly gave the order, and soon several people brought over 2 huge magical beasts. Maki rarely kept prisoners during his campaigns because it was troublesome, and he had to provide them with food and other supplies, so it was better to just kill them. Only such enormous magical beasts, which could be kept as food, would be chosen by Maki to be kept and taken back to his tribe. Unexpectedly, they came in handy at this moment. Following Chu Chen's orders, Magi threw the 2 magical beasts into the river. The beasts sank to the bottom of the river without even making a splash. After a while, the 2 monsters surfaced, but they were actually 2 skeletons. Chu Chen clearly sensed that as long as he gave the order, the 2 skeletons would obey without resistance. Jump into the river. Chu Chen gave the order. Sure enough, the 2 skeletons jumped into the river again, and they seemed quite comfortable in the water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 skeleton warriors. Reward 500 energy points. Chu Chen then guided them out and stood to the side. They stood quietly beside him, showing none of their previous ferocity. When Maki and the others saw it, they were all greatly surprised. They were convinced that this must be a miracle performed by Chu Chen, and they had even more faith in Chu Chen. As Chu Chen looked at the river, which was not yet very wide, a surge of heroic spirit began to rise within him. Chapter 43: Awakening of an Army of 100,000 Demonic Beasts. The River of Oblivion has been successfully opened up initially. The next step is to earn energy points to extend the river's length while expanding the influence of the underground world and extending the sphere of influence along the river. However, there is still a troublesome matter at hand. This desert is about to become lively because of Shelley stealing the Stone of Life, and the elves will definitely come to settle accounts with him in the end, so he has to make preparations in advance. Chu Chen planned to take advantage of the chaos in the boundless desert to massively expand the size of his monster army, spreading it throughout the entire desert. In this way, no matter what happens in this desert, even the actions of the elves, they will not escape their notice. The elves have now withdrawn most of their patrols from the desert, concentrating them all on the desert's edge. They appear to be quite vigilant, guarding against outsiders entering and seizing the Stone of Life. However, the desert is so vast that it's impossible to completely prevent this. The elves' actions are clearly just a facade of vigilance. Sure enough, in the past few days, members of the Wilderness Clan have been reporting that they have discovered traces of cultivators from outside, near the valley they occupy. Currently, most of those entering the desert are mercenaries who hunt nearby or even on the edge of the desert. The truly powerful forces will not enter the scene immediately. They have already prepared to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chu Chen planned to take advantage of the period before any major forces entered the country, and when the elven race relaxed its internal patrols to begin large-scale breeding of magical beasts. 2 or 3 months later, he once again summoned all the members of the wildlings, with even Shelley accompanying Tyrion. During this time, she followed Tyrion and was utterly shocked by Chu Chen's ability to help wild beasts awaken their bloodlines and use them to cultivate magical beasts. Even in her world, no one had ever done this before. Of course, this was also because her world had almost no ordinary beasts. The lowest level was magical beasts. However, this was still an illogical approach, which made Shelley even more horrified by Chu Chen's scheme. She deeply regretted that she had rashly fallen into the trap of such a terrifying being. I have summoned you here today because I have a new task for you. This vast desert is about to fall into turmoil, and in order to protect our home, we need to become stronger. Now, all of you immediately take your magical beasts and drive all the wild animals you can find to the area around the lake. You have 1 week, and you must have at least 100,000 wild animals. Tyrion and the others answered in unison. Yes, Lord Chu, We guarantee to complete the mission." After they finished speaking, they all dispersed, except for Shelley, who stayed behind after hearing Chu Chen's instructions. "What's your opinion on this matter?" Shelley was suddenly startled when Chu Chen asked her for her thoughts. She felt a little flustered. How could she dare to say anything about Chu Chen's actions? "Please speak freely." Chu Chen noticed Shelley's restraint. "Lord Chu, you have your reasons for doing this, but I think that such a large-scale breeding of magical beasts will probably consume too much spiritual water, which is not worth it. Moreover, such a large scale will definitely attract the attention of the elves in advance. Not only that, but those people who come in from the outside will probably flock here when they see such a commotion." Shelley's words were all true. The appearance of 100,000 magical beasts out of thin air was something the elves could not possibly fail to notice, no matter how careful they were. However, even if the elves did notice, they could not take immediate action, because that would be tantamount to telling others that the life gem was with Chu Chen. Meanwhile, the elves wouldn't care too much, because 100,000 low-level magical beasts were insignificant in the eyes of absolute power, at least unable to cause any harm to legendary-level experts. Once they destroyed Chu Chen, this method would become theirs. As for the crowd swarming in, that was Chu Chen's deliberate act. He was worried that those people wouldn't dare to come. Although Shelley was intelligent, she misjudged Chu Chen's methods, making it impossible for her to guess what Chu Chen was thinking. "You can stay here for the time being." Shelley nodded slightly. Shelley was left here to show the elves that Chu Chen hadn't secretly slipped away, so the elves wouldn't recklessly preemptively disrupt their own plans. A week later, the vast horde of wild beasts, driven by the Qinsha army, completely surrounded Chu Chen's lakes. Under the intimidation of the many magical beasts outside, these ordinary wild animals stood obediently and somewhat uneasily in place. Unable to develop intelligence, they only felt a pressure and felt fear from the depths of their hearts. "Lord Chu, all the wild beasts have been found, a total of 150,000. "Very good. You take the Sandstorm army and keep watch on the perimeter. Do not allow any creature to approach within a kilometer of this area." "Yes, Lord Chu Shan." With the Sandstorm army guarding them. Even if the elves discovered something amiss, they couldn't get close enough to observe exactly what method Chu Chen used to create the magical beast. This time, Chu Chen no longer used spiritual water to refine the essence batch by batch. He had a faster method. Use skill, gale and rain. The once bright and sunny sky was suddenly covered with colorful clouds. Gradually, a hole was torn in the clouds, and a torrential downpour poured out, drenching the many wild animals. These wild beasts were all very comfortable bathing in the rainwater, which was the same spiritual water as that in Chu Chen Lake, and could completely cleanse their spiritual energy. Under the continuous spiritual rain, the physical condition of these beasts was rapidly improved. The rain continued from day to night, and each beast was full of energy. That's about it. Time to begin. Use the skill, Awaken. A red light shone upon the bodies of 150,000 wild beasts. These beasts all exuded a power from their blood, burning and propelling them to become even stronger. Use the skill to grant a blessing. Another beam of white light shone on all the beasts, greatly relieving the pain caused by their burning blood. Various kinds of light emanated from the bodies of the beasts, some of which burst forth with powerful auras, while others were burned to ashes. This strange phenomenon continued until midnight, when the awakening of 150,000 beasts was finally completed. Of these, 100,000 successfully awakened, while the rest perished on the path to awakening. Chu Chen then sent down another spiritual rain to alleviate the fatigue and injuries of the awakened magical beasts. The next morning, Chu Chen summoned Tyran and the others back and had them begin to take stock of the magical beasts. Those magical beasts that failed to awaken were swallowed up by Chu Chen and pulled into the lake. This awakening gave Chu Chen a total of over 10 million energy points, enough for him to extend the Wangchuan River basin forward by 10,000 meters. Chapter 44. A Special Bloodline. The Sand Army Spreading Across the Desert. Of the 100,000 magical beasts, only a little over 200 members of the Desolate Clan took half a day to barely complete the count before reporting to Chu Chen. Reporting to Lord Chu Chen, A total of 105,000 magical beasts have successfully awakened this time. Most of them have ordinary magical beast bloodlines, but some rather special magical beast bloodlines have been discovered. Please take a look, my lord. Oh, bring it up and let me see. Tens of thousands of magical beasts have been awakened before, but they were all common magical beast bloodlines. No particularly noteworthy magical beast bloodlines were found. Could it be that this time, because of the wide range and large number, there will finally be a surprise? Awakening one's bloodline is like winning the lottery. Out of 10,000 magical beasts, only one might awaken a rare bloodline that's like winning the lottery. When Tyran and the others brought up those few magical beasts with rare bloodlines, they immediately caught Chu Chen's attention. There were 5 rare bloodline magical beasts in total. Chu Chen remembered 4 of them. 2 of them were giant scythe scorpions, which were transformed from desert scorpions that had awakened their bloodline, but their pincers had turned into 2 scythes. The other 2 were horned dragons, belonging to the demon dragon race, with a single horn on their heads and great strength. These 4 magical beasts have just awakened and are already at the 2nd tier, with great potential for future growth. As for the other one, even Chu Chun did not recognize it. Chu Chen glanced at Shelley beside him. This woman came from the great world and was well-traveled and knowledgeable. She should be able to recognize him. Shelley sensed Chu Chen's gaze, frowned as she looked at the other magical beast before her, and hesitantly spoke. This magical beast is indeed very rare. I've only seen pictures of it in some travelogues. It should be a blood-eyed jackal, extremely bloodthirsty, always solitary, and its strength is terrifying when it grows up. But you should be careful. This kind of magical beast is extremely cunning and can easily betray its master. In our world, no one has ever dared to keep it as a pet. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. With the system around, even a stone could be transformed into his loyal follower. As long as someone is strong enough, Chu Chun dares to take them in. Chu Chun instructed Tyran to take the other magical beasts away for proper training, leaving only these 5 mutated magical beasts behind, intending to train them personally. Or rather, it's about giving the bored dragon gecko something to do. The demon dragon gecko is currently stuck at the 10th level of the mortal realm, unable to advance any further. In addition, it feels that it has been getting closer to the ghost thorn tree recently, and is afraid that the ghost thorn tree will break through before it, and then ignore it even more. So it wants to break through but can't find a good way, and has been feeling depressed lately. After handing the 5 magical beasts over to the magical dragon gecko, the little guy finally reverted to his mischievous nature. The ghost thorn tree had always been more mature and stronger than it, so it had always been the lowest in rank. Now, it was finally its turn to be the leader. Soon it led its new underlings to the distant wilderness, and no one knew what it was going to do. After a week of intensive training by Tyran, Chu Chun immediately ordered the 100,000 magical beasts to be dispersed and led by the wilderness clan to lie in ambush in various areas of the desert. This is called breaking down a large group into smaller ones. 100,000 magical beasts gathered together is a considerable number, but when divided into more than 200 groups and scattered, they are not so conspicuous. Even the elves would find it difficult to distinguish which ones belonged to Chu Chun and which ones originally lived in the desert. Moreover, with the wildlings responsible for communication among them, and the more than 200 monster armies able to help each other, it shouldn't be a problem for them to firmly establish themselves in the desert. At this moment, Chu Chun had a map in his mind. In the vast continent of gods and demons, a small corner in the east was a dense forest called the Elf Forest. Adjacent to the Elf Forest was a desert that stretched across the entire eastern region. His own Xinshao army is deployed in various locations throughout this desert. As long as he gives the order, 100,000 troops will rush to the lake's aid from all directions. In normal times, it can also help Chu Chun closely monitor every corner of the desert and quietly grow stronger. One day, the elves will suddenly realize that this desert, which they considered a transitional zone connecting them to the outside world, is no longer under their control. Many mercenaries also discovered that the magical beasts in this desert seemed different from those they had hunted before. The magical beasts here were more organized, knew how to cooperate, and different kinds of magical beasts could even live together peacefully. Thus, the remains of many foolish and weak mercenaries were left behind in this desert. The ground layout is almost complete. All that's left is for all factions to enter the desert, and then our plan can be fully implemented. In the underground world, Chu Chen once again spent 1 million energy points to extend the River of Oblivion forward by 1,000 meters. Chu Chen found that the further he went, the more he felt the unfathomable depth of that dark river, as if it had no end. Then, along the River of Oblivion, he sensed the distribution of power within a kilometer radius. There were basically no particularly troublesome races, so he could let Maki continue his conquests. Maki is now the chieftain of the Earth Spirits, while the former chieftain has retired and is enjoying his retirement in the tribe. After Magi gathered all the troops, he waited for Chu Chen's arrival by the River of Oblivion. The dark river flowed silently, devoid of any life. When Maki and the others looked at the River of Oblivion, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This is a river that represents death, in which only dark creatures can survive. For Magi and the others, entering it is tantamount to giving up their lives, unless they are willing to become skeletons without flesh and blood. Chu Chen left a spirit lake for the Earth Spirit clan in their ancestral lands. That lake truly belonged to them, and every time they returned from a battle, all the warriors would bathe in it. I have already scouted out the area for you. There are no powerful enemies within 1,000 meters ahead. Now it's up to you. The River of Oblivion flows through this land. Anyone who does not submit will be killed without mercy. Use the corpses of your enemies to sacrifice to my river. Chu Chen has not yet encountered any dark creatures. He guesses that there must be many dark creatures in such an environment, but he is currently on the outskirts of the underground world, so he has not encountered them yet. Fortunately, the River of Oblivion's sinking skill can use enemy corpses to create skeleton warriors, which can also replenish one's own forces. All men, listen up. Prepare for battle. To open up new territory for Lord Chu Chen. Target, 1,000 meters along the banks of the Wangchuan River. Magi brandished his spear and gave a loud command. Following his command, squads of soldiers began to move, advancing rapidly along the river. Chapter 45. The demonic dragon and the gecko cause trouble, and an egg. Maki led his warriors in a rampage through the underground world, and it was only a matter of time before they completely wiped out this 1,000-meter-wide territory. Chu Chen no longer paid much attention to it, but he sensed a significant commotion on the surface. In the distance, the demon dragon gecko was galloping wildly on the back of the red flame, chasing Wind Horse with his 5 newly recruited henchmen, while behind them was a unit of the Sandstorm Army stationed around the lake, confronting a fiery cloud in the sky. That fiery cloud was actually the Fire Crows of the South, the most troublesome race that had forced Shelley to return. This tribe is extremely vengeful. Once someone offends them, the entire tribe will mobilize and relentlessly pursue the enemy, displaying a particularly frenzied nature. I don't know what the dragon gecko did to provoke them, and they were chased and ran away with their heads in their hands. If they hadn't been discovered by the nearby Sandstorm Army, the demon dragon gecko would probably have been caught long ago. Now, under the cover of the Sandstorm Army, the 6 of them were able to ride on the back of the red flame, chasing Wind Horse, and escape to the vicinity of the lake. However, the Sandstorm Army were all ground-based magical beasts, and could not pose much of a threat to the flying flames. The leader of the Fire Crows let out a shriek, and all the flames suddenly accelerated, flying over the heads of the Sandstorm Army. The attacks released by the Sandstorm Army could not hit many Fire Crows at all. The dragon gecko turned around, was startled, and cried out. Chu Chen had already seen this scene, but he was in no hurry to stop it. The magic dragon gecko is too naughty. It wouldn't hurt to teach it a lesson. Although the red flame chasing Wind Horse was very fast, it couldn't outrun the Fire Crows flying in the sky, especially the lead Fire Crows, which were all top-tier mortal-level birds and were much faster than the red flame chasing Wind Horse, which was only at the 5th level of the mortal level. Before long, the 6 demonic dragon geckos were caught up, and the Fire Crow opened its beak and spewed down several streams of flame. The demon dragon gecko flapped its wings and dodged, while the red flame, chasing Wind Horse beneath it, was burned to ashes. Chu Chen then noticed that the demonic dragon gecko was holding a golden egg in its arms. The flames in the sky, seeing the egg in its arms, became even angrier and roared together. The dragon gecko grabbed the giant golden egg and ran, its speed no slower than the flames in the sky, and it deliberately avoided the 5 magical beasts, including the horned dragon. This little guy is quite loyal. Chu-Chen laughed and cursed inwardly. The ghost thorn tree chimed in from the side. Although it's a bit mischievous, it has good aptitude and its intelligence is higher than that of ordinary magical beasts, and much higher than that of those rare bloodline magical beasts. Although the dragon gecko flew very fast, its endurance was not as good as the fire crows, and its speed soon became slower and slower, until it was finally caught up by the fire crow once again. Seeing that it could not shake off the fire crow's pursuit twice, the demon dragon gecko became angry and threw the giant golden egg in its arms down. The fire crows in the sky were so frightened that they rushed to catch it. Just then, the demon dragon gecko flapped its wings and appeared on the head of one of the fire crows. Its sharp claws emitted a black glow, and with a single swipe, the fire crow's head fell off. The other 3 fire crows turned their heads and spat out a few mouthfuls of flame at the demonic dragon gecko. One of the fire crows caught the giant egg and landed to the side. Under the combined attack of the 3 fire crows, the demon dragon gecko was momentarily overwhelmed. These fire crows were all at the 9th to 10th level of the mortal rank. Although the demon dragon gecko was powerful, its teleportation talent had many limitations and was extremely energy-consuming, especially since it also had to maintain flight, making it even more difficult to win with a single blow. Under the fierce attack of the fire crows, the demon dragon gecko was in a precarious situation for a time. Although it used teleportation several times to seriously injure one of the fire crows, it also suffered considerable injuries itself. This time, the demon dragon gecko also suffered a loss. If it were on land, with its talent for flying and teleporting, these 3 fire crows would be no match for it. But now that it is in the sky, it is more restricted. Falling into a disadvantageous position, the demon dragon gecko's repeated injuries only fueled its ferocity. It stopped dodging and began to exchange wounds for wounds, causing blood to rain down from the sky, some from fire crows and some from the demon dragon gecko itself. However, the problem is that the fire crow army has caught up, while the sand-sinking army is slower and cannot provide much help to the demon dragon gecko. When it comes to fighting, we should at least try to be fair. Chu-Chen manipulated a wave of water, enveloping the demonic dragon gecko and several fire crows within it. The large army of fire crows outside kept attacking the water barrier, but no matter what they did, they couldn't get inside. The fire crow and the demonic dragon gecko inside also noticed the change in environment. The fire crow became anxious and desperately tried to quickly capture the demonic dragon gecko, while the demonic dragon gecko, knowing that Chu-Chen had made his move, became less anxious. With the balance shifting, Fire Crow's repeated attacks failed to defeat the demon dragon gecko. Instead, Fire Crow's energy was depleted, and its wing flapping slowed down considerably. Seizing the opportunity when a Fire Crow was exhausted after breathing fire, the demon dragon gecko teleported behind it and killed it with a series of swift claw strikes. The remaining 2 Fire Crows were terrified by this scene and tried to run away. However, they could not break through Chu-Chen's water barrier. Instead, the demon dragon gecko seized the opportunity and killed them one by one. A giant golden egg fell from the sky, and the dragon gecko rushed forward to catch it, but due to exhaustion, it fell down along with the egg. The water shield that had been blocking the Fire Crows transformed into a giant hand, grabbing the demonic dragon gecko and the golden egg together and taking them back to the lake. The Fire Crows outside, seeing the golden egg taken away, tried to give chase, but were annihilated by thousands of ice arrows coming from the opposite direction. It was as if a torrential rain of blood was falling from the sky. Chu-Chen looked at the demonic dragon gecko dancing around on the trunk of the ghost thorn tree and felt somewhat speechless. No one knows how it stole this golden egg, and it almost got burned to a crisp. However, this golden giant egg was quite peculiar. Chu-Chen could sense a very strong life force emanating from it, suggesting that the life being nurtured inside was about to be born. Chu-Chen thought for a moment and decided to put the golden egg into the lake. This would be more beneficial to the life inside the egg. Since it was stolen from the fire crow, it might also be a magical beast that can fly. Alright, I know you're amazing. You've had your fun this time. It's time to focus on your training. The ghost thorn tree is about to break through to the transcendent level. Chu Chun warned the demon dragon gecko through his soul, and the demon dragon gecko stomped hard on the ghost thorn tree beneath its feet, indicating that it was about to break through as well. After this life or death battle, the demonic dragon gecko has greatly unleashed its potential, and Chu Chun believes it should be able to break through to the transcendent level within a week. Only then will the demonic dragon gecko truly demonstrate its power. Chapter 46, Stealing Eggs Again, the Extraordinary Fire Crow. Looking at the somewhat sacred golden egg at the bottom of the lake, Chu Chun suddenly realized that his Shunsha army was very good at land warfare, but lacked magical beasts that could fight in the air. When the Sandstorm army went to stop the Fire Crow's pursuit, it exposed its lack of air combat and defense capabilities. Perhaps it's time to develop our own aerial monster army. However, the problem is that there are very few bird-type magical beasts in the desert, and even ordinary birds are rarely seen. So how to obtain a large number of flying magical beasts is a tricky problem. However, upon seeing the egg that the demon dragon gecko had stolen, Chu Chun came up with an idea. The fire crows of the south are one of the few bird-like magical beasts in this desert. Although it's not realistic to capture fire crows directly, it's currently their egg-laying season, so we can send magical beasts to steal the eggs and bring them back to incubate ourselves. Having an entire lake of spiritual water of their own might be even more effective than having the fire crows hatch on their own. Thinking of this, Chu Chun immediately summoned Shelly. Tyron had already stationed a sandstorm army near the elven forest to keep a close watch on Chu Chun's movements. So Shelly was the only strong person Chu Chun could command. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Shelly arrived at the lakeside as soon as she heard Chu Chun's telepathic message. "Well, I have something for you to do today. I want to develop an aerial magical beast force, and the fire crows in the south are the best choice. I want to send you to steal fire crow eggs." Shelly seemed somewhat surprised by Chu Chun's words. "Stealing fire crow eggs? But sir, it would be difficult to steal many by myself alone." "Don't worry, I will send you 500 shadow leopards to go with you, and another 1,000 red flame wind chasers to handle the transport. All you need to do is steal the most eggs in the shortest amount of time, and return quickly after being discovered." After hearing Chu Chun's arrangement, Shelly felt that it was still somewhat inappropriate, but she had no reason to refuse, and could only agree for the time being. In addition, the demon dragon gecko will also be going with you. I believe it should be able to lure many fire crows away from their nests. Just seize the opportunity. Shelly was taken aback, not expecting Chu Chun to be willing to use the demonic dragon gecko as bait. The demonic dragon gecko had just stolen the fire crow's golden giant egg, and the fire crow had almost swarmed out to hunt it down. If the demonic dragon gecko went again this time, it might be hunted down again. Shelly glanced at the dragon gecko and found that it was not resistant at all. After all, it had just defeated the attack of 3 or 4 fire crows not long ago and was feeling proud of itself. If it was asked to go again, it would naturally be happy to take revenge and show off its power. After the Shadow Panther and the Crimson Wind Chaser had assembled, Shelly led the magic dragon gecko on a grand procession to the Fire Raven's nest. Before approaching the Fire Raven's nest, Shelly, along with the Shadow Panther and the Crimson Wind Chaser, quietly occupied a valley. She left the Crimson Wind Chaser there, while the other Shadow Panthers and Shelly made their way to the vicinity of the Fire Raven's nest. Finally, the Demon Dragon Gecko swaggered into the air. The Fire Crows built their nests on a rocky cliff, but since there are no high mountains in the desert, the cliff wasn't particularly steep. Fire Crows kept flying in and out of the mountainside. It was the egg-laying season, and the Fire Crows were very busy searching for food for the female crows who stayed in the nest to incubate the eggs. With a single teleport, the Demon Dragon Gecko tore apart a Fire Crow that had flown past it and was caught off guard. Upon seeing this, the other Fire Crows nearby all started chirping and cawing, instantly turning the entire cliff into a chaotic mess filled with the cries of Fire Crows. Fire Crows continued to attack the Demon Dragon Gecko, which skillfully dodged left and right, avoiding the flames it spewed at it. The entire fire crow nest was gradually detonated by the demon dragon gecko, and almost all the fire crows flew out, densely filling the entire sky. When the dragon gecko saw this scene, it was even more intense than when it had stolen the eggs that day. It quickly teleported several times in succession, disappearing from the fire crow's sight, and then reappeared on a distant sand dune. A flock of fire crows spotted it and chased after it. The demon dragon gecko flew forward desperately, with some nearby sand army soldiers on the ground providing cover and launching ranged attacks into the sky to slow down the fire crow's offensive. In this way, the demon dragon gecko narrowly avoided being surrounded by the fire crows several times. Seeing that the time was right, Shelly immediately led the Shadow Panthers to attack the fire raven's nest. Before entering the nest, Shelly took out a bottle of powder, waved her right hand, and a gust of wind swept the powder into the fire raven's nest. After waiting for a few minutes, she then took action with the Shadow Panther. Shelly led the Shadow Leopard straight to the largest nest on the cliff. The few fire crows left behind were all drunk and had no strength to stop Shelly. The female crows that were incubating the fire eggs were at the edge of the nest, looking fiercely at Shelly, but they did not pounce on her. Shelly was quite familiar with the fire ravens, knowing that each spring when the fire raven clan laid eggs, they would select the best batch from all the eggs and place them together, where the strongest members of the clan would guard them until they hatched. The other ordinary eggs would be hatched by ordinary fire ravens. This largest nest is undoubtedly the most likely place in the entire fire raven clan to incubate high-quality fire raven eggs. As Shelly charged into the lair, she was met with a ball of intensely burning flames. Shelly snorted coldly, and a protective shield appeared, keeping the fireball at bay. That wasn't all. Several more large fireballs flew in succession, instantly raising the air temperature by tens of degrees. Shelly was prepared. A series of wind blades struck the fireball, sending it flying backward. The fire, aided by the wind, burned even more fiercely. Damn humans, what do you want from my fire raven clan? I didn't expect there to be a transcendent-level magical beast. Shelly thought the most powerful members of the fire raven clan were only at the mortal level, but she didn't expect there to be extraordinary magical beasts among them. She was now quite curious about how the magical dragon gecko managed to steal the golden giant egg and even managed to run back. Logically speaking, if the extraordinary magical beast had made a move, the magical dragon gecko would have had absolutely no chance of escaping. Shelly added several more layers of shields to herself before going inside. Although with her extraordinary level 9 strength, she was not afraid of a fire crow demon beast that looked to be only extraordinary level 3 or 4, it was still better to be careful. Once inside the lair, she finally understood why this extraordinary magical beast hadn't personally gone to pursue the demon dragon gecko. It turned out that beneath the body of this extraordinary magical beast lay an identical giant golden egg. And this fire crow is continuously channeling its spiritual power into the egg. So this egg can't be kept out of spiritual energy supply, otherwise something would have happened. Shelly looked at the extraordinary fire raven with a malicious smile and said, Chapter 47, The Giant Egg's Transformation, the 3,000 Crow Slayers. You despicable humans, even if I destroy this egg today, I will burn you to ashes. The extraordinary fire crow king's eyes revealed hatred. Clearly, the theft of an egg by the demon dragon gecko had already driven it to the brink of madness, and now the arrival of such a powerful human had completely spurred it into a frenzy. It stood up, flew into the sky, and rushed out, no longer paying attention to the giant golden egg. Upon seeing this, Shelly immediately took out a flying carpet, sat on it, and flew away. At the same time, she ordered the Shadow Leopard to send all the densely packed fire crow eggs and the giant golden egg to Chu Chun as quickly as possible. Although these Shadow Leopards are not very intelligent, they can still understand simple commands. With a few seeds in their mouths, they turned and ran away. Shelly had just flown out of the nest when she saw the Fire Raven King rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed. Although Shelly can fly thanks to her flying carpet, when it comes to aerial combat ability, she is still inferior to the extraordinary level Fire Raven. However, Shelley was a level 9 extraordinary being, so she didn't need to dodge in the air at all. Faced with the Fire Crow King's attack, she simply used a light shield to firmly block it, and no matter how frantically the Fire Crow King attacked, it could not break through it quickly. Shelley figured the Fire Crows would return after failing to catch the demonic dragon gecko, so she decided to finish the fight quickly. Dealing with a single Fire Crow King was easy, but thousands of ordinary Fire Crows would be far more difficult. If she were truly surrounded in this place, even she would likely be burned alive. Earth-based protective wall. A beam of earthy yellow light rose up, protecting Shelley firmly within it. The Fire Raven King also stopped its blind attack and opened its huge mouth, but no flames were seen emerging. It must be preparing some powerful move. A red cloud quickly formed in the Fire Crow's beak, and with a flap of its wings, the red cloud drifted toward Shelley. Light evasion. Shelley's body transformed into a beam of light and vanished from its original spot in an instant, then reappeared beside Fire Crow. Although its speed was not as terrifying as the teleportation of the demon dragon gecko, it was still too fast for Fire Crow to react. Wind Curse Wind Blade Extreme Kill. A series of wind blades formed a tornado that enveloped the Fire Crow. The Fire Crow let out a mournful cry, and then a shower of feathers mixed with blood fell down. The extraordinary level Fire Crow King was killed just like that. The Shadow Leopards were incredibly fast for short-distance raids. Shortly after Shelley killed the Fire Raven King, the Shadow Leopards handed over the first batch of Fire Raven eggs to the Red Flame Wind Chaser, then came to meet Shelley. Shelley directed the Shadow Leopards to sweep through the Fire Raven's nest again before they all left together. To avoid encountering the Fire Ravens returning from chasing the demon dragon gecko, Shelley deliberately avoided the original route and took a detour. When they returned to the lake, they waited a while before the dragon gecko finally came running back, looking rather shabby. However, this time the Fire Crows were no longer chasing them. It seems that the demon dragon gecko has become more cunning this time, and has somehow managed to shake off the Fire Crows. Upon seeing Chu Chen's lake, it immediately jumped in and swam happily inside. The lake water, rich in spiritual energy, can quickly heal the flame wounds it has suffered. Reporting to my lord, we brought back a total of 3,000 Fire Crow eggs this time, and they are all of the highest quality. We also brought back a giant golden egg that is exactly the same as the one we had before. Shelley took out the golden egg, but in just a short while, the life force within it had weakened considerably, presumably due to the lack of continuous spiritual energy input. Shelley informed Chu Chun about the special circumstances of the giant egg. Chu Chun sensed it and found that the life form contained in the egg was extremely weak, almost on the verge of death. Although Chu Chen's lake contained ample spiritual energy, the egg's fragile life could no longer withstand the infusion of spiritual energy. On the contrary, the egg brought back by the demon dragon gecko was peacefully absorbing the abundant spiritual energy at the bottom of the lake, and the life fluctuations emanating from it were increasing day by day, as if it was about to hatch. Master, this egg is going to die soon anyway. Why don't you put it in the river of oblivion in the underground world and irrigate it with dark energy? Maybe it will have a miraculous effect. The ghost thorn tree made a sound, and Chu Chen's heart stirred. The river of oblivion has the ability to cultivate undead creatures, such as skeleton warriors, and only dark creatures can survive in it. This giant egg itself is about to die and is on the verge of life and death. It is unknown what strange things will happen if it is put into the river of oblivion. At worst, I still have a normal golden giant egg that can give birth to a flying magical beast. With that thought in mind, Chu Chun placed the golden giant egg directly into the system space and then threw it into the river of oblivion. The two worlds were originally sealed by powerful rules, but Chu Chen's lake was not a product of this world, so it was not subject to these rules. He placed the giant egg at the bottom of the river of oblivion, and the life force of the golden egg quickly disappeared. I hope he's not really dead. However, this was within Chu Chen's expectations. Any non-dark creature that enters the river of oblivion will only be deprived of its life. However, Chu Chen clearly sensed that the golden egg had not completely lost its vitality, but rather seemed to be nurturing some new life. The giant egg, which was originally entirely golden, began to show traces of black lines. Never mind, let's leave it for now and see how it turns out. Back on the surface world, Chu Chun threw all 3,000 fire crow eggs that Shelly had stolen with the shadow leopard into the lake, and then quickly poured spiritual power into them. In just over an hour, the fire crow eggs showed signs of hatching. Only then did Chu Chun take it out and place it on the shore. Before the fire crow inside hatched, Chu Chun used his skill at the same time. Use skill awakening. Use skill to bless. Amidst the red and white light, the cracking sound of shells breaking could be heard continuously. One by one, the proud little fire crows finally emerged from their eggs. After being awakened and blessed by Chu Chun, these little fire crows have greater potential and a higher bloodline concentration than their parents. After a little time to adjust to its wings, the fire crow was able to take to the sky, although it was still very slow and its body was wobbling, but that's the talent of birds. Finally, we have a flying magical beast army. When they all grow up, the sight of 3,000 fire crows taking flight at a single command will be truly spectacular. Shouldn't these 3,000 fire crows be given names? Shelly asked. Yes, there should be one. The crows of the 3,000 worlds are slaughtered, and the sun shines not for 10,000 miles. Let's call it the Crow Slaughter Army. Chapter 48. The Ghost Thorn Tree advances to the extraordinary level. Looking at the incessantly chirping fire crows, Chu Chun felt a headache coming on. The sight of 3,000 fire crows making a racket all at once was truly unpleasant. Moreover, these fire crows obviously cannot live in the water, and it is not suitable for them to live on the shore either. There are no suitable cliffs or steep cliffs nearby, so how to make a home for them has become a problem. Where should we put them? Chu Chun looked at Shelly, wanting to ask for her opinion. My lord, fire crows are better suited to living in dry areas, preferably on trees or rocks with fire properties. Chu Chun nodded. This place was indeed the most suitable, but the problem was that there wasn't a suitable place like this within a kilometer of the lake. Just as Chu Chun was about to arrange these little fire crows around the lake so that he could provide them with spiritual power, the ghost thorn tree suddenly spoke. Master, I'm about to break through to the extraordinary realm. Chu Chun was not surprised to hear this news. In fact, the ghost thorn tree could have broken through to the transcendent level not long after it advanced to the spirit lake, but it still wanted to continue to expand its root system, so it had not broken through. Is there any help you can provide? Chu Chun knew in his heart that the ghost thorn tree's breakthrough was a natural thing, and he didn't need to do anything more. Sure enough, the ghost thorn tree replied. No need, master, it's very easy. If the demon dragon gecko heard this, it would be depressed for a long time. If those who are stuck at the top of the mortal level and unable to break through heard this, they would be furious. However, for Chu Chun and ghost thorn tree, breaking through to the extraordinary level was indeed a very easy thing. Chu Chun felt a tremor in the ground, and quickly told Shelly to lead the group of fire crows away from the lake. Even the demon dragon gecko quickly jumped down from the trunk of the ghost thorn tree and ran to the shore to watch from a distance. After the destruction by Elysis, the ghost thorn tree's trunk only grew a little bit before it stopped growing. This time, the tree trunks continued to climb, reaching heights of tens of meters. Meanwhile, saplings sprouted from the shore of the lake, growing taller and forming a small, dense forest. Chu Chun carefully sensed the trees and discovered that they all looked exactly the same. Even their auras were identical. Chu Chun instantly understood the ghost thorn tree's idea. It wanted to grow a forest of ghost thorns directly on the shore, making it difficult for enemies to find its true form. Moreover, the trees on the shore all grew from their own root systems, just like the hands of the ghost thorn tree, which gives it a wider attack range and more attack methods. In time, when the roots of the ghost thorn tree spread around the lake, the entire lake will be surrounded by a ghost thorn forest. Outsiders who want to enter the ghost thorn forest and come to Chu Chun will have to get permission from the ghost thorn tree. This will also provide Chu Chun with a barrier, so that he will no longer be completely exposed as before. A forest of ghost thorns, stretching for hundreds of meters, appeared before everyone's eyes at an extremely fast speed. Before Chu Chun could give any instructions, the little fire crows had already flapped their small wings and flown up to the branches. The fiery red fire crows landed on the entirely black ghost thorn tree, making it look like an iron tree in bloom. Master, this way, those fire crows will also have a place to live. This time, the ghost thorn tree didn't use soul transmission. Instead, it emitted a sound directly, which not only Chu-Chin could hear, but also the demon dragon Gecko and Shelly. So, what's different about being extraordinary? I feel my soul power has become stronger, and I can control more ghost spikes. I also have a soul attack skill that I call Soul Slayer. Oh, Soul Slayer, a skill that directly attacks the soul, is very powerful. It seems your strength has indeed improved quite a bit. Chu-Chin wasn't particularly surprised that the ghost thorn tree could comprehend such a skill. After all, the ghost thorn tree's greatest characteristic was its ability to devour souls, so it was normal for its attack methods to focus on souls. Chu-Chin smiled and looked at the demon dragon Gecko, only to see it standing far away with Shelly, looking very unhappy. Chu-Chin controlled a stream of water, which swept the demonic dragon Gecko towards him. Or, I'll awaken your bloodline again. The demon dragon Gecko had seen other magical beasts awaken their bloodlines and knew it must be extremely painful. It instinctively wanted to shake its head, but then it remembered that the ghost thorn tree had already transcended the ordinary level, while it was still immortal, so it nodded again. Chu-Chin laughed and threw it into the lake. Before it could struggle to get up, he used his awakened skill. Suddenly, the dragon Gecko shuddered, its wings flapped violently, and it flew into the sky. Its limbs and wings were changing, and its whole body turned red as if it had been boiled. Master, won't you bless it? Chu-Chin shook his head. If it can pull through on its own, the effect will be more significant. If I bless it, although it can help it awaken its bloodline more easily, the effect will not be as good. After all, it has a mutated bloodline. It's hard to say whether it's the bloodline of an awakened dragon or the bloodline of a gecko. The demon dragon Gecko possesses both the bloodlines of a demon dragon and a gecko. Comparatively, the demon dragon bloodline is undoubtedly more powerful, while the gecko bloodline, no matter how strong it awakens, is still inferior to that of the demon dragon. If I were to intervene rashly, it might be forced to choose the gecko bloodline when it awakens its bloodline. Although it would be able to easily advance to the extraordinary level, its bloodline power would be more than twice as weak. The dragon Gecko seemed to be having a hard time in the sky, sometimes flying to the ground, sometimes diving into the water, and sometimes circling in the sky. It looked terrifying, as if it was about to explode. But in fact, Chu-Chin was constantly monitoring the changes within its body, and it was currently quite stable and not in any life-threatening danger. This painful state lasted for more than half an hour. The demonic dragon Gecko let out a long roar to the sky, and an aura of superiority emanated from it, frightening the nearby magical beasts, including the 3,000 fire crows, into trembling. It opened its mouth and spewed out huge flames into the sky. Then with a flap of its wings, its body appeared hundreds of meters away. In Chu-Chin's perception, the demonic dragon Gecko already possessed the aura of the transcendent level, and it was currently showing off quite a bit. It looks like he has gained a fire-breathing skill, and his teleportation distance and speed are also faster. Its size has also increased a lot, and it looks quite intimidating at first glance. Chu-Chin and Ghost Thorn Tree watched the demon dragon Gecko swagger around, commenting on its antics. Chapter 49: The Dark Races of the Underground. The demon dragon Gecko clowned around in front of the Ghost Thorn Tree and Chu-Chin for a long time before finally stopping. After receiving encouragement from Chu-Chin, it finally ran off to show off to its 5 little brothers. The 5 magical beasts, who spent their days mingling with the demon dragon Gecko, were no longer as timid as before. They had become bolder and often did bad things with the demon dragon Gecko. However, Chu-Chin didn't concern himself with any of these matters. He only needed to provide sufficient resources. He simply didn't have the energy to handle these small things personally. On the surface, external forces were probably about to sneak into the desert to search for gems, while in the underground world, Maki's conquest was also encountering difficulties. In the underground world, on a bloody battlefield, Magi stared at the enemy opposite him, his face pale. This was definitely the first time he had encountered such a difficult problem since he started following Chu-Chin. It turned out that after Chu Chen asked him to conquer the land along the 1,000-mile stretch of the Wangchuan River as soon as possible, Maki had been fighting against different enemies day and night. Just as Chu Chen had discovered, Maki's Earth Spirit Clan army was almost invincible in this land. However, after he completely wiped out the other races in the River of Oblivion, he encountered a troublesome race. He had never heard of this race in all his years living in the underground world, and he was sure that no one in the entire Earth Spirit race had ever seen one. The other side consisted of only a dozen or so people, their bodies dried up like twigs, with only their eyes still flashing with an eerie blue light. They appeared suddenly after Maki had dealt with the last remaining stubbornly resisting race, and then chanted incantations. From the corpses on the ground, one after another, spirits rose up. Under the control of those people, these spirits charged towards Maki and the others. Although they no longer had physical bodies, they were able to launch attacks that were as substantial as physical ones, and the warriors of the Earth Spirit Clan were completely unable to attack them. "What race are you? And what is the meaning of stopping us?" While shouting and asking questions, trying to find out some information, Magi was also urgently calling out to Chu Chen in his mind. While these spirit entities could not inflict significant damage on the Earth Spirit warriors for the time being, the Earth Spirits were also completely helpless against them. "You've crossed the line, so you must die." The leader on the other side spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if he were saying something very ordinary. Maki narrowed his single eye. Although the opponent could control a soul, the Earth Spirit race possessed a unique talent. They could gather all their blood and soul into their single eye and unleash a divine light attack that could harm even a soul. However, once this attack was used, the user would naturally be obliterated. "We'd rather fight to the death. We absolutely cannot give up the territory that Lord Chu Chen conquered." With a sudden surge of determination, Magi prepared to lead his men in a desperate fight. Chu Chen's voice echoed in my mind. "Don't be impulsive. Let me take a look." To Maki, Chu Chen's voice sounded like heavenly music, and Maki was touched and hummed in response. Amidst the astonished gazes of the dozen or so people opposite, the slowly flowing river of oblivion suddenly churned, and then a person formed from the river water emerged from it. This was Chu Chen. He walked leisurely to the group of people, quite surprised himself. With its emaciated body, glowing blue eyes, and ability to manipulate the souls of the dead, this was none other than the Lich from the memories of the Dark Wizard. It had devoured a creature that had been extinct on this continent for 1,000 years. Liches are depicted as extremely evil and powerful beings in various texts. They use forbidden magic to make their souls almost immortal, which makes their bodies extremely weak. However, these bodies are merely containers for their souls to reside in. Even if the bodies are destroyed, they can simply find a new one. So it's a Lich. This is the first time I've seen one. Hearing Chu Chen's tone, which was filled with curiosity but without a trace of fear, the dozen or so people opposite him were quite surprised. Because Liches possess powerful souls and near immortal lifespans, they are often particularly enthusiastic about studying things, especially magic. Therefore, their magic is extremely powerful. Even in this underground world without elemental power, they have still managed to create some very powerful techniques after thousands of years of research, enough to allow them to dominate this world. Therefore, they thought that since Chu Chen could recognize them, he should be afraid. "Since you know who we are, then kill yourself to save us the trouble. Fighting these little things is just too boring. You have to understand that Liches cannot reproduce, so these Liches were probably put into this underground world at least 1,000 years ago and have lived until now. Compared to them, those Earth Spirits are nothing." Chu Chen's water-mane smirked, revealing a wicked smile. He looked at the souls controlled by the Liches, and with a wave of his hand, a stream of water splashed over them. Those souls instantly became like lime mixed with water, riddled with holes, screaming in pain on the ground. In a short while, those hundreds of souls vanished into thin air. What a joke! Trying to play with souls in front of Chu Chen's River of Oblivion? In its previous life, the River of Oblivion was a river on the road to the underworld, burying countless souls. Although it's not quite that extreme in this world yet, these newly formed souls are still far from enough. "What kind of tricks are you using?" A flicker of emotion finally appeared on the otherwise expressionless faces of these dozen or so people, though their skin was already dry and brittle, making them look truly ferocious and terrifying when pulled. I've heard that liches are immortal. Is that true or not? Chu-Chen didn't answer, but asked with a hint of amusement. Humph. Although I don't know how you scattered those souls, the youngest of us have lived for almost 1,000 years. We dare not say we are immortal, but we are not so easy to die. Oh, in the outside world, it might be really difficult, but here, it probably isn't that hard. As Chu-Chen spoke, a rope suddenly appeared in the river of oblivion behind him, binding a lich on the opposite side. Using the waters of the river of oblivion to bind not only the body but also the soul is locked within. Although these liches were skilled in magic, they were hampered by the fact that this world lacked the elemental power to use magic. Moreover, Chu-Chen's water binding was close to the law, and it arrived in an instant. So how could these liches possibly escape it? The bound lich felt as if his soul was tightly bound by a rope, and he could not even leave his body. Who are you? How could you have such methods? The lich leader was horrified when he saw the state of his bound subordinates. I'm not a big shot, and I'm not from this world. Chu-Chen's words were astonishing, leaving all the liches speechless. Chapter 50. Subduing the Lich. If you were to ask any intelligent being in this underground world where they most want to go in their lifetime, 90% of them would have a beautiful imagination about the outside world. If you were to ask which race most desperately wants to go outside, the Lich would definitely be one of them. Because what they are most obsessed with is magic, but in this world, magic is completely useless. In addition, there is an even more important reason. You said you came from the outside world? The Lich leader asked in a very excited tone. Chu-Chen glanced at him indifferently. I don't like repeating what I've already said. The Lich leader regained some of his excitement. Impossible. People from the outside world can't get in, and they won't let anyone in here. Them? Who locked you up here? Lock us up? Humph, who can lock us up? We've just been deceived by those despicable scoundrels. Those people you're talking about, could they be from the Temple of Light? Looking at the liches opposite him who were about to go berserk the moment he mentioned the Temple of Light, Chu-Chen guessed that the situation was pretty much as expected. Judging from your tone, you're probably not from the Temple of Light. But I'm curious, if you're not from the Temple of Light, how could you know of our existence and enter this underground world? In fact, Chu-Chen's knowledge of the existence of liches was accidental. It just so happened that the dark wizard whose soul he had devoured after their mutual destruction had obtained an evil forbidden technique that allowed him to transform himself into a lich-like being, whose soul could be immortal. Your existence is not a big secret, and entering the underground world is not difficult for me. I can not only come in, but also leave freely. Upon hearing Chu-Chen's words, the eyes of these liches blazed with an even brighter light, and the blue light illuminated the Earth Spirit clan members behind Chu-Chen, causing them to appear dazed. Snort. Chu-Chen's cold shout woke the Earth Spirit clan members, and then he instructed Maki. Take them back first, I'll handle things here. Remember, don't let this get out of the way. After receiving Chu-Chen's order, Maki turned around and led his warriors to retreat. He was not worried about Chu-Chen's safety. In his mind, Chu-Chen was a god. Even though these liches looked very mysterious, they were definitely no match for Chu-Chen. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. After all, you are all ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years. I know that you may have been very strong in the past, but in this underground world, you are only slightly stronger than those earth spirits. I want to unify this underground world. Come and help me. Within 10 years, I will take you out of here. How about it? The liches opposite him glared angrily at Chu-Chen, this arrogant man of unknown origin who actually wanted them, these great liches, to become his subordinates. The lich leader stared coldly at Chu-Chen. You want to subdue us? Why should we believe you can lead us out of here? Upon hearing this, Chu-Chen knew there was definitely a chance. These liches were even more eager to escape this world than the earth spirits. These once powerful and high-ranking mages were now imprisoned in this dark and sunless underground world, having lost their magic and barely clinging to life. They had truly experienced the beauty of the outside world and the thrill of power. They would savor this feeling every day for thousands of years, so that they would not forget their enemies and their identities in such a filthy environment. Whether you believe it or not, this is your only chance. It's actually very simple to deal with you. As Chu Chen spoke, the river of oblivion behind him suddenly surged toward the liches with an inverted momentum. The liches felt as if it were not a river, but a world crushing toward them. They couldn't even run away and could only stand there in terror, waiting. Suddenly, the pressure on his body disappeared, the black river returned to calm, and the river of oblivion behind Chu Chen flowed silently. Okay, I'll take the gamble. I'll work for you for 10 years, and then you'll take us out of here. The other liches were still somewhat unwilling, but the lich leader immediately said sternly, "What I said only represents my personal opinion. We have been friends for thousands of years. I will not force you, but let alone 10 years, even 100 years, what does it mean to us? I will never give up as long as there is even the slightest chance." Those who can become the leader of the liches are naturally not ordinary people. Such decisiveness is rare in the world. In reality, to become a lich, one must not only possess extraordinary talent, but also be ruthless to oneself. Not every mage is willing to abandon their physical body. Abandoning the physical body is equivalent to abandoning all physical enjoyment. After hearing their leader's words, the group of liches looked at each other for a while before finally kneeling down together. "I am willing to follow the leader's arrangements." The lich leader, however, knelt before Chu Chen and said, "My lord, I, Bartlett, am willing to lead the lich race to submit to you. As long as you can take us out, we will be at your disposal for the next 10 years. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Well, Bartlett, you can all get up. I don't have such strict rules here. Are there only a dozen or so of you left in your lich race?" "Reporting to you, sir, the lich race still has over 100 members, but we dozen or so are the strongest in the race. Most of the others are not much stronger than magi of the earth spirit race." Hearing this, Chu Chen admired the lich even more. More than 100 people, the weakest of whom was at the level of Maki, were still able to possess such great power even after losing the power of the elements. He truly deserved to be called a 1,000-year-old monster. So, is there something you all want to do here at the same time? Logically speaking, dealing with Maki shouldn't require the Lich clan to deploy their strongest forces. There must be something more important going on, and it was just a coincidence that these people encountered Maki. "Yes, sir. We did not come here for the Earth Spirit clan. 2 of our clansmen died in this area, and their souls have also dissipated. That's why we came here specifically to check on them. The ability to kill a peculiar life form like a lich, even obliterating its soul, is a matter of life and death for the lich. It's no wonder that the entire clan's strongest forces would be mobilized. To be able to completely kill the lich, the opponent must be someone of considerable importance. Have you found out anything?" Bartlett thought for a moment and said, "We found some clues, but the matter is rather tricky, and it might even be related to you, sir." "Oh, it concerns me. Tell me what happened." Chapter 51: The Kingdom of the Underground World. Only after Bartlett's explanation did Chu Chen understand what was going on. After several days of careful searching by Bartlett and his dozen or so men, they were unable to find any clues or the bodies of their own people. Later, they discovered the strange river of oblivion in Chu Chen and followed it all the way down, only to find the marks left by 2 clansmen on the riverbank. Before they died, they used their spiritual power to leave a message on the riverbank. "Rest in peace." "Rest in peace? What does that mean?" Bartlett said, unusually seriously. "Anshi is a kingdom in this underground world. It is also the only major power in the underground world." Now it was Chu Chen's turn to be surprised. There's actually a kingdom like this in the underground world? Could it be the Temple of Light behind it? In this underground world, only banished people live. As the chieftain of the Earth Spirit said, they are criminals. Chu Chen knew that at least some people from the Temple of Light were watching this place. He simply couldn't believe that such a powerful force as a kingdom wasn't backed by the Temple of Light. It's unclear whether the Temple of Light directly sent people down to establish this kingdom, or whether they recruited members from the existing underworld. In Chu Chen's view, the Temple of Light likely recruited a certain race and used them to build this force, allowing them to secretly monitor the entire underworld. Your Excellency is indeed wise. Behind the Parthian Empire lies the Temple of Light, though they have never admitted it. Then why did they kill your people? Bartlett gave a wry smile. Chu Chun understood instantly. Bartlett's lich was an ancient monster, thousands of years old, and could be considered one of the oldest beings in the entire underground world. Even in this underground world, its strength was considered top-notch. The Parthian Empire must have failed to win over the lich, so it turned to threats. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the Temple of Light wants to control the lich, since the lich's achievements in magical research are something the Temple of Light desperately wants. Our lich race has been hiding from the Parthian Empire. They never dared to push too hard before, but now, for some reason, they have suddenly made their move. Chu Chun said with a somewhat gloomy look. Perhaps it's because of the upcoming struggle for faith. Etri nodded. That could only be the reason. My lord, if you wish to unify the entire underworld, the Parthian Empire is your only obstacle. With the Earth Spirit Clan's forces and our Lich Clan, if it were just a fight against the Parthian Empire, the outcome would be evenly matched. However, they also have the Temple of Light behind them, so I'm afraid we are no match for them. Chu Chun smiled and said, although the Parthian Empire has the Temple of Light behind it, don't you still have me behind you? By the way, tell me, what kind of entity is this Parthian Empire, and what race does it primarily belong to? After Etlet's explanation, Chu Chun finally understood that the Parthian Empire was actually an empire composed of a skeleton army. However, skeletons are dark creatures, and should theoretically be natural enemies of the Temple of Light. It is truly strange that this skeleton lord would accept the Temple of Light's offer of amnesty. Chu Chun felt as if there was an invisible net behind this, and although this net was not aimed at him, he would inevitably run into it eventually. Whether the fish dies or the net breaks, Chu Chun is determined to fight it out. Etlet was sent back to his tribe, where he gathered all the Lich people and brought them to live in the Earth Elemental Tribe's territory. From then on, the Earth Elemental Army had more than 100 powerful mages. However, the Lich people did not obey Mackey's orders, but only carried out the tasks assigned by Chu Chun. Therefore, Magi still leads the warriors of the Eldar and other races that were added later. In case of emergency, he can seek help from the Lich, but he cannot mobilize the Lich. System, I want to extend the length of the River of Oblivion by 2,000 meters. Chu Chun spent energy points again to extend the River of Oblivion by 2,000 meters. This was also to establish an advantage by using the cover of the River of Oblivion before making official contact with the Parthian Empire and to gather information. During this period, the corpses obtained from the conquests by Mackey were all thrown into the River of Oblivion, eventually creating more than 1,000 skeleton warriors. Unexpectedly, the Parthian Empire also had skeleton warriors, which was perfect for making use of. Chu Chun secretly hid 1,000 skeleton warriors in the River of Oblivion and sent them into the territory of the Parthian Empire, using them to infiltrate the Parthian Empire, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Although these skeleton warriors have very low intelligence and can only obey basic commands, this is precisely why these low-level skeleton warriors in the Parthian Empire are completely unnoticed. Therefore, when a skeleton army suddenly appeared on the plain, not a single skeleton came to investigate. Until they encountered a transcendent-level skeleton in the wild. This transcendent skeleton took Chu Chun's skeleton warrior into its team without saying a word and brought him back to the camp. Seeing this, Chu Chun stopped worrying about it. These skeletons would never rebel against him. He would just issue orders when he needed them. The most urgent task now is to reorganize the occupied territories and troops to form a more combat-effective army. Especially now that the enemies are all skeletons, and these skeletons are extremely tough, fearless of death and pain, making them very difficult to deal with. If McGee were to fight them head-on, the losses would be significant. However, Chu Chun was able to create skeleton soldiers from his own River of Oblivion, so he was quite familiar with these skeleton warriors and knew that the best way to kill them was to use a soul attack. However, these Earth Spirit warriors did not know this method of attack. Although the Lich race did know it, their numbers were too small to fight on a large scale. Chu Chun came up with a compromise, to use the water of the River of Oblivion to make weapons. The waters of my River of Oblivion are highly lethal to souls. the Lich could try making them into a one-time use weapon. Etlik carefully took some of the water from the River of Oblivion that Chu Chun had refined. He still remembered how Chu Chun had used the river water to kill souls before. For Liches, the soul was their very foundation. After a week of continuous research by the Liches, they finally found a way to refine the water of the River of Oblivion into the weapons of the Earth Spirit clan. Thus, the underground world began another intense process of weapon reprocessing. Although the Lich clan is not very good at this, and the lack of elemental power makes it inconvenient to use certain methods, with Chu Chin's massive supply of river water, the processing speed is not slow. At most, it will take half a month to complete the processing of all the Earth Spirit clan warriors' weapons. Chapter 52. The Desert Where All Sides Gather. On the edge of the desert, in a desolate ancient city. Commander, we can set off now. A senior mercenary spoke respectfully. Okay, let's go. A burly man with half his chest exposed, the gleaming gold mercenary badge on his shoulder proclaiming his distinguished status. In the Mercenary Guild, a vast organization spread across the continent, mercenaries mainly improve their rank through contributions, which are ranked from lowest to highest as bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and orange. Most mercenaries fight alone, but many also form various mercenary groups, which can be divided into C rank, B rank, A rank, and S rank according to their level. This mercenary group has about 300 members. The leader is a gold mercenary, which means he is at least a legendary mercenary. Therefore, this mercenary group should be at least B rank, making it a force to be reckoned with. Judging from the direction they were heading into the desert, and there were quite a few mercenary groups like them. Besides the numerous mercenary groups of all sizes, there are many other forces that either openly rush into the desert or sneak in secretly to avoid being discovered. Vice Commander, are we just going in like this without notifying the elves? Upon hearing this, Deputy Commander Bolton's face flashed with displeasure, but he quickly concealed it. No need. The elves definitely know we're going. Let's hurry up and set off. Don't let those lowly races steal what we want. After saying that, Bolton took the lead and rode off on his horse, leaving the others with no choice but to follow immediately. Bolton glanced at the two people beside him and thought to himself, I know you two are loyal followers of the commander, yet you dare to question my decision. I'll deal with you two sooner or later. Bolton is the vice commander of the Holy Knights of the Temple of Light. Despite possessing legendary level strength, he is only one of the 5 vice commanders, and the most unpopular one at that. Especially the two people beside him, who were very strong and only obeyed the leader's orders, and often questioned Bolton's orders, which had long made him unhappy. I don't know why the commander only let me lead the team for such an important mission, while he and the other 2 commanders disappeared. Bolton thought to himself that this was a chance for him to prove himself. If he could help the Temple of Light obtain that treasure, it might be possible for him to take command of the Holy Knights on his own. As if by prior arrangement, forces of all sizes entered the desert simultaneously over the past few days. Meanwhile, the Sandstorm Army, which was secretly stationed in various corners of the desert, had already received the news. Wilderness tribesmen kept coming to Chu Chun on their red flame, chasing wind horses, to report the news. Chu Chun could only temporarily put aside the affairs of the underground world and focus on dealing with the trouble at hand. Since these forces are all here to find the Stone of Life, they will definitely not give up until they find it. So sooner or later they will search this lake. Although Chu Chun himself is not afraid, the Ghost Thorn Tree and the 3,000 Fire Crows are still very conspicuous. Moreover, the Sandstorm Army, which is spread throughout the desert, may also be killed by some mercenaries. Among the forces that entered, there were many legendary figures. Although the Sandstorm Army was very powerful, they were no match for legendary experts. We have to find a way to divert the attention of those forces. We can't let them get bored and destroy my Chensha army. Master, why don't we help them find the Stone of Life? Seeing Chu Chin's troubled expression, Ghost Thorn Tree offered a suggestion. After advancing to the extraordinary realm, the Ghost Thorn Tree's intelligence surged once again, and it can now be described as exceptionally wise. It's believed that before long, even Chu Chun will surpass it. Chu Chun was reminded by the Ghost Thorn Tree's suggestion that if these people found the whereabouts of the Stone of Life, they would no longer aimlessly turn the desert upside down. He had used up the real Stone of Life and could not get it back no matter what. But without the Stone of Life, how could he convince those people with just empty words? Chu Chen thought of the Lich. The Lich had spent millennia researching and was deeply versed in magic. He wondered if, combined with his abundant spiritual power, he could create a fake resembling the Stone of Life. If he could fool even a few people, then word would spread, and even a fake would be believed to be real. Whether it was true or false, those people wouldn't give up. His soul descended into the river of oblivion, where he summoned Bartlett, the Lich leader. Bartlett, do you know about the Elven Stone of Life? Bartlett thought for a moment and replied, I've heard of the Stone of Life, but it doesn't belong to the elves, it belongs to the goblins. Chu Chen understood. It was probably because the elves had taken it away for some reason, since the goblins were much weaker than the elves. Do you have any way to forge a Stone of Life? It just needs to look very similar. Bartlett scratched his head, even though he had long since lost all his hair. I need to go back and discuss this with my people. Chu Chen nodded. He believed that the Lich should also find a way, since all they needed to do was make it look like it. Sure enough, in less than half a day, the Lich clan had already come up with a specific plan. My lord, we have already come up with a plan, but the thing we create needs a huge amount of spiritual energy to be injected into it. The more spiritual energy there is, the more it will resemble the Stone of Life, in our perception. Spiritual power is not a problem. You should finish it as soon as possible, as I will need it immediately. After confirming that he could become a Lich, Chu Chen immediately left the underground world. He summoned Shelley and called Tyrell back as well. Has the elven race made any moves lately? Tyrion hadn't been back to the lake for a long time, and seeing Chu Chen again felt very warm. Hearing Chu Chen's question, he respectfully replied, Reporting to God Chu, the elves haven't made any major moves, but recently some humans went towards the elven forest. I don't know what they're doing. Humans who can directly enter the elven forest must belong to some powerful force, and may be related to the Stone of Life. Moreover, Tyrion is only a mortal, so it would be easy for powerful elves to remain undetected. Tyrion can only monitor whether there are any large-scale troop movements by the elves. I called you back this time because I need you to train those fire crows outside. With the abundant spiritual energy provided by Chu Chen, those fire crows grew exceptionally fast and are now almost the size of adult fire crows. They can be trained by Tyrion to develop a certain level of combat capability. Chapter 53, Shelley's Mission, Lure a Legendary Powerhouse. The task of training the Fire Ravens was entrusted to Tyrion, while Ghost Thorntree also joined in, figuring out how to coordinate attacks with the Fire Ravens. Chu Chen then continued to discuss another matter with Shelley. There are quite a few forces entering the desert this time, including several legendary-level beings. I need you to do something for me, but this matter is somewhat dangerous. Please give your orders, my lord, and I will certainly do my best. Since Chu Chen had already spoken, Shelley was merely a dependent and could hardly refuse. I need you to bring a force to me. This force must not exceed 1,000 people and must have a legendary-level expert. With a legendary expert at the rank of power, it was indeed a bit of a stretch to ask Shelley, who had just broken through to the 10th level of the extraordinary realm, to do this. However, Shelley was the only expert Chu Chen could use, and no one else could complete this task. However, Chu Chen believed that with Shelley's strength, she should be able to manage to lure her in. Shelley nodded, though her mouth tasted bitter. To lure a legendary expert was an extremely dangerous undertaking for her. One wrong move, and she might not return. Don't worry. As long as you can lure him here, you should know how I heal injuries. Also, I'll give you something that anyone who sees it will chase after you. As Chu Chen spoke, a green bead flew out of the lake. It looked exactly like the Stone of Life. However, if you tried to sense it carefully, you would find that the bead had no energy fluctuations and was just an ordinary bead. Shelley was a little curious. Even if she pretended to be the Stone of Life with just this bead, no one would believe her. However, Chu Chen did not explain. Instead, he poured a vast amount of spiritual power into the bead until it reached the limit that the bead could withstand. At this point, the bead changed. The green color in the originally dull beads became even more dazzling, and there were even faint images of trees growing and rivers flowing on the surface of the beads. Shelley sensed a vibrant life force emanating from the bead. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have almost believed it to be the stone of life. With this bead, Shelley can naturally lure legendary experts. But I don't understand why you did this, sir. Just go ahead and do it. You'll find out why soon enough. Chu Chen kept it a secret, choosing not to tell Shelley for the time being. Shelley didn't dare to ask any further questions. She took the bead Chu Chen had given her and ran off into the distance. With the sand army scattered throughout the desert, it wouldn't be difficult for Shelley to find a suitable force. The real challenge was how to save his own life and escape from the clutches of a legendary-level expert. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of a secluded valley, the mercenary group that had previously appeared in the ancient city showed up. "Captain, why don't we rest here tonight?" The brothers have scouted it out and found a group of magical beasts inside. They seem to be quite organized, but there aren't many, only a little over 1,000. They also have wood spirit deer with excellent meat. We've got our dinner sorted out. Commander Payne nodded, agreeing to his subordinate's suggestion. A group of 1,000 monsters is nothing to a B-rank mercenary group like ours. With the leader's approval, the mercenaries were immediately energized. They had been searching aimlessly all day and were exhausted, eager to find a place to rest. Although these mercenaries didn't take the magical beasts seriously, their steps into the valley were still orderly and organized. They didn't rush in all at once, but formed a certain formation. The magical beasts inside had already discovered them. This was one of Chu Chinchin's sand army, led by only 2 members of the Wilderness clan. Both of the Desolate clan members were at the 6th level of the mortal rank, while the more than 1,000 magical beasts were only at the 4th or 5th level of the mortal rank. In contrast, the mercenary groups outside not only had legendary members, but also many extraordinary ones. Therefore, the 2 Desolate clan members felt somewhat desperate and could only pray to Chu Chen in their hearts while organizing their magical beasts to prepare for a desperate fight. Chu Chen naturally sensed the call of the 2 barbarian tribesmen, but it was not convenient for him to descend at the moment. He could only tell Shelley, who happened to be nearby, the location of the valley. This mercenary group wasn't actually the best choice Shelley would make, but there was no other way. If they didn't go, they could only watch helplessly as the Sandstorm army died and were eaten. Shelley chose to obey Chu Chen's order, switched to the flying carpet, and quickly approached the valley. By the time she reached the edge of the valley, the killing had already begun inside. Shelley didn't have time to go down and rescue them. Instead, she threw down an explosive scroll to attract attention. Commander Payne had already spotted the woman, and he didn't stop her when she dropped the scroll. But when he saw the green bead Shelley pulled out of her hand, his eyes turned red and his breathing became heavy. The bead was remarkably similar to the legendary life gem, and he could even sense the rich life force emanating from it. Shelley, seeing Payne's behavior, didn't even glance at him, and turned and ran towards the lake. Payne immediately flew after him. Follow up immediately, there is no time to lose. Although the other mercenaries were reluctant to give up their prey, they all realized that the bead in the woman's hand was likely the stone of life. So none of them dared to delay and had to immediately abandon the monster in the valley and turn around to follow her. Legendary cultivators can already fly in various ways. This leader is a swordsman, but instead of condensing battle aura wings like other swordsmen, he jumps on the ground like a monkey. Each jump is like a cannonball, and the speed is even faster than flying. Shelley tossed various scrolls behind her as if they were free, but Payne simply swung his sword lightly and blocked them all, and the distance between the two was rapidly closing. In the chase, Shelley had already forced herself to accelerate several times, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Payne continued to pursue relentlessly, cursing under his breath. She's clearly just a transcendent level woman, yet I, a legendary level expert, have been chasing her for so long and still haven't caught up. I really don't know where she got so many strange scrolls and secret techniques. Although Payne was also wondering why this woman would take the initiative to reveal her life stone, he was sure there was some conspiracy behind it. But in his opinion, no matter how powerful a conspiracy orchestrated by an extraordinary being was, how could it possibly harm him? Suddenly, a dark, silent forest appeared ahead, and Shelley plunged into it and disappeared. Payne stopped outside the forest. He sensed that Shelley had deliberately lured him here, but in his perception, the forest only contained 3,000 fire crows, nothing particularly dangerous. However, just in case, he decided to wait until the entire mercenary group had arrived before entering the forest. The forest wasn't large. Behind it lay a huge lake. He sensed Shelley was right there by the lake and hadn't taken the opportunity to leave. Chapter 54: The Destroyed Mercenary Group. Commander, should the brothers go in and take a look first? The rest of the mercenary group finally arrived, all of them panting heavily. Payne pondered for a moment. Let's go in together. Everyone be careful. There's definitely something hidden in there. The members of Payne's mercenary group entered Ghostthorn Forest in their usual formation, with Payne following behind to bring up the rear. The moment Shelley rushed into the Ghostthorn Forest, Chu Chun mobilized his spiritual power to heal her injuries and allowed her to recover on the shore. The rest is up to Fire Raven and Ghostthorn Tree. We'll see what level Fire Raven is at after Tyron's training these past few days. With 3,000 fire crows in the Ghostthorn Tree, Chu Chun believed that as long as Payne didn't intervene, his side should be able to defeat the B-rank mercenary group. However, Chu Chun dared not relax. He had to keep an eye on Payne at all times. Otherwise, if this legendary level expert made a move, all of his painstakingly cultivated fire crows might be wiped out. When the mercenary group members reached the center of the Ghostthorn Tree, Tyron, who had already been lying in ambush, began to organize the Fire Raven's attack. The Fire Raven's attack was exactly what the mercenary group had anticipated, so the first wave of their fire attack was easily intercepted. However, these 3,000 fire crows were trained by Tyron. In the past few days, due to the tight schedule, Tyron only trained them on one thing: how to continuously spray flames. The spiritual energy here is abundant, allowing the fire crows to replenish their energy quickly. In contrast, the mercenaries need to draw their magic and battle aura from the heavens and earth, a process far slower than the fire crows. Tyron intended to continue this attrition spree, eventually wearing down the mercenary group to death. The mercenary group members were also very frustrated. They thought that the fire crow's flames were only temporary and that they would soon be able to launch a counterattack. However, they did not expect that these were not ordinary magical beasts they had seen before, but trained ones. With the 3,000 fire crows working together, each attack involved at least 500 or 600 fire crows simultaneously shooting fireballs. As a result, the 300 mercenary team members had no chance to attack. The mage in the middle of the team wanted to find an opportunity to attack the fire crows, but these fire crows were all in the trees, and the trees here were strange, constantly changing position, making it impossible to attack these fire crows. After half an hour of this stalemate, Payne grew impatient and gave the order: speed up and resolve this quickly. He felt like he was being watched, so he didn't dare to act rashly and just wanted his men to deal with the fire crows in front of him as soon as possible. Following their leader's orders, half of the mercenaries withdrew from defense, while the rest struggled to hold on. Those who had withdrawn from defense joined the attack, disrupting the Fire Raven's offensive rhythm. Despite Tyron's best efforts, it was difficult for them to maintain the same continuous firepower as before. At this moment, the Ghostthorn Tree made its move. Ghostly spikes flew out from the trees in the forest, attacking the mercenaries. These mercenaries were unaware of the attack strength of these ghost thorns, but they dared not be careless and still sent a group of people to defend against them. However, they still underestimated the ghost thorn trees. The attacks of these ghost thorns were extremely strange. Although they were intercepted, they still carried soul attacks. Instantly, the dozens of people who came to intercept the ghost thorn tree suffered heavy injuries and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. More ghost spikes were flying towards the mercenaries from outside. With such a large number of them, and the fire crows having already reacted and increased their firepower, the mercenaries were about to be suppressed once again. At this point, Payne had no choice but to intervene. Useless. I have to do it myself to deal with something so trivial. It would be a loss of face to have a legendary level expert deal with these mortal level magical beasts. Payne swung his great sword, and a sword aura flew toward the fire crows in the tree at unparalleled speed. However, something even faster happened. A wall of water suddenly appeared from the forest, isolating Payne's sword energy and protecting all the fire crows behind it. You finally appeared. Payne was certain that this person was the mastermind behind luring him here. Although he hadn't yet figured out where this person was hiding, he was determined to obtain the Stone of Life no matter what. Chu Chun ignored him and made no move, and the two sides remained deadlocked. In the end, Payne couldn't wait any longer and took the initiative to walk towards the back of the forest. The mercenaries behind it wanted to follow, but Payne stopped them. He guessed that the person who dared to lure him here was at least a legendary figure. Faced with such a powerful expert, even if his subordinates followed, they would only be a hindrance. Finally, Payne reached the lake and saw Shelley tending to her wounds. "Give me the Stone of Life, and I may spare you." He concluded that Chu Chun was hiding in the lake, because this was the only place where he could not find out the specific situation. Seeing that Chu Chun still didn't move, he looked at Shelley, intending to make a move on Shelley first to force the person behind her to take action. However, before he could make a move, he felt his limbs suddenly become sluggish and covered with ice. He unleashed his fighting spirit, instantly shattering the ice blocks. After stretching his limbs, he charged towards Shelley. At that moment, a huge ice arrow emerged from the water and shot towards him, but he remained unfazed and swung his greatsword forward with all his might. With a loud bang, the ice arrow shattered, and Payne's body flew backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although the attack shattered the ice arrow, he also suffered some minor injuries. Before he could catch his breath, several more water chains appeared in the water and began to wrap around him. This is Chu Chun's waterbound bondage. Payne nimbly dodged the chains and continued charging towards Shelley. Two more ice arrows shot towards him. This time, Payne dared not be careless and used his sword skills. Swift Wind Slash. A sword blade formed from sword energy slashed towards the ice arrow. This legendary level 1 is really not easy to deal with. Chu Chun thought to himself, "Let's go all out and finish this quickly." Water flow. A tremendous sense of oppression swept over Payne, and he felt the circulation of his internal fighting spirit slow down. Ice arrow, water binding, ice shackles, come at me all at once. The three skills attacked Payne simultaneously, and Payne was quite flustered for a while due to the influence of the water. That's not all. This is Chu Chun's most powerful attack method to date. Water Dragon Roar. A water dragon flew out of the lake, roaring as it charged toward Payne. Payne was shocked and tried his best to block it by circulating his fighting spirit. However, Chu Chun used more than just this one water dragon. He used the skill 3 times in a row, and since the system skill had no aftercast delay, the 3 water dragons arrived almost simultaneously. Payne managed to fend off one of the water dragons, but the remaining 2 struck his body in his horrified gaze and were instantly pulverized. The legendary B-rank mercenary leader died by the shore of an obscure lake, his remains never found. Chapter 55, 2 Stones of Life, Shake the Desert. Chu Chun swept the shattered remains of Payne into the lake. A legendary level expert was still worth a lot of energy. After absorbing Payne's memories, his various life experiences, including the cultivation techniques and sword skills he practiced, were all in Chu Chun's mind. Then, Chu Chun handed his soul over to the ghost thorn tree to devour. At the same time, he put Payne's great sword into his storage space, as well as the storage scroll that Payne was carrying, which contained many good items. However, Chu Chun didn't have time to look through them all and threw them all into the system space. There were still more than 300 mercenaries from the Payne mercenary group outside. They could only hear the sounds of fighting coming from inside. Although they had great confidence in their leader, the sudden silence and the absence of their leader made them somewhat panicked. The fire crows on the opposite side, who were also eyeing the enemy menacingly, were ordered by Tyron to stop their attack. The two sides just stared at each other without making a move. Knowing that Chu Chun had given the order, Tyron nodded, and only then did Fire Raven take action. The mercenary group saw the fire crows suddenly start moving and quickly went on high alert. As expected, the fire crows launched a new attack with even greater firepower, causing great trouble for the mercenary group. However, they were no longer as organized as before, and their firepower was intermittently insufficient. The vice leader of the mercenary group, while organizing the defense and counterattack, pondered the reasons behind it all. The fighting inside had stopped, but neither their own commander nor the enemy had come out. It was highly likely that both sides had suffered heavy losses. Their own commander might be dead, but the enemy had also lost the ability to fight. Why don't we take a gamble? Maybe the Stone of Life will be mine. The deputy commander's ambition was rapidly growing. Listen up, brothers. The commander has already sent me a telepathic message. He has dealt with the enemy inside and wants us to rush in quickly. The deputy commander shouted loudly and threw out several scrolls. Hearing his shout, the others rushed forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline, pulling out all sorts of treasured scrolls. The pressure on the crow-killing army increased dramatically, with some even suffering setbacks and many fire crows being injured. At this moment, Ghost Thorn Tree also made his move. His soul attack was indeed difficult to resist. Many mercenaries fell victim to it. After their souls were attacked, their movements and reactions became slower, and they suffered splitting headaches, making it impossible for them to hold on. The situation reversed again, and the mercenary group was once again forced to defend. Seeing the situation, the deputy commander realized that continuing the fight would only exhaust his fighting spirit and lead to his death at the hands of these seemingly tireless fire crows. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the fact that he still had the fighting strength and retreat as soon as possible. Without hesitation, the deputy regimental commander issued the order. The entire regiment should withdraw from here and wait for the regimental commander outside. What? The commander is still inside. How can we evacuate on our own? Yeah, didn't you just say the commander ordered us to charge in? Brothers, give it your all. Charge in and help the commander grab the treasure. Then you'll have gold coins and women to your heart's content. The mercenaries trusted their leader, so many opposed the vice leader's order to retreat. Seeing this, the deputy commander cursed under his breath. Damn it, if you want to die, stay here. After saying that, the deputy commander let a dozen or so of his confidants out, while most of the others believed his earlier words and chose to rush in. After confirming that the deputy commander and others had escaped, Chu Chan was too lazy to waste any more time. He fired a volley of ice arrows, killing all the remaining mercenaries on the ground. After the dragon gecko and the ghost thorn tree had their fill, they swept all the corpses into the lake and swallowed them whole. My lord, did you deliberately release them to attract more people to this place, just for the sake of the Sandstorm Army? Shelley asked with great confusion. Although the Sandstorm Army is important, it is just a bunch of magical beasts. Chu Chun can easily rebuild it by simply bringing back the Wilderness Clan. The Sandstorm Army was just a side effect. It's actually because of you, Chu Chun said with a smile. Shelley was even more puzzled. Chu Chun said speechlessly. It's all because of that Stone of Life you brought. If I don't take this opportunity to deal with it, I'll be watched by the elves forever, and it'll be my turn to suffer soon. In truth, Chu Chun was secretly pleased, as the Stone of Life was of great use to him. Shelley was curious about how Chu Chun would resolve the situation, but she didn't press him further. After all, he was an old monster whose identity was unknown, and it was best to keep a low profile since she had caused him trouble. Meanwhile, on a desolate hill not far from the Ghost Thorn Forest, the vice commander and others who had just escaped were secretly watching the situation in the Ghost Thorn Forest, and there was no movement for a long time. It seems they all died inside, and I guess the commander died there too. The deputy commander patted his chest and continued. Luckily I'm smart and managed to get you out of there quickly, otherwise you would all have died inside. Those around him smiled obsequiously, but inwardly they were contemptuous, thinking, isn't it just that you're a coward who's afraid of death? So what do we do now? A shifty-eyed mercenary frowned and asked. Now that the leader is dead, the group has naturally disbanded, and they've returned to their lives as helpless mercenaries. For now, they can only follow this cowardly vice leader. The deputy commander stroked his chin, a sly smile spreading across his face, and said, I've got an idea, let's go make some money off it. With that, he led everyone away. So a group appeared in the desert that claimed to know the whereabouts of the Stone of Life, and offered to sell this information for 10,000 gold coins. All the forces that entered were wealthy, and they could easily come up with 10,000 gold coins, which allowed them to make a lot of money in a short time. The guild leader is really resourceful. In just 2 days, we've earned over 100,000 gold coins, enough for the rest of our lives. The deputy commander patted the person next to him on the shoulder with a smug look. Let's go to the next faction. I heard the Holy Knights are there. On a desolate hillside, members of the Holy Knights were resting, with a pool of blood and charred marks on the ground. Don't you even know who you are? You lowly ant dare to ask me for money. Bolton glanced at the ground with a look of disgust, then stopped caring. Now that we know the whereabouts of the Stone of Life, let's go and see for ourselves, regardless of whether it's true or not. That's what Sandy, the captain of the Knights Forwards, said. Just as Bolton was considering whether or not to go, a knight who had gone to gather information suddenly returned. Reporting to the deputy commander, we have learned about the Stone of Life. It is said that someone saw the Stone of Life near the 10,000 Demon Cave in the central area. Huh? How can there be two completely different pieces of news? Bolton frowned. Both messages had very accurate locations, and he couldn't tell if they were true or false. Deputy Commander, both messages have probably spread far and wide by now. We'd better split into 2 groups and set off quickly, or someone else will beat us to it. Seeing that Bolton was still hesitant, Sandy quickly offered his suggestion. Bolton couldn't think of a better solution for the moment, so he could only nod. Chapter 56, Blake's Arrangements. Lord Chu, my people have heard news that the Stone of Life is being discussed outside. Some say it is with you, while others say it is in the 10,000 Demon Cave in the central region. Upon receiving the news from his people, Tyron quickly came to inform Chu Chen. Chu Chen never expected that someone would actually create a fake life stone to lure people to another place. That's good, it has reduced my stress. After pondering for a moment, the ghost thorn tree said, I'm afraid the other information was released by the elves. Chu Chen thought so too. The Stone of Life had always been in the hands of the elven race, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to replicate it. Moreover, they controlled many magical beasts in the entire desert, so it would be very easy for them to spread the news. The elves are quite cunning. They want to lure everyone to the cave of 10,000 demons, not only avoiding their own losses, but also ensuring that the demonic beasts in the cave of 10,000 demons that do not obey their orders suffer a great misfortune. They never expected that you, Master, would release the news that you possess the Stone of Life. Now they're probably in a panic. Chu Chen smiled. It was all a coincidence. The elves had actually done him a favor. Now, let's see how the elves handle this. Chu Chen estimated that many powerful figures from outside would arrive at that time. The elves knew that the Stone of Life truly existed here, so they would definitely try to stop them. It would then be a matter of whether the elves or the outside forces were stronger. In any case, the Stone of Life would ultimately not be in his hands. On the outskirts of the elven territory, hundreds of elven warriors, including Blake, all wore serious expressions. Blake was listening to an elf report when suddenly his expression changed drastically, even though he had been confident of victory. What did you say? The news that the Stone of Life is near the lake has been leaked? You bastard. He never expected that Chu Chen would leak the news after obtaining the Stone of Life. The other legendary level experts also changed color, as this was completely different from their plan. What should we do, Blake? Those people have all rushed to the lake. We must make a decision soon, otherwise the things might really be stolen by outsiders. It's all your fault for coming up with such a terrible idea. You should have listened to me and just snatched it back from that sneaky human hiding under the lake from the beginning, so we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. A fellow legendary rank elf complained. Blake's eyes turned cold, and his handsome face became sinister. This plan was personally approved by the Elf King. If you're not happy about it, go and complain to me, the king. Now you all have to listen to me. The complaining elf, thinking of the Elf King, dared not say anything more and simply turned his face away. After looking around, Blake made the arrangements. Things have already developed to this point, so we have no choice but to change our plans. Carlo, you take 100 of your people to the cave of 10,000 demons and make it look like you're going to steal the Stone of Life. We can't let the people there suspect anything. Carlo nodded and immediately left with 100 elven warriors. Clarence, return to your tribe immediately. Report the situation to my king. and request that a few members of the Dark Forest be sent to the desert to intercept those powerful beings heading to the lake. Clarence's face showed a hint of fear when he heard about the Black Forest, but he nodded when he thought about how important the matter was. What remained were 4 legendary-level powerhouses, including Blake, and over 200 elven warriors. Blake sighed and said, "The rest of us will head to the lake to seize the Stone of Life. Even if we are all wiped out, we must get the Stone of Life back." The past few months have been deserted, with only a few mercenaries occasionally appearing, and most of the time only monsters and sandy deserts. Today is unusually lively, with people running wildly in the wilderness every now and then, and mages or swordsmen flying in the sky. These people had only 2 destinations, either the Demon Cave in the central area or an unnamed lake near the east. In everyone's heart, there are only 4 words: Stone of Life. Chu Chun had already instructed the 3,000 fire crows left in the Ghost Thorn Forest to take cover, and he also put Tyrion and Shelley into the system space. Tyrion was unfazed, only feeling that his god was omnipotent, while Shelley was utterly astonished. This place was completely different from the last time she came in. It had gained a sense of life. Shelley was unaware that it was the Life Stone, which she originally intended to use to save her master, that created this magical space. A great battle is definitely going to break out here soon. The demon dragon Gecko originally refused to enter the space, but Chu Chun forcibly grabbed its head and threw it in, along with the 5 demonic beasts that followed it. Even the Ghost Thorn tree contracted its root system, essentially abandoning the Ghost Thorn Forest outside. The loss wasn't significant to it. After this battle, it would have a good feast and could simply regrow. Even the exposed parts of the Ghost Thorn tree itself were carefully concealed, with only the main root system hidden in Chu Chun's lake. Let them fight however they want. We'll just hide and watch the show. Chu Chun and Ghost Thorn tree chatted casually, while also planning how to give away the fake Stone of Life later. Suddenly, Chu Chun sensed a familiar presence. It turned out that Blake was the first to arrive. The handsome and dashing Blake flew directly from the sky to the lakeside, glanced around, but didn't say much. Instead, he started chatting with Chu Chun. "How have you been, Brother Chu? It's good that you're thinking of me, Brother Lao Blake. I saw you with a pretty maid last time. Why haven't I seen her today? That maid couldn't stand my beatings and scoldings, so she ran away a long time ago. What? Perhaps Brother Blake has taken a fancy to her." Chu Chun suppressed a laugh, waiting to see when Blake would finally give in. Sure enough, Blake had something urgent on his mind and couldn't afford to waste any more time with Chu Chun, so he got straight to the point. "Brother Chu, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. The Stone of Life should be with you, right? It's a treasure lost by our elven race. Your maid found it later, and we hope you can return it to us. Our elven race will certainly not owe you anything." "Oh dear, Brother Blake, what are you saying? Didn't you come to me last time asking me to keep an eye out for that thing? I heard it's in the 10,000 Demon Cave. You must have come to the wrong place." Seeing Chu Chun's unyielding attitude, Blake was furious, knowing that there was no way to resolve this peacefully today. Chapter 57. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. "Brother Chu, it's certain that the item is with you. If you hand it over to me now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, who knows what might happen later." Blake's tone was harsh, and he was clearly on the verge of exploding. Chu Chun pointed into the distance with a helpless expression. "Then it's probably not up to you and me. My little town has never been this lively before." In the distance, streaks of colorful light streaked across the sky and soon arrived at the shore of the lake. "Hey, isn't this Black from the elf race? What are you doing here?" A burly man with a thick beard struck up a conversation. "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Outsiders are not welcome here." The big man chuckled a few times, but did not respond. He did not leave either, but instead looked curiously at the water figure that Chu Chun had conjured. He was just a mercenary leader, and his power was naturally not as great as that of the elves. However, with so many forces here, it was not a place where the elves could control everything. But he was unwilling to be the one to stick his neck out, so it was better to keep a low profile. "Hey, it's been years, Blake, you've gotten so arrogant. Have you forgotten how we chased you last time?" Bolton of the Paladin Order also arrived, and arrogantly pointed at Black, launching into a taunting mode. "Several years ago, The two had a conflict during an operation. Bolton, relying on the knight's superior numbers, chased Black around and made him look very bad. As more and more people gathered, including several familiar faces and 4 or 5 legendary ranked individuals, Blake realized that he would only be able to fight one match today. What do you want? The Stone of Life belongs to my elf race, and you are absolutely not allowed to take it away. You're being too polite. Our Temple of Light and your elven race have always been on good terms. We've come here to help your elven race find this treasure. However, our temple's priests need to borrow it for a while. You know that, so I'll take it back with me this time. Bolton said with a smile, but his tone was full of teasing. Blake's face turned ashen. The reason he knew the Stone of Life was with Chu Chun but hadn't acted beforehand was to create the illusion that the Stone of Life had been lost. However, he didn't expect Chu Chun to leak the information first, causing him to lose more than he gained. Now he was truly in a difficult situation. Currently, the elven race can no longer mobilize too many high-level combat forces, because every move they make is under the watchful eyes of the Temple of Light. If they send reinforcements, the Temple of Light will definitely send people as well, and it might turn into a bloody open battle. The group remained deadlocked for a while. Although many people continued to rush over, there were very few legendary-level experts. Most were extraordinary or even ordinary-level cultivators. Blake guessed that the Elf King had sent those monsters from the Dark Forest. If Blake could just hold them off here and wait for them to come to their aid, he would have a good chance of obtaining the Stone of Life. This is a clandestine contest between the Temple of Light and the Elves. If the Elves win, the Temple of Light will not bring up the matter of borrowing the Stone of Life again, and the Elves can insist that the Stone of Life has not been found. But how could Chu Chun let Blake drag things out any longer? If things didn't get chaotic here, he wouldn't have a chance to set up a trap. He took out the replica of the Stone of Life from the system space, and it immediately emitted a bright green light, attracting everyone's attention. The water spirit held the Stone of Life in his hand and said, "I obtained this gem by chance, but I am outnumbered and powerless. I know I am no match for everyone and have no right to possess this gem. So, let the winner take it." Everyone's attention had already been drawn to the Stone of Life, and upon hearing these words, Bolton laughed loudly. "Well said, the capable shall win. I suppose you have some self-awareness. Blake, what do you say? Are you still going to stop me?" Blake glared at Chu Chun, then charged towards him first. Chu Chun remained calm and watched him with a grin. "Blake, how dare you?" A roar of anger came from behind, and the 7 or 8 legendary-level powerhouses present, including the elves, immediately started fighting. Bolton was also very fast, arriving behind Blake almost instantly and launching a fierce attack, forcing Blake to turn around to deal with it. It was quite a chaotic battle. Black and Bolton were evenly matched in strength, while the remaining members fought against the elves and the legendary ranked members of the Holy Knights. No one was idle, and no one was willing to let the other get close to Chu Chun first. Chu Chun, now free, stood to the side, holding the Stone of Life, watching the two groups, preparing to choose a suitable one to throw the Stone of Life to him. "I keep looking at this, and then I feel like I might die soon. I keep looking at that, and I feel like I won't last much longer." In Chu Chun's plan, the elven race should not be able to obtain it immediately. Ideally, it should be given to the Temple of Light, but the Temple of Light is currently fighting fiercely, so Chu Chun really has no chance to send it away. As the group fought with increasing ferocity, one of the elves had already perished, and another mercenary leader had also died alongside him. Even Bolton and Black were fighting more and more fiercely, and the ghost forest not far away had been completely destroyed. Chu Chun's lake was also shaking violently. Just then, Chu Chun suddenly sensed that some creature had quietly crept over and hidden in his lake from the other side of the shore, but the people who were still fighting were completely unaware. Chu Chun looked and saw that there were more than one people, a total of 5 or 6, divided into 2 groups. It seemed that they had not noticed each other, and were quietly approaching the water figures that Chu Chun had conjured from the bottom of the water. This made Chu Chun even happier. He was afraid that no one would come, but now not only did they come, but there were 2 groups. Moreover, Chu Chun guessed that these 2 groups were the backup plan of the Temple of Light and the elven race. Chu Chun pretended not to notice the 2 groups of people below and continued to watch the people fighting on the shore with a serious expression. Finally, the people underwater made their move. The elves struck first, but the moment they did, the people of the Temple of Light sensed that there were others like them, so they abandoned all pretense of hiding and quickly joined the fray. In the end, the elves were one step ahead. An arrow emitting green light shot towards Chu Chun before he could react, while two figures rushed towards Chu Chun at the same time. The other person stayed behind to block the people from the Temple of Light, who also flew up. The people who were fighting on the shore were also startled and stopped what they were doing. Blake knew perfectly well that those people were sent by the Elf King. Bolton exclaimed in surprise, "Commander!" Chapter 58, Success or Failure? Who will be the winner? Chu Chun looked at the arrows shooting towards him and the people rushing towards him, but he was not flustered at all, and his face remained calm with a smile. When the green arrow pierced his chest, his body was shattered by the immense energy. The scattered water transformed into a hand, which threw the stone of life towards the paladins following behind. The paladins were being held up by the elves of the dark forest, and were in a hurry to get past them when Chu Chun unexpectedly threw the elf stone over. The elf who was intercepting the knights sensed a ball of energy behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, he found that his body had already been cut in half by the knights in front of him. On his deathbed, he saw a green gem flying towards him, the very life stone they were about to seize. Then the knights who had severed his body had already passed by, grabbed the gem in their hands, and quickly flew away into the distance. Damn the Temple of Light, after them. The elves of the dark forest quickly gave chase, without even glancing at their fallen companion. The legendary experts present were stunned. Only after both groups had left did they react and quickly prepare to give chase. Now it was Bolton's turn to object. He commanded the members of the knights to block the crowd and refused to let a single legendary ranked figure escape. "Bolton, you think you can stop us with just a deputy commander? Get out of our way if you don't want to die." Blake was furious. His foolproof plan had completely failed, and the things had been stolen by the people of the Temple of Light. This was absolutely unforgivable. Bolton glanced around and found that the other side had far more legendary-level experts than he did. The Knight Commander and several Vice Commanders had already left with the Stone of Life. Only he and two others were left on this side who were legendary level, while the rest were just extraordinary. There are 3 legendary figures, while the elf Blake has 4. Adding the figures from other forces, there are a total of 7. There is no way for them to stop them. He is already prepared to give way. Anyway, the credit has already been taken by the captain, so why should he stick his neck out here? Don't be so angry, Blake. Look, the road is so wide. Who can stop you? He then ordered his men to make way for him. No, Deputy Commander, how can we let them pass? We must stop them at all costs. The Vanguard Captain, Sandy, stepped forward, and the rest of the knights drew their weapons, their warhorses poised to charge. It seems that you, as the Vice Commander, don't have much status in the knights. Blake scoffed disdainfully. Bolton's expression darkened. It was one thing for these people to talk back to him normally, but they dared to openly disobey his orders in front of his old rival, Blake. Humph, are you all going to rebel? Am I the commander or is Sandy the commander? Sandy didn't speak, but his warhorse took a small step forward and snorted. The knights behind him also steered their horses forward a small step. Bolton was so angry he laughed. All right, you've all made something of yourselves. Go ahead and do it, I won't get involved. Bolton turned and headed away, leaving Sandy and the others unfazed and ready to attack. Seeing this, Blake didn't say anything more and led the elves to charge forward. The knights were a formidable force in group combat, and their charging warhorses added to their imposing presence. The mercenary groups attacked by the knights were mostly routed and fled in disarray, with even a legendary-level expert being killed by Sandy. However, the elves can fly into the sky and are not afraid of the knights' charge, and the elves also have many more legendary-level powerhouses left. The knights, relying on their teamwork and various scrolls, could only hold out for a short while. Defeat was only a matter of time. Sandy, I see you're a man of principle. I can spare your life. You may leave. Blake shouted at Sandy. His response was Sandy's blade. Blake didn't try to persuade him any further and took a red arrow from behind him. When Blake drew his bow and arrow, Sandy felt a great threat. Attention everyone! Change formation, Guardian of Light. The knights instantly transformed from their original fighting formation into an impenetrable defensive formation. White light emanated from all the knights and their warhorses, eventually merging together. This is the knights' strongest defensive formation, but it is rarely used by paladins who usually only charge head-on. Blake's red arrow had finally gathered enough energy, and with a release, it flew out, trailing a long fiery tail. Bang! The flaming arrow collided with the white light shield, and members of other mercenaries and other forces nearby were all blown away by a huge heat wave. Some of the unlucky ones were even killed directly by the shockwave caused by the energy collision. When the dust settled, Blake looked somewhat tired, but there was no trace of seriousness on his face. The knights had been scattered and fallen, with only a small number still able to remain on horseback. Wipe them all out, then follow up. After saying that, Blake chased after the direction in which the knights had fled. That arrow just now killed Sandy instantly, and most of the other knights were also seriously injured. The remaining elves were fully capable of annihilating them. The other remaining legendary ranked forces also hurriedly followed, leaving only some minor followers behind. They no longer had the strength to catch up and could only slowly chase after them. The three legendary figures who remained in place immediately began to fight. The remaining members of the Holy Knights were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. With swift arrows, they were shot down one by one. After that, the three legendary level powerhouses prepared to leave and chase after Black. At this moment, strange movements occurred in the lake. The calm lake's surface, which had previously gone unnoticed by anyone, was suddenly churned into towering waves. Chu Chun had been patiently waiting until now, and after all the troublesome enemies had disappeared, he finally made his move. And every move he makes is a fatal blow. Use skill Water Force. After stunning the three people, Chu Chun unleashed a series of skills. Use the skill Water Binding. Use the skill Water Shackles. Use skill Ice Arrow. Use skill Water Dragon Roar. These three legendary level powerhouses first felt their bodies suddenly being pulled by a water rope. Just as they were about to fly into the sky, they felt their limbs, including their wings, begin to stiffen. Immediately afterwards, they were attacked by Chu Chen's ice arrows and water dragons, and before they could react, they were instantly killed. This time, Chu Chen's attack was incredibly swift and decisive, without any fancy moves. It was a one-hit kill. Chapter 59, Upgrade, Opening the Flowing Sand River. The remaining elves and mercenaries who hadn't yet left were stunned by this sudden scene. Before they could react, Chu Chun fired a volley of ice arrows, killing all the creatures left by the lake, leaving not even the warhorses alive. He also informed Tyrone to immediately lead the Raven Slayers to kill all the elves or mercenaries within a kilometer radius of the lake. After being released from the system space, Tyrone immediately headed to where the fire ravens were hiding. Seeing Tyrone leave, Chu Chun also swept all the corpses on the ground into the lake and devoured them completely. The ghost thorn tree also took the opportunity to replenish itself and was about to break through to the second level of the extraordinary realm. This time, Chu Chun gained a total of about 500,000 energy points from the devouring. Adding the energy points he gained from cultivating magical beasts, he now has about 2 million energy points, enough for him to level up once. System, I want to upgrade to LV2. Taking advantage of the chaos in the desert, Chu Chun should seize the opportunity to develop his power. Otherwise, he would be sitting idly by and waiting to be killed, and would certainly be purged afterward. Ding, congratulations on your successful upgrade. I want to create a tributary, the Flowing Sand River. Chu Chun envisioned the appearance of the Flowing Sand River in his mind. In a surge, the lake suddenly opened up a tributary to the north, which quickly spread into the distance. The river eventually reached a length of 1 kilometer before stopping its flow. Chu Chun looked at his system panel. Host, Chu Chun. Identity, Linghu. Level, LV2. Energy, 1.5 million. Skills, Gale LV1, Waterbind LV1, Ice Arrow LV1, Water Dragon Roar LV1, Ice Shackles LV1. Blessing, can be used twice a month. Awakening, can be used twice a month. Tributary 1, River of Oblivion, powered by dark elements, possesses the skill Submersion, currently 2,000 meters long. Tributary 2, Flowing Sand River, power of earth element, possesses the skill Sand Demon, currently 1 kilometer long. The Lusha River, in Chu Chen's previous life, was a river in Journey to the West. It was 10,000 miles long and 800 miles wide. The river was filled with mud and sand, so much so that even a goose feather could not float and reeds would sink to the bottom. The current Lusha River is naturally far inferior to that of its previous life, but fortunately, it still has the system, which allows it to continuously evolve. Chu Chen familiarized himself with the situation of the flowing sand river, and this river was indeed quite different from the river of oblivion. Each time Chu Chen sank his soul into the river of oblivion, he felt coldness and loneliness, while the river of flowing sand was chaotic. The river flows through the desert, its water yellow and filled with quicksand. Unlike the tranquil river of oblivion, the river of quicksand is turbulent. As for the skill Sand Demon, Chu Chen has also figured it out. It can summon a sand demon made of mud and sand from the water. The strength of the sand demon depends on Chu Chen's strength. Now that Chu Chen is at the second level of the extraordinary realm, he can summon a second level of the legendary realm Sand Demon. This skill is also extremely powerful, instantly granting Chu Chen legendary level combat strength. Moreover, as long as the Sand Demon is in the flowing sand river, he is practically invincible. Even after going ashore, as long as he is in the desert, he can greatly enhance his combat strength. Looking at the flowing sand river, which was only 1,000 meters long, Chu Chen felt that it wasn't quite right. He decisively spent another 1,000,000 energy points to extend the length of the flowing sand river by 1,000 meters and its width by several hundred meters. Only then did it look like a flowing sand river. At the same time, Chu Chen used a violent storm, and heavy rain began to fall on the lake itself. The water volume of the tributaries also increased in sync with the lake's water volume. Therefore, Chu Chen used a violent storm to bring down water, which could increase the length of the river over time. After the upgrade, Chu Chen possessed 2 tributaries, one visible and one hidden, so he no longer needed to worry about his lake body facing any fatal threats. From now on, Chu Chen planned to temporarily shift his focus to the flowing sand river, so that the elves and other forces that had noticed him would mistakenly believe that he had hidden in the waters of the flowing sand river. In the Lusha River basin, Chu Chen released Shelly, along with the demon dragon Gecko and 5 other magical beasts. The dragon Gecko had long been impatient staying in the system space. As soon as it came out, it couldn't help but jump up, and then suddenly found that the environment was completely different. What used to be a tranquil and beautiful lake has now become a murky, long river. What's going on? Could it be that we've moved? The demon dragon Gecko had only recently advanced to the extraordinary level and wasn't very good at speaking human language. It spoke haltingly. Chu Chen smiled and ignored him. The demon dragon Gecko, equally carefree, quickly led his underlings to familiarize themselves with the new place. Shelly was also taken aback when she came out. Looking around at the surroundings, she vaguely remembered that this place was only a little over 1,000 meters away from the lake, but in her memory, this place was a desolate desert. When did such a treacherous river appear here? Of course, Chu Chen would not provide any answers to these questions. All of this could only be attributed to the fact that Chu Chen was an alter ego of some old monster. We'll settle down here for now. You can go and get familiar with the surroundings, and then find a place to build your own place. As far as the eye can see, there are only rolling hills, not a single blade of grass, not a single patch of green to be seen. Coupled with this rushing, yellow river, the scene exudes a desolate atmosphere. Master, my roots haven't spread that far yet. It may take about another month before I can get here. The main body of the ghost thorn tree is still in the lake. Although it began to develop its underground root system very early on, it has not reached a distance of more than a kilometer. No need. You don't need to deliberately develop your roots along the Lusha River, because this won't be the last tributary. There will be more tributaries in the future. You can choose whichever tributary suits you best then. Chu Chen had no experience with how the ghost thorn tree developed and evolved, so he could only give it a general direction and let the ghost thorn tree choose its own path. Chu Chen's ability to devour souls is not compatible with any element. nor does it currently show any preference for any element. Even the spiritual power most needed for cultivation by magical beasts and plants only serves to accelerate the growth of the ghost thorn tree. Since the ghost thorn tree is a mutant, Shelley doesn't know much about this situation, and everything can only be left to the ghost thorn tree's own fate. The demon dragon gecko's development has been quite regular. Currently, it mainly needs to absorb spiritual energy. After the demon dragon bloodline awakens for the second time, it can also manipulate the power of dark elements, which is quite a good match for the River of Oblivion. Chuchin plans to send the demon dragon gecko down there to train it properly in a while, so that it won't just play around and bully other magical beasts all day long. Chapter 60. The Holy Knights Who Came to Cause Trouble. For the time being, they cannot return to the lake, so the Raven army has nowhere to roost. The 3,000 fire crows can only be led by Tyren to the canyon they previously occupied. Shelley temporarily built a thatched hut on a nearby hill, which served as her dwelling, while Chu-chan immersed himself in the flowing sand river, carefully experiencing its unique characteristics. However, at the same time, he can immediately sense any major disturbance, whether it is the River of Oblivion or his true form, and arrive at the scene in an instant. The day after the birth of the flowing sand river, a group of people arrived at Chu-chin's physical lake. It was none other than Nicholas, the Grand Master of the Holy Knights, and his several vice masters, who had previously stolen the counterfeit Stone of Life. At this moment, the esteemed Grand Master of the Holy Knights, Nicholas, was staring at the lake before him with a grim face. Deputy Commander Bolton stood trembling behind Nicholas, not daring to look up. "So this is what you meant by them waiting for us here?" Nicholas turned to look at Bolton, his sharp gaze almost piercing through him. "Yes, I did tell them to wait for you here before I left. Maybe they couldn't wait and went to look for you elsewhere," Bolton explained nervously. He never expected that Sandy would actually lead the knights to fight to the death to stop Black, and that they would be completely wiped out. Although this was only one squad of the Paladins, the loss was still painful enough for the Paladins. More importantly, this was the first time the Paladins had suffered such a major loss since Nicholas took command. And the culprit behind all this was the foolish vice commander, Bolton. Nicholas sighed and said slowly, "You think I don't know about your discord with Sandy? I thought you would know how to handle things. I thought you still remembered the rules of our Knight's Order. But I never expected this. I really never expected this." Upon hearing this, Bolton turned ashen-faced and immediately knelt on the ground. "Commander, I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect Sandy to disobey my orders. I was just trying to get there to help you. Please forgive me, Commander." A flash of blood appeared, and Bolton's head fell into the lake. Even at this point, they still want to shift the blame onto Sandy. "It's just a pity that my good brother Sandy was harmed by such a despicable person," Nicholas murmured sadly, turning his gaze to the lake. "I'd like to see who you are, daring to mock my holy knights." After saying this, Nicholas raised his long sword high above his head, unleashing a dazzling light that even forced back the torrential rain that was still falling from the sky. As the light reached its peak, Nicholas swung his sword with both hands, and a ball of white light shot into the lake, causing a violent explosion in the center of the lake, blasting the water several meters high. However, when the lake water receded, the surface remained completely still except for the rippling waves. Nicholas still refused to give up. He plunged his long sword into the ground, took out a staff, and began a long chant. It took him several minutes to finally finish chanting, and then an eye appeared on his forehead. The light emanating from his eyes possessed a power to dispel all darkness in the world. When it shone into the water, even the lake had to avoid it. The light reached all the way to the bottom of the lake, where only silt was visible and nothing else was found. Despite the body's resistance, Nicholas scanned the entire lake but found nothing unusual. "It seems he really has left," Nicholas said with great resentment that he had finally managed to repel those mad elves and even sacrificed a vice commander, only to find that the Stone of Life was fake. He was furious and immediately led his men back to the lake. When he returned to the lake, there was nothing left but the devastated ghost thorn forest and the pitted ground. "I don't remember this river being here before." Nicholas suddenly noticed the extra river. He thought back and realized that there was definitely no such river before. "Walk," Nicholas immediately led several deputy commanders along the river and soon found the section of the river where Chu Chun was located. Because Shelley's thatched hut was so conspicuous in the desolate desert, Nicholas stood on the banks of the flowing sand river, looking at Shelley's thatched hut. Shelley had also seen Nicholas and his group long ago. 4 or 5 legendary figures were far beyond her ability to provoke. Last time, when she tried to lure a legendary figure, she was almost beaten to death. Just as Shelley was hesitating whether to come out, a humanoid figure made entirely of flowing sand gradually materialized from the quicksand river. "You're finally out, but you look quite different." Nicholas sensed that the strange person formed from sand in front of him was at least at the second level of the legendary realm. "You've finally arrived. How about it? Aren't you going to thank me for the Stone of Life?" Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Nicholas's anger vanished. "You've got guts, daring to play me for a fool." Chu Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't get me wrong, I wasn't the one messing with you. How could I, with my limited strength, dare to mess with the Grand Master of the Holy Knights under the Temple of Light? I only did this because I was forced into it." Nicholas glanced at Chu Chun, signaling him to continue. "I know your Temple of Light is looking for the Stone of Life, but the elves don't want to give it to you, so they deliberately created this farce, and I'm just their sacrifice. You should understand now." Chu Chun left it blank, letting Nicholas imagine it. The whole thing was originally a trap set by the elves, but no one expected that Chu Chun would actually jump out of the trap and set a trap for the elves instead. Nicholas clearly believed Chu Chen's words, but still asked, "Why should I believe you? No matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that you are an accomplice of the elves, so you are my enemy." As soon as he uttered the word human, Nicholas's body suddenly vanished from the spot, and then he slashed at Chu Chen's clone with his sword. Chu Chen remained motionless, letting Nicholas cut off his head. Nicholas was also taken aback by Chu Chen's actions, but he still managed to bring down the sword steadily. Chu Chen's sand head fell to the ground, and then, to Nicholas's astonishment, merged back into Chu Chen's body, with another head growing from his neck. Before Nicholas could finish his surprise, Chu Chun had already launched an attack. A barrage of ice arrows rained down on Nicholas, and then Nicholas charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches until Nicholas was powerless to retaliate. Chapter 61, Tricking the Elf Race. Nicholas and Chu Chun engaged in a fierce battle on the banks of the flowing sand river, but Nicholas, the dignified leader of the Holy Knights and a legendary level 3 warrior, was completely suppressed by Chu Chun. The sand demon summoned by Chu Chun already possessed the strength of a legendary level 2. Furthermore, being near the flowing sand river, ordinary damage was negligible to him. Although this sand demon lacked independent consciousness, it did possess a certain level of combat awareness. At this moment, the sand demon used its simplest fist to overcome all attacks with sheer force. Nicholas felt extremely frustrated. He possessed superior magic and exceptional swordsmanship, but all of this was utterly useless. This sand demon was like a leech, preventing him from using any of his abilities. Every now and then, an ice arrow or a water rope would fly out from the river, making him even more flustered, and he was almost hit by the sand demon several times. The other deputy commanders noticed that Nicholas was at a disadvantage and came forward to help him. Chu Chun was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Due to its huge size, the sand demon also suffered several serious injuries, but these injuries were always repaired in a very short time. Chu Chun single-handedly confronted the commander and several vice-commanders of the Holy Knights, and even seemed to have the upper hand. If the elves saw this, they would probably have to reassess the risks Chu Chun would face. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Chu Chun was actually quite relaxed. He just wanted to get used to controlling the sand demon, and now that he was almost there, it was time to get down to business. Suddenly, 2 water dragons, mixed with mud and sand, flew out of the quicksand river and roared towards Nicholas. Nicholas and several vice commanders were shocked and stood together to prepare to defend against the water dragons. However, the sand demon would not give them a chance to concentrate on defense, and punched them repeatedly, making the protective shield that they had painstakingly built up sway. Finally, the water dragon crashed headfirst into the protective shield, and Nicholas yelled, "Scatter!" The group quickly dispersed, and the protective shield shattered along with the water jet. However, another water dragon relentlessly pursued Nicholas. In a hasty reaction, Nicholas used his long sword to parry the attack, but was knocked away by the water dragon. With a crack, Nicholas spat out a mouthful of blood, and the long sword he had carried for over a decade broke into several pieces. Commander! Several deputy commanders quickly surrounded Nicholas, shielding him from further attacks. Chu Chun did not seize this opportunity to continue his attack, but instead looked at Nicholas and the others with a smile. What do you mean by that? Nicholas's face was still somewhat pale. The blow he had just taken had seriously injured him. It's nothing. I see that your Paladin Legion's vice-commanders are loyal to you, so I can't bear to kill them. Besides, I don't want to be used by the elves again. Since you don't want to kill me, let's talk. Nicholas pushed aside the crowd blocking his way and looked at the towering sand demon before him. You probably understand the elves' intentions very well. They simply want to use me so that you have no reason to borrow the Stone of Life again. They also want me and you to fight to the death so that they can reap the benefits. Believe it or not, there are powerful elves on their way right now. Chu Chun looked at Nicholas very seriously and pointed to the way he had come. Nicholas glanced back and nodded thoughtfully. Commander, we can't trust him. No matter what, he's our enemy. Seeing that Nicholas actually agreed with Chu Chun, one of the deputy commanders couldn't help but remind him. Chu Chun smiled. Brother, haven't you heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I was outnumbered and only controlled by the elves before. Now that I've broken free, why would I oppose you again? Or do you really want your commander to die here? Furious. If you're going to fight, then fight. Upon hearing Chu Chun's last words, the regimental commanders all roared angrily, while Chu Chun simply looked at Nicholas. Nicholas stopped his men's angry shouts, looked up at Chu Chun, and asked, So what you mean is, within half an hour, the elves will definitely send someone to find me. Then we can work together to keep them here. That way, you won't have to worry about me being on the elves' side, and we'll both have gotten our revenge. What do you say? With your abilities, you could probably capture even an elf, so you wouldn't need us at all. Nicholas asked skeptically, not believing that Chu Chun would be so kind. Even so, if I kill the elves myself, they might send even more powerful people, and I will never have peace. If I fight alongside you and borrow the prestige of the Temple of Light, I believe the elves will not pursue the matter any further. Humph, you've got a good plan. Nicholas snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied, but in reality, he believed 7/10 of what Chu Chun said. The Paladins are the weapon that clears all obstacles for the God of Light, and in their eyes, the elves are one of the most stubborn obstacles. This time, the elves dared to betray them again, and even killed many of their brothers. Nicholas felt it was time to teach the elves a lesson, otherwise they would forget that this continent belongs to the God of Light. All right, it's your way. Let the elves suffer a bit first, then we'll settle accounts with you. Chu Chun smiled and nodded. Everything was as he had expected. He believed that the people from the elven race who came to settle scores with him later would be quite surprised. At this moment, Chu Chun had already sensed the lake. The elves had arrived, and the one leading the way was Blake. However, he seemed a little unnatural today. The 4 people following behind him were all dressed in black with stern expressions. Some were carrying the standard elven bow and arrow, while others were carrying the great swords used by knights. Chu Chun recognized these 4 people as members of the Dark Forest Elf clan who had snatched the Stone of Life that day. No wonder Blake seemed somewhat nervous. Blake, is this the lake you were talking about? Are you trying to lie to us? The man in the lead glared at him, and Blake turned pale with fright. Sir, this is indeed the place, but that person probably anticipated our arrival and hid. You have 10 minutes. If you can't find it, you know what will happen. Blake was sweating nervously. Although he was also a legendary-level expert, he knew he was no match for these people. Moreover, these people were directly under the command of the Elf King, so even if he were killed by them, no one would speak up for him. Blake cursed Chu Chun's cunning in his heart, while circling above the lake and finally discovering the suddenly appearing quicksand river. How did such a large river appear here? There must be something strange about it. So he flew back and, with a few others, began searching along the river. Chapter 62, completely out of control. In the middle reaches of the Lusha River, Beside the surging waters, Nicholas was recovering from his injuries under the care of several deputy commanders. "Here we go. Let's see your acting skills." Chu Chen spoke up to remind him. Sure enough, an elven figure could be seen in the distance, flying rapidly toward them. Chu Chen immediately hid in the water, while the vice commanders and Nicholas sat on the riverbank pretending to be seriously injured and recuperating. The elves quickly spotted them. They cautiously observed from the distance and saw that Chu Chen was nowhere to be seen. There were also signs of a fierce battle on the ground, and several leaders and deputy leaders of the Temple of Light appeared to be injured and recuperating. This Chu Chen is indeed powerful. He was able to severely injure so many members of the Holy Knights all by himself. This is actually a good thing for us. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go up and kill them so we can go back and continue our training. The group abandoned Blake and rushed over, and Blake quickly followed. What a small world. Treishai, we meet again. Nicholas looked at the elf Treasure with a displeased expression. I know you probably don't want to see me right now. All right, enough talk. Hand over the Stone of Life. Tracy's face was grim, and he looked ready to take action at any moment, clearly not wanting to waste words with Nicholas. Seeing Tracy's reaction, Nicholas became even more furious. You elves are truly cunning, actually plotting against our Temple of Light. I'd like to see what you can do to us today. After speaking, Nicholas and the several vice commanders who were sitting on the ground stood up together and launched an attack on the elves. Seeing this, the elves assumed that Nicholas didn't want to hand over the Stone of Life and had launched a preemptive attack. So, the elves were not to be outdone, and the two groups clashed again. These legendary figures who emerged from the dark forest were stronger than ordinary elves, and they fought with reckless abandon. Even the vice captains of the Holy Knights were no match for them, and were forced to retreat in defeat. Blake was already one of the best among the elves, but he could only exert pressure from the sidelines from time to time and could hardly participate in the battle. As the fighting progressed, both groups became truly enraged. For the past 2 days, Teresh and his group had been chasing Nicholas and had even killed one of Nicholas's vice captains, so Nicholas and his group harbored a deep hatred for the elves. Teresh, on the other hand, mistakenly believed that Nicholas and his group had stolen the Elven Stone of Life, and therefore also regarded them as enemies of the elven race. An elf, despite being struck by a sword strike from a vice captain, managed to unleash a long-prepared arrow. In the end, he lost an arm, and the arrow pierced the vice captain's chest. The tragic deaths of these two added the final straw to the battle, and everyone used their most powerful and secret techniques. Even Nicholas and Tracy suffered considerable injuries. Aren't you going to make a move? Seeing his men struggling to hold on, Nicholas couldn't help but shout out. Tracy and the others were startled upon hearing this. They carefully sensed the presence of any living beings, except for Shelley, who was watching all this from a distance and was only at the transcendent level. Chu Chen sighed inwardly. He had originally wanted the two groups to fight even more fiercely, but he hadn't expected Nicholas to be so quick to intervene. Amidst the astonished expressions of Tracy and the others, Chu Chen summoned the sand demon from the flowing sand river, while Blake looked utterly incredulous. You are Chu? He firmly believed that Chu Chen had long since died at the hands of the Holy Knights, but he never expected that Chu Chen was still alive, and that he was clearly with the Holy Knights. So, you've been lying to me all along, you've been. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Chen made his move. The sand demon charged savagely towards Blake, who was only a legendary level 1 and no match for it. 2 punches were enough to send Blake flying, coughing up blood. The sand demon then turned and charged towards Trash. Chu Chen shouted, "Let's work together and finish this quickly." Chu Chen and Nicholas joined forces to deal with Tracy. Although Tracy was powerful, Chu Chen's sand demon was not afraid of pain and could withstand ordinary attacks. In addition, he was extremely strong, so he fought Tracy to a standstill. Meanwhile, Nicholas launched a long-range attack from afar, putting Tracy in grave danger. If you don't show some of your best skills soon, your brothers won't be able to hold on. Chu Chen saw that Nicholas seemed a little reluctant to give it his all and called out with a smile. For Chu Chen, fighting for a whole day wouldn't matter, but Nicholas's several deputy commanders were already in dire straits and were only barely holding on. Nicholas cursed Chu Chun under his breath for being cunning. His original intention was to weaken Chu Chun, hoping to eliminate the elves and then Chu Chun as well. However, Chu Chun saw through his scheme and exposed him. Waiting any longer would be tantamount to risking his men's lives. Nicholas's longsword had been destroyed in the previous battle, and he had been carrying a replacement longsword. But now he threw the sword aside and took out a scroll. As paladins, they rarely use scrolls. They have much more faith in the sword in their hands. The scrolls that they treasured must have been extraordinary, and they would only be taken out at such crucial moments. Restrict him for a moment. Nicholas shouted at Chu Chun. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun immediately commanded the sand demon to charge forward without regard for anything else. Trixie also saw through Nicholas and the Sandman's intentions and used all her strength, fearing that she would be entangled by Chu Chun. However, even with one arm severed, the sand demon under Chu Chun's control relentlessly approached Therese, then used its remaining arm to embrace her, awaiting the attack from the scroll that Nicholas had opened. It was a white light, not particularly impressive in its scale or speed, but it exuded a terrifying power. When the white light reached Chu Chun's body, his body, which was originally made of sand, suddenly disintegrated, turning into a puddle of sand and water that fell to the ground. Tracy behind him didn't even have time to escape or launch any defense. She was simply melted by the white light, just like ice and snow melting in the sun. Treshy's death terrified the remaining elves. No one knew they could withstand that mysterious power. Moreover, now that they had lost one of their strongest fighters, if Nicholas turned his attention to them, the elves would likely all perish. Blake was the first to react and turn to run. The remaining elves were not fools either, and naturally prepared to leave quickly as well, but they were firmly entangled by several vice commanders and could not break free. The situation suddenly turned around. After Nicholas joined the battle, he quickly cooperated with several vice commanders to deal with the remaining elves. Only Black had already escaped far away. Chapter 63. The Ghost Thorn Tree advances again. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Nicholas watched as Chu Chun gradually reformed into a human shape on the ground. Chu Chun did not deny it. If we don't do it this way, what if you turn around and accuse us? We'll be left without witnesses. I'm just a lone wolf, not as powerful as your holy knights, who have the Temple of Light as your backing. Which faction do you belong to? Judging from your skills, are you perhaps from some aquatic race? Chu Chun shook his head non-committally and stopped discussing the topic. All right, now that the matter is resolved, you should leave. Otherwise, if the guy who just escaped brings reinforcements, you won't be able to leave. Aren't you afraid the elves will come after you again? Chu Chun shook his head and said, How do you know I won't leave here? Nicholas nodded in agreement. Chu Chun wasn't born here, so he could leave at any time. However, he never expected that the river and the lake were actually Chu Chun's body. Nicholas gave Chu Chun another deep look, then turned and left with several deputy commanders and the body of the fallen soldier. I hope that next time we meet, we will be enemies, not friends. Then I will definitely kill you myself. Chu Chun smiled, but did not reply. Instead, a stream of water swept the corpses on the bank into the river. I got tens of thousands of energy points for free. The weapons and storage scrolls carried by those elves contained many valuable items. The Holy Knights were indeed wealthy and powerful. They didn't even glance at these things when they left. He called Shelley over and gave her all the scrolls from the elven race. He told her to keep the ones she could use and give the ones she didn't need to the wildlings. Shelley could only watch from afar during the great battle. Fortunately, she was just a minor character in the eyes of the legendary powerhouses, so no one thought to attack her. Otherwise, if anyone present had attacked her, she would not have been able to escape. Those people were not the same kind of useless mercenary leaders as the previous ones. Now that this turmoil has finally come to an end, for a considerable period of time to come, the elves will consider themselves to be members of the Temple of Light. As long as they dare not break ties with the Temple of Light, they will not attack them. The Temple of Light will be happy to see someone who has a grudge against the elves deeply rooted in the endless desert. Therefore, Chu Chun once again had a period of time to quietly develop his business. The most urgent thing is to check on the condition of the Ghost Thorn Tree. In order to minimize the damage, the Ghost Thorn Tree sacrificed a lot before, so it's time to make up for it properly this time. Chu Ming, how are you? Master, I feel like I'm about to break through again. So fast. It's insane. This symbiotic creature of mine advances even more easily than I do. I just advanced, and it's about to advance as well, and for no reason at all, even though it suffered considerable losses these past few days. Well, this time I concentrated all my energy into my main body, but it seems that too much energy was returned. I've been holding back from advancing for the past few days, but now I can finally advance. Chu Chen thought about this situation for a while and discussed it with the ghost thorn tree. He guessed that it was because the ghost thorn tree had previously grown a ghost thorn forest from some of its roots on the ground. The trees that grew there absorbed a lot of energy on their own, which led to the ghost thorn tree's upgrade this time. Then you can develop a larger forest in the future. If this continues for a long time, those trees might even develop their own consciousness. If that happens, you'll be amazing. Chu Chun was somewhat envious of the various peculiarities of his symbiotic companion. Fortunately, he had chosen to be a companion in the first place, so no matter how monstrous the ghost thorn tree was, it would never betray him. That's what I think too. Maybe in the future there will be a ghost thorn army, which will definitely be no worse than your sandstorm army and crow-killing army. How much longer do you need to advance? It has already begun. After Ghost Thorn Tree finished speaking, a strong energy fluctuation erupted from the ground. Then, from the center of the lake, the roots of the Ghost Thorn Tree, which had originally been huddled at the bottom of the lake, began to grow rapidly, emerging from the water's surface in an instant. It showed no signs of stopping, growing until it reached a height of over 40 meters before finally stopping. Chu Chen said, somewhat speechless, "Why did you grow so tall this time?" The ghost thorn tree did not answer Chu Chen. The changes on its body continued. Chu Chen, who had never seen the ghost thorn tree bloom before, was seeing it in bloom for the first time today. The flower was a pale black color with 3 petals, and in the middle of each petal was a thin, white needle-like object. It was eerie. That was Chu Chen's strongest feeling. The pale black petals were constantly shrouded in faint, wispy smoke, while the long, white needles appeared incomparably holy. What's going on? After the flowering was over, the ghost thorn tree, which had covered the sky, only had 4 or 5 flowers at the top, and no new petals were produced. The ghost thorn tree also completely stabilized at the second level of the extraordinary realm. Master, these flowers have a bewitching effect, and the needles inside can be hidden in the fragrance and pierce into the body of creatures. Wow, do you have to be so cunning? Your skill is really, really useful. For Chu Chen, the stronger his companion creature is, the better. Moreover, this kind of skill, which is suitable for ambushing people, is also very suitable for cooperating with Chu Chen. When the demon dragon gecko returns, he'll probably be hit hard again. He finally caught up with you, and now you've pulled ahead again. It's just too playful, otherwise its advancement speed might not be slower than mine. Chu Chen nodded. He wasn't worried about the tree and the beast at all. Their speed was already top-notch. If word got out, even the Temple of Light probably wouldn't have many geniuses who could advance so quickly. We've been relatively stable for quite some time now. Are you interested in taking a look at the underground world? Chu Chen felt that letting the ghost thorn tree take root in the underground world would be of some help to it. Great. If I can extend my roots into the underground world, then no one will be able to kill me. Even if all my roots on the surface are destroyed, I can still grow back. Ghost Thorn Tree was quite in favor of Chu Chen's suggestion, and even a little impatient. He was very enthusiastic about anything that could help him save his life. Chapter 64. Improvement of Overall Strength. The bottom of Linghu Lake is where it connects to the underground world. A newly grown root is tentatively sticking out. It grows along the Wangchuan River until it takes deep root at the bottom of the river. Then the roots begin to grow upwards, and a tree grows out. If you look closely, you'll find that this tree is exactly the same as the thorny thorn tree outside, with a straight trunk covered in sharp thorns and very textured leaves. The only difference is that this tree does not flower. Upon closer inspection, one discovers that the tree emits a faint, unnoticed glow, making it appear mysterious and strange in the dark underground world. This is the ghost thorn tree that, enveloped by the Chu Chen River, evaded the limitations of the surface world and the underground world, and finally took root and grew in the River of Oblivion. How are you feeling? Chu-Chen looked at the new appearance of the ghost thorn tree and asked. It feels very comfortable. It feels even more comfortable here than on the ground. The ghost thorn tree is a mutant capable of devouring souls, and the River of Oblivion is specifically designed to suppress souls. Both of them have a close connection with Chu-Chen, so they can be considered to be of the same origin. Then you can stay here and develop your career well, and also help me keep watch over the gate. This is a passage between two worlds. Although no creature can enter or leave here without Chu-Chen's permission, it would be troublesome if it were discovered. Therefore, the presence of the ghost thorn tree to guard the entrance provides an extra layer of protection. Yes, master. I'll guard the door for you whether it's above ground or underground. The ghost thorn tree said with a smile. This reminded Chu-Chen. The ghost thorn forest on the ground still needs to be developed. Those fire crows still don't have a place to live. You're treating me like a child laborer. The ghost thorn tree protested loudly, but still followed Chu-Chen back to the ground. With the pure spiritual energy provided by Chu-Chen, restoring the original ghost thorn forest was not difficult. Chu-Chen sent a message to Tyren, asking him to bring the fire raven back. When a red cloud appeared in the distance, the new ghost thorn forest had already grown. This time, the ghost thorn tree has also significantly expanded the area of the ghost thorn forest, which now covers more than 500 square meters. After a flock of fire crows quietly landed in the ghost thorn forest, it was impossible to tell from the outside that there were actually 3,000 fire crows hidden inside. These fire crows, after being trained by Tyren, have become quite effective and are now able to obey orders without question. Moreover, Chu-Chen roughly sensed that most of the fire crows had reached the 4th or 5th level of the mortal rank, while Tyren had reached the 10th level of the mortal rank. It seems that having Tyren train magical beasts every day has actually had a significant effect on his cultivation level. The other members of the Wilderness clan are probably around level 7 or 8 of the mortal realm as well. This speed is comparable to that of elite disciples from any major power. It seems like it's time for a major group upgrade. Chu-Chen pondered that he didn't have many people under his command. There were only a little over 200 members of the Wild Clan, and although he had 100,000 magical beasts, most of them had already exhausted most of their resources by awakening their bloodlines, and there wouldn't be much progress in the future. Perhaps it was time to start improving his high-end combat power and take the elite route. Look at how a regular mercenary group of 300 or 400 people can hold their own against 3,000 fire crows, not to mention the warriors of the Holy Knights and the Elven race. The higher you go, the smaller the advantage of numbers becomes. When you reach the legendary rank, even if 3,000 fire crows attack together, they are no match for a legendary level 1. Everyone, immediately select 100 of the best magical beasts from your own sandstorm army and come here together. Chu-Chen's voice resonated in the hearts of every member of the Wilderness clan. Everyone immediately praised Chu-Chen in their hearts, and then began to select the 100 best magical beasts from those they led. It wasn't until the 5th day that all the wild tribes and magical beasts had arrived. Only 10,000 magical beasts were selected from among the 100,000 and gathered around Chu-Chen's lake. Meanwhile, the 3,000 fire crows in the ghost thorn forest stood atop the trees, awaiting Chu-Chen's command. Since all the sandstorm army was dispatched, the monthly blessing ceremony was cancelled. Therefore, both the Wilderness clan and the magical beasts were eagerly anticipating this gathering. Half of the 200 members of the Desolate clan have reached the 7th level of the mortal realm, while some who have not awakened their elven bloodline have only managed to cultivate to the 4th level of the mortal realm. However, this is something they could never have imagined before. Among the Wilderness clan, there were some older members who were taken away by the elves along with the high priest and never heard from again. Even though the sandstorm army had spread throughout the desert, they had not received a single piece of news. Chu-Chen speculated that either they had all been wiped out by the elves, or they had been taken to the elven forest. His true core group now consists of 200 members of the Wilderness clan, 10,000 magical beasts, and 3,000 fire crows. Shelley stood beside Tyren. Although she had seen such scenes many times, she had witnessed how Chu-Chen had developed step by step. When she first met Chu Chun, he was far from this scale. In just 1 year, Chu Chun had a team that could rival a mid-level power. His development was truly rapid. Amid the expectant gazes of a group of magical beasts and wild tribesmen, the familiar white light reappeared from the lake, enveloping everyone, including Shelley, who all felt a sense of warmth. Amidst the harmonious blend of white light, many people and magical beasts unknowingly broke through their current realms. Even Shelley felt that she was getting closer to becoming a legend. The 3,000 fire crows were magical beasts, and after being awakened by Chu Chen's bloodline, they benefited the most from this blessing. Flames emanated from their bodies, connecting together and illuminating the sky in a fiery red. When the white light disappeared, the aura of the 10,000 magical beasts had obviously increased significantly. Chu Chen planned to keep them by the lake for a month, cleansing their bodies with spiritual water every day, and then bestowing blessings upon them at the end of the month. In this way, the strength of these magical beasts will increase by at least 2 levels, and they will all be able to reach the 7th level of the mortal rank, making them an irresistible force in this desert. The demon dragon Gecko and its 5 little followers also enjoyed the blessing to the fullest. In particular, the 5 little followers, whose bloodlines were extraordinary, had been hanging out with the demon dragon Gecko for a while. Although they hadn't been cultivating diligently, they had been fighting frequently, which had made their bodies very strong. After this blessing, they all reached the 6th level of the mortal realm. Chu Chun decided to temporarily strip the demon dragon Gecko of its elder brother status and make sure these little guys stayed here to cultivate honestly for a month, until they all reached at least the 9th or 10th level of the mortal realm. Chapter 65. The Changes of the 2 Golden Eggs. Seeing that his underlings had all become stronger while he was still only at the 1st level of the extraordinary realm, the demon dragon Gecko was getting a little anxious. Although he was stronger than his underlings, he couldn't compare to the ghost thorn tree, and he was afraid that his underlings would catch up soon. However, he still pretended to be domineering and patted each of his underlings on the head, then led them to make a quick getaway. Chu Chun used a water rope to tie it and its 5 underlings together and threw them into the lake. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next month. You all need to focus on improving your skills. Ignoring the strong objections of the dragon geckos, Chu Chun directly pressed them into the lake and watched them struggle inside. He instructed Tyron and the Wilderness clan to bring all the magical beasts to a nearby open area for proper cultivation. Chu Chun would use gale and rain continuously for the next month to provide these spirit beasts with spiritual power on a large scale. Shelley, seeing that things were finished, turned to leave, but suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared in the lake. Chu Chun sensed a strong energy fluctuation in the lake and stopped suppressing the demon dragon Gecko and the others. The demon dragon Gecko and its few henchmen flew out of the lake as if their fur had been pricked up, looking back at the lake in terror. Chu Chun didn't have time to notice their increasingly comical expressions. Instead, he looked at the depths of the lake with a slightly excited expression. "Master, is the creature inside that egg about to hatch?" Chu Chun nodded. Ever since the demon dragon Gecko stole the golden egg, Chu Chun had kept it in the lake without paying any attention to it. The golden egg had been absorbing spiritual energy continuously, but it suddenly stopped absorbing spiritual energy a while ago. If it weren't for the strong life fluctuations inside, Chu Chun would have thought that the egg was dead. I never expected that after being put out for so long, it would finally be released today. Chu Chun guessed that it might be related to the blessing he had just bestowed. Although he hadn't deliberately taken care of the egg, all life related to him had been blessed, and the egg might have benefited from it as well, which was why it was finally able to break open. I wonder what kind of creature it is. Could it just be an ordinary fire crow? Chu Chun was still a little nervous. It was like a lottery. No one knew what would be inside. Even if it was just an ordinary fire crow, or even a stronger one, it wouldn't be of much use to Chu Chun. The golden eggs in the lake emitted a dazzling golden light, and another egg flew out of the lake and floated in midair. 3,000 fire crows from the nearby ghost thorn forest flew over and circled around the golden egg. Even the 10,000 magical beasts that Tyron had taken away knelt on the ground under the golden light, making whimpering sounds. This seems to be quite extraordinary, It's already getting such a grand reception even before it's born. Shelley was startled by the sight, for in her mind, such a commotion only occurred when a divine bird was born. When the golden light faded, the golden eggshell was covered with complex symbols. Click! A crack appeared in the eggshell, and an incredibly sacred aura emanated from it. The fire crows that had been flying around the golden egg all landed, hunching their heads and behaving very respectfully, even somewhat fearfully. Then the sky, which had been raining, suddenly cleared up, and a ball of flame fell directly from the sky, enveloping the golden egg and starting to burn fiercely. Wow, is this some kind of exaggerated thing? It's like the heavenly tribulation from my past life, with heavenly fire burning it. Chu-chan was unable to perceive what was happening within the flames for the time being, and could only wait. The flames burned for a full hour, then a piece of dead wood fell from the sky, landing right on the eggshell before falling to the ground. The eggshell was quickly covered with cracks after the blow. A melodious bird song emanated from the golden egg, bringing a sense of comfort to everyone, both human and magical beast, and even a feeling of purification to their souls. Then the eggshell finally cracked completely, and the creature that had been waiting for so long finally crawled out of the eggshell. What a bird it was! Some of its feathers were golden yellow, while the rest were bright red. Its appearance was not much different from that of a common crow, but no one would associate it with a crow. Compared to it, the crow was far inferior. This is a phoenix. My God! Shelley gasped, covering her mouth. Do you recognize this bird? Shelley nodded, and explained in a trembling voice. This is very similar to the bird I saw in the classics, called the phoenix, also known as the immortal bird, because when this bird reaches the end of its life, it will burn itself to death, and then an egg will be laid from the ashes. The egg that hatches will be a new immortal bird, so there will only ever be one immortal bird in the world. As Chu-chan looked at the bird, a big question arose in his mind. The phoenix that Shelley mentioned looks remarkably like the golden crow from the legends of the past. After being born, the phoenix first circled in the sky, then chirped happily above the lake, clearly recognizing Chu-chan's presence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the approval of the divine phoenix. Please choose whether to enslave it. Choose enslavement. Such a divine object is definitely not something we can let go of. Chu-chan looked at the system panel again and found that there was another column next to the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko. Biology, Phoenix. Master, Chu-chan. Level, Extraordinary Level 1. Abilities, lifespan of 500 years, can be reborn. Purifying voice, can dispel all soul-confusing spells. Purifying flame, an extremely powerful flame. The withered branch that fell from the sky to the ground was now rapidly absorbing the lake's moisture and spiritual energy, and it began to grow quickly, growing until it was half again as tall as the ghost thorn tree itself before stopping. Chu-chan looked at it, and saw that it was actually a palm tree. The phoenix let out another long cry and flew to the palm tree, where it began busily building its nest at the top. Shelley looked at the phoenix, her expression complex, and finally she spoke. I don't know why you obtained such a divine object as the phoenix, but Shelley must remind you that the phoenix is unique in any world and any plane, and it is something that any being will definitely fight for, especially the forces of light. They have been searching for the phoenix for tens of thousands of years, so you must be careful, my lord. Chu-chan really didn't expect that the egg that the demon dragon gecko stole from the fire crow's nest would have such a big background. He didn't know if the egg was originally a phoenix egg, or if it was because he had awakened his bloodline that this happened. However, Shelley's words also serve as a warning. If those gods and such really do come to snatch it, even with a system, one would be utterly unable to withstand it. This egg actually hatched into such a divine creature of great importance. I wonder what will hatch from the egg in the River of Oblivion. Chapter 66. The Dark Griffin. The thought of the golden egg that had been thrown into the River of Oblivion suddenly made Chu-chan unable to resist the urge to go and see it. It had been several days since Chu-chan last checked on the egg. At that time, the golden egg in the lake had stopped absorbing spiritual energy, so Chu-chan wanted to see how the one in the River of Oblivion was doing. He found that the giant egg, which was originally all golden, had turned black, exactly the same color as the water in the River of Oblivion. Chuchen examined it carefully for a long time, but couldn't find anything wrong, so he stopped paying attention to it. Today, the golden egg in the lake gave Chuchen a big surprise, hatching a divine bird. Chuchen had a premonition that the one in the River of Oblivion would also hatch soon. However, only the ghost thorn tree and Chuchen can enter the underground world, so Shelley and the others are destined not to see it. Upon arriving in the underground world, Chuchen quickly checked the condition of the giant black egg. Sure enough, the egg was covered with cracks, but it didn't have the massive scale and grandeur of the golden egg. It was just quietly breaking apart little by little. Master, it feels so ordinary. The ghost thorn tree had just witnessed the grand spectacle of the phoenix hatching outside, and for a moment it was a little disoriented by the fact that this was actually a normal process of a bird breaking out of its shell. I think so too, but at least it was conceived in the River of Oblivion, so even if it's ordinary, it won't be worse than the fire crows outside. The two waited quietly for the black giant egg to hatch, each step extremely light and at the same speed. They waited idly for more than 2 hours before a monster finally emerged from it. It's called a monster because its appearance is truly unsightly. Its head looks like an eagle's, but its wings are short and featherless. When its front claws are extended, they resemble eagle claws. However, when the eggshell is completely broken, it reveals 2 claws that look more like animal feet. What is this? A 4-legged creature? What bird has 4 legs? Chuchen was stunned, and so was the ghost thorn tree. After the monster was born, it looked around curiously, and then flapped its wings and climbed ashore from the River of Oblivion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining the Griffin's approval. Do you wish to enslave it? Upon hearing the system's notification, Chuchen was momentarily doubtful. Could the system have made a mistake? However, considering that the system had never made any mistakes, I chose to trust the system's judgment. Choose enslavement. Thus, after the demon dragon Gecko and the phoenix, Chuchen now possessed his 3rd enslaved beast. Creature, Griffin. Master, Chuchen. Level, Extraordinary Level 1. Abilities, Dual land and air combat capabilities, long-range flight capability, soul-shattering, emitting eagle cries and lion roars that can impact the soul. Eagle strike, attacking from the air at extremely high speed. There has been no battle yet, so it's impossible to determine whether the Griffin or the Phoenix is stronger. However, judging from their appearance, the Phoenix is much more impressive. Regardless of their looks, they are both Chuchen's underlings, and both of them were born extraordinary, which puts even more pressure on the demon dragon Gecko. Master, I'm hungry. The childish voice of a griffin echoed in Chuchen's mind. He looked over and saw it hopping around on the shore. Chuchen didn't know what it wanted to eat, so he could only send a message to McGee, who was resting in the underground world, asking him to bring some monster corpses over. Soon after, McGee arrived with a group of people, carrying all sorts of monster corpses. Since he didn't know what kind of magical beast Chuchen needed, McGee brought one of each of the magical beasts he had recently acquired. Just as it was placed on the riverbank, the griffin pounced, startling McGee. Thinking someone was attacking him, he instinctively grabbed his spear and stabbed at it, only to hit an afterimage. Don't panic, this is my pet. Hearing Chuchen's words, McGee finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that attack had been aimed at him, he would probably be dead by now. Chuchen was speechless as he watched the griffin devour its food. It was as if it hadn't eaten for years, even though it had just been born. Ghost Thorn Tree chuckled. It seemed this little guy was going to cause trouble again, and the demon dragon Gecko was probably in for a rough time. In no time, the griffin had devoured all the 100 or so magical beasts that McGee had brought, and then it strolled contentedly along the shore, looking just like a pot-bellied general. This little guy will be staying in the River of Oblivion from now on. Remember to feed it every now and then. Chuchen instructed Meiji to let the griffin temporarily reside in the River of Oblivion. The griffin listened to Chuchen's words. It intelligently flapped its wings twice at McGee, then tried its best to fly to the ghost thorn tree, but to no avail. Left with no other choice, it climbed from the water onto the ghost thorn tree and laid down to rest among the branches. Another lazy bum. Chuchen laughed and scolded, then ordered McGee to go back and continue training the troops, ready to go into battle at any time. The special weapons developed by the Lich have been equipped throughout the army, but the team of skeleton soldiers that Chu Chun sent out has not yet detected any unusual activity from the Parthian Empire. It would be risky for Chu Chun to act rashly, so he should wait for an opportunity to come. Leaving the underground world, Chu Chun arrived at the lake on the surface. 10,000 magical beasts around him were absorbing spiritual energy in the spiritual rain, while the phoenix kept flying back and forth, seemingly preparing to build its nest. According to Shelley, phoenixes prefer fragrant trees, but trees are scarce in the desert, let alone fragrant ones. Moreover, such frequent outings would make them easy to spot, but Chu Chun didn't intend to stop them. This was the phoenix's nature, and forcibly suppressing it would only backfire, perhaps even provoking a rebellion. After all, the relationship between Chu Chun and the phoenix was merely one of enslavement, and there was a certain chance that the phoenix would betray him. Moreover, the phoenix was an exceptionally strong and unyielding bird, so Chu Chun preferred to respect the phoenix's personal wishes. The phoenix has never spoken to Chu Chun since it was born, unlike the griffin which asked for food as soon as it was born. Come here for a moment. Chu Chun gave the order to the phoenix. The phoenix was just about to fly out to find materials to build its nest when it heard Chu Chun's order and reluctantly flew over, circling above the lake. Seeing that Chu Chun did not react for a long time, it let out a clear chirp, which sounded a bit like a coquettish cry. It's nothing. I just didn't see you clearly before, so I called you over to take a good look. Upon hearing this, the phoenix immediately turned its head and flew away, ignoring Chu Chun completely. She's so aloof and arrogant. Chu Chun said awkwardly. But that's all right. I'm its master too, as long as it doesn't betray me and obeys my commands. Chapter 67. First Encounter with the Parthian Empire. The underground world, at the end of the River of Oblivion. Under a sky with only extremely dim light, a large group of skeleton soldiers were marching forward in orderly steps. Their direction was exactly opposite to the flow of the River of Oblivion, which meant that they were invading Chu Chun's territory. Chu Chun sensed their approach to the River of Oblivion and immediately informed Maki. After being reminded by Chu Chun, Maki immediately led the Earth Spirit Clan warriors to intercept them. This was territory that Maki had secured for Chu Chun, and no other creature was allowed to invade it. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Chu Chun. As one of Chu Chun's most loyal followers, Maki was furious at this moment. He wanted to use the blood of his enemies to quench his anger. On the banks of the River of Oblivion, Maki's troops ran headlong into invading skeleton soldiers. It seems my spear won't taste blood today, because the enemy is this group of troublesome and disgusting skeleton soldiers. To all flesh and blood creatures, skeletons and undead are disgusting enough to cause them physical discomfort for no reason. Without a word, Magi steered the rock monster beneath him and charged forward. The Earth Spirit warriors behind him automatically followed Magi's charge without needing any orders. Their weapons have been modified by the Lich, incorporating the properties of the River of Oblivion, making them highly effective against skeleton warriors. Otherwise, with the old weapons, it would have been impossible to prevent these skeletons from standing up again unless their hard bones were completely shattered. The Lich had long since figured out what kind of creatures were skeleton warriors. They were simply creatures whose skeletons contained a wisp of soul with little intelligence, capable only of obeying simple commands. However, as the skeletons gradually become stronger, their souls also grow stronger and they gradually develop intelligence. Only then can the skeleton warriors be considered as living beings. In fact, Liches do have the ability to create skeleton warriors, but the success rate is low and it is very troublesome, so it is not worth the effort. Therefore, they have only tried it in the past and have not carried out large-scale production. Chu Chun estimated that the monarch of the Parthian Empire was probably a skeleton that had developed intelligence, or at least a legendary one. About 15 minutes later, the group of skeleton warriors was wiped out by the Earth Spirit warriors led by Magi. As per Chu Chun's request, Magi and his men threw all the skeletons into the River of Oblivion. A short while later, the skeleton warriors who had been lying on the ground unable to get up stood up again. But this time, they did not attack Magi and his group with the same fearlessness as before. Instead, they turned around and walked back in the direction they came from. The souls of any corpse thrown into the river of oblivion will merge into the river, so what flows in the river of oblivion can be said to be fragments of souls. The river of oblivion's sinking skill actually involves infusing these soul fragments into these bodies, turning them into new skeleton warriors. It's believed that in the future, if there are enough soul fragments, it's not impossible to create undead warriors. Watching the skeleton warriors walk away, Maki knew it was all the work of the great Chu god, so he wasn't too surprised. He didn't immediately return to his clan's territory, but instead stayed at the end of the river of oblivion with the earth spirit warriors. It seems the underground world is about to descend into chaos. Based on the information Chu Qian received from the river of oblivion and the observations he made with the skeleton warriors he had placed in the Parthian Empire, it was highly likely that the Parthian Empire was also planning a major cleanup of the underground world. Perhaps, like the elven race's reason for clearing the desert, it was all for the upcoming War of Faith. Could it be that the portal between the underground world and the surface world will also open during the War of Faith, and that the underground world can also participate? Ghost Thorntree quickly grasped the crux of the problem. If that's the case, it would be a good thing for us. If we can unify the underground world before the War of Faith, wouldn't we have another trump card? No one would ever think that the underground world is actually my territory. Chu Qian sensed an opportunity. The Parthian Empire's rule in the underground world was not secure, and there were many powerful races like the Lich clan that did not submit to its rule. In addition, there were many powerful and mysterious beings in that underground river, which might also be in the hands of some force. At that time, there might be a chaotic war, and he could take advantage of the chaos to rise up. Chu Qian knew that his foundation was shallow and his understanding of the world was not as deep as those established forces. He could only take advantage of the chaos to gain as much benefit as possible. On the banks of the River of Oblivion, McGee and his companions had already engaged the third wave of invading skeleton warriors. Chieftain, these skeleton warriors seem endless. This is the third wave already. Although our casualties aren't too high, our brothers are exhausted. Could you ask Lord Chu Shun to lend us some of the skeleton warriors that came out of the river to help us? After listening to his people, McGee turned and looked around. 3 battles, more than 100 dead or wounded. The loss was still acceptable, but the skeleton warriors who came each time were not afraid of pain or death. It meant that the Earth Spirit warriors had to fight desperately in every battle. If this continued, their physical strength would really be exhausted. No, Lord Chu has his own plans. Even if we are completely wiped out, we must defend Lord Chu's territory. McKee shook his head and said that in his heart, Lord Chu's orders were more important than his own life. Chu Chun had observed McKee's actions closely. It was just a chance encounter. He had saved their lives, and then Chu Chun conceived the idea of using their race to gain a foothold in this underground world. Over the past few days, McKee and his Earth Spirit warriors had proven to be extremely loyal. This time, McGee threw the skeleton warrior's corpse into the river again, and soon another squad of skeleton warriors emerged. However, this team did not leave. Instead, they stayed where they were. These skeleton warriors will stay here to help you for now. Chu Chen's voice resonated in the hearts of every Earth Spirit clan warrior. So it turns out that whatever we say, Lord Chu Shun can sense it. The young soldier who had made the suggestion looked surprised, secretly relieved that he hadn't said anything bad. Chu Chen didn't care what the soldiers thought. Instead, he was planning his next move. The Parthian Empire's current cleanup operation is only just beginning. These waves of skeleton warriors were randomly dispatched from the surrounding area and lacked any organization. However, the fact that 3 consecutive waves have all failed to return should attract the attention of the Parthian Empire's higher-ups. The next operation will likely be much larger in scale, and that will be the real battle for McKee and his team. Chapter 68, The Man Behind the Parthian Empire. Sure enough, when Magi and the other Eldar warriors repelled the third wave of skeleton warriors from the Parthian Empire, things finally calmed down for a while. They waited for 2 days, but didn't see a single skeleton appear. On the 3rd day, a vast army of skeletons arrived, led by a skeleton general riding a skeleton warhorse and also holding a spear. You, the enemy, deserve to die. This skeleton general can actually speak, although it's only a few words. But with this level of ability, he's at least at the extraordinary level. That's right, it's me. This territory doesn't belong to you disgusting skeletons. Since you're dead, you should lie down properly. Let me send you to continue lying down. McGee stared coldly at the skeleton general opposite him with his single eye. He sensed that the skeleton was very strong, perhaps even stronger than himself, but he felt no fear because the battlefield was on the banks of the River of Oblivion, under the watchful eyes of the god of Chu. Kill. The skeleton general pointed his spear, and the skeletons behind him charged forward, while he himself rode his warhorse and followed suit. McGee also led the Earthlings in an attack, and the two armies of different faiths clashed. This army of skeletons numbered nearly 10,000, and the Earth Spirit warriors numbered 6 or 7,000. The area, which was not very spacious to begin with, was almost completely filled with people. Some people simply fell down and were trampled underfoot by others. Many skeletons were pushed into the River of Oblivion or the Underground River. No matter which river they fell into, they never came up again. This caused both the Earth Spirit warriors and the skeleton warriors to subconsciously move further and further away from the two rivers. This battle can be said to be the most difficult battle for the Earth Spirit clan warriors since they followed Chu Chun. They were outnumbered, and their levels were only close to those of the enemy. Chu Chun had actually arrived nearby long ago and had been watching the battle closely. He could have intervened immediately, but he didn't. He was waiting to see if there were any other people behind the skeleton warrior. Fortunately, the Earth Spirit warriors had all received Chu Chen's blessing and had the help of the rock monsters. Their weapons were also specially made to deal with skeletons, so they still had the advantage in this chaotic battle. The number of skeletons was decreasing rapidly, and it seemed that the Earth Spirits were about to win this war. As for the battle between McGee and the Skeleton General possessed a certain level of intelligence, which meant he was more cunning. However, he also lacked the fearless madness of ordinary skeletons. Therefore, in front of McGee, who was only at the mortal level 10, they could only fight to a draw, with neither able to gain the upper hand. So there really is a mastermind behind this. Chu Chen noticed that a human suddenly appeared behind the skeleton army. His pure white robe stood out starkly against the dark underground world, especially the radiance emanating from his palms. However, none of the Earth Spirits present noticed him. They all seemed to subconsciously ignore him. Chu Chan noticed him the moment he appeared and kept a close eye on his every move. The white-robed mage watched the battle unfold before him with indifference, a look of disdain on his face. It would be better if all the filthy creatures died. The scepter in his hand emitted an increasingly dazzling light, which even caught the attention of the skeletons and Earth Spirits who were fighting, causing them to stop simultaneously. "You will die." The skeleton general spoke in a dry voice. McGee felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, but remained calm. Even if the enemy has powerful allies, there is nothing to fear when one's own god is by one's side. "Never mind whether I live or die, you go die first." Ignoring everything else, McGee continued his attack on the skeleton general. "May the god of light end the darkness, Aurora Purification." A brilliant light burst forth from the top of the scepter, and the trees beneath the white-robed mage's feet were visibly burning and melting. The intense heat spread rapidly toward McGee. McGee felt a strong threat and wanted to lead his people to retreat. "Don't panic." Chu Chen's voice came through, as if giving McGee a tranquilizer. The white light spread to the skeleton warrior, and even the skeleton warrior's body melted away. "Why?" The skeleton general pointed at the white-robed mage and asked. The white-robed monk didn't even glance at him. Although the skeleton warriors were all enemies, they were soon all Chu Chen's warriors. Once they were dissolved by the white-robed mage, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't revive them using the River of Oblivion. So Chu Chen decided he couldn't hold back any longer and was going to make a move. Ice spikes flew out from the River of Oblivion, shooting towards the white-robed mage at incredible speed. When the white-robed mage noticed this and tried to dodge, he found his movements becoming sluggish. It was Chu Chen's ice shackles. However, the white-robed mage did not show any panic on his face. He slowly pointed his scepter at the incoming ice arrow, and in the white light, the ice arrow gradually melted away. The white-robed mage wore a disdainful smile. He was already surprised that someone could use magic in such a small place, but as a legendary mage of the Temple of Light, these petty tricks were no match for him. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Then, his body collapsed. It turned out that while he was using holy light to melt the ice arrows, Chu Chen secretly used water binding, and 2 water ropes secretly wrapped around his back and bound his 2 legs. With just one pull, he was brought to the ground. Before he could react, a tremendous force came from the water rope, and the white-robed mage was pulled into the River of Oblivion without any resistance. The River of Oblivion is filled with dark elements, making it impossible for even the Earth Spirit clan to survive, let alone the white-robed mages who believe in light. Upon entering the River of Oblivion, the white-robed monk sank to the bottom of the water, as if a pebble had fallen into deep water. Maki knew perfectly well that the white-robed mage would crawl out again in a little while, but he wouldn't be so glamorous then. He would become the filthy skeleton creature he had described. The white-robed mage was quickly dealt with, and Chu Chen didn't want the Earth Spirit Clan warriors to suffer anymore, so he took them all away with a batch of ice arrows. Even the skeleton general who was fighting back and forth with Maki was taken away before he could even say a word. Batch after batch of skeletons were pushed into the River of Oblivion, leaving behind only a few hundred corpses of rock monsters and earth spirits. In fact, these corpses could have been thrown into the river and transformed into skeleton warriors, but Chu Chen did not choose to do so. If he turned his own people into mindless skeleton warriors, it would be a kind of rebirth, but they would no longer be the same people. This practice of not even sparing his own people after they died went against Chu Chen's original intention and could easily discourage his subordinates. After Chu Chen absorbed the memories of that white-robed mage, he gained a considerable understanding of the relationship between the Parthian Empire and the Temple of Light. Chapter 69. All-out war begins. Various parties join forces. It turns out that there is indeed a passage in the Temple of Light that leads to the underground world, but this passage has many restrictions. Only one person can pass through each year. Although people have been continuously sent in over the past 1,000 years, the number is still very limited. In addition, there are no elements, spiritual power, or battle chi needed for cultivation inside, so those who enter basically make little progress in their cultivation. Over time, their lifespan cannot be extended, and they can only die inside. Therefore, in the nearly 1,000 years that has passed, not many people have actually entered. The Temple of Light only sends one person down to check the situation every 10 years. Moreover, those who are sent to the underground world are usually people whose cultivation can no longer advance, or those who have committed some kind of mistake and have been exiled here. According to the information in the white-robed mage's memory, there should be no more than 20 people in the Temple of Light in this underground world, and only 3 to 5 of them are of the legendary level. In fact, they were divided into 4 groups for this sweep, each responsible for one of the 4 directions. The white-robed mage happened to be responsible for Chu Chen's direction, but unfortunately, he was pulled into the River of Oblivion by Chu Chen. This time, also because a war of faith is imminent, the High Priest of the Temple of Light, fearing unrest in the underworld, has sent down an extremely powerful saintess to completely unify the underworld. This time, no force that does not submit to the Parthian Empire will be allowed to exist. The white-robed mage knew very little about the saintess, only that she was an extremely powerful being who had never encountered them since descending to Earth, except for a few conversations with the skeleton lord of the Parthian Empire. It seems this is a hostile move. Our war with the Parthian Empire is about to begin sooner than planned. Chu Chen originally planned to wait quietly for the right opportunity, but now that a very powerful saintess from the outside world has come to the Parthian Empire, her methods will probably be much more aggressive. If he waits any longer, the other forces in this underground world will probably be wiped out by the Parthian Empire. Thinking of this, Chu Chen immediately notified Maki, instructing him to quickly gather all the troops he could control. This time, Chu Chen would personally lead the expedition. Meanwhile, on the surface world, tens of thousands of magical beasts once again gathered by Chu Chen's lake. This is the second blessing this month, and also the last opportunity for collective advancement this month. Whether they were ordinary magical beasts or wild tribesmen, including Shelly and the magical dragon Gecko, they all waited quietly and expectantly. In the underground world, by the River of Oblivion, Maki led the Earth Spirit warriors riding rock monsters, along with warriors from other conquered races, totaling more than 20,000 people, all quietly waiting for Chu Chun. In both the surface and underground worlds, all of Chu Chen's people await the blessing of their god. The same familiar and warm white light enveloped everyone, eliminating all their usual fatigue, and the power surging from their hearts propelled them forward in their cultivation. Because the warriors in the underground world lacked the energy needed for cultivation, Chu Chen's blessing was actually their only chance to advance. On the other hand, the warriors in the surface world had ample energy, and with Chu Chen's blessing, their advancement speed was even faster. After this large-scale blessing, the strength of the 10,000 magical beasts on the ground reached at least the 8th level of the mortal rank, while in the underground world, the warriors led by Maki had mostly reached the 6th level of the mortal rank. If they had the opportunity to come to the ground, I believe their strength would grow even faster. After the blessing was completed, Tyren continued to bring back the magical beasts on the shore and scattered them in various places in the desert. At the same time, Chu Chun instructed him to bring back the magical beasts in the Xinsha army that were 5 levels below the mortal level. At this point, magical beasts whose level is still below the 5th level of the mortal rank have basically lost the possibility of advancing further. Rather than leaving them outside, it would be better for Chu Chun to devour them directly, turning them into energy, which could then create more magical beasts. The warriors of the underworld also fully absorbed this blessing, and their overall strength was greatly enhanced. Even Maki finally broke through the mortal level and reached the 1st level of the extraordinary level during this blessing. The Lich clan who had allied themselves with Chu Chun were also greatly shocked by Chu Chen's abilities, which only gods possess. Originally, they only wanted to leave, but after witnessing the various miracles created by Chu Chun, some of them couldn't help but worry that those who made deals with gods usually didn't have a good ending. However, a considerable number of people began to trust Chu Chun and also benefited greatly from this blessing, with their strength, which had not improved for 1,000 years, actually increasing again. Warriors, I have received news that the Parthian Empire is going to carry out a great purge of the underground world. All races that do not submit to them will be exterminated. We certainly cannot become slaves to those skeletons. Therefore, I will lead you to resist. This time, it is not only to protect our territory, but also to survive and for the continuation of our race. So we have no way out. For freedom, for survival, we must destroy the Parthian Empire. For freedom, for survival, destroy the Parthian Empire. Tens of thousands of soldiers, led by Magi, began to shout. The vast army is in high spirits, making it the perfect time to set out. Just as Chu Chun was about to give the order to set off, etc., someone shouted. As the crowd watched, various groups of people came from afar. Some looked similar to humans, except that their skin was green. Others looked completely different from humans, yet they spoke human language. Chu Chun glanced at the list and found that there were about a dozen tribes, totaling several thousand people. Who are you? Do you intend to obstruct my army? Magi stepped forward and stopped the crowd, asking a question. General Maki, there's no need to be nervous. We are a secret race in this underground world, and we rarely come out to operate. But this time, the Parthian Empire has really gone too far, so we have decided to join you in fighting against the Parthian Empire. A creature that looked very much like a human stepped forward and said. Maki glanced at him suspiciously and was about to refuse when Chu Chen's voice echoed in his mind. If you agree to their request, then take them with you. Although these people are of unknown origin and arrived at the most inopportune time, they must all have different plans in mind if they want to join at this time. But what does Chu Chen have to fear? When the fighting starts, they will have no choice but to contribute. Many of these races were unfamiliar even to Chu Chen, and many of them must have a significant background, much like the Liches. If he could gather these people under his control, they would be a great asset, and they could play a crucial role in the future when brought to the surface world. Chapter 70. The Saintess's Worries. The Underground World, on the banks of the River of Oblivion. After more than a dozen minor races joined Chu Chen's army, the army heading to conquer the Parthian Empire appeared even more imposing. The newly joined minor races were all powerful, with their strongest members even rivaling those of the previous Magi. However, none of them volunteered to go forward. They all silently waited for Magi's Earth Spirit army to pass before following behind. Chu Chen sneered upon seeing this. These people are all shrewd individuals who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years, but they lack the wisdom of the Lich race. They only think about hiding in the background to take advantage of others, and even have the intention of reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Didn't they see that even the Lich race had all mobilized, scattered throughout Maqi's army, ready to participate in this battle? Chu Chen did not deliberately conceal the news of the army's expedition. He believed that the news would soon reach the Parthian Empire, especially the newly arrived Holy Maiden, who was likely already prepared with countermeasures. Perhaps for the Saintess, having such an opportunity to fight against almost all the opposing forces in the underground world is good news, saving her time from wasting time playing the boring game of hide and seek. Chu Chen happened to think the same way. Since war was inevitable, they might as well have a decisive battle and solve all the problems at once. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are superfluous. Within the territory ruled by the Parthian Empire, there lies a vast plain, a sight rarely seen in the underground world. A densely packed army of skeletons was lined up in the plain, a sea of white bones that looked eerie. Deal with this Earth Spirit clan as soon as possible. Our greater enemy lies in the water. A veiled woman spoke to a giant skeleton beside her. This enormous skeleton is the monarch of the Parthian Empire and the ruler of this underground world. However, he appeared somewhat respectful at this moment, clearly indicating that the woman beside him held an extraordinary status and was likely the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light. Did the Holy Maiden think the aquatic creatures in the water would take advantage of the situation to attack? This is their only and best chance, so they will definitely make a move. They are my main target this time. In the eyes of this saint, the Earth Spirits led by Maqi were not worth mentioning at all. They were just minor troubles that she dealt with incidentally. For so many years, we have been closely monitoring the movements in the water, and they have never made any unusual moves. Could it be that they have given up long ago? The skeleton lord lowered his head and asked in confusion. The saint shook her head. In any case, all possibilities must be eliminated. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, the saintess discovered a silent, black river in the previously empty wilderness. Where the river flowed, everything was desolate and deathly still. Something's weird, go check it out. The saintess instinctively sensed something was amiss and ordered the skeleton lord to go and investigate. Behind the saintess stood 4 men, their gazes occasionally darting away from her, yet carrying a hint of reverence and admiration. Marcus, you should come along and take a look too. Marcus was the first to arrive in the underworld, so he is more familiar with this world. Marcus looked to be in his 40s or 50s. After hearing the saintess's words, he quickly flew out to follow the skeleton lord. The skeleton lord arrived above the River of Oblivion, with Lucas standing on the riverbank behind him. After sensing the area for a while, the two looked at each other. Marcus frowned, unable to detect any aura at all. This river is naturally Chu Chen's River of Oblivion. To maximize his chances of victory in this duel, he must extend the length of the River of Oblivion once more. Only on the banks of the River of Oblivion can he remain invincible. Marcus took out a ball of light and slowly dropped it into the River of Oblivion. As soon as the ball entered the river, the water in that area began to boil, and the ball quickly sank to the bottom, its emitted light disappearing completely. What did you discover? The skeleton lord, somewhat disgusted by the light, stepped back a few paces and asked. Endless darkness, a power even darker than that of a dark wizard. Marcus's expression was somewhat solemn. Darkness and light were absolute enemies. Could it be something from that underground river that's causing this? It shouldn't be that. They don't have that ability. In any case, the sudden appearance of a river filled with dark energy in the underground world is definitely a big deal. We need to tell the Holy Maiden immediately. Marcus stood up, preparing to return and tell the saintess the news, when suddenly a vast army appeared in the distance. Although this army is far smaller than the skeleton army, It is superior in quality. Although the skeleton army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, most of them were low-level skeletons, especially those at the first or second level of the mortal rank. There were fewer than 10 extraordinary skeletons, and the legendary one was only the Skeleton Lord. The opposing army, though numbering only 20 or 30,000, consisted mostly of 4th or 5th level mortals, with many even at the 8th or 9th level. However, they had only one extraordinary individual and no legendary figures among them. Without the Skeleton Lord and the people of the Temple of Light coming down to help, the skeleton army alone might not be a match for the other side. But now, these troops are nothing but clay chickens and earthenware dogs. You stay here and prepare to fight the enemy. I'll go and inform the Holy Maiden of the news first. Marcus paid no attention to the approaching figures. He was more concerned with the strange river. Holy Maiden, I used a ball of light to investigate that river and confirmed that it contains an extremely concentrated amount of dark power. Could the dark forces be related to those earth spirits? Marcus was taken aback by the saint's words. Probably not. Although those people are stronger than these skeletons, none of them are legendary, and there's only one transcendent being. They shouldn't have this kind of ability. The saintess glanced coldly at Marcus, thinking that this man had been here for nearly 100 years and his brain had degenerated. The creatures of this underground world do not have the energy needed for cultivation. So how can they cultivate to the advanced mortal level, or even break through to the transcendent level on their own? The Earth Spirit clan is not a race like the Lich who can live for thousands of years. There must be something fishy about this, otherwise they would not dare to rebel against the Parthian Empire. If this river is indeed related to the Earth Spirit clan or the people behind them, then today's battle is probably not simple. Holy Maiden, there's no need to worry. With us here, the enemy's strength is nothing to worry about. Besides, with the Holy Maiden by our side, we will surely succeed in unifying the underworld in the end. Seeing Marcus get the short end of the stick, the other man was secretly pleased and made a point of flattering him. The saintess shook her head noncommittally. She wasn't worried about the current war, but rather about the possibility of something from underwater taking advantage of the situation if the losses were too great. However, she was still very confident in her own strength. Chapter 71 Fierce Battle, Skeleton Lord. Maki's army encountered the Parthian Empire's skeleton army in the wilderness, and both sides took their positions. From a distance, the 20,000-plus people in Maki looked like a large ship in a wide ocean. But how could such a large ship possibly fill the entire ocean? However, Chu Chin's River of Oblivion was like a black ribbon, abruptly passing through the middle, and neither the army of the Earth Spirit clan nor the skeletons of the Parthian Empire could affect it in the slightest. Maki stared coldly at the army of 100,000 skeletons before him, his expression unchanged. The Earth Spirit warriors behind him were the same, their faces even flushed with excitement. This is a war fought for their gods, to unify this underground world. From this day forward, the Earth Spirits will be the most noble race in this underground world. You ants over there, with so few of you, dare to oppose my empire? I will crush you all. Under the Skeleton Lord's enormous body, Maki and the others did indeed appear rather small. Moreover, the Skeleton Lord was a legendary level being, and even Maki and the Liches combined were no match for him. Looking at the black river flowing beside them, Maki knew that Chu Shun had been following them all along. Maki raised his spear high, and the Earth Spirit warriors behind him also raised their weapons, ready to charge. However, the races that had temporarily joined the army were somewhat bewildered in the face of the skeleton army, and some even prepared to flee. The Skeleton Lord smiled contemptuously. He shouldn't have had to take action himself, but in order to finish the battle quickly, he had no choice but to move and clear out the annoying ants before focusing on dealing with the things in the water. Crush them, the Skeleton Lord shouted, and the 100,000 skeletons behind him charged out. Maki yelled kill, and charged out first. Like the collision of two ocean currents, although the white current was larger, the dark yellow current formed by the Earth Spirits was more resilient, and even when surrounded by it, their formation remained intact. Before long, many skeletons lay scattered on the ground, and some Earth Spirit warriors were surrounded and killed. Maki was like a wolf entering a sheepfold, unleashing a slaughter with unstoppable force. Several extraordinary skeletons rushed forward to surround him, but they were no match for him. Instead, he managed to kill many of the skeleton warriors around him. "You're really useless." Seeing that his many men couldn't even defeat a single Makee, the skeleton lord decided to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, his warriors would appear rather incompetent in front of the Saintess. For a legendary level being to attack a transcendent level being is truly an unfair victory, but in this world, only the living have the right to demand fairness. Before the skeleton lord, Makee had no chance to resist, but he still maintained his fighting stance, gripping his spear tightly, head held high, staring at the approaching skeleton lord with his single eye, a contemptuous smile on his lips. The skeleton monarch, seeing that this ant-like being beneath him dared to mock him with a smile exactly like the ones from the Temple of Light, felt a surge of anger rise within him, and his large hand swung towards Makee. He was confident that with this slap, the guy who dared to mock him would be crushed to pieces. Just as the enormous hand was about to reach Magee's body, a black ice arrow shot out from the river beside them, piercing through the hand and heading straight for the skeleton lord's head. The pierced hand was rapidly collapsing. The skeleton lord stared in terror at the black ice arrow hurtling toward him. He hadn't sensed any presence from it, but he was instinctively filled with fear. In a close call, the skeleton lord tilted his massive head to dodge the ice arrow, then nervously looked at the river he had previously approached to inspect. Magee was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was Chu Chun who had made the move. In his mind, Chu Chun was invincible, so he simply continued to lead the Earth Spirit clan to fight against the skeleton army. Seeing that there was no movement in the River of Oblivion for a long time, and knowing that his hard hand had been destroyed so easily just now, the skeleton monarch dared not make any rash moves due to the terrible sense of danger he felt. Fortunately, the Saintess also noticed something amiss and sent Marcus and another human to help. "What's going on? They can't even handle a transcendent Earth Spirit," Marcus asked condescendingly. The skeleton lord said impatiently, "That river is strange, it just attacked me." Both Marcus and his companion looked at the calm river, then at the skeleton lord's vanished hand. "We two will stay here and watch. You go and kill the leader of the Earth Spirit clan." Marcus quickly came up with a plan to force the beings in the river to make their move again. Sure enough, when the skeleton lord walked towards Makee again, Chu Chun had no choice but to take action once more. This time, not just one, but 7 or 8 ice arrows appeared simultaneously, flying towards the skeleton lord. Marcus and his companions saw this and tried their best to stop them, but they could only intercept 3 or 4 of them. The rest continued to fly towards the skeleton lord. The skeleton monarch had already witnessed the power of the black ice arrow, so he dared not be careless this time. He pulled out his spine from behind as a weapon. This was the hardest bone in his body, and after years of tempering, it was already faintly glowing with golden light. When his spine collided with the black ice arrows one after another, the skeleton lord was shocked. He felt that his spine was already cracking. If he continued, his spine might break completely. But at this point, he had no way out and could only force himself to endure it. Click. The sound terrified the skeleton lord, and even Marcus was utterly horrified. He had known the skeleton lord the longest and knew best how strong the skeleton lord's spine was. Even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to break it head-on. Yet now, it was shattered by just a few ice arrows from the Black River. Marcus instinctively took a few steps back, feeling a chill run down his spine. The other mage, oblivious to Marcus's subtle movements, remained focused on the river, using some kind of detection magic to try and locate any creature hiding within. After the skeleton lord's spine shattered, although he didn't immediately become vulnerable, his entire body lost a crucial support, shrunk considerably, and his aura became very weak. Seeing his state, Chu Chun was in no hurry to attack him. Keeping him alive might still be useful. Chapter 72 Makee dies, aquatic creatures appear. For Chu Chun, these 2 legends were nothing. He had killed quite a few legends before him. Moreover, in the underground world, no one else could obtain energy. Even the people of the Temple of Light could not break this limitation, but he himself had almost unlimited energy to use skills. However, although the Saintess kept an eye on the situation, she never came over, thus giving him no chance to make a move. I'll kill all the people you sent, and see if you come over. Chu Chen thought this way, and his subordinates did just that. The mage, who was still focused on finding out where Chu Chen was in the River of Oblivion, hadn't even had time to react before he was struck by the combined attack of Chu Chen's ice arrow, ice shackles, and water bindings, and fell into the River of Oblivion, never to be seen again. Upon seeing this, Marcus fled without even glancing back. How cunning! Seeing that he had moved away from the riverbank, Chu Chen no longer had a chance to make a move. Holy Maiden, that river is indeed strange. It harbors a very powerful creature that crippled the skeleton lord and killed Kyle. Do you think we should go and take a look? Marcus ran back in a disheveled state to report the situation to the Saintess. Then how come you're perfectly fine? The Holy Maiden of Light was fully aware of the situation over there. Although Kyle was foolish, he was loyal to the Temple of Light. This Markars, perhaps because he had been there for a long time, had become cowardly and was not as dedicated to his duties at the Temple of Light. Marcus was about to defend himself when the Holy Maiden of Light stopped him. The three of you go together and kill that Earth Spirit clan leader first. The fact that the remaining three legends attacked together and killed a mere extraordinary was actually quite a show of respect for McGee. At this moment, Magi and his elemental warriors had already penetrated deep into the heart of the skeleton army. Because their monarch was seriously injured and lost his fighting ability, the skeleton army seemed to have weakened. Taking advantage of this, the elemental warriors drove the skeleton army into a series of defeats. Seeing three more legends fly out, Chu Chen initially thought they were coming for him, but he didn't expect them to approach McGee so quickly. Oops. The rise of McGee's killing spree has already taken him far beyond the River of Oblivion, a distance that Chu Chen cannot reach. Go to the river quickly. Chu Chen gave the order to McGee and simultaneously conjured a water man, which ran towards McGee. Upon hearing Chu Chen's command, McGee looked up and saw three people flying towards him. He immediately realized they were there to kill him, so he turned and ran towards the River of Oblivion. However, all three of them, including Marcus, were legendary-level beings. Their speed was so fast that even the water elementals that Chu Chen conjured could not match them, let alone McGee. Just as McGee was about to get within Chu Chen Shui's attack range, Marcus and his two companions made their move first. Three beams of light flew toward McGee, who was still running, but his upper body was split into three pieces. McGee. This was the first person Chu Chen saw die before his eyes after he came to this world, his loyal follower, and also the first person he met in the underground world. Seeing McGee's body torn apart on the ground and trampled by the surrounding skeletons, Chu Chen flew into a rage for the first time. For the first time, the River of Oblivion in the distance surged with waves, as if a sleeping dragon was about to awaken. All Earth Spirit warriors, retreat immediately. The Earth Spirit warriors, seeing their chieftain killed, initially wanted to avenge him, but upon hearing Chu Chen's order, they all immediately began to retreat. The skeletons were also momentarily intimidated by Chu Chen and dared not give chase. After all the Earth Spirit clan warriors had retreated, the waters of the River of Oblivion behind Chu Chen were lifted into the sky by a force. The already gloomy sky became even darker now. Retreat quickly. The Saintess's expression suddenly changed drastically. She flew into the air and shouted at Marcus and the other two. Startled awake by the Saintess's voice, Marcus and his companions quickly flew backward as if from a dream. If you want to leave, leave your life behind. The River of Oblivion surged forth, chasing after Marcus and his companions. The skeleton soldiers beneath the river's surface silently sank into its depths. Marcus and his two companions were moving very fast, but suddenly countless ropes appeared in the river behind them, catching up with them at an incredible speed and binding them tightly. Amid Marcus's terrified screams, the three were pulled into the river, which crashed down behind them, turning the entire plain into a black ocean. 100,000 skeleton soldiers were wiped out by this attack, and the three legendary powerhouses disappeared into the river without even making a ripple. In this attack, Chu Chen spent a full 1,000,000 energy points, using all the water that was originally intended to extend the river's length to pursue Marcus and annihilate these skeleton soldiers. The Saintess hovered in the air, pointing at Chu Chun in disbelief. Who are you? How do you possess such power? That attack was truly terrifying. The Holy Maiden of Light believed that even if she were to be subjected to such an attack, her chances of survival would be no more than 50%. The reason she sent Marcus and the other two to kill McKee first was simply to confirm whether Chu Chun could only make his move by the river. Now that her guess has been confirmed, it also proves that she was wrong. Under normal circumstances, Chu Chun cannot be too far from the river, but if he gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. For a moment, the Holy Maiden was all alone, with only a dozen or so extraordinary beings by her side. Judging from Chu Chen's methods just now, they were not enough for Chu Chen to kill. Am I supposed to just hand over the underground world? If I do, even if I return to the Temple of Light, I'm afraid I'll face even harsher punishment. The Holy Maiden of Light hesitated, but Chu Chun began to gather the rivers flowing freely across the wilderness into the main river, guiding its course. At the same time, he also swept McKee's body into the river, along with McKee's soul. Because McKee was a devout follower of Chu Chun, his body and soul were not devoured by the system and were thus preserved. McGee isn't completely dead. Chu Chun still has a way to revive him, but McGee might not be able to accept that method. Just as Chu Chun was about to make a move against the last remaining Holy Maiden of Light, he noticed a disturbance not far away. The underground river, which had existed in the subterranean world for who knows how long, was undergoing an unusual change. Something seemed to be about to emerge from it, and it was constantly churning with water. Even Chu Chun felt that this river was unfathomable, so he had always avoided it and had not taken the initiative to come into contact with it. Could it be that some kind of intelligent being chose to make their move at this time? Chu Chun glanced at the Holy Maiden in the distance and noticed that she was also frowning. She seems to know something. Chapter 73, The Origin of the Dark River. The underground world, on a plain within the Parthian Empire. All the white bones scattered on the ground were swept into the river of oblivion. The entire army of 100,000 skeleton warriors of the Parthian Empire was wiped out, leaving only the Holy Maiden of Light and a dozen or so members of the Temple of Light who were at the transcendent level. On Chu Chen's side, the Earth Spirit Clan's Mikey was killed, and many Earth Spirit Clan warriors also suffered casualties. Only those races that joined halfway through the journey suffered basically no casualties. Now, seeing Chu Chun displaying great power, they were caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. However, neither the Holy Maiden of Light nor Chu Chun had the will to continue fighting. They were both looking at the underground river that had been almost ignored. This underground river is not very wide, but it flows through every part of the entire underground world and is unfathomably deep. At this moment, when the Parthian Empire and Chu Chun finally decided their victor, things began to change. Chu Chun looked at the bubbling underground river. Clearly something was trying to swim up from the deepest part of the water. Do you know something? Chu Chen's voice rang in the mind of the Holy Maiden of Light. The Holy Maiden of Light glanced at Chu Chun, looking somewhat surprised. Whether you know it or not, I don't need to tell you. The Holy Maiden of Light's plan to unify the underground world was shattered because of Chu Chun, so she still harbors a lot of resentment towards him. I once conducted a simple survey of this underground river and discovered that some extremely terrifying creatures lurked in its deepest part. I also know what your Temple of Light's purpose is this time, but I want to say that you will definitely not be able to take back the underground world. If you do not cooperate properly, I will leave you, the Holy Maiden, here forever and never be able to return. This was an obvious threat, and the Saintess's face turned red with anger. Even in the Temple of Light, she was a respected figure, and few dared to speak to her like that. But at this moment, she couldn't find the words to refute. Chu Chun wiped out 100,000 skeleton warriors in one move, and all 4 legendary figures died at his hands, yet she didn't even know what Chu Chun looked like. No matter how confident she was, she wouldn't dare say she could escape from Chu Chun, especially now that an underground river had appeared, and those beings might be far more terrifying than Chu Chun. Perhaps if this monster fights those things in the underground river, I'll still have a chance to regain control of the underworld. The Holy Maiden of Light was momentarily tempted. The underground world is also very important to the Temple of Light. If she messes up this mission, even if she can return to the Temple of Light, she will be suppressed by the other holy sons and daughters. At that time, it will be a question whether she can keep her status as a holy daughter. I can tell you the secret of that underground river, but you must promise that you will not lay a hand on me or my men until the underground river is resolved. The Saintess ultimately chose to compromise. Of course, I promise I won't take any action against you until the underground river problem is resolved. In reality, such verbal promises are completely useless. They are merely a way for the Holy Maiden of Light to save face. The Saintess walked leisurely to Chu Chen's River of Oblivion. She wasn't afraid that Chu Chen would make a move at this time, because the threat of the Dark River was right in front of her, and this clever enemy would definitely not choose to make a move at this moment. This underground world has existed for countless millions of years, and this underground river also existed at that time. The God of Light has ruled this continent for thousands of years, but he has never been able to fully understand the details of this underground river. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The underground river that had existed for 10,000 years must have contained terrifying creatures. Over the past few thousand years, we have fought against the creatures in the Dark River many times. These creatures are different from the magical beasts and aquatic creatures outside. They are generally not very intelligent, but they are very strong. Even many of our magic spells cannot pose much of a threat to them. Moreover, because this world lacks elemental energy, many powerful spells cannot be cast. Therefore, every time we try to conquer the Dark River, we fail. Chu Chen thought of the strange fish he first met when he encountered McGee. It was just a surface creature, but it was already incredibly strong. Didn't you send anyone down to investigate underwater? Of course there are. We have sent people who are proficient in water magic down to investigate more than once. But the energy at the bottom of the water is very chaotic, and those creatures are even more powerful in the water. None of the people we sent and have come back alive. Chu Chenxin paused for a moment. For thousands of years, the Temple of Light had been unable to deal with it. If he wanted to unify the underground world, this dark river would probably be the biggest obstacle. Have there been any instances before of creatures from the underground river coming ashore to attack? The Saintess nodded and said, yes, every time we are about to unify the entire underground world, they come ashore and make their move. This is why we have not been able to truly unify all the races of the underground world over the past 1,000 years. Chu Chen understood. This time, it was because the Millennium War was about to begin that they sent people down to try to unify the underground world. Since the Temple of Light has controlled the continent of gods and demons for thousands of years and has won several wars of faith, it must not have had much hope for this unification. However, no matter how much it planned, it did not expect that it would not only fail to unify the underground world, but also completely lose control and be destroyed by Chu Chen. Chu Chen was learning many secrets about the underground world with the Holy Maiden of Light. After all, Chu Chen lacked sufficient knowledge and was not very familiar with the situation of many major forces in this world. This time, he was taking advantage of the Holy Maiden of Light to make up for his lack of knowledge. However, this Holy Maiden of Light was no pushover either. She only told Chu Chen some things that weren't really secrets, and claimed ignorance of all the other true secrets. They're out. Chu Chen's tone suddenly became serious, and the Holy Maiden of Light also fell silent and looked towards the dark river. Suddenly, towering sprays of water erupted from the underground river, and enormous monsters leaped out of it. The giant snake, hundreds of meters long, raised its enormous head and looked down at the Earth Spirit Clan warriors, who were terrified and thrown into a panic. There was also an 8-legged octopus with a human head on its head, its bright eyes staring at the Holy Maiden of Light. Each monster was enormous, and for a moment the vast plain even felt somewhat crowded. There were 7 or 8 monsters of this size, followed by a number of fish and shrimp that were already magical beasts, all of which were much larger than usual and looked extremely ferocious. Upon seeing these monsters, Chu Chen suddenly had an idea. These things look like they come from the sea, so how could they have emerged from this underground river? Moreover, These mere goods probably wouldn't be enough to stop the Temple of Light for thousands of years. Could it be that there is some other entity behind this, also coveting the War of Faith? Chapter 74: The Battle Against the Creatures of the Dark River. Just as Chu Chun was filled with doubts, the octopus with a human head suddenly spoke in human language, shouting at the Holy Maiden of Light. "Looks like you're from the Temple of Light. I feel nauseous just smelling you. Come over here right now." The Holy Maiden of Light was annoyed by the octopus monster's words, but dared not act rashly. This octopus monster was, after all, a legendary level creature. "What are you all standing there for? Isn't the Temple of Light here to feed us? The quality of the food you've been sending us for the past 1,000 years has been getting worse and worse. Be careful, or Grandpa might get angry and just tear your Temple of Light down." The Holy Maiden of Light finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Shut up." At the same time, a pure white scepter appeared in his hand, with a similarly pure white bead at the top, exuding a chilling aura. The Holy Maiden of Light extended her staff forward. Crystallization technique. A chill rushed toward the octopus monster, and countless crystals appeared in the air around it. These crystals quickly adhered to the octopus monster's body, and the octopus monster's expression changed. "It's so cold. Those awful humans, how dare they freeze me?" The octopus monster's body rapidly froze, and even the breath it exhaled when it spoke was white, clearly indicating that this magic was an ice freezing technique that worked from the outside in. However, although the octopus monster was cursing angrily, it was not panicked. With a shudder, the ice crystals on its body were shattered, and within a few breaths, it stopped exhaling cold air. Mind freeze. The Holy Maiden of Light continued her attack, but this time it was a soul attack. The octopus monster's expression froze instantly after this blow, clearly having fallen victim to it. Purification of light. A strong, dazzling light emanated from the top of the scepter. Under this light, one of the octopus monster's tentacles began to melt away, but the octopus monster seemed to feel no pain, its face still displaying the same expression. "Oomph, you're asking for death." The giant snake beside it saw that the octopus monster was at a disadvantage, let out a cold snort, and spat out a mouthful of black water. The black liquid was sprayed onto the Holy Maiden of Light's scepter, and the white bead at the top of the scepter immediately made a sizzling sound, clearly being corroded. The Holy Maiden of Light was startled and quickly used a purification spell to slowly cleanse the black sewage on the bead. However, the surface of the bead was clearly pitted and uneven, and even the light it emitted was much dimmer. The Holy Maiden of Light's expression was solemn. It was already difficult to defeat one monster, and if two monsters attacked together, she would definitely be defeated. However, there were so many of them, and even with Chu Chen's help, she would probably have a hard time surviving. Do we really have to use that scroll? But if we do, this mission will be a complete failure. A deep sense of resentment welled up in the heart of the Holy Maiden of Light. "Why aren't you staying in the water? What are you doing coming up here?" Chu Chen spoke. At this moment, the octopus monster also woke up from its frozen state and glared angrily at the Holy Maiden of Light. Swish, swish, swish. The three tentacles stabbed towards the Holy Maiden of Light simultaneously. The tentacles, which were originally very soft, were now like three javelins, rushing straight towards the Holy Maiden of Light. The Holy Maiden of Light subconsciously took a few steps back, then pointed her scepter in front of her, and a beam of light shot towards the tentacle. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Maiden of Light chanted, and her scepter drew a circle in front of her, creating a halo that blocked her path. Unexpectedly, the three tentacles broke through the Holy Maiden of Light's defenses one after another. Fortunately, she was prepared and used a lightness technique to float backward, creating distance between herself and the octopus tentacles. Seeing that the monsters opposite him were not answering his questions at all, but instead preemptively attacking the Holy Maiden of Light, Chu Chen realized that although he was also an enemy of the Temple of Light, they were now on the same side, and he could not just stand by and watch. Ice arrow. A dozen ice arrows suddenly appeared from the River of Oblivion and shot towards the octopus monster's body, but did not intercept the three tentacles that the octopus monster was using to stab at the Holy Maiden of Light. If a dignified holy maiden of light couldn't even stop 3 tentacles of an octopus monster of the same level, it would seem rather weak. When the octopus monster saw a dozen powerful ice arrows suddenly appear in the strange river and shoot towards it, it quickly summoned its remaining tentacles to intercept them. However, there were too many ice arrows, and the octopus monster's tentacles were not enough. So the octopus monster used its innate skill and spewed out a thick stream of black water. This black liquid is actually more powerful than water, but after so many years of research by the octopus monster, the black ink also quickly atomizes in the air, spreading out just as rapidly as it does in water. As soon as Chu Chen's ice arrow entered the range of the black mist, it disappeared without a trace, and only the sound of the ice arrow hitting the ground could be heard. When the fog cleared, Chu Chen discovered that only one ice arrow had hit the octopus monster. The others had missed, leaving deep craters in the ground. However, even that single ice arrow that struck the octopus monster still caused it considerable damage, with 2 of its tentacles breaking off and falling to the ground. Damn it! Who is hiding in that strange river? I'll make your brains my dessert. The octopus monster was furious like never before. Since it had ascended to legendary status, it had never been so badly injured, and it hadn't even seen a shadow of its enemy. The octopus monster looked at the River of Oblivion. It was certain that the attack was coming from this river, but it couldn't detect any signs of life. The octopus monster walked into the River of Oblivion, extending one of its tentacles, preparing to probe into the river. No, have you forgotten your elder's instructions? The octopus monster paused, its tentacles about to plunge into the River of Oblivion, a hint of fear flashing across its face as it prepared to retract them. How could Chu Chen pass up such a chance to deliver a fatal blow? Several water ropes suddenly appeared from the water, grabbed the octopus monster's tentacles, and pulled it into the River of Oblivion. The octopus monster was terrified. Although it was strong, it was far from being able to match the strength of Chu Chen's entire river. Its massive body was dragged little by little towards the River of Oblivion. Just then, a giant crab monster walked over and snapped its huge pincers against the tentacles. The octopus monster's body fell back, its tentacles breaking in two, and Chu Chen's plan to pull the octopus monster into the River of Oblivion was also thwarted. These water monsters are really troublesome. Chu Chen felt somewhat troubled. It was no easy task for him to deal with 7 or 8 legendary-level aquatic giants all by himself at once. The octopus monster originally had 8 tentacles. 1 was destroyed by the Holy Maiden of Light, 2 were destroyed by Chu Chen's ice arrow, and now 1 more was broken, leaving only 4. It suffered a heavy loss. At this moment, it looked at the River of Oblivion with fear and dared not show its face again. Chapter 75 Working Together to Repel the Dark River Creatures. The River of Oblivion flows quietly in the underground world, and the Dark River not far away is equally calm. Between the two rivers are 7 or 8 ferocious water monsters, and tens of thousands of aquatic beasts. The plain, where a fierce battle had just taken place, fell into an eerie silence, with only the occasional cries of pain from the octopus monster echoing through the air. I don't know your background, esteemed sir. My master instructed us before sending us ashore that we must not be disrespectful to you. Ferdinand was a bit rash just now. I'm here on his behalf to apologize to you. Suddenly, the giant snake beside them spoke, and the words uttered from its gaping maw were so polite that Chu Chen was quite surprised. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking about my background? Chu Chen appeared coldly in the wilderness, unable to discern where the sound was coming from. The giant serpent turned its massive body, moving closer to the River of Oblivion, and lowered its head as it replied. My lord, our ancestors have lived in the underground river of this world for generations. We are born in the underground river, and we die in the underground river. Chu Chen sneered inwardly. He could now conclude that these monsters were not creatures from the underground river, because such a closed place could not possibly have such a civilization if they had always lived in a narrow underground river. It seems you're not planning to tell the truth, but that's all right. Did your lord have something to discuss with you on the shore? The giant snake flicked its tongue in response. Reporting to you, my lord, we have come for 2 reasons. First, to remind the Temple of Light that this is not a place for them, and that the underworld is not under the Temple of Light's jurisdiction. Second, we wish to meet with you and convey your heartfelt greetings. Chuchen thought for a moment. The giant snake had suddenly become respectful to him, and the adult it mentioned actually knew of his existence. Could it be that his actions had already been exposed? I have destroyed the Temple of Light. You have all seen it. You can go back now. The giant serpent glanced back at the other legendary level water monsters who had accompanied it, shook its massive head, and continued. All those from the Temple of Light must be killed to teach the Temple of Light a lesson. As for you, sir, we would like to see your true face so that we can report back to you. Seeing the giant snake's actions, Chuchen understood. These people weren't truly respectful to him. They just didn't know his true strength and dared not act rashly. Their so-called desire to see him was really just to test his capabilities. It seems you don't take me seriously. I'm protecting this woman, and I'm not someone you can see. Either go back to the Dark River, or leave your lives behind. Choose one. Since a peaceful resolution was impossible, Chuchen stopped wasting words. Although it would be difficult to leave them all behind, Chuchen was confident that he could still kill half of them. My lord, please don't be angry. We don't want to be your enemy, but... Before he could finish speaking, the giant serpent's tail suddenly swept towards the dozen or so extraordinary mages who were with the Holy Maiden of Light in the distance. With this sweep, even Chuchen was too late to stop it. All of the dozen or so extraordinary mages were crushed into mincemeat by the giant serpent's tail and were dead beyond any doubt. The Holy Maiden of Light didn't even glance at them, only staring at the water monsters with a serious expression. Those people weren't very close to her, so she didn't care if they died. But the giant snake's action showed their attitude today, and the situation the Saintess would face next would be even more severe. But we dare not disobey our parents' orders. The giant serpent's cold eyes stared at the Holy Maiden of Light not far away. The Holy Maiden of Light couldn't help but shiver, and her body involuntarily moved closer to Chuchen's River of Oblivion. I know the Temple of Light must have left you a lot of things to save your life. If you're still thinking of using them to deal with me, you might not even be able to get past this hurdle. If you're willing to join forces with me, I believe it's not impossible to annihilate all these monsters. Chuchen secretly communicated with the Holy Maiden of Light through their souls. He believed that the Temple of Light wouldn't be so heartless as to abandon the Holy Maiden in such an environment. She must possess some powerful treasures or scrolls. From Shelley, he had witnessed just how wealthy these geniuses backed by powerful forces truly were. Upon hearing Chuchen's words, the Holy Maiden of Light's expression became slightly unnatural. She did indeed possess some powerful scrolls, which she had originally intended to use against Chuchen when he and the aquatic monsters had fought to a standstill. However, Chuchen had unexpectedly seen through her plan. I do have a few powerful scrolls, and I can cooperate with you to deal with these monsters, but how can I trust that you won't turn against me after you've dealt with them? The Holy Maiden of Light was no fool either. Even in such a situation, she considered things very thoroughly. You seem to have misunderstood. Now it's you who's asking me to cooperate with you, or you'll be facing attacks from 7 or 8 legendary level enemies right now. Chuchen smiled and said nothing more. The Holy Maiden of Light glanced at the giant serpents and saw that they were already restless, looking at her as if she were food. All right, I'll take the gamble and cooperate with you. Wouldn't it have been better to be so decisive from the start? When they make their move, I'll stop their attack. You can use your strongest attack to inflict maximum casualties on them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they're prepared, you'll be in danger. The Holy Maiden of Light nodded in agreement in her mind. At this moment, the giant serpent also launched an attack. In order to avoid Chuchen's obstruction, in addition to the injured octopus monster, the other 5 water monsters launched an attack at the same time. Such treatment was really exaggerated for the Holy Maiden of Light. She was only a legendary level 3, while the worst of these aquatic monsters were legendary level 2, and this giant serpent was even a legendary level 4. The Holy Maiden of Light was somewhat pale. This was tantamount to using herself as bait. If Chuchen hadn't intercepted these attacks, she would have been fatally wounded if any of them had hit her. Seeing the giant serpent move, Chuchen was already prepared. He reminded the Holy Maiden of Light to prepare to attack, and then he stirred up a giant wave from the River of Oblivion to block the Holy Maiden. At the same time, he shot out hundreds of ice arrows and water ropes from the giant wave, all rushing towards the water monsters. The power of the ice arrows and water ropes had already been demonstrated on the octopus monster, so the giant snake and the others dared not be careless. However, they were confident that if 6 or 7 of them attacked at the same time, Chu Chen would definitely not be able to stop them. In an instant, Chu Chen's attack collided with the attacks of the giant snake and others, causing the space to tremble. The Earth Spirit Clan army in the distance also felt a powerful energy fluctuation, forcing them to retreat again and again. 1 minute left. The Holy Maiden of Light spoke. Chapter 76. The Saintess's Terrifying Trump Card. On the banks of the River of Oblivion, Chu Chen faced such immense pressure for the first time. He alone had to withstand the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary-level powerhouses, and these legendary-level water monsters were far more powerful than ordinary legendary-level creatures, making it even more difficult for Chu Chen to deal with them. After all, he was actually only equivalent to the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm. The Holy Maiden of Light noticed Chu Chen's weakness, but her spell preparation still required a minute, so she quickly reminded Chu Chen. Chu Chen hardened his heart. At worst, he would spend more energy points. Once he had taken care of all these things, he should be able to break even. As a result, not only did more densely packed ice arrows and water ropes appear from the River of Oblivion, but a water dragon would also emerge from time to time, roaring as it charged towards the giant snake and other water monsters. Under Chu Chen's relentless attacks, they finally managed to intercept all of the water monsters' attacks by countering their own offensive. To make matters worse, the minions that these water monsters brought ashore also charged towards Chu Chen's Earth Spirit Clan army. Although these little water monsters are not very strong, they are still much stronger than the Earth Spirit Clan. Chu Chen couldn't just stand by and watch his hard-earned team be wiped out. What was even more infuriating was that the dozen or so races that had joined along the way had already started to flee, and Chu Chen had no time to stop them. At this moment, skeletons crawled out of the River of Oblivion. These were the skeletons that had been swept into the river after being killed by Chu Chen. Now that they had finally finished sinking in the River of Oblivion, they could obey Chu Chen's orders. The original force consisted of 100,000 skeletons. Aside from some that were completely destroyed, at least 80,000 to 90,000 were successfully transformed this time, enough to hold off these water monsters for a while. As for the skeleton monarch's remains, they did not rise up because Chu Chen still had a use for them. Countless skeleton warriors emerged from the River of Oblivion and charged towards the water monsters. Although these monsters were strong and powerful, the skeleton warriors were inherently difficult to kill, and their bodies had been further strengthened by the River of Oblivion. Moreover, these aquatic creatures lacked specific methods to deal with the skeleton warriors and could only resort to brute force. I need some water. The Holy Maiden of Light's magic is finally ready, but it needs Chu Chen's water to assist her. Chu Chen roughly guessed what the Holy Maiden of Light's magic was like, so he extracted a few clumps of water from the river, removed the dark power from the water, and condensed several water figures, which then rushed towards the giant snake and other water monsters. When the giant snake saw the water monster, which didn't seem to have much attack power, rushing towards it, it thought it was some kind of trick by Chu Chen. Before the water monster could get close, it cautiously shattered it with its tail, and water splashed everywhere. The giant snake and the others realized that the water had no effect on them, so they stopped caring. The water elementals were all blown apart by the giant snakes and the like, and the water splashed all over them. Compared to the troublesome ice arrows and water dragons coming from the front, none of these could attract their attention. That's fine. The Saintess nodded, and upon hearing this, Chu Chen suddenly withdrew the curtain formed by the waters of the River of Oblivion. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden of Light appeared before the giant serpent and the others. The bead in the Holy Maiden's hand, which had been tainted by the black water spat out by the giant serpent, regained its luster, and the chill emanating from it was even more intense. The Holy Maiden of Light roared, 1,000 miles of ice. The bead at the top of the scepter immediately detached from the scepter and shot towards the giant snake and the others. The giant snake's expression changed drastically. It could feel the intense chill contained within the bead and instantly understood the intentions of Chu Chen's water spirits. Retreat quickly. The giant snakes roared, but it was too late. In the chill of the beads, the water that had splashed onto their bodies quickly turned into solid ice, restricting their movements. At the same time, the beads exploded with a loud bang when they were still tens of meters away from them. An extremely strong, chilling aura quickly spread out. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the Holy Maiden's shout that covered thousands of miles, everything within a radius of several thousand meters was turned into ice sculptures. This is terrifying. Chu Chen had grasped a bit of the principles of ice, but he was far from being able to achieve this level. Even the waters of the River of Oblivion showed signs of freezing in this chilling air. Hurry up and get started, this chill won't last. Seeing that Chu Chen still didn't move, the Holy Maiden of Light quickly called out. Chu Chen looked and saw that the Holy Maiden of Light was frighteningly pale and her body was swaying precariously. She was barely holding on and did not want to fall down, but in the end she had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground to start recovering. The giant snake and other water monsters remained motionless, still in a retreating posture, which presented Chu Chen with a perfect opportunity. Water Dragon Roar. This was Chu Chen's strongest attack skill, and he used it continuously without hesitation, hitting each water monster twice. Still worried that it wasn't enough, Chu Chen unleashed a barrage of ice arrows, eventually breaking the frozen water snakes into several pieces. With a loud bang, like glass shattering, the chilling air within 1,000 miles began to dissipate, and this fleeting ice sculpture kingdom began to disappear. When all the strange phenomena disappeared, the corpses of the giant snake and other water monsters opposite were revealed. The giant snake, which had been arrogant just moments before, was now being carefully dealt with by Chu Zhong and was broken into several pieces, with only a tail remaining, which was still wriggling on the ground. I heard that snake meat soup is quite delicious. It's a pity that I can't enjoy it anymore. It would be good to save it for Tyran and the magic dragon gecko. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen conjured a hand and swept the corpses of these water monsters into the river. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. One of the water monsters, which was thought to be all dead, suddenly turned into a black light and plunged into the dark river. Chu Chen was startled and quickly chased after the rope, but it was shattered by a water arrow after entering the underground river, and he returned empty-handed. Chu Chen checked the remaining corpses and found that they were indeed lifeless. Regardless of the presence of the Holy Maiden of Light, he devoured them to avoid any unforeseen complications. The one that just escaped was a sea turtle. It had sensed the danger and immediately retreated into its shell. As a result, Chu Chen's subsequent series of attacks were blocked by its hard shell, and it escaped while Chu Chen was not paying attention. The giant snakes and the like were already dead, and the remaining small fish and shrimp dared not continue to fight the skeleton warriors. They scattered and tried to escape back to the dark river. How could Chu Chen let them escape? After taking them away with a batch of ice arrows, he also devoured their corpses. Listening to the constant voice prompts from the system, Chu Chen didn't have time to tally up his gains. He looked at the Holy Maiden of Light, conjured a water spirit, and stepped forward with a strange smile on his face. What do you want to do? The saintess was somewhat flustered, but she forced herself to remain calm. Now that I've saved your life, aren't you going to consider repaying me? Chapter 77. The Saintess departs. The underworld unifies. The underground world was utterly silent, save for the warriors of the Earth Spirit clan, who were treating the wounded of their comrades and collecting the bodies of their fallen brethren. After finally dealing with the suddenly appearing water monster, Chu Chen began to think about how to deal with the Saintess. The Temple of Light wants to control the underground world, and now that it has taken over, the Holy Maiden of Light will definitely not let it go easily. Therefore, this Holy Maiden cannot be released easily. Chu Chen wasn't the kind of person who couldn't resist beautiful women, and besides, he couldn't do anything in his current lake form. All he knew was that the seemingly beautiful woman before him was the saintess of his greatest enemy, and that she might possess extremely powerful abilities. That bead had really startled him. He wondered if he could have withstood it if it had been thrown into the river of oblivion and was intended for him. It might not have killed him, but it could have rendered him immobile for a short time. How do you intend to repay me? Perhaps with your body. The Holy Maiden of Light took the initiative, noticing that Chu Chen's current state seemed somewhat unusual, which was why she deliberately said that. Chu Chen smiled and took a step closer, then suddenly tore off the veil from the saintess's face. You. The saintess turned her head away in shame and anger. She is indeed beautiful, but her brain is too stupid. The Holy Maiden of Light ignored Chu Chen's insulting words. Let's get down to business. Hand over all the treasures and scrolls you have on you. Or who knows when you might throw a bead at me or something. The saint's big eyes were wide open. What do you think that bead is? You don't know that there's another one like it in the entire Temple of Light. Then you must have other treasures on you. Hurry up and take them all out. Otherwise I might have to resort to some unnecessary means. Don't say I took advantage of you in your time of need. The spell she had just cast had taken a heavy toll on the Holy Maiden of Light, leaving her completely powerless to resist Chu Chen. The Holy Maiden of Light gave Chu Chen a deep look, recalling how Chu Chen had killed 3 of her legendary mages in a fit of rage, but she still dared not defy Chu Chen's will. The Holy Maiden of Light took out a spatial scroll from her bosom, and then took off a small bell and a pair of earrings from her wrist. Chu Chen thought to himself, this is terrifying. This woman is a treasure from head to toe. That's all. The saintess threw everything on the ground and said impatiently. Chu Chen used his senses to carefully scan the Holy Maiden of Light's entire body. The Holy Maiden of Light felt as if a pair of eyes had seen her entire body, and her face flushed red, her heart filled with rage. Have you seen enough? No. Take out what you're wearing around your neck too. Chu Chen noticed that she was wearing something around her neck that emitted a strange aura. The Holy Maiden of Light blushed and said shyly, That's my personal property. It's not convenient for me to take it out. Her tone was almost pleading, but Chu Chen wasn't buying it. He remembered the mysterious storage treasure around Shelley's neck. The Holy Maiden of Light blushed to the roots of her neck. She slowly unbuttoned her outer garment and took out something from inside. It was an object resembling a jade pendant, with the character Plum engraved on it. Put it on the ground too. Chu Chen said coldly that no matter what it is, it must be tested by the system before anything else can be discussed. The Holy Maiden of Light reluctantly took the item down and bent down to place it on the ground, as if afraid of breaking it. Seeing her like this, Chu Chen didn't pay much attention, assuming it was some kind of token of their love. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt a burst of intense white light in front of him, a light that blocked even his senses. Chu Chen knew something was wrong, and without thinking twice, he shot several ice arrows toward the location of the Holy Maiden of Light. The ice arrow disappeared silently after entering it. Hateful. Chu Chen never expected that the Holy Maiden of Light would be so cunning and even have such tricks up her sleeve. A dozen water ropes appeared behind Chu Chen and flew towards the white light. This time, Chu Chen was determined to pull her directly into the river of oblivion and give her no chance at all. However, Chu Chen was disappointed. The water rope disappeared just as quickly as it entered the white light. Remember this. My name is Melissa, the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. The voice of the Holy Maiden of Light came from within the white light, and Chu Chen could hear the deep resentment in it. When the white light disappeared, Saint Melissa was nowhere to be seen. Chu Chen sensed the place where Melissa had disappeared, and the familiar fluctuations there were from the spatial rift. Melissa actually possessed something capable of directly shattering space, something Chu Chen had never expected. Shelley had told him that this continent of gods and demons was a rather unique place, where countless gods and demons had once waged war. The spatial barriers of this world were exceptionally strong, making them very difficult to break. Shelley fell into this world by accident after breaking through space from the outside world, which is why it is difficult for her to break through space again to return. Chu Chen forgot that this underground world was not a complete world, but only a secondary world. Therefore, its spatial barriers were probably much weaker than those outside, which is why Melissa was able to leave this world with the help of that jade pendant. Regardless, although Melissa has escaped, This underground world is temporarily hers. Before the Temple of Light reacts or the beings in the Dark River return, she must first completely unify this world and then develop her own power. He threw all the things Melissa had left on the ground into his system space. These things were all quite valuable, and he could leave them for Shelley to use when he got back. In this underground world, besides its own tens of thousands of skeleton warriors and earth spirit warriors, there are many other races of creatures, but most of them are relatively weak and do not pose any threat. The first thing to deal with right now is those dozen or so races that fled during the battle. With Makee dead, the only option was for the Lich Chieftain to lead the skeleton warriors and earth spirit warriors to conquer all the dozen or so races. These races are inherently opportunistic, and Chu Chen knows they will never truly submit to him. However, the Lich has plenty of ways to control them, and eventually they will have no choice but to fight for him. After eliminating those dozen or so races, Chu Chen didn't need to lift a finger to deal with the remaining races. The Lich clan had already led their people to bring over the clan leaders of each race. Lord Chu, we have already done the statistics. There are 130 races in the underground world, with a total of about 700,000 creatures. Most of them are ordinary creatures without cultivation. There are 180,000 mortals and only 13 extraordinary beings. Listening to the Lich Chieftain's report, Chu Chen was still startled by the number. He had never realized that there were so many creatures in this underground world. However, the creatures in the underground world were in a very special condition. Due to the lack of external energy, most of the creatures here had degenerated into ordinary creatures and no longer possessed special bloodlines or cultivation abilities. Chapter 78, Uniting Forces, Makee Resurrected. No matter how weak the creatures of the underground world may seem now, they may have once been creatures that could compete with the Temple of Light for control of the continent in the outside world, so Chu Chen dared not underestimate them. I'll give you half a month to find out the specifics of these creatures, and then select the most promising ones, paying special attention to dark creatures, as they will be of great use to me. Chu Chen assigned the task to the Lich clan, as they were more adept at it than the Earth Spirit clan. The chieftains of all the intelligent races, large and small, in the underground world were trembling with fear as they awaited Chu Chen's judgment by the River of Oblivion. In the past, they were dependent on the Parthian Empire and were often treated as food and eaten at will. Now they have a new master, and the future and destiny of their race are in Chu Chen's hands. You don't need to panic. I am not a murderer like the Skeleton Lord. As long as you cooperate with the Lich clan's investigation, you will be fine. Now go back and wait for my orders. Chu Chen conjured a giant water spirit, which looked down on the patriarchs of the various races. The purpose of summoning them here was simply to give them a warning and make them more cooperative with the investigation. Once the Lich clan had investigated the matter thoroughly, those with potential would be recruited for their own use, while those without would naturally be turned into energy points. The most pressing issue right now is the lack of a general skilled in warfare. Although the Lich race is powerful, they are better suited for research than leading troops into battle. As for the Earth Spirit clan, Makee's soul is still preserved in the River of Oblivion, and Chu Chen should ask him for his thoughts. Makee, you died fighting for me. Now your body is destroyed, but your soul remains intact. You have two choices. Either become an immortal soul like the Liches, or I will join forces with the Liches to make you a powerful skeleton warrior. The choice is yours. These are the two best options at present. The former can preserve the soul, but without a body, while the latter can give you a body, but it's a skeleton body that Makee hates the most. In fact, Chu Chen still hoped that Makee would choose the second option, since the underground world is most suitable for developing dark creatures, and if Makee were to transform into a skeleton warrior, he could also lead dark creatures into battle. Sir, which one would you prefer me to choose? After a moment of thought, Makee asked. Chu Chen didn't hide anything and told Makee directly. I would prefer you to choose the second option, because there will be a big battle to be fought soon, and I need a general to lead the army. Then I choose to become a skeleton warrior. Makee's tone was firm. All right, I will definitely make you the most powerful skeleton warrior. Chu Chen then summoned the Lich clan chief and retrieved the skeleton monarch's body, which he had previously preserved. The Lich race is most adept at inhabiting other things with their souls, and Chu Chen's Oblivion River skill is somewhat similar. However, after being in this state, the soul can only act according to Chu Chen's commands and has lost its independent consciousness and memories. This is not what Chu Chen wanted to see. Therefore, he sought out the Lich to help Maki's soul merge with the Skeleton King's body via the River of Oblivion, while also allowing him to maintain his clarity and independent thinking. After 2 days and 2 nights of research, a solution was finally found. In the River of Oblivion, the skeleton of the Skeleton Lord floats on the water. The Black River water has made the skeleton even more resilient and filled it with dark energy. The most powerful members of the Lich race were by the river, chanting magical incantations and constantly throwing strange things onto the skeletons in the river. These things quickly merged into the skeletons. Chu Chen controlled the River of Oblivion, casting Maki's soul into the corpse and using the skill of Oblivion to fuse the two together. Maki's soul felt waves of tearing pain, but fortunately, there were some materials placed in his corpse by the Lich that could help him resist this pain. He had to endure this pain and remain clear-headed in order to maintain his self-respect after falling into depravity. Otherwise, he would be just like those skeleton warriors on the shore, only able to blame himself for obeying Chu Chen's orders and completely losing his autonomy. This task was not easy. Both Maki and the Lich, and even Chu Chen, felt exhausted. Fortunately, the final result was good. When Chu Chen heard the notification sound indicating that he had received energy points as a reward from the system, he knew that he had succeeded this time. Magi leaped out of the river, looked around, and stretched his unfamiliar body. Then he knelt down before Chu Chen. "Many thanks to Lord Chu for saving me." Chu Chen smiled and accepted Maki's bow. "You're now a legendary level expert, a rare powerhouse even in the outside world." Chu Chen is currently only at the transcendent level, but his subordinates are all leveling up more and more powerfully. The Lich beside him also looked on with envy. They had followed Chu Chen for so long, and only their chieftain had barely broken through to the extraordinary level. The others were only at the mortal level. This time, however, Maki had benefited from the misfortune and directly advanced to the legendary level. This was something they envied greatly. Others might have some reservations about a skeletal body, but as a Lich, there is no such concern. It's just unknown whether there will be another opportunity in the future. Magi clenched his fist excitedly. His arm, which had been broken by Chu Chen, had been repaired by the River of Oblivion. Magi was now much stronger than the skeleton monarch he had been before. Furthermore, after becoming a skeleton warrior, Magi can frequently train in the River of Oblivion, allowing him to improve even more rapidly. It is believed that by the time the War of Faith begins, Magi will already be considered a true powerhouse. The problem now is that the level of the warriors under his command varies too much. The strong ones, such as Maki, are already legendary, and Shelley is not far from becoming legendary. However, the others, whether they are from the Sandstorm Army, the Raven Killing Army, or the warriors from the underworld, are only at the mortal level, and there is a serious lack of extraordinary ones. This will be the focus of development for the next period of time. Survival of the fittest will prevail. Those who have the ability to advance to the extraordinary level will definitely be given priority, while those who have no hope of advancing should be abandoned. You should get used to it first, then go and meet your people. After that, just wait to help me train the army. I want to build an invincible army in the underground world, and when I lead you to the surface, you will be invincible. Yes, I will certainly live up to God Chu's expectations. Magi knelt on the ground and said resolutely. Chapter 79, The Third Tributary, Lava River. With the matters of the underground world temporarily settled, all that remained was to proceed step by step. Chu Chen hadn't paid attention to the situation around the lake for the past few days, and suddenly discovered that the phoenix's nest had been built and was now singing happily on the treetop. Beneath the tree, groups of magical beasts, including the Wilderness Clan, were captivated by her sweet singing. In the air, 3,000 fire crows circled around the phoenix. This scene gave Chu Chen, who had transmigrated here, the first feeling of home. He didn't disturb the phoenix, waiting until she finished singing before Chu Chen spoke. "You sang well. It would be great if you sang this song every morning from now on. The phoenix rolled its eyes in a human-like manner and continued to groom itself in the nest. The 3,000 fire crows and the magical beasts under the tree also returned to their respective dwellings. Hearing the phoenix sing, Chu Chen felt much better. Looking at the phoenix and the 3,000 fire crows, he suddenly felt that the fiery red color, which he had previously thought was too tacky, was not bad. Moreover, while the fire crows could certainly roost in the ghost thorn forest, it didn't quite fit in. This battle in the underground world has earned us quite a few energy points. So let's upgrade again and open up a river of fire elements. Currently, Chu Chen possesses a black, underground river of oblivion, a yellow river of quicksand mixed with silt, and now a fiery red river of lava. Wouldn't that be interesting? Moreover, those fire crows do indeed need an environment full of fire elements if they want to advance further. Chu Chen then opened the system and discovered that he now possessed over 3 million energy points, enough to open up a new tributary. System, I want to upgrade and create a river of fire elements. As he listened to the system's notification, Chu Chen mentally sketched out the appearance of this new river. In Chu Chen's plan, this river should be scorching hot all year round, flowing with molten lava from a volcanic eruption, its color a fiery red, like the feathers of a phoenix. In the real world, the lake was churning. Shelley and Tyrell, who had already seen it twice, understood that Chu Chen was about to create a new tributary, and they watched with great interest from the sidelines. Every move Chu Chen made was so novel and incredible, leaving them in awe each time. From the base of the tree where the phoenix roosts, a river slowly appears, flowing through the base of the tree, through the ghost thorn forest where the fire crows dwell, and flowing southward. The south is where the fire crow's stronghold is located, and this flow of migration will also be conducive to the complete annexation of the fire crow population in the future. Extend the river by 3 kilometers. When the river was first opened, it was only 1 kilometer long, which was far too short. Therefore, Chu Chen would use energy points to extend it each time he opened it. Chu Chen looked at his system information panel again, and sure enough, there was a new column next to it. Tributary, Lava River. Host, Chu Chen. Length, 4,000 meters. Skill, full of fire element, capable of summoning magma giants. Its strength is related to the host's level. Chu Chen looked at this skill and found that it was somewhat similar to Lu Shae's, so their combat power should not be much different. A fiery red river suddenly appeared in the desert and flowed southward. Where the river flows, even the sand and stones are melted by the intense heat. This is a river where no living thing can survive. Such high temperatures are enough to keep all creatures at bay. The phoenix looked at the winding river at the foot of its tree and let out a joyful cry. Clearly, it also liked the environment and took the initiative to fly out of its nest and fly along the river. As the river flowed through the thorn forest, the thorn trees burst forth and cried out in alarm. "Wow, master, what are you doing? It's so hot." Chu Chen knew perfectly well that Chu Ming was joking with him. The ghost thorn tree and he were symbiotic, so it would not be harmed by his river at all. Therefore, the grove of ghost thorns did not wither in the river. Instead, it was revitalized, and the originally black leaves slowly turned fiery red, making it look like a maple forest from afar. 3,000 fire crows excitedly flew out of the ghost thorn forest, soaring above the river in pursuit of the phoenix, instantly making the lakeside noisy. However, the high temperature also made many magical beasts feel uncomfortable, and they all moved away. When they came to the lake, the area around Chu Chen's lake was not affected by the high temperature. Now that we have the dark element, earth element, and fire element, we should speed up our development and gather the other elemental powers as well, so that we can truly advance to the legendary level. Although Chu Chen now possesses the combat power to instantly kill legendary figures, he is still only an extraordinary being and seems somewhat lacking in confidence. Having witnessed the complexity and mystery of this world, he is even more eager to obtain greater power. Wow, what's going on? Did we take the wrong turn? It's so hot here. A strange cry came from afar. It was the demon dragon Gecko, who had been playing wildly outside with his 5 little brothers. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a river here, and the river was filled with scalding lava. He immediately started screaming. Seeing the demon dragon gecko covered in dust, Chu Chun tied it up with a rope and threw it into the flame river for a good bath. The demon dragon gecko howled in the flaming river, shouting, "Master, I know I was wrong. Master, please let me out. I'm going to be cooked." Chu Chun wouldn't listen to its nonsense. Although the demon dragon gecko wasn't his symbiotic partner and didn't have strong immunity to his river, it still couldn't possibly harm him like that. To it, the flaming river was at most a hot bath. Ignoring the shouts of the demon dragon gecko, Chu Chun looked at the 5 mutated bloodline magical beasts that had been following the demon dragon gecko all along. They were selected from among 100,000 magical beasts. These 5 magical beasts had finally reached the transcendent level during Chu Chen's month-long intensive training. Now, noticing Chu Chen's scrutiny, they were all somewhat apprehensive. "You guys have pretty good talent. You're almost catching up to the demon dragon gecko, but that's not enough. I want you to surpass him. Let's see if he still has the nerve to mess around all day." The demon dragon gecko entered the transcendent realm much earlier than these magical beasts, but it is only at the 2nd level of transcendent realm now, which is obviously a bit slow. Although the ghost thorn tree is currently only at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm, it is in a state where it can advance at any time as long as there are enough souls provided. The River of Oblivion can provide a large number of souls for it to devour, and it is estimated that it will advance and catch up with me soon. These 5 magical beasts now possessed quite an extraordinary aura. The 2 horned dragons had grown considerably on their single horns, looking rather imposing. The 2 giant scythe scorpions' large scythes also gleamed with a cold light. In particular, the blood-eyed demonic wolf's bloodshot eyes exuded a murderous intent that even surprised Chu Chun. This demonic wolf was also the most unconventional of the 5 magical beasts. Although it followed the demonic dragon gecko, it did not obey the demonic dragon gecko like the other 4, but instead appeared somewhat arrogant. Chapter 80 Shelley's Breakthrough, News of the High Priest. The demon dragon gecko, displeased by Chu Chen's teasing, shouted from the flaming river, "They can't possibly surpass me. I'm about to break through." Putting aside everything else, the magic dragon gecko is most concerned about its image, and Chu Chen also wanted to take this opportunity to encourage it to be more ambitious. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chun dispersed the 5 magical beasts and threw the demon dragon gecko out of the flame river. He then looked at Shelley. Having lived in the desert for so long, Shelley only had the other members of the wilderness tribe, such as Tyrant, to talk to. It would be a lie to say she wasn't lonely. Moreover, she was always thinking about her master, so she cultivated desperately, hoping to reach a certain level and find a way back. Upon sensing it, Chu Chuni discovered that Shelley was only a tiny bit away from breaking through to the extraordinary level. Shelley's talent is indeed amazing, probably not much different from the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light. I might as well help her this time. The stronger she is, the more useful she will be to me. Thinking of this, Chu Chun called Shelley to sit down in front of the lake, and Chu Chun used a blessing on Shelley alone. While using the blessing skill on a single person might seem wasteful, its effect is multiplied. Shelley sat down, unaware of what was going on. When she saw the white light emanating from the lake, she understood what Chu Chun was trying to do, and a touch of emotion welled up in her heart. In the end, she was the only outsider in this world. Although Chu Chun used her and even threatened her, he was still quite good to her. With her mind focused and calm, Shelley stopped thinking and seized the opportunity to carefully comprehend the key points for breaking through to the legendary level. With the help of Chu Chen's blessing skill, all the problems that had puzzled her before were solved, and her soul power reached its peak. So Shelley began to mobilize elemental power to break through to the legendary rank. Chu Chen was not worried at all about Shelley's breakthrough. With Shelley's accumulated knowledge and his blessing, Shelley's breakthrough was basically a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from Shelley. Shelley's body floated in the air, her long clothes fluttering, and her body emitted multicolored light. According to Chu Chen's knowledge, when a mage breaks through to the legendary rank, their body resonates strongly with the elements of heaven and earth. From then on, the cultivator can freely use the elemental power of heaven and earth without any loss. At this moment, Shelley was communicating with as many as 5 or 6 elemental powers, which meant that Shelley could control so many elemental powers. No wonder she could use light magic, water magic, and earth magic so freely before. Her talent was even more abnormal than I had imagined. I used up the life stone she left for my master to save his life. I hope she won't come after me in the future. Chu Chun felt a little scared, but he thought that by then he would be much stronger than Shelley, and he would even be able to heal Shelley's master without the Stone of Life. Thank you for your help, sir. Shelley was able to advance to the legendary level so smoothly. Shelley descended from the sky and bowed to Chu Chun. You already have a wealth of experience, so your breakthrough is only a natural thing. I just gave you a push, so there's no need for such formalities. Shelley smiled faintly. Clearly, she was in a much better mood after breaking through the legend. By the way, you mentioned before that your master was seriously injured. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to tell me what kind of injury it was. Chu Chun decided to ask anyway, thinking that there might be a chance to get something useful for her master in the future. Upon hearing master, Shelley's smile faded, and she frowned as she said, she was corrupted by death energy during the battle with the demons, and now she's barely surviving by freezing herself. If they can't find a way to remove the death energy, her lifespan will also be exhausted. Chu Chen's heart stirred. Death energy was indeed difficult to deal with, but it wasn't entirely hopeless. Death energy also belonged to the dark forces. If her master was willing, he could at least sink into the river of oblivion and become a dark creature. In that case, there would be no need to worry about the threat of death energy. However, Chu Chun did not tell Shelley about it, because he had not told anyone about the underground world except for the ghost thorn tree, and Shelley could not completely trust him. The death aura isn't entirely unsolvable. I'll keep an eye on it. You should familiarize yourself with the legendary realm first. There might be other things I need you to do later. Shelley's face lit up with joy upon hearing Chu Chen's words. Chu Chun had a mysterious background and great supernatural powers, so he might really be able to find a way to save her master. However, her master had also sought out many powerful beings in that world, but none of them could deal with that death energy. Shelley didn't have much hope for Chu Chun. Okay, just let me know if you need anything. Watching Shelley's departing figure, Chu Chun fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a wisp of faith power appeared in his senses, drifting towards Chu Chen's lake. The system once again shattered it, but Chu Chun heard a brief and urgent cry for help from it. Ever since Chu Chun discovered that someone could discover him through the power of faith, he strictly forbade everyone from verbally worshipping or praising him. Praising someone only in one's heart would not generate the power of faith. Therefore, this trace of faith power could not have originated from Tyrion or the likes of Makee from the underground world. The only possibility is the long-lost High Priest. Since the High Priest was taken by the elves to contact the Beast Tide, he has never returned, nor has he sent any messages to me through his soul. This time, however, he suddenly sent me a life-saving signal through a ritual, and the direction seemed to be towards the elven forest. It seems Chu Chun was right after all. The High Priest and the others were taken into the elven forest. The elven race must have some kind of plan that requires the High Priest and the others' assistance. Now it seems that things have come to an end. The High Priest realized that his life might be in danger, so he chose to ask me for help. After thinking it over, Chu Chun decided to tell Tyron the news. Although I don't really need the High Priests and the others now that Tyron is here, there are still many precious traditions passed down to these elders. If we can save them, it would be a great help. After switching places with Tyron, Chu Chun told Tyron about the High Priest's request for help. Tyrone was initially pleasantly surprised. Although he was already the strongest warrior among the wildlings and far more powerful than the High Priest, in his heart, the High Priest was still a person worthy of respect. But then he thought about how the High Priest might have been captured by the elves and was now in danger, and Tyrion hesitated again. He naturally wanted to rescue the High Priest, but he was now the commander of Chu Chen's Xinsha army. If he left, the Xinsha army would be without a leader, and they would be facing the elves. He did not want his god to directly confront such a powerful opponent as the elves again. Chapter 81 Entering the Elf Forest. Tyron glanced at Chu Chun, but ultimately lowered his head. Everything is at the command of Lord Chu Chun. Chu Chun nodded in satisfaction. As expected, Tyrion was the most loyal person to him, following him all the way and never letting him down. The High Priest is my first believer, and I will definitely save him. However, he is in the Elf Forest, and we cannot act rashly. I plan to send you and Shelley to the Elf Forest on my behalf. Lord Chew, it's enough for me to go alone. Shelley has nothing to do with our desolate clan. It's too dangerous for her to go. After spending some time together, Tyrion admired Shelley quite a bit, even to the point of looking up to her. So when he heard that Chu Chan wanted Shelley to go to the Elf Forest as well, Tyrion was a little worried. Entering the Elf Forest was like lambs to the slaughter. Although they were confident that Chu Chan would not harm them, they did not want others to face danger because of the desolate clan. Don't worry, since I'm letting you go, it won't be too dangerous. I'll attach a wisp of my soul to you, and I'll protect you if you encounter any special dangers. You're only extraordinary, not high enough in status yet. Shelley has just advanced to legendary, so it's perfect for her to go with you. Then what are we supposed to do in the Elf Forest that Lord Chu has sent us to? Tyrion nodded and asked. You don't need to do anything, just follow Shelley's instructions. I will remind you if necessary. After finishing his sentence, Chu Chan called Shelley over and told her about accompanying Tyrion to the Elf Forest. Shelley was also surprised by this, wondering why Chu Chan wanted her and Tyrion to go to the Elf Forest in person. However, Shelley believed that Chu Chan had no reason to harm her like this, and besides, she also wanted to go to the Elf Forest to find out about the Stone of Life from last time. Tyrion spent 2 days entrusting the affairs of the Sandstorm Army to the other wildlings. Tyrion did not tell them about the High Priest, not wanting them to worry about it, and then set off with Shelley towards the Elven Forest. This time, Chu Chan attached his soul to Tyrion, which is a special function that the system has for believers who are 100% loyal to them. In this way, Chu Chan can see and feel what Tyrion sees and feels at any time, talk to Tyrion at any time, and even completely take over Tyrion's body when necessary. Just as Tyrion and Shelley reached the edge of the desert, they were discovered by the elves. After suffering heavy casualties in the last desert incident, the elves had tightened their defenses of the desert, but they dared not easily attack Chu Chan again. Seeing Tyrion and Shelley walking out from the direction of the lake, he naturally notified his superiors immediately. Originally, Blake was in charge of the desert, but the last plan failed and Blake was severely punished. He is still being punished in the Elf Forest. So now, the person in charge of monitoring the desert, especially Chu Chan, has changed. He is also a handsome man. He quickly appeared before Shelley and Tyrion, behaving politely. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Spencer of the Elf race. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Is there anything I can do to help you? Tyrion glanced at Shelley, who smiled and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Spencer, you're too kind. My name is Shelley, and his name is Tyrion. We've long admired the beautiful scenery of the Elf Forest, and that's why we wanted to go in and have a look. Spencer maintained his handsome smile, but it looked somewhat stiff. He thought to himself, this woman looks so gentle and lovely, but why does she talk so irritatingly? Miss Shelley is joking. The Elf Forest is not a tourist destination. It doesn't really welcome outsiders. Shelley laughed even harder. Look at the wings of the person next to me. He's a member of the wildlings, but he's awakened his elven bloodline, so he's practically one of your elves now. Can't I even visit my friend's hometown? Spencer then looked at Tyrion, who was unremarkable in appearance and whose strength was only extraordinary. He had noticed that Tyrion's appearance and features were somewhat similar to his own, but he had never heard of any elf with black wings, so he was only somewhat suspicious. Now, after hearing Shelley's words, he realized that Tyrion was actually a member of the wildling race who had awakened the elven bloodline. The wildlings are a taboo subject among the elven race and are rarely mentioned in daily life. It wasn't until last year that someone proposed a plan to bring back a group of wildlings from outside. Since you are a member of the wild elf race who has awakened the elf race, you can naturally enter the Elf Forest. However, the Elf Forest is very dangerous. Let me take you in. Spencer said kindly, but in his heart he was thinking that he had to tell the Elf King about this as soon as possible. Shelley knew perfectly well what Spencer was thinking. This was the tactic Chu Chan had taught her, and it proved very effective. Led by Spencer, the three entered the Elf Forest without any obstacles. The Elf Forest remained as dark as ever, filled with towering ancient trees. In every dark corner of the forest, various strange creatures hid, quietly watching Shelley and his companions. Shelley didn't feel anything when she came to the elf forest last time, but this time, following Spencer, she felt a chill run down her spine. This elf forest is truly unfathomable, and countless dangers are hidden within it. Along the way, Spencer led Shelley and Tyrone, constantly introducing them to various flowers, plants, and strange creatures. Shelley listened with great interest, but Tyrone, preoccupied with the high priest, showed little expression on his face. Spencer led them through a maze of twists and turns, even using short-range teleportation magic circles several times, before finally arriving at a cluster of wooden houses. This is where our elven race receives guests. Please wait here for a moment while I arrange your later itinerary. Spencer acted like a tour guide, covering every detail, but even after arriving at the destination, he still pretended to be clueless. Shelley maintained a polite smile throughout, refraining from exposing Spencer's true intentions, allowing Chu Chun to remain in Tyron's mind. One can't help but sigh. Women are indeed born actresses. After Spencer left, two ordinary elves came over and led Shelley and Spencer into a small wooden hut, pouring them 2 cups of fine wine specially brewed by the elves. Shelley wasn't afraid that the elves would use poison or anything like that. If the elves needed to do such things in the elven forest, then they wouldn't be one of the major powers on the continent of gods and demons, second only to the Temple of Light. Chapter 82: Attending the Dinner. In the easternmost part of the divine demon continent, in the elf forest, Shelley was idly savoring the wine brought by the elves in the cabin, chatting with the elven maidservants serving her. Tyrion, on the other hand, sat upright, looking somewhat nervous. Seeing that there was nothing else to do for the time being, Chu Chun focused most of his attention. After opening up the lava river this time, the area of the main body's lakes expanded again. In addition, by using the skill of raging storms to increase his own size every day, the tributaries he opened up also increased in length every day. Although this speed cannot be compared with the speed of directly extending with energy points, fortunately, over time, the length of the River of Oblivion and the River of Flowing Sand has reached more than 5,000 meters, and the newly opened lava river has also been piled up to 4,000 meters by Chu Chun World using energy points. However, this length is not enough to get out of the desert. According to the natural rate of river extension, it will take at least another 6 months to reach a length of 10,000 meters. In Chu Chen's view, such a vast continent of gods and demons should be at least 100,000 meters long to be worthy of calling itself a great river. This time, he also advanced to the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. Although he did not gain any new skills, Chu Chun found that his control over his soul was higher. Now he could pay attention to the situation of 3 river basins at the same time, and he could also spare some of his mind to keep an eye on the believers who were 100% loyal to him. This greatly facilitated Chu Chun. Now he could be said to be able to do several things at once. In the underworld, along the banks of the River of Oblivion, the Lich clan has compiled a list of various underground races. There are hundreds of different races, large and small. Not many belong to the dark races like the skeleton warriors. There are also carrion eaters, creepers, bat demons, and others. These races hide in the darkest corners of the underworld and are the hidden dark killers of this world. Most of the other races were useless and extremely weak creatures. Chu Chun had Maki select some of the races he thought were useful, and threw the rest into the River of Oblivion to create skeleton warriors. Most of those weak creatures lacked intelligence, so Chu Chun felt no psychological burden when slaughtering them. As for those intelligent races, especially humanoid beings, Chu Chun still couldn't bring himself to harm them. Even if they were weak, Chu Chun let them train and live with the Earth Spirit Clan warriors, so that they could at least do some logistical work. With the addition of these creatures, the number of skeleton warriors reached 150,000, and the flesh and blood creature army composed of Earth Spirit warriors also reached more than 50,000. In total, Chu Chun possessed a combat force of 200,000 in the underground world. Although these warriors were not strong enough for the time being, with Chu Chun's help, they were expected to improve significantly in a very short time. Dark creatures can survive and even improve themselves in the River of Oblivion. Therefore, skeletons and carrion eaters cultivate in Chu Chen's River of Oblivion in their spare time, and so does Maki. Since the Earth Spirit Clan warriors couldn't enter the River of Oblivion, Chu Chan temporarily diverted some spiritual water from the lake to create a small lake, allowing them to improve their strength. Now, the underworld only needs to train soldiers, cultivate, and train again, repeating this process over and over. When the Light Temple or the creatures in the Dark River reappear, Chu Chun will give them a big surprise. On the banks of the Lava River and the Quicksand River, many people have recently appeared. Most of them are mercenaries who accidentally discovered these two rivers and were amazed by the strange sight that suddenly appeared, so they come to investigate from time to time. Many people tried to trace the source of the river, and eventually they discovered Chu Chen's lake. They remembered the great battle that had taken place here not long ago, and the annihilation of a mercenary group with a legendary expert. No one dared to approach the lake anymore, and the two rivers were regarded as two wonders in the desert. Chu Chen knew that being discovered was only a matter of time, and that he might cause even more trouble in the future. He figured he might as well establish a reputation first to avoid being bothered by those who didn't know better. In the Elven Forest, Shelley and Tyrone were left waiting for most of the day before Spencer finally walked in with a forced smile. "I'm so sorry, Brother Tyrone and Miss Shelley. I'm currently entertaining an important guest, which is why I've kept you waiting for so long. You must be hungry after all this time. Why don't you join me for the dinner?" Shelley sat motionless in his chair, holding a jug of wine, and said with a half-smile, "I think we don't need to have a banquet. We've already tasted the fine wine the elves have received. Since the Elf King has important guests, we might as well take our leave now, or we could just wander around the elf forest on our own. Miss Shelley is too kind. Now that we've come to the elf forest, we can't neglect you too. However, you two do know the guests that my king will be hosting tonight, especially this Brother Tyrone, whom you should definitely meet." Upon hearing this, Tyrone stood up abruptly, and Shelley also looked astonished. Spencer had anticipated this reaction from the two, and with a smile, he gestured with his right hand, saying, "Please follow me, both of you." Shelley and Tyrell had no choice but to follow, both wondering who this person was. Chu Chen already had the answer in his heart. Shelley and Tyrone both knew each other, and the only one who could threaten them was the High Priest of the Wilderness Clan. Don't be impulsive later. The person he takes you to see must be the High Priest. Chu Chan was afraid that Tyrone might act impulsively and ruin things later, so he gave him some instructions in advance. Chu Chan was using the system's function to communicate directly with Tyrone's soul, not to mention Spencer. Even the Elf King might not be able to detect it. Upon hearing Chu Chen's reminder, Tyrone paused slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Although he was still somewhat apprehensive, the thought that Chu Chan was watching him closely made him feel less nervous. The two followed Spencer through the woods. The further they went, the thicker the trees became and the more abundant the flowers and plants were. Even Shelley couldn't help but marvel at how the elven settlement was truly a paradise on earth. We smelled the fragrance of flowers and admired the exquisite buildings along the way. Finally, we arrived at the grand hall where the elves held banquets for their guests. Perhaps because the elven race is particularly close to plants, their houses are mostly made of wood and decorated with exquisite patterns, far more luxurious than Chu Chen's lake. Surrounded by squads of elven guards, Spencer led the two into the main hall. As soon as they entered, they heard beautiful melodies from musical instruments. Upon entering, they saw several flower fairies dancing gracefully in the center of the hall. At the very top of the hall stood an elf who looked young but was quite dignified. Spencer knelt down. "Your Majesty, the two guests have been brought here." The Elf King seemed completely absorbed in the flower fairy's graceful dance, paying no heed to Spencer's words. Shelley thought to herself, "This is a show of force." Chapter 83: The Elf King's Coercion. Shelley, seeing that the Elf King ignored her, casually looked around and immediately spotted an old man sitting to the side, inconspicuous among the ornately dressed elf royalty. The old man resembled other elves in appearance, but he had no wings, and his demeanor was completely out of place at the banquet. Yet, he sat in the seat closest to the Elf King, a seat reserved for the most distinguished guests. Shelley noticed that the old man was also looking in her direction, his face showing both surprise and worry. Shelley quickly glanced at Tyron beside her and noticed that his eyes were fixed on the old man. Shelley immediately understood that this was the high priest of the Wilderness clan. Shelley subtly tugged at Tyrone's sleeve, a gesture Spencer had already noticed. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Spencer then shouted loudly, "My king, 2 guests from the other side of the desert have arrived." The Elf King slowly turned his head, his 2 blue eyes coldly glancing at Shelley and the other 2. Shelley felt a chill creeping towards her, and a sharp arrow was hurtling straight toward her. She involuntarily took 3 or 4 steps back. Tyron was merely a transcendent, and was even more pathetic, almost collapsing to his knees. Fortunately, Chu Chun blocked most of the power for him, allowing Tyron to stand on his feet, covered in cold sweat. "Huh? A mere transcendent being. Yet you were able to withstand my will? You are the desolate clan member who awakened my elven bloodline." The elven royals accompanying him also showed surprise upon hearing the Elf King's words. Clearly, they had just learned of this news as well. They had been wondering why the esteemed Elf King would suddenly host a banquet for a slave-like member of the Wilderness clan, but now they understood somewhat. "We are here on behalf of Lord Chu. Whether we are from the Wilderness clan or not is not important, and whether we have awakened elven blood is even less important." Tyron gritted his teeth, raised his head, and addressed the Elf King. However, due to Chu Chen's prior instructions, Tyron did not address Chu Chun as God Chu, as usual, since the title of God was not something anyone could just call out. "Oh, interesting. Did you know that your Wilderness clan was originally a branch of my Elf clan? Your high priest is currently a guest here, and today's banquet is held in his honor." The Elf King glanced at the high priest and said calmly. Tyrone looked at the high priest again, his expression somewhat conflicted. If Chu Chun hadn't reminded him beforehand, he probably would have rushed over by now. The high priest was already old, and having only been in the elven forest for a little over a year, he had already aged beyond recognition. Through Tyron's eyes, Chu Chun was startled to see the high priest in this state. This was vastly different from the high priest who had come to Chu Chen's protection after crossing the dangerous desert at a low-level mortal. Chu Chen saw in him the desolation that only the dying possess. The high priest was startled when the Elf King mentioned him. He looked at Tyron, his wrinkled face filled with worry. Although Tyron's appearance has changed a lot, he can still recognize him at a glance. Even though Tyron may be much stronger, he is still worried that Tyron may be in danger. At this moment, the high priest even regretted his cry for help, but he had no choice. There were some secrets he had to tell the descendants of the Wilderness clan and Chu Chun. "How about we go catch up?" The Elf King was quite pleased to see this touching reunion and generously allowed the high priest to go and reminisce with Tyrone. "Go and see how the high priest is doing." Seeing that Tyrone seemed to want to go but didn't dare, Chu Chun encouraged him in his mind. After hearing Chu Chen's words, Tyrone stepped forward and grasped the high priest's hand, but he couldn't say a word, as many things were not suitable to be said here. Chu Chun, meanwhile, kept a close eye on the Elf King and discovered that the king was completely unaware of his conversation with Tyron, which further confirmed that he could evade the Elf King's notice. However, Chu Chun couldn't sense the Elf King's strength at all, but he was certain that it was not a legend, so it was very likely that it was a saint-level being. A saint-level expert is far beyond what Chu Chun can currently confront head-on. Chu Chun still needs to continue to play it safe. Before the high priest and Tyron could stay long, the Elf King lazily yawned and said, "In any case, your Wilderness clan is also of the bloodline of my Elf clan. Especially since you have awakened your bloodline, you should worship our god of nature. Let Spencer take you to see him. This lady can also come along to witness the ceremony if she wishes." Worshipping the god of nature? Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The gods in this world are real, and Chu Chen couldn't guarantee that he could hide from the god of nature. Moreover, Tyrion is 100% loyal to me. Gods are very sensitive to faith. If the worship is discovered, the elves are very likely to find out that they are spreading their faith. Perhaps before the Temple of Light can take action, the elven gods will destroy themselves. The war of faith is about to begin. Anyone who spreads faith on this continent is an enemy. But Chu Chun had no choice but to comply, because the Elf King had left and Spencer had also come up. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that he had asked Blake why he wasn't afraid that he was an undercover agent sent by someone else. Blake told him that the elven race naturally had a way to distinguish the beliefs of outsiders, and now he thought that it was probably the simplest, most direct, and accurate way of worshipping gods. Let's go take a look, Chu Chen said to Tyron. Shelley was initially hesitant, but seeing Tyron walk straight outside, she assumed he was being guided by Chu Chen, so she followed. Chu Chen was actually quite uneasy, wondering if his system could withstand the gaze of the god of nature. However, even if he was discovered, the worst outcome would be facing even more severe attacks from the Elf clan and the Temple of Light. Even if the Elf King intervened, he would not be able to completely destroy himself. At most, he would suffer more serious losses. After a long and winding journey, the group finally arrived at a bright and open place. All around were ancient trees reaching for the sky, and this sizable open space in front of them must be the place where the elves worshipped the god of nature. As soon as Chu Chen entered the area with Tyron, he was immediately struck by a terrifyingly large tree. Compared to this tree, all the others I saw before were just saplings. At the same time, Chu Chen also sensed a strange charm about the tree, which seemed very mysterious and could unleash powerful energy at any moment. This is the place. This is the most sacred place for our elven race. Please, both of you, refrain from making any noise or doing anything inappropriate. Spencer bowed to the tree, then turned to Tyrone and Shelley, introducing them with a warning tone. Chapter 84: The Contest with the God of Nature. Following Spencer's instructions, the High Priest and Tyrone went forward, while Shelley watched from the side. For hundreds of years, the wildlings have dreamed more than once of returning to the elf forest, to this altar, to offer their most sincere praise to the god of nature, but they have never had the chance. Now, the High Priest and Tyron are standing here, but they no longer have any faith in the god of nature. They even feel very uncomfortable with the atmosphere here and want to leave as soon as possible. The wildlings have been driven out by the elves for hundreds of years. We can no longer be considered elves. We are not worthy of the elves' bloodline. As you have seen, although Tyron has awakened his bloodline, he is no longer the same as your elves. Therefore, we are not qualified to worship the god of nature. The High Priest, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up before the altar and refused the priest's request. However, what he didn't know was that this worship was actually a ploy by the elves to spy on Chu Chen, and their true intentions were not what they seemed. Spencer's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Now that you've come to the altar, you have no choice but to come. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the god of nature, and disrespecting the god of nature makes you the mortal enemy of my elf race." The imposing elven warriors on either side of the altar glared angrily at the High Priest and Tyrion. "Since I have awakened my bloodline, I will go to offer sacrifices alone. There is no need for the High Priest." Tyrone spoke up, which was also at Chu Chen's behest. After all, Tyrone had Chu Chen's protection, but the High Priest could not. Spencer thought that since the High Priest had always stayed in the elf forest, he probably didn't have much interaction with Chu Chen. On the other hand, Tyrone had been following Chu Chen, and they should be able to learn more from him. So Spencer agreed to the request. Originally, the High Priest was just an unexpected bargaining chip for them to blackmail Tyrone. Tyron walked step by step toward the sacred tree of the elves. Not only Tyron, but even Chu Chen was a little nervous. This was the first time he had been so close to a god. Although it was not a direct contact, he could still feel the majesty. Tyron began the worship ceremony according to the elven people's ritual. Tyron had known all of this since he was very young. Before meeting Chu Chen, every member of the Wilderness clan still harbored the fantasy of returning to the elven forest. When the worship ceremony ended and Tyron was about to get up from the ground, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the sacred tree in front of him, causing his body to freeze in mid-air. Chu Chen, however, was the one who felt the most strongly in Tyrone's mind. Those eyes seemed to see him and were staring straight at him. "Who are you? Why have I never sensed your presence?" Chu Chen heard a cold voice. The god of nature did indeed discover him and was speaking to him. "You are not qualified to know my background." Chu Chen absolutely could not show any weakness now, so he could only give a firm reply. These words indeed angered the god of nature. He snorted coldly, and a beam of green light shot out, piercing through the endless void and heading straight for Chu Chun. Chu Chun felt immense pressure, completely unable to move. Not only was Tyran, on which he had placed his mind, also the lake and the 3 tributaries were at a standstill. Just then, Chu Chen's system suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Beep! The host is under attack by divine power and is in mortal danger, automatically consuming 2 million energy points to counterattack. Normally, Chu Chun would have felt a pang of regret over 2 million energy points, but at this moment, he didn't care at all. Chu Chun felt a magical power emerge in his soul, which transformed into a golden arrow that pierced through the endless void and rushed towards the green light. 2 beams of light exploded in the void without making a sound. The surrounding void shattered. In the end, the green light was repelled, but the golden arrow relentlessly pursued it for a long time before finally dissipating into the distant void. Chu Chun thought to himself, that was close. If it weren't for the system's automatic defense, I would have been wiped out this time. I never imagined that the gap between myself and the gods was so great. I almost couldn't withstand just a wisp of divine power. What Chu Chun didn't know was that the god of nature was even more surprised. Although his attack had pierced through the endless void, greatly reducing its power, Chu Chun's counterattack showed him an extremely terrifying destructive power, making him feel a slight tremor in his heart. The battle between Chu Chun and the god of nature was unknown to the outside world. They only saw that Tyran, who was about to stand up, suddenly froze halfway, and large beads of sweat appeared on his face. Shelley and the high priest, seeing Tyrone's condition, assumed the elves had used some trickery and tried to help him up, but were stopped by Spencer and the elven warriors around him. Gentlemen, Tyran is communicating with the great god of nature. You must not interrupt him. The high priest was about to say something when Shelley stopped him and shook her head. There was absolutely no way the two of them could break through the barriers and influence Tyran. Moreover, Shelley knew that part of Chu Chun's mind was on Tyran, and if something happened to Tyran, Chu Chun would definitely take action. While the two waited anxiously, Tyran finally returned to normal, scratched the back of his head inexplicably, and then left the altar to come to the high priest and Shelley's side. Spencer glanced at the tree god, then at Tyrion, somewhat bewildered, but dared not question the gods, and could only lead Tyrion and the others away. This time, the high priest was not taken away, but was allowed to go with Tyrion to the elven hut where guests were received to reminisce. Spencer hurriedly threw himself to the elf king to report the situation, but just as he was about to report, the elf king spoke first. I know what just happened. Arrange for them to leave the elf forest immediately, and send the other wilderness clan members out as well. Those barbarian tribes know quite a few secrets. Spencer hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up to dissuade him. The elf king nodded and said, I know all of that, but the god of nature just gave me a decree that we should not be enemies with them. It seems that the god behind them is very powerful. Even the god of nature does not want to have another enemy at this critical juncture. But our previous actions have resulted in many casualties among our people. Are we just going to let it go like this? Besides, we've probably already offended that person. There's nothing we can do about it. In the eyes of the gods, what are these lives? I've already decided to arrange for them to leave the elf forest immediately, and from now on, we'll leave that desert alone. The elf king's move was out of desperation. Even the god of nature had suffered a setback at Chu Chun's hands. How could he, no matter how powerful, directly oppose a deity? However, no one expected that Chu Chun was merely a level 3 extraordinary lake. As long as the elf king personally took action, he could severely damage Chu Chun's vital energy. Chapter 85: The Secret of the Desolate Clan. On the outskirts of the elf forest, Spencer's face was no longer beaming with the same radiant smile as before. With a grim expression, he escorted the high priest, Shelley, and Tyran out, followed by a dozen or so elderly members of the Wildling clan. As soon as they left the elven forest, Spencer turned and left, with Shelley playfully shouting after him. Mr. Spencer, thank you so much for your hospitality. The elf forest is indeed very beautiful. I hope to have the opportunity to visit again. I'll need your guidance next time. Spencer's departing figure trembled slightly, but he ultimately ignored Shelley and walked into the forest. This trip to the elf forest was more like a vacation for Shelley. She simply followed along, unable to investigate the matter of the life stone from last time. She only stayed in the elf forest for 2 days and had no opportunity to move around freely. However, this time it was extremely dangerous for Chu Chun. If the system hadn't intervened at the crucial moment, not only would he have been finished, but Shelley and Tyran would also have perished. Fortunately, it was a close call. This time, not only was the high priest successfully rescued, but the god of nature was also frightened. Presumably, the elves will not bother him again after this, and he can have a considerable amount of time to develop freely. After leaving the elf forest, the group quickly headed towards the lake. The elders of the Wilderness clan, including the high priest, were too weak to make a fast run, so Tyran summoned the sandstorm army from the vicinity and had the red flame wind chaser horses carry them. The speed was not slow, and they arrived at the lake in 2 days. Shelley and Tyran both had a tough time this time, especially Tyran, who was under a lot of pressure, but fortunately they also managed to rescue the high priest and the others. Chu Chun conjured a water spirit, which floated on the lake's surface and spoke slowly. Tyran immediately knelt down. It's all thanks to Lord Chu's protection. If it weren't for you, Lord Chu, I'm afraid none of us would have made it back. Tyran still remembers the eyes he saw on the tree god and the suffocating sense of death he felt after worshipping the god of nature. Because of this, he was even more convinced of Chu Chen's ability to defeat that light. Chu Chun waved his hand and looked at the high priest and the others. He had never seen any of these old men except for the high priest, but he could sense that they had little life force left in their bodies, meaning they would gradually die within a few years. These are symptoms of lifespan being taken away. Although Chu Chun can use spiritual water to barely repair some of the physical damage, lifespan can never be made up. High Priest, you've had a long time. I never imagined it would be so long since we last met. The High Priest looked at Chu Chun before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He came to find Chu Chun in despair. At that time, if he did not submit to Chu Chun, his race might perish. In fact, he did not fully trust Chu Chun at the time. I never imagined that after leaving that time, I would be taken away by the elves and tortured into this state. Lord Chu, please forgive me. Since I have honored you as a god, I have never served you for a single day. Thank you for the blessings you have brought to my Wilderness clan. If it weren't for you, the Wilderness clan would probably have already disappeared into this desert, and we old folks would have been tortured to death by the elf clan. The high priest looked at the tall and imposing Tyran beside him, tears streaming down his face, tears of joy. Speaking of which, we still don't know what the elves want with you after capturing you, and why your lifespans are passing so quickly. Chu Chun was quite curious about what the elves were up to. When Tyran heard that the high priest and the others were losing their lives, he was very anxious, but the high priest gave him a look, and he forcibly stopped himself from asking any questions. Back then, a powerful elven suddenly descended upon our clan and asked me to take the dozen or so oldest members of our clan with me to the elven realm. For the past year, they have had us use the secret methods of the Wilderness clan to cultivate a batch of magical beasts with our life essence. Just recently, those magical beasts finally awakened, but in the instant they awakened, they absorbed almost all of our lifespans. It can actually absorb lifespan. What kind of evil monster is this? In response to Lord Chu Chun, I don't actually know if it was a magical beast. It was just a lump of rotten flesh. We fed it with our essence and blood every day, and the lump of rotten flesh grew bigger day by day. When it finally woke up, I only saw a pair of dark eyes, and then I fainted. How many of that kind of creature are there in total? We only saw 2 in total. Chu Chun paused for a moment, thinking, if there are only 2, that would be fine. I believe my phoenix and griffin should be no less powerful than this kind of monster. All right, I understand. By the way, do you know why your Wilderness clan was expelled from the Elven clan and banished to the desert? The high priest's cloudy eyes seemed lost in endless memories as he spoke slowly. That event happened nearly 1,000 years ago, and only each high priest in the tribe knows this secret. 1,000 years ago, our Wilderness clan was the royal family among the elves, and the current royal family is just the princes we were originally appointed. However, in the War of Faith, the god of nature was defeated, and they took the opportunity to persuade the god of nature to surrender to the Temple of Light at the last moment of the war in order to obtain the unique status of the Elven Forest for the past 1,000 years. We are the sincerity of their surrender. I never imagined that even gods interact with each other based on such interests. What difference is there between gods and humans? Their so-called unique status is nothing more than a matter of survival. The god of nature must have reached some kind of agreement with the god of light. But it seems that the god of nature is relatively weak among the gods. Chu Qin pondered for a moment, then spoke. You've all worked hard this time. Tyren, take the high priest down to rest. While you're at it, gather all the members of the Wilderness clan back and have them bring all the magical beasts below the 5th rank of mortal under their command. Shelley, stay here. After bowing, Tyrion helped the high priest away. Sir, is there something you need from me? Do you have any impression of the creature the high priest mentioned? Shelley thought about it seriously for a while and then shook her head. I've never heard of such a creature, but there are too many creatures in this world, and there are all sorts of magic and methods to create strange life forms. Even some gods try to create creatures. However, as far as I know, creatures that can devour life violate the basic rules of the world, and such creatures generally have a hard time surviving. Gods can create living beings. Chu Qin was somewhat taken aback. Shelley asked with a strange expression, Sir, you should know this better than I do. Chu Qin then realized that in Shelley's eyes, he was a terrifying figure, almost like a god, so it was somewhat illogical for him to ask her these questions. Well, I just want to see if there are any discrepancies between the information I have about your world and that of yours. But I suppose this is something you can't possibly know the answer to. Would you be interested in making a trip to a human city? Shelley's eyes lit up immediately. She hadn't been to a human city in a long time, and she had run out of her daily necessities. She hadn't worn jewelry in a long time either. Chapter 86, A Cruel but Necessary Decision. Chu Qin saw the look of delight on Shelley's face when she heard that they were going to a human city, and he knew that Shelley had been cooped up in this desolate desert for too long. That's right. I want you to go to a human city, but not for fun, but for a mission. Shelley nodded vigorously and said, Mission accomplished. This mission is not simple. I need you to establish an underground organization in the largest city closest to the desert, specifically to gather information for me. Now that this desert has been basically preserved, Chu Qin will soon be able to turn it completely into his territory. However, his subordinates are mostly magical beasts and barbarian people, none of whom are suitable for going to human cities. Therefore, he doesn't really know much about what has happened on this continent. This time, he finally has some free time, so he'll send Shelley to set up a small organization for him, and also let Shelley relax. Shelley nodded firmly, her face beaming with smiles. Setting up an organization isn't difficult, but recruiting people requires a lot, especially money and treasures. My assets are already exhausted. Chu Qin knew they were asking him for money, but he was prepared. He took out several storage scrolls from the system space and threw them to Shelley. These scrolls were all obtained by Chu Qin from the legendary powerhouses he killed, and even some items from the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light. They were all very valuable, and this time he handed them all over to Shelley. Shelley opened the scrolls one by one, her eyes shining. These things combined were far more valuable than her own personal fortune. You know where these things come from, so be careful when using them. I'm entrusting them all to you. But I want to emphasize one point. The people you find must be trustworthy, preferably without any religious beliefs. Even if they are a little weak, I have ways to help them improve. Just remember not to find any spies from powerful forces. Chu Qin gave the instructions again. Don't worry, sir, I know all that. But what should I call the force I've built? Can I let them know of your existence? Chu Qin thought for a moment and replied, Let's call it the Dark Pavilion. If there are any exceptionally talented individuals, they can be secretly brought to the basin of any of my tributaries. However, my existence must be kept secret and no one can know about it. Chu Qin felt that he should keep a low profile for now, at least before the battle for faith, otherwise he would be the first to stick his neck out. Shelley mentally criticized Chu Qin's naming skills, nodded, took the scroll, and left. Watching Shelley's departing figure, Chu Qin also longed to have a human body so he could move around freely. However, for Chu Qin at present, it was just wishful thinking. He didn't know at what stage he would be able to truly condense a body that was no different from a human's. Shaking his head to dismiss these unrealistic fantasies, Chu Chun immersed himself in his lake, observing each tributary as the water flowed by. He was far from satisfied with the length of the tributaries. In his previous life, many rivers were tens of thousands of meters long, but now his were only a few thousand meters long, not even enough to flow out of a small desert. However, to significantly increase the length of the river, a large amount of energy points would be required. For Chu Chun, the fastest way to obtain energy points now was to start with magical beasts. The reason for having the Wild Clan bring back magical beasts below the 5th level of the mortal rank was the same. Although they were all magical beasts he had raised himself, it would be cruel to devour them. However, these magical beasts had not yet developed human-like intelligence and had basically lost the possibility of further advancement. Therefore, in order to evolve faster, Chu Chun had no choice but to devour them all. In addition, this time we will continue to cultivate a large number of magical beasts. In the future, this process of cultivating magical beasts, training magical beasts, devouring magical beasts with low-level potential, and then cultivating magical beasts again will become a fixed cycle to provide ourselves with a continuous source of energy points. 3 days later, the entire Desolate Clan returned, bringing with them their respective low-level magical beasts. Chu Chun originally had 100,000 Xinsha army soldiers. After focusing on cultivating 10,000 magical beasts last time, he brought nearly 50,000 more this time. In fact, these Desolate Clan members already knew that Chu Chun planned to abandon the remaining magical beasts, so they weren't too surprised by this day. In their hearts, the lives of these magical beasts were bestowed by Chu Chun, and Chu Chun naturally had the right to take them back. I've brought you back for 2 reasons. First, to let you see the elders of the clan chief, whom Tyron rescued from the elf forest. Second, for the development of the Sandstorm army, I will devour the magical beasts you brought and cultivate a new batch. This process will continue in the future. Any newly cultivated magical beasts that cannot reach level 5 of the mortal rank within 6 months will be brought here to be devoured. You may find it cruel and feel reluctant to part with the magical beasts you have painstakingly trained, but this continent of gods and demons has always valued mercy. Just like when you hunt, you never feel sorry for your prey. The weak can only be wiped out by the powerful, and this applies not only to magical beasts but also to you. Soon the continent of gods and demons will face unprecedented chaos. In this chaotic war, only by becoming stronger can we protect those we must protect. If you do not want to die, do not want your loved ones to die, then discard those ridiculous acts of kindness in your hearts. Follow me, become stronger, and protect those you must protect. Before devouring these magical beasts, Chu Chun did some ideological work with these barbarian tribesmen, which was also what he wanted to say to himself. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary human being with no superpowers. He would feel pity for beggars on the street. But what he saw and heard in this world for more than a year made him realize that only the strong have the right to bestow such pity. Otherwise, it's just a joke. He didn't want to become a cold-blooded person, so he was willing to protect these barbarian tribes and help them become stronger, but only on the condition that they absolutely trusted him and obeyed his orders. Chu Chun's words did indeed shake the hearts of many members of the Wilderness Clan. However, after struggling to survive in the desert for so many years, they were no longer the naive boys they once were. Chu Chun was now their god, and his words were divine guidance, absolutely correct. We will forever follow Lord Chu, protect the Wilderness Clan, and support Lord Chu. Someone took the lead in shouting, and all the members of the Wilderness Clan followed suit. Chu Chun pressed his hand down with satisfaction to stop the excited crowd. Now, drive the magical beasts under your command into the lake, and then go to the desert to find more wild beasts. Under Chu Chun's command, one after another, the wild beasts were driven into the lake. The spiritual energy emanating from the lake also attracted these magical beasts, so it didn't take much effort for more than 50,000 magical beasts to soak in the lake. Chapter 87: Unifying the Entire Desert. The lake was teeming with magical beasts, all of them looking quite comfortable as they enjoyed the rich spiritual energy in the lake water. Meanwhile, Chu Chan was fully focused on controlling the system to refine the energy. The system's refining process was silent and stealthy. The number of magical beasts in the lake decreased one by one, while the other magical beasts seemed completely unaware of it. The system's notification sounds kept echoing in Chu Chen's mind. Ding! You have refined a level 3 mortal armored rhinoceros and gained 500 energy points. Ding! You have refined a level 4 mortal rank Crimson Flame Windchaser, gaining 600 energy points. Ding! You have refined a level 1 mortal rank with Spirit Deer and gained 200 energy points. After all the energy was refined, the lake returned to calm, and Chu Chan obtained more than 10 million energy points. Looking at his suddenly abundant energy points, Chu Chan almost couldn't resist advancing again, but he held back. It's still unclear what the situation is outside the desert. It will take some time to fully control the desert, so it's better not to upgrade and open up new tributaries. Instead, we should strengthen the 3 tributaries we already have. With a thought, Chu Chan extended the River of Oblivion, the River of Flowing Sand, and the River of Lava by 3,000 meters each, leaving only a little over 1 million energy points for backup. This time, both the River of Oblivion and the River of Flowing Sand reached 8,000 meters, and the newly opened Lava River reached 7,000 meters. The atmosphere was completely different. At the same time, Chu Chan also discovered that the Flowing Sand River had finally flowed to the edge of the desert, and the next step was to explore beyond the desert. The direction of the Flowing Sand River is northward. According to the memories Chu Chan obtained, the northern part of the desert is an extremely chaotic area with many human cities and some deep canyons. Further north is the real desert, where conditions are harsh, but the species are much richer than in Chu Chan's desert. The exploration of Liache requires careful planning and cannot be undertaken recklessly. After the Wilderness Clan brought the collected wild beasts, Chu Chan skillfully cleansed their bodies with spiritual water, then blessed them and awakened their bloodlines before handing them over to the Wilderness Clan for counting. This time, more than 100,000 magical beasts were awakened and, as usual, handed over to the Wilderness Clan for training. This time, the training also included practical combat objectives. After confirming that the elves had withdrawn all observation points monitoring the desert, Chu Chan decided to take action to clear the desert. The last time the elven race cleared out the beast tide, they drove out most of the forces. Now, what remains are some tough nuts to crack, such as the 10,000 Demon Cave in the central desert and the Fire Raven Valley in the south. This time, it's a good opportunity to hand it over to Tyran, who can lead the newly awakened 100,000 magical beasts to complete the clearing mission and also train the magical beasts' combat abilities in actual combat. Although the High Priest and other elders who returned from the elven race were nearing the end of their lives, they were very willing to do things for Chu Chan. Chu Chan did not want them to travel anymore, so he sent them to pass on their skills to the young wilderness people. Although these elders were weak in strength, they were the foundation of the Wilderness Clan's heritage. Previously, the Wilderness Clan had learned everything from the scroll preserved by the clan, but they also possessed a wealth of experience accumulated over many years that could not be learned from the scroll. Under the tutelage of these elders, the Wilderness Clan's core generation had become even more skilled at training magical beasts. In the past few days, the mercenaries who entered the desert have discovered that many organized groups of magical beasts have suddenly appeared in the desert, and several elves with black wings are seen following the groups of magical beasts. Those with foresight who witnessed this scene quickly left the desert, while the new mercenaries or the foolish ones who didn't believe in the superstition continued hunting in the desert. Of course, most of these people died tragically at the hands of the monsters, and only a few escaped, never daring to set foot in the desert again. Hey, what's going on in this desert? Could it be that the elves are about to launch another beast tide? I don't think so. Some people have seen people following the beast tide who look quite like elves, except their wings are black, and they aren't as handsome as the elves. Could it be that he's up to something again? Seeing the shrouded in mystery in the eyes of those around him upon hearing the name of that person, a curious newcomer leaned over and asked, "Who is that person you're talking about? They seem even more terrifying than the elves." A kind uncle next to him patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, you must be new here. The one he's talking about is the mysterious man who killed a legendary mercenary group a few months ago and also devoured several powerful elves and holy knights of the Temple of Light. It's said that the mysterious man has been hiding in a lake, and no one knows what he looks like, but his strength is terrifying. And recently I've made a new discovery. The middle-aged man stopped speaking here, and the people next to him urged him on. Then, the man proudly said, "Didn't you notice that the original elven strongholds around this desert are all deserted? This proves that the elves have abandoned this desert. So think about why the elves suddenly gave up. Isn't it because the one inside is too powerful? Even the elves have to admit defeat." After thinking it over, everyone realized that this was indeed the case. They all marveled at the uncle's keen observation as they left the desert, ready to share the news with their other friends. Chu Chun had no idea that his reputation had grown so great, but that was good, as it would allow him to unify the entire desert more quickly. In the heart of the desert lies the Cave of 10,000 Demons, a place that has withstood even the beast tides of the elves, yet is also a place rarely visited by mercenaries. No one knows how many magical beasts are hidden here. Even when the elves devised a plan that attracted many legendary experts, they still couldn't destroy the Cave of 10,000 Demons. It remains a forbidden place. Tyren led his newly trained sand army of over 30,000 to the outskirts of the Demon Cave, but did not attack immediately. Tyren has only just entered the Transcendent Realm, and these Sandstorm Army soldiers are only at the low-level mortal realm. Even if they number 30,000, it would probably be impossible for them to conquer the 10,000 Demon Cave. However, today Tyren is not here to forcibly conquer, but to subdue the monsters in the Cave of 10,000 Demons. This place is home to numerous extraordinary magical beasts, as well as some highly intelligent species, making it ideal for assisting the Wilderness Clan in managing the magical beasts throughout the desert. As Chu Chun continues to cultivate new magical beasts, this desert will become a paradise for magical beasts within a year at the latest, where only magical beasts will exist and no ordinary wild animals will remain. Therefore, relying solely on 100 or 200 members of the Wilderness Clan is far from enough. It is necessary to have the assistance of these extraordinary magical beasts who know the desert inside and out, in order to truly manage the desert as a unified whole. Chapter 88: Conquering the Cave of 10,000 Demons. When Tyranny Sand's army surrounded the Cavern of 10,000 Demons, the monsters inside had already received the news. The last time the Elven race's scheme dealt a heavy blow to the Demon Cave, almost killing or wounding most of its legendary-level magical beasts. Now, just a few months later, the Demon Cave is besieged again, which greatly angers the magical beasts inside. The fact that the attackers were only low-level mortal magical beasts made them feel even more humiliated. Damn it, have the elves come again? This time, they've even sent low-level magical beasts to besiege us. Are they trying to humiliate us? A transcendent-level magical beast roared and charged out, followed by the other magical beasts. Only a fiery red fox seemed to be thinking, and finally instructed a fox next to it. First, arrange for the clansmen to prepare for evacuation. Then it slowly followed them out. Tyren waited quietly outside. When he saw the monsters rushing out, he reminded the wildlings behind him to restrain the Sandstorm army and be ready to attack at any time. Most of the monsters in the Demon Cave are unruly and untamed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding here instead of submitting to the elves. If all the extraordinary magical beasts were to come out in full force, there would be dozens of extraordinary ones, plus a small number of ordinary people, totaling several hundred magical beasts. This is already quite a lot. You have to know that Chu Chun doesn't have dozens of superhuman combat power under his command. Among the magical beasts he has cultivated, apart from the demonic dragon gecko and the ghost thorn tree, only those 5 with special bloodlines have broken through to become superhuman. This is also why Chu Chun wanted to subdue the 10,000 Demon Cave. These 50 or 60 extraordinary beings were indeed a very important core fighting force. You, a mere transcendent, think you can besiege our 10,000 Demon Cave with these spineless Tom, Dick, and Harry? We tolerated the attack by a legendary level being last time, but this time a transcendent is bullying us. It's a grumpy armored rhinoceros, it roared angrily. It was especially enraged when it saw that there were still many armored rhinoceroses in the Sandstorm army. These were all its own kind, yet they had joined outsiders in attacking her. Tyron smiled, and only after the armored rhino had finished venting his anger did he slowly speak. Please don't be angry, everyone. I brought the Sandstorm army here not to attack you. I am here on the orders of my master, and hope to get your help to manage this desert together. Your elven race has threatened and bribed us many times before. If we wanted to join you, we would have done so long ago. We wouldn't have waited until now. I advise you to just fight if you want to, instead of talking nonsense. This armored rhinoceros has a really bad temper. It hadn't even said 2 words before its eyes turned red, and it was breathing heavily through its nose, looking like it was about to launch an attack. Please don't be in such a hurry, everyone. Let me explain first. I am not an elf, but a member of the Wilderness clan. We have driven the elves out of the desert. From now on, this desert is my master's territory. So, on behalf of my master, I sincerely invite you all to join the Sandstorm army. What? You drove the elves out? How could that be? Don't exaggerate. The elves are so powerful, even if the Temple of Light came, they wouldn't be able to drive them out. How dare you talk like that? Did the cow offend you? Upon hearing Tyron's words, the extraordinary magical beasts immediately descended into chaos, even starting to argue amongst themselves. At this moment, the red fox, who arrived late, stepped forward. All right, everyone quiet down. The voice wasn't loud, but it was very intimidating. The monsters that had just been arguing immediately fell silent, and even the hot-tempered armored rhinoceros blushed and dared not say another word. After sensing the fox's power level, Tyron found it difficult to perceive its true strength, which must be at least at the 5th level of the extraordinary realm. I'd like to ask you a few questions, is that all right? The fox was surprisingly polite, which made Tyron think even more highly of it. Please speak. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. First, I'd like to know if it's true that the elves were driven out of the desert? Tyron nodded and said, It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. I believe you won't see any trace of the elves in the entire desert anymore. Red Fox turned and glanced at a red flame chasing Wind Horse beside him. The horse immediately understood and turned to leave, and the Sandstorm army did not stop it. These magical beasts, having been able to hide here for so long and contend with the elves for so long, must have also gained control of several elven strongholds. The extraordinary red flame wind chaser is extremely fast, and it only takes half an hour to scout out the nearest stronghold. Then I'd also like to know, who is this sir you're talking about? Tyron shook his head and said, I really can't reveal anything about the master, but I can tell you that the 2 rivers that appeared in the desert were the master's doing, as were the Sandstorm army behind me. In fact, you monsters who joined the master are the ones who benefited the most. Red Fox glanced at the sand army behind Tyron, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. 2 strange rivers, several thousand meters long, suddenly appeared in the desert. This naturally could not be kept secret from the monsters of the 10,000 Demon Cave. However, the sand-sinking army behind Tyron was unknown to the 10,000 Demon Cave. They only noticed that the number of monsters in the desert had been increasing rapidly over the past 6 months, and they thought that the elves had sent them to shrink their living space. You mean, these magical beasts were all created by you adults? You could say that they were originally just ordinary wild beasts, and it was the adults who gave them the possibility of becoming magical beasts. Tyron's words caused a huge sensation among the magical beasts. Although they did not know who the adult Tyron was talking about was, the ability to turn ordinary wild beasts into magical beasts was an incredible miracle for magical beasts. Even the Red Fox was stunned this time, and he did not stop the other magical beasts from discussing. The Fox clan is inherently more intelligent, so the Red Fox thought even more deeply. He knew what this method of turning wild beasts into magical beasts meant. It meant that from now on, this desert would be filled with magical beasts, and if the 10,000 Demon Cave refused to surrender, it would be overwhelmed by these magical beasts. The 10,000 Demon Cave is indeed powerful, and it has many extraordinary magical beasts. However, even 10,000 Demon Caves would be no match for a large-scale force of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of magical beasts. Moreover, Red Fox felt a pang of sorrow, not knowing the strength of the person behind Tyran or what kind of subordinates they had. He and these unfamiliar magical beasts hid here together and created the Cave of 10,000 Demons. This Cave of 10,000 Demons is his life's work. He just doesn't want to be manipulated by others, but now he has reached the point where he has to make a choice. Could you take me to meet your family members? The Red Fox was still unwilling to give up and wanted to make one last attempt to see if she could meet that person before making a choice. Chapter 89. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. Just as the demons in the demon cave were discussing in disbelief at what Tyran had said, the Red Flame Wind Chaser, who had gone out to investigate, returned. It's true. The elven stronghold has been destroyed. It's completely empty. There isn't a single magical beast or elf to be seen. This news confirms that what Tyran said was true, and Tyran also felt very troubled about Red Fox's request. Well, I can't make that decision on my own. It depends on whether my family wants to see you. Tyran quickly contacted Chu Chun in his mind and told him about the Red Fox's request. Chu Chun thought about it and felt that it wouldn't hurt to meet him, so he told Tyran not to resist and to come down to him by staying at Tyran's place. I heard you wanted to see me? Chu Chun asked through Tyran's body. The Red Fox noticed a change in Tyran's aura and tone of voice. An inexplicable pressure descended upon her, and the previously noisy magical beasts around her suddenly fell silent, all intimidated by the aura emanating from Chu Chun. You must be that person, sir. I am the founder of the 10,000 Demon Cave, and everyone calls me Brother Hong. Well, is there something you need to see me about? I know that our 10,000 Demon Cave is certainly no match for you, my lord. However, it was not easy for us to build the 10,000 Demon Cave. Moreover, the 10,000 Demon Cave only has tens of thousands of demon beasts. After the last calamity, more than half of them have died or been injured. Now we are of little use. I don't know what you want us to do if you want us to submit. Although the Red Fox felt a surge of fear, it still stubbornly asked the question. Chu Chun looked at the fox and discovered that it had already reached the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, making it the strongest among these magical beasts. What was even more remarkable was that it possessed both courage and wisdom, which was especially rare among the generally simple-minded magical beasts. It's quite remarkable that you were able to build such a large demon cave and fight against the elf race for so many years. Of course, this is also because the elf race never intended to eliminate you. Now I want to transform this desert into a demon beast plain, which requires a large number of extraordinary demon beasts, but I don't have enough extraordinary level manpower under my command, so I need your help. As long as you sincerely submit to me and help me unify the entire desert, you will surely receive the rewards you've always dreamed of. Look at these magical beasts behind me. They were originally just ordinary wild animals. I also have the ability to further enhance your strength and bloodline. It's up to you to choose. Chu Chun's words made the Red Fox fall into deep thought, and some of the magical beasts nearby were also considering the pros and cons. However, some of the simple-minded ones started making a fuss as soon as they heard that they were to submit. It's impossible for us to submit. Even the elves didn't have that ability back then. Do you think you're more powerful than the elves? That's right. Even if it means death, we will never submit to anyone. A crimson lion, its jaws agape, roared defiantly. Chu Chun merely glanced at him indifferently, and a powerful soul force surged towards him. Blood immediately flowed from the corners of the flame lion's mouth, eyes, and ears, and the raging flames around its neck were extinguished. With a single glance, he actually killed a level 3 extraordinary fire lion. Lord Chu Chun, you are terrifying. This scene was witnessed by the other magical beasts, who were filled with even greater awe for Chu Chun. Chu Chun would never show mercy to these magical beasts, especially those that weren't very intelligent. It was better to kill them sooner rather than later to avoid trouble. I'm just here to inform you. If you're unwilling, then die. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who defy me will perish. After saying that, Chu Chun left Tyran's body, and at the same time, the sound of birds chirping came from the air. The demonic beasts in the demon cave looked up and saw the phoenix flying over. The phoenix was already extraordinary when it was born, and now it has advanced to the third level of extraordinary. Although it is not much stronger than the magical beasts in the 10,000 Demon Cave, the holy aura emanating from its body has intimidated all the magical beasts present. The red fox thought to itself, "This mysterious adult's strength is unfathomable, and his magical beasts are also incredibly powerful. Not to mention, he can cultivate new magical beasts without limit. Opposing him will only lead to certain death. If I were to join him first, I might be able to advance further." With that in mind, the red fox was the first to step forward. "I am willing to seek refuge with you, but I hope you will treat my people well." Having regained control, Tyran smiled and said, "Welcome. I believe you won't regret it, just as no one who follows the adults will regret it." Seeing that even the most powerful red fox among them had voluntarily pledged allegiance, the other magical beasts could only agree to join Chu Chun as well. The only one who objected, the fire lion, also collapsed to the ground. Tyran was overjoyed to see this. Chu Chun had already said that all the magical beasts in the 10,000 Demon Cave belonged to the Xinsha army, which meant that these extraordinary magical beasts would all be under his command from now on. "All right, since you are all sincerely pledged your allegiance, then from now on we will serve you together. Our Xinsha army is strictly disciplined, and I hope everyone will abide by it. If anyone violates the rules I have set, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now I will give you a detailed introduction to the Xinsha army." Tyran didn't waste any time and immediately began explaining the situation of the Sandfall army, its rules, and future arrangements for these magical beasts. These magical beasts were all extraordinary beings, representing the highest level of combat power within the Sandfall army. If certain issues weren't clarified beforehand, it would be difficult to establish effective discipline in the future. Moreover, these people are used to being unrestrained in the Demon Cave, and they will definitely have difficulty adapting when they arrive in the Sandstorm army. Tyran is making this clear in advance so that if anyone is foolish enough to violate military discipline in the future, Tyran can deal with them impartially. They talked until midnight, and Tyran even took these magical beasts to meet the real veterans of the Sandstorm army, which were the 10,000 magical beasts that had been carefully selected. These magical beasts were already at the top level of the mortal rank, and after a while, new extraordinary ones would definitely appear. Moreover, these magical beasts were all physically strong, and different beasts could form very close cooperation. These Sandstorm army gave the magical beasts of the 10,000 Demon Cave a very strong shock, showing them that magical beasts could cooperate in this way. Tyran worked until midnight before returning to the lakeside alone. After reporting the situation of the 10,000 Demon Cave to Chu Chun, he immediately led the Xinsha army to the 10,000 Demon Cave to begin fusing and training with the demonic beasts there. He also took this opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the entire desert of its forces. Now, the entire desert is Chu Chin's Xinsha army's territory. Chapter 90. The Orc Princess. After Tyran and his Sandslayer army unified the entire desert, they immediately set up checkpoints at all its entrances and exits. All creatures entering or leaving the desert had to be questioned by the Sandslayer army. Some hot-headed mercenaries refused to be questioned and were ruthlessly killed on the spot by the Sandslayer army. After several days of massacres, the desert where Chu Chun was located finally became another forbidden area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and no one dared to trespass into the desert anymore. But on this day, a group of uninvited guests appeared on the desolate edge of the desert. These people had very peculiar appearances. Some of them were very similar to humans in general, but still retained many animalistic features, while others were completely magical beasts, but they seemed to have more civilized characteristics. These creatures, which were clearly not ordinary humans, behaved quite similarly to humans. Even the orcs with human heads wore the same clothes as humans. They drove a carriage pulled by a horse that could fly through the sky, quickly passing over the desert. Most of the others rode flying magical beasts around the carriage. As soon as they entered the desert, they were discovered by the Sandstorm army, but they completely ignored their cries for help. Since they flew through the air, and the Sandstorm army had no flying magical beasts, they couldn't effectively intercept them. The remaining members of the Wilderness clan, upon learning this, immediately informed Tyran, who in turn reported it to Chu Chun. Orcs and beastmen. How did they get into my territory? After learning the news, Chu Chun pondered for a while, but still decided to intercept them and ask. Immediately dispatched the crow-killing army to intercept them. Chu Chun was still not at ease, so he sent the Phoenix along as well. Although the Phoenix didn't pay much attention to Chu Chun, it still obeyed Chu Chun's orders. At the same time, Chu Chun also focused his senses on the two tributaries to see if he could find any trace of this group of uninvited guests. When Tyron led his Raven Slayer army to find the orcs, they had already flown to the center of the desert. Seeing a group of red clouds rapidly approaching them from afar, these people immediately stopped and formed a defensive formation. Herbert, what's going on? Could it be that someone within your orc race doesn't want the princess to marry into that family and has sent assassins to kill us? You're talking nonsense. Do you think we orcs are the same as those humans? Under the rule of the Great Grom, no magical beast would dare to disobey the chieftain's orders. I know that many people in your race do not want the princess to marry into the orc race, including the princess herself. But I advise you to persuade your princess to marry the chieftain's son. That would be a great honor for your orc race. An orc wearing heavy armor was arguing fiercely with another monster beside him, and Tyron and his Raven Slayers finally approached the group. Tyrion was initially taken aback by the orcs' inhuman and beast-like appearance. Who are you people? What are you doing in my endless desert? Why didn't you register at the checkpoint on the edge? Tyron stood on the fire crow and asked in a serious tone. Hey, you birdman over there. You don't look like an elf. And you don't look like a human either. How dare you stop us? Don't you know who we are? Do we need to report to you? Even if it's the Elven Forest, I can come and go as I please. Herbert, riding a Pegasus, launched into a loud and boisterous rant. The orc Björn, who had just argued with him, looked at Tyron with a puzzled expression, wondering who might have sent this person. This desert is no longer the territory of the elves, so if you want to pass through, you must get our permission. Tyron remained composed and dignified, while simultaneously ordering the 3,000 Raven Slayers to slowly surround them, preventing them from breaking through from other directions. Herbert glanced at the menacing-looking fire crows around him, a mocking expression on his face. You think you can keep us here with just these things? You seem to be underestimating us. After speaking, Herbert unleashed his full power, a savage and bloodthirsty aura assaulting Tyron and the Raven Slayer army. Many of the fire crows could no longer control their bloodlust and began attacking their own comrades. Tyron suppressed the bloodlust that suddenly welled up in his mind, then glanced at the Raven Slayer army, which was gradually falling into chaos. After forcibly bringing them under control, he immediately ordered the Raven Slayer army to attack. He worried that if the situation dragged on any longer, his Raven Slayer army would be thrown into chaos by the opponent's strange supernatural powers. Under Tyron's control, the Raven Slayer army temporarily stabilized and then began to launch attacks in the manner of their usual training. Herbert was somewhat surprised that Tyron was able to control the fire crows, but he didn't take them seriously. Although their group was small in number, each of them was extraordinary, and he himself was a level 10 extraordinary being, making him a prominent figure even among the beast race. They were far beyond the capabilities of the 3,000 mortal-level fire crows led by the opponent, who was only a level 2 extraordinary being. Herbert looked down at Bunnyer beside him and said, "Let's attack together, finish this quickly, and then leave." After saying that, Herbert led the other magical beasts out, while Björn remained motionless. "I'm sorry, General Herbert, but we're worried about the princess. We'd better take her with us and go ahead." After saying that, Björn led the orcs next to him to seize the carriage and ran towards another person. "Damn it, Björn, how dare you do this? I'll settle the score with you after I wipe out these ignorant fools." Herbert was surprised by Björn's desertion and feared it was a premeditated plan. He could imagine how furious the chieftain's son would be if he couldn't bring the orc princess back safely. However, Herbert was currently entangled with Tyron, so he naturally vented all his anger on Tyron. Although the orcs numbered only a few dozen, they were all extraordinary and at an advanced level. Tyron, leading 3,000 fire crows, was having a hard time fighting them, especially since Herbert was constantly harassing his fire crows, forcing Tyron to expend a large force of elves to control them. As a result, the situation reached a stalemate for a time. Chapter 91. Herbert walks into the trap. In the middle of the endless desert, an unprecedented battle is breaking out in the sky. This was also the first time since the Ravenslayer army was established that it had engaged in such a prolonged battle with the enemy in the air. Fortunately, these Fire Crows had all undergone bloodline awakening and had been carefully trained by Tyron for several months, which allowed them to barely manage a draw with Herbert thanks to their numerical advantage. However, if this continues, Herbert and the others will inevitably become physically exhausted, while the Ravenslayers, being a team, will expend far less energy. Then it will be time for the Raven army to win, but that would take too long. By then, the other orcs, including Björnar, would have already escaped. Neither Chu-Chun nor Herbert can allow that to happen. Since you insist on seeking death, then let us all die together. Roar of the Beast God. Herbert roared to the sky, his body flashing with bloody light, his face turning ferocious and terrifying. The other magical beasts around Herbert were so frightened that they quickly fled the scene. Tyron's expression changed, but the Raven army was too late to disperse and could only form a defensive formation under Tyron's control. The defenses had barely been set up when a deafening roar was heard, and a solidified blood-red halo rapidly spread out, scattering the Raven Slayer army. Even Tyron fell from the sky, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Not only the Raven Slayer army, but also the Orcish magical beasts were affected. Herbert's attacks were indiscriminate. This attack was a Pyrrhic victory, killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of its own. The Raven army was no longer able to fight, while the Beastmen, having only suffered minor injuries, rushed over while the Raven army was still wounded. Tyron was the first to be targeted. Everyone recognized him as the commander of the army, so more than a dozen men rushed towards him. Even if he were completely unharmed, Tyron alone would be no match for these dozen or so extraordinary beings, let alone the fact that he was already seriously injured. Just at this critical moment, a high-pitched bird cry came from the sky. The phoenix flapped its wings and arrived in front of Tyrion in the blink of an eye. Although the phoenix and the fire crows are no longer the same kind of creatures, the phoenix was still born from the fire crow's egg and had spent so much time with these fire crows. Now, seeing these fire crows being seriously injured by the people in front of him, he was furious. Although the orcs were somewhat surprised to see this strange bird, they did not hesitate at all and rushed over quickly. Some of them who could attack from a distance launched a series of sharp attacks. The phoenix glanced at them disdainfully, opened its mouth and spat out a flame, which blocked all the beastmen's attacks. With another spit, another ball of flame flew out, and the charging beastmen had no time to turn around or dodge. They were burned to ashes by this flame, which was then blown away by the strong wind and scattered in the air. The orcs who hadn't yet charged forward were stunned. Herbert, who had been unable to fight after unleashing the roar of the beast god, was also staring blankly at the phoenix before him. Suddenly, his face flushed, and he pointed at the phoenix with his front paws, as if he had remembered something. This is a phoenix. There's actually a phoenix here. Herbert was acting like a madman. The phoenix was a legendary divine bird that he had only seen in scrolls recording strange tales of the world, but he had never thought that it was actually real, and that he had actually seen it with his own eyes today. The second thought that immediately popped into Herbert's mind was, he must survive and then tell the chief the news. A divine creature like the phoenix would surely be coveted not only by the chief, but also by the beast god. Thinking of this, Herbert forcibly suppressed his excitement and began to plan how to save his life. Although Tyrone was also shocked by the phoenix's power on its first attempt, he immediately knew something was wrong when he heard Herbert call out the phoenix's name. Chu-Chun had instructed that the phoenix's existence must not be known to anyone else. Phoenix, kill them all quickly. We must not let any of these magical beasts escape. Tyron urged Phoenix to act immediately. The Phoenix knew her identity would bring danger, so upon hearing Tyron's cry, she immediately launched another attack. The remaining monsters were terrified by the Phoenix's previous powerful performance and dared not resist anymore, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Phoenix prepared to give chase, but Tyron remained clear-headed. Kill this monster first. Tyrone pointed at Herbert, knowing that Herbert was the leader of these magical beasts. If Herbert was killed, the other magical beasts would have a hard time escaping the desert. The phoenix stared coldly at Herbert and charged towards him. Damn it, I don't want to see you again. When Herbert saw the phoenix rushing over, he was not in a hurry at all and pulled out a scroll from somewhere. Just as the flames emitted by the phoenix were about to engulf Herbert's body, Herbert suddenly burrowed into the ground and began to travel rapidly underground. The phoenix was dumbfounded, but she had no way to deal with Herbert because the scrolls Herbert used were too powerful, allowing him to travel deep underground, making it impossible for her to find his trail. Go and chase after the other magical beasts. I will inform Lord Chu-Shun. Knowing that the phoenix could no longer track Herbert, Tyrone immediately informed Chu-Shun. Chu-Shun hadn't expected these uninvited guests to be so powerful. Even Tyrone's Raven Slayer army, along with the Phoenix army, couldn't wipe them out. He was about to personally confront Chu-Shun when suddenly the voice of the ghost thorn tree echoed in his mind. Master, I've captured a magical beast, and it's quite powerful. Chu-Shun laughed. Herbert, unable to discern directions underground, actually bumped into the roots of the ghost thorn tree. The ghost thorn tree was already quite powerful, and Herbert was seriously injured and underground, so he was no match for the ghost thorn tree and was easily captured. Forget about Herbert. First, mobilize the Sandstorm army to completely blockade the desert and search for the escaped orcs and the orcs who had fled earlier. We must not let them leave the desert. Chu-Shun gave Tyrone an order. The raven-killing army was no longer able to fight, so let them go back to rest. Although Tyrone was seriously injured, this was not the time for him to heal. He felt guilty for his poor performance this time. Upon receiving Chu-Shun's order, he immediately contacted the various Sandstorm army units and began to make arrangements. Chu-Shun wandered among the various tributaries, pondering how to handle this situation. The news of the Phoenix reached the orcs, who were to be completely wiped out, but the orcs seemed rather suspicious. According to the information Chu-Shun had gathered, the Beastmen and the Beastmen race had always been intermarried for generations and had a very good relationship. The Beastmen were born from the union of the Beastmen and the humans, so they had good relations with both the humans and the Beastmen, and also served as a link for communication and contact between the humans and the Beastmen. However, due to the unique nature of their bloodline, orcs do not possess exceptional talent for cultivation, and their race is not particularly powerful. Furthermore, they are not fully accepted by both humans and orcs, resulting in a rather awkward position. Chapter 92. Desert becomes an isolated island. Under the thorough search of the Sandstorm army, most of the escaped orcs were discovered and killed on the spot. Only a few have not yet been found, but it is only a matter of time. The orcs, who had slipped away beforehand, searched for a long time but found no trace of them. However, the desert is vast, and half a day is far from enough for a thorough search. It will take at least another day or two. Chu-Shun, however, did not have the patience. He returned to the lake, where the ghost thorn tree had already hung Herbert from its trunk. Herbert's blood had been largely drained by the ghost thorn tree, leaving the entire magical beast listless. However, Chu-Shun had no intention of keeping him alive and simply had the ghost thorn tree thrown into the lake. After Chu-Shun devoured Herbert, he sorted through his memories and finally gained a basic understanding and some guesses about the orcs and beastmen, especially regarding this operation. Herbert was a slave of the son of the Orcish war chief. This time, the war chief's son had taken a fancy to the Orcish king's daughter when he went to inspect the Orcish territory, so the Orcish war chief asked the orcs for the princess. The orcs, of course, dared not refuse and had no choice but to marry their daughter to the princess. However, this princess was deeply unpopular among the orcs, and many people in the country opposed her. Among them were the sons of many ministers who also harbored designs on the princess and even planned to abduct her halfway through the journey. In fact, the orcs only sent a few extraordinary magical beasts to take the orc princess back, intending to wait for the orcs to come and abduct her, so that they could take the opportunity to accuse the orcs and make even more outrageous demands. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened while passing through Chu-Shun's desert. Chu-Shun was not the one who kidnapped the bride, but now, regardless of whether he was or not, the orc race is doomed. However, this was irrelevant to Chu Chun. What Chu Chun was concerned about was that magical beasts were a very important force for him. But now there was another beast race that possessed even more powerful magical beast power and heritage. He was currently developing magical beasts and even using them to obtain energy points. In the future, once he grew stronger, he would inevitably clash with the beast race. So he was thinking, could he take advantage of this opportunity to prepare some backup plans for himself, so as not to be caught off guard in the future? However, the immediate problem is finding the orc princess and her group who are hiding. This incident also served as a warning to Chu Chun. It is far from enough for the Xunsha army to defend this vast desert. If they want to completely take over the desert, they will have to rely on themselves. Therefore, Chu Chun planned to use his tributary to enclose this desert, so that any creature entering or leaving the desert would be absolutely unable to escape his perception. Without hesitation, Chu Chun has been cultivating magical beasts and devouring low-level magical beasts for some time now, which has earned him a lot of energy points. This is enough for him to extend the length of the river again. Although he still cannot completely circle the desert, he can significantly reduce the gap. First, there was the quicksand river that had already reached the edge of the desert. Chu Chun spent energy points to extend its length to 10,000 meters, allowing it to flow around the edge of the desert. The same was true for the other lava river. Chu Chun also extended its length to 10,000 meters and made it flow in the opposite direction. The area cleared by the two rivers in the middle will be heavily guarded by the Sandstorm army. In this way, the orcs hiding in the desert will definitely be discovered unless they never go out. Sure enough, the next day, Chu Chun discovered traces of the orcs in the lava river basin. The person in the site was Björner, and a beautiful orc woman, who should be the princess who was to marry into the orc race. The princess's face was no less beautiful than that of any human beauty, except that her nose and mouth had a slight cat-like appearance, and she had a tail that swept back and forth behind her. When the orc princess saw the river flowing with rolling lava, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. When did such a peculiar river appear? There's no time to lose. If we delay any longer, we'll be discovered. We need to fly there directly. There are also a few orcs among the orcs who can fly. One orc can carry several others and fly into the sky. As they passed over the lava river, Chu Chun controlled the lava to surge upwards, instantly blocking all the orcs' escape routes. What's going on? This is a trap. Break through immediately and charge. The orc princess saw the magma cage slowly shrinking and immediately ordered her to charge forward. Ordinary flames would naturally be no match for the extraordinary strength of the orcs, but this was magma under Chu Chun's control, with terrifying temperatures. Moreover, with these magma rivers in Chu Chun's hands, they couldn't just stand there and watch the orcs charge forward. Several more chains suddenly emerged from the lava cage, binding the orc in mid-air and yanking him down onto the shore. Retreat quickly, change direction. As soon as the orc princess landed, she immediately ran off into the distance, preparing to break through in another direction. Chu Chun didn't stop them and watched them run away. This time they went in the opposite direction, only to tragically discover a river of quicksand. The orc princess, unwilling to give up, led her men in another charge, but unsurprisingly, she was stopped by Chu Chun. However, Chu Chun still did not arrest them, but let them leave. On one hand, Chu Chun wanted to wear down the orc princess's patience so that she would take the initiative to beg him. On the other hand, he also wanted to test the effectiveness of his two tributaries in intercepting her. After failing to escape twice and having her whereabouts discovered by the Sandstorm army patrolling the desert, the orc princess had no choice but to head in the direction heavily guarded by the Sandstorm army. A group of more than a dozen orcs stood in front of Tyron in a very disheveled state. Take us to see your master. Tyron laughed. You can't just see my master whenever you want, and his orders to me are, if I see you, kill me without mercy. Tyron stared sharply at the orc princess. Although he was only a level 2 transcendent, the aura emanating from the more than 10,000 sand soldiers behind him was enough to rival at least 100 low-level transcendents. The orc princess was also smiling happily. If your master really wanted to kill us, he wouldn't have just stopped us without taking direct action to capture us. Oh, Is that so? Tyrion pointed at Björn, who was standing next to the orc princess, and Björn felt a sudden pang of panic. A giant red bird appeared beside Tyrion, spewing extremely powerful flames from its mouth. When they looked again, Björn had already been burned to ashes. This sudden change put the orcs on high alert. Even the strongest among them, Björn, was no match for the bird's single burst of fire. It was truly terrifying. The phoenix did not stop there. Instead, it spewed flames wherever Tyrion pointed. No matter whether the orcs that were targeted resisted or tried to escape, they could not escape their fate of death. Chapter 93 Mutual Exploitation. The temperature at the edge of the desert suddenly rose considerably, and the orc princess's forehead was covered in sweat. Whether from the heat or from fright was unknown. As the phoenix flew into the sky and disappeared into the distance, the orc princess was left all alone, without a single orc. Now do you think my family still wouldn't dare to kill you? I don't understand. Even if your master is very powerful, what good would killing us do? It would only anger the orcs and the beast men. Releasing you would bring no benefit either, so it's better to kill you. Then no one will know that we killed you. Tyrion walked step by step toward the orc princess and said, "Speak up, what exactly do you want?" The orc princess remained unfazed, believing that Tyrion must have a reason for not killing her yet. "All right, you're quite clever. My master didn't kill you because he needs your help with something. How can I help? I suppose you will still go to the beastmen to complete this marriage alliance. You saw through the beastmen's trick of using your escape to put pressure on your father. You took advantage of Herbert and me fighting to sneak away to the beastmen, right? How did you know?" The orc princess was very surprised. Only she and her father knew about this. Even Björn thought she really wanted to run away from the marriage. "I also know that the reason why your orc race has always been dependent on the orc race is because there is something in the orc race that can help you awaken a part of your bloodline. This bloodline is the foundation for your 9 lives cat demon to maintain your royal status among the orc race. Who exactly are you? How do you know everything? This secret is known only to the royal family of the orcs, and although many orcs know about it, they would never reveal it." What the orc princess didn't know was that the orc chieftain's son, in a drunken moment, inadvertently revealed this secret to his most trusted slave, Herbert, who then had his memories devoured by Chu Chun and learned of it. "Never mind how I know. Come with me to a place first. I'll show you something." After saying that, Tyrion summoned 2 red flame-chasing horses and galloped towards Chu Chen's lake. Before Chu Chen's lake, a member of the wild tribe brought a wild ox. These are bison that were prepared in advance during Tyrell's journey. At this moment, Tyrion and the orc princess had arrived at the lakeside. Under the bewildered gaze of the orc princess, a beam of blood-red light shot out from the lake and entered the bison's body. The bison suddenly let out a painful cry, and its body underwent a strange transformation. The orc princess's expression became even more interesting. She had clearly sensed that this was just an ordinary bison, but now the bison's aura was changing. The orc princess couldn't help but step forward to carefully sense it. Using the orc's unique way of sensing, she finally discovered that the bison was awakening its bloodline. Once the bloody light completely dissipated, the wild bull evolved into an armored rhinoceros, a first-level mortal magical beast. How is this possible? What kind of power is that can awaken the bloodline of a wild beast and allow it to evolve into a magical beast? That is the power of my master. Now you should know how insignificant you are in front of my master, Tyrion said with a proud look on his face. The orc princess nodded. This power was far beyond what even her father could match. Even the treasure among the orcs could not awaken an ordinary beast into a magical beast directly. This was practically equivalent to recreating life. It was the work of a god. Is your master perhaps a deity? I asked cautiously. Tyrion reprimanded the orc princess with a stern expression. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't pry into adults' affairs. Now let's talk about you. I can release you and let you go to the beastmen, but you have to agree to one condition. What are the conditions? You need to help me send a few magical beasts into the orc territory, take care of them for me, and also pass on intelligence to us. How can you be so sure I won't betray you after I get to the orcs? Betrayal? I know that your orc race has always been limited by your bloodline and unable to obtain great power. My master can help you improve your bloodline power, not just your royal family, but all the orc races. Tyrone said confidently that Chu Chun had instructed him to speak to the orc princess through soul transmission. Chu Chun believed that the princess, who harbored extraordinary ambitions, would not be able to resist such a great temptation. This was a way to make the entire orc race stronger quickly. I can agree to your request, but you can't expect to get something for nothing. You have no choice, but my master always keeps his word. You can inform your people to send 100 orc warriors at the end of each year, and my master will awaken their bloodlines for them. How about that? Isn't that much more than the 5 or 6 spots you've reluctantly obtained from the orcs? The orc princess's expression shifted several times, but in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation. Her brothers were all useless, and she had been raised as a boy since childhood. However, she knew that without absolute power, the orcs would never allow a woman to become queen. Therefore, she was given to the orc chieftain's son as a gift to maintain relations, despite her excellence and the fact that the people of the orcs liked her. All right, it's a deal. Which magical beast do you want me to bring into the Beastman territory? Tyrone glanced behind him and saw 5 magical beasts leap down from the ghost thorn tree. These are the 5 little followers who have always followed the demon dragon gecko. Now they have all broken through to the extraordinary level. After being trained by the ghost thorn tree for a period of time, their intelligence is finally about the same as that of normal humans, and they can be sent out to be put to use. The demon dragon gecko strongly protested this decision, as these were his best friends, but Chu Chun had already made up his mind, and even the demon dragon gecko could not change it. These 5 mutated bloodline magical beasts were completely convinced of Chu Chun's abilities and were absolutely loyal to him. Therefore, they did not have much resistance to Chu Chun's decision. However, they were somewhat uneasy about suddenly having to leave this familiar environment. These 5 magical beasts all awaken mutated bloodlines after you awakened your own, and now they are all extraordinary. Let them come with you into the Beast Clan. As for the method and reasons, think about them carefully on the way. Make sure to ensure their safety. Looking at the 5 magical beasts, the orc princess felt even more certain that her decision was correct. She firmly believed that she could lead the orcs out of the encirclement and rid them of the orc threat. Chapter 94. Anomalies in the Underground River. The Griffin makes a difference. On the edge of the desert, at the only exit where the army had assembled, rarely, a scene of reluctant farewell unfolded here. You 5, when you go to the Beastmen, don't embarrass me. If anyone dares to bully you, give them a good beating. If you can't beat them, come back to me. The dragon gecko raised its claws and spoke to its 5 younger brothers who were about to embark on a long journey. The other 4 magical beasts were reluctant to part, but the blood-eyed demon wolf's eyes were practically rolling back in its head. It disliked such sentimental scenes the most and hid far away. Don't glare at me, you red-eyed guy. You have the worst temper. Don't get beaten up and end up crying. The blood-eyed demon wolf didn't even blink when it heard the demon dragon gecko's words, completely ignoring him. All right, those 5 are going to the Beastmen for training. Who knows? Their cultivation will be higher than yours when we meet again. Why are you still showing off here? Chu Chun interrupted the demonic dragon gecko, instructing the 5 demonic beasts to be careful in everything they did and to prioritize their survival. Then he had them follow the orc princess on their journey. The orc glanced deeply at the river flowing nearby and at Tyrant, who stood imposingly in front of the sandstorm army, before turning and walking towards the orcs. The orc princess's solo journey to the orc realm will undoubtedly arouse suspicion, especially given the 5 extraordinary magical beasts that suddenly appeared with her. However, Chu Chun believes that with her abilities, this shouldn't be a problem for her. As the 5 underlings gradually disappeared into the distance, tears welled up in the corners of the eyes of the demon dragon gecko. This guy usually seemed carefree, but it turned out he was actually quite sentimental. All right, stop looking. Look at you, you're such a wimp. Hurry up and work on your training, or you'll really be surpassed by others. The demon dragon gecko is now at the extraordinary level 3, which is already quite fast compared to other magical beasts. However, this is not its fastest speed. With Chu Chen's ample supply of spiritual energy and the monthly blessings, its speed should be even faster. The dragon gecko, which had been drooping its head, immediately raised it, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky, shouting, "I won't be surpassed by my little brother. I'm going back to cultivate now, and I'll definitely break through to the third level of the extraordinary realm before I come out to play again." Chu Chen didn't know how long this encouragement would motivate the demon dragon gecko. He just hoped it wasn't a fleeting enthusiasm. From now on, this place will be the only entrance and exit to the desert. In a few days, I will have the flowing sand river and the lava river completely surround the desert. You will build an entrance and exit here and have the sand-sinking army guard it strictly. After giving Tyren his instructions, Chu Chen focused his attention on the lake. Suddenly, he heard the griffin's childish cry, "Master, come quick. I've caught something big." Immediately afterwards, a sound came from the ghost thorn tree. "Master, the griffin has captured a monster that came out of the underground river. It seems to be sent by those people to gather information." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen immediately went to the underground world. Now, the entire underworld is under Chu Chen's control. After Maki transformed into a skeleton warrior, Chu Chen still allowed him to form an empire, which he named Underworld. Of course, the current underworld is far less powerful and mysterious than it was in the previous life, but it has already taken shape. Chu Chen is also slowly developing it according to the appearance of the underworld in the previous life. The entire underground world contains over 100,000 skeleton warriors, plus warriors from other races and the Earth Spirit clan, forming an army totaling nearly 150,000 to 160,000. Following the Sandstorm Army and the Raven Killing Army, the Underworld Army has become Chu Chen's largest force in the underground world. Currently, Maki is intensifying the training of this army. Relying on Chu Chen's River of Oblivion and the monthly blessings, the army's development speed is no slower than that of the ground world. In fact, due to the unique nature of the race itself, its development potential is even greater. When Chu Chen arrived at the ghost thorn tree in the underground world, he saw a griffin on the shore with its jaws firmly on a creature, while the ghost thorn tree stretched out its branches to bind it tightly. Judging from this, Chu Chen knew that this creature was no ordinary being. Otherwise, it wouldn't have required the ghost thorn tree and the griffin to work together to control it after it had been captured. "Master, you've finally arrived. My mouth is getting sore from all the waiting." The griffin communicated its grievances to Chu Chen via telepathy. "Master, this creature is extremely strange. It's so slippery, I almost let it get away just now." Chu Chen conjured a water spirit and gestured for the ghost thorn tree and the griffin to move aside. As soon as the griffin and the ghost thorn tree separated, the creature immediately transformed into a ball of water and rushed towards the dark river. Chu Chen made a circle with his right hand, and a water sphere appeared, trapping the creature inside. Only then was Chu Chen able to observe the creature more closely. It darted left and right in the water sphere, its body shaped like a ball of water, able to change at will, and it didn't even have eyes or a mouth. This creature was something Chu Chen had never seen before. It looked somewhat like the slimes he had seen in movies in his previous life, but he didn't know if it was actually slime or not. Since he couldn't see anything anyway, Chu Chen simply devoured it to see if he could extract some memories. After swallowing the aquatic creature, Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. This creature's memories were entirely about the underground world, and Chu Chen even saw Maki training his troops in them. However, apart from what happened on the shore, this creature had no other memory of the underground river, which puzzled Chu Chen greatly. This creature was only at the mortal level, and it couldn't affect Chu Chen at all. Therefore, Chu Chen guessed that it must have been sent by a creature from the underground river to gather information. This creature has no fixed form, like water, and can store what it sees, but at the same time, it seems that its memories can also be stripped away, preventing others from discovering its information. This is practically a biological storage card from a fantasy world. Chu Chen couldn't help but admire the diversity of life in this world. There were even such amazing species. This time, it was thanks to the griffin's early discovery that the creatures in the underground river were able to sneak back. Otherwise, if the griffin had managed to do so, the creatures in the river would have devised their own countermeasures, while the griffin would have remained completely unaware of the other party's presence. You've done a great job this time. Keep up the good work. Chu Chun encouraged the griffin and then began to think about how to deal with the threat from the dark river. Encouraged by Chu Chun, the griffin flapped its wings and swam back and forth on the surface of the River of Oblivion, while also offering Chu Chun advice. How about I go to that river and catch all the monsters there and eat them? No, you absolutely must not go near that underground river. There are many creatures in there that are stronger than you. You might get eaten by them. There are legendary water monsters in the underground river. Even the griffin, which is of the extraordinary level, is not enough to fill their teeth. Hearing Chu Chun's resolute tone, the griffin immediately abandoned the idea. In fact, he was just saying it. He was well aware of the stakes involved. Chapter 95. Exploring the Dark River Again, Strange Creatures. How about I use my roots to explore inside? They should have a hard time finding me. Ghost Thorn Tree also made a suggestion. Chu Chun thought for a moment and then rejected the Ghost Thorn Tree's suggestion. Although its root system was not easy to detect, the underground river was very deep, and the deeper it went, the more chaotic the energy became. Even the roots of the Ghost Thorn Tree would have a hard time surviving. I'd better go in and take a look myself. When Chu Chun first discovered this underground river, he had ventured into it briefly to explore. It was because he sensed an extremely powerful aura during that exploration that he had always kept his distance from the underground river. But now he must investigate the underground river once again. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Moreover, he wouldn't encounter any danger if he used the water of the River of Oblivion to explore it. At most, he would just be discovered and expelled. After making the decision, Chu Chun channeled a small stream from the River of Oblivion into the Dark River. Due to the unique nature of the River of Oblivion, it did not merge with the water of the Dark River after entering it, but instead maintained its own independence. So from a distance, it looks like a soft stick sticking out of the water. Chu Chun controlled the waters of the River of Oblivion to flow continuously into the underground river, and the stick also kept going deeper and deeper. At the same time, Chu Chun released his senses, using the thin stream to explore the situation in the underground river. The upper layer of the underground river is inhabited by ordinary aquatic creatures, the most powerful of which are below the 5th level of the mortal realm, and they are clearly of very low intelligence. There was even a fathead fish that crashed into Chu Chun's River of Oblivion, and the River of Oblivion water seemed to have a strong corrosive effect, corroding a large part of its body. Chu Chun continued to dive deeper, until he reached a depth of 1,000 meters. At this depth, the number of creatures became significantly fewer, but each one exuded a unique aura. Extraordinary water monsters are not uncommon. These water monsters have a certain level of intelligence and can sense the danger posed by Chu Chun, so they do not approach him on their own initiative, but instead keep their distance. Further down, Chu Chun could feel immense pressure. His River of Oblivion was almost being washed away. At the same time, there were armored water monsters patrolling. One of the monsters spotted him, waved its hands in the water, creating 2 whirlpools that blew him aside. Perhaps not sensing Chu Chun's life force, the patrolling water monster didn't dwell on it anymore. Instead, it simply blew itself far away to keep Chu Chun from getting close to that area. Chu Chun vaguely sensed a powerful suction coming from a hole behind the water monster's patrol area, but unfortunately, Chu Chun couldn't get close to that spot. Chu Chun was blown further and further away by the whirlpool summoned by the water monster, until he drifted to a dark place. There was no light and no living creatures. Chu Chun only felt extremely cold and even eerie. This place does look a bit like my River of Oblivion. Chu Chun even discovered that he was able to gradually integrate into the waters of the River of Oblivion, which he had previously found difficult to blend into in the Dark River, in this area. Just as Chu Chun was carefully exploring, he sensed a strange creature. This creature had no physical form, but rather resembled a water ghost, drifting around in the water in groups. They saw Chu Chun's River of Oblivion and rushed towards it as if it were a treasure. However, the first water ghost to touch Chu Chun immediately screamed and ran away, as did the second and third. The other water ghosts dared not come any closer, but none of them wanted to leave. They just kept circling around in place. While these water ghosts were sizing up Chu Chun was also observing them. These creatures were exactly the same as the water ghosts from Chu Chen's previous life. They had no physical form and could only be perceived through the soul, not seen in reality. The sounds they made could only be heard through the soul. Chu Chen realized that his river of oblivion seemed to have a great attraction for these creatures, but at the same time, it also had great destructive power, and they could not get close. Chu Chen suddenly realized that if he could find a way to get it into his river of oblivion, he wondered what would happen if he used the river of oblivion to cause it to sink. Thinking of this, Chu Chen began to slowly shrink his length, shrinking towards the water's surface. The water ghosts followed him all the way, and the group grew larger and larger. Chu Chen roughly sensed that there were at least several thousand of them. The long procession of water ghosts followed Chu Chen all the way. The water monsters they encountered along the way, even those of extraordinary nature, were so frightened that they quickly fled. Even ordinary aquatic creatures could sense a chilling aura and then quickly moved away. When Chu sank to the surface of the dark river, he retreated along the bank towards the river of oblivion. The creatures hesitated at the bottom of the river for a while, but in the end they could not resist the temptation of the river of oblivion and came ashore one after another. Standing on the banks of the river of oblivion, they were so anxious that they jumped up and down, wanting to go in but not daring to. "Master, what is this? I can't see it, but my soul definitely senses that there is a large group of creatures here." The ghost thorn tree sensed the presence of the water ghost, while the griffin bared its teeth at them, looking quite disgusted. "I don't know what these things are either. They followed me all the way here. I'm wondering if I can take them to the river of oblivion and then use their oblivion to turn them into my undead warriors. They seem too scared to go in. Why don't I and the griffin add fuel to the fire and drive them in?" Chu Chen thought for a moment, and realized that both the griffin and the ghost thorn tree had ways to deal with soul entities, so it would be good for them to give it a try. "Then you can go, but be careful not to drive them away." After exchanging words with the griffin, the two of them took advantage of the fact that the water ghosts were attracted by the river of oblivion and quietly slipped into the area between the river of oblivion and the dark river. Then they suddenly appeared and unleashed their attacks targeting souls. These water ghosts weren't very intelligent, and when they were frightened like that, they all jumped into the river of oblivion. Chu Chen quickly seized the opportunity to activate the fallen skill, transforming all the water ghosts that entered the river of oblivion into undead warriors. After about half an hour, once the transformation was complete, the water ghosts had adapted to the waters of the river of oblivion and were able to swim freely in it. Moreover, their strength had greatly increased, and each of them now possessed an extraordinary level of power. This greatly enhances my combat power in the underground world. These undead warriors are not only all extraordinary, but also have no physical form, which means they are immune to most physical attacks. In this way, the powerful physical bodies of those water monsters are rendered useless. Yes, congratulations to Master this time. I wonder if there is still such power in the Dark River. Perhaps Master can try again. There should be more than that. But we almost got discovered this time when we went deeper into the underground river. So let's wait a while before going to check again. Chapter 96, The Magma Forbidden Zone. The Underground World, by the River of Oblivion. Chu Chen summoned McGee and asked him to tell him about the undead warriors. Now, McGee is the commander of 150,000 Netherworld soldiers. As a skeleton warrior, he is even more imposing and loyal to Chu Chen. Although these 5,000 undead warriors were few in number, they were an extremely powerful fighting force, which made McGee very happy. Currently, only about 70 of the skeleton warriors under McGee's command have broken through to the extraordinary level, while about 10 of the earth elementals have also broken through to the extraordinary level. As for the Lich race, because their cultivation environment requires elemental power, only 3 or 4 of them have broken through to the extraordinary level. These 5,000 extraordinary beings can be considered the most powerful force under McGee's command. However, the number of skeleton warriors is much larger, and with Chu Chen's help from the River of Oblivion, sooner or later more will break through to the extraordinary realm. This time, Chu Chen also received a lot of energy points as a reward, which gave him support for his plan to make the two surface tributaries flow out of the desert. Chu Chun encouraged McGee, then returned to the ground and used energy points to extend the two quicksand rivers and the lava river simultaneously once again. Originally, the two rivers were just short of completely surrounding the desert, but now, after their extension, they together encircle the entire desert, making them an excellent barrier. Looking at the desert from the outside, one would see that half of its perimeter is filled with fiery red lava, while the other side is filled with yellow quicksand, flowing tightly around the entire desert. No matter which direction one wants to enter from, crossing the river is naturally impossible. Even if one wanted to fly over from the sky, one would have to ask Chu Chin for permission. Under Chu Chin's instructions, Tyran led the Sandstorm Army to establish a pass near the western edge of the desert, constructing fortresses and city gates. They also densely deployed Sandstorm Army troops to garrison this area. Because the westernmost part is the center of the entire continent and will be the place with the most people coming and going in the future, it is convenient to open an entrance and exit here. Taking advantage of the previous search of the orcs, the remaining forces of other factions were also largely eliminated from the desert. After the entrances and exits were built, Chu Chun had Tyran construct 3 layers of defense centered around the lake. These defenses were adapted to the terrain, whether it was steep cliffs, hidden valleys, or deep canyons, all of which were where the Sandstorm Army was stationed. In this way, if there is any disturbance anywhere in the desert, nearby troops can quickly arrive, preventing the enemy from taking advantage of any openings. Under Chu Chin's deployment, the entire desert began to bustle with activity. According to Chu Chin's plan, another layer of powerful protection would be set up around the lake as a final barrier, ultimately making this place the safest place on the entire continent. Even if they were to lose the war against the Temple of Light in the future, they would still have a place to serve as their last stronghold. Afterwards, in order to save energy points, Chu Chun decided to let one river flow out completely first. Since the direction of the flowing sand river is where humans gather, Chu Chun did not want to act rashly before Shelley understood the situation in that area. After much deliberation, Chu Chun decided to let the lava river flow south first. In the southernmost part of the continent lies an endless grassland, the territory of the beast men. Between the desert and the grassland lies the 10,000 mountains, inhabited by many magical beasts and mysterious races. There are also many other treacherous and unknown places. Chu Chun controlled the lava river to flow into the mountains. When he encountered high mountains, he bypassed them at their foot. When he encountered small rivers, he burned them dry. He continued to meander into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Along the way, Chu Chun encountered many creatures he had never seen in the desert before. Several times he even encountered strange creatures with extremely powerful auras, such as a stone man whose entire body was like a mountain, and a giant toad that would sit on the mountaintop and breathe in the moonlight every night. When Chu Chun entered the depths of the 10,000 mountains, he encountered trouble. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, all of which are extremely high and steep, as if they were carved by a knife and axe. When Chu Chun controlled the lava river to flow through, there was a steep slope with a precipice in front of him. Chu Chin's lava river descended a steep slope, forming a lava waterfall. All the river water gathered in the valley and could no longer flow out. At this point, the lava river had reached a length of nearly 80,000 meters, and only 1 or 2 million energy points remained. Chu Chin had no choice but to give up temporarily. Thus, in this little-known valley, a lake composed of lava was formed. Moreover, as the size of Lake Chu Chun increases, the area of the lake is also gradually expanding. The vegetation around the lake caught fire due to the presence of magma, and soon the fire spread into a wildfire, engulfing the entire mountain. Chu Chun hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but it was for the best. This wildfire could help him drive away the creatures on the mountain, making it very suitable for the crow-killing army to move here. The wildfire burned for 7 days and 7 nights before it stopped, leaving all 3 mountains bare, with the rocks near the lava lake glowing red. The once lush and verdant valley has become a dead land, devoid of any life. Moreover, from now on, it is unlikely that any living thing will survive here. Let's make this our base camp from now on. Chu Chan felt that the terrain here was excellent, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and with the help of magma, if an army were stationed here, the enemy might not be able to take it even if they used 10 times the number of troops. Moreover, such a unique environment might even give rise to some rare and precious natural treasures over time. Since the lava river can no longer flow out for the time being, Chu Chan felt it was time to see how Shelley's forces were being built up and then consider another way out of the river. Otherwise, being trapped in the desert would be quite passive. Back at the lake, Chu Chan called Tyren over. He originally wanted to send him to the human city, but then he thought that Tyren's current state was too conspicuous and would make it difficult to stay hidden. At this point, Chu Chan realized that he was in dire need of a group of humans as his subordinates, which made Shelley's work all the more important. However, Tyrone couldn't send anyone into the city to look for Shelley, and he had no one else to assign to him. He could only wait for Shelley to return and deliver the message, since Shelley's loyalty to him wasn't high enough to be directly communicated through long-distance soul transmission. Chapter 97, Luoyang City. The endless desert is now an impenetrable barrier. Any creature can only enter or leave with the permission and records of the Wilderness Clan. This area, which was originally a hunting ground for mercenaries, has now become a forbidden zone. The elves had also discovered this phenomenon long ago. They never expected that after they withdrew, Chu Chan would have the means to seal off the entire desert. Now, even they would find it difficult to infiltrate the desert again. They had completely lost this desert. In the elf forest, in the elf palace. My king, are we just going to watch such an unknown force rise up around us? Moreover, it has a grudge against my elven race and will surely become our enemy in the future. Upon hearing Spencer's words, the elf king's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, as if he were gazing into the distance, and his voice drifted over. This continent still belongs to the Temple of Light. Even if we become enemies, we should first be enemies of the Temple of Light. Do you really consider us and the Temple of Light to be one family? But if that's the case, why did you do it in the first place, Your Majesty? Spencer asked cautiously, and the Elf King's eyes turned cold, making Spencer feel a chill down his spine. Alas, it was a last resort back then. I know that even now, many people in the clan do not understand me, but I can only say that I have a clear conscience. If I really had any ill intentions, the gods would not have agreed to my suggestion and made me the Elf King. Spencer wanted to say something more, but the Elf King stopped him. Although we can't force our way into the desert right now, you still need to send people to keep a close eye on everything that's happening there. But whatever you do, don't get into any more conflicts with them. What we need now is to conserve our energy. Go and prepare. Spencer nodded and then respectfully withdrew. The Elf King watched Spencer's retreating figure, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dense trees and reaching deep into the continent. This time, my elven race cannot afford to lose again. Beyond the desert lies Luoyang City. This is the closest large-scale city to the desert, inhabited by hundreds of thousands of humans, as well as various races such as elves, orcs, and goblins. The most powerful force in the city is naturally the branch temple established here by the Temple of Light. At the same time, there are also various organizations such as the Mercenary Guild that have set up strongholds in the city. It can be said that it is a mixed bag and extremely chaotic. Such a large city has magnificent and bustling areas, but it also has dark and foul-smelling shady corners. Right next to a cluster of tall, pointed roof buildings in the western district of Luoyang City, there is a cluster of low, single-story houses made of a mix of stone and wood. The streets here are narrow, dirty, and smell very unpleasant. A beautiful woman, wearing a white dress, walked down this street, looking quite out of place. The streets were filled with people who came out to cool off. Many men sat down on the dirty ground. When they saw the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, their eyes lit up, and they stared at her with lecherous eyes. This woman was Shelley. She came to Luoyang City with the mission arranged by Chu Chun to establish the Dark Pavilion. After secretly investigating the city, she realized that it was quite difficult to establish an organization in such a city. Because the Temple of Light has ruled this continent for so long that even ordinary poor people, without the opportunity to enter the Temple of Light, will be attracted by its doctrines and become believers of the God of light. Shelley naturally wouldn't want such people. Other races also have various beliefs, so Shelley searched for a week before unexpectedly finding a boy who seemed alright. She came to this slum precisely to find this little boy. According to her understanding, the boy's father was also a mercenary in his early years, but he died before the boy was born. After the boy was born, the boy's mother moved to this slum with the little savings left by her husband and worked hard to raise the boy. The boy is now 13 years old. His mother is seriously ill. Shelley once secretly visited her and found that her condition was terminal. Even Shelley was not confident that he could cure her. The little boy had knelt devoutly at the Luoyang branch of the Temple of Light for 3 months. To protect its own reputation, the Luoyang branch sent a magician to take a look, but then ignored the boy. As a result, the boy had no faith in the God of Light. The boy's mother, whose husband was a mercenary, did not have faith in the God of Light. Shelley had been observing the boy for a week and found that although he was not particularly gifted, he had a very resilient character. He had started working outside at a young age and took care of his seriously ill mother every day after returning home. Shelley ignored the rudeness of the men lining the street. In her eyes, they were nothing more than flies, and she wouldn't bother with them unless they landed on her. However, when a fly is buzzing around in front of me, I will not hesitate to swat it dead, like right now. Hey beautiful, where are you going? Want to come to my place for a bit first? Yeah, come visit my house too. Shelley had just reached the little boy's house and was about to go in when she was stopped by several burly men. Judging from their attire, these men were probably low-level mercenaries who had no real skills and dared not venture out of the city to fight the monsters, so they could only harass and bully men and women in such slums. Shelley remained expressionless, not even glancing at the men. When Shelley ignored them, one of the men stepped forward and reached out to touch Shelley's face. Bang! A beautiful red flower blooms. The others were stunned. You are the devil, run. Several men screamed in terror. A crowd that had already gathered nearby saw what was happening and scattered in panic, plunging the entire street into chaos. Bang, 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 bang. Several more dull thuds followed. The men who had just flirted with Shelley exploded in the crowd, turning into vivid, blood-red flowers. Shelley, dressed in a white dress, without a drop of blood on her, gently knocked on the little boy's door. With a creak, the door opened. Excuse me, is this Barlow's house? Shelley asked with a smile. A little boy opened the door, looking at the pretty older sister in front of him with a puzzled expression. I am below, beautiful lady. What can I do for you? Chapter 98. The first member of the Dark Pavilion. Looking at the little boy's innocent appearance, Shelley thought to herself that if she hadn't been secretly observing him for a week, she might have actually been fooled. Although the little boy in front of me is only 13 years old, he is quite cunning and not someone to be trifled with. In that week, Shelley witnessed him cheating, swindling, and even deceiving on numerous occasions. Shelley could understand, though. After all, his mother was ill, and at such a young age, he would probably have starved to death long ago if he hadn't taken some shortcuts. Shelley also saw that he had been discovered and beaten severely. After getting up, he still smiled and apologized, but secretly vowed to take revenge. If such a personality is not guided, it will surely lead to a wrong path in the future, but it is just right for the Dark Pavilion that Chuchin requested. The Dark Pavilion is essentially a group that does shady things in the shadows. If everyone in it were bursting with a sense of justice, Shelley wouldn't dare use them, as they might defect to the Temple of Light at any time. Shelley patted Ballow's head, and Ballow pretended to be very obedient and let Shelley stroke him. May I invite you in for a seat, sister? Well, my house is a mess, so it's a bit inconvenient. Barlow cautiously declined Shelley's request. I heard your mother is ill. I am a very powerful magician. Perhaps I can help you. As Shelley spoke, a ball of light appeared at the tip of her right finger. Barlow felt very comfortable under the white light, but he was still somewhat suspicious of Shelley's true purpose. Sister, you're amazing, but even the magicians from the Temple of Light couldn't cure my mother. Are you even more powerful than the magicians from the Temple of Light? Barlow still wouldn't let Shelley in easily, and seemed quite wary. Since you don't want me to save your mother, then I'm leaving. After saying that, Shelley walked straight outside. Barlow panicked and quickly grabbed Shelley's hand. Sister, don't go. Let me take you inside to see my home. Barlow took Shelley's hand and led her into the small house. The entire house consisted of only one bedroom and one kitchen. Upon entering, one could see a woman lying on the bed with a sallow complexion. Mom, a pretty older sister has come to see you. Barlow ran over and gently woke his mother, then poured Shelley a glass of water. Barlow's mother slowly opened her eyes, saw Shelley, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face, as if she was wondering when she had met such a young and beautiful girl with an extraordinary temperament. You don't need to overthink it. I won't beat around the bush. I didn't know you before. I'm here for Below. He has a lot of talent for cultivation, and I want him to follow me. The condition is that I can cure you. Shelley realized that Barlow's mother had fallen into intermittent coma, and if she didn't get straight to the point and explain her purpose soon, she feared she would fall into a coma again. When Barlow's mother first heard this, she panicked for a moment, but being older and more experienced, she managed to calm herself down. She understood that this was a crucial turning point for both her and Barlow. I wonder which faction you belong to, young lady. I also sent Below to the Temple of Light for testing, and he doesn't seem to have any particularly outstanding talent. The name of my faction cannot be revealed, but it is definitely no less powerful than any other faction in the world. As for the issue of qualifications you mentioned, our methods and standards for assessing qualifications are different from those of the Temple of Light, so you don't need to worry. Barlow's mother was still a little uneasy when Shelley refused to reveal the name of the force behind her. Barlow, who had been listening for a while, spoke up first. Big sister, can you really cure my mother? Shelley smiled, stepped forward, took Barlow's mother's hand, and carefully examined her body. Shelley's investigation revealed that Barlow's mother's condition stemmed from a hidden injury sustained during Barlow's birth. Over the years, she had overworked herself raising Barlow without proper medical care, leading to her current state. This ailment is both difficult and easy to cure. It essentially boils down to replenishing the body's deficiencies, but this is a long-term process that requires sustained nourishment of the body with spiritual energy. This is why the mages from the Temple of Light left after examining her. Although the Temple of Light was capable of healing her, it would require a great deal of manpower and resources, which was not worthwhile for a woman from the slums. Shelley glanced at Barlow and said, I took a look, and it can be cured, but it's quite complicated and will take a long time. Sir, I'm willing to go with you. Please save my mother. Upon hearing Shelley's words, Barlow immediately knelt on the ground. Shelley waved her hand gently, and Barlow was lifted up by a force. Let me make this clear first. Following me will mean enduring a lot of hardship and doing a lot of shady things, but at the same time, you will gain power and become a strong person. Barlow looked at his mother and then nodded firmly. I am willing to follow you, and I want to become strong. Barlow's mother looked at her son with pity and tears welled up in her eyes. As a mother, she naturally didn't want her son to suffer with a stranger, with no idea what the future held. However, she knew her son's character well. Once he knew this mysterious woman could heal him, he would absolutely not give up. My son, I have never provided you with a good environment since you were a child. Now I have to risk your life for me. I am so sorry. Barlow held his mother's hand and shook his head with a smile. Sir, please treat my mother first. Shelley nodded, and a ball of white light appeared in her hand, the same light healing she had used on Barlow before. Under the white light, Below's mother's complexion improved noticeably, and her face regained some color. Barlow was happy to see that his mother's condition had improved. This is only temporary. To cure it completely, you will need regular treatment in the future, along with the use of spiritual water. Then, sir, could you come to treat my mother more often in the future? Once you learn it, you'll be able to do it yourself without my help. Shelley said with a smile, then turned to Barlow's mother and said, I'll come back in 3 days. Here are some gold coins for you. Take these few days to settle things. Don't worry about not seeing each other again. I'll have Below come back to visit every month. After saying that, he threw down a bag of gold coins and turned to leave. Chapter 99. The Dark Pavilion takes initial shape. Luoyang City, in its streets and alleys. Shelley would frequently disguise herself and move among them. She had to personally investigate and observe each person to ensure they were trustworthy and suitable before making contact with them, and then bringing them into the Dark Pavilion. Whether it's children from the slums, blacksmith shop assistants, or old mercenaries who left the mercenary guild because they were injured by monsters, they are all within Shelley's consideration. More than a month later, Shelley finally found the 13 people in front of him. These 13 people came from all walks of life in Luoyang City. Some were cultivators themselves, while others, like below, were people she had never met before. Shelley examined their bodies, and their aptitude for cultivation wasn't particularly good, but that wasn't important. What mattered most was their loyalty, followed by their abilities. As for cultivation, with Chu Chin's support, they could easily achieve it even if they just piled it up. Moreover, according to Chu Chin's plan, the main function of the Dark Pavilion is to gather information, but it does not require particularly high strength. On the contrary, it is easier to hide if one's strength is lower. You are all people I have carefully selected in Luoyang City. Since you have joined the Dark Pavilion with me, the first rule of the Dark Pavilion is loyalty. The Dark Pavilion will never allow anyone to betray us. In a secluded house in the slums, Shelley addressed the Dark Council members, whom he was meeting for the first time, in a serious tone. The youngest of these people was Below, who was only 13 years old, while the oldest was an old blacksmith who was over 40 years old. These were all ordinary people, and the fact that Shelley was able to gather them together meant that they had some extraordinary abilities and also some ulterior motives. Of course, now that you've joined the Dark Pavilion, it will naturally give you everything you want, not just money, but also power. At that point, you probably won't want to leave even if we try to get rid of you. But there's one thing I want to emphasize. You must always live in the shadows, gathering all useful intelligence for me and completing the tasks I assign you. If any of you are exposed, don't blame me for having to take drastic measures. Shelley's eyes turned cold as she swept over everyone present, not even Barlow, who showed no difference just because he was a child. Our Dark Pavilion values equality and does not discriminate based on age or cultivation level. As long as you can complete the tasks I assign you beautifully or bring useful and important intelligence, you will be rewarded. In the future, the Dark Pavilion will continue to recruit members, and you are all destined to become elders. I hope you will not disappoint me. Rest assured, sir, we will do our best to live up to your expectations. Uncle Sam the blacksmith, having seen more people and experienced more things, quickly began to agree with Shelley. From now on, my code name will be Snow. Everyone must have their own code name, and must not be called by their given name. Shelley continued giving instructions, while simultaneously refining the rules, regulations, and plans for the Dark Pavilion. Shelley had spent considerable effort completing each of these, and hadn't yet had time to report them to Chu Chun. She planned to show them to him once things had stabilized somewhat. The meeting lasted until late at night, and the participants quietly dispersed around 3 or 4 in the morning. Shelley returned to her residence and began to think about future plans. She had finally managed to get out of the desert, and since she would be in charge of the Dark Pavilion from now on, she could stay outside more often. However, she realized the benefits of being in the desert after coming out. Although life was tough, there was always a sense of security. Therefore, Shelley also made up her mind to collect information about the major events that have recently occurred on the mainland and bring it back, so as not to fail Chu Chin's entrustment. In the desert, by a lake, Chu Chun and Ghost Thorn Tree both watched the demon dragon gecko on the shore. Ever since sending away those 5 little followers, the demon dragon gecko had been training hard and diligently, and today it was finally going to advance to the next level. It was just a minor advancement in cultivation level, a piece of cake for the demonic dragon gecko. So Chu Chun and the Ghost Thorn Tree weren't worried at all, and instead started chatting. I think you're going to advance soon too. Chu Chun could sense that the Ghost Thorn Tree was also on the verge of advancing. The Ghost Thorn Tree nodded and said, I'll advance after he does. Chu Chun was speechless for a moment. You're quite polite. We have to be considerate of his feelings. Otherwise it would be too much of a blow to him. All right then, once you all advance, I'll go level up too. The two of them made advancing so easy, while poor Demon Dragon Gecko had been in seclusion for almost a month. If he had heard this, he would probably have been disappointed for several days. As they talked, the Demon Dragon Gecko successfully advanced to the 3rd level of the Extraordinary Realm. Apart from its larger size and slightly enhanced aura, there were no major changes. However, the demon dragon gecko was very happy and flapped its small wings above the lake. All right, it's my turn. Before the demon dragon gecko could finish gloating, the ghost thorn tree began its advancement. The ghost thorn tree's advancement was even simpler, a natural process. The only difference was that the ghost thorn tree's trunk shook for a moment, and then a few more flowers bloomed on its branches. Apart from that, there were no other changes. However, the ghost thorn tree did not stop after completing its advancement. Instead, it channeled energy into its root system that had spread to the shore of the lake, while simultaneously gathering spiritual water, causing a large area of ghost thorn tree forest to grow again, eventually covering one side of the lake with ghost thorn trees. After repeated upgrades and continuous rainfall, Chuchen's Lake now covers an area of several hundred square miles, not much smaller than the Yunming Marsh of his previous life. The line of ghost thorn forest over there is clearly visible from afar in the barren desert. There is a forest of ghost thorns. When it grows back on the other side, the entire lake can be hidden in the forest. There are many things hidden in the forest. At that time, it will be a real illusion, and it can be said to be Chuchen's last barrier. Indeed, the ghost thorn forest is already quite impressive. In a few years, it may not be much inferior to the elf forest. That might have to wait until you, Master, advance to the legendary level. The demon dragon gecko looked at the suddenly growing ghost thorn forest in front of it and knew that the ghost thorn tree had advanced. It hadn't expected that it had just caught up with it and hadn't even had time to feel proud for long before it was surpassed again. As a result, the look in its eyes towards the ghost thorn tree became resentful. You pervert, I'm going to play. After speaking, the demon dragon gecko ran off into the distance. It seemed he was getting restless from not being out for a month. Although he no longer had his 5 little followers, there were still quite a few extraordinary beings in Tyran's sandstorm army. He could go find them to play with. Those magical beasts that originally belonged to the 10,000 Demon Cave had integrated quite well with the sandstorm army after Chuchen's reorganization, showing that Tyran was quite adept at dealing with magical beasts. Chapter 100 Chuchen advances, Weak Water. An endless desert, with lakes nearby. Now that you have all advanced, I, as the host, cannot be outdone by you. It is time for me to advance as well. Chuchen said with a smile. Now that the lava river has flowed out, and the quicksand river still needs Shelly to bring us information, Chuchen has no choice but to open up another tributary to strengthen himself. Master, you're joking. You can advance as long as you have enough energy points, unlike us who have to cultivate so hard. But Master, what kind of river do you plan to open up this time? Chuchen smiled and began communicating with the system. System, I want to advance and open up a weak water river. Then Chuchen visualized the weak water river in his mind. The so-called weak water river is filled with water-based elements, and the gravity in the water is very strong. In its final evolution, a single drop of water should weigh 100,000 jin, approximately 50,000 kilograms. Moreover, there is no buoyancy in the water, so even a goose feather cannot float. As the system operated, a new river was created in one corner of the lake. The river's flow was not large at first, but it made a dull sound, as if a heavy object was hitting it. Moreover, due to the great weight of the weak water, it forms a deep ravine as soon as it appears in the desert, making the weak water river exceptionally deep, appearing like a river in an abyss. The weak water flowed mightily into the distance, and after Chuchen extended its length 3 times, it reached a length of 4,000 meters, becoming the third river that Chuchen had carved out in the desert. Chuchen looked at his system panel. River, weak water. Master, Chuchen. Length, 4,000 meters. Features, rich in water element. The weight of the water in the weak water increases with the length and level of the river. It can unleash the skill Death Strangulation, with power equivalent to a legendary level 5 ultimate move. Chuchen was quite satisfied with weak water's abilities. It wasn't earth-shattering, but it was definitely enough for the current stage. Moreover, it didn't overlap with the previous river abilities. This was a large-scale, group attack method, which was very suitable for wiping out the entire enemy team. After opening up a tributary with this strike, Chu Chen also reached the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, finally becoming equal to his companion creature. However, Chu Chen's true strength was invincible among the legendary ranks. As for the higher saint ranks, Chu Chen had never personally fought against them, but after sensing the Elf King through Tyren last time, Chu Chen estimated that he was still somewhat lacking. This advancement has also squandered all the energy points he had accumulated. It's time to find a way to earn some more energy points. Now, Chu Chen no longer has the opportunity for large-scale slaughter. Even if he did, those low-level magical beasts would be far from satisfying his needs. Chu Chen thought for a moment, and then called Tyren over. Now that you're at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm, tell me about the current situation of the sinking sand army. Reporting to Lord Chu Shan, the Xinsha army has a total of 130,000 magical beasts, of which 80,000 are below the 5th level of the mortal rank. These are all newly awakened. Of the former elite magical beasts, 10,000 have now reached the 10th level of the mortal rank, and several dozen have successfully advanced to the transcendent rank. Very good. Now the Xinsha army finally has some mid-level combat power, but it's still not enough. It's still inferior to the stronger mercenary groups outside. Go and bring over those 10,000 level 10 mortal rank magical beasts. Let's see how many of them can advance to the extraordinary level this time. Lord Chu, those demonic beasts that were originally from the 10,000 demon cave all want to see you. All right then, let them all come and meet us this time too. The reason why those demonic beasts from the 10,000 demon cave surrendered last time was mainly because they were frightened by him. This time, let them see with their own eyes how he helps the demonic beasts advance and give them some benefits. They will probably be more willing to join the Xinsha army. Chu Chen was particularly interested in the founder of the 10,000 demon cave, that fiery red fox. Such a magical beast was able to build such a large force and deal with the elves for so many years. Although the elves had gone easy on him, he could still be considered a good talent. If used properly, he could achieve great results. The following evening, Tyren led 10,000 magical beasts and a dozen representatives of magical beasts from the demon cave to the lakeside. The water humanoids that Chu Chen conjured were already familiar to the Sand Army, but this was the first time they had seen the magical beasts from the 10,000 demon cave. In his water humanoid form, Chu Chen was no different from a human, and even seemed quite approachable. However, seeing the respectful demeanor of the 10,000 level 10 mortal magical beasts around him, these magical beasts from the 10,000 demon cave, who had already broken through to the transcendent realm, were somewhat nervous, wondering what Chu Chen's purpose was in having specifically summoned them today. There are two main reasons why I've gathered you all here today. First, you magical beasts are already at the 10th level of the mortal rank, just one step away from becoming extraordinary. Tonight, I'll give you a chance to advance to the extraordinary level. Second, since joining the Sandstorm Army, my friends from the 10,000 Demon Cave haven't attended a gathering like this before, so I've invited you here to meet them. Of course, you'll also receive a blessing later, and how much fortune you get depends on yourselves. Chu Chen used the system's direct soul communication, so both mortal and extraordinary magical beasts could understand his meaning. Although they had been secretly looking forward to it, these 10,000 magical beasts couldn't help but feel excited after hearing Chu Chen's words. However, these magical beasts were all veterans and were still able to remain calm. As for the magical beasts of the 10,000 Demon Cave, although they had heard about the blessing before, this was their first time participating in it personally, and they were still quite excited and expectant. Red Fox glanced at the people she had brought. Compared to the Sandstorm Army, they were quite embarrassing. Although they were stronger, they lacked discipline. This was after the Sandstorm Army had been training for a while. If it were before, they would probably have started making a ruckus by now. However, the Red Fox himself was also somewhat looking forward to it. As soon as he arrived here, the spiritual water that kept falling from the sky made him feel that it was extraordinary. If he stayed in such an environment for a long time, his cultivation speed could be increased by at least twice. With the blessing, he wanted to see if his choice was really correct. Chu Chen was very satisfied with the performance of the Xinsha army. After nodding approvingly, he ordered everyone to wait on the shore. Chu Chen waited for an hour, partly to allow the magical beasts to adjust their condition, and partly to allow the spiritual water from the sky to restore their bodies to their best condition. When Chu Chun felt that it was about time, he began to discuss the main topic of the evening. A soft light rose from the lake, as bright as moonlight. The light was soothing to behold, and the red fox's eyes now showed surprise. Chapter 101 3000 Extraordinary Beings, Shelley returns. A white light rapidly spread across the calm lake surface, illuminating every magical beast on the lakeshore. All the magical beasts, including those from the 10,000 Demon Cave, were intently sensing the light. Chu Chen's blessing did not directly improve their cultivation level, but rather gave them an inspiration and encouragement. As long as they followed this feeling, they would be able to break through their realm naturally. However, the transition from the mortal to the extraordinary is a hurdle for all living beings. The mortal level simply means that the body is stronger and can basically use the energy stored in the body. But the extraordinary level is called extraordinary because it has transcended the mortal realm. It is no longer an ordinary living being and can communicate with heaven and earth and make initial use of the energy of heaven and earth. More than 10,000 magical beasts exuded a strange aura, which resonated with Chu Chen's white light. At this point, Chu Chen's role was gradually diminishing, and they would have to overcome this hurdle on their own. Meanwhile, the red fox in the demon cave was consciously sensing the guidance of the white light. He was extremely curious about how this white light emanated from the lake and how it affected each person. Everyone's needs for breaking through to the extraordinary realm were different, so for this white light to be able to vary from person to person was simply too miraculous. Could this god Chu really be a deity? But how could the elven race and the Temple of Light allow a new deity to intervene? The red fox achieved his extraordinary status early on and was quite resourceful, so he knew something about the war of faiths and the wars between gods. Therefore, he never dared to easily side with any faction, not even the beastmen. He was afraid of inadvertently becoming an insignificant pawn of some god. Now, his allegiance to Chu Chun was actually out of necessity. He still harbored some wariness, but seeing Chu Chen's attitude towards these magical beasts and the enhancements he could bring to them, the red fox felt it was quite worthwhile. Transforming ordinary wild beasts into magical beasts, even elevating them to the transcendent level, not even a god, let alone the Temple of Light, would expend the effort to do such a thing. Just as the red fox was pondering these miscellaneous matters, a magical beast had already successfully advanced to the extraordinary realm. Once the first one appeared, a second followed, and so one after another, magical beasts advanced to the ranks of the extraordinary. These newly promoted magical beasts looked at their own bodies with joy, then glanced around. They tacitly refrained from making any further moves, remaining where they were and not disturbing their companions who had not yet been promoted. However, the gaze directed at Chu Chun now held even greater reverence. Some of the magical beasts in the 10,000 Demon Cave also successfully advanced a small level, which was a decent gain. Their gazes toward Chu Chun changed from suspicion to gratitude and admiration. It wasn't until dawn the next day that all the magical beasts awoke from their advanced state. According to Tyren statistics, more than 3,000 magical beasts entered the extraordinary realm, while the remaining 7,000 or so failed to advance. These magical beasts who failed to advance were naturally quite downcast, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Their potential had been exhausted, let alone the fact that they were just ordinary wild beasts. Even in a herd of magical beasts, out of 10,000, perhaps only 3,000 would be extraordinary. This far exceeded the normal probability of advancement. The magical beasts that can advance will stay here for now, while those that cannot will be taken back by Tyren. However, you don't need to be discouraged. There will be a second chance in the future. Besides, you have already achieved a great deal by going from beasts to level 10 mortal magical beasts. At least you are the backbone of the Sandstorm army. The demonic beasts from the 10,000 Demon Cave will also be brought back. From today onwards, you will be officially and fully integrated into the Sandfall army. I don't want to hear the words 10,000 Demon Cave again. Red Fox, stay behind for now. Under Chu Chen's orders, the magical beasts were led away from the lake in an orderly manner, leaving only those magical beasts that had advanced to the extraordinary level and the red fox. Now that you have all advanced to the transcendent level, you will gradually develop intelligence. For the time being, you don't need to follow Tyrant anymore. During this period, you should consolidate your abilities here at the lake and learn about humans and magical beasts from the red fox. After saying that, Chu Chen looked at the red fox again. You are smart, but sometimes being too smart can backfire. Just now was a great opportunity for you to advance, but you were only thinking about the problem. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? For the time being, help me train these newly ascended magical beasts, and also think carefully about what path you want to take in the future. The red fox dared not say anything more, but respectfully obeyed Chu Chen's arrangements. After the magical beasts by the lake left, Chu Chen looked towards the distant horizon. His tributary had already sensed it. More than a month later, Shelley finally returned. It was unknown what news she would bring this time. Chu Chen waited quietly for most of the day before Shelley finally arrived at the lake from the edge of the desert. Greetings, sir. I'm back. Shelley knelt by the lake and spoke to Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded. I sent you to establish the Dark Pavilion. What results have you achieved? Reporting to my lord, the Dark Pavilion has been initially established, recruiting 13 members, all of whom have impeccable backgrounds and are definitely not from other forces. However, their strength is relatively weak, and they still need a period of training. Well, their weakness doesn't matter. As long as their absolute loyalty is guaranteed, I have plenty of ways to improve their strength. Tell me more about the specifics, including some information you've gathered recently. Chu Chen is now eager to obtain information from the outside world so that he can make his next move. He has always been a man of planning before acting and does not like to be in a passive position. Shelley's meeting lasted half a day, during which she discussed all aspects of the Dark Pavilion with Chu Chen. She made some plans regarding the training and future development of Dark Pavilion members, and also made some adjustments and additions to Shelley's plans. In addition, Shelley also learned about the major events that had recently occurred on the continent, especially some things around the desert, including a chaotic area that the flowing sand river was about to flow through. Shelley also obtained some information, but since she had not been to that area herself, the information she received was quite vague. Chu Chen finally decided to let Shelley go to the chaotic domain to investigate first, and also establish the Dark Pavilion there. Chapter 102 Tearing the Soul. The endless desert is surrounded by 2 rivers. Apart from the occasional visitor from out of town who hears about it, and comes here specifically to see it, it is rare to see any strangers. Shelley had just returned to the lake and hadn't even had a chance to rest before Chu Chen sent her out again. But there was nothing he could do about it. Shelley was currently Chu Chen's only legendary level combatant. Fortunately, legendary level cultivators couldn't improve their cultivation simply by sitting and cultivating every day. Experiencing the mortal world and gaining more insights was a necessary step. Chu Chen was unable to move freely due to his physical limitations, but the vast lake and 4 strange rivers were enough for him to explore for a long time. The last time Chu Chen comprehended a skill on his own was when he was at the mortal level. He comprehended the skill of condensing water into ice in front of Shelley, and the system rewarded him with the skill of Ice Cage. Recently, Chu Chen has also been thinking about new ways to use rivers. After all, the system skills are still somewhat limited, and it's been a long time since any new skills have been introduced. Perhaps the system also hopes that I can learn more on my own, rather than waiting for the system to bestow everything upon me. In the past few days, he first focused on understanding the combat style of the Magma River and Magma Giants, and mastered quite well how to use the Magma Giants to make some offensive and defensive moves. He also familiarized himself with the Sand Demon again, and finally began to study the death strangulation of the Weakwater River. After half a day, Chu Chen had mastered the death strangulation technique quite well. He could control the power freely, so that he wouldn't accidentally kill or let the enemy escape due to loss of control. Furthermore, Chu Chen discovered that the 4 existing rivers are suited to different uses of the system's ice arrow technique and other skills. For example, the Lava River and the Quicksand River are not suitable for using ice arrow technique in water binding, but the Water Dragon Roar is very powerful. On the other hand, the Weak Water is very suitable for using ice arrow technique. which is extremely powerful, almost half the power of the water dragon roar. Having a thorough understanding of the differences between each river will be of great benefit in future battles, preventing one from attacking the enemy's strengths with one's own weaknesses. Today, Chu Chun mainly wanted to try what he had always wanted to do back in the mortal realm, to condense a waterman army and control them to fight like the Sandstorm army. In the end, Chu Chun still chose weak water because weak water has a large mass, and the water figures formed from it are more solid and powerful. Although the water figures formed from Flowing Sand River are not easy to disperse, their power is far inferior to that of weak water. Chu Chun conjured 100 water spirits on the banks of the weak water river. These water spirits held water swords and made some complex attack moves. Chu Chun needed to concentrate fully on controlling each water creature to perform the same action, which wasn't too difficult for him, but it was mentally taxing. However, in actual combat, unlike a military parade, what is needed is not only neatness, but also the ability to respond to each enemy differently, which is what stumped Chu Chun. Chu Chun would often suddenly lose control of one of the water creatures and accidentally injure the water creatures next to it, or the water creatures would simply scatter. Just as Chu Chun was feeling frustrated, he suddenly remembered the first time he met Shelly. Shelly had seen him use the water of the lake to condense a water spirit and reminded him that only the legendary level could divide their soul into multiple parts and then control different targets. Chu Chun's heart stirred. Although he was not a legendary level being, his ability to control multiple water beings simultaneously was very similar to the soul-splitting technique Shelly had described. Moreover, his soul power was far beyond that of a legendary level being and was even much stronger. Chu Chun felt that he could try to actually separate a small part of his soul and then entrust it to something else. The process of separating the soul is completely different from Chu Chun's previous method of transferring a portion of his mind to Tyrannosaurus through the system, or controlling the water elemental. Separating the soul will cause the main body to suffer immense pain. Moreover, this separated part of the soul is both Chu Chun and a new person. When he has seen enough things and his soul has gradually grown stronger, he will develop a new, independent consciousness. When the split soul becomes powerful enough, it can sever its relationship with the main body and become a new individual, thus becoming a new life form that is no longer affected by the main body. Chu Chun was undoubtedly taking a risk. Even among advanced cultivators, few dared to separate their souls, as it would damage their souls and cause pain that most people could not endure. However, Chu Chun thought to himself that he was a lake, so he shouldn't feel any pain, and even if he did, it shouldn't be too much. Thinking of something and then doing it is Chu Chun's consistent principle. Perhaps only Chu Chun would be so crazy. Without any special soul-splitting magic or any auxiliary medicine, he simply tore off a part of his own soul just to study his original idea. Chu Chun carefully controlled his soul and then began to tear off the next piece little by little. It felt like snapping a finger off, and you had to stay conscious. Otherwise, the torn-off fragments of your soul would immediately vanish. Chu Chun felt an indescribable pain, and he guessed correctly. He was a lake, so he wouldn't faint. On the contrary, he was very clear-headed, and his powerful perception made him exceptionally sensitive to pain. Chu Chun would rather faint right now. At least he could suffer less pain. Fortunately, perseverance pays off. No matter how painful it was, Chu Chun persevered and did not give up halfway. He tore a small piece off his soul in one go. Although this small piece was insignificant, the pain involved his entire soul. Chu Chun couldn't rest yet. He needed to quickly use his still painful soul to envelop this piece of soul, preventing it from collapsing upon contact with the outside world. At this moment, even the slightest breeze could cause that fragile soul to crumble. What Chu Chun didn't know was that even legendary-level experts who specialized in the study of souls needed to take their time when splitting their souls, some even taking several years. Unlike him, who could do it all in one step. Because that kind of pain has exceeded the limits of what a living being can endure. If the soul is forcibly torn apart all at once, then one will fall into a coma, and a coma means failure. However, Chu Chun's true form is a lake, not a living being, so he did not fall into a coma. Moreover, his soul is resilient and powerful enough to complete the soul splitting in one go. After successfully tearing his soul apart, he needs to nurture the soul fragments properly until they are completely stable before he can use them. At this moment, Chu Chen's soul was still in pain, but he was very happy. He was already planning how to use this fragment of soul. Chapter 103 New Skill, Soul Transfer. The lakeside, which used to be full of life, looks rather lifeless today. The reason is naturally that Chu Chen's soul was injured and is still in the recovery period. However, the divided soul he nurtured has stabilized. Although it is still very fragile, it is not so fragile that it can be blown away by a gust of wind. After the fragment of the soul stabilized, it vaguely resembled Chu Chen, but its features were not very clear, and it was even somewhat transparent. Chu Chen conjured another water spirit, and then slowly poured his divided soul into the water spirit's body. You can see a black patch appearing on the water elemental's head, indicating that the split soul has successfully taken over. With a thought, Chu Chen transmitted the command to his split soul. Then he saw the water figure begin to dance on the ground. Chu Chen then conjured another water figure and controlled it to fight against the water figure with the split soul. Now Chu Chen has completely lost control of the split soul and the water spirit. He is only controlling the new water spirit to fight against the split soul. Although the split soul is still a bit slow to react, it is able to make the corresponding responses and does not need Chu Chen's control at all. Chu Chen was overjoyed. Although it was only one, and quite immature, it was a good start, proving that this path was indeed viable. The problem now is that the divided soul can only reside in the body of an inanimate creature, or rather, a soulless creature. If Chu Chen is given a human corpse now, his divided soul cannot reside in and control him until the remnant soul within the corpse is completely destroyed. Moreover, such a residing fragmented soul is quite fragile. After all, it is only residing and cannot be fully integrated into the body. Therefore, it cannot be protected by the body, and some very simple soul attacks can force it out or kill it directly. This was also a headache for Chu Chen. He couldn't just keep playing with it by himself and not actually fight against others, especially since some necromancers and dark mages had many ways to deal with souls. Just as Chu Chen was feeling down, the system sounded a long-awaited notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the soul-splitting technique. The host is rewarded with 10,000 energy points, and the skill Soul Transfer is unlocked. Chu Chen curiously inquired about the contents of the soul transfer and was immediately overjoyed. Chu Chen completely ignored the 10,000 energy points and such. Compared to that, this soul transfer was simply a matter of getting whatever he wanted. I was just worried that my divided soul wouldn't be able to perfectly integrate into a living body, but now this soul-possessed one has solved that problem. Soul transfer allows the host's divided soul to perfectly integrate into the physical body and share memories and perceptions with the host. This simple function solved all of Chu Chen's worries. As long as it could be perfectly integrated into his body, it would be equivalent to Chu Chen having an extra clone. Chu Chen was somewhat excited, wishing he could immediately obtain a physical body so that his divided soul could reside in it and go out to see the beautiful landscapes outside. However, we can't rush this. A split soul is hard to come by, and even if Chu Chen were to go through it again, he might not have the courage. The first time, he was truly fearless, and once he experienced that kind of pain, no one wanted to go a second time. In comparison, Chu Chen still hoped to find a perfect human body, but he couldn't bring himself to kill someone and steal the body. There was always a knot in his heart about it. Moreover, the first clone is crucial. Chu Chen hopes it can be as powerful as possible, rather than just finding one to fill the gap. If the skeleton monarch of the underworld hadn't been shattered and hadn't merged with Maki through the River of Oblivion, that would have been a good choice. Although he was a skeleton, he still had a legendary level body. Now, in this desert, there are only magical beasts and barbarian people, neither of whom Chu Chen could accept. I still have to wait for Shelly to come back. I really can't live without Shelly now. Luckily, I tricked her into working for me. Chu Chen acted on a whim, tricking Shelly into serving him for 10 years. Now it seems he still made a profit. No matter what Shelly regrets when she finds out the truth, Chu Chen is guaranteed to make a profit. Shelly has been in the chaotic realm for over a week now. It's far more chaotic than Luoyang City, making it much easier for her to find people without having to worry about too much. However, finding truly loyal people is difficult, as none of those who can survive in the chaotic realm are good people. The chaotic realm is not the name of a city, but the name of a region. It is not under the jurisdiction of any force, and even the Temple of Light has not established a branch here. However, it is certain that there are people monitoring it here. The conditions here are rudimentary. There are no cities or even city walls, just some simple houses, many of which are quite dilapidated. There are all sorts of shops and strongholds of various factions here, but there are no rules. Those factions can only exist because of their own strength. People here don't care what faction you belong to. At worst, they can just kill someone and run away. Adjacent to the chaotic realm lies a vast desert, a place of harsh conditions and teeming with all sorts of monsters. Only desperate outlaws, unable to endure life outside, would flee to the desert. After Shelley arrived in the chaotic realm, she randomly chose a city and entered it. In a day, she realized that there wasn't even an inn here. If she wanted a place to stay, it was simple. She just had to find a house she liked and kick out the current owner. Shelley's legendary strength was such that even in the chaotic realm, no one would dare to provoke her easily. However, she decided to keep a low profile and chose a rather dilapidated house, where she threw out a burly man with a thick beard who had been living there. There is no morality to speak of here, and those who truly value morality would not come here. Shelley spent a week getting familiar with the situation, and then began searching for members of the Dark Pavilion. Here, Shelley adopted a different approach than in Luoyang City. In Luoyang City, she valued loyalty, but it was virtually impossible to find loyal people there, so she chose to use money to lure them. All she needs is for the other party to be capable and able to complete the task. As for loyalty, that simply depends on whether the conditions offered are tempting enough. With the enormous wealth Chu Chun entrusted to her, Shelley quickly gathered a group of people, totaling 40 or 50. Shelley did not gather them together, but instead ensured that they did not know each other. They might bump into each other on the street without realizing that they were all members of the Dark Pavilion. This was to prevent them from colluding and doing something irrational. Shelley required them to compile the information they gathered each month and submit it to him, in which case he would pay them based on the quality of the information. On special occasions, bounties would be offered, with additional rewards given to whoever completed the task. Chapter 104: The Chaotic Realm Auction. Since Shelley did not establish any bases, these people all needed Shelley to contact them individually, which was definitely not feasible in the long run. So Shelley suggested observing secretly for another week and finally selected 2 people. Miles, who had to flee here because he had offended his enemies, was at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm and now made a living by hunting here. And Hogan, a local who had grown up here since childhood, was at the 1st level of the Transcendent Realm and was a well-known informant. Shelley had observed these 2 people and felt they were reliable enough, at least capable of it. He would entrust the task of making communications to them, and they could report back to him at the end. After resolving all this, Shelley didn't leave immediately. Instead, she issued her first bounty mission, requiring people to gather information on all the forces in the chaotic realm and the surrounding area. This was exactly what Chu Chen needed, and Shelley offered a reward of 100 gold coins. Members of the Dark Pavilion were all vying to do it. Firstly, it was for the 100 gold coins, and secondly, it was because Shelley was so generous. It was my first time taking on a mission, and I hoped to do well. In the desert, Chu Chun was eager to find a good host for his split soul. Also, in order to gain freedom as soon as possible and be able to do more things, he finally decided not to wait for Shelley's return, but instead summoned Tyran and sent him to the chaotic realm. The chaotic realm is a melting pot of all sorts of creatures. Although Tyran's appearance is somewhat strange, there are plenty of strange creatures there, so it won't cause too much of a stir. Chu Chun can also entrust a part of his mind to him and take the opportunity to find a suitable body. After receiving Chu Chen's order, Tyran immediately flew to the chaotic realm. When Tyran arrived at the chaotic realm, Shelley had just received a message from Miles and Hogan and was preparing to return to the lake that night to report to Chu Chun. As soon as Chu Chun entered the chaotic domain with Tyran, he sensed Shelley's presence and contacted her through the system. He eventually met Shelley in an inconspicuous bungalow. Shelley asked in surprise, "Sir, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? I was just about to go home tonight." "It's all right. I just wanted to come and see for myself, and maybe see if there's anything good. How's your dark pavilion setup going? Any information?" Shelley reported all her recent actions to Chu Chun, and also shared the important information brought by Miles and Hogan with him. Chu Chun was generally satisfied with Shelley's performance. She was able to establish the basic framework of the Dark Pavilion in just 2 or 3 weeks, even if it was only a shell. It was still quite an achievement. The information Shelley brought was also very useful, allowing Chu Chun to avoid some troubles as much as possible when planning the flow of the flowing sand river. "You said there's going to be an annual auction here tomorrow?" "Yes, sir." According to the information provided by Hogan, the auctions in the Chaotic Realm are very famous throughout the region. Many items that are difficult to sell are brought here for sale, so it is often possible to find some good things that cannot be found elsewhere. "Would you like to participate, sir?" Let's go see what good stuff they have." Chu Chun thought that physical bodies were probably hard to find in ordinary places, and he might be able to get something at the auction in the Chaotic Domain. Even if he didn't, he could still broaden his horizons. Shelley summoned Hogan and gave him a magic cultivation scroll from the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light that Chu Chun had given her. She instructed him to give it to the auctioneer, partly for auction and partly in exchange for 2 admission tickets. The auction began the following evening. The auction was organized by the Chaotic Auction House, a local force in the Chaotic Domain. Although its strength could not compare with forces such as the Temple of Light, it had the advantage of winning people's hearts and had a very good reputation. It should be understood that these people in the Chaotic Realm are fugitives, and they have many enemies even of the Temple of Light. If the Temple of Light or the Elven race were to take charge, they would not be able to gain the approval of other forces. Therefore, it is better to let the local forces of the Chaotic Realm take charge, which will gain everyone's consent. Led by the Chaotic Auction House maids, Tyrone acts as Shelley's bodyguard and enters the auction house together. It can be said that the Chaotic Auction House is the most luxurious place in the entire Chaotic Realm. However, it is not a traditional palace, but an open-air venue with a grandstand-like area with no private space at all. Many people attended the auction, and of course, many were just there to watch the spectacle. However, the tickets were not cheap. If Shelley were not an auctioneer, she would have had to spend at least 500 gold coins to participate. Many participants wore various masks to conceal their true identities. The majority of participants were humans, but there were also elves, beastmen, orcs, and other races, as well as some rarer races, all of whom came to participate in the auction. As expected of the Chaotic Auction, it's really chaotic. There are all kinds of races, from legendary to mortal ranks, sitting together. Chu Chun sighed as he looked at Tyrone. Although Chu Chun had never participated in auctions elsewhere, he was sure that this style was unique on this continent. Once everyone was seated according to their numbered tickets, the auction officially began. Welcome everyone to this year's Chaotic Realm auction. I am your old friend Ram, and I'm sure you all know me, so I won't go on. I just want to say that you will definitely not be disappointed by attending this year's auction, because the auction items this year are the best they have been in the last 10 years. I'm sure you will all be able to find the treasures you are looking for. Enough with the nonsense. I hereby announce the official commencement of the 109th Chaotic Realm auction. Now, let's present the first item for auction. As Ram's voice rang out, a beautiful maid brought up the first item for auction. As a warm-up item, it wasn't particularly valuable. It was just a scroll with decent power, which was still quite good for a transcendent being. This scroll also sparked an extraordinary bidding war, with the price eventually rising from the starting bid of 50 gold coins to 150 gold coins. The subsequent auction items were mostly weapons, scrolls, or magic potions that were practical for those at the transcendent level, none of which were what Chu Chun needed. After waiting for a long time, around the 15th item, the magical item that Shelley had brought for auction was brought out. This is a scroll left behind by the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light, which can accelerate the operation of light magic. It is a pretty good auxiliary scroll, with a starting bid of 500 gold coins, making it a mid-level item in this auction. In the end, the auction item was bought by a veiled woman for 800 gold coins. Chu Chun didn't pay much attention to it, since it was just something he used as proof of entry. Chapter 105 Large-Scale Procurement. The chaotic realm has never been as lively as it is today. Normally, these people would either hide in their houses, be doing shady things somewhere, or simply hide deep in the desert. Today, they have all gathered in this open space, paying attention to this auction. As the auction progressed, the items offered became increasingly high-end, and naturally, the prices rose accordingly. Most people had lost the ability to participate in the bidding and simply became spectators. If you see anything you like, you can bid on it. Chu Chun transmitted his voice to Tyron and Shelley. Chu Chun's net worth was undeniably substantial. He had robbed countless legendary-level monsters, as well as so many extraordinary and mortal-level monsters. If all the magical beasts were included, his wealth would be comparable to the entire fortune of a medium-sized power. Most of those who come here to participate in the auction are desperate criminals. Although many of them are very powerful, in terms of wealth, even a legendary figure might not be as wealthy as a single outstanding extraordinary mage from the Temple of Light. The next item up for auction is a set of bows and arrows called the Azure Feather Flying Crimson Bows. It consists of 100 bows and 2,000 arrows, all crafted by skilled goblin artisans. The arrows are infused with the feathers of the Azure Feather Eagle, and the bows are forged from red iron and black palm wood through hundreds of forgings. The bowstrings are made from the sinews of a shadow leopard. Experts will know that these materials alone are extremely valuable. Moreover, the bows are engraved with magical runes by mages, giving them a burning effect when fired. They are incredibly powerful. Good stuff, Tyron exclaimed sincerely, looking at the items in Ram's hands. He himself used the bow that Chu Chun had snatched from the elves, which was naturally better. However, there were still more than 200 wildlings who did not have suitable weapons, especially the wildlings who had awakened their bloodlines and were already very skilled with bows and arrows. If they could obtain this batch of equipment, their combat power would surely be greatly enhanced. Since it's a good item, let's get it later. Chu Chun wouldn't be stingy if it could enhance the strength of his own people, and such things weren't expensive for him. Ram saw that many people below the stage were already interested. Such large-scale items are usually what small forces need most, as they can greatly improve the team's combat capabilities. They would definitely spare no expense to acquire them. It seems everyone is eager to start the auction. Let's begin. The Azure Feather Flying Red Bow and arrows will be auctioned as a set. The starting price is 3,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 50 gold coins higher. 3,000 gold coins are enough for 3,000 ordinary people to live on for a month. Even for ordinary mortal cultivators, or even extraordinary cultivators, it would be difficult to come up with such a sum. A man dressed as a mercenary leader had a burning gaze, but he felt the price was too high, so he finally steeled himself and called out his price. 3,100 gold coins. This shout immediately ignited the bidding atmosphere, and everyone started placing their bids. 3,200 gold coins. Adding 100 at a time is too little. I'll offer 3,500 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins. A middle-aged man stood up and said fiercely. The person added 500 gold coins at once, showing their considerable wealth. Others were hesitant to raise the price. Although this batch of bows and arrows would greatly enhance the team, people are selfish. 4,000 gold coins could be exchanged for a lot of equipment that would improve personal abilities. Who would be willing to pay such a high price for their subordinates? Seeing that no one continued to bid, Ram was somewhat disappointed. This batch of bows and arrows was well made and indeed powerful, but the quantity was a bit awkward. It was neither too much nor too little. Major powers would not buy it, and minor powers might not be able to afford it either. 5,000 gold coins. At Chu Chun's behest, Tyron raised the price, adding 1,000 gold coins at once, a move that truly shocked many. It's worth noting that many of the items auctioned previously cost less than 1,000 gold coins, yet Tyron raised the bid by 1,000 in a single bid. Ram was delighted and shouted excitedly. 5,000 gold coins. Is there anything higher? 5,000 gold coins once, 5,000 gold coins twice, 5,000 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this auction item. Although a few people were still unwilling, after weighing their own wallets, they had no choice but to give up. Some people were already eyeing Tyran, harboring wicked intentions, especially after seeing that Tyran was only at the second level of the extraordinary realm. Some even left the auction hall to make arrangements. Of course, they also saw Shelley accompanying Tyran, but found that they could not sense Shelley's level at all, so they assumed that Shelley was just accompanying Tyran to see what it was like. Perhaps Tyran was the son of some powerful force, and since he had come to the chaotic domain, he should be shown what chaos was. Tyran also noticed the gazes of some people, but having seen many grand occasions, he didn't care about their prying eyes at all. Not to mention Shelley, even he himself, in a one-on-one fight, would not necessarily be a match for a level 4 or 5 extraordinary being. After Tyrion bought the batch of bows and arrows, Shelley also made a purchase, buying a defensive suit of armor for a whopping 10,000 gold coins. Starting with this piece of armor, the subsequent items became increasingly precious, many of which were rarely seen elsewhere. There was even a set of equipment belonging to the Holy Knights of the Temple of Light, which someone put up for auction. It was incredibly audacious, but at least on the surface, the Holy Knights wouldn't be able to find this person. Chuchin also signaled Tyran to make a few purchases, buying a scroll and some other things that he found quite interesting. Although he didn't know what they were, he figured he would find out once the lake swallowed them. Shelley and Tyran's successive purchases have attracted the attention of many. Judging from what they've already bought, their net worth is at least over 100,000 gold coins. If it weren't for the auction house staff maintaining order, some people probably would have already tried to snatch them away. Shelley and Tyran remained unmoved, even secretly looking forward to seeing who would snatch whom away. However, to Chuchin's dismay, the suitable body he hoped for never appeared at the auction, even though the auction was about to end. If he can't find one at this auction, it will probably be difficult to find a suitable one in the short term, and he may have to make do with whatever he finds. This is the last item in this auction. After speaking, Ram gestured to the two guards behind him, and then the two guards turned and left, and soon brought out a cage covered with a black cloth. This last item up for auction is special. It's not an object, but a living person, and not one of us from the divine demon continent, but a visitor from beyond the heavens. What? Visitors from outer space? Did they fall from the sky? An extraterrestrial visitor? Impossible. How could someone like that be captured and auctioned off? Chapter 106: The Mysterious Man, Chuchin's Shock. The atmosphere at the auction was even more intense than before, with everyone starting to discuss it. For most people, they didn't know much about this continent. They weren't qualified to know about the war for faith or about what lay beyond the continent, and the Temple of Light wouldn't make those things public. It was this man. He was discovered by our auction house staff in the desert by chance. He was already unconscious when they found him, but he only woke up after a period of recuperation. He was carrying a sword, but its style was different from ours. Ram pulled back the black cloth covering the cage, revealing the person inside. The person looked very much like a human, with only minor differences. The people here generally had blue eyes, brown hair, fair skin, and a high nose bridge, while this person had yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes. The person was in the cage with their eyes closed, not even glancing at them. This person's strength is equivalent to the first level of the extraordinary realm, but his attack method is very strange. We almost let him escape once. Moreover, we did not find any energy fluctuations on him, which means that he may have mastered some kind of new cultivation method. Perhaps those who are not good at magic cultivation can try to ask him about it. The auction will now begin. The starting price is 50,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 100 gold coins higher. The reason this person was chosen as the finale wasn't because he was particularly valuable, but simply because he was rare. Bringing him out would effectively pique everyone's interest and showcase the auction house's ability to acquire unusual items. Chuchin was thrilled to see this person through Tyran's eyes. This person looks exactly like the Easterner from his previous life. They are clearly of the same race. Could he also be a transmigrator? Or is there another descendant of the Yellow Emperor like Chuchin in this world? Chuchin was very excited and told Tyran and Shelley in a trembling voice, "We must capture this person on camera at all costs." Chuchin was determined to acquire this person. Whether it was to find out where he came from or to prevent his fellow human beings from falling into the hands of others and being studied like lab rats, he had to buy him. However, the competition this time is quite fierce. Although this person cannot directly increase his strength, he may be hiding a different cultivation method. If we could get our hands on it, it would probably shock the entire continent. Even if we couldn't, we could sell it to the Temple of Light and make a profit. The Temple of Light cares a lot about such things. People in the stands had already started bidding, and one young man in particular caught Chu Chen's attention. He was dressed in simple white clothes, with a calm demeanor, quite different from the others around him. When he called out a price, his voice was also calm and collected, but the price he called out was shocking. 80,000 gold coins. 81,000. 90,000 gold coins. He seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. No matter what price someone called out, he would round it up to a whole number, as if he didn't care about gold coins at all. Gradually, when the price reached 100,000 gold coins, no one dared to raise it any further, because the price had far exceeded the limit, and it was obvious to everyone that the man was from the Temple of Light, so they were determined to get him. 150,000 gold coins. Tyren has been exported. Everyone was even more surprised that someone had raised the price even higher and dared to go against the Temple of Light. When I saw that the person who raised the price was Tyren, I didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this kid also from a powerful background, or is he just a fearless newcomer? But judging from his confident demeanor, he seems a bit immature. 200,000 gold coins. The man in white continued to raise the price, without even glancing at Tyren. 250,000. Tyron was the obvious choice. 300,000 gold coins. The man in white looked over this time, his eyes carrying a hint of threat. 400,000 gold coins. Shelley spoke up. This time, everyone was even more shocked. It turned out that Shelley was competing with the man in white. Didn't this mean that Shelley's status was higher than Tyron's? So there was only one possibility. Shelley was a legendary level cultivator, which was why others couldn't sense her level. Upon sensing the white-robed man again, everyone realized that he was exuding an aura of power and was none other than a legendary level expert. This was a clash between two legendary level experts, and everyone else looked on with amusement. Although the auction in the chaotic realm is neither large nor small, legendary level powerhouses are still rare. This time, two of them came and directly confronted each other, which was unexpected. Even the organizers were a little nervous, fearing that if the two of them started fighting on the spot, innocent people would be injured. The man in white was also a little angry. He had only been passing by and happened to be there, but he never expected to encounter a visitor from outer space. The War of Faith was about to begin, and the Temple of Light was very sensitive to all outsiders, so the man in white was determined to get his hands on this person. He thought that as long as he offered a high enough price and revealed his identity, taking down this person would be a sure thing, but he didn't expect there would be unexpected changes. I am Leopold, the holy son of the Temple of Light. May I ask who this young lady is? The man in white politely bowed to Shelley and then asked, "Are you going to raise the price or not? If not, this person is mine." Leopold clearly intended to intimidate her, yet he pretended to be polite, which greatly annoyed Shelley. This person is of no use to you, but he is quite important to the Temple of Light. So please do me a favor. If you ever need my help in the future, I will be at your beck and call. When Leopold saw that Shelley was not buying it, his expression changed, but he quickly recovered and spoke politely again. Enough with the nonsense. I'm going to have this guy. Shelley was unmoved and gave Leopold no face whatsoever. Since you want it so much, young lady, then I'll grant it to you. But please tell me your name, as our meeting is fate. How about we go for a drink together? Not good. Since this young master isn't raising the price, let's announce it quickly. Shelley had quite little patience for Leopold. Well done. Look how angry this pretty boy is. His face is all red, huh? Cheers erupted from the crowd, but it was only because some people disliked the man in white and were hiding in the crowd to mock him. Even Leopold, with his good temper, couldn't hold back any longer. His sharp eyes swept around, searching for the person who had spoken, but the person was already prepared, and there was no way to find them now. Humph, you only dare to buzz around like a fly behind our backs. If you have the guts, stand up and fight us. Leopold couldn't find anyone and angrily shouted, but no one responded. All right, I hereby declare that the last item goes to this young lady. This auction is now officially over. Thank you all for coming. We hope you will continue to support us at the next auction. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Ram quickly intervened and ended the auction to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After Tyran acquired everything he and Shelley had won at the auction, he quickly left. Chapter 107 Repeated Ambushes. After the auction ended, Shelley and Tyran quickly returned to their residence and, at Chu Chen's request, took out the cage containing the extraterrestrial visitor. This extraterrestrial visitor remained cold and aloof, not indifferent but cold-blooded, like a ruthless killer waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Chu Chen chose to directly enter Tyran's body and asked the person in the cage, "Where are you from?" The man ignored Chu Chen. Chu Chen frowned and continued, "Don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. We just want to rescue you." The man remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Shelley spoke up, "Sir, could this person be mute or deaf? I think we've overpaid." The man remained motionless, with his eyes closed. Yin Wang. Chu Chen suddenly uttered these two unfamiliar characters, leaving Shelley completely bewildered. The man in the cage, however, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Chu Chen in surprise, and then lowered his head again. "It seems I guessed right. You really are from there. This body isn't my original self. My soul is just temporarily inhabiting it. Come with them to see me, and I'll explain everything in detail. You don't need to doubt me, because I'm also from there. My surname is Chu, the Chu of the Hegemon King of Western Chu, and my given name is Chun." Shelley was completely confused by Chu Chen's words, but the man in the cage clearly understood. His tightly closed eyes gleamed with a faint light, showing a hint of surprise. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he handed over control of his body to Tyran, who then stepped forward and opened the cage holding the man. "This cage is quite unusual. The material is good. We can take it back to imprison prisoners." Shelley smiled and put it away using a spatial scroll. Tyran stepped forward and bowed to the man, saying, "Hello, my name is Tyran, and her name is Shelley. I am your servant. May we hear your names?" The man hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Shi Ziyu. The name does sound very similar to the master's. The master just instructed you to come with us to see him, so we'd better set off immediately." Tyran glanced at Shelley. After all, Shelley was the most powerful person here, and they had to listen to her. Shelley nodded and said, "We need to leave quickly. There are probably many people who have designs on us, including that holy son of the Temple of Light. I have a feeling he's not a good person." After discussing it, the two decided to leave under the cover of night. It was getting dark, and around midnight, the three of them sneaked out together. As soon as they left the room, they slowly made their way to the edge of the chaotic realm, following the rows of houses. Far from relaxing, the three became even more tense. Unless they fled directly to the desert, they were certain they would be ambushed along the way. They just didn't know the strength of their opponents. The three quickened their pace, with Shi Ziyu moving slower, and Shelley carrying him through the air, while Tyran followed closely behind. The three of them quickly headed towards the desert. The group of people who had only seen Tyran by the auction items earlier were already lying in ambush along the way. However, Shelley and Tyran were too fast, and before they could jump out, Shelley and the other two had already flown far away. "Damn it, they're moving so fast, I don't want to see them again." "Come on, didn't you see how fast she flew? That woman can fly that fast without wings. She might just be a legend. If you went there, she could just snap her fingers and kill you." Everyone who heard this burst into laughter. That's how these people are. They're in a business where their lives hang by a thread. They might live today and die tomorrow, so they try their best to be happy. That's the philosophy of life for ordinary people. Meanwhile, Shelley and her two companions flew swiftly towards the lake. Although they were able to avoid being intercepted by the extraordinary minions, the real trouble lay with the legendary figures hidden among the crowd, such as the one in front of them. He hid among the many extraordinary beings, and Shelley flew by without noticing him, but he suddenly launched an attack. A purple beam of light suddenly shot upwards towards Shelley, while Tyran, being merely an extraordinary being, was not considered a primary target. Shelley was also startled by the fierce attack, but fortunately she reacted quickly and almost instantly took a half step back. The purple beam of light flew past her and dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. To launch a sneak attack like that, how despicable. An old man with a long scar on his face leaped out from the crowd. Little girl, you're quick-witted. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over all your treasures and keep me company, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you. Shelley snorted coldly, handed Shirziyu over to Tyren, and flew forward herself. When they were still more than 100 meters away from the old man, Shelley suddenly threw out a scroll, and a dazzling light burst forth. Radiant light spell. Humph, a mere trick. Since you refuse to surrender, then I'll capture you myself. The old man was dismissive of Shelley's methods. He sensed that Shelley's realm was legendary level 1, while his own was legendary level 2. Moreover, he had advanced several years ago and was known for his ruthlessness in the chaotic domain. The old man cried out and stretched out his palm, which rapidly grew larger in the air, covering Shelley like a dark cloud, as if he were really going to grab Shelley. Shelley dodged while throwing out all sorts of scrolls, bombarding the giant hands. The giant hand was bombarded by Shelley and swayed in the air before shattering. Taking advantage of the moment the giant hand shattered, Shelley had already circled behind the old man with the speed of the wind. The old man noticed her, but because of the disintegration of the giant hand, he needed time to reorganize his power to deal with it. In that very short time, Shelley caught him and used the same trick she had used when she was in her superhuman form. Holy Sword Judgment. A giant sword descended from the sky, slashing towards the old man. The old man had no time to stop the force and could only hastily accelerate to dodge. But he was still a little too slow, and one of his arms was grazed and instantly exploded. Fine, you're very good. I'm going to crush your body. The old man angrily stretched out his only remaining arm, which formed another giant hand. At the same time, he smeared the blood from the shattered other hand onto it, turning the giant hand a dark red color. This giant hand looked even more ferocious than the previous one. This wasn't the end of it. The old man continued to chant incantations, and Shelley's expression grew serious. Chapter 108 Perilous Situation. In the wilderness between the chaotic realm and the endless desert, Shelley looked solemnly at the old man with the severed hand opposite her. Tyren also hid far away with Shirziyu, unable to intervene in the battle of the legendary level. Shirziyu remained indifferent, seemingly lost in thought as he watched the battle unfold before him. This looks like we're in trouble. Let's go down first. We're too big of a target in the air. Tyren realized that someone was sneaking towards him, so he quickly changed his position and slowly descended. As the old man's incantation grew more rapid, a terrifying pressure gradually formed. From behind the old man, the shadow of a two-winged demonic dragon appeared, its wings spread, staring intently at Shelley. The moment Shelley met that gaze, a sense of foreboding washed over her. You guys go first. Shelley turned around with difficulty and shouted at Tyren. Tyren was taken aback at first, but then he reacted and flew away into the distance with Shirziyu. Aren't you going to give chase? Are you afraid of just one extraordinary being? The old man also shouted to the group of spectators below. Those people then realized that although Shelley might be wealthier, the legendary old man was present, and they might not even get a sip of soup. Tyren, on the other hand, had been quite generous earlier and should have many valuable items on him, at least that mysterious man, which he could hand over to the Temple of Light for a sum of gold. Tyren looked at the people behind him who were starting to chase him desperately, and he felt a little anxious. He and Shirziyu were not fast enough to shake off those people, so he could only let them follow. He knew he couldn't possibly fight so many people. What worried him even more was that he didn't know if there were any more people from the Temple of Light lying in ambush ahead. Don't panic. Lead them in circles first, and then we'll meet up after Shelley's situation is resolved and head to the desert together. Chu Chun calmly analyzed the current situation and mentally reminded Tyren. Although Chu Chin's direct takeover of Tyren's body could greatly enhance his strength, their real enemy now is not these minor characters, but the Temple of Light, which is yet to make a move. Tyren nodded and began to circle around Shirziyu in the sky. Although the people below could also fly briefly, they were far from being able to keep up with Tyren's speed and could only chase after him on the ground, launching attacks from time to time, but Tyron narrowly avoided them all. On the other side, Shelley and the old man were also fighting fiercely. The old man was careless and Shelley crippled one of his arms, but his strength increased instead of decreasing. Moreover, because the old man was completely enraged, he fought even more frantically, almost breaking Shelley's arms several times. The dark red giant hand firmly restricted Shelley's movement. Even more troublesome was the shadow of the demonic dragon behind the old man. Although it was a shadow, its attacks were extremely fierce and it was immune to most of Shelley's magic. Only light magic could barely have any effect on it. Shelley was quickly put on the defensive and could only barely hold on by relying on the powerful scrolls and his strong magical talent. However, Shelley was not actually panicked. He could see that the old man opposite him was consuming a lot of his soul power, and the blood hand was also draining his blood. As long as he could hold on for a little longer, the old man would definitely fall down first. Sure enough, after about 15 minutes, the blood energy on the old man's giant hand noticeably dissipated, and the demonic dragon behind him became even more ethereal. Shelley was also able to launch a counterattack every now and then, catching the old man off guard. "You wretched little girl, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." The old man felt his condition worsening, but if he stopped now, Shelley would seize the opportunity and he would lose his life. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well take a gamble. Even if he died, he would take Shelley with him. The old man shouted as he lunged toward Shelley, and the giant hand in the air suddenly grew larger. The old man's body gradually shrank, clearly as his blood energy was being rapidly absorbed by the blood hand, which was also growing rapidly, trapping Shelley in its palm. The shadow behind the old man merged into his body and rushed toward Shelley at great speed. Shelley felt as if the air around her was being imprisoned. Moreover, the space was constantly shrinking, and the old man rushing towards her was like a humanoid demonic dragon, full of evil and ferocity. He's a monster, he's working so hard. Shelley hadn't expected the people of the chaotic realm to be so crazy, going all out as soon as they fell into a disadvantageous position, which caught Shelley somewhat off guard. Shelley pulled a scroll from her bosom. It contained a powerful fire and thunderstorm technique left behind by the saintess of the Temple of Light. Shelley threw it out, and a huge explosion rang out, shattering the bloody hand. As the old man rushed over, he discovered that Shelley had vanished. The old man stood there blankly, wondering if Shelley had been killed in the explosion. As time passed, the old man felt the energy in his body dissipating. He quickly looked around again and found that Shelley was indeed nowhere to be found, so he quickly sat down on the spot. He had lost too much blood and suffered great damage to his soul during the desperate attack, just now, and he was almost fainting. But now was clearly not the time. He had to use a secret technique to stabilize himself temporarily and wait until he reached a safe place before he could rest. There are quite a few daring and ruthless cultivators around here. It would be too unfair if I were to fall into a trap and get killed by those extraordinary beings. After forming a series of hand seals to release himself from his current state, the old man felt a sense of relaxation throughout his body. Just as he was about to continue forming hand seals to temporarily stabilize his injuries, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from behind him. Oops! The old man's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to dodge, but it was too late. An extremely thin needle emerged from the old man's chest and pierced his heart. The old man slowly turned his head, his face filled with shock. The person who suddenly appeared was Shelley. After she used the scroll to blast away the blood hand, she quickly used magic to hide herself. She had used this trick to escape from the pursuers of the elves when she was in the transcendent realm, and now she had once again killed the old man. He pulled out the long needle, kicked the old man to the ground, and the old man finally breathed his last. Shelley quickly took the spatial scroll from the old man, then took a short breath before rushing to meet up with Tyron. At this time, Tyron's condition was not good either. Although he could fly, he was still only a superhuman after all, and he was carrying a living person with him. Several times, the people below had calculated the places he would pass through, and then launched a long prepared attack when he passed through. If he hadn't narrowly avoided it, he and Shirziu would probably have been either beaten to death or fell to their deaths. Chapter 109 The Holy Sun makes his move. When Shelley arrived, Tyrion was already in grave danger, barely managing to keep moving. Why don't you put me down? They won't kill me. No, I promised my master I would take you back. They won't kill me. That won't work either. Tyron knew that Chu Chen cared a lot about Shiziyu, so he insisted on not letting go of Shiziyu, even though he also knew that the people below would not be willing to kill him, and that a living Shiziyu was more valuable than a dead one. Seeing that Tyron was so insistent, Shiziyu stopped talking, otherwise it would only drain Tyron's strength and energy. Shelly has arrived. Tyron saw Shelly approaching from the front, and his spirits lifted. Those chasing him below also saw Shelly's arrival and were shocked. Shelly's arrival meant that the old man was dead. Shelly was actually able to kill a legendary-level opponent. Run! The people below scattered and fled. If even the legend could kill them, wouldn't they be courting death if they didn't run? Shelly didn't bother with them. The most important thing now was to leave immediately and head to the desert. Once they entered the desert, they would be safe. How are you? Can you still continue your journey? No problem. Let's go quickly. Shelly nodded, and the three of them headed toward the desert together. On the outskirts of the desert, another group of people were waiting. Holy Sun, why don't we take advantage of the fight between that woman and the old man, and instead wait here? Leopold, the Holy Sun, toyed with a small knife in his hand and said, that man should be the mutated barbarian who awakened his bloodline that the priest mentioned. Then that woman is very likely also one of the people in the desert. We are waiting here to verify this conjecture. If it is true, then their purpose in buying that man is worth considering. Your Highness, do you suspect that he was also a visitor from outer space? Otherwise, who could make the elves back down? They're probably arriving soon. Tell everyone to get ready and make sure we stop them outside the desert, or we'll be in trouble. Yes, I'll go arrange it. The Holy Sun Leopold looked at the desert behind him, his eyes seemingly deep in thought. Shelly and her two companions, who were heading towards the desert, were unaware that the Holy Sun was waiting ahead. However, they dared not relax for a moment, always feeling that the Temple of Light would definitely take action. They are likely waiting for you on the outskirts of the desert. You can't avoid this. Shelly will hold them off for now. Tyron, drop Shiziyu and head straight to the desert to bring the nearest Sandstorm army. Yes, Master, but the nearest Shinsha army is only a patrol squad of 500 men, which I'm afraid they can't hold them off. Do as I say, and I'll take care of the rest. Yes, Master. Chu Chen was quickly thinking about how to solve the problem at hand. On the way, he figured out why the Temple of Light had been hesitant to act. It was to verify the relationship between Shelly and the other person and himself, and to further guess his intention in buying Shiziyu. Even if the Sandstorm army were brought in, they wouldn't stand a chance against a legendary ranked enemy. However, if they could hold off the enemy for a few minutes and allow Shelly and the other two to reach the edge of the desert, they could use the flowing sand river ahead to defeat the Holy Sun and resolve the crisis. Although this was somewhat cruel to the Sandstorm army, it was unavoidable. In comparison, the lives of Shelly, Tyron, and Shiziyu were far more important. When Shelly and his companions reached the edge of the desert, they saw the people from the Temple of Light. They were both surprised and yet felt it was expected. They were still about 2,000 meters away from the quicksand river outside the desert. This was something the Holy Sun Leopold had deliberately done. He knew that the rivers and lakes in the desert were strange, so he kept a safe distance from the river to avoid any accidents. However, he didn't know enough about Chu Chen, and didn't know that Chu Chen could use energy points to extend the length of the river at any time. Do as we agreed before. After leaving his orders, Chu Chen left Tyron and headed to the lake to prepare to extend the river. Tyron also landed on the ground with Shiziyu, preparing to leave when he had a chance. The Holy Sun wasn't the only one at the Temple of Light opposite them. There were also more than 30 other guards, all of whom were at the transcendent level. We meet again. I wonder if you would do me the honor of having a drink with me this time. All right. I wonder where your Highness would like to drink. Shelly felt a physical discomfort looking at Leopold's hypocritical smile, but in order to buy time, she chose to play along. Of course, I would like to invite you to my Temple of Light. I'm afraid you haven't been to the main hall before. Please join me, the other two. I'll show you around. No need. You should stop talking nonsense. I feel like throwing up just looking at your face. If you want to hit me, then hit me. Shelly couldn't hold back for long, and almost swore. When the Holy Son Leopold heard Shelley's words, his face turned completely cold. They're asking for it. Go. They need to be alive. I want to treat them well. After saying that, the Holy Son rushed towards Shelley. The Holy Son is a legendary level 4, 3 levels higher than Shelley. Shelley dares not underestimate him. In addition, he had already suffered serious injuries in the previous battle with the old man, so he had to be even more careful when dealing with him. Seeing more than 30 extraordinary beings rushing towards him, Tyron turned back to Shi Ziyu and told him to be careful before flying into the sky. These extraordinary beings were also capable of short-duration flight, so they all took to the skies and headed towards Tyrion to surround him. Tyron barely managed to break free of the encirclement and flew towards the desert, with the swordsmen of the Temple of Light still relentlessly pursuing him. Shelley's battle with the Holy Son has begun. The Holy Son's magic is extremely powerful, and he is also a swordsman, making him very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he didn't want to kill Shelley directly, but only wanted to capture her alive, so Shelley was still able to barely cope. Shi Ziyu did not resist at all, allowing the people of the Temple of Light to control him, and watched Shelley and the Holy Son fight with some worry. Upon returning to the lake, Chu Chun immediately activated the system and used energy points to extend the river by 2,000 meters. However, it would take time for the river to reach the battle site, so the Qinsha army and Shui Lai would have to hold the line for the remaining time. The flowing sand river rushed forward, and Tyron had already found the patrolling sand army, ordering them to rush to the battle site. At the same time, he returned to the battlefield first. Shelley was already in grave danger under the Holy Son's attack. Even though the Holy Son did not want to kill her, the difference in strength between them was too great, and Shelley was already seriously injured, spitting out blood several times. Chapter 110, The Arrogant Holy Son. Are you going to keep resisting? If you keep fighting, you might die. Leopold, the Holy Son, hovered comfortably in the air, casting spells and occasionally suddenly closing in on Shelley to unleash a swordsman's aura. At the same time, he continuously tried to persuade Shelley to surrender, hoping to break her will to fight. Shelley bit her lip tightly. She knew she wasn't in good shape and might fall to Leopold's hand at the next blow. But she didn't want to pay any attention to Leopold. She just hoped that Tyron could return with the Sandstorm army as soon as possible, and that Chu Chin's flowing sand river could arrive here soon. Bang! Shelley was caught off guard and struck by Leopold's sword strike, falling from the sky. Leopold wasn't satisfied yet, so he cast another binding spell, firmly binding Shelley so she couldn't move at all. Now let's see how you resist. Don't worry, once we get to the Temple of Light, I'll treat you well. After Leopold had Shelley under control, he finally revealed his true colors. Looking at Shelley's stunning figure and angelic face, especially her otherworldly and lively temperament, he was most fascinated. From the first time he saw her at the auction, he decided to get his hands on this woman. "Pa, you hypocritical scoundrel, you think you can take me by the nose?" Leopold smiled and said, "Are you perhaps waiting for that mutated elven bloodline of the Desolate clan who escaped? Or are you waiting for that Great One in the desert to stand up for you? It seems that Great One is also helpless when it comes to things outside the desert. Even if there is a way, I'll bring you back when you go to the Temple of Light and become the Holy Son's woman, huh?" Leopold laughed triumphantly. Just then, Tyron returned. Tyron immediately spotted Shelley lying on the ground and knew that Shelley had been subdued. He was extremely anxious. He knew he was no match for Leopold, and even if he rushed up to fight now, it would be futile. The most important thing now was that Shi Ziyu and Shelley were the people Chu Chun cared about the most, and he absolutely could not let these two fall into the hands of the Temple of Light. As Tyron approached, he quickly racked his brains for a way to buy time until Chu Chun arrived. Ultimately, he realized that besides fighting desperately to perhaps buy a little time, there was no other way. In the face of absolute power, all wisdom was useless. Tyrion steadied himself, took out the bow and arrow from his back, and aimed at Leopold. Leopold, who had also seen Tyron's movements from a distance, said to Shelley, "See that? This is the method your friend found. It's quite impressive that he managed to escape from my man, but in my eyes he's still just an ant. Do you know how giants crush ants? I'll show you right now." Leopold watched the arrow that Tyrion shot at him without moving. When the arrow, trailing a long tail, approached Leopold, it struck a protective shield, Leopold's light shield. The arrow shattered, and the protective shield of light only trembled slightly in one area before returning to normal. Look, he can't even break through the most basic light protection shield of my Temple of Light. What a pathetic ant. Look, he's going to continue. Do you think I should teach him a lesson? Shelley gave Leopold a cold look, then turned to Tyrion with a look full of worry. She had fought Leopold before and knew how powerful he was, let alone Tyrion, who was merely a transcendent being. Tyrion fired 3 more arrows from a distance, all hitting the same spot. The protective shield shook more violently this time, but it was clearly far from shattering completely. Your archery skills are quite good, as expected of someone of elven blood. But it's all in vain. Now it's my turn to perform. As Tyrion continued to draw his bow and prepare to launch the next attack, Leopold made his move. With a casual wave of his hand, a blade of light flashed past. Tyrion's pupils contracted, and he tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only quickly shoot the arrow he had prepared. 3 arrows were attached to the oncoming light blade, which split the arrows in 2, but the light blade continued to slash toward Tyrion. Tyrion quickly held his longbow in front of him, barely managing to block the attack. The arrow broke, and a deep gash appeared on Tyrion's chest. You can't even withstand a single ordinary blade of light from me? Is this your teammate? Do you think I could slap him to the ground with one hand? Only the people of the Temple of Light would take pride in bullying the extraordinary. You can call your subordinates over, even those at the level of extraordinary level 10, and see if they can withstand a slap from me. Shelley didn't even glance at Leopold, but kept her eyes fixed on Tyrion, occasionally stealing glances into the distance. Leopold's cold gaze fell upon Tyrion, and at the same time, he stretched out his right hand, forming a handprint of light in the air. He didn't use any magic. He simply gathered and condensed the elements of light to make Tyrion feel an absolute crushing power. Tyrion was already injured, and in this overwhelming battle across such vastly different realms, he was utterly powerless. However, he did not give up, but continued to change his position in the sky, hoping to break free from the shroud of the handprint of light. However, the elemental power that a legendary rank can control is incredibly vast, and the speed is incredibly fast. In the end, Tyrion was unable to escape the blow and was knocked down. Tyrion lay in the middle of a huge handprint, his entire body oozing blood. Only his eyes were moving, proving that he was not yet dead. Look, that's your companion lying on the ground like a dead dog. Do you hate me now? But my men have returned. If you hate me, let it flow into the Temple of Light. Leopold saw that the men he had sent to chase Tyrion had finally returned, and ordered the 2 men left behind to take control of both Tyrion and Shelley, preparing to bring them back together. But he suddenly noticed something was off about his men who had run back. The way they were running made it seem like they were running for their lives. What's going on? Could it be that the one in the desert has managed to chase after us? Leopold started to panic. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now you seem a bit flustered. Are you afraid of my master? With a smack, Leopold slapped Shelley across the face, leaving 5 clear handprints. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll strip you naked and let my men have a look. Shelley glared at Leopold with fury, wishing she could tear him to pieces, but she dared not say anything more, partly for fear that Leopold might really go mad, and partly for fear of scaring him away. The Sandstorm army is coming, and soon the flowing sand river will follow. That will be the end for Leopold. Chapter 111 finally arrived. On the outskirts of the endless desert, the mighty Sandstorm army galloped after a group of swordsmen from the Temple of Light. Although the swordsmen were all extraordinary, while the Sandstorm army behind them still had many ordinary soldiers, even the extraordinary ones crumbled at the first touch under such overwhelming force, and could only run forward desperately. Upon seeing the Holy Sun, these people seemed to see a glimmer of hope for life, and cried out, "Holy Sun, save us! These monsters are incredibly powerful." The Holy Sun Leopold's face turned ashen, and he cursed the trash, but he still had no choice but to step in to save the day. These people were all his absolute confidants. In the Temple of Light, The struggle between the holy sons and holy daughters was quite dangerous. Without trusted confidants, it would be much more difficult to do things. The holy sons swiftly stepped forward and intercepted the swordsmen and the sandstorm army. Seeing the holy son take action, the swordsmen were relieved and stopped fleeing. Instead, they stood still to watch how the holy son would deal with the group of demonic beasts. Shelley was overjoyed to see the holy son step forward, thinking that Chu Chun should arrive soon, and then the holy son would be in trouble. It's a pity for these sunken sand army soldiers. If they wanted to hold off the holy son, they would probably only end up being wiped out. Despite the holy son's advance, the sandstorm army showed no sign of halting their charge and continued their advance. The holy son snorted coldly, and a long sword with a light blade appeared in his hand. The holy son slaughtered the beasts with abandon, and when one round of the charge ended, a third of the sandstorm army's monsters had fallen. However, the sandstorm army remained undaunted and continued to charge back towards the holy son. A blade of light appeared in both of the holy son's hands, flashing back and forth among the beasts. Yet, holy son Leopold remained unharmed. In this wave of attack, of the more than 1,000 magical beasts of the sandstorm army, only less than 200 remained. Mortal and extraordinary magical beasts are far too weak in the eyes of the legendary level. Even though the sandstorm army is well trained and has strong coordination, 1,000 high-level extraordinary magical beasts might have caused Leopold some trouble, but most of them are mortal, with only a few dozen extraordinary ones mixed in. When Tyron ordered them to go to the place where Leopold and Shelley were fighting, he had already made it clear to these dozens of superhumans that they would surely die on this trip. However, not a single magical beast hesitated or was afraid. Instead, they all immediately restrained the other magical beasts and rushed over at full speed. Their new life was given to them by Chu Chun, and they were willing to sacrifice everything for him. There are only a few hundred left, and I'm tired of playing. Let's end it here. Leopold could have dealt with these monsters much more easily, but he chose to slaughter them in front of Shelley in the most cruel and bloody way. Leopold soared into the sky, facing the last 200 monsters that continued to charge at him. He smiled contemptuously, conjuring 2 orbs of light in his hands. The orbs flashed with dazzling light, and he finally threw them out. Bang bang. 2 explosions rang out, and a cloud of dust billowed up from the ground. Leopold didn't even look back. He turned and prepared to leave. Take them with you and return to the Temple of Light immediately. Leopold gave the order, only to find his men staring in surprise behind him, while Shelley wore a look of delight. Leopold also noticed the anomaly behind him and turned around to look back. Where he threw the orbs of light, a rushing river suddenly appeared, and the attacks of the 2 orbs of light were blocked by the water the moment he confidently turned around. The 200 magical beasts were also saved by the river and are now crawling on the riverbank. By this time, Leopold had already guessed that this river was the work of the one in the desert. However, he had already investigated and found that the river was quite a distance away. Even if there was a flood, it wouldn't suddenly reach this place. Moreover, looking at the direction the river was flowing, it was clearly heading straight here on purpose. Then there's only one possibility. The length of this river is something that can be controlled by that person. In the short time that Leopold was thinking, a sand demon had already condensed from the flowing sand river, and Chu Chun had arrived. Upon returning to the lake, Chu Chun immediately extended the river, and to speed things up, he also carefully controlled the river's flow, ensuring that the shortest distance was reached. He eventually caught up and saved the last 200 monsters at the last minute. You've all worked hard, go back to the lake. Chu Chun addressed the 200 sandstorm army beasts, who, led by several extraordinary beings, headed into the depths of the desert. So you're the holy son of the Temple of Light? How arrogant. Chu Chun spoke to Leopold in a cold tone. Leopold realized that things were beyond saving today, but he wasn't afraid of Chu Chun. He sensed that the sand demon's strength was only at the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, the same level as him. He wasn't sure he couldn't defeat him, and even if he wasn't a match, he was confident he could escape. That's right, I am Leopold, the holy son of the Temple of Light. I have long admired your name. This time, my men unintentionally wandered into the desert and were chased by those magical beasts. I had no choice but to take action and kill some of those beasts. Leopold wanted to avoid fighting Chu Chun as much as possible, so he adopted a very humble attitude as soon as he saw Chu Chun. Really? Then how do you explain it to them? Chu Chun pointed to Shelley, Tyren, and Shirziyu, who were bound. Tyren's miserable state and the finger marks on Shelley's face infuriated Chu Chun. He sensed Tyrone's physical condition and found that he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and was also being roughly bound by the people of the Temple of Light. This is because Chu Chun interrupted Leopold, no longer wanting to hear his explanations. The facts before him were enough to kill him 100 times over. Even without this incident, Chu Chun's purchase of Shirziyu's property could not be leaked to the priests of the Temple of Light by the Holy Sun. Therefore, Leopold was destined to die. Chu Chun controlled the Sand Demon and charged towards Leopold. Compared to the Sand Demon's massive body, Leopold was not even as big as one of the Sand Demon's feet. But Leopold remained unfazed, rapidly changing positions in midair while unleashing a series of magical attacks. Leopold truly lived up to his reputation as the Holy Son of the Temple of Light. Chu Chun felt that he was even better than the Holy Maiden Melissa, whom he had fought in the underworld. However, Chu Chun is also improving, and beside the flowing sand river, the Sand Demon is invincible among those of the same level. So no matter how powerful Leopold is, he is destined to be crushed by Chu Chun. Leopold's attack struck Chu Chun's Sand Demon. Chu Chun didn't want to dodge at all. Although the attacks could blast large holes in Chu Chun's body and even blast off his arms several times, they instantly returned to their original state, making it difficult to cause fundamental damage to Chu Chun. Chu Chun's enormous hand kept slapping at Leopold, while attacks were also launched from the river from time to time, forcing Leopold into a sorry state. Chapter 112. You're nothing but an ant. When Leopold actually fought Chu Chun's Sand Demon, he realized that there was still a big gap between him and the Sand Demon. Now, the Sand Demon was simply slapping him with his palm, which had already put Leopold in a dangerous situation. In addition, there were strange ice arrows in the river. Leopold felt that if the fight continued, he might be seriously injured. We have to retreat. This guy is indeed extraordinary. Just a clone of the Sand Demon is enough to force me into this situation. Leopold thought to himself that he had already begun to slowly retreat while fighting, waiting to leave as soon as he was a certain distance away from the river. Chu Chun had already seen through his thoughts, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he secretly prepared a large number of ice arrows to float on the water's surface, waiting to be released. As Leopold unleashed a powerful attack that shattered the hand that Flash Demon was slapping at him, he suddenly turned to fly away into the distance. However, Chu Chun was prepared, and a large wave of ice arrows came hurtling towards him. The speed of the ice arrows was much faster than his flight speed. If he didn't turn around to deal with it, he would have to take the hit head-on. This was not like Tyrion's arrows before. Leopold really didn't have the confidence to just use his shield to withstand it. So he had no choice but to reincarnate and condense a light blade to shatter the ice arrows. At this moment, Chu Chun's ice cage and water binding followed, and Leopold felt his whole body stiffen as he was trapped inside an ice cage. Just as he finally managed to break free from the restraints, a huge hand suddenly appeared above his head, the very hand of the Sand Demon that had been slapping him repeatedly. Leopold was terrified and desperately tried to break the ice cage to escape, but the moment he broke the cage, his hand slammed down. Leopold only had time to activate his protective shield of light before he was slammed into the ground. In the middle of a huge handprint, Leopold lay on it, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, just like the gruesome state Tyrion had suffered earlier. Chu Chun used the same simple and most humiliating method, slapping him into the ground. However, Leopold was stronger and managed to get up. Without even glancing at Chu Chun, he flew quickly into the distance. Trying to run? Humph! How could Chu Chun let him get away? Leopold suddenly found himself facing a hand in front of him. Just as he was about to turn around, another hand came from behind him, and the familiar feeling of being bound reappeared. He had nowhere to escape. With a sharp slap, the crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The holy sun of the Temple of Light was swatted away by Chu Chun like a mosquito, leaving only a thin layer of skin. The sand demon opened its palm, revealing the holy son Leopold, who had become a human skin. Shelley said with disdain, "Ugh, that's disgusting." The slap mark on his face suddenly stopped hurting, and Tyron managed a forced smile. As for Leopold's dozens of men, they were already terrified. A few of the smarter ones managed to keep the crowd calm, then used their long swords to block Shelley, Tyron, and Shirziyu. Shelley and Shirziyu both seemed indifferent, while Tyron was so badly hit that he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Don't come any closer. If you just let us go, we'll let them go. Otherwise, we'll all die together." One of them threatened menacingly and fearfully. Chuchen smiled. Even a transcendent being dared to threaten him. Chuchen's sand demon didn't move, but the three people threatening Chu Chun with long swords felt a sharp pain in their heads, and they dropped their swords to the ground. Then I felt a sharp pain in my head, and then I knew nothing more, standing there blankly. Chu Chun directly used his powerful soul force to attack them, turning the three of them into idiots. Seeing this, the others dared not resist, and all ran for their lives. Chu Chun certainly wouldn't let these people go. The sand demon killed them all with 2 slaps. "In my eyes, whether it is the Holy Sun or you are all nothing but ants." Shelley's eyes sparkled as she watched Chu Chun display his power, which made Chu Chun tremble. Shelley was thinking that Chu Chun was so powerful that even his clone could reach this level, so he might also have a way to save her master. Chu Chun glanced at the three of them and told them to rush back to the lake immediately, especially since Tyron's condition was very bad and he needed immediate treatment. In the lake, Tyron's entire body was submerged in the water, while a ball of white light rose up, most of the light falling into Tyron's body, and a small portion remaining in Shelley's body on the shore. Both of them were recovering from their injuries quickly. In Chu Chen's presence, as long as they weren't completely dead, he could save their lives. Shirziyu watched Chu Chen's amazing skills and was very curious about him, but now was not the time for him to ask. 2 hours later, Shelley had basically recovered, and the handprint on her face had disappeared. Seeing that he had already stood up, Chu Chen tossed him a storage scroll. "This is from that holy sun. I'm giving it to you as compensation for your losses this time." Shelley didn't stand on ceremony and immediately put the scroll away. Tyron also woke up from his coma. Although his injuries were not fully healed, his condition had basically stabilized, and he was no longer in danger of death. As long as he continued to soak in the lake for a few more days, he would recover quickly. "Master, I was useless this time. I almost failed to keep him and let him take Shelley and Shirziyu away." Tyron felt very guilty about his performance this time, even though he had given it his all. However, being easily defeated by Leopold made him realize his own weakness, and as Chu Chun faced increasingly powerful enemies, his strength was becoming somewhat inadequate. "Don't blame yourself. You've done very well. This time, just focus on recovering from your injuries. The Xinsha army still needs you to strengthen your training." Chu Chen was impressed with Tyron's performance. The only shortcoming was that Tyron's own strength was still a bit weak. But after all, he had only been cultivating for 2 years, so it was impossible to expect him to advance to the legendary level immediately. Even his true strength was only extraordinary. Tyron nodded, but he made up his mind that after recovering from his injuries, he would intensify his training and improve the high-end combat power of the Sandstorm Army so that it could play a certain role when encountering powerful enemies in the future. He remembered the set of bows and arrows he had bought this time, and decided to distribute them to the Wilderness Warriors. He also planned to form a special army of Wilderness Warriors to cooperate with the Sandstorm Army and the Raven Killing Army. Perhaps this would produce unexpected results. Seeing that Tyron looked thoughtful, Chu Chen knew that he still hadn't let go, but that was a good thing, as it could motivate him to become even better, so Chu Chun didn't say anything more. Chapter 113, Shirziyu's Origins. Chu Chen looked at Shirziyu, and Shirziyu also looked at Chu Chun at the same time. Although Chu Chun didn't get the body he wanted at this auction, buying Shirziyu was definitely more meaningful. Since Shirziyu was stranded on the God and Demon continent, he has been captured by the auction house. At first, he was subjected to inhumane torture and beatings. After realizing that they could not get anything meaningful from him, They gave him the cold shoulder until this auction, where he was sold as an auction item. Suddenly encountering a strange creature that resembled someone from his hometown piqued Shi Ziyu's curiosity. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chu Chun, and my true form is this lake. The water spirit that Chu Chun conjured smiled at Shi Ziyu and said. Shi Ziyu looked at the lake behind him with surprise, then looked at Shelley. Seeing their demeanor, Shelley knew they had a secret they couldn't tell her, so she wisely chose to leave. After Shelley walked away, Shi Ziyu cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chu Chun, which was the most common way of greeting in ancient times in Chu Chun's previous life. My name is Shi Ziyu, a member of the Dead Star. Death Star, what kind of place is that? The Dead Star is a star system outside this continent. It is inhabited by prisoners who have been exiled for various reasons. Because we are all regarded as dead, it is called the Dead Star. Then how did you get here? In an accident, the planet was attacked by an unknown entity, so we launched a rebellion together. I escaped from the planet, but as soon as I left, I encountered two powerful beings fighting and tearing space apart. I was sucked into the spatial turbulence and luckily survived, but my meridians were all severed. In the end, I fell into the desert and was captured by the auction house. Chu Chun looked thoughtful. This world was far richer than he had imagined. Besides the god and demon continent, there was an even wider and more dangerous world outside. What kind of being could capture so many people and even control an entire galaxy? I'm sorry, I can't say. Some beings will sense you if you say their name. I can only say that they are extremely powerful. Stars are just big rocks in front of them. Now it's my turn to ask you. Why do you know about the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor? Why do you know about Xiangyu? Who exactly are you? Chu Chun gave a bitter smile. He really wanted to tell Shi Ziyu everything. He had been in this world for so long, and he desperately needed to confide in someone. But some secrets were destined to remain buried in his heart and could not be told to anyone. I have seen it in some ancient books. In the descriptions in those books, those people look a lot like you. Xiangyu, the king of Chu, is also a powerful figure recorded in the ancient books. I see. There must be very few records of these things in the entire starry sky. Yin Huang is my clan name, and Chu Bawang was a very powerful warrior in my clan in the past. He has probably died in battle by now. Then it seems that what is recorded in the ancient books is true. Is there really a race called Yin Huang in the starry sky? Yes, but my clan is in a bad situation. You must not mention my clan to others. Otherwise we will be targeted by some beings, which may cause trouble. Why are they hunting down your tribe? This is a very complex issue that cannot be explained in just a few words. In short, the outside world is very cruel. If I were to tell you some things now, I'm afraid you would lose the confidence to go out. So what do you plan to do now? Chu Chun looked at Shi Ziyu and asked. Shi Ziyu looked into the distance. Let's stay on this continent for now and see what happens when we've fully recovered. Then you can stay here with me for now. Although the conditions here aren't the best, it's perfect for recovering from injuries. The lake water is rich in spiritual energy, which is also very helpful for repairing bodily damage. You are mysterious and powerful. Shi Ziyu nodded and said. Chu Chun smiled but didn't say anything. I'm actually quite curious why your true form turned into a lake. And the 3 rivers I saw along the way were all quite extraordinary. That's a long story. Chu Chun did not intend to tell Shi Ziyu all his secrets, even though Shi Ziyu was his only possible clansman. Seeing that Chu Chun didn't intend to reveal anything, Shi Ziyu didn't press further. After all, it was their first meeting, and neither of them would truly trust the other without reservation. Your meridians are all severed. If they were to recover, what level of strength would you be equivalent to? Based on the unified strength classification, it should be Saint rank. Chu Chun was shocked. It was actually someone at the level of an elf king. What surprised him even more was that such a powerful figure would be captured as a criminal and couldn't even withstand the spatial turbulence caused by the battle between the two. Just how many powerful beings were there in this starry sky? So how should you recover from your injuries? I have my own cultivation techniques that allow me to heal myself, and with the help of your spiritual water, it will be very slow. Injuries caused by the laws of time are very difficult to heal. Chu Chun nodded and then said, Then you should focus on recovering. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Shi Ziyu gave Chu Chun a deep look, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back, before finally asking the question. I heard you went to the auction to find a body. Yes. I split off a piece of my soul in the hope of finding a good body so that I could break free from the constraints of my lake body and roam freely between heaven and earth. But I didn't find one at the auction, so buying you is still worthwhile. Chu Chun was quite open-minded about this matter. In fact, he wasn't particularly obsessed with finding a body. Even if he had a body, the lake would still be his foundation, and the system was bound to the lake. He couldn't live without the lake. I have one here. Take a look and see if it suits you. After speaking coldly, Shi Ziyu took out a corpse. Chu Chun then noticed that the ordinary-looking ring in his hand was actually a storage treasure. Then Chu Chun's gaze was drawn to this body. This is the body of a middle-aged man. His appearance is quite ordinary, but his body lines are beautiful, his muscles are well-developed, and his skin has a subtle glow. I obtained this by chance from outside the starry sky. This person's body has extremely strong defense, which is difficult to damage even for legendary-level beings. Even after death, his body still remains active. Moreover, no one on this continent should know him, so he should be quite suitable for you. Chu Chun looked at the body and was very satisfied. It was much better than he had imagined. The fact that the body's defensive power could withstand the legendary level was attractive enough. Chapter 114, The First Clone. Looking at the body before him, Chu Chun felt as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Shi Ziyu's gift was like a godsend, fulfilling Chu Chun's greatest wish at the moment. This must be very valuable. I cannot accept it. The physical body alone is comparable to a legendary body, which is really valuable. Although Chu Chun really wanted it, he couldn't accept it without knowing the value of it. He was counting on Shi Ziyu to continue to help him after he recovered to the saint rank. How could he let him repay the favor of saving him with just a body? I've already put my things down. I'm going to prepare a place for myself first. Shi Ziyu ignored Chu Chun's refusal. He knew from Chu Chun's reaction upon seeing the body that Chu Chun liked it very much, so he left the lakeside and walked into the distance. Chu Chun sighed, knowing that Shi Ziyu still didn't want to owe him too much, which was why he insisted on keeping this body as compensation. However, he did need this thing, so he accepted it. If Shi Ziyu wants to recover from his injuries quickly in the future, he will definitely need my help, so I'm not worried that he won't owe me a favor. Chu Chun looked at the body, took out the fragment of his soul that he had been protecting, and called on the system to use the soul transfer skill bestowed by the system. Use the skill soul transfer. Beep, initiating soul transfer. As the system notification sounded, the split soul was enveloped by a mysterious power, began to solidify, and slowly drifted toward the body on the ground. Chu Chun felt the connection between himself and his split soul becoming weaker, and he was filled with worry when the split soul finally floated onto his body and then entered through his 7 orifices. Then a black mist enveloped his entire body, and the connection between his divided soul and body became even closer. His facial expressions began to become more vivid, and his flesh and blood seemed to begin to revive. Chu Chun felt his connection with his split soul suddenly break for a moment, then reconnect. With a thought, Chu Chun gave his split soul the command to stand up. The body stood up nimbly and even bowed to Chu Chun. Owner. This made Chu Chun extremely happy. This divided soul had already begun to have a certain ability to make judgments and act. Chu Chun only had to give the order to stand up, and the soul would automatically bow to him and call him master. It can be said that, apart from having relatively little social experience and not being familiar enough with the body, this divided soul is now no different from an ordinary cultivator. Chu Chun then remembered that one of the features of the system's soul transfer was that he and his divided soul could share memories. So Chu Chun shared his memories with his divided soul. In this way, the memories he had extracted from the souls of the cultivators he had devoured could be shared with his divided soul, allowing him to quickly understand this world and accumulate some basic social experience. After a period of digestion, the divided soul asked, Master, now I should have a name. Please grant me a name. Indeed, although we are one, we are also independent. Today I will bestow upon you a name. I will call you Chu Tian. You do not need to call me Master. We are originally the same person. Okay, from now on I'll be called Chu Tian. Chu Tian happily examined his body, only to find that his clothes were already rotten and in tatters. Chu Chun then took out a robe from a storage scroll he had previously devoured from someone else's storage space and handed it to Chu Tian. Then Chu Chun and Chu Tian began to get to know each other. Chu Tian would carry out Chu Chen's orders without any doubt, since Chu Chun was the main body and Chu Tian's soul was just a split soul. However, when he did not receive Chu Chen's orders, Chu Tian would act independently based on his own judgment. Chu Chen also used the lake water to fight Chu Tian, in order to train Chu Tian's familiarity with his body and at the same time increase his combat awareness. Chu Tian's physical body was indeed very strong. He must have been a powerful warrior. Chu Chen's ice arrows could only leave shallow cuts on him and could not really hurt him. Unless Chu Chun used Water Dragon Roar or Sand Demon and Magma Giant, he could not harm Chu Tian. The commotion caused by Chu Chun and Chu Tian also alerted Shi Ziyu and Shui Lai, who stood on the shore watching the two fight, and were quite surprised. Although Shi Ziyu knew that this body had strong physical defense, he did not expect that Chu Chen's divided soul could combine with it so quickly and so well. Shelley also did not expect that Chu Chun would find a body so quickly, and that this body was no weaker than herself, and might even be stronger than herself. Chu Chun and Chu Tian fought for more than 2 hours until Chu Tian seemed a little tired, at which point they stopped. It seems that your fusion with this body is quite perfect, but your reaction speed still needs to be improved. Right now, you should be about the same as the previous Holy Son of the Temple of Light. That is, around the legendary level 4. Chu Tian nodded. In the previous battle, he had clearly noticed Chu Chen's attacks several times, but he was unable to react in time and was hit. It's already quite an achievement to have fused to this state in just 1 day. However, the previous owner of this body was a warrior. Now, what path do you want him to take? Shi Ziyu only spoke up after seeing that the two had stopped. Chu Chen looked at Shi Ziyu, and Chu Tian also smiled at Shi Ziyu and Shui Lai. Shelley seemed quite curious about Chu Tian, staring at him intently. His physical defense is extremely strong, so I think it's more suitable for him to go for a warrior build. Besides, the water from my spirit lake is also very helpful for tempering the body. Shi Ziyu nodded and threw out a stick that looked neither like wood nor iron. This is the weapon that the original owner of this body used before. Since we're still going to let him follow the path of a warrior, let's just let him continue using this weapon. Chu Chun didn't refuse and let Chu Tian accept it. After all, Chu Chun didn't really have a suitable weapon for Chu Tian to use. Most of the cultivators he had devoured before were mages, and even if there were some warriors, they were all extraordinary or even ordinary level. Such weapons simply couldn't withstand Chu Tian's use. Thank you. Chu Chun and Chu Tian spoke to Shi Ziyu at the same time. Shi Ziyu waved his hand. I've set up a shed not far away and will rest there from now on. But I still need to recover from my injuries in your lake every day. I hope you don't mind. Chu Chun said with a smile. Of course not. Feel free to use it. Anyway, the water in my spirit lake is inexhaustible. This isn't Chu Chen boasting. As long as Chu Chen advances, the water volume of the spirit lake will increase once. Even if he doesn't advance, he can still obtain a large amount of spiritual water by using the gale and rain skill every day. Chapter 115, First Time Leaving the Desert. Shi Ziyu and Tai Ren were settled in the spirit lake to recuperate, while Shelley, being a legendary level cultivator, was also seriously injured, but thanks to Chu Chen's blessing skill, her injuries had now recovered by half. Another month passed, and winter arrived once again on the Divine Demon Continent. This was Chu Chen's second year on this continent. From initially having to be extremely cautious when hunting even a single mortal-level magical beast, to now commanding 100,000 Xinsha army soldiers, 3,000 Yasha army soldiers, and over 100,000 Daiming army soldiers in the underground world, it could be said that Chu Chun had undergone earth-shattering changes in 2 years, now possessing for tributaries. On this day, Chu Chun first went to explore the underground world, summoned Maki and the leaders of the other races, expressed his greetings and concern to them, and at the same time, he blessed them all so that they would benefit before he began to listen to the reports. The main purpose is to understand the current development of the Underworld Army and the state of the Underground River. The Underworld Army consists entirely of dark creatures, and they cultivate very quickly in the River of Oblivion. In particular, the undead creatures they captured earlier have cultivated at an even faster pace, and they have all now advanced to the transcendent level. The current strength of the underworld army is greater than all the troops on land combined. This is partly because they have the help of the River of Oblivion to cultivate quickly, and partly because the underground world is relatively closed off, so they cannot go out and can only focus on cultivation and training. Chu Chun promised all the leaders of the forces that had submitted to him that he would lead them out within 100 years, because the War of Faith was less than 200 years away, and a great war would inevitably break out 100 years later, which would be the time for them to go out. After appeasing the various forces in the underworld, Chu Chun returned to the lake and began his daily task of patrolling the larger tributaries. He didn't return to the lake until dark, where he had a good fight with Chu Tian. I want you to go out and help Shelley's Dark Pavilion develop. From now on, you will be my official representative. Chu Chun said to Chu Tian. Okay, when do we leave? Let's do it tomorrow. I'll call Shelley over. After saying that, Chu Chun sent a telepathic message to Shui Lai, asking her to come to the lakeside. After a month of treatment, Shelley's injuries were almost completely healed, and he was ready to be sent out to do things. I want Chu Tian to go out with you. First, go to Luoyang City to expand the Dark Pavilion, and then go to the Chaotic Domain. My flowing sand river will flow out from there. Shelley glanced at Chu Tian and immediately agreed. If she could, Shelley wouldn't want to stay in the desert forever. After all, it's far from human habitation, and she's only accompanied by magical beasts all day. Moreover, this time, with a powerful figure like Chu Tian accompanying her, it's as if Chu Chun is personally going with her, which greatly reduces Shelley's pressure. Seeing that Shelley agreed, Chu Chun continued to give instructions. Last time we killed the Holy Son of the Temple of Light. Although they won't invade the desert, it's uncertain what will happen outside the desert. You still need to be careful and try to avoid danger. Our current strength is far from being a match for the Temple of Light. Shelley nodded, then looked at Chu Chun and Chu Tian with curious eyes once again. Do you have any questions? Shelley asked the question she had wanted to ask for the past month, but hadn't dared to, with some hesitation. My lord, what kind of beings are you and Lord Chu Tian? Because in the cases of split souls that Shelley knew, the split souls were only driven by the main soul, but Chu Chen's split soul clearly had its own consciousness. He is me, and I am him. He is him, and I am me. You'll understand later. Chu Chen said a few ambiguous words and sent Shelley away. His relationship with Chu Tian is indeed complicated, but in general, the two are not the same person. For now, Chu Tian can be regarded as a believer who is 100% loyal to Chu Chun. Early the next morning, Chu Chun had Chu Tian and Shui Lai set off for Luoyang City together. Everything Chu Tian saw was also reflected in Chu Chen's mind in great detail, which can be considered as Chu Chun leaving the desert to see the outside world in a special way. The two were very fast. Shelley flew in the sky, while Chu Tian was launched forward on the ground like a cannonball. His speed was no less than Shelley's. In just one day, the two arrived in Luoyang City. Shelley did not rush to show herself, but first observed in secret to see how Below and the others would behave. He didn't show up until the next morning and sent out a message to gather everyone together. Barlow was the first to arrive. He had matured a lot in the few months since we last met, and perhaps because his mother's condition had improved, he also had a happy look on his face when he saw Shelley. Shelley came here this time with the intention of using the spiritual water she brought to cleanse his body, then teaching him cultivation and also to treat his mother. Actually, they could have taken Below's mother to the lake and had Chu Chun treat her, but Below's contributions to Chu Chun were clearly not enough for that purpose. At the same time, it was also to make Below more and more loyal to the Dark Pavilion with each treatment of his mother. Before long, the others arrived one after another. These people usually had various identities and would only gather together when Shelley summoned them. I've called you here for two reasons. First, to hear your reports on the information you've received, and second, to let you meet the true master of the Dark Pavilion. Shelley took a step back as she spoke, letting Chu Tian step forward. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chu Tian, and I will be the leader of the Dark Pavilion from now on. I hope you will all work together to make the Dark Pavilion stronger and stronger. Chu Tian readily accepted the title of leader of the Dark Pavilion, as instructed by Chu Chun. Although the Dark Pavilion was founded by Shelley, Shelley's identity as a woman was not suitable for dealing with all sorts of people. Moreover, Shelley's appearance was probably already known to the Temple of Light and the Elven race, which would not be conducive to the Dark Pavilion's secrecy. Next, under Shelley's coordination, each member of the Dark Pavilion reported to Chu Tian the intelligence they had obtained over the past few months. Chu Tian then rewarded them based on the credibility and usefulness of the intelligence, and gave them the gold coins they were entitled to. Finally, he kept two people behind. One of the two men was Barlow, and the other was a child with a similarly tragic background, an orphan who had been begging since childhood, named Todd. The reason for keeping the two children was that after Chu Chun and Shui Lai analyzed the situation of the Dark Pavilion, they decided to divide the Dark Pavilion into two departments, one to be responsible for intelligence gathering and the other to be responsible for assassination and other tasks. Chu Tian and Shelley came here to select a group of promising individuals, teach them cultivation techniques, and then specifically instruct them in cultivation and killing methods. Chapter 116 Assassins must be trained from childhood. The reason for keeping Barlow and Todd was that these two had the simplest backgrounds and were young enough to learn from scratch. The others were older and had already learned all sorts of skills on their own. Some were already extraordinary magicians, and some had very complicated social relationships. Shelley didn't dare to really train them, so in the end, she only chose these two. Two people were definitely not enough. They needed to train more people. So Chu Tian and Shelley put their heads together and set their sights on the large number of orphans and children in the slums of the city. Barlow and Todd were quite familiar with both groups. Chu Tian had them infiltrate the orphanage and slum children's groups. When they encountered someone suitable, they would report to Shelley. Then, Shelley and Chu Tian would secretly investigate the family and daily activities of the selected children. Finally, Shelley would bring the selected children to a manor outside the city. It took about 2 months to select a total of 50 children. All of them were personally assessed by Shelley and Chu Tian to ensure they were problem-free. They were all around 12 or 13 years old. Too young, and they wouldn't be able to endure hardship. Too old, and they would have too many of their own ideas, which wouldn't be good either. After gathering the children at the manor, Chu Tian and Shelley hired several chefs to prepare delicious, nourishing meals for them daily using monster meat, and also used spiritual water to cleanse their bodies. Their bodies had been severely depleted due to previously poor living conditions, hence the need for such intensive treatment. Once they were sufficiently trained, Chu Tian took over as their coach and began training them. Regardless of whether they would pursue magic or warrior paths in the future, they would first be trained to the physical standards of warriors. Although Chu Tian had never trained assassins before, he possessed many shared memories with Chu Chun and knew some basic common sense. The disappearance of dozens of children in the vast city of Luoyang would go unnoticed. Apart from Shelley and Chu Tian, the only cooks in the entire manor were elderly people without children, so there would be no problem. Once the situation stabilized, Shelley and Chu Tian no longer needed to stay in the manor all day. They were given daily training tasks, with Barlow and Todd serving as the captain and vice-captain of the squad, allowing Shelley and Chu Tian to go out and take care of other things. For example, they still have to go to the Chaotic Realm to establish a new Dark Pavilion there, and they also have to wait for the flowing sand river to flow through the Chaotic Realm. It takes about 10 days to travel from Luoyang City to the Chaotic Domain. Adding the time to setting up the Dark Pavilion and waiting for the flowing sand river to cross, it will take at least 2 months. Luoyang City cannot remain unguarded indefinitely, otherwise the children, who are still young, might cause trouble. Moreover, if they are discovered by someone, it will be unacceptable to leave them unattended. So Shelley and Chu Tian discussed it and decided that Shelley would lead Chu Tian to the Chaotic Domain to take over the Dark Pavilion, and then Shelley would return to Luoyang City, leaving Chu Tian to be in charge of the Chaotic Domain alone. This decision was made out of necessity due to the current shortage of manpower. However, Chu Tian and Shelley are both legendary figures, so one person should be able to manage a whole area. So the two rushed to the Chaotic Domain, and with Shelley's help, Chu Tian took control of the Dark Pavilion there. Afterwards, Shelley returned to Luoyang City, while Chu Tian was in charge of the reorganization. Unlike Luoyang City, the chaotic realm doesn't have as many orphans here, because it's practically impossible for orphans to survive here. Also, most of the people here are untrustworthy, so it's difficult for Chu Tian to replicate the Luoyang City model. He must find a new way out. Brothers, have you heard? An ancient battlefield has appeared on the outskirts of the desert, and many people have already rushed over. I've heard about it before, but I don't know the specifics yet, so I don't dare to go in. None of the brave ones who went in have come out. In the chaotic realm, such news spread everywhere. As soon as Chu Tian arrived, he received a report from members of the Dark Pavilion and also obtained specific information about the ancient battlefield ruins. This ruin is located on the edge of the desert, and its appearance is quite abrupt. It is said that it is likely a relic left from a great war 1,000 years ago. This desert may also have been created by that war. In the end, the ruin was buried deep under the sand, and this time, for some unknown reason, part of it has been exposed. The people of the Temple of Light sealed off the area immediately, but before that, quite a few fearless individuals from the chaotic realm had already entered. The people from the Temple of Light haven't gone in yet. They're just waiting for someone inside to come out and bring more detailed news. But a week has passed, and not a single person has come out. This has happened before with the appearance of ruins. Some of them do contain a lot of treasures left over from great battles, but some are simply dead ends. There was even an ancient battlefield ruin that appeared once, which was a spatial turbulence that existed thousands of years ago. No one who entered it survived. They all died inside. The ruins don't seem that dangerous from the outside, but no one has come out for a week, which is making people outside a little worried. Upon learning of this news, Chu Tian immediately thought that with such a major event, there must be a large number of people heading to the ruins. He could hide among them and observe secretly to see if he could find a few suitable people to recruit into the Dark Pavilion. At this moment, Chu Tian was dressed in a black robe, making him an inconspicuous figure in the crowd. He held a black staff in his hand and stood on a sand dune. The entrance to the ruins was guarded by the people of the Temple of Light. Although the people of the chaotic realm were fearless, the Temple of Light sent 3 legendary rank warriors and a knightly order of over 1,000. Those who dared to force their way in were left with their corpses outside the ruins. Therefore, the sand dunes surrounding the ruins were crowded with people, but no one was able to enter. However, this situation will not last forever. Although the Temple of Light is powerful, there are many other forces on their way. When pressure comes from all sides, the Temple of Light will have no choice but to open this door. However, they will inevitably go in first, and the rogue cultivators will be the last to get in. Once inside, they take the lion's share, leaving only what they don't care about for these rogue cultivators to fight tooth and nail for. This is the helplessness of independent cultivators. Although they enjoy freedom, they are bound by greater rules. As Chu Tian waited, he carefully observed the people around him. The burly men on the hill to the left spoke in extremely loud voices, sometimes making no attempt to hide their criticisms of the Temple of Light. Although they were straightforward, they were not suited for the Dark Pavilion. The people on the right sand dune were shifting their gazes and whispering amongst themselves, seemingly plotting something. Beside them stood another man, dressed in a black bodysuit, his cold eyes giving him the air of an assassin. He was a prime target for observation. During this period, Chu Tian had already identified 4 or 5 people as key targets for his recruitment efforts. Chapter 117: Entering the Ruins. Beyond the chaotic realm, on the edge of the desert, news of the discovery of ancient battlefield ruins has spread far and wide, attracting the attention of many forces. The branch temple of the Temple of Light from a nearby city was the first to arrive and take control of the situation, followed by large forces such as the elves and beastmen. The mercenary guild also had members arrive. These major forces were discussing how to enter the ruins, while many other forces that could not show themselves were disguised as ordinary cultivators and waiting in the shadows. Chu Tian had been waiting here for 3 or 4 days. Chu Chen knew all the news here. He planned to take advantage of everyone entering the ruins to send the flowing sand river into the desert. Then, after Chu Tian successfully entered and seized the treasure, the flowing sand river would serve as cover, ensuring safety even if other forces attacked together. To be on the safe side, Chu Chun temporarily sent Tai Ren to the manor outside Luoyang City to protect the children, and also transferred Shelley to the chaotic domain. So now Shelley is also hiding in the crowd, but she hasn't met Chu Tian, instead pretending not to know him. After waiting for another week, a wounded cultivator finally emerged from the ruins. This cultivator was immediately taken into custody by the Temple of Light. After a night of interrogation, the Temple of Light lifted the restrictions on entering the ruins early the next morning, allowing anyone to come and go freely. However, no one from the Temple of Light or any other major forces entered. Chu Chun guessed that there must be some big trouble inside, and they needed to send in a group of people first to wear them down, while the powerful forces like the Temple of Light would enter last and reap the benefits. Naturally, some people guessed the Temple of Light's intentions, but the Temple of Light would not allow these people to follow behind them. It was certain that the entrance to the ruins would be sealed again after they entered. Therefore, Chu Chun instructed Chu Tian and Shelley to enter the ruins before the Temple of Light. As soon as Chu Tian entered the ruins, he felt a spatial pulling force. Fortunately, this force was very weak, and his legendary level strength was enough to withstand it. However, if it were a mortal cultivator, the spatial fluctuations at the entrance alone would probably make them uncomfortable for quite some time. Upon entering the ruins, Chu Tian discovered that it was not like being underground in a desert at all, but rather like being in an endless starry sky, with countless stars scattered across the sky when he looked up. This eerie scene made Chu Tian more vigilant. Before he could even carefully observe his surroundings, he heard shouts of killing coming from not far away. Chu Tian cautiously ran over and found that the group of people who had come in earlier were fighting against a group of skeleton warriors. These skeleton warriors were different from the skeleton warriors controlled by Chu Chun in the underground world. These skeleton warriors were filled with death aura and had bloodshot eyes, clearly fighting only on instinct. Despite this, because they were fearless and numerous, the group of cultivators who entered were about to be slaughtered. Chu Tian also observed that these cultivators who fell after being killed by the skeletons quickly stood up and became mindless zombies who only knew how to kill. This meant that the skeleton warriors had a continuous supply of troops. Unless the incoming cultivators could find a way to annihilate them in one fell swoop, they would definitely not be able to defeat them. With Chu Tian's abilities, he could certainly annihilate this group of skeleton warriors, but he was too lazy to do something so strenuous and thankless. He would leave it for the Temple of Light that would come in later. Chu Tian flashed past the battlefield, and before the few people who were still barely holding on could call for help, Chu Tian had already disappeared. As they ventured deeper, they began to see what a desert looked like, but the desert had an eerie atmosphere. There was not a sound, except for the rustling sound of Chu Tian's feet on the sand. The silence was chilling. There were at least tens of thousands of cultivators who had entered before, but Chu Tian had walked around for several hours without encountering a single one. The sky was still full of stars, but in the desert it felt as if the sun was blazing, and the sand underfoot was almost burning hot. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chu Tian suddenly heard a movement beneath his feet. He immediately took flight, simultaneously unleashing a fist of battle chi with his right hand towards the ground. With a loud bang, the ground exploded, and a corpse flew out. Chu Tian stepped forward, and, judging from the clothes and the appearance of the corpse, it should be a group of cultivators who had entered earlier. However, he didn't know why they were covered by sand. They had just moved down there, and Chu Tian mistook it for some kind of danger and killed them with a punch. Although it was an accidental killing, Chu Tian felt no guilt whatsoever. His personality was exactly the same as Chu Chen's, prioritizing his own life above all else. If something had actually tried to attack him and he hadn't acted first, he might have already been hit. It seems this desert is not simple either. It's just that the dangers are still hidden and haven't made a move against me yet. Chu Tian grew impatient walking through the desert and resorted to a violent leap to launch himself forward. Another tedious journey followed. Along the way, Chu Tian finally encountered a few attacks, but they were all ordinary magical beasts, which Chu Tian easily smashed with a single blow. They did nothing to stop Chu Tian's progress. Chu Tian continued to advance rapidly until he discovered a strange temple. The dilapidated temple looked like a place of worship for death wizards. Chu Tian didn't dare to trespass and instead explored the outside first. Just then, several more people arrived one after another. Chu Tian glanced at them and saw that all 7 or 8 people were extraordinary. 3 of them were at the 5th level of extraordinary, but they were obviously in the same group. The others were lone wolves, but they had the strength of the 7th to 8th level of extraordinary. After the group arrived, they were first attracted by the temple in front of them, and then they looked at the other people in the room with vigilance. Because Chu Tian's strength far exceeded that of the others, they could not see his strength at all, so they maintained the highest level of vigilance towards him. Finally, the man in the khaki clothes spoke up. "I find this temple rather eerie. Why don't we go in and take a look?" No one else said anything. They just nodded. The man in yellow didn't feel embarrassed and was the first to step inside. Seeing that he had gone in unharmed, everyone then went in one by one. They found that there was nothing unusual, so they began to search around, hoping to find some treasure. After entering the temple, Chu Tian first looked at the deities enshrined there, but after a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out from the side. "This is the Lord of Nightmares, a very powerful god from 2,000 years ago. He has many followers, and his followers can steal the souls of other living beings in their sleep. No race that needs sleep can escape their attacks. They are also known as nightmare killers." Chu Tian looked at the person speaking beside him. He was a young man of average age, dressed as a mercenary. Chapter 1:18 Nightmare Space. Inside the mysterious temple in the desert, while everyone else was searching for treasures, Chu Tian and a young man were discussing the statues and murals in the temple as if they were admiring them. This young man is named Alan. His level 7 extraordinary strength is remarkable for his age. He claims to be an ordinary mercenary, but Chu Tian would never believe that an ordinary mercenary could know so much, and even be so familiar with history from 2,000 years ago. The others searched around but found no treasure, so they eventually set their sights on the statue as well. "We searched everywhere but found nothing. Such a large temple, appearing so strangely in the desert, is definitely not an ordinary temple. There must be something fishy about it. Let's all move this statue away. Maybe there's some kind of secret passage underneath." A man in hemp clothing, who seemed to be an expert in treasure hunting, suggested to the group. The other 2 with him immediately agreed, and the others thought he made a good point. They all stepped forward to move the statue, but the man in hemp clothing stopped them. "Gentlemen, we've worked so hard searching for treasure here. We can't let some people reap the rewards without lifting a finger, lest we end up working for someone else." As they spoke, the man in hemp clothing glanced at Chu Tian and Alan, seemingly unintentionally. Upon hearing his words, the others also began to look at Chu Tian and Alan with hostility. "Don't get me wrong, I have no interest in the treasures here. I'm just here to join in the fun." Alan quickly waved his hand and said, "Yes, I'm not interested in treasures either. Everyone, please feel free to browse. I'll just take a look." Chu Tian, not to be outdone, quickly followed up with his explanation. However, the relaxed expressions on their faces clearly showed that they didn't take the others seriously. Although no one could figure out Chu Tian's strength, if he were a legendary figure, he wouldn't be so polite to a group of extraordinary beings. They must have used some method to hide it, and the young man was only at the 7th level of the extraordinary realm. With so many people, they were certainly not afraid of Alan and his companion. So everyone surrounded Chu Tian and Alan, but no one was willing to be the first to make a move. "What? Are you going to attack us? The one next to me is a legendary level expert," Alan said with a smile. Chu Tian also glanced at him curiously. Logically speaking, Alan should not be able to see his strength. Everyone was startled by Alan's words. A legendary figure was not someone they could afford to offend. However, they were immediately reminded by the words of the man in hemp clothing. "Do you think you can scare us by saying that? If he were a legendary level being, would he have let us in? And who said we were going to attack him? We just want to get rid of you." Alan let out a strange cry and shouted, "All right, so you're trying to pick on the weak. I just explained the origin of this temple to you. Aren't you going to help me out?" Alan hid behind Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked at the man behind him and was momentarily stunned. Was the cold and calm man from just now the same person who was now goofing around and farming for treasure? Or which side was the real him? Chu Tian remained silent, simply flashing aside, his meaning clear. Go ahead and do it. I won't interfere. Seeing this, Alan knew that Chu Tian really wouldn't make a move, so he took out his weapon, which turned out to be a dagger, and the others also approached Alan one after another. Just then, Alan shouted again. Look behind you quickly. The others thought he was bluffing and ignored him until someone felt a strong gust of wind behind them. They turned around and saw that the huge statue that had been standing perfectly fine was suddenly collapsing towards them. The group was so frightened that they quickly moved away. With such a large statue, it would be difficult to escape if they were crushed. Although they wouldn't be crushed to death, they would probably suffer some injuries. After the statue collapsed, a dark hole was revealed behind it. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, a dark figure flashed by. It was Alan, who had been surrounded and attacked earlier. Seeing this, Chu Tian also flashed after him. The others then realized what was happening and entered the cave, cursing as they went. No one noticed that the statue that had been lying on the ground suddenly lit up, and the collapsed statue was restored to its original state. Upon entering the cave, Chu Tian was greeted by a completely different scene from the outside. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Chu Tian walked in the darkness for an unknown amount of time before he saw a glimmer of light. He quickly ran towards the light and discovered that it was made up of pearl-like objects. Although Chu Tian did not recognize them, he knew they must be valuable. He sensed them with his soul and found that they contained extremely pure soul power. He then picked them, collecting more than 500 in total, before realizing that the view ahead had suddenly opened up. As Chu Tian walked further, he realized that he didn't know when he had come out. He felt a little confused, but he still continued to walk forward. What Chu Tian didn't know was that he had entered a nightmare space. The other cultivators who entered had already had their souls absorbed while they were asleep. Only Chu Tian, because he was a split soul of Chu Chun, had an extremely pure soul. He was not affected by the power of the nightmare and actually came out safely. Not long after Chu Tian left, another person suddenly appeared from the place he had left. It was Alan, but Alan's expression was not good at this time. Who on earth picked the soul pearl ahead of time, making me come all this way for nothing? Could it be that legendary expert? It should only be him. He is completely unaffected by the power of the nightmare. He is the nemesis of our demon race. Alan licked his lips and ran in the direction Chu Tian was heading. At this time, Chu Tian had already left the desert and arrived at a strange terrain area. While Chu Tian was delayed in the nightmare space, many people had already arrived and were stunned by the strange sight before them. This place seemed to have witnessed a great battle between gods and demons. Before us stood towering mountain peaks, half of which had been sheared away. A sea of fire, radiating intense heat, stretched across the sky, and deep trenches cleaved the earth, exuding a chilling aura of swords. What kind of power is this? Even Chu Tian felt despair in the face of such power. Chu Chun, having experienced the same feeling through Chu Tian, was also shocked. Such a scene could probably only be created by beings at the saint rank or even above. At this moment, Chu Chun already had some guesses in his mind. This place was probably a battlefield of the War of Faith that had lasted for 2,000 years. He just didn't know if any gods would die here. The people of the Temple of Light had also arrived long ago, clearly with a specific purpose, and were carefully searching this area. Other major powers, such as the elves, were also conducting purposeful searches. Chu Chun guessed that these powers had participated in that great war and were here to search for treasures left behind by their ancestors. Chapter 119 Treasure Hunt Amidst the Chaos. The treasure hunt in this eerie area is destined to be the exclusive domain of powerful forces. Others may also want to search, but firstly, they don't know where to start, as they lack specialized detection tools. Secondly, if they enter the search area of powerful forces, they will not only be driven away immediately, but even if they find something, they certainly won't let anyone take it away. So many people just watch from the sidelines, while only a few wandered aimlessly outside the search areas of the major powers. Searching for treasures here is no easy task. Even though the people from powerful forces have some experience, Chu Tian has seen several of them lose their men in just a short time. While everyone was frantically searching for treasures inside the ancient battlefield ruins, most people outside had already entered the ruins. Some who arrived late were blocked outside by the Temple of Light and other major forces, while those who refused to leave waited nearby for the people inside to come out. No one noticed that a great river, mixed with silt, was surging toward the chaotic realm. It was precisely because Chu Chun took advantage of the fact that the major powers' hidden experts had all entered the ruins that he controlled the flowing sand river to flow into the chaotic domain, passing through an abandoned, uninhabited river valley next to the chaotic domain and quietly flowing into the desert. Because most people's attention was drawn to the ruins, no one noticed the sudden appearance of a river, even though it was less than 3 kilometers away from the ruins. After Chu Chun controlled the flowing sand river to venture deeper into the desert, he first turned his attention to Chu Tian, and together they witnessed the treasure hunt inside the ruins. What appeared before Chu Tian and Chu Chun was a scene of utter chaos. At the border between the Beastmen and the Temple of Light, the Beastmen had found a bone. This bone was extraordinary, radiating a rich, bloody light. The Beastman who found it felt his blood boil as soon as he picked it up, clearly indicating that it was a bone that would be very useful to the Beastmen. At the same time, the people of the Temple of Light also discovered it and surrounded the orc. This was found in the area of the Temple of Light outside. We had already agreed that we would only search for treasure in our own areas. I will not pursue your mistake of trespassing. Just hand over the bone now. A mage from the Temple of Light said. These are clearly the bones of our ancestors. Why should we hand them over to you? If we can't even protect the remains of our ancestors, what's the point of our beast race living? We might as well just die. I absolutely cannot give you this bone. The powerful members of the beast race also realized that this bone was of great use to them, so they refused to give it up and surrounded it as well. Since the other races, including the elves, were not involved, they all stood aside to watch the show. At the same time, they were also perhaps hoping to seize it if the opportunity arose, since a bone passed down for over 2,000 years would be tempting to anyone. It seems your orc race is determined to cause trouble for our Temple of Light? Then let's see how much you, Savage Tiger, have improved over the years. Your Temple of Light has been domineering for so many years, even trying to steal the remains of my ancestors. Others may fear your Temple of Light, but I, the Savage Tiger, am not, especially not you, Tony. You were defeated by me 100 years ago. It seems the two are old acquaintances and have even clashed before. It seems there's no way to resolve this peacefully. Knights, prepare for battle. Tony the mage gave a low command. The Savage Tiger on the other side roared to the sky, and all the beastmen roared to the sky in unison, preparing to launch an attack. In the end, the orcs couldn't hold back any longer and launched the first attack. First, the orc warriors used their innate magical attacks, and then a group of melee-type magical beasts pounced on them. The Knights of the Temple of Light were responsible for defending the outer perimeter against attacks, while the mages in the center were responsible for launching counterattacks. For a time, the fighting was fierce. Many people in the vicinity began to have a strange glint in their eyes, as if they were plotting something. Chu Tian did the same. With the Temple of Light and the Beastmen fighting, those two vast territories were conveniently vacated. More and more people had this idea, and finally someone couldn't resist and rushed into the Beastmen's territory to search for treasure. Immediately afterwards, countless cultivators rushed into the territory of the two forces, but avoided the area where the two groups were fighting. Both the Temple of Light and the orcs were watching with rage, but the battle had reached a fever pitch, and neither dared to stop first. Wild Tiger, are you just going to watch them raid our territory? How about this? I'll call a halt. We'll all stop, deal with them first, and then we'll settle our own business. Stop talking nonsense. I know you love to use dirty tricks. Do you think I'd believe you? Unless you stop first. The two men had clashed many times over the centuries and knew each other well, so neither would trust the other. The other races, such as elves, winged people, and orcs, shouted that they would help the orcs or the Temple of Light defend their territory, but they also rushed into the areas of the two forces, ostensibly to plunder the treasures found by other cultivators, while also looting for themselves. This scene was exactly what Chu Tian wanted to see. He hoped the scene would be as chaotic as possible. Chu Tian also pretended to be an ordinary martial artist and rushed into the melee. If he finds that several people he previously focused on have fallen on hard times, he will lend a helping hand, making sure the other party notices without arousing suspicion from others, thus leaving a good impression on them. At the same time, he was also looking for any treasures he might need. He came across a set of armor with extremely strong defensive capabilities and seized it without hesitation. He also snatched a bottle that could nurture soul power. Suddenly, he saw that the orcs were in trouble in the orcs' treasure hunting area. It turns out that the orcs have always been under the protection of the orcs, so when the orcs clashed with the Temple of Light, the orcs were the first to help the orcs defend the treasure hunting area. However, the orcs' strength has always been somewhat insufficient, so they were suppressed by the invading elves and winged people, and now they are in a precarious situation. Chu Qin saw it through Chu Tian's eyes and remembered the 5 little followers of the demon dragon Gecko who had been sent to the Beastman clan along with the Beastman princess. He wondered how they were doing now. Chu Chun had made an agreement with the Beastman clan to have them send a batch of beastmen to awaken their bloodlines at the end of the year, and the date was approaching. Since we are likely to form an alliance with the orcs in the future, we might as well help them now and establish a connection. So Chu Tian asked Chu Chun to lend a hand. Now, apart from the Beastman Tiger and the magician Tony from the Temple of Light, there was only one legendary expert left in the arena. For some reason, the elves did not send any legendary experts this time. Chapter 120 Chu Tian makes his move. In the desert, amidst the ruins of an ancient battlefield, the treasure hunt, which was originally quite orderly, turned into a fierce battle because of a bone belonging to an ancestor of the orcs. At this time, the orcs were in a bad state. Due to the lack of legendary level powerhouses, they were targeted by the winged people everywhere. Not only were the treasures found by the orcs stolen, but many orc warriors also had their personal belongings taken away. Chingy, don't go too far. Abbott, a highly respected elder of the orc race, stared angrily at a winged creature with blue wings opposite him. Although the winged race also relies on the Temple of Light, their deity seems to be closely related to the God of Light. As a result, the winged race has always obtained a lot of resources in the God and Demon continent, and their strength ranks among the top of all races. They are far stronger than the orcs, who suffer from double exploitation by the Temple of Light and the orcs. Abbott, you're old. The world belongs to the young now. I may have gone too far, but what can you do about it? According to age, Abbott is more than 100 years older than Chingy. However, Chingy not only has superior talent, but also has much better cultivation resources than Abbott. Therefore, he has surpassed Abbott. Abbott is still hovering at the 10th level of the extraordinary level and has never been able to advance to the legendary level, while Chingy advanced to the first level of the legendary level a few years ago. Abbott opened his mouth, but couldn't refute Chingy's words. In the God and Demon continent, strength is paramount. If he couldn't defeat the other side, he could only admit defeat. If the fight continued, none of the people he brought would necessarily return alive. I've got it. Chingy, you've truly surpassed your master. I hope you can stay this arrogant forever. Abbott could only utter a few harsh words before preparing to leave the battlefield. This ancient battlefield is still quite large. There's no need to stay here and fight the winged clan forever. Wait a minute. Abbott, are you getting senile? You just got so many treasures from here. Are you really planning to leave? Chingy gestured to his clansmen behind him, and they immediately blocked the path for the beastmen to leave. Chingy, are you trying to steal our treasure? Abbott looked terrible. It seemed that unless they brought out all their treasures and endured further humiliation, the matter would not end well. However, the orcs also had their own dignity and would absolutely not tolerate such humiliation. Don't say that. Since you're here, unless you take nothing, how can you leave so easily? Who knows if you've looted any treasures from our territory? You don't need to say anything more. Although I haven't advanced to the legendary level yet, I'm going to test how much stronger you've become after advancing. Abbott let out a beastly roar. His clothes were torn apart, and his body suddenly grew much larger. His true form was that of an ape. Abbott appeared ready to fight to the death, but secretly he transmitted his thoughts to his people. Once the fighting starts, You must immediately protect Orb and help him break through. Once you're out, don't go to the clan's territory. Head to the endless desert to find that person. The princess and that person have reached an agreement. That person will help you awaken your bloodlines. If there's no news from the clan summoning you, stay by that person's side and never go back. This time, the orcs did indeed obtain some treasures, and they even found a piece of the bone of their ancestor, though it hadn't been discovered by anyone. That piece of bone was even more powerful than the one the orcs had found, and it might even belong to one of the orc gods. Therefore, Abbott valued it highly and handed it over to Orb early on. Orb was the most talented among the younger generation he had brought out this time, and he was also one of the candidates he was preparing to bring to help Chu Chun awaken his bloodline. At the same moment, Chingy also transmitted his voice to his clansmen. Once the battle starts, don't let them go, especially that guy. He must have something good on him. Chingy was referring to Orb. It turned out that during the previous small-scale clash, he had noticed that the orcs had been intentionally or unintentionally protecting Orb, and guessed that it must be because he was carrying an important treasure. Both sides harbored ulterior motives, and the atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds before Abbott rushed towards Chingy first. He was already a rank lower than Chingy, and if he let the other party make the first move, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack. Abbott's offensive was extremely fierce. He charged towards Chingy at incredible speed, employing a close-quarters combat strategy. This was a very smart choice. The winged race could fly, giving them a natural advantage. If Abbott couldn't quickly close the distance and force them into melee combat, and instead allowed the winged race to wear him down from a distance, then he would be completely outmatched. However, the gap between Legend and the Extraordinary was too great. Chingy was faster, and all of Abbott's attacks missed, easily dodged by Chingy. The moment Abbott's first attack missed, Chingy launched a counterattack. Abbott knew that Chingy would not let this opportunity pass, so when he realized that his attack had missed, he immediately prepared to defend. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of flesh colliding with flesh were incessant. In just an instant, Abbott was attacked more than a dozen times by the Azure Wings. Abbott felt sore all over, but seeing that his people were still being entangled by the Winged Clan and unable to escape, Abbott had no choice but to continue to hold on, but he could only passively take the beating. Chu Tian, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, also made his move at this moment. If he didn't act now and Abbott was knocked down, he would be exposed even more completely. Just as Chingy was about to launch a new attack, Chu Tian suddenly appeared between the two, blocking all of Chingy's attacks, and turned to Abbott, saying, "Go help your people, then lead them away. I will take charge here." Although Abbott was curious as to why this complete stranger would help him, this was a golden opportunity, and it wasn't the time to ask questions, so he decisively nodded and went to help his people escape their predicament. With Abbott's help, the orcs found it much easier to deal with the winged race, and soon one orc after another broke away from the battlefield and ran away. "Who are you? Judging from your appearance, you're not a beast man. Why are you helping them while opposing our winged clan?" "I just can't stand Birdman. Come down here and talk to me." Chu Tian suddenly made his move with lightning speed. Before Chingy could react, he felt his wings being grabbed and then pulled hard, dragging his body to the ground. Then Chingy learned what it meant to be completely disoriented. Chu Tian, as if playing a game, grabbed Chingy's wings and repeatedly slammed it to the ground. In an instant, the fighting nearby stopped, and all watched Chu Tian's performance. "This is way too exaggerated." Abbott looked at Chingy, who had just beaten him so badly that he had no chance to fight back, and now Chingy was being toyed with and applauded like a chick caught by an eagle. He couldn't help but feel that he was really getting old. However, he quickly realized what was happening, and, while the surrounding winged clan members were still in a daze, he hurriedly led his people to evacuate. Chapter 121: Beating up the Winged Clan and the Elf Clan. Chingy, who was almost dizzy from being thrown by Chu Tian, suddenly burst out with a strong blue light. Then Chu Tian felt the wings in his hand suddenly shrink. He didn't react in time and let Chingy slip away from his hand. When Chingy reappeared, he was already not far away. All the feathers on his wings were gone, and his wings had shrunk, making him look like a featherless pheasant. "Hey, where's your fur?" Chu Tian asked the question knowingly, which made Qingyi's face turn pale with anger. The cultivators watching the battle from afar couldn't help but burst into laughter at Qingyi's comical appearance. Hearing the laughter, Qingyi became even angrier. He angrily looked around, as if he wanted to remember the faces of everyone who mocked him and settle scores with them one by one. Many people were intimidated by Qingyi's threatening gaze, but a few people still laughed indifferently. Chu Tian also paid attention to these people. They were either fools or really capable, as they could remain calm under the intimidation of a legendary figure from a great clan like Qingyi. What are you all standing there for? Attack together. Qingyi glared at Chu Tian and said fiercely. Although the surrounding Winged clan members were also frightened by Chu Tian's move just now, they still had no choice but to rush forward under Qingyi's command. Chu Tian, completely unfazed, continued to fend off the Winged tribesmen's attacks while shouting loudly. I'm holding off the Winged people for you. Why don't you take advantage of the chaos and plunder the spoils? These words were undoubtedly addressed to the group of cultivators watching the show. He believed that among so many cultivators, there must be some who were not afraid of death, and how could they not be tempted by such a good opportunity? Although this area of the Winged clan had been plundered, there were still many broken weapons, materials, and overlooked ores and other treasures, which were all valuable items for these rogue cultivators. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, many people immediately rushed forward. Qingyi could only stand by angrily threatening, but was unable to stop Chu Tian because he was entangled with her. When the others saw that the Winged clan was indeed completely unable to interfere with them, they all rushed forward, leaving only a small group of timid people behind to watch. Even if you have treasures, you have to be alive to use them. When the Winged clan is free to act, or when the Elf clan intervenes, let's see if those people live or die. That's right. Why don't we offer to help stop them now? Maybe the Winged clan will do us a favor and let us into search for treasure later. I think we should forget about it. Those people are blinded by the treasure right now. It would be a waste of our energy to go up there. Fortune favors the bold. Those who dare not take risks will forever remain just another mediocre person. With his level 4 legendary strength, Chu Tian could easily handle a level 1 legendary being plus a group of extraordinary Winged race members. However, Chu Tian didn't intend to go all out, since he had no real hatred towards the Winged race. At the same time, Chu Tian was also observing the battle between the Temple of Light and the Beast clan. At this point, the orcs were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, while the elves, with their complete offensive and defensive systems, became increasingly powerful the longer the conflict dragged on. The orcs were already running out of steam. Both Savage Tiger and Tony noticed the commotion on the Winged clan's side, but neither of them could spare a hand to help. They could only let Chu Tian bully the Winged clan. Savage Tiger was quite happy, thinking that Chu Tian had come to help the Beast clan. Brother, hurry up and finish the battle over there so you can come and help me. Once we've defeated the Temple of Light together, my king will surely reward us handsomely when we return to the orcs. Monhu shouted in a rough voice, which made the people of the Temple of Light on the other side tremble. If Chu Tian really came to help, the Temple of Light would probably have to retreat. Meanwhile, the Winged clan fighting against Chu Tian were also terrified. At this point, they could clearly see that Chu Tian was just toying with them and hadn't used his full strength at all. If he really went all out, none of them would be able to escape. Then Chu Tian shook his head and said, "You fight your battles, I'll fight mine. We won't interfere with each other." You. Monhu was surprised that Chu Tian would refuse his proposal, while the people of the Temple of Light breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Tian did not come to help, they would be able to deal with the Beastmen soon, and it would be much easier to deal with Chu Tian afterward. The Winged clan members were both happy and sad. They were happy because Chu Tian's words seemed to mean their lives could be saved, but they were sad because fighting Chu Tian had been incredibly grueling. Especially Qingyi, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head after being targeted by Chu Tian. Another quarter of an hour passed, and seeing that the orcs wouldn't last much longer, the elves joined the battle. The elves hadn't come in large numbers to begin with, but at such a critical moment, if they had gone to help the Temple of Light, they could have doubled the speed of the orcs' retreat. However, the elves did not do so. The elves chose to help the Winged race fight against Chu Tian. Interesting. Chu Chun had been secretly observing the development of the situation. He was somewhat surprised by the actions of the elves. It seemed that there was still a lot of strife between the elves and the Temple of Light. Although the elves joined the fray, the situation for the winged race didn't improve much. After all, the elves didn't have any legendary level experts present, so they couldn't have any real impact on Chu Tian. It was just that they had more people to take a beating. But after dragging on for an hour, the beastmen finally couldn't hold on any longer and, under the angry commands of the savage tiger, began to fight and retreat as they charged outwards. The Temple of Light did not exterminate them completely. They only killed a few beastmen who were left to cover the rear, and then returned to deal with Chu Tian and the rogue cultivators who had scattered during the great battle to search for treasure. Seeing that the time was almost right, Chu Tian shook off Qingyi once more and shouted, "The Temple of Light is going to settle scores later. Those who have the guts should fight against the Temple of Light with me, and those who don't should run away first." Chu Tian's shouts startled the group, who were happily searching for treasure. Some of the people who had been keeping watch had already slipped away before the Temple of Light returned. "Leave the treasure behind, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll be hunted down by the Temple of Light forever," Tony said coldly, and immediately a large number of people obediently left behind the treasures they had painstakingly searched for. A large number of people were so frightened that they scattered and fled. The ancient battlefield ruins are so vast that it would indeed be difficult for the Temple of Light to capture them all if they scattered and fled. However, the Temple of Light still sent a small team to capture those who had escaped. About 100 people gathered around Chu Tian. They were all quite courageous and impressed by Chu Tian's ability to fight against the winged race and the elf race single-handedly. They were willing to follow him and take a chance. Chapter 122 Breaking Through the Encirclement. The hearts of the people return. All right, since everyone is willing to trust me, I assure you that I will definitely lead you out of here. Chu Tian spoke confidently to the crowd, and then began a simple strategic deployment. Leave the legendary rank enemies on the other side to me. You all gather together, warriors on the outside, mages on the inside, and move out of the ruins together. Everyone followed Chu Tian's orders and began to move to their positions. No one held back at this time, because they were about to face the Temple of Light, who were best at fighting in large groups. Just as Chu Tian's group finished arranging their formation, the people from the Temple of Light arrived and, together with the Winged Clan and the Elf Clan, surrounded Chu Tian's group. Chu Tian's side had only a little over 100 people, while the Temple of Light had more than 500. It was a battle with a huge disparity in strength. However, Chu Tian was not flustered at all. Although the cultivators who followed Chu Tian were somewhat nervous, none of them retreated a single step. Well done. Today, let's make a name for ourselves on the continent of gods and demons. Charge. Chu Tian rushed out first, his target being Tony, the mage of the Temple of Light. Tony knew that Chu Tian was very powerful, so he had hidden himself in a strong protective circle. After the protective circle of many swordsmen withstood Chu Tian's attack, Tony finally stepped in to stop Chu Tian. Qingyi of the Winged Clan originally wanted to go forward to deal with Chu Tian, but he was so frightened by a single look from Chu Tian that he retreated and awkwardly pretended to be seriously injured. Seeing him like this, Tony could only sigh in his heart that he was useless, but helplessly, he could only deal with Chu Tian himself. Only when you actually face Chu Tian do you realize how terrifying he is. Although Tony is also a legendary level 4, compared to him, Chu Tian's physical defense is amazing, so he often ignores minor damage and adopts a reckless fighting style. I can take your punch head on, but you will also have to take my punch. This was unbearable for Tony, who had no choice but to rely on the knights to deal with Chu Tian. Meanwhile, the rogue cultivators who followed Chu Tian also encountered the swordsmen of the Temple of Light, the winged race, and the elves. Because they were outnumbered and outmatched, and the team was made up of strangers who were not familiar with each other, their coordination was also very poor. As a result, they were suppressed in every way, but fortunately, there were no major casualties. Chu Tian grew increasingly fierce in battle, forcing Tony to mobilize more and more manpower to deal with him, which also reduced the pressure on the rogue cultivators who followed Chu Tian. However, The group managed to break through an opening and escape. Seeing that everyone had already rushed out, Chu Tian laughed loudly. All right, we're leaving now, we're done playing with you guys. So they ran wildly together, right behind the crowd. After running for a while, they were caught up again, and then another fight ensued before they were pushed away once more. They fought and stopped intermittently, until they reached the exit of the ancient battlefield ruins. Those outside the ancient battlefield had already received the news and were currently deploying troops at the exit, waiting for Chu Tian and his group to leave. How could Chu Tian not have guessed? But with Chu Chun strategizing outside, he had already sent a message to Shelley, instructing her to prepare a meeting at the entrance. However, in order not to expose Chu Tian's information, Shelley made some disguises this time and did not plan to take direct action. She only needed to disrupt the arrangement of the Temple of Light the moment Chu Tian came out, so that they could rush out. Brothers, the exit is just ahead. There will be people helping us outside. We'll just run away in the chaos. Remember to stick with me and don't get separated. Yes, I'll do whatever Brother Chu Tian says. After spending time together, these people were completely convinced of Chu Tian's abilities, and they all started calling him brother. Although Chu Tian wasn't the oldest, everyone still called him Big Brother. You can't escape now. Surrender immediately. Tony and his men caught up once again. The chase and fighting for 3 or 4 days left the magician exhausted, but with the exit just around the corner and the capture of Chu Tian imminent, Tony had already devised a plan to torture Chu Tian to vent his hatred. Magician Tony, you're too old to run anymore. You should rest. We'll be going now. Chu Tian mocked as he led the group out of the ruins. As soon as he stepped out of the exit, he found that the outside was already surrounded by people in layers. Chu Tian sensed that there were 2 legendary-level people alone, not to mention so many extraordinary people. The group that came out were not intimidated by the scene before them. With this number of people, let alone besieging their small group, they could easily wipe out a medium-sized force. Chu Tian didn't say anything, and continued to lead everyone forward. When Chu Tian came out, the vice commander of the Night Order who had been waiting outside for a long time was about to order everyone to come forward. At this moment, several explosions were heard, and the troops surrounding Chu Tian were blown to pieces. It turned out that Shelley had mingled in the crowd and secretly dropped several powerful scrolls. Chu Tian saw it, and led everyone to rush towards the direction of the explosion. The vice captain and another mage were about to stop them when 2 scrolls were thrown at them. Sensing the immense energy fluctuations contained within the scroll, neither of them dared to be careless and immediately began to defend themselves. The explosions continued unabated, and Shelley kept moving through the crowd, throwing out scrolls as if they were free, making the already cramped exit even more chaotic, leaving no room for effective resistance. Chu Tian swept away the enemies blocking his way with overwhelming force, then led the group into the depths of the desert. When Tony emerged from the ruins exit, he saw Chu Tian leading everyone into the depths of the desert. Furious, he ordered everyone to give chase, while he himself sped up the pursuit without regard for his own energy expenditure. The other 2 extraordinary beings followed quickly as well. If they could intercept Chu Tian, this would be a successful pursuit. Chu Tian led the group running ahead when Chu Chun suddenly transmitted his voice to Chu Tian. They're catching up from behind. You and Shelley can't protect them on your own. Change direction and run towards my quicksand river. I'll hide them there, and you can come back to meet them after you've shaken them off. Chu Tian nodded, and while continuing to run, he gave instructions to the group. Brothers, keep running forward until you see a river, then stop. I'll distract those people. Upon hearing that Chu Tian had led away the pursuers alone, everyone exclaimed, Brother Chu, be careful. Brother Chu, you must come and find us. We're waiting to have a drink with you. Chapter 123 The Vanished Crowd, the Enraged Temple of Light. After parting ways with everyone, Chu Tian immediately changed his location. The Light Temple mage Tony and the vice commander of the Knights saw Chu Tian separate from the others. Trying to split up and escape? Vice Commander, you and I will chase after that legendary level man. And more, you go after those extraordinary ones. So Tony, along with the vice commander of the Knights, went after Chu Tian, while the remaining mage went to pursue the scattered rogue cultivators. The mage Tony thought to himself that even if he and the vice-captain could not subdue Chu Tian, as long as they could hold him off and wait for the reinforcements to arrive, they would surely be able to kill or even capture Chu Tian alive. As for the remaining 100 or so people, a legendary mage should be more than enough to deal with them. Chu Tian noticed that the enemies from the Temple of Light pursuing him had also split into two groups, but he wasn't worried. The group of rogue cultivators had Chu Chun with them, while his side the idea that a mere legendary level 4 mage and a legendary level 3 knight could capture him was probably underestimating him. He'd definitely lose in a fight. Even though Chu Tian was powerful, he couldn't take on two opponents at once. But for those two to think they could hold him back was wishful thinking. After running forward for a while, Chu Tian estimated that it would take some time before the pursuers behind him caught up, so he stopped running. Why did you stop running? I told you long ago that you couldn't escape, and those who followed you would also be punished by the God of Light. Seeing that Chu Tian had stopped, the magician Tony quickly blocked Chu Tian's escape route, and together with the vice-captain, they intercepted Chu Tian from the front and back. Who said I was running away? I just wanted to lure you out so we could deal with you together. Chu Tian said with a smile, which startled Tony and the deputy commander. They thought Chu Tian had some helpers lying in ambush around them, but after carefully observing the area, they found no one there. Let's see if you deal with us, or we deal with you. Let's do it. Tony the magician had been holding back his anger for a long time, and he didn't want to waste any more words with Chu Tian. He simply shouted at the vice-captain and launched an attack. This mage, Tony, possessed a wide variety of light magic, which appeared one after another, making him quite troublesome for Chu Tian. Although the vice-captain was not as difficult to deal with as Tony, he wore heavy armor and had strong defensive capabilities, acting as a meat shield in front of him and often disrupting Chu Tian's counterattacks. The warrior and magic cultivators of the Temple of Light are highly skilled at teamwork, and even though there are only two of them, they cooperate exceptionally well. If it were a one-on-one situation, it wouldn't be difficult for Chu Tian to defeat either of them. If it were two people, Chu Tian might be able to defeat them even if he fought against both of them. However, these two people were indeed very troublesome, and Chu Tian could only contend with them and keep up with the odds. If Chu Chen sent Shelley to help Chu Tian, he could definitely take down both of them in one fell swoop. However, Chu Chen didn't want Shelley to stand out, because it would easily lead people to associate her with him, further exposing the relationship between Chu Tian and Chu Chen. The three fought in the desolate desert for an hour. At this moment, Chu Chen's voice echoed in Chu Tian's mind. That's enough. Let's find a chance to slip away. It turned out that the more than 100 rogue cultivators who followed Chu Tian had desperately run ahead after parting ways with him. They weren't stupid. They must have guessed that the Temple of Light wouldn't send all its people to chase after Chu Tian and ignore them. So they also tried to escape as quickly as possible. They only stopped when they saw the river Chu Tian had mentioned, but at that moment, they didn't know what to do next. I've never heard of such a river in this desert before. This river seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and it looks a bit like the river that flows out of the endless desert outside the chaotic realm. Now that you mention it, it really does seem quite similar. It's said that those rivers are all related to that lord. Could this river also belong to that lord? So, does that mean Brother Chu Tian is also connected to that person? Alright, let's stop guessing and think about what to do next. The pursuers are definitely coming soon, and we can't just stay here and wait. Just as everyone was speculating about Chu Tian's purpose in bringing them to the riverbank, a voice suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. You all jump into the river, and I'll take care of the rest. The crowd looked at each other, but none of them knew who was speaking. What should we do? Jump or not? Looking at the murky and turbulent river in front of them, most people were still hesitant. Moreover, if they jumped into the river and the people from the Temple of Light caught up with them, wouldn't they become sitting ducks? Jump. Brother Chu Tian won't harm us. Besides, this river flows from that person's territory. Maybe that person is helping us. One young man, quite daring, was the first to jump. One by one, the others jumped down, partly out of trust in Chu Tian over the past few days, and partly because they had no other choice. The pursuers were fast approaching, and it would be too late if they didn't jump now. After everyone jumped into the flowing sand river, Chu Chun controlled the water flow to create a waterless area at the bottom, enveloping everyone at the very bottom of the river. Because the water was murky, it was impossible to see what was at the bottom from above. Moreover, Chu Chun secretly transported these people from the bottom of the desert to the Lusha River outside the chaotic domain by controlling the water flow. When the mage Moore of the Temple of Light reached the river, he found it deserted, with only a river stretching across the desert. They can't possibly run that fast. How could a legendary figure like me be unable to catch up with a group of extraordinary beings? Moor released his soul power on the riverbank and sensed the distance, but found that there was still no one in sight. Could it be hidden in this river? Looking at the rushing quicksand river in front of him, Moore was a little puzzled. He flew over the river and used his light scanning magic to find that the riverbed was empty except for the mud and sand. Damn it! How come there's nothing here? Moor was unwilling to give up. He first crossed the flowing sand river and searched for a while, then turned back and searched along the flowing sand river again, but still found nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to return empty-handed. After receiving Chu Chen's message, Chu Tian's attack became even more ferocious. Watch out, he's about to go berserk. Hold on. Once he loses his strength, he'll be no match for us anymore. Tony noticed Chu Tian's change and whispered a reminder to the deputy commander. What he said was true. Once Chu Tian's momentum wore off, they would indeed feel much more relaxed. But how could they possibly withstand Chu Tian's momentum? Before long, the deputy commander was hit by Chu Tian, and Chu Tian seized the opportunity to turn around and run away. Chapter 124. They all joined the Dark Pavilion. Seeing that Chu Tian had started to run away, Tony naturally refused to give up and chased after him relentlessly. However, because the deputy commander had been injured, his speed slowed down, and Tony dared not chase too hard by himself. He could only wait for the deputy commander to join him, which allowed Chu Tian to widen the distance between them. Finally, Chu Tian also ran into Chu Chen's flowing sand river, where Chu Chen sent him outside the chaotic domain in the same way. When Tony and the deputy commander reached the flowing sand river, Chu Tian was nowhere to be seen. They assumed that Chu Tian had used some secret technique to get ahead, and even crossed the flowing sand river to continue the chase. Tony glanced back at the flowing sand river. Although he was curious about when such a large river had appeared in the desert, his main task at the moment was to catch up with Chu Tian, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In the end, naturally, he couldn't find any trace of Chu Tian. Tony returned to the temporary residence of the Temple of Light in a huff, and when he learned that Moore had also failed to find Chu Tian and obtain a follower, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Finally, he returned to the main hall of the Temple of Light that very night and stopped caring about the matters at the ruins. After Chu Tian was sent to the outer edge of the chaotic domain by Chu Chun, he found that the more than 100 brothers from before were already waiting for him by the river. Upon seeing Chu Tian emerge from the river, they were overjoyed and gathered around to thank him. Brothers, it's fate that we escaped from the Temple of Light together, but the Temple of Light will certainly not tolerate us in the future. So I'd like to form an organization to protect ourselves and avoid being bullied again. What do you all think? These 100+ followers were not all independent cultivators. A few were from the mercenary guild or other forces. Chu Tian didn't make things difficult for them, simply saying that anyone who wanted to come in the future was welcome. Then Chu Tian bid them farewell, knowing that the Temple of Light would soon seal off this area, making it difficult to leave. Brother Chu, what kind of organization are you talking about establishing? Brother Chu, although I admire you, we are all not very capable and usually work alone. I don't know what kind of organization you plan to establish. If it's like the Temple of Light, we can't stand those rules. Yeah, we brothers are used to being free and easy. If we suddenly joined an organization, we probably wouldn't feel comfortable. After hearing what everyone said, Chu Tian gestured with his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. I understand what you brothers have to say. Don't worry, the organization I've founded is called the Dark Pavilion. It's mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and assassination missions. It's a bit like a mercenary guild. Providing reliable and important intelligence or completing assassination missions will earn you generous rewards. Of course, You can choose not to do anything, but the organization won't pay you. The most important rule of the organization is loyalty. You must never betray the organization. Secondly, you must be secretive. No member of the organization can reveal their identity, nor can they use the name of the Dark Pavilion to do their own private business. So, brothers, can you accept an organization like this? Chu Tian introduced the main situation of the Dark Pavilion to everyone. It can be said that the Dark Pavilion is already very lenient, and the rewards are also very generous, which is perfect for those who are capable and used to freedom. Hearing Brother Chu say that, it seems pretty good. I'll join first, and I'll get to eat meat if I follow Brother Chu. That's right. Just based on Brother Chu's reputation as a legendary expert, following Brother Chu is definitely a win-win situation. I'll join too. I hope Brother Chu's Dark Pavilion rewards won't disappoint me. Some people went for the generous rewards, some went for Chu Tian, and of course some refused. Those people either had some concerns or just wanted to have fun without any constraints. Chu Tian fully respected their choices. In the end, more than 80 people were able to remain. Chu Tian glanced at them and saw that more than 40 of them were quite skilled, and a few were professional assassins. Very good. First of all, thank you all for trusting me. You will definitely not regret joining the Dark Pavilion. Secondly, I will take you to see the Dark Pavilion's headquarters. Then, I will pay you your first month's salary. You will definitely be satisfied. After saying that, Chu Tian led the 80-odd people to the manor outside Luoyang City. Chu Chan watched Chu Tian and the others depart and nodded to himself. Although he and Chu Tian were one, Chu Tian seemed to have a more forthright personality and was more suited to showing his face in public, while he would always have to hide in the shadows and be a hidden big boss. Chu Tian led the group to the manor outside Luoyang City. Tyron had received a telepathic message from Chu Chun before their arrival and had already left. Shelley did not go back, but returned directly to the lake. This is a plan to hand over the Dark Pavilion entirely to Chu Tian, because Chu Tian is currently the only one who has not been exposed yet. Therefore, if he is in charge of the Dark Pavilion, it will not be easy for him to be associated with Chu Chun. If it were Shelley and Tyran, it would be to clearly tell the Temple of Light and other forces that this organization was founded by Chu Chun. Upon entering the manor, one could hear the sounds of children training diligently. Although there had been no one supervising them for the past 2 days, the children were working very hard under the guidance of Barlow and Todd. Although they are young, they have experienced hardship since childhood. With such good conditions, everyone works hard, afraid of falling behind and being abandoned. Chu Tian did not disturb them, but instead stood quietly to the side with his group. More than 80 people stood aside, and the group of children had already noticed them, but without orders, they did not stop, but continued training. They haven't really come into contact with cultivation yet, so their daily training is nothing more than simple endurance training and physical strengthening exercises such as horse stance and running. Barlow and Todd waited until the morning training session was completed before bringing the children to Chu Tian. The Dark Pavilion Shadow Assassin Squad has assembled. Please give instructions, Pavilion Master. Barlow stepped forward and knelt on the ground, saying. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction, gestured for Below to stand up, and then pointed to the group of followers behind him, saying, "These people all came with me to join the Dark Pavilion. I will select a few of them to serve as your teachers. You must continue to train hard and strive to contribute to the Dark Pavilion as soon as possible." Yes, I will definitely train hard and serve the Dark Pavilion as soon as possible, so as not to let down the Pavilion Master's cultivation. Although the children's voices were still very young, their spirits were strong. All right, take them down to rest. Then Chu Tian led everyone into the hall. The hall wasn't very big, and it still felt a bit crowded with 80 people standing together. Chapter 125 Sustainable Development. Since everyone is willing to follow me into the Dark Pavilion, I won't go into the rules and operating procedures of the Dark Pavilion yet. Someone will explain them to you later, but I will give you the first month's reward first. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he flicked his hand, and more than 80 bottles appeared in the already crowded hall. The bottles contained highly refined spiritual water that Chu Chun had extracted, which was several times purer than the spiritual water in the lake. These are spiritual waters. I don't need to explain their uses. Each of you can have a bottle as a gift for joining the Dark Pavilion. It's actually spiritual water, and so pure at that. It's incredibly valuable. Yes, we haven't done anything for the Dark Pavilion yet. Brother Chu Tian, aren't you being too polite? Chu Tian smiled and waved his hand, indicating that everyone should take the spiritual water first, before saying, once you join the Dark Pavilion, as long as you do your best, you will be rewarded handsomely. In particular, if you complete an important task issued by the Dark Pavilion, the reward will be more generous than you can imagine. All right, everyone, go and rest for a bit. Uncle Wang will make arrangements to find you a place to stay. In the next couple of days, someone will introduce the Dark Pavilion's rules and regulations to you. Once you've officially joined the Dark Pavilion, I hope you can all work together to help the Dark Pavilion grow bigger and bigger. After settling everyone in, Chu Tian would need to stay here for quite some time, not only to be responsible for the operation of the Dark Pavilion, but also to be responsible for cultivating the people who truly belonged to the Dark Pavilion, namely those children. Chu Chun had already returned to the lake. At this time, around the lake, in addition to the elites of the 3,000 Qinsha army who had been stationed there for a long time, all of whom were extraordinary level 3 or above magical beasts, there was also a group of strangers. These people were the orcs who had fled from the ancient battlefield ruins and headed straight for the lake. With Chu Tian's help, these people finally managed to escape from the ancient battlefield, only to be ambushed again by the Temple of Light at the exit. Ultimately, Abbot of the orc race stayed behind to cover the retreat so his people could escape first, and there has been no news of him since. These people followed Abbot's orders and rushed towards the desert, where they were eventually discovered by the Sandstorm army and taken to a lake. Did your orc princess send me any message? Chu Chun conjured a water spirit that floated on the lake's surface and calmly looked at the person in front of him, asking a question. Of all the people, only Orb was highly regarded by Abbot. Before leaving the ruins, Abbot told Orb some things, so he also learned about the deal between the orc princess and Chu Chun. Reporting to my lord, our princess said that your men have entered the Beastman grassland. 4 of them followed the princess and became her guards. Another blood wolf left the princess and is said to have made quite a name for itself in the grassland. Chu Chun understood immediately. Of the 5, only Blood Wolf was the most unruly and could not tolerate living a disciplined life among the beastmen. Therefore, he chose to leave the princess and venture to the grasslands to make his own way. Although Chu Chun was somewhat worried about Blood Wolf, he also knew that with Blood Wolf's personality, whether he stayed by his side or within the Beast clan, it would limit his development. Okay, I see. You guys are the ones who came here to awaken your bloodlines, right? Yes, sir, but our elder has disappeared to cover our escape. We hope you can help us. I only promised your princess that I would help 20 people awaken their bloodlines every year, but I didn't say I would also be a free search and rescuer. However, considering this is our first collaboration, if you find your elder, I will consider helping him. Ob realized he had misspoke and dared not say anything more. Although he was worried about the elder, how could he, with his status, have the right to make demands on such an important figure as Chu Chen? You can rest for now. We will start awakening your bloodlines tomorrow. According to our agreement, there will be 20 people. Please confirm your spots first. After Chu Chun finished speaking, a member of the Wilderness clan stepped forward and led Albu and his group away from the lakeside. After seeing Orb and the others off, Chu Chen summoned Shelly. You've had a tough trip. Take a month to rest. I see you're close to advancing to Legendary Level 2. After you do, I'd like to send you to the Beastman's Plains to check on those little guys. The previously bored dragon gecko heard Chu Chen's words, and its eyes lit up. You must take me with you when you go to the Beastman Plains. I want to see it too. Chu Chen glanced at the demon dragon gecko, shook his head, and said, Yes, take him with you too, see which side is more suitable, and let him go and get some exercise too. Shelly looked at the dragon gecko and felt a headache coming on. Although the magic dragon gecko is quite strong, it is really mischievous. You can go, but I'm warning you, you must follow Shelly's orders the whole time, or I'll never let you go out again. Although he agreed to the demon dragon gecko's request, Chu Chen still had to remind it that while the demon dragon gecko could be as mischievous as it wanted in the desert, it was beyond Chu Chen's reach in the Beastman's territory. If the demon dragon gecko encountered danger, Chu Chen would be unable to protect it. The dragon gecko looked at Shelley expectantly, saying repeatedly, "Yes, master, don't worry. I will listen to Sister Shelley in everything, and I will definitely not cause trouble." Chu Chen only listened to the words of the demon dragon and the gecko, but he would leave the trouble to Shelley later. The demon dragon gecko has been staying by Chu Chen's side these days, and is now at the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. The ghost thorn tree is also only at the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. The two are finally at the same level, so the demon dragon gecko has become somewhat lax recently. This time, sending the demon dragon gecko to the Beastman Plains with Shelley was also intended to give him some experience. After letting Shelley go down to adjust her condition and prepare to actively strive for the 2nd level of the legendary realm, Chu Chen came to Tyran. It has been a long time since the last large-scale breeding of magical beasts, and now the Sandstorm Army has over 100,000 magical beasts. Nearly 5,000 of them have advanced to the transcendent level. It's time to further streamline the Sandstorm Army. However, this was not an easy task, so Chu Chen entrusted the matter to Tyran. Gather the Wilderness Clan, compile a census of all the Sandfall Army soldiers, select the 3,000 strongest Sandfall Army soldiers to cooperate with the Raven Slaughter Army, and train them to form a cohesive formation. At the same time, select 5,000 magical beasts that have not yet advanced to the transcendent level and bring them here to prepare for their attempt to break through to the transcendent level. Lord Chu, I've equipped the Wilderness Clan with the bow and arrow set I bought last time. Now the Wilderness Clan has considerable combat power, and I'd like to see how it goes this time. Chu Chen thought for a moment and nodded, feeling that the Wilderness Clan should be developed and not just used as beast tamers forever. Chapter 126 The Shock Brought to the Orcs. The next day, more than 50 orc warriors gathered by Chu Chen's lake. 20 of them stood at the front, looking at Chu Chen respectfully, their eyes filled with both anticipation and nervousness. The people of their tribe watching them from behind shared the same expectation, and some even felt envy. These 20 people were the most talented of the tribesmen that Orb had chosen to bring this time. Orb held considerable prestige among the younger generation of orcs, so no one objected to his selection. Moreover, the selection had been finalized before departure, but some adjustments were made due to the loss of some personnel in the ruins. Now that you have chosen your people, let's begin. However, since we are cooperating with your orc race, I will also show some sincerity. This time, not only will those who have awakened their bloodlines benefit, but the others will also be treated well. Chu Chen's words filled those who were ready to undergo bloodline awakening with great joy, and the other clansmen were also extremely grateful to Chu Chen. Although they did not yet know what Chu Chen would bring them, the benefits spoken of by such an important figure could not be too bad. Chu Chen figured that cooperation with the orcs would be a long-term thing, and that he might need their help when he was at odds with them in the future. So he decided to be generous and prepare to use a storm to bring down some spiritual water to cleanse the bodies of these orcs. The once clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and then a torrential downpour began from within them. As the rain fell on the bodies of the orcs, they realized that this was not ordinary rainwater, but water rich in spiritual energy. Ob and the others felt even more awe for Chu Chen. It was not difficult to change the weather, but what was rare was that the rainwater was rich in spiritual energy. The orcs also had half-orc blood, so spiritual energy was an essential energy for their cultivation. With so much spiritual water, they could absorb it thoroughly and even use it to cleanse their bodies. The benefits were immeasurable. Outside, to receive such treatment, one would have to spend at least 10,000 gold coins per person. Thank you for your kindness, sir. We will remember it forever. Ob led the way, kneeling down before Chu Chen and saying something. Chu Chen simply waved his hand, signaling them to absorb the nutrients quickly. Orb and the others didn't say anything more. They didn't know when the rain of spiritual energy would stop, so they should hurry up and absorb it. Chu Chen controlled the rain of spiritual energy until Orb and the others had reached saturation, and even with more spiritual energy, it would be difficult to make further progress in a short time. Only then did he stop the rain. Looking at Orb and the others now, you'll notice that their demeanor has changed. After being nourished by the spiritual water, not only have some of them advanced to a higher level, but they have also had their previous hidden injuries repaired, making them look more energetic. It seems you're all almost ready. Everyone else, step back and prepare for those whose bloodlines have awakened to step forward. At the same time, Chu Qin also summoned the Xinsha army, which was still guarding the area around the lake, and even Shui Lai came to the lakeside. There are only 2 opportunities for awakening and blessing each month, and no one will waste them. Even though the effect on Shelley is not as significant as before, it is still much faster than cultivating on her own. The injuries she suffered last time have not fully healed yet, so she can take this opportunity to fully recover. Once everyone had arrived, Chu Chun began the bloodline awakening process. The bloodline awakening was specifically targeted at the 20 orcs. While the others weren't affected, they watched intently. Even Shelley and the wildlings, who had witnessed this many times before, still found it incredibly amazing. The orcs witnessing it for the first time were even more captivated, eager to see just how miraculous Chu Qin's bloodline awakening was and how it differed from that of their own orcs. A red light rose from the lake and then spread out, entering the bodies of 20 orcs. At first, the orcs felt a warm sensation, followed by an itching sensation. They gritted their teeth and persevered, but the itching soon turned into excruciating pain, and their entire bodies felt like they were on fire. Bloodline awakening involves purifying the original bloodline and generating new bloodlines, which is equivalent to burning the blood vessels in the human body with flames. Those who have not experienced it cannot understand the pain. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and roared at the sky. Orb, however, gritted his teeth the whole time. Although his expression was ferocious, he managed to keep quiet. While roaring could release the pain, it would also distract him and prevent him from focusing on observing the condition inside his body. If one can maintain a clear mind and guide the awakening of the bloodline within, there is hope of controlling the direction of evolution. Orb's beast form is a saber tiger, so his hands still retain the long claws of a saber tiger. Now his claws are continuing to grow longer and are getting closer and closer to real long swords. The other orcs were also undergoing some changes in their bodies. The orcs next to them looked on with surprise and envy for the 20 people who had such an opportunity. Based on the initial observations, Chu Qin's bloodline awakening is probably even stronger than that of the beast race. Although these people have not experienced the bloodline awakening of the beast race, they have seen people from their own clans who went to the beast race to awaken their bloodlines. Although they did become stronger after returning, the changes brought about by Chu Chun were not as obvious. Chu Qin glanced at Orb and nodded inwardly, thinking that this person was indeed a promising talent. However, another orc, who had been inconspicuous all along, also caught his attention. During its awakening, the orc revealed its true form, a fox, whose tail, which had previously consisted of 3 strands, had now grown into 5. According to Chu Qin's understanding, the Fox clan is the royal family among the Beastmen, and the Beastman princess is also a Fox clan member. However, the reason why the Fox clan was able to become the royal family is not because of its strong fighting power, but because it was able to form a marriage alliance with the Beastmen. However, there are also very powerful beings in the Fox clan. For example, the current king of the Beastmen is a 5-tailed fox demon with great strength, and even the Beastmen are wary of him. This fox actually had 3 tails when it was only at the transcendent level, and now, after awakening its bloodline, it seems to be evolving into a 5th tail. This talent is truly astonishing. No wonder the orc elders were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect these people when they came to the lake. It turns out that there was a royal genius hidden among them. It seems that Orb is just the leader in name only, while this fox is the most noble orc among these dozens of people. However, it seems that this fox will have some difficulty giving birth to a 5th tail. Her bloodline awakening power is almost over, and her 5th tail has only grown halfway this time. If this were to stop halfway through, not only would the 5th tail be ruined, but even immortality would likely prevent the growth of a 6th tail. Fine, I'll help you out one more time. Chapter 127, The 5-Tailed Fox. The other orcs also saw the fox spirit's condition, but they didn't realize the danger she was in. They were only surprised that she was about to grow a 5th tail, which meant that a once-in-a-millennium genius was about to appear in the Orc royal family. Chu Qin knew that she was now at a critical moment of life and death. Chu Qin noticed that this fox demon actually wanted to burn her bloodline to grow a fifth tail. This was a desperate gamble, a fight to the death. Either the fifth tail will grow back safely, or the burning bloodline will eventually be restored. Either the bloodline is burned out, the fifth tail fails to grow fully, and the bloodline will also become depleted. At the crucial moment, Chu Qin chose to take action and activated the blessing skill. A white light emerged from the lake and quickly spread out. The largest portion entered the little fox's body, while the rest dispersed into countless parts, entering the bodies of everyone present. The little fox had just discovered that she had awakened the heavenly fox bloodline, and her fifth tail was about to grow. Unaware of the danger, she rashly chose to take advantage of the situation and let her fifth tail grow. In fact, she could have chosen not to rush to grow a fifth tail and wait until she had the opportunity in the future to try it. However, her reckless decision, born of youthful arrogance, ultimately put her in danger. Even in her confusion, she realized the gravity of the situation. But when she thought of her sister marrying into the Beastmen race and her father's serious illness, which he kept hidden from everyone, she couldn't allow herself to remain at the extraordinary level for the rest of her life. So she decided to take a gamble. Just when she thought she was about to burn her bloodline to ashes and fail, a large ball of white light suddenly surged into her body. Under the illumination of the white light, her bloodline, which had been exhausted, suddenly regained its vitality and began to produce new blood continuously. Don't overthink it. Keep pushing for the 5 tails. Seeing that she was still in a daze at this point, Chu Qin quickly spoke up to remind her. The little fox then realized that Chu Chun was helping her, so she calmed herself down and began to attack with all her might. With the addition of new blood, the little fox easily and successfully grew its 5th tail. The more tails a fox has, the stronger it is in combat, and the more outstanding its talent. The little fox already had 5 tails at the Transcendent Realm, and at this point she was basically invincible among those of the same level. Apart from freaks like Chu Chun, very few people could be her match. If she can advance to the legendary rank, or even the saint rank, she will be among the top fighters. Moreover, she might even have the opportunity to grow new tails in the future. The orcs really struck gold this time. The little fox was the last to complete her awakening. When she woke up from her awakening state, she realized that everyone around her was looking at her. "Little princess, how are you feeling?" "Little princess, you are truly amazing. You have grown a 5th tail at such a young age. You are a genius that our orc race has only seen once in 1,000 years." The orcs at the front gathered around to congratulate the little fox, showing that she was quite popular among the orcs. The little fox smiled at its people, then knelt down and said, "Princess Vina of the Orc royal family, thank you for your help, sir. If it weren't for you, I might have failed to awaken by now." Only then did everyone realize that Chu Chun had actually helped Vina during her awakening. So Orb and the others also knelt down and said, "Thank you so much for your help, sir. We will never forget it." This time, everyone was sincerely thanking Chu Chun, not out of a transaction. Yet Chu Chun was willing to help Vina. This favor was too great for the orc race. A genius that only appears once in 1,000 years might be able to lead the orc race to break free from the control of the orcs and truly move towards independence in the future. "Get up. You were too reckless this time. If it weren't for me, your bloodline would have been completely ruined. Everyone should have gained quite a bit this time. What are you planning to do next?" Vina smiled shyly, her big eyes fixed on Chu Chun. Although Chu Chun was a condensed water spirit, he still felt a little embarrassed by her gaze. At this point, Orb stepped forward and answered. "Before the elder parted from us, he instructed us that if he did not return, we should follow you. Please allow us to stay in the desert for the time being. Rest assured, we will not disturb you. If you need anything from us, please do not hesitate to ask." After Orb finished speaking, the others all looked expectant, seemingly quite eager to stay. Chu Chun thought for a moment and decided it wouldn't hurt to leave them here. The desert was so vast, and they would have an extra group of people to command. Why not? All right then, find a place to stay temporarily, and leave whenever you want. "Thank you, sir. We'll take our leave now." After saying this, Orb led his people away to find a temporary place to live, while Vina also left the lake with reluctance. This little fox is quite talented. Do you wish to recruit it into your fold, sir? The orcs have always relied on the beast men, but the relationship between the two races is not very good. If the orcs become powerful, the two races will inevitably clash or even go to war. In the future, when we cultivate magical beasts on a large scale, we will also inevitably clash with the beastmen. If we can train this little girl to lead the orcs, it will be much easier to deal with the beastmen together in the future. My lord, are you saying that we will go to war with the beastmen in the future? But the beastmen are one of the top 5 races on the continent of gods and demons. It's not that we want to start a war with the beastmen, but that the beastmen will definitely not tolerate us. Although the beastmen are powerful, with our development speed, it's only a matter of time before we surpass them. Moreover, it's not just us. The more powerful these races are in the future, the higher the probability of war breaking out. Perhaps before we even make a move, the beastmen will be wiped out by the Temple of Light or something. Shelley nodded. The brutality of the War of Faith was basically a war of annihilation. Over the years, although the Temple of Light had maintained absolute dominance over this continent, other races had also grown stronger. When the War of Faith truly came, the Temple of Light would inevitably be attacked by a united force from all sides. However, these power struggles are just minor maneuvers. The real battles take place between the various gods, and these races are merely pawns in the power struggle between them. How is your injury? Has it healed? Yes, thanks to the blessing from the Master, I have basically recovered. After a few more days of adjustment, I can attempt to break through to the 2nd level of the legendary realm. You should be confident, right? With your help, sir, if I still lack confidence, then it must be because I am too untalented. This is true. With Chu Chun providing ample spiritual energy and divine assistance, such as blessing, Shelley, with her already powerful talent, should have no bottleneck in the legendary realm. Chapter 128, 3,000 Elite Troops. After Shelley left, Chu Chun ordered the Wilderness Clan and the other Xinsha army to retreat as well. As the Xinsha army retreated, Chu Chun suddenly saw the Red Fox who had previously defected to the Wanma Cave. I haven't paid attention to this Red Fox for a long time. Chu Chun, moved by the idea, summoned the Red Fox over. It's been a while since I've seen you. How have you been? Reporting to my lord, Lord Tyron has assigned me to the Sandstorm Army, and I have been stationed with the Sandstorm Army in various places. I have only recently returned to the lake to be stationed. Chu Chun had previously arranged for the Red Fox to be a teacher to the newly promoted extraordinary magical beasts, instructing them on cultivation and some matters concerning the human race, and then forgot about him. If Chu Chun hadn't just seen him, it would probably have taken him a long time to remember him. This Red Fox is quite capable. Simply having him follow the Xinsha army is a bit of a waste of his talents. How have you felt during your time with the Sandstorm Army? You can speak frankly. The Red Fox hesitated for a moment, then said, under the leadership of General Tyron and the Wilderness Clan, the Sandstorm Army is known for its strict discipline. Even ordinary magical beasts obey orders without question, which is quite remarkable. Furthermore, the coordination between the various magical beasts is excellent. However, the Red Fox paused for a moment before continuing. The problem is that the current Sandstorm Army is too scattered, and the combat power of each Sandstorm Army is not high enough. It is okay to deal with the extraordinary, but it has no fighting power in front of the legends. The Red Fox was telling the truth, something Chu Chun had already discovered. Although it was a bit much to ask extraordinary or even mortal-level magical beasts to deal with legendary ones, the people of the Temple of Light were capable of participating in legendary-level battles. The battle between Chu Tian and the magician Tony a few days ago had given Chu Chun a great shock. In that battle, Tony was no match for Chu Tian at all, but he managed to hold Chu Tian back by cooperating with the knights. If it had been the Sandstorm Army, they probably wouldn't have been able to get involved, let alone stand against a legendary-level opponent on their own. The last time the Sandstorm Army went to block the Holy Sun of the Temple of Light, they were completely manipulated. If the other side wanted to, they could have wiped them out in one fell swoop. Chu Chun had also killed many people from the Temple of Light, and had gained some understanding of how the Temple of Light trained its combined attack techniques. He believed that incorporating these methods into the beast-taming techniques of the Wild Clan would have a greater effect. Another thing that must be done is that the warriors of the Temple of Light have all kinds of armor and standard weapons, while the Sandstorm Army has nothing. Although the Sandstorm Army are all magical beasts and do not need weapons, their defense can be greatly improved if they have armor. So how do you think it should be improved? Chu Chen continued to ask. I'm just an ordinary magical beast. From a magical beast's perspective, to improve the high-end combat power of the Sandstorm Army, we need to first cultivate a large number of extraordinary magical beasts, and then let the extraordinary magical beasts form an army on their own and equip them with armor and weapons. In this way, their combat power should be improved to a certain extent. In addition, we need to reasonably match the types of magical beasts, and the ratio of healing, attack, and defense should be reasonable. Only in this way can we barely compete with the legendary ones. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly at what the Red Fox said. As a magical beast, it was already quite remarkable that it could think of these things, and in many ways, it was in complete agreement with Chu Chen. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'm thinking of having you serve as the second-in-command of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and as the strategist of the Sandstorm Army. What do you think? Well, sir, I am just an outsider, and my strength is weak. I'm afraid I won't be able to win people's hearts. I've said it before. Since you joined the Sand-Sinking Army, there has been no more 10,000 Demon Cave, so there are no outsiders. Moreover, your strength is among the best in the Sand-Sinking Army. What's even more valuable is that you have a clear mind. If you can help Tyran, the Sand-Sinking Army will definitely develop even better. I believe in you. Chu Chen looked intently at the Red Fox. The Red Fox seemed to sense the trust in Chu Chen's eyes and nodded firmly, saying, Since you trust me so much, I will definitely do my best to help you and General Tyran to govern the Sandstorm Army well. All right, I've already told Tyran. You can go directly to him and then discuss future developments together. I will be equipping the Sandstorm Army with 3,000 sets of custom-made armor soon. Your first task is to select these 3,000 Sandstorm Army soldiers and then report the data to me. Making custom armor for monsters is much more complicated than for humans, because each monster has a different body shape, and the Sandstorm Army is a mixture of several types of monsters, requiring even more precise data. Yes, I'll go and discuss it with General Tyran right away. The Red Fox, beaming with joy, hurriedly took his leave and went to find Tyrion. Custom-made armor requires specialized craftsmen, which the Wilderness clan naturally lacks. As far as Chu Chen knows, the orcs are no match either. The goblins are the most skilled at crafting armor and weapons on this continent. However, Chu Chen has no connection with the goblin race and cannot be found, so he still needs to rely on others. Chu Chen immediately thought of the orcs. The orcs were a large race and should have trade relations with the goblins. It would be a good opportunity to have the orcs help him customize the armor. However, this will have to wait until the orcs can safely return to their homeland, and ideally, until that elder can safely find the desert before it can be done. After waiting a few more days, Shelley adjusted her state every day. Now, she just needed an opportunity to break through. The main reason was that there was only one more chance for blessing this month. So Chu Chen had to wait until Red Fox and Tyran brought the selected 3,000 people to the lake so that he could make full use of this opportunity and not waste it. It wasn't until the end of the month, after sending another telepathic message to Tyran to urge him, that Tyran finally managed to bring over the elite of the 3,000 elite troops of the Sunken Sand Army. These 3,000 soldiers of the Sandstorm Army have been carefully selected. Not only have their strength reached the second level of the extraordinary realm, but the configuration of various types of magical beasts has also been discussed extensively. The 3,000 Qinsha soldiers are a very small part of the total of 100,000, but these 3,000 are Chu Chen's true strength. On this day, the 3,000 Sandstorm Army, along with Tyran and Red Fox, were on high alert. Shelley, standing nearby, also wore a solemn expression. Today was the day for everyone to improve themselves. Chapter 129 Successive Breakthroughs, Dragon Sand Squad. Looking at the crowd before him, Chu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. When he first arrived in this world, he was all alone. Now, he possessed such immense power, and even commanded nearly 5,000 extraordinary magical beasts. If this goes smoothly, then besides himself, Shelley, and McKee from the underworld, he will possess a fourth power capable of contending with legendary-level beings. A ball of white light rose slowly from the lake. This was the last use of the blessing skill this month, specifically for Shelley and the 3,000 elite Sandstorm Army. Under the blessing skill, the 3,000 Sandstorm Army soldiers made rapid progress, some even breaking through their realms immediately. Shelley was also immersed in his own insights, waiting to seize that sliver of opportunity to break through to the second level of the legendary realm. Chu Chan watched as everyone made rapid progress, and remembered that he was still only at the fourth level of the extraordinary realm, while the ghost thorn tree was still at the third level of the extraordinary realm. It seemed that he was actually falling behind these magical beasts. However, Chu Chun relied on the system to upgrade, and although his own realm directly restricted his strength, the combat power he could unleash far exceeded his realm. On the other hand, Ghost Thorn Tree learned from Chu Chun and tried to improve his actual combat power as much as possible before advancing. In Ghost Thorn Tree's current state, even the five-tailed fox was no match for him. On the contrary, the strength of these Sandstorm Army soldiers was basically brought by Chu Chun, so they weren't particularly strong among those of the same level. However, their large numbers and good teamwork made them a significant advantage. Furthermore, magical beasts are inherently much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, if properly trained, the Sandstorm Army's strength wouldn't be much weaker than the Knights of the Temple of Light. Under the white light, time had changed from dawn to noon. In the soft light, the 3,000 magical beasts had completed this upgrade. Most of the magical beasts had reached the third level of the extraordinary realm, and a very few had even reached the fourth level of the extraordinary realm. Shelley's breakthrough was also just around the corner. After waiting a while, Shelley's aura changed. Chu Chin knew that Shelley had broken through from legendary level 1 to legendary level 2. On the surface, there was no obvious change, but in reality, legendary level 2 was the time to completely say goodbye to the extraordinary and enter the legendary realm. The energy that can be mobilized between level 2 and level 1 increases exponentially, and its power also increases exponentially. Two legendary level 1 beings cannot defeat a legendary level 2 being. In the legendary rank, the difference in strength between each level is several times, and only a very few geniuses can fight across levels. Fighting someone of a higher level is already this difficult, let alone fighting someone of a lower rank. Although the 3,000 soldiers of Chunsha army were all extraordinary, they were only at the low level of extraordinary. Even with 3,000 men, they could hardly withstand a legendary expert for a quarter of an hour. Now, Chu Chin's task for Tyron and Red Fox is to improve their strength as quickly as possible and withstand as many legendary powerhouses as possible. As for defeating a legendary powerhouse, that's basically impossible. Even the weakest legendary powerhouse can mobilize more than 3,000 extraordinary energies. After calming himself down a bit, Shelley walked up to Shelley and said, "Thank you for your help, sir. Shelley has broken through. Very good, you have good talent. Even without my help, a breakthrough is only a matter of time." Shelley shook her head. She knew that Chu Chun had been a great help to her, so she was gradually no longer uncomfortable about the fact that Chu Chun had half coerced her into working for him. After Shelley completed his breakthrough, Red Fox and Tyron stepped forward together. "So, how's it going for you two working together?" Tyron glanced at the Red Fox and said, "Mr. Hong is powerful and far more intelligent than I am. This time, the selection of the elite of the Shensha army was entirely thanks to Mr. Hong's efforts." The Red Fox quickly added modestly, "Not at all. General Tyron has managed the Sandstorm army very well. I hardly had to lift a finger. The wildlings do have their own unique methods when it comes to training magical beasts." Seeing that the two got along fairly well, and there was no sign of mutual dissatisfaction, Chu Chun felt relieved. "I've looked at the magical beasts selected this time, and they're very suitable. Moreover, they didn't just look at cultivation level, they also considered potential and species configuration. They put a lot of effort into it. The next step is for the two of you to conduct intensive training for these Sandstorm army members for a period of time. Also, as you mentioned, Tyron, We should include the Wilderness clan in them, and select some from the Raven Slayer army to merge with them. This time, you must train them to be able to withstand at least 15 minutes from a legendary level expert. I will personally test them then. Tyron and Red Fox stepped forward together and said, "Yes, Master. We will do our best. However, this new army should have a unique name. Please bestow a name upon us, Master." Chuchen thought for a moment and said, "Although the new army is different from others, it was still drawn from the Xinsha army. So, as a special unit of the Xinsha army, let's call it the Longsha team." "Yes, Master." "Then you should take these monsters back and train them properly. 3 months from now will be the new spring. I hope to see a Dragon Sands team that satisfies me by then." Shelly nodded heavily, then turned and left with the magical beast. Of course, they won't go too far. In the next 3 months, they will need to come to the lake frequently to cleanse their bodies with spiritual water and provide the spiritual energy needed for cultivation, as well as receive blessings twice a month. Chuchen will not be stingy with these. After arranging the process for the next 3 months, Chu Chun went to the underground world again. He hadn't paid any attention to the griffin for a long time. The phoenix from the outside world had never returned since it moved to the Lava Desolate Valley. If it weren't for the system allowing him to know its status, Chu Chun would have thought it had been captured and roasted by someone else. Meanwhile, the griffins that had already built nests on the ghost thorn tree in the underground world were still devouring the food that McKee had sent when Chu Chun arrived. In the underground world, blood food is scarce, but the griffins are never short of food. Sensing Chu Chun's arrival, the griffin jumped for joy, but it still couldn't bear to part with the food in its mouth, so it carried the food to the banks of the River of Oblivion. Chu Chun calmed the griffin down and told it to eat on its own. Chu Chun still needed to summon McKee and the leaders of various forces to hear their reports. In the underground world, McKee spent his days training and cultivating. The underground river had people monitoring him the whole time, and any big moves would definitely be discovered. Even if he had some special methods, he could not escape Chu Chen's Wanchuan River's perception. Moreover, the River of Oblivion usually hides 3,000 spirits at the Transcendent Realm. If these spirits do not actively reveal themselves and instead hide in the river, even a legendary realm expert would not be able to detect them. Chapter 130 The Griffin leaves the underground world. Chu Chun summoned the Magi and the leaders of various races to the banks of the River of Oblivion. He listened to their reports one by one, learned about the recent training and overall cultivation progress of the Underworld Army, and also learned about the current strength of each race. Finally, he gave some guidance on the general direction, and then left the Lich clan behind. The Lich race is the oldest and most mysterious race in the entire Underworld, and Chu Chun has always held them in awe and respect. A group of people who dare to abandon their own bodies in pursuit of immortality and the limits of magic are worthy of admiration. Since you all started following me, you have helped me a lot, and I haven't had a proper chat with you all. I know that you were all geniuses who were rare in the outside world, but now you have been trapped in this environment for thousands of years, and you have a lot of resentment in your hearts. But I want to tell you that in at most 200 years, I will lead you out of here. Chu Chen's words seemed to bring a hint of joy to the usually expressionless faces of the Lich clan members, which were now just a layer of dead skin. Chu Chen paused for a moment, then continued. However, we still have very powerful enemies outside. As you all know, the outside world has always been ruled by the Temple of Light. Even 200 years from now, we may not be able to surpass them. Therefore, we still need to seize the time to make ourselves stronger. At this moment, the patriarch of the Lich clan stepped forward and said, "May I ask, sir, do you have any good methods to enhance our strength? In this underground world, apart from the spiritual water and blessings you have brought, we have no other way to strengthen ourselves." "Don't worry, everyone. I have a solution." With a thought, Chu Chun handed over the more than 200 pure soul beads that Chu Tian had obtained from the ancient battlefield ruins to the car roof after seeing Chu Chun. This time, Chu Chun took out 100 from the system and left the remaining 100 for the ghost thorn tree, as he needed to replenish his soul power. Since we are all cultivating our souls, we should be able to sense what this is. This is... The Lich chieftain carefully sensed it and said in surprise, "These are actually nightmare beads. and with such pure soul power. Each of these beads contains at least the soul power of a legendary level expert. As expected of the Lich clan chief, he is indeed knowledgeable and can recognize what this thing is at a glance. Okay, these 100 are yours, but I need your help with something. Whatever it is, sir, we will do our best to cooperate. In the near future, in addition to improving your own strength, I need you to help me develop a method suitable for magical beast training, as well as a method for training assassins. This should not be too difficult for you. These liches are all well-informed old monsters who have read countless classic texts. Their collective effort to research these two cultivation methods and training models is much more reliable than Chu Chen's own idea. After all, Chu Chen himself doesn't have much cultivation experience, and he doesn't fully understand the cultivation of various races and professions. It's better to leave this matter to the liches. The Lich clan chief accepted the Nightmare Pearl from Chu Chen's hand, nodding repeatedly. It's not that difficult, but figuring out a more advanced one would take quite a bit of time. If you're waiting to use it, we can first figure out a basic one, and then gradually improve it. Okay, then you can get one set done first. 2 months should be enough. Almost. We'll start researching it shortly, and we'll definitely have it figured out within 2 months. Alright, you may all leave now. Chu Chen waved his hand, and the Lich clan chief happily led his people away. At this moment, the people were hoping that Chu Chen would be able to leave the underground world within 200 years, and they were also eyeing the Nightmare Pearl in the chief's hand. For the Lich clan, that was something more precious than anything else. When Chu Chen returned to the Ghost Thorn Tree's branch in the underground world, the Griffin had just finished enjoying his meal. Every month, it would have a big feast that would last a whole day. It was truly a glutton. Sensing Chu Chen's presence once more, the Griffin leaped into the River of Oblivion, swimming around and flapping its wings in the water. It looked more like a duck than a fierce griffin. Do you want to stay here or go outside and see what's going on? Although Chu Chen's original intention was to let the Griffin stay in the underground world is too leisurely at the moment, and he doesn't want to really spoil the Griffin. It's very comfortable here, but I'd like to go outside and see if there's anything to eat outside. Chu Chen was speechless. This didn't quite match the Griffin he had originally envisioned. There are plenty of places to eat and have fun outside. Chu Chen said mischievously. Once we get outside, I'll definitely give him a good workout. Then I'll go outside and take a look. The Griffin had no idea that its master was plotting something to trick it. Instead, it was overjoyed and ready to go out with Chu Chen. Taking the Griffin out is simple. Just wrap it tightly in the waters of the River of Oblivion and send it out of the underground world. Is this the outside world? It feels no different from the underground world, or even less comfortable. Why do they all want to come out? Chu Chen did not answer the Griffin's pointless question, but the Griffin soon discovered something new, a magical beast that had just come to the lake to enjoy the soaking of the spiritual water. No wonder they all come outside to eat such good food. It turns out there's such good food outside. Chu Chen tapped the Griffin on the head with his water spirit and said, "You are not allowed to eat any of the magical beasts in this desert. They are all your comrades." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the Griffin immediately lost its fighting spirit. It was too painful to be unable to move so much food, to be able to look at it but not eat it. However, the Griffin did not dare to disobey Chu Chen's orders and quickly seized on the loophole in Chu Chen's words. If it doesn't work in the desert, then it can work outside, right? With that thought, the Griffin regained its fighting spirit. However, Chu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to his thoughts, and instead looked at the magical beast in front of him that was cleansing itself with spiritual water. It's only the first day, so the effects aren't yet visible, but if this continues, Chu Chen still believes in Tyren and Red Fox's abilities. Come on, I'll take you to meet some friends. Although Griffins mainly live in the underground world, the Dragon Gecko and the others should still be introduced to them. Chapter 131 Heading to the Beastman Plains Together. After Chu Chen brought the Griffin out of the underground world and onto the surface, he quickly introduced it to the demon Dragon Gecko, Tyren, Shelly, and others. However, the Griffin was clearly not very interested. As a level 4 extraordinary being, it already had a rather eccentric personality. The Griffin was quite lively in front of Chu Chen and Ghost Thorn Tree, probably because these two were the first people he saw after he was born. However, it was extremely aloof in front of outsiders, to the point that Chu Chen almost didn't recognize it. Shelly, Tyran, and the others were simply curious about this mysterious little guy, since they had no idea that the underground world existed. However, the gecko knew everything about it, and was very interested in the griffin they had heard of before. Unfortunately, the griffin treated him like the phoenix treated him, very arrogantly. This displeased the demon dragon gecko. Both were magical beasts with unique bloodlines and extraordinary talents, and neither was willing to submit to the other. So the demon dragon gecko simply ignored the griffin beast. Chu Chun hadn't expected that these two little guys seemed to be subtly arguing, but he was too lazy to care. He would soon send them both away. Speaking of which, the phoenix is considered a relative of the griffin. Now that the griffin has finally come out, it's time for the two to meet. So, the griffin sent a telepathic message to the phoenix, sending it back from the lava valley. The phoenix now lives comfortably in the valley of the lava river, accompanied by a flock of fire crows. The environment is also very suitable for the phoenix. He moved the divine tree he brought with him when he was born there as well, and now he has officially settled down there. Flying from the valley to the lake, a distance of tens of thousands of meters, takes the phoenix only half a day. With a clear cry, everyone looked up and saw that the phoenix, its body radiating fire, had reached the sky above the lake and was circling continuously. "Is there something you need from me?" Immortal Phoenix asked aloofly. "Let me introduce you to your brother." Chu Chan pointed at the griffin, which in turn looked at the phoenix in the sky, which was much more attractive than itself. The two magical beasts instinctively felt a sense of kinship, but the difference in their appearances was simply too great. "I don't have any brothers that ugly. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I still have to teach them to sing." The phoenix almost choked Chu Chun to death with its words. This phoenix actually complained that the griffin was ugly. The griffin understood the phoenix's words, its face filled with rage, and it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Although griffins usually prefer to stay on the ground, they still have the word griffin in their name and a pair of wings, so their flying ability is quite impressive. He seemed to be deliberately trying to outdo the phoenix, so he flew to the top of the phoenix's head. The phoenix also flapped its wings and flew even higher. The two of them flew higher and higher until they could no longer be seen by the naked eye. Only Shelly and Chu Chun could still barely see a black dot and a red dot. Finally, as everyone waited, the griffin landed first, followed by the phoenix. It seems the phoenix is still more powerful in flight, but the griffin is quite strong to have been able to compete with the phoenix for so long. This contest left both the griffin and the phoenix exhausted, but neither was willing to concede to the other. However, the phoenix was too lazy to argue with the griffin anymore, since the two did indeed share a bloodline and were both enslaved creatures of Chu Chun. They couldn't possibly become enemies. It was just a matter of competing for supremacy. This is also a good thing, as it can effectively motivate the other party to work hard in their cultivation, so that they don't just loaf around like the demon dragon gecko and wait to die. After the phoenix had flown far away, the griffin finally spoke up and complained. "It can only fly a little. Let's see who can eat more." Chu Chun was speechless again. When it came to eating, the phoenix probably couldn't compare. At least Chu Chun had never seen the phoenix catch any magical beasts to eat. It practically lived on air and dew. After all that commotion, most of the day had passed. Chu Chun sent Shelly to the human city to purchase some things that might be needed for the journey to the Beastman Plains, while also inquiring about the basic situation of the Beastman Plains from the Beastmen. Then the griffin was allowed to roam freely in the desert. Except for the fact that it was forbidden to eat magical beasts, it was allowed to do whatever it wanted. A week later, on the morning of the same day, those who were preparing to head to the Orsish Plains gathered by the lake. Shelly was holding her forehead with one hand, looking quite helpless. Just now, Chu Chun informed her that they were going to the Beastman grassland, and that they would also be accompanied by griffins. The dragon gecko was already troublesome enough, but now there's a griffin that doesn't get along with it either. Shelly really wants to quit. You two must obey Shelly's orders in everything you do. If either of you dares to disobey Shelly, then she need not come back. Do you understand? Both the griffin and the dragon gecko nodded with anticipation. This was the first time for both of them to go to an unfamiliar environment. The dragon gecko was thinking that he could find 5 little followers to play with, while the griffin was thinking that there must be many magical beasts on the beast race grassland, and he could have a good feast. Regardless of what the two of them were thinking, Chu Chen looked at Shelly and said, "I'll leave these 2 little ones to you. Just let them follow Bloodwolf. This time, you also need to find a way to contact the Orc Princess and ask her about the specific situation within the Orcs. Most importantly, I have a river that flows to the Orc grasslands, and you need to find a feasible route for me." Shelly nodded. She dared not slack off in the slightest when it came to the important matters Chu Chen had instructed her to attend to. "All right, let's go. If there's any danger, remember that saving your life is the most important thing." After bidding farewell to Chu Chen, Shelly, along with the demon dragon gecko and the griffin, embarked on the journey to the Beastman Plains. The distance from the lake to the heart of the Beastman Plains is nearly 100,000 meters, and it's quite a journey. I wonder if the demon dragon gecko and the griffin will be able to mature this time. The ghost thorn tree said from the side. They should grow a bit. Bloodwolf must have a tough time on the Beastman's Plains. Although the 2 little ones are mischievous, they can help relieve some of her stress. I actually think the 3 of them might get along quite well. One is bloodthirsty, one loves to eat, and one loves to play. The Beastman Plains could perfectly satisfy all 3 of their preferences. Let them do whatever they want as long as they don't fight. We need to advance, otherwise they'll all surpass us when they come back next year. Chapter 132, Orc Elder pleads for help. How's the nightmare orb you were given before going through digestion? I've already refined 10, enough for me to advance 1 minor level. Chu Chen felt a little envious. 10 nightmare beads were enough to advance 1 minor level, and 100 would be enough for the ghost thorn tree to advance 5 times. This was much easier than his own system. It's a pity these beads are useless to me, otherwise they would be really good things. Master, have you decided which branch to open up for your next advancement? We're planning to open the next one, huh? Chu Chen was chatting with the ghost thorn tree when he suddenly sensed something interesting happening in the Lusha River Basin. In a section of the Lusha River Basin located in the desert, a person covered in blood is running for their life. Behind him, knights from the Temple of Light were chasing after him on magical beasts. Just as the man was slowing down due to his injury and was about to be overtaken by those behind him, he saw the river in front of him and his face lit up with joy. The fleeing man was none other than Abbott, the elder of the Orc tribe. He had stayed behind to intercept the Temple of Light in order to protect Orb and the others during their evacuation, but now he had been hunted down to this state. This is not the central desert area, but rather near the outskirts. It is clear that Abbott was discovered by a certain knightly order of the Temple of Light who had been guarding the desert when he was about to leave, and was subsequently chased here. When Abbott saw this strange river, he immediately remembered what the princess had told him about the 2 peculiar rivers that belonged to that man, and this one in front of him perfectly matched the characteristics of one of them. Although he was somewhat curious as to how this river, which was supposed to be guarding the perimeter of the desert, had ended up in the desert, Abbott knelt down on the riverbank after confirming that it was indeed the river. "My lord, I am Abbott of the Orc race. Please save me. The Temple of Light is chasing me." At this moment, although Chu Chen's mind was mostly focused on the lake, he also kept a portion of his attention on the movements in each tributary and every basin. So when Abbott was praying, he noticed it immediately. Chu Chen didn't use Abbott's prayer at first. Instead, he glanced at the knights chasing after him and recognized them as old acquaintances. They were the vice commanders who had previously pursued Chu Tian. "Jump into the river and send you out." Chu Chen immediately transmitted a message to Abbott. Abbott, seeing that the river was completely still, thought he had made a mistake or that Chu Chen could not sense his distress call. But now that a voice suddenly came to his mind, Abbott was not surprised but delighted. The pursuers were closing in, and Abbott jumped in without hesitation. First, he felt a powerful force engulfing him. Then Abbott felt a dizzying sensation, and when he woke up, he was already by the lake. This time, Chu Chen directly controlled the flowing sand river to send Abbott to the lakeside, and also notified Orb and the others who had not yet left. Let's set aside the story of how Orb and Bright were reunited after their ordeal and how joyful they were. When the vice commander of the Temple of Light led his knights to the flowing sand river, they saw Abbott jump into it. When he flew over the flowing sand river, he could not find Abbott anywhere. Could it be that it used some secret method to hide at the bottom of the river? The deputy commander suspiciously ordered his men to unleash a barrage of skills into the quicksand river, but apart from splashing water, there was no other reaction. Commander, could they have run along the current? The river is so swift that even if he escaped underwater, he couldn't run very fast. Split up and search along the river. Make sure he doesn't get away. Yes. The knights behind them began to line up and search along the river. However, Abbott had already been moved by Chu Chun, so how could these people find him? In the end, they searched along the river to its end, but found no trace of him. I don't believe it. Could he possibly be teleporting? Keep searching until you reach the source of the river. Yes. They searched for an entire day, and then the vice commander and his knights were dumbfounded. They found the edge of the desert and discovered that the river actually flowed out of the desert, and instantly understood everything. Captain, what should we do? Should we continue searching? What's the point of searching? That big shot inside could easily take care of us. Let's just report this to our superiors. It's beyond our control now. After saying that, the deputy commander left with his men. While Abbott was still dizzy by the lake, Chu Chun took him to the shore. When he came to his senses, he saw Orb and the others surrounding him. Abbott instantly realized that Chu Chun had brought him to the desert, and that Orb and the others had arrived safely. Abbott quickly turned around and knelt down, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. Abbott is willing to serve you from now on." "Oh, you'll obey my orders? Then would you be willing to betray the orcs?" "My lord, you jest. The orcs are your eternal allies. How could you possibly ask me to betray them?" Abbott paused for a moment, then quickly realized what he meant. His words were impeccably tactful. Chu Chun smiled non-committally and remained silent. Orb and the others then surrounded him, and Abbott realized that Orb and the others had changed drastically, clearly having fully awakened their bloodlines. "This, sir, you have truly helped my orc race too much." Abbott had come into contact with more orcs who had awakened their bloodlines, so he immediately noticed that the changes in Orb and the others were far more perfect than those who had awakened their bloodlines among the orcs before. "That little fox is quite talented." Chu Chun said something indifferently, and Abbott then looked at the little fox Vina again. Vina came out and called out timidly, "Grandpa Abbott." Abbott nodded, only then realizing that Vina had actually given birth to a fifth tail. "You actually gave birth to a fifth tail? That's simply unbelievable. Thanks to the adults' help, otherwise I might have been ruined." After hearing Vina's words, Abbott guessed that something else must have happened during the awakening that he didn't know about, but he could ask about it later. Right now, he really didn't know how to thank Chu Chun. Compared to the favors Chu Chun had bestowed upon the orcs, the previous agreement with the orc princess seemed insignificant. Abbott was worried about what Chu Chun truly wanted. "My lord, the favor you have shown this time far exceeds the agreement you made with my clan's princess. I wonder how we can make up for your loss." Abbott's first thought was not to take advantage of this situation, partly to avoid getting too involved with Chu Chun, and partly to avoid arousing Chu Chun's displeasure. Chapter 133 The Orcs Depart. The Ghost Thorn Tree Advances. Chu Chun looked at Abbott and cursed inwardly. These old guys are indeed not easy to deal with. After a while, Abbott spoke, sounding somewhat worried. "I need a batch of armor, specifically for magical beasts. Make me 5,000 sets first. Someone will tell you the specific specifications and dimensions later. You should be able to do this." "Don't worry, sir. We will have the best goblin craftsmen make it, and we are sure you will be satisfied." Upon hearing Chu Chun's request, Abbott finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that Chu Chun would make a request, but rather that Chu Chun wouldn't make one. Besides, this request wasn't too high. At most, it would just require the orcs to provide some materials and gold coins. Compared to the annual tribute paid to the orcs, these were just a drop in the ocean. "Okay, you should recover from your injuries first, and then leave." Although he had reached an agreement with the orcs, Chu Chun still had many secrets he didn't want them to know, so he didn't try to stop them from leaving, but instead directly reminded them that it was time to go. Abbott knew he shouldn't stay here for too long, but just in case, he decided to recover for 3 days first, and then leave with everyone. He also wanted to take the opportunity to send a message back to his tribe so they could come and meet him. This time, 20 orcs have completed their full awakening. This is a matter of great importance. Not only do we need to guard against the Temple of Light intercepting them on the way, but we also need to be careful not to let the orcs find out. 3 days later, Abbott received a secret message from the orcs. Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, he was basically able to fight again, so he asked Chu Chun for permission to leave. I am very grateful for your help this time, and I have asked you to tell you that you should just give me whatever you need in the future, and we will do our best to help you. Yes, please thank your king for his kindness. We will send someone to deliver that batch of armor once it is completed. Chu Chun nodded, and then Abbott led Orb and the others to leave. The little fox Vina looked at Chu Chun with reluctance, and finally couldn't help but say, "My lord, will I ever have the chance to see you again? You can come here to find me anytime you want." Upon hearing this, Vina's face immediately lit up with a happy smile. Abbott sighed inwardly. Vina was the most innocent little princess in the royal family, and therefore loved by many. But now that she had awakened such a powerful bloodline, she would have to shoulder some responsibilities in the future. It would probably be extremely difficult for her to open up the territory of the orcs again. However, it's a good thing to be able to get along well with this person. If the orcs encounter trouble in the future, they will need this little princess to ask Chu Chun for help. After Abbott and the other orcs left, silence returned to the lakeside. It wasn't until the orcs' figures disappeared into the horizon that the ghost thorn tree spoke. "I'm going to advance." "So soon? Then you can start. Should I make room for you first?" "Yes, this time I'm going to expand the ghost thorn forest to cover the entire southern shore of the lake." Chu Chun nodded and sent a telepathic message to the magical beasts and wild people near the south bank of the lake, instructing them to evacuate immediately. After all the magical beasts had been moved, Chu Chun signaled to the ghost thorn tree that they could begin. There shouldn't be much change in advancing from level 4 to level 5 of the extraordinary realm, so Chu Chun wasn't too worried and just quietly watched the ghost thorn tree advance. The ghost thorn tree indeed advanced easily. With the pure soul power provided by the Nightmare Pearl, advancement was a natural progression. This time, apart from the ghost thorn tree itself becoming a bit taller and the addition of a few more flowers, there were no other obvious changes in its advancement. Then, to the bewildered gaze of the monsters, the original ghost thorn forest became even more exaggerated, with the entire southern shore of the lake now covered with dense ghost thorn trees. In this way, the lake is now covered with ghost thorn trees in 2 directions. After 3 or 4 more advancements, the entire lake will be surrounded by ghost thorn trees. At that time, the area around the lake will no longer be completely unobstructed. Moreover, as the ghost thorn tree continues to advance, the ghost thorn trees growing from these branches become more resilient and powerful. Now, ordinary damage is basically unable to harm the ghost thorn tree, and even the cultivator's perception is greatly restricted in the ghost thorn forest. Even you have advanced, so I, as the host, can't keep falling behind. But there's something else I need to take care of first. Is there anything else, Master? It's not the Temple of Light yet. They're testing my strength right now. At this moment, on the outskirts of the desert, a red-robed mage stood in the sky. The man held a map in his hand. Many places on the map were flashing red, and the red-robed mage was looking at the desert on the map with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that this being truly not here to spread faith and participate in this war of faith? Just as he was wondering, a lava giant emerged from the lava river. It was Chu Chun who had arrived. "I wonder what brings this monk to my desert. Are you the ruler of the desert?" "You could say that. I am just a nobody from the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light has the responsibility to monitor the continent and protect its inhabitants. I heard that a great figure appeared in the desert, so I came here to investigate." Chu Chun took a few steps forward, smiling, but inwardly he was somewhat horrified, because he couldn't sense the strength or realm of the person in front of him. What did the monk discover? To ensure the stability of this continent, our Temple of Light has always followed the instructions of the God of Light, and kept records of all kinds of faiths on this continent. The faith map showed that a new faith appeared in this area, but it suddenly disappeared. So I would like to ask if you are planning to spread the faith? If so, you can inform the Temple of Light, and we will do our best to help you. Chu Chun sneered inwardly. No one would believe what this red-robed mage said. You misunderstand. There is no one here spreading any faith. Oh, is that so? But the map of faith was given by the God of Light, so it cannot be wrong. Whether the faith has been spread or not, we need the God of Light to see it before we can know. After the red-robed mage finished speaking, the map of faith in his hand suddenly emitted a huge radiance, covering the entire desert. All the creatures in the desert were enveloped in this radiance, feeling as if their entire bodies were being examined. In particular, Tyran and his companions were subjected to several focused examinations. The incident happened so suddenly that Chu Chun didn't have time to react. In addition, the method was so strange that Chu Chun didn't know how to stop it. He was very anxious. If he was exposed, he might have to hide in the underground world in the future. Chapter 134, Chu Chen's Fifth River. We must stop him. Chu Chen thought to himself, but he had no idea how to stop it. Chu Chen wasn't sure if the radiance emanating from this faith map could probe the faith in the hearts of Tyran and the others, or even uncover the secrets of the lake. After all, this thing was related to the God of Light, and the God of Light was not comparable to the elven God of nature. The fact that the God of Light had won many victories in the War of Faith showed his power. System, if you don't come out soon, I'm doomed. At this point, Chu Chun could only blame the system for his help. He himself only had the combat power of a legendary level, but now he was facing a power that surpassed the saint level and even the power of a god. However, the system remained unresponsive, causing Chu Chun to become increasingly anxious while simultaneously cursing the system for failing at this crucial moment. We have no choice but to give it a shot. The red-robed mage before him was likely a saint-level expert, whom Chu Chun knew he couldn't defeat in a fight, so he had to deceive him. After all, in the mage's eyes, he was a mysterious and important figure. System, open up the fifth tributary, the River of Light. The system finally responded. Beep, a tributary is being created. Chu Chun suppressed the agitation in his heart, tried his best to calm himself down, and then focused his mind on a river. This is a river of light, its water white and incredibly clean. Just a glance at it makes it seem sacred, irresistibly inviting one to swim in and cleanse their mind and body with its waters. A river flows out of the lake and meanders in one direction. The commotion at the lake also caught the attention of Tyran and the others. Then they saw a river, and their hearts were suddenly filled with bright thoughts. They felt all their fatigue disappear, and all they wanted to do was get a good night's sleep. What's going on? How come these people have suddenly become so pure, almost like believers of my Temple of Light? The red-robed mage suddenly noticed a faint white light appearing in the desert region on the faith map. This was the faith symbol of the Temple of Light. Then the red-robed mage's senses quickly spread across the desert, and he immediately discovered this magical river. A river filled with the element of light could never have been created by heretics. The red-robed mage looked at the magma giant in front of him and asked, "Who exactly are you? You have no right to know who I am. You've already investigated, so you can go back now. Tell your people not to bother me again." The red-robed mage stood there, pondering the relationship between them. Logically speaking, even he couldn't create such a river with such a dense concentration of light elements. Yet Chu Chun could summon it at will, and he hadn't detected any faith belonging to darkness or other forces. Could he be sent down by some god of light on a secret mission? We should ask my god about this when we get back. The red-robed mage held a high position of power within the Temple of Light, and was also a saint-level expert, thus possessing a clearer understanding of this world and its deities. In ancient times, many gods and demons appeared on this continent. These gods and demons often fought wars, which shattered the entire continent. The current god and demon continent is only the most central part of the original continent, and many other parts were scattered. Later, for reasons unknown, these gods and demons left this continent together and made an agreement to hold a battle for faith every 1,000 years. Whoever won would be able to spread their faith across the continent for 1,000 years. The so-called God of Light is not a single deity. All deities that use the power of light are called gods of light. Behind the Temple of Light is a deity named Gran. In addition to the continent of gods and demons, there are many other continents where there is a worship of the god of light, and there is also a Temple of Light. These gods of the light faith are all together, yet they do not interfere with each other. That is why the red-robed mage suspected that Chu Chun was sent by another god of light, or even an avatar of a certain god. After all, many of the methods Chu Chun displayed did not seem to be possessed by a legendary figure or even a saint-level being. Even so, this continent is the territory of the god of light, Gran, and other gods of light should not trespass without permission. Although the red-robed mage is not qualified to expel them, this matter must be reported to the god of light, Gran. All right, you can go now. Seeing that the red-robed mage remained unmoved, Chu Chun urged him once again. The red-robed mage then bowed to Chu Chun and said, "It is my fault for disturbing you, but it is also the duty of the Temple of Light. If you have time, you are welcome to visit the Temple of Light. I will inform the god of light, Gran, about your arrival later." The red-robed mage's words were a reminder to Chu Chun that his arrival on this continent would be reported to the god of light, Gran. If Chu Chun had not contacted the god of light, he should leave immediately. Chu Chun nodded without replying, and the red-robed mage could only bow and leave. Only after the red-robed mage had completely left did Chu Chun remove the magma giant, but he still felt very uneasy. "I am still too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been driven to such a dead end by a saint-level being, and I would have almost given up all the power I had painstakingly built up." However, this time he managed to keep it from the red-robed mage for the time being, and he believed that the Temple of Light would relax its guard against him for a while. As for the matter that the red-robed mage said he would inform the god of Gran, Chu Chun did not know how things would develop in the end. But Chu Chun believed that the gods were not truly without desires and wants, and were no different from humans. Otherwise, there would be no war for faith. Since he has desires just like humans, there will be conflicts. Even though they are both gods of light, they are not a united front. It will probably take a long time to find out Chu Chun's background. Before that is clear, no one should dare to touch him, so he can take the opportunity to develop properly. Back at the lake, Tyron and the others had already dispersed, but Ghost Thorntree quickly asked, "What happened? That force was so powerful just now. I felt like it saw right through me." "The Temple of Light sent people to investigate again, but I managed to fool them. However, this also forced me to create a tributary filled with the element of light." Chu Chun looked at the river of light flowing slowly through the desert. This river was quite useful to the Temple of Light, but it was of little use to him. In the urgency of the situation just now, he hadn't even had time to check if there was anything special about this river. Upon opening the system panel, Chu Chun saw information about the fifth tributary, the Bright River. Tributary, Guangming River. Host, Chu Chun. Length, 2 kilometers. Skills, filled with the element of light, possessing the skill Bewitchment, which can bewitch those weaker than oneself. Chapter 135 Cultivation Techniques and Training System. After reviewing Guangming's situation, Chu Chun realized that he finally had a relatively useful skill. In the future, if he captured a valuable but stubborn enemy, he could use Guangming's Bewitchment skill to turn the enemy into his pawn. Winter passed, and spring came. Time flew by, and Chu Chun welcomed his third spring in this world. In the first spring, he was still completely ignorant, and his heart was filled with fear and unease. In the second spring, filled with boundless ambition and curiosity about the new world, he embarked on a fearless exploration. Now it is the third spring. Chu Chun is a level 5 extraordinary, whose combat power far exceeds that of a level 5 legendary. He only wants to figure out what this world is like and why he came here. In the second week of spring, when Chu Chun was inspecting the underground world, the Lich Clan chief brought good news. A cultivation method specifically for magical beasts, researched with the full strength of the clan, had been developed, as well as a plan for training assassins. Chu Chun took the scroll from the Lich Clan chief and carefully examined its contents. Relying on the knowledge accumulated by the Lich race over thousands of years, even though they are not magical beasts and they are not assassins, they have devised a complete cultivation system. Chu Chun was very satisfied and gave the Lich clan a lot of encouragement. He also noticed that with the Nightmare Pearl he provided, the Lich clan members were much more energetic. Although the Lich clan's soul body does not age naturally, their souls are consumed, and it has been difficult to replenish them over the past 1,000 years. With Chu Chin's Nightmare Pearl, the Lich clan can live for at least another 1,000 years, even if they don't go out. After obtaining the item, Chu Chun immediately returned to the ground, found Tyran, and asked him to pass on the cultivation technique. Of course, this kind of thing can only be used by transcendent-level magical beasts. Mortal-level magical beasts have too low intelligence to complete complex spiritual power operations. However, some of the simple and effective methods can be taught to mortal-level magical beasts so that they can lay a good foundation and improve their cultivation speed. The first to practice these techniques were naturally the Longsha team, who were the elite of the Qinsha army and should be the first to receive the best training. He passed the technique to the Red Fox, who was a magical beast himself, so he understood it much faster. After he learned it, he passed it on to the various squad leaders of the Dragon Sands team, and then passed it down level by level. Soon the Dragon Sands army entered the stage of full-scale cultivation. In the second month of spring, more good news came. The armor that the orcs had arranged for the goblin craftsmen to make was all finished and was transported to the outskirts of the desert by the orcs themselves. Finally, the sand was transported by the army to the lake. Chu Chenzi once again summoned the Tailuan and Longsha armies. The original Longsha army had 3,000 men, but later 200 members of the Wilderness clan and 800 Fire Crows joined, bringing the total to 4,000. Chu Chun had previously arranged for the orcs to acquire 5,000 suits of armor, so there would be plenty more than enough for any member of the Dragon Sands team. Even Tyran and Red Fox have their own special armor, and Chu Chun instructed Tyran to distribute these armors one by one. Once the 4,000 Dragon Sand team members were fully dressed, Chu Chun nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a craftsman from the goblin race, this armor looks extraordinary, radiating divine light. The Ghost Thorn Tree praised it. What's even more remarkable is that each suit of armor is custom-made, and some can even be adjusted. So the armor that the 4,000 Dragon Sand team's magical beasts received is the most suitable for them. It's truly ingenious. Chu Chen couldn't help but praise him and ordered Tyran to train the Dragon Sands team to see the results. Following Tyran's instructions, the 4,000 Dragon Sands team began practicing defense and offense. Every attack is a perfect combination of firepower, maximizing the attack power of all the magical beasts in the 4,000 Dragon Sands team. Every defense is also a joint effort of all members, with some responsible for countering attacks with attacks, some for dedicated defense, and others for increasing shields and recovery speed. Chu Chun was fairly satisfied with the Dragon Sands team's performance, but this level of attack and defense didn't seem to be enough to truly shake a legendary rank opponent. So Chu Chun still encouraged them. Not bad, the training over the past few months has yielded some results, but it's not enough. You must have experienced the power of the legendary level Tyrannosaurus firsthand, so you need to intensify your efforts. After all, the time is too short. I'll give you 2 more months. With the added benefits of the armor and techniques, I hope you can make even greater progress. Tyran and Red Fox stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and shouted, "I will certainly not let you down, sir." After saying that, Tyran led the Dragon Sands team back to continue their rigorous training and cultivation. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Holy Son of the Temple of Light was still firmly etched in Tyran's mind, and he would never forget how insignificant he felt that day. In the manor outside Luoyang City, Chu Tian has spent most of his time since emerging from the ancient battlefield ruins. In addition, he also travels between Luoyang City and the Chaotic Domain, receiving information from members of the Dark Pavilion and settling the brothers he brought out from the ancient battlefield in 2 different places. These brothers had a life or death bond with Chu Tian and trusted him implicitly. Moreover, they all possessed extensive experience in the martial world. With their help, the Dark Pavilion was rapidly expanding, with 300 to 400 core members and over 1,000 peripheral members. Of course, the most crucial element is still the children in the manor who are not yet able to work for the Dark Pavilion. With the assassin training system provided by Chu Chun, Chu Tian strictly followed the methods in training assassins. This system of Lich Clan acting skills is very comprehensive. It not only includes how to train these children to learn the essential skills of an assassin, but also various disguises, and other unorthodox methods. It even includes swordsmanship skills of swordsmen and magic of mages, which are most suitable for assassins. Chu Tian selected several men from among his former brothers who were already involved in assassination and appointed them as instructors to train the children. They were also provided with plenty of spiritual water to cleanse the children's bodies every day. The treatment the children received was something that even the instructors envied. After several months of training, all of these children have now embarked on cultivation, and some of them, who are naturally gifted, have already reached the 6th level of the mortal realm. Their captain, Ballo, and Todd, while not having the strongest talent for cultivation, Ballo was the most hard-working, and Todd was the fastest learner, both of whom held great prestige among the children. Chapter 136, The Dark Pavilion's First Mission. At this moment, in the manor, the children are diligently undergoing various training exercises under the supervision of their instructors. In addition to their daily practice, they also need to do endurance training, mental training, and skills training. For example, right now, they are lying on the ground, while 2 instructors are using fire magic to burn around them. But none of the children uttered a sound, enduring the high-temperature environment, and soon they would face tests from ice magic, water magic, and other challenging conditions. The daily training is intense, yet unbearable. If an ordinary person were to train like this, their body would have long since given up. However, these children enjoy the privilege of bathing in spiritual water every night. This spiritual water can completely repair the hidden injuries caused by training during the day and further strengthen their bodies. Of course, it would be even better if there weren't all sorts of tests from the instructors while taking a bath. For example, right now, Ballo was enjoying a bath in a tub of spiritual water when he suddenly felt something strange coming from the water. Ballo instantly became alert and jumped out of the tub, only to find that a venomous snake had appeared inside at some point. Seeing the venomous snake flicking its tongue and lying on the edge of the bathtub, Ballo patted his chest, feeling a wave of fear. Luckily, he reacted quickly and jumped out. However, he still dared not let his guard down, carefully observing the room and constantly moving his feet. When his body approached a wall, he suddenly disappeared. The enemy was in the dark, putting him at a great disadvantage in the open. So he used earth to conceal himself, hiding inside the wall. By this time, he had already moved from the wall to the rooftop, waiting quietly for the assassin to make a mistake. After waiting for a long time without seeing any sign of the assassin, Ballo returned to the bathtub when he heard a sound coming from the house next door. Looks like the instructor went to the next room. Todd shouldn't be so easy to catch. This is one of the Dark Pavilion's daily training methods, launching surprise attacks when they are most relaxed each day. This is to keep them vigilant at all times and to make vigilance a conditioned reflex. As an assassin, in addition to killing, one also needs to prevent being killed. Therefore, the instructor's sneak attacks are a key part of the assessment every day. Anyone who is successfully sneaked by the instructor will face corresponding punishment the next day. This training lasted for 3 months, and spring passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Tian also developed the Dark Pavilion into a thriving enterprise. Chu Tian was able to quickly learn about major events happening across the continent, no longer being as blind as before. The members of the Dark Pavilion have also become relatively stable and are no longer expanding rapidly, because the area of Luoyang City and the chaotic domain is limited, and the current manpower is sufficient. Chu Tian has also sent people to secretly infiltrate other cities, but Chu Tian is currently running out of gold coins. It's important to understand that developing a power requires a huge amount of gold coins, especially for Chu Tian's clandestine force. Because they must remain hidden, they cannot engage in any profitable business in the open, essentially operating on a money-in, money-out basis. When Chu Tian told Chu Chun that he was running out of money, Chu Chun was stunned for a moment, because he had never paid attention to how much money he had, so he did not expect that the money he had stolen would be spent so quickly. It seems that cultivating a power really is a money-intensive business. However, if we ask Chu Chun for money now, Chu Chun has no way to come up with it. But the Dark Pavilion has been nurtured for so long, it should be able to become self-reliant. On this day, Chu Tian summoned all the Dark Pavilion members who were training and issued them an order. The Dark Pavilion has been supporting you for almost half a year now, and you are all mortal cultivators now. Some of you have even reached the 8th level of the mortal realm. It's time to test how well you have mastered what you have learned. Today, I am issuing the first mission for the Dark Pavilion Shadow Assassin Squad. Everyone is to leave the manor starting today and choose any assassination target. I want to see no less than 1,000 gold coins and a head within a week. This is not an exercise, it's a mission. Those who fail to complete the mission will be kicked out of the Shadow Assassin Squad. Of course, completing the mission also carries risks. You might be killed by your assassination target, or you might be hunted down and killed. In short, either you complete the mission and come back alive, or you fail the mission. Whether you live or die, don't come back. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone answered loudly in unison, though they were all quite nervous. This is the first time they have left the manor to complete a mission. Before this, they were all orphans on the street and poor children in the slums. This mission is also a test. Training at the manor. Although there were various tests brought by the instructors and punishments for failure, they all knew that there was no danger to their lives. However, completing the mission was different. It carried a high risk to their lives. Do you dare to do it? Are you capable of doing it? These are questions that every child considers. To be honest, not only the children, but also the instructors were wondering how well the children had fared under the guidance of the instructors during this period of teaching. An assassination mission is a perfect test of their performance, demonstrating their judgment and selection of targets, as well as their mastery of assassination techniques. The reason for setting a threshold of 1,000 gold coins is that those who can possess 1,000 gold coins either have a certain level of cultivation or are protected by cultivators, so there will be no phenomenon of academies killing ordinary people to fill the ranks. In the afternoon, the students left the manor one after another. This time, there was a special requirement. They were not allowed to make a move in Luoyang City or the Chaotic Domain, because these two places were the main areas where the Dark Pavilion operated. If a large number of people suddenly flooded in, and then a group of people died, it would alert the Temple of Light. These assassins from the Dark Pavilion were scattered throughout a large area of cities near Luoyang City. Since they had only a week to choose from, they had plenty of time. This time, Below finally managed to leave the manor, but instead of going home, he went to Paris City, which is closer to Luoyang City. As soon as he entered the city gate, he quickly blended into the slums. He was most familiar with this environment. Although there were no people here worth more than 1,000 gold coins, he could quickly obtain information and find assassination targets. Todd also entered the city, but unlike others, he quickly blended into the crowd of orphans begging on the streets. In such a city, having one more orphan would not attract any attention. Begging on the streets meant contact with more people and making it easier to find assassination targets. Chapter 137 Barlow's Methods. While the Dark Pavilion's assassination squads entered the surrounding cities, Chu Tian and his instructors were secretly observing them and evaluating their performance. These 100-plus people infiltrated various cities without attracting anyone's attention. After all, they were just a group of children, and no one would have imagined that they would turn into cold-blooded killers in the darkness. This was Barlow's first murder. Although he had roamed the streets before, he had only ever engaged in petty swindling and cheating. Never before had he gone to such lengths to kill a complete stranger. The man he had his eye on was a notorious bully in the neighborhood, known as Baldora. He frequently came to this slum to collect protection money, and had just finished collecting it today, so Barlow deduced that he must be carrying a considerable amount of gold coins. Moreover, people's vigilance is greatly reduced when they are happy. Today, while collecting protection money, Baldora encountered a pretty girl. Dora was already plotting how to get her in a few days, so he seemed a little distracted and his vigilance had dropped even further. Damn, that girl has a hot body and a pretty face. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to have her tonight. Dora felt an uncontrollable lust rising in his lower abdomen. He was supposed to collect protection money from the surrounding areas and then go home to hide it, but now he changed his mind and decided to go back and rape that girl. Seeing Dora turn around, Below, who was hiding around the corner, smiled. If it were just ordinary lustful desire, Dora, given her usual temperament, would probably go find some women who make connections in the sex trade. But today, she insists on going back to find that girl. This is actually Barlow's doing. He mingled among the slum dwellers, and during the day when Dora was collecting protection money, he pretended to fawn over her by offering her a glass of fine wine, which he secretly laced with a mind-altering drug. This aphrodisiac requires another spice to work, and Barlow had already sold this spice to the girl at an extremely low price when he first infiltrated the slums. That's why Bald Dora is so obsessed with that girl right now. He can't wait, even one night, and is eager to go back and find her. Barlow followed closely behind the Bald Dora. Although Dora was a lowly scoundrel, he still possessed the strength of a 7th-level mortal, while Barlow was only a 6th-level mortal. Moreover, Dora had more combat experience than Barlow, so Barlow needed to proceed with caution. Following Bald Dora to the girl's house, his shiny bald head was filled with desire. When he knocked on the door and saw the girl's terrified face, the last shred of clarity in his eyes vanished. Amid the girl's screams, he swept her up in his arms and strode into the house. The girl's husband heard the commotion, put down what he was doing, and came out to find his wife being thrown onto his bed by Bald Dora. This humiliation nearly drove the husband mad. He yelled, "Bastard," and grabbed the wood chopping axe next to him, charging towards Bald Dora. Dora heard the noise behind her, turned around, and glanced at the man. The man was so frightened by Dora's bloodshot eyes that he dared not move. Dora didn't care about the man behind her at all. She slapped the girl who was struggling violently, and then began to undress herself. At this moment, Barlow had already quietly walked in. Her husband was still standing there dumbfounded, watching this notorious man bully his woman, but he didn't dare to step forward to stop him. Barlow was very fast. As Bald Dora lunged at the girl, Barlow also pounced. Bald Dora sensed the sound behind him and assumed it was the girl's husband who was still persistent. Impatiently, he casually slapped behind him, while his other hand firmly controlled the girl's hands. However, the palm strike missed its mark. Bald Dora was slightly surprised and was about to turn around when she felt a chill on her neck. He turned his head and saw his body lying on the bed, and he could faintly hear the screams of the girl and her husband. He wanted to see who had killed him, but then everything went black and Bald Dora died. Barlow calmly severed Dora's head, then searched his body for a while, finding 1,500 gold coins. He glanced at the girl indifferently, said, "I'm sorry" to her, and then left. Behind him came her husband's belated words of thanks, but Barlow just smiled disdainfully. He couldn't even protect the one he loved. What a useless man. Barlow vowed in his heart that he must become stronger to protect his mother and, in the future, protect the people he loves. Chu Tian secretly observed all of Barlow's actions. "I never really noticed this kid. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he's ruthless enough to do things." Using a complete stranger to achieve one's own goals, almost causing the girl to be violated, may sound despicable, but in this world, there are enough people like the Temple of Light who appear upright on the surface. The purpose of the Dark Pavilion is to train assassins, not a group of chivalrous heroes bursting with a sense of justice. Moreover, although Barlow exploited the girl, he eliminated a scoundrel who bullied men and women for the area, which was a good thing. Chu Tian believed that Barlow's choice to launch the attack at that time, rather than waiting until the bald Barlow had actually assaulted the woman and was at his least vigilant, was also out of a sense of conscience. Chu Tian ultimately gave Barlow a score of 90, considering that the assassin he killed was only one level above him and the amount of gold coins he seized was not much. Meanwhile, Todd, from the same city, also chose to make his move tonight, but unlike Todd, his methods were more decisive. After several days of staking out and begging, he chose his target, an ordinary mercenary, a level 8 mortal. After 3 days of observation, he determined that the mercenary must have made a great haul when he left the city, and these next few days would be the perfect time for him to sell his spoils for gold coins. In the quiet city alleys at night, this is the secret stronghold of mercenaries in the city. These lower-level mercenaries are generally quite frugal, and because they spend a lot of time hunting and adventuring outside the city, they do not have permanent houses in the city. They usually rent houses temporarily, and in order to save money, they prefer to live in some remote areas. These mercenaries, who live a life of constant danger, are not particular about their housing and prefer to spend their money on women and fine wine. This mercenary had just enjoyed a good meal and drinks at a tavern in the city before saying goodbye to a group of cronies and staggering towards his lodgings. Chapter 138. The three brothers turn against each other. As soon as they entered the secluded alley, the mercenary was no longer drunk. He immediately became alert. At the same time, he drew the large sword that he had never left his waist and carefully walked towards his residence, constantly looking around. Todd hid in the darkness, secretly surprised. He had thought the mercenary was just a drunkard, but he hadn't expected him to be faking it. The real man was so wary. It's probably going to be difficult to make a move now. I don't know if the methods I arranged beforehand will be enough to deal with this mercenary. Seeing that the mercenaries had entered the alley he had carefully prepared for 2 nights, the walls of the alley were very high, ensuring that mortal cultivators could not possibly climb over them. Moreover, the alley was very narrow, making it difficult to dodge many attacks, making it an ideal place for an ambush. Should we take action or not? Todd hesitated. If he failed, not only would he not be able to escape, but he would also be abandoned by the Dark Council if he failed to complete the mission. We'll fight to the death. Even if we die here, we can't fail the mission and be kicked out of the Dark Pavilion. Todd, an orphan, never wanted to go back to the life of an orphan, so he was willing to take a gamble, even if it meant dying here, rather than going back to that helpless life. Just as Todd was about to make his move, 2 people appeared from the other end of the alley. These 2 were the good brothers who had been drinking with the mercenary and saying goodbye with their arms around each other's shoulders. The reason for suddenly blocking the mercenary's path at this moment is self-evident. What do you mean? You came all this way to see me off. The mercenary pretended to still be drunk and stumbled toward his 2 brothers. But in the instant he got close, the broadsword he had already drawn suddenly slashed at the 2 brothers in front of him. Then the strike missed its mark. It turned out that the 2 men were already prepared. The moment the mercenary's greatsword was thrown, they both jumped back and even took advantage of the missed strike to launch an attack on the mercenary together. Wendell, stop pretending. I know you're not drunk, but you're not getting out of this alley today unless you hand over the gold coins you exchanged today. My good brothers, you've followed me for so many days, and this is the day you've been waiting for. But do you really think I would carry so many gold coins with me and go drinking with you at the tavern? Humph. Since you already knew our intentions, I'm too lazy to waste any more words with you. In any case, you'll die if you don't hand over the money today. Barnett, you weren't like this before. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been the Saxons who made you do this. But didn't you ever consider that after you kill me and take the money, he'll really split it with you? Upon hearing this, Barnett's expression changed, and he secretly glanced at Saxon beside him. Saxon quickly said, "Don't listen to Wendell's nonsense. Let's kill him together and then split the gold coins. These gold coins are enough for you to buy a pot of pure spiritual water and then advance to the 8th level of the mortal realm." Although Barnett remained wary after hearing Saxon's words, he prepared to take action against Wendell. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Wendell had no choice but to focus all his attention on preparing a response. The alley was too narrow, leaving Wendell with only 2 options: either defeat the 2 men in front of him or die here. Of course, he could also turn around and run away, but the moment he turned around, the 2 men behind him would definitely kill him immediately. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wendell had no choice but to fight desperately. Wendell is at the 8th level of the mortal realm. Saxon is also at the 8th level of the mortal realm, while Barnett is only at the 7th level of the mortal realm, yet he possesses a powerful magic. Wendell was in a very difficult situation among the 3 of them, but since he had long anticipated that the 2 of them had designs on him, how could he have been completely unprepared? As the 2 men charged at him, he retreated rapidly while taking out a scroll from his robes. Low-level mercenaries rarely buy high-level scrolls. What they can offer are mostly basic low-level magic scrolls like Water Bomb and Fireball. Wendell was clearly relying heavily on this scroll. When the scroll tore apart and was thrown out, Wendell advanced instead of retreating. The 2 men rushing towards him were startled, thinking that the scroll was some kind of deadly weapon, and quickly retreated and activated their defenses. A streak of dark light flew out from the scroll and struck the two men at great speed, but it did not cause any explosion or other major disturbances. Barnet and his companion remained motionless. This is a petrification spell, an intermediate-level spell that can petrify an enemy for 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds were enough for Wendell to get close to the two of them. Wendell slashed his greatsword mercilessly at Saxon, who was a level 8 mortal and therefore more intimidating. There was no way to avoid this blow. The two men were still in shock when they saw Wendell's greatsword slash towards Saxon. Saxon felt completely paralyzed and could only watch helplessly as the greatsword struck his neck. As a head fell to the ground, blood from the neck sprayed all over Barnet, who was standing nearby. At this moment, the petrification spell lost its effect, and Barnet quickly retreated. Having eliminated his greatest threat, Wendell was not about to let Barnet go. He immediately gave chase. Barnet suddenly turned around, and a staff was already raised in his hand. It turned out that Barnet wasn't trying to escape, but rather to create time for himself to cast a spell. When he turned around, the spell in his hand was already more than half finished. If Wendell continued to charge forward, he would inevitably face this devastating blow when he got close to Barnet. The three of them were originally good brothers who knew each other well and were very clear about the power of Barnet's magic. Therefore, Wendell immediately stopped, took out a defensive scroll from his pocket, and used a sword technique to prepare to defend against the attack before going forward to kill Barnet. As Wendell prepared everything, Barnet unleashed his magical attack, a mid-level spell, Fireball. The entire alley was engulfed in flames, and a massive explosion rang out, sending Barnet flying with the force of the impact. At the epicenter of the explosion, as the smoke cleared, Wendell lay on the ground, the protective layer from the magic scrolls on his body gone, and his great sword, his means of survival, shattered into pieces. He was covered in blood. Ahem, you all thought I was the weakest and wanted to take advantage of me, but in the end I survived, and all the gold coins were mine. Fearing that the recent explosion would attract more people, Barnet quickly went forward to search Wendell's body. Chapter 139, A Desperate Strike. Barnet searched Wendell's body thoroughly, but found only a little over 300 gold coins. That's impossible. There's definitely more than this. Could he have hidden it somewhere else? While Barnet was still in a daze, the corpse in front of him suddenly changed. Wendell, who had been dead, suddenly opened his eyes, and the nail of one of his fingers suddenly grew longer. To Barnet's horror, the finger pierced his throat. Cough. How could you? Barnet collapsed before he could finish speaking, while Wendell, who had been lying on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood and then slowly got up. It turned out that just before the explosion, Wendell had already sensed that Barnet's magic was even more powerful than he had known before. He realized that Barnet had been holding back in front of him all along. So Wendell also realized that his prepared defenses were not enough to withstand such an attack. So he immediately took a bottle of magic potion, a half-finished magic potion he had obtained by chance before. It could greatly increase his vitality, but the side effect was that his body would partially exhibit animalistic characteristics. This was a life-saving method that Wendell had been hiding, and it came in handy today. Wendell collected the gold coins that Barnet had taken from him, then searched Barnet again and found more than 400 gold coins and several magic scrolls. He then went to Saxon and searched him for more than 200 gold coins and some miscellaneous items. Wendell picked out the useful ones and took them. He also picked up Saxon's longsword and used it to support himself. Fearing that someone might come to investigate, Wendell quickly prepared to leave, but 3 arrows suddenly shot out from the wall beside him. Wendell endured the excruciating pain in his body and dodged them. 3 arrows struck the wall on the other side, startling Wendell so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and looked back warily. Suddenly, a short, thin figure appeared in the alley behind them. It was Todd, who had been hiding in the shadows. He watched in astonishment as the 3 brothers turned against each other and fought fiercely, feeling both surprised and excited. If he succeeds this time, it won't just be a head and 1,000 gold coins. Todd, disguised as a little beggar, approached Wendell with growing suspicion, stopping about 10 meters away from him. According to the instructor, 10 meters is a relatively safe position, any further ahead, and Wendell would definitely feel threatened and make a move. Oh no, a dead man. Murder. Todd pretended to suddenly see the corpse and screamed, then crouched down against the wall. Could he really be an ordinary beggar? Wendell was somewhat suspicious. At this sensitive time and in this sensitive place, his intuition told him that this man was definitely not an ordinary beggar. As Todd crouched down, his hands braced against the wall, he accidentally triggered another mechanism that had been prepared the previous 2 nights. Suddenly, the wall to Wendell's left split open, and a sharp blade sprang out, aiming straight for his forehead. At this moment, Wendell's attention was completely drawn to Todd. Although he sensed the change in the wall beside him and reacted immediately, he was still a step too slow. He barely dodged the fatal injury, but his face was slashed. Wendell covered his wound with one hand, and with the other hand raised his sword. He pointed it at Todd and said, "You little beast, how dare you plot against your grandpa? I'll chop you up and feed you to the wild dogs." As he spoke, Wendell charged toward Todd. Although Wendell was already seriously injured, his full-force attack and the imposing presence of an 8th-level mortal made Todd extremely cautious. At this moment, Todd retreated rapidly, subtly tapping the ground a few times with the toe of his right foot. As Wendell charged forward, a paving stone beneath his feet suddenly bulged up. Although there was no actual attack, the suddenness of the movement caused Wendell's body to stumble forward uncontrollably. At this moment, Todd's small stature proved advantageous. He nimbly slipped under Wendell's arm and behind him, then produced a gleaming dagger and launched a deadly attack. Due to a sudden loss of control of his body, Wendell was unable to react quickly enough to defend himself, but his reaction was still quite fast. After all, he was an old mercenary, and his body reacted very quickly under pressure. Wendell extended his long sword behind him. This simple gesture proved difficult for Todd to handle. If he didn't give up the attack, he would inevitably be pierced by the sword. If he did give up, he might have to face Wendell head-on. There was no time for Todd to think. He barely managed to shift his body to avoid the critical spot, and then his dagger still relentlessly stabbed towards Wendell's chest. Wendell never expected that this boy, who was only 13 or 14 years old, would be so ruthless, willing to be injured himself to stab him with this sword, but he had no chance to dodge it. With 2 sharp thuds, the dagger and the long sword pierced each other's bodies. Both men fell to the ground at the same time. The difference was that Todd was injured in the right chest, while his heart was on the left, whereas Wendell had been stabbed in the heart by Todd's dagger. Under the instructor's guidance, Todd became very familiar with every part of the human body. For an assassin, sacrificing himself to kill his opponent was a surefire way to make money. Todd was lying on the ground, but his face showed the bright smile that a normal child his age should have, though it seemed a little strange in this environment. After resting for a while, Todd pulled out his longsword and then sprinkled some medicinal powder on his chest to stop the bleeding. He then quickly searched Wendell's body, cut off the 3 heads, wrapped them together in Barnett's clothes, and then hurried away from the alley. Not long after Wendell left, several groups of monks attracted by the explosion arrived in the alley. They looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and cautiously searched them for a while, but only found some useless things. Todd was lying in the dilapidated hut that Wendell had previously rented. Having observed Wendell for so long, he was naturally very familiar with his residence. Todd took out a small bottle of spiritual water and drank it, then began to repair the damage to his chest. When he felt a little better, he quickly went to the corner of the hut and started digging. It turned out that Wendell had hidden the gold coins here before going to drink with his friends. Todd saw all of this, and if it weren't for the need to kill people, Todd would have stolen the gold coins and run away. However, all the trouble was worth it. The 3 heads and the gold coins looted from them totaled more than 1,000, not to mention the 7,000 gold coins that Wendell had hidden. Todd got a total of 8,300 gold coins this time. Chapter 140 All Past, Barlow's Troubles. Todd looked at the gold coins, took a large bag and put all the coins in it, along with the 3 heads, and threw them together. However, he did not leave immediately, but stayed all night. He left Wendell's residence and the city early the next morning. 3 more days passed, and the 1-week deadline set by Chu Tian arrived. By midnight that night, all the members of the Dark Pavilion Shadow Assassin Squad had returned. All 205 members carried a cloth bag, soaked in blood, which undoubtedly represented human heads. Chu Tian arranged for people to check and count them one by one. Although Chu Tian and the instructors had been secretly observing these situations, they still needed to check them in front of everyone. When Todd's package was finally opened, everyone gasped in surprise. Without a doubt, this time Todd had brought back the most heads and gold coins. Todd himself was quite happy. After all, he had narrowly escaped death this time and had finally managed to get these things. Everything has been inventoried. Here's some good news. Everyone has completed the basic tasks. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll rank everyone based on their performance and distribute rewards accordingly. There will also be a mysterious special reward for everyone this time. Now, everyone, get some rest. For the past week, everyone had been on high alert, and even after completing the mission, they dared not relax until they heard Chu Tian's words. Only then did they feel relieved and return to their rooms, still wondering what the mysterious reward Chu Tian had mentioned would be. Thank you all for your hard work this time. Everyone passed the award, which proves that you have done a good job in teaching. You will also receive an award this time. It's all thanks to the training methods you brought, Master. They were just following the instructions in those methods. And with the spiritual water you provided to cleanse their bodies, these guys would be really stupid if they couldn't complete the mission under these conditions. Chu Tian smiled noncommittally. He ordered his men to secretly dispose of the heads and planned to keep a portion of the gold coins and distribute the rest as rewards to the little guys. As night fell, the manor was quiet, with snores rising from the rows of simple houses. The children were truly exhausted this time, and tonight was the only night without any surprise attacks from the instructors. They were all sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a door opened, and a figure walked out, sitting on a stone bench in the training ground in the garden, staring blankly at the sky. "What's wrong, Barlow? Why aren't you asleep so late?" Barlow turned around and saw that it was Chu Tian, so he quickly bowed and said, "My lord, I can't sleep, so I got up and sat down." "Is it because your results weren't very good this time?" Barlow's performance on this mission was only mediocre, especially considering that as the team leader, his performance was not as good as many of his teammates, which made him feel somewhat frustrated. "Well, I don't think I'm really capable of being the captain. Many of my teammates are better than me, especially Todd. He's more deserving of the captain's position." Chu Tian smiled and patted Barlow's head. "You're all still very young. This was just a simple training session. Todd's achievement was actually due to luck. You'll see in a few days. But besides Todd, there are many other people who entered the Dark Council later than me and are younger than me, yet they still achieved better results than me. Am I not working hard enough?" Barlow did not feel any better despite Chu Tian's comfort. He remained somewhat frustrated. "Barlow, you need to know that although this world is based on the supremacy of force, force cannot represent everything, nor can it solve everything. Sometimes what is needed is a clear mind and accurate judgment. Although your results this time were not the best, your whole process was the safest and most strategic. Sometimes a team needs a leader like this, someone who can make the most accurate decisions when the team is in danger. That is the most important responsibility of a captain, not the best fighter. Do you understand?" Barlow nodded and said, "I think I understand a little bit now. Thank you, Master." "Yes, everyone has a different role and needs to play a different function. You'll understand this better in the future. Go back to sleep now." Barlow knelt down and bowed deeply to Chu Tian before returning to his room. Chu Tian was not surprised at all that Barlow had such thoughts. Everyone has their own specialty. Although they are all assassins, they each have their own style and methods. Todd's radicalism, although sometimes very effective, is too risky. If it weren't for the three brothers turning against each other, with 2 dead and 1 injured, he would definitely have failed in this operation and might even have been killed in return. In contrast, Barlow's actions were meticulously planned step by step, and he ultimately completed the mission without any suspense. The two complement each other perfectly. At this time, the Dark Pavilion's assassination squad is still in its growth stage and needs someone like Barlow to stabilize it. Otherwise, if everyone is like Todd, they may suffer huge losses before everyone is grown up. After the incident with Baluo, Chu Tian decided to have the team members take the time to share their experiences of how they completed the mission so that other students could learn from their experiences and draw lessons. The next morning, although no one woke them up, all the members got up very early and gathered at the training ground. I believe everyone slept well last night, and it seems that you have all recovered your energy. So today is the time for us to distribute the rewards. Although the team members below did not speak, it was clear that their eyes were full of anticipation and their faces were beaming with smiles. Regarding the rankings, we've already tallied them up. First place, Todd, 3 kills, 8,300 gold coins. Second place. First, the rankings were read aloud. Then, Chu Chun had the instructors distribute the rewards according to the rankings. Todd, who ranked first, was rewarded with 2,000 gold coins, a dagger that could cut through iron like mud, and a bottle of very pure spiritual water. Below, who was ranked in the middle, also received a reward of 200 gold coins and a bottle of spiritual water. In reality, the gold coin reward is no longer of much use to these children, since they spend all their time training in the manor and will rarely go to the city except for doing missions. However, these gold coins can be kept and used to buy the training materials they need when the opportunity arises in the future. As for Chu Tian deducting most of the gold coins they earned from completing tasks, no one would hold it against him, because the spiritual water they used for bathing every night was far more valuable than the amount of gold coins they could buy. Chapter 141 Simple True Feelings. We're giving you half a day off today. You can go to a nearby city to rest, but be careful not to reveal your identities. We'll meet tonight in a valley 1 kilometer east of Luoyang City, and I'll take you there to collect another special reward. After Chu Tian saw that all the rewards had been distributed, he continued. Now all the children were even happier. These children originally came from very poor families. Some of them were homeless beggars. It was Chu Tian and Shelley, as well as the brothers who later joined the Dark Pavilion, who carefully selected them from various cities and gathered them here. However, they had never really enjoyed a life with money. Now that they had money and a half day off, their first thought was naturally to go into the city and have a good meal. After Chu Tian announced the disbandment, everyone immediately became noisy. This was the first time the manor had been so lively. People who knew each other were discussing what to do together and where to eat. Others, who had families, planned to rush home as quickly as possible to leave the gold coins for their families so that they could live a better life. Barlow then walked toward Todd, whom he had known first and who was an orphan. Todd was surrounded by several other orphans, who were usually close to him. How about we go to Luoyang City together? Come home with me, and then we'll have a meal together. It's settled then, Todd's treating. Todd smiled at Barlow, then slapped him hard on the shoulder and said, You little brat, all you do is try to scam me. But I'm broke today, so what's wrong with treating you all to a good meal? Let's go. After saying that, the group walked arm in arm toward Luoyang City. In a slum in Luoyang City, to avoid embarrassing Todd and his friends, Below enthusiastically recounted his difficult childhood in the slum. Todd and his friends then realized that although Below had a family, his life seemed even more difficult than that of them, the orphans. They were a family where everyone had enough to eat, but Below had to shoulder the responsibility of supporting his family and paying for his mother's medical expenses at a young age. Despite Barlow's repeated attempts to stop them, Todd and the others still bought large bags of things, insisting that they were gifts to present to Barlow's mother. However, they were all aware of the situation and did not buy any particularly expensive items. To avoid attracting too much attention, the group quietly sneaked into Barlow's house. Most of the people in the slums were commoners without any cultivation, so it was easy to avoid them. When the door opened, a woman with a worried expression appeared inside. Upon seeing the person who knocked, her worried face immediately turned to joy. "It's Below. Ah, my little Below, you're finally back. What are these?" "Mother, these are my friends. They came with me to see you." Barlow's mother nodded happily and beckoned everyone to come in. Although the little house was really small, with not even enough stools to sit on, Todd and the others felt quite envious of Barlow having such a mother because of her warm hospitality. "You kids, you're welcome to come, but why bring gifts? Isn't that a waste of money? What can an old woman like me use at home?" While pouring Todd and the others a glass of plain water, he scolded them for spending too much money. After learning that Todd and the others were orphans, Barlow's mother took Todd's hand with even more pity and said she wanted to adopt them as her godsons. Todd and the others readily accepted Barlow's mother as their godmother, thus becoming true brothers with Barlow. The family chatted happily about many things from the past, but they didn't talk about the hardship of the training or the danger of the mission. It wasn't until evening that they said goodbye to Barlow's mother and went to a restaurant in the city for dinner. Before leaving, Barlow left 150 of the 200 gold coins he was awarded to his mother. "You keep this money. I have no use for it. I haven't even finished using the money Shelley left me last time. Mother, we are not short of money at all. Look at him. He has several $1,000s on him. You can take this money. In addition to bathing with spiritual water, as Sister Shelley said, you can also buy yourself some tonics every month to nourish your body." After saying that, he gestured for Todd to take out the gold coins he was carrying. Todd took out a bag containing 2,000 gold coins, took out 100 coins, and gave them to Barlow's mother. "You are also my mother, so you can't just accept his and not mine. He and I are both captains, and we have more gold coins. We can let go of the other brothers, but you must accept ours. We rarely come back. So, mother, you must take good care of yourself." While Barlow's mother was in a hurry to return the gold coins to Todd, Todd dragged Barlow away from the house, and the group of brothers quickly headed towards the city center. Barlow's mother leaned against the door, her eyes filled with tears as she watched the group's departing figures. She knew perfectly well that her child was not on an ordinary path. Although his future might be much better than his father's, it would also be far more dangerous. But it was her child's choice, and she could not stop him from wanting to become a strong person. Barlow, Todd, and the others arrived at the largest restaurant in town. After entering, they sat down directly. Todd didn't even look at the menu and ordered their best dishes. However, none of them drank alcohol, and they had important business to attend to that evening, so they didn't order any drinks. The shopkeeper initially thought these people didn't look like wealthy young men, and they weren't very old either. But when Todd threw 100 gold coins on the table, he hurriedly went to arrange for the food to be served. 100 gold coins might not be enough for a cultivator to buy cultivation resources, but it's definitely enough for a big meal. Even in the best restaurant, ordering the best dishes would only result in ordinary vegetables, perhaps with some low-level magical beast meat. Although this is the best restaurant, it is only relative to ordinary people. As for restaurants that specialize in serving monks, a meal there can cost thousands of gold coins. Even if Barlow and Todd had money, they would not easily spend it in such places. Soon the dishes were served one by one, and Barlow and the others quickly began to devour them. They were all country bumpkins and had never eaten such good food before. Although the food in the manor was not bad on a regular basis, and there was often monster meat, it was all for the purpose of cultivation, so there were not many varieties and flavors. This time, they thoroughly satisfied their appetites, and only after eating until they were stuffed did they wipe their mouths and leave the restaurant. Chapter 142: Ambush on the Road. Counter-ambush. After the group left, the mercenaries who had been eating and drinking loudly in the restaurant suddenly became quiet. One of them glanced at the backs of Barlow and his group, and then looked at the burly man who was clearly the leader of the group. "Big brother, what about us?" The burly man glanced at the wine in his cup, downed it in one gulp, then gave a signal. His two henchmen quickly left, leaving the burly man and his companions to finish their meal and wine before slowly making their way out. "Hey, looks like Tai Tu and his gang have their eyes on those kids again. Those kids are courting death. Don't they know the principle of not flaunting wealth? They probably found some money somewhere and came here to eat and drink like crazy. I wonder if they'll even survive. When Ironhead makes a move, he never leaves anyone alive. I reckon there will be a few more corpses in that pile of weeds outside the city tomorrow." The people at the nearby tables saw what Tai Tu and his group were doing and started talking amongst themselves after they left. Some mocked Barlow and his friends for not knowing their own limitations, while others sympathized with them. But no one dared to do anything else. They just said a few words. After leaving the city, Barlow and his companions headed straight for the place Chu Tian had mentioned earlier. "Brothers, someone was watching us while we were eating, so be careful." "What's going on? Is someone watching us?" Todd, clearly unaware, quickly asked. "When you were taking out your money, those mercenaries at the next table glanced at us several times. When we left, They glanced at us again, and their eyes were darting around. They were obviously up to no good and are probably watching us right now. So what do we do? Should we turn around and kill them? No, I've observed them. There are 8 of them, and the leader is likely to be an extraordinary being. We are definitely no match for them. So hurry up and speed up. Once we get to the rendezvous point, with the instructors and Lord Chu Tian there, even an extraordinary being will die. Barlow immediately rejected Todd's suggestion and offered his own opinion. Upon hearing that there were extraordinary individuals involved, everyone's confidence in a counterattack vanished, and they silently sped up their pace. The 2 mercenaries who had been following behind noticed that they had sped up, so they quickly followed and marked the route. The valley where they gathered was not far from Luoyang City, so with full speed ahead, Below and the others arrived quickly and informed Chu Tian of the situation immediately. Someone has actually been watching you. Interesting. Tell everyone to take cover immediately. I have a mission for you, to annihilate the enemy. Although one of the newcomers is a superhuman, there are 205 trained assassins here. It shouldn't be a problem for them to wipe out an 8-person mercenary squad with only one superhuman. Everyone felt a surge of tension and excitement, especially as they were practicing in front of Chu Tian and several instructors, and they felt they had to perform well. By this time, Barlow and Todd had already taken on their responsibilities as squad leaders and began to arrange for everyone to find places to hide. Meanwhile, Barlow and the others, in order to lure out those people, sat in a relatively conspicuous spot in the valley. When the 2 mercenaries who were following them arrived outside the valley, they immediately spotted Below and his group, but did not find the others who were hiding. The valley was neither too big nor too small, but concealing oneself was an essential skill for assassins, so it wasn't difficult for these people to hide. When the 2 trackers saw that Barlow and his group had stopped, they found a place to hide outside the valley and waited for their boss and the others to arrive. These little guys are really courting death, daring to rest here. They'll be our easy prey soon. They'll walk less, and we'll save ourselves some effort. The 2 were completely unaware that a member of the Dark Pavilion assassination squad was hiding in the bushes not far from them. Less than 10 minutes later, Tai Tu arrived with his men. Without any attempt to conceal their presence, the group entered the valley. Barlow and the others also stood up, looking at the crowd that had suddenly barged in, their faces showing great panic. "Who are you? What do you want?" Todd shouted as he backed away, even tripping and falling to the ground. Chu Tian, hidden in the shadows, smiled. This Todd was really overacting. However, Tai Tu and the others burst into laughter, thinking that Below and his group on the other side were really no match for them. "Little kids, we don't need anything. We're just a little short on cash lately and wanted to borrow some money from you." We have no money." As he spoke, Todd clutched the cloth bag at his waist. "All right, enough talk. Just kill them all. Otherwise, someone might come later." Ironhead glanced disdainfully at Below and the others, and then issued the order. The 7 people behind him also rushed towards Below and the others immediately. They could tell that Below and the others were cultivators, but only at the 5th or 6th level of the mortal realm. Although they were geniuses compared to them, they clearly had very little experience. Moreover, such geniuses were what they, as mercenaries with ordinary aptitude, hated the most. The panic on the faces of Below and the others disappeared as they looked at the 7 people rushing towards them. The group suddenly retreated, and the mercenaries who rushed up assumed that Barlow and his men were afraid to fight them, so they accelerated and charged forward. Unexpectedly, several daggers emerged from what appeared to be ordinary rocks, aiming straight for the necks of the mercenaries. The mercenaries were terrified and quickly swung their weapons to defend themselves, but 2 of them were a beat too slow and got a bloody gash on their necks before falling straight forward. "You actually had an ambush, and you dared to hurt my brother. I'm going to cripple you and then sell you to brothels." A mercenary shouted angrily, then brandished his longsword, enveloping Barlow in his wake. Barlow only had a dagger and struggled to defend against the man's attacks. Fortunately, Todd quickly came to his aid, and the 2 of them barely managed to stop the attack of this level 9 mortal mercenary. The other mercenaries also brandished their weapons and charged at Barlow and his group. For a moment, although Barlow and his group outnumbered each other, they were at a disadvantage due to their inferior weapons and levels. However, whenever they approached some obstacles, an assassin would suddenly appear from them, putting the mercenaries in grave danger. Before long, four more mercenaries fell, leaving only a burly man at the 10th level of the mortal realm among the original 7. But at this point, he dared not continue to charge forward and return to Ironhead's side. You actually killed so many of my brothers. I'd like to see how many more ambushes you have up your sleeve. I'm going to wipe you all out. Tai-Tu was almost out of his mind. What he thought would be an easy task had instead cost him so many brothers and left him almost all alone. His status in Luoyang City would definitely be greatly reduced in the future. Chapter 143, Finally Meeting Chu Chun. When Ironhead, at the Transcendent Realm, unleashed his fury, the power was far beyond what Baloo and the others could withstand. Within 100 paces of Ironhead charging toward Baloo and Todd, various attacks flew in along the way, but Ironhead casually swatted them away. One by one, the Dark Pavilion members coughed up blood and flew back, but one after another they rushed forward. In just a few seconds, Tai-Tu had been attacked more than a dozen times. Ironhead's heart skipped a beat. He had thought that Below and the others were just ignorant juniors who had gotten something for nothing, but now he felt that this was not the case. They were definitely people cultivated by some force, otherwise it would be impossible for so many young geniuses to gather here. Ironhead regretted it a little, but he had no time to regret it now, because he had already made his move. If he didn't kill them all, he would inevitably suffer retaliation from the forces behind Barlow and the others. As Ironhead charged toward Below, his greatsword drew ever closer to Below's head. In the next second, Below's head would fly off, and Ironhead would begin his rampage through the crowd. Suddenly, Below's body was pulled backward by a rope, barely dodging Ironhead's sword. Magic attack. Barlow's body was still in the air, but the command was still relayed. Suddenly, figures appeared on the hillsides on both sides of the valley, and a series of magical attacks swept towards Ironhead, covering a 3-foot radius around him. Ironhead quickly brandished his longsword, unleashing a whirlwind sword technique that whipped up gusts of wind around him, blocking all magical attacks. After the first round of magical attacks ended, the second round began, forcing Ironhead to use his sword skills to defend while desperately dodging. Each time, Ironhead would be subjected to nearly 100 magical attacks. Even Ironhead, who was at the 3rd level of the Extraordinary Realm, could not withstand them. If this continued, Ironhead's fighting spirit would eventually be exhausted, and then Ironhead would be completely at the mercy of others. Ironhead naturally knew this as well. He activated his battle aura and used a defensive technique, creating a battle aura armor around his body. Then he turned his back to the side where the magic attack was relatively weaker, using his body to withstand the attack, while charging towards the other side. Ironhead's idea was to deal with the enemies on one side first, so that he could free up his hands to deal with the enemies on the other side, but Below naturally wouldn't let him have his way. The Shadow Assassins are not best at using magic in combination, but at assassination. The 208 assassins suddenly dispersed, some flanking Ironhead from the front, while others hid in rocks and bushes, and some even used earth-burrowing magic to hide under Ironhead's feet. Although Ironhead no longer needs to play a passive defensive role, he is still constantly subjected to various sneak attacks. Gradually, Todd's attack from behind completely shattered his battle armor, exposing him entirely to the group's attacks. Almost instantly, the people around Tai-Tu seized the opportunity to attack him, leaving wounds all over his body. The enormous consumption of fighting spirit, coupled with the loss of blood, made Tai-Tu feel increasingly weak. He was overwhelmed by all sorts of attacks, both near and far. Several times he tried to kill several people with heavy blows, but his opponents avoided his attacks, and he only suffered minor injuries. Finally, as Tai-Tu reached out to wipe the blood covering his eyes, a magic arrow shot out from his side, piercing through his skull before he could react. Despite its name, Ironhead was no match for the magic of a mortal-level assassin. A level 3 extraordinary warrior was almost brutally killed by 208 ordinary assassins. In fact, this battle was a foregone conclusion from the very beginning. Although the extraordinary were far stronger than the ordinary, the difference was still limited. For more than 200 well-trained assassins to kill a level 3 extraordinary warrior and 7 ordinary mercenaries in such an open space was extremely simple. The mercenary who was the only one to survive the first charge was also taken care of at some point during the battle. Well done, but it's been used for a bit too long. Chu Tian revealed himself and offered his evaluation. Barlow and his team's performance wasn't outstanding, but it was decent, consistent with Barlow's usual style of completing the mission with minimal effort. If Todd had been in command of this battle, he would likely have launched the fiercest attack from the start, perhaps killing Ironhead and the others in just a few minutes. However, some of his own men would inevitably have been seriously injured in their final counterattack. Someone had already disposed of the bodies of Tai Tu and the others, and handed over the items they had found to Chu Tian. Chu Tian did not accept the thousands of gold coins, weapons, magic scrolls, and other items, but instead asked the instructor to temporarily accept them as funds for the team's future development. All right, the main reason I called everyone here today is to receive the final special reward. Now please follow me. After saying that, Chu Tian led the way, taking everyone on a winding path as they left the valley. They stopped only when they came to a river. An instructor looked at the surging river in front of him and said, This is the river that rescued us from the desert. It's said to belong to that great man. Could it be that you, Master, are taking us to see that great man tonight? Don't ask any more questions. You'll know what you need to know sooner or later, and it won't do you any good to know what you shouldn't know. Chu Tian changed his previous amiable attitude and suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Chu Chen's existence still needs to be kept secret, so he doesn't want any of his subordinates to be interested in prying into secrets. Everyone sit down, then close your eyes and carefully feel. Chu Tian took the lead and sat down in front of the river, and the others followed suit. At this moment, a white light rose from the river, scattering into several pieces that landed on everyone. Everyone felt a strange power enter their bodies, and their minds seemed to become much more agile. Some doubts they had had during their previous cultivation were easily resolved, and the flow of both battle chi and elemental power within their bodies became smoother. At this moment, everyone understood that this was the special reward Chu Tian had mentioned, so they quickly focused their minds on comprehending and cultivating. There are a few promising children among these kids. Although Below is less gifted, he has a good character, and with proper guidance, he can achieve great things in the future. Chu Chen telepathically transmitted his thoughts to Chu Tian. Well, based on my observation, among these children, Ballo has the best temperament. Todd has good talent, but his temperament still needs to be trained. There are also a few other children who are the most talented among them. They have already reached the 7th level of the mortal realm, but their temperament still needs a lot of training. Our selection of talent differs from other forces. We must prioritize character first, and then talent. Talent can always be improved, but character is much harder to cultivate. Bring Below to the lake later, and keep a close eye on the others as well. Bring them over once their character has improved. Chapter 144, Personally Training. There was still a lot of dew in the countryside in early summer. When everyone woke up, they heard birds chirping and saw the surging river in front of them. Only then did they realize that they had been sitting all night. I quickly stood up and stretched my stiff legs, then stood quietly in place, waiting for the others to wake up while carefully sensing the changes in my own body. This was their first time being blessed, so the effect was excellent. The vast majority of them broke through their cultivation levels, and some even advanced 2 levels. Everyone's faces were filled with undisguised joy. Below also woke up from his cultivation early. He found that his realm had also increased by 1 level, reaching the 7th level of the mortal realm. However, when he turned around and saw that many people around him had also leveled up, and some had even leveled up twice, the joy in his heart seemed to fade a bit. However, he remembered what Chu Tian had told him that night. Everyone has their own expertise, and he wasn't known for his martial prowess, so there was no need to worry too much. Barlow felt much better after that. Chu Tian observed the changes in Below's expression and, seeing that Below quickly understood, nodded to himself. Below's temperament was indeed rare among these teenagers. Everyone gradually woke up, and only then did Chu Tian speak. I believe everyone gained a lot last night, so the rewards for this mission have been distributed. Now, instructors, please take your teams back to the manor to continue training. Barlow, you stay here. When Barlow heard Chu Tian ask him to stay, he was taken aback, wondering what it was about. Todd gave Barlow a concerned look, and Barlow smiled to indicate that it was nothing. Although everyone was puzzled as to why Chu Tian had left Below alone, they thought that Below was the captain and guessed that perhaps he had something to tell him, so they didn't pay much attention to it. I left you here to take you somewhere to meet someone. Come with me. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he grabbed Below. Walking was impossible, as they were still quite a distance from the lake, so Chu Tian simply carried Below and flew through the sky. This was Barlow's first time experiencing flight, and he felt both nervous and excited, which made him very eager to try it. Chu Tian smiled and said, "If you work hard, you will surely reach my level in the future, and then flying will be a piece of cake." Just as Barlow was about to speak, a gust of wind from the oncoming crowd choked him, and he dared not open his mouth again. "You mean to say that with your aptitude, it's probably difficult to reach my level, right?" "Actually, you don't need to worry. When Shelley took you in, she said that what we value least is aptitude. Taking you away this time is also to help you solve the problem of your aptitude." Barlow was excited and very curious. What kind of person could help him change his aptitude? Chu Tian flew at full speed through the sky, taking a whole day to reach the lake. In fact, he could have taken Below into the quicksand river and had Chu Chun take him directly to the lake, which would have been much faster. However, Chu Tian hoped that by flying with Below, he could ignite Below's desire to become stronger. Below stared wide-eyed at the enormous lake before him, and the powerful magical beasts that surrounded it, just like an army of humans. Every single one of these magical beasts was extraordinary. Barlow followed closely behind Chu Tian, not daring to fall behind even a step, as he was far too weak here. He even felt that he was not as powerful as the ghost thorn tree behind him. However, this is also true. These ghost thorn trees are interconnected, and even if they stand still and let Barlow destroy them, he will not be able to cause any substantial damage. "You've arrived." A cold and authoritative voice rang in Below's ears, and the lake water in front of him rippled, from which a person formed from water rose. "This is my master." Chu Tian pointed at Chu Chun and said to Below. Barlow was extremely nervous. Chu Tian was the most powerful being he could imagine. Even the instructors treated Chu Tian with great respect. And this strange water spirit was actually the master of Chu Tian Pavilion Master. How much more powerful must he be? "Don't be nervous. Just treat me as your sect leader," Chu Chun said calmly. He originally hoped to be as amiable as possible, but by using his body formed from water and his soul to transmit his voice, Chu Chun naturally gave people a sense of mystery and awe. "Yes, sir. Your sect leader has repeatedly recommended you to me, saying that you are the most talented among this group of children, but your aptitude is a bit lacking. So the reason I brought you here this time is to help you improve your aptitude." Barlow glanced at Chu Tian, then at Chu Chun, unsure of what to say. "But upgrading your qualifications is risky. It involves a lot of pain and could even be life-threatening. You make the decision yourself." Actually, it's not necessarily true that Barlow really wants to become a strong person. He is generally satisfied with his current situation. His mother's illness has been cured, he has made many friends, and he has learned a lot of skills. However, since joining the Dark Pavilion, he has gradually come to realize that the life he will face in the future will be much more dangerous than before, and he could face death if he is not careful. He understood perfectly well that since he had accepted the favor from the Dark Pavilion, he could not back out. Rather than ending up unskilled and dying at someone else's hands, it's better to give it your all now and improve your skills. Besides, he'd probably feel quite disappointed if all his friends became more capable than him in the future. "I want to become stronger, but I'm afraid that if I fail, my mother will." "Don't worry. Your mother will definitely take good care of you. And as long as you have a strong enough will, you have a great chance of succeeding." Barlow thought about it carefully for a few more minutes before nodding and saying, "I want to improve my qualifications." Chu Tian and Chu Chun exchanged a smile, and Chu Chun said to Below, "Very good, then you can stay here for the time being. Chu Tian, you go back to the manor first, and take him back after this is over." "Okay." Chu Tian glanced at Below and said, "Stay here and be patient. I'm waiting to welcome a brand new you." Then Chu Tian turned and left. After seeing Chu Tian leave, Barlow looked at Chu Chun with some unease, unsure of what to do next. Chu Chun noticed Below's predicament and told him to wander around the lake for a while to familiarize himself with it, and to start preparing to improve his aptitude first thing tomorrow morning. Then Chu Chun sank into the water. When Below saw that Chu Chun had also disappeared, he looked at the magical beasts in the distance and became a little scared. However, he thought that this was Chu Chun's territory and that these magical beasts were all at the transcendent realm and had awakened their intelligence, so they should not attack him. Therefore, he felt relieved and began to walk around curiously. Chapter 145 Humans can also awaken their bloodlines. The next morning, Below met Chu Chun by the lake. Last night, Barlow strolled around the lake for a while before being taken by Tyron to rest at the wildlings' encampment. He woke up very early this morning and then went to the lake alone to wait. Although he had made up his mind to take the risk to improve his skills, he was still a child after all, and he couldn't help but worry about the unknown and dangerous future. In fact, Barlow hardly slept at all last night. Seeing that Below had arrived so early, Chu Chun knew that Below must not have slept well. So he took Below to the source of the bright river. Here, Below felt a very peaceful atmosphere and was not so nervous. Before long, he actually started to feel sleepy and fell asleep by the river. Chu Chun watched quietly as Below slept soundly for 2 hours before waking him up. 2 hours of deep sleep was enough, and Chu Chun didn't plan to start immediately today. Instead, he intended to improve Below's overall physical fitness first. Starting today, I will be giving you special training, which may be even more rigorous than your training in the Dark Pavilion. But all of this is to increase your chances of success. Do you understand? Barlow nodded firmly and said, "Understood, sir." "Very good. You don't need to worry too much. Even if it doesn't succeed, the chances of something going wrong are not high. I'm just giving you some mental preparation so that you can put your heart and soul into it." "Yes, sir, I will." Chu Chun pointed to the ghost thorn forest outside the lake and said, "Today, go find Uncle Tyron and get an axe. Then go into the ghost thorn forest and chop down trees. Come find me by the lake when you've chopped down 2 trees. Cut down a tree? Is it that simple?" Barlow was a little curious, but then he realized that things were definitely not that simple, and this tree was definitely not an ordinary ghost thorn tree. However, Barlow did as he was told and immediately went to find Tyron. Tyron followed Chu Chun's instructions and gave him an axe that was hard but had no sharpness enhancements. And so, in the silent ghost thorn forest, came the sound of Below chopping down a tree. "Master, you can train him all you want. But why torture me like this?" "I can't help but complain," Ghost Thorn Tree retorted. "You also keep an eye on things and control the hardness of the Ghost Thorn Tree so that he keeps chopping until sunset to complete the task." "Master, are you really planning to awaken Below's bloodline? But do humans really have bloodlines?" The Ghost Thorn Tree had some understanding of this world. It knew that the concept of bloodlines only existed among magical beasts and some mutated creatures. Although humans also had blood, there was never any such thing as bloodlines, nor had it ever heard of any human awakening a bloodline. Chu Chun nodded and said, "Although there is no such thing in the records of this world, think about it. Why do almost all other creatures have bloodlines, but only humans do not? If humans really do not have bloodlines, then why is it that the more powerful a human is, the greater the probability that his or her offspring will be powerful, while the more common a human's offspring are, the greater the possibility that they will not have cultivation aptitude? It is clear that the so-called aptitude and bloodline must have a reason. It's possible that humans can make up for differences in bloodline through their wisdom and hard work. So many people from ordinary backgrounds can achieve the same success as those with connections. But it's still a matter of probability. There are very few such people." The Ghost Thorn Tree remained silent for a moment before continuing. "If it is really as you say, then surely someone has discovered it. Why don't they try to awaken the bloodline of ordinary people?" Chu Chun sneered and said, "Awakening one's bloodline is no easy task. Even for a powerful race like the Beast Clan, the number of times they can awaken their bloodline is extremely limited, and the effect is not very good. So how could those powerful forces possibly expend so much effort on ordinary people? More importantly, in order to maintain their superior status, how could they allow every ordinary person to have the opportunity to awaken their bloodline? The ghost thorn tree seemed to understand something and murmured, "Yes, that's why they keep quiet about human bloodlines in order to cover up the fact that humans can improve their aptitude by enhancing their bloodline power. In this way, even if an ordinary person accidentally becomes a strong person, in order to provide better opportunities for their descendants, they can only be recruited by powerful forces. When the strong person dies, even if their descendants have good talent, they will either be suppressed and become worse than the last generation, or they will be assimilated by powerful forces and eventually become members of a special class." Chu Chen glanced at the ghost thorn tree in surprise. He hadn't expected the ghost thorn tree to be so quick-witted. He had only given it a hint, and the tree had already grasped the key point. "That's right. I have now mastered the method of bloodline awakening. First, I broke the bloodline restrictions of magical beasts, and then I gradually broke the bloodline monopoly of humans. Guess what this world will be like in the end? In the end, there will inevitably be a proliferation of powerful beings, and the monopoly of the major powers will be broken. You, Master, will become the creator of all living beings. However, in that case, you will also be targeted by all the major powers, and even the gods will not tolerate your actions." Ghost Thorn Tree glanced at Chu Chen with concern. Chu Chen and he were symbiotic, and Chu Chen's honor and disgrace were equivalent to his own. "Chu Ming, you and I were born extraordinary into this world. In the end, we either have to swallow our pride and live a life of humiliation, or we are destined to be regarded as thorns in the side by various forces. Since that's the case, why not make a big splash and turn the world upside down? Why should they be high and mighty? Why should they be able to control the lives of billions of living beings? I want everyone to have the possibility of becoming a god, so that all those selfish and blood-sucking gods and demons in the sky will vanish into thin air." Chu Chen's words were like thunderclaps in the soul of Ghost Thorn Tree. Ghost Thorn Tree originally thought that Chu Chen just wanted to seize a piece of land so that he could develop his own power and peace. However, he did not expect that his purpose was to target those unattainable gods from the very beginning. Chu Chen hadn't originally intended to tell Ghost Thorn Tree these things, but considering that Ghost Thorn Tree was, after all, his only companion, and that he and Ghost Thorn Tree would inevitably be inseparable in the future, he decided to tell him these things in advance so that Ghost Thorn Tree could be mentally prepared. "All right, stop thinking about it. Go and keep an eye on Below for me. Make sure he doesn't finish the task in no time. Don't worry, Master. Even if he were to chop all day, he might not be able to cut down a single tree." Despite saying this, the Ghost Thorn Tree still focused its mind on the Ghost Thorn Forest, controlling the hardness and softness of the Ghost Thorn Tree that Below was cutting down, so that Below could both cut it down and not easily break it. Chapter 146, Arduous Training. Barlow thought that even if cutting down the Ghost Thorn Trees wasn't easy, it wouldn't be too difficult, and he could complete the task Chu Chen had assigned him by noon at the latest. However, he didn't expect that he would only be able to cut down the first Ghost Thorn Tree by noon. Moreover, around noon, a heavy rain began to fall over the lake. The rainwater mixed with sweat and flowed down the lake, but Below did not stop. Instead, he continued to cut down the second Ghost Thorn Tree. This was the first day of completing the task assigned by Chu Chen. Below didn't want to embarrass Chu Tian, so he was determined to complete the first day's task no matter what. As he chopped down the second tree, the further he went, the more he felt as if his arms were no longer his own. He was just swinging the axe instinctively, but the axe was becoming heavier and heavier. At this moment, the spiritual energy carried by the rain in the sky began to flow into Below's arms without him realizing it, relieving his soreness. As long as Below keeps swinging his axe, his arms will remain at a critical point. Without the nourishment of the spiritual water, Below's arms might already be useless. If Below stops swinging his axe, the spiritual water will not actively nourish his arms, and his arms will be swallowed by immense pain and weakness in an instant, making it impossible for Below to continue swinging his axe. Although Barlow was unaware of this, he held the belief that he could not stop. If he stopped to rest, he might never be able to muster the confidence to cut down the last Ghost Thorn Tree again. Barlow didn't know what time it was, or even how the Ghost Thorn Tree in front of him had been chopped down, but finally, with a creak, the axe missed its mark, because the ghost thorn tree had fallen. Barlow paused for a moment, then saw through the rain that blurred his vision that the tree had finally fallen. Before he could even laugh, he was overwhelmed by the pain in his arms. The pain came on so quickly that he could no longer support his body and collapsed to the ground. The ghost thorn tree had been watching Below the whole time and was quite satisfied with Below's tenacious willpower. So at this moment, it was controlling the branches of the ghost thorn tree to transport Below to the lakeside. Seeing Below's condition, Chu Chun extracted a large ball of spiritual water brimming with spiritual energy, enveloped Below, and controlled the spiritual energy within to repair Below's damaged muscles. Although Below could hardly move, he did not lose consciousness. The feeling of spiritual energy repairing his muscles made him cry out in comfort. This was an experience he had never had before. This was truly the sweet reward after suffering. About an hour later, Below regained his mobility. Then, Chu Chun instructed Tyron to bring Below some monster meat to replenish his strength. After that, he rested for another hour before starting new training. At this time, Below's arm muscles were still damaged, so he could not exert any force in his arms. This special training involved Below running along the lake, accompanied by a red flame-chasing wind horse. To be precise, it was Below running in front, with a superhuman-grade red flame wind chaser chasing behind. The red flame wind chaser was naturally not running at full speed, but Below was running at full speed. As soon as the speed decreased, the flames on the red flame wind chaser's hooves made Below feel a burning sensation on his buttocks. This time, he ran until the early hours of the morning. Barlow was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground and fell asleep as soon as his body touched the ground. Chu Chun enveloped it in a ball of spiritual water and then repaired its deteriorated muscles as before. When it was almost healed, he soaked it in the spiritual water and placed it by the river of light, where Below could enter the deepest sleep. This time, he only slept for 3 hours, but it was enough. The quality of these 3 hours was even higher than the 8 hours he had slept in the manner before. However, when Below woke up and saw Chu Chun, he realized that a new day of training was about to begin. Fortunately, thanks to Chu Chun's treatment, Below's body has been almost fully recovered, and he can now exert himself. Today's task was the same as yesterday's. Each time, he had to push himself to the brink before he could barely complete the task. Barlow always thought that he was too bad, which was why he could only barely complete the task each time. Little did he know that these ghost thorn trees were controlled by someone. Barlow lived like this for a week and completely adapted. Now his daily task of cutting down ghost thorn trees has increased from 2 to 4. Barlow has become increasingly adept at controlling his strength. Now, almost every axe blow lands precisely where the previous one left off, allowing him to cut the ghost thorn tree more effectively. Moreover, the force applied each time is consistent, making it more energy efficient and preventing him from running out of strength prematurely. This little guy is indeed good. Although he's a bit slow, he's steady and reliable, and he's the kind of person who can catch up later. That's why I chose him. I hope my guess is accurate and that he can successfully awaken his bloodline. Master, how confident are you? At least 80%. After a week of training, his body is almost at its current limit. After another week of consolidation training, he will begin to awaken. At that time, he can also give a blessing to the Dragon Sands team that Tyron is training and see how well Tyron has done during this period. Tyron is both talented and hardworking. He's already at the 7th level of the Extraordinary Realm, which is much higher than my level. During this period, he and Red Fox have been training all day long, and even during their rest time, they are having intense discussions on how to further improve their combat power. It's like they've gone mad. Tyron is not bad either, but you insisted on following my path. Otherwise you would probably be close to becoming a legend by now. Master, I can't compare to you. You're so extraordinary that you can defeat even legendary-level opponents without any chance to fight back. Right now, I'm at most invincible in the Extraordinary Realm. Chu Chun nodded and began to think about how to continue training Barlow in the coming week to improve him further. Barlow's body has now reached its maximum capacity, and further increasing the intensity of training will have no effect. The spiritual energy can only help him repair the damage, but can no longer be absorbed by his body. Therefore, Chu Chun must use new methods to help increase the probability of successful awakening. Even the awakening of magical beasts has a considerable failure rate. In the end, the awakening of human bloodlines is just a guess by Chu Chun. Whether it can be successful is still unknown. Although Chu Chun is relatively confident, he will do his best to increase the chances. At the very least, we can't cripple below, otherwise we won't be able to explain it to Chu Tian. Chapter 147 Awakening begins. After a week of training, Below's physical condition had improved to its peak, his cultivation level had unknowingly increased by 1 level, and his spirit had also grown further through constant tempering. Chu Chen's next step is to push his mental endurance, or rather, his soul's endurance, to its limit. As for the method, the fastest and most effective one that Chu Chen could think of was to torture Below. On the first day, Chu Chen imprisoned Below in an ice cage and continuously lowered the temperature, keeping Below in extreme cold. After freezing him for a day, on the second day, Chu Chen brought in a fire crow and used flames to continuously scorch Below, keeping him in extreme heat. On the third day, Chu Chen threw Below into the ghost thorn forest and made him search for an exit for a whole day, but he couldn't find his way out. On the fourth day, Chu Chen secretly led Below into the underground world, placing him in absolute darkness without making a sound, and they stayed there for 2 days. On the sixth day, Chu Chen took Below to the front of the bright river and, when Below was feeling comfortable and about to fall asleep, used various methods to stimulate him and prevent him from sleeping. By the 7th day, Barlow had not slept or rested for 6 consecutive days and had not even eaten. Barlow's mind was in a state of extreme tension. Chu Chen led him to the lakeside and made him sit down to think about a question: why he needed to become stronger. If he fell asleep, the training would be declared a failure, and Below would not be able to awaken. Barlow sat by the lake, a warm breeze blowing, the spiritually rich air relaxing his entire body. When he tried to think about something, he was immediately overcome by drowsiness and hunger. No, I can't sleep. Why do I need to become stronger? Is it for my mother to have a better life? But my mother's life is already pretty good. Is it to prevent my brothers from looking down on me? But Pavilion Master Chu Tian said that everyone has their own expertise, and cultivation is not my forte. Then what was it all for? I never wanted to become some noble, superior person, nor did I ever want to be anyone's master. I just don't want others to control my life anymore, and I don't want to die like my father, without knowing why. I want to live a life of understanding. Yes, I want to become stronger. I want to live with clarity. Barlow finally found the meaning of his becoming stronger. If he could see his own soul, he would find that above the darkness of his soul, a point of light was stubbornly shining. This was Barlow's light of faith. With this, no matter how great the difficulties, they could not easily destroy his will. Chu Chen was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Below could awaken his own light of faith. This was an unexpected surprise. In this way, Chu Chen felt that the possibility of a successful awakening had suddenly increased to more than 90%. Actually, Chu Chen could have stopped at this point, as this challenge was unlikely to be too difficult for Below. However, Chu Chen decided to let Below complete all of his training and tests. It wasn't until evening that Chu Chen interrupted Below. Below's eyes were so swollen that you could hardly see his eyeballs, but the glimmer of light told others that Below was still thinking and hadn't fallen asleep yet. Have you thought about why you need to become stronger? I thought of adults. I want to become stronger because I want to live with clarity. Chu Chen laughed loudly. Ha ha, what a clear and straightforward statement. With your words, Below, you will definitely become an extraordinary person in the future. I hereby declare that this training program is complete. You should take a good rest and recuperate for a few days before we officially begin to improve your aptitude. After hearing Chu Chen's words, Below forced a smile, then staggered toward his residence. He collapsed after only a few steps and fell asleep on the spot. Having gone 7 days without food or rest, Below had reached the limits of what a cultivator at this level could achieve, both physically and mentally. Chu Chen used spiritual water to wrap Below in and send him to the front of the River of Light, letting him have a good sleep. Before he woke up the next morning, he had Tyran roast a goat that had become a magical beast for him. Below didn't wake up until noon. As soon as he woke up, he smelled the aroma of roasted lamb and looked up to find Chu Chen looking at him. "Eat up, it's all yours." "Thank you, sir." After thanking him, Barlow began to wolf down his food, drinking water from the lake when he was thirsty, and finished off the entire roasted lamb, which was even heavier than Barlow himself. After letting out a burp, Barlow scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Chu Chen continued, "After you've eaten and drunk your fill, just chop down one ghost thorn tree each day for the next 2 days, and then run along the lake for 2 hours. We'll officially begin in 3 days, mainly to awaken your bloodline. Once you've successfully awakened it, your talent for cultivation will have a great chance of being greatly enhanced." Barlow nodded. Although he didn't understand what awakening one's bloodline meant, he now had absolute confidence in victory. The 3 days passed very leisurely. After completing his mission, Barlow wandered around the lake, sometimes watching Tyran and his men train, sometimes watching the wild animals grazing and drinking, and sometimes lying on the ground watching the leisurely white clouds in the sky. He was in the best possible condition. On the morning of the 4th day, a spirited Below stood facing Chu Chen on the other side of the lake, with Tyran and Red Fox behind him, along with the 4,000 members of the Dragon Sand team they led. "Are you ready?" Barlow nodded. "Don't be nervous. Remember to keep a clear head, then focus on feeling the changes in your body and try to guide those changes." Barlow nodded again, saying he wasn't nervous, but he was actually a little uneasy inside. "Okay, then sit down. I'm about to begin." Once Chu Chen saw that Below was seated, he officially began the awakening process. A familiar red light emerged from the lake and then flowed into Below's body. Barlow first felt his blood flow increasing rapidly, then it began to burn and boil, and his body experienced extreme pain. Barlow clenched his teeth, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead before quickly evaporating. But Below remembered what Chu Chen said and tried his best to stay awake, sensing the changes in his blood. The blood is burning, evaporating, and becoming pure. The stronger the bloodline, the less likely it is to be destroyed. The so-called awakening is to find this bloodline and then recreate it through the system within the human body. The blood vessels in a person's body combine constantly, making the process extremely complex, which takes much longer, and thus the pain that Barlow has to endure increases exponentially. Chapter 148: Successful Awakening. By the lake, 4,000 magical beasts, along with Chu Chen, Tyran, and the others, quietly awaited Below's awakening. Only Chu Chen could see the condition within Below's body. Because of his humble origins and the fact that his ancestors were all ordinary people, the powerful bloodline within him was hidden even more deeply. Now, 4/5 of his blood has evaporated, but he still has not found the bloodline most suitable for him. Barlow's brows were furrowed, his face was flushed, and his expression was resolute. He was not broken by the pain, nor did he relax his mind. Instead, he focused on feeling the changes in his blood and searching for a powerful bloodline that suited him. Finally, Barlow was found. Among the bright red blood was a patch of yellowish-brown blood. Barlow instinctively sensed a powerful aura. This blood remained motionless even as the other blood around him gradually evaporated. Barlow was trying to communicate with it and was guiding another kind of energy in his body to combine with it, so that the yellowish-brown blood began to grow stronger and gradually flow towards the heart. As long as this powerful bloodline energy can be guided to the heart will be transformed, and the blood produced in the future will automatically contain this bloodline energy. However, this process is extremely difficult. Below has to be very careful, because if he accidentally destroys this bloodline or allows it to be contaminated by other bloodlines, then this awakening will be declared a failure. Furthermore, guiding it to the heart requires overcoming numerous obstacles and demands a high level of spiritual power from Barlow. Chu Chen kept a close eye on Below, paying attention to his physical and mental condition. Chu Chen had to make his move at the most difficult and crucial moment to ensure his successful awakening. As this yellowish-brown bloodline grew stronger and approached the heart suddenly produced a new stream of blood that headed straight for it. Barlow was shocked. The newly produced blood was very vigorous and just as impure as the blood that had been purified, which could potentially contaminate the powerful bloodline he had finally found. Just then, Chu Chen activated his blessing skill. Under the blessed white light, Below felt that this weak, earthy yellow bloodline suddenly became much more resilient, remaining unmoved no matter how much other blood surged against it. Finally, they overcame this hurdle, and the ochre-colored blood successfully entered the heart. Barlow's heart pounded powerfully several times, then suddenly stopped beating, only returning to its normal rhythm after a short while. At that moment, Barlow saw that the fresh blood produced by his heart already contained that wisp of earthy yellow bloodline power, and that as Barlow grew stronger, this wisp of bloodline power would gradually increase in strength. Barlow opened his eyes, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He tried to speak, but found that his mouth was almost dislocated because he had bitten it too hard. Barlow quickly pried his mouth open a few times with his hands before he recovered. Barlow knelt down and said, "Thank you for your great kindness. Below has not disappointed you, and Pavilion Master Chu Tian. He has successfully awakened." Chu Chen nodded. He already knew about Below's awakening. This successful awakening also confirmed Chu Chen's conjecture about bloodlines. "Congratulations, you did very well. Now go and get used to it, and feel what's special about your bloodline." Barlow glanced around, and saw that the magical beasts were still cultivating with their eyes closed, so he walked into the ghost thorn forest to feel the changes in his own body. The earthy yellow blood that Below awakened this time felt very familiar to him. When Below sensed it again, he found that the earth element in the world was quickly gathering towards him. Below's magic cultivation speed increased a lot, especially the power of earth magic. It seems that the bloodline I awakened is biased towards earth magic, so I should focus on practicing earth magic from now on. As Below experienced it, he also planned his future cultivation path. Suddenly a voice came to my mind. "Your bloodline is not just limited to earth magic. If I'm not mistaken, this bloodline can be further advanced. Earth magic is more defensive, so you could try the warrior path." Barlow recognized the voice as that of the ghost thorn tree that was following Chu Chen. He knew it was also a very mysterious creature, so Barlow behaved with great respect. "Thank you for your guidance, sir. But if I cultivate both magic and martial arts, will I be unable to manage both?" "You don't need to worry about that. You have the added power of your bloodline, and this bloodline power doesn't seem to favor magic or battle aura. It's clearly very compatible with earth-based energy, so you can try them all. This will maximize your combat power." Barlow nodded and said, "I understand. I will work harder to master both magic and battle aura." Ghost Thorn Tree had witnessed Below's hard work and resilience over the past few days and had high hopes for the child, which was why he spoke up to remind him at this time. However, even if he didn't say it, Chu Chen or Chu Tian would have told him sooner or later, so Ghost Thorn Tree didn't say anything more. Seeing that the Ghost Thorn Tree had stopped moving, Below began to ponder his own situation. He practiced magic and tried combat skills, and found that, just as the Ghost Thorn Tree had said, he was more comfortable using earth-based energy than before, and its power had also increased. Barlow had already decided in his heart that even if he had to put in more effort in the future, he would not waste his talent and would take the path of dual cultivation of martial arts and magic. It's important to know that while most magicians possess powerful magical skills, they are very vulnerable to close combat because their physical defenses are weak and casting spells requires a certain amount of incantation time. Warrior-type cultivators who practice battle chi, whether swordsmen or knights, have strong close combat abilities and defenses, but their skills are not as powerful as those of mages, and their mental defenses are weak. Below's choice to cultivate both can make up for the weaknesses of both sides. It is conceivable that Below will become an invincible existence among those of the same level, and may even be able to kill opponents several levels higher. Barlow waited until all the magical beasts by the lake woke up from their cultivation and were brought back by Tyron before returning to the lake to tell Chu Chen about his situation and his future cultivation plans. It sounds like it's biased towards defense, but it's still quite good, and it matches your steady temperament. It's the most suitable bloodline for you. Stay here for another day to consolidate your strength. Your sect leader already knows and will come soon to take you back to the Dark Pavilion. In the future, I hope that as the captain of the Dark Pavilion Shadow Assassin team, you can lead the Dark Pavilion to become the strongest assassin team on this continent. Barrow will certainly live up to your and the Pavilion Master's expectations. I will dedicate my life to leading the Dark Pavilion to its strongest position, Chapter 149 Ballo's Return, The Discovery of the Phoenix. On the evening of the second day, Chu Tian came to the lakeside and looked at below. Chu Tian was very gratified. Because of the special connection between Chu Tian and Chu Chun, Chu Tian had seen all of Below's training and awakening process clearly. He had not misjudged him after all. Among the 208 members of the Shadow Assassin team, only Below was able to complete it. Let's go, I'll take you back. This time, we'll definitely surprise them all. Chu Tian patted Below's head and said. Barlow turned his head away shyly and asked, Master, why didn't you bring the others along? At least Todd isn't any worse than me. I'm afraid. I know you're worried that they'll be jealous of you and think I'm being biased because I only brought you and not them. But there's nothing I can do about it. In fact, you should know yourself that if someone else had to go through what you've been through these past few days, do you think anyone could have endured it? Barlow fell silent. He knew every member of the Shadow Assassins very well. There were many who were more skilled and more talented than him, but it would be hard to find someone who could endure more hardship and pain. All right, stop thinking about it. Jealousy is inevitable, but the question is whether you have the means to turn that jealousy into admiration. If someone has any inappropriate thoughts because of jealousy, then that person is not suitable for our dark pavilion. Chu Tian turned to Chu Chun and said, Let's go, before taking Below into the sky and flying away. Chu Chun watched Below's departing figure, his eyes somewhat cold. This time, Barlow's return will definitely cause quite a stir in the Shadow Assassin squad. As for whether anyone will reveal their thoughts because of this, Chu Chun dares not say. But if anyone dares to violate the Dark Pavilion's bottom line, then since the Dark Pavilion can cultivate him, it can also cripple him. After spending the entire night, when Chu Tian and Below arrived at the manor outside Luoyang City, they were just in time for the morning training session. Everyone saw Chu Tian fly down from the sky, carrying someone with him. When Chu Tian landed on the training ground, everyone realized that the person he was carrying was Below, who had disappeared for more than half a month. Todd was overjoyed to see Barlow. Barlow had been missing for half a month, and even the instructors didn't know where he had gone. He was very worried, but he remembered that Chu Tian had taken him away personally, so he didn't go to ask Chu Tian directly. Now that he saw Barlow had finally returned, and his demeanor had obviously changed. I wonder what Barlow went to do. He seems to have a different aura than before. He seems to have become much stronger. A person next to him also spoke up and muttered something under his breath. All right, everyone stop for a moment. I'm sure many of you are curious about where Below has been all this time. Actually, I took Below to participate in a special training session. Now I brought Below back, and he will still be your captain, training and completing missions with you. Chu Tian looked at everyone and said, I'm sorry to have worried everyone during this time. Now that I'm back, let's work together to make the Dark Pavilion a force to be reckoned with on this continent. At Chu Tian's prompting, Barlow stepped forward and spoke. Barlow's demeanor was noticeably more aggressive than before, and his manner of speaking had also changed. After Barlow finished speaking, he returned to his original position amidst everyone's surprised gazes. Todd, standing beside him, had many questions, but dared not ask them at this moment. He could only suppress his questions and begin the morning's training tasks. Chu Tian smiled and nodded, then told the instructors to continue training before turning around and leaving the manor. When the training ended, Barlow naturally answered questions from his friends. Everyone was very curious about his experiences over the past 2 weeks, but Barlow only told them about his 2 weeks of training and didn't mention anything about his awakened bloodline. This was Chu Chen's request. The matter of awakening human bloodlines was truly shocking if it were to be told, and even the people in the Dark Pavilion dared not fully believe it, so this matter had to be kept secret. After hearing about Barlow's so-called special training, everyone admired his perseverance. Although it was an opportunity, not everyone could stick to it. However, some petty people secretly thought to themselves that if Chu Tian hadn't been so biased, they would have performed even better. Meanwhile, after successfully awakening Below's bloodline, Chu Chen also spent some time summarizing his training methods, hoping to make them more perfect and increase the success rate of awakening as much as possible. One day, a clear bird song suddenly came from the southern sky. Chu Chen looked up and was quite surprised to see that it was a phoenix. Why did you come back? You should know that unless Chu Chen summons him, the phoenix gets along quite well with the fire crows in the lava wasteland. But he never flies back on his own initiative. I found something strange over there. I'm just letting you know. You'd better come and see for yourself. Why didn't you just tell me through telepathy? Why make a special trip? The phoenix rolled its eyes at Chu Chen and said, I can't forget. After saying that, the phoenix quickly flew back to the lava abyss, while Chu Chen, in the blink of an eye, immersed his mind in the lava river. Chu Chen arrived at the magma abyss and discovered that the area of this magma lake was also getting larger and larger, and the rocks on both sides of the mountain had been melted by the long-term high temperature of the magma. Chu Chen observed carefully, but found nothing special. However, he did notice that the fire crows living on both sides of the mountain had grown considerably, and many of them had broken through to the extraordinary level on their own. These fire crows were all singing a song in a strange tune, which should be the song that the phoenix had mentioned teaching the fire crows. As Chu Chen listened to the song, he noticed that the surrounding fire elements became more dynamic with the singing. If he used fire magic under the influence of such a song, he would definitely receive a great boost. Chu Chen now understood why the phoenix taught these fire crows to sing. It was so that these fire crows could lend him a hand in future battles. Moreover, during the singing, many fire elements unknowingly enter the fire crows' bodies, gradually improving their physical condition. This is why many fire crows are able to break through to the extraordinary realm on their own. After waiting for 2 hours, the phoenix finally flew back, clearly still quite tired. After resting for a while, it said to Chu Chen, I found some strange creatures in the mountains over there. They seem to be watching our movements, but they haven't made any moves. Chu Chen looked in the direction of the phoenix. It was a mountain peak directly in front of the lava forbidden zone. There were 2 slightly lower mountains between it and the lava forbidden zone. It was a great position to monitor this place from a high vantage point. Chapter 150 The Undead. Chu Chen looked at the distant mountain peaks. Even with his perception, he couldn't perceive them clearly from such a distance. The fact that the strange creatures mentioned by the phoenix chose such an observation point proved that they were able to perceive the magma barrier through some method, which was truly incredible. There's nothing I can do if they don't come. How about you go and bring one of them over? Chu Chen spoke to the phoenix, which thought for a moment, nodded, and flew towards the mountain peak. In Chu Chen's perception, the phoenix flew to the mountaintop, and then a strange energy body gathered around the phoenix and slowly converged towards her. Finally, the fire energy on the phoenix suddenly erupted, and it leaped up, grabbed a ball of energy, and carried it to the magma abyss. When the phoenix flew back, Chu Chen finally saw what she was holding onto. It was indeed, as the phoenix had described, a strange creature with a human body but a bird's head and wings, and especially its eyes, which seemed to burn with flames. The bird-headed man was captured by the phoenix, but he did not struggle. He only appeared somewhat nervous and excited. The phoenix threw the bird-headed man into the magma abyss. Although the bird-headed man screamed in surprise at first from the scalding heat of the magma, he was not immediately swallowed up. Instead, a red protective shield appeared on his body, isolating him from the magma. What kind of creature are you? What are you trying to do by monitoring this place? Chu Chen asked through soul transmission. In his perception, this bird-headed man was only at the transcendent realm. The bird-headed man looked around but didn't see anyone speaking. He was a little surprised, but when he saw the phoenix looking at him sternly, he stared back at the phoenix with an unusual fervor in his eyes. I'll ask you one more time, who are you? Why are you monitoring this area? If you refuse to answer, I'll devour you and all your companions. Chu Chen slightly activated the system's devouring function, causing the bird-headed man to feel an irresistible force. The bird-headed man indeed began to panic and quickly shouted, No, my lord, I am an undead. For generations, we have been hidden in these 100,000 mountains. My clan is very close to fire. When we saw a lava valley suddenly appear here, we came to investigate. Then why don't you come over here, instead of just keeping an eye on us from a distance? Because we saw the bird that captured us. It looks a lot like the phoenix in our tribe's legend. The phoenix is our tribe's totem and the god we worship, so we have been observing it and dared not come closer. Although the bird-headed man was answering Chu Chen's question, His eyes were fixed on the phoenix. The phoenix, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to the bird-headed man and was even secretly thinking to itself, "How can there be such an ugly creature in the world?" Chu Chun had no idea that there were creatures on this continent who used the phoenix as a totem and worshipped it as a god. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, being treated like a god. So these creatures are your subjects. What do you plan to do with them?" The phoenix glanced at the bird-headed man, still unable to accept that such an ugly creature like herself was being used as a totem. She casually said to Chu Chun, "Do with it as you please." After saying that, she flew into the flock of fire crows, no longer bothering with what was happening here. Chu Chun thought for a moment and decided to assess the strength of this undead first. If it was strong enough, he would accept it. If it was too weak, he didn't want to waste his time. "I can tell you definitively that she is the phoenix, but she finds you too weak and is too lazy to bother with you. Now tell me about the current situation of your undead race." Chu Chun continued to transmit his voice to the bird-headed man. It's unclear whether the undead are inherently honest or if the bird-headed man has become somewhat simple-minded due to his lack of interaction with other races. Yet, he revealed everything about such a confidential matter with just a question from Chu Chun. "Our undead clan has lived in these deep mountains for tens of thousands of years since we fled here. At first, we were very powerful, but powerful beings kept coming to the mountains to search for our whereabouts. Our ancestors died one by one to protect our people, and our clan has become weaker and weaker." As he spoke, the bird-headed man even shed tears, wiping them away with his wing before continuing. "Now there are less than 100 people left in my clan. My companions and I on the opposite mountain are the only few extraordinary beings in the clan. The rest of us can't even beat magical beasts and can only hide in the shelter built for us by our elders in the past." That sounds pretty bad. But the elders of our clan have said that one day, the phoenix will return and our undead clan will regain its former glory. Tens of thousands of years ago, the undead clan was the #1 race on the continent, and even the dragon race was just food for our clan. It sounds pretty impressive. However, Chu Chun still couldn't determine how much potential the undead race still had based on this. "Here's what we'll do. Go back and bring an elder from your clan over so he can see the phoenix with his own eyes and see if it is indeed your clan's deity." Chu Chun sent the bird-headed man out of the magma abyss. The bird-headed man was indeed honest, but what he knew was not very useful. It would be better to find a member of the undead clan who truly understood them. The bird-headed man glanced again at the proud phoenix among the fire crows, bowed to her a few times, and then turned and left. "By the way, are you really not going to pay any attention to them? These are their loyal followers who have been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years." Chu Chun sent another telepathic message to the phoenix. "They only worship the phoenix of their time. Although there is only one phoenix, I am just me. Do whatever you want with me, but don't expect me to cooperate with you in deceiving them." The phoenix replied indifferently, seemingly indicating that it really had no intention of getting involved in the affairs of the undead race. Chu Chun couldn't force them, but as long as the phoenix was there, he wasn't worried about the undead not coming. Chu Chun just needed to consider how he should arrange things for the undead if they still had the potential to grow stronger. After all, the bird-headed man said that the undead had been hunted down before, and no one knew if those enemies were still around. Although they hadn't targeted the undead for a long time, the power that experts of that level had built up would not fall so easily. If he managed to strengthen the undead and they were discovered and wiped out, wouldn't he have wasted his time? Chapter 151: The Secret Realm of Immortality. While Chu Chun was figuring out how to deal with the undead, the bird-headed man returned and exchanged a few words with his companions. He left one person to guard the area, and the others quickly returned to their clan's territory. The group of people traveled through the deep mountains, crossing several more mountains before finally arriving at a very inconspicuous hillside. Two bird-headed people were seen flying together, tracing strange paths in the air, while uttering extremely unpleasant sounds that seemed to strike the depths of one's heart. The last two bird-headed men transformed into two streaks of fire and rushed toward the hillside, only to suddenly disappear halfway there. The bird-headed men that followed did the same thing before disappearing into the air. The void trembled only slightly. If a saint-level being hadn't personally descended, no one else would have been able to detect it. This single move alone demonstrates that the undead race possesses formidable strength. After the bird-headed man entered, he found himself in a vast open space filled with dense fire energy. It was actually a separate, secret realm. Such places are only found by powerful forces, and the fact that such a small race as the undead has preserved a secret space is likely to be discovered by outsiders. Even the 100,000 mountains could not hide them from the outside world. However, with the secret realm space, unless a saint-level expert personally comes to sweep the mountain and investigate, no matter how many people come, the undead race will not come out and no one will be able to discover them. However, this secret realm is clearly not very stable and cannot accommodate too many living beings. Therefore, the undead still need to go out hunting to provide enough meat for their people. The space itself only serves as a sanctuary. This space is roughly the size of a human village outside. In the very center stands a fire mulberry tree, which provides a continuous supply of fire energy and is the energy source that sustains the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, the bird-headed man ran straight towards the center of the village, where the chieftain lived. While described as scattered, the houses were constructed without any discernible pattern. They were simply built from trees gathered from the outside. Rather than houses, they resembled sheltered nests on all sides. Only the chieftain's house was still in decent condition, but because of this, the bird-headed people had to lower their heads when entering, otherwise they would easily bump their heads when they entered. "Chief, we're back. Great news." The bird-headed man who had been captured earlier shouted as soon as he entered the room. "Yuba, could you please keep your voice down? You're deafening me." A bird-headed man emerged from the inner room. This was Uar, the current chieftain of the undead. Chief Uar strolled over slowly, glanced at Yuba, and gestured for him to speak. Yuba then quickly explained how he was discovered and captured by the Phoenix, how he communicated with Chu Chun, and finally, how Chu Chun requested something. Uar glanced at Yuba and sighed inwardly. Why did the Phoenix have to capture Yuba, the most foolish young man of the undead race? If it had been someone else, the Phoenix might have been brought back. Even if it hadn't, it wouldn't have ended up like Yuba, who revealed the whole truth about the undead race as soon as someone asked him a question. Chieftain Uar first stopped Yuba's rambling speech, then took out a golden feather and carefully examined it. In fact, this feather was the fundamental hub of the entire secret realm, through which one could perceive the situation inside and outside the secret realm. At this moment, Uar was using the feather to check if there were any people around the secret realm. He was afraid that Chu Chun had sent people to follow Wuba and the others back. If the secret realm was discovered, it would be a disaster for the undead clan. Fortunately, Uar did not find any movement, which relieved him, but he was still worried. Could it be that Yuba and his group really encountered the Phoenix? But since the Phoenix disappeared tens of thousands of years ago, there has been no trace of it on this continent. As a result, the undead race has been dormant and can only barely survive now. However, regardless of the circumstances, since it might be true, we must go and see. There aren't many of the older generation left in the clan, and many of them are just ordinary clansmen with cultivation levels equivalent to the low-level mortal realm. They certainly wouldn't be able to complete the long journey. I, on the other hand, need to guard the secret realm, so I definitely can't leave easily. Choosing who to send was a real dilemma for Chief Ball, given the current state of the undead race. Losing even one of them would be a significant loss. Just as Yuba was frowning in worry, a sound suddenly came from outside. Grandpa Wo is here. Chieftain Uar quickly stood up to greet him. Uo and Uar are from the same era. When the undead fled in panic, they were both just children. Now, thousands of years have passed, and they have both become the oldest clan leader and the strongest in the clan. Why are you here? The one who came in was a bird-headed man whose wings were almost completely bare, but he walked with great swagger. I heard that traces of the divine bird have been discovered. What are you waiting for? We, the undead clan, have been waiting for 10,000 years. Why don't you hurry up and send someone to bring it back? No, just let me go. These kids are too weak and stupid. I'm afraid they can't bring back the divine bird. Uo looked anxious. his few feathered wings fluttering as if he were about to leave the secret realm to find the divine bird. Upon hearing Yuo's words, Yuar was intrigued. In comparison, sending Yuo was probably the most suitable option. Firstly, Wu Ao's cultivation level is not low. He is at the same legendary level as himself, so he can escape even if he encounters danger. Secondly, although Wu Ao may seem loud and boisterous, he and Wu Ao had both survived a 1,000-year-old calamity, and they were actually quite shrewd. Most importantly, Yuo is an absolute believer in the divine bird, and he now controls the altar of the undead race, which even the chieftain Ul cannot enter. Therefore, if Yuo is sent, he will definitely be able to tell whether what Yuba and the others discovered is the phoenix, the divine bird of the undead race, and will not be deceived by others. Thinking of this, Yuar quickly smiled and said, "We're discussing this right now?" Yuba and the others did find traces of what appears to be a divine bird, but the bird has already chosen a master. Yuba also had a conversation with that mysterious being who asked us to send someone of importance to meet with him. I'm having a headache trying to figure out who to send. Yuo stretched his neck and raised his voice. Of course I was sent. Who else could you send? I think you should stop making a fuss. Let Yuba lead the way now. I'll go with him. Everyone else can stay here. If it's not a divine bird, we'll come back immediately. If we don't come back, the tribe won't suffer too much loss. Chapter 152 The Holy Judgment Office. Chieftain Yuar glanced at Ul with a sigh, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Sai, right now you and I are the strongest fighting force in the clan. If you're gone, I'll really be the only one left in the clan. How can I hold on? This trip is indeed necessary for you, but you must promise me that your safe return is the top priority." Yuo laughed a few times, then pulled the still bewildered Yubu out. "Don't worry, I'm a legendary level expert, and these days, legendary level experts are considered strong. For safety reasons, the others who came back with Yuba stayed in the secret realm. Only Yuba, as the guide, led Wu Ao out of the secret realm. As soon as the two left the secret realm, they ran towards the magma abyss where Chu Chun was. Although Wu Ao was at the legendary level, he did not fly in the sky, but instead traversed the jungle like Wu Ba. Not far from their territory, a group of humans dressed in black appeared. These humans were also moving quickly through the jungle, and they were carrying what seemed to be a tracking device, stopping from time to time to take a look. "Chief, there's a reaction, not far to the west. Accelerate." The leader of the men in black quickened his pace, and the men in black behind him hurried to catch up, making a total of 30 or 40 people. Yuo, who was running fast ahead, was completely unaware of the movement behind him. The group of men in black were like a group of ghosts wandering in the forest. When the group of men in black arrived at the hillside where Wu and Ao had come from, the leader stopped. "Chief, the signal drops here." The leader pondered for a few seconds before giving the order. "Use the essence blood immediately. We must track it down, otherwise if we miss this opportunity, we don't know how long we'll have to search aimlessly. We've already lost several brothers." After he finished speaking, one of the men behind him immediately took out a bottle and poured out a drop of blood essence onto the treasure he was tracking. Suddenly, the dim light on the treasure began to glow again, tracing a winding path that marked the direction Wu and Ao had taken after leaving this place. The group of men in black quickly sped up and chased after the light. These men in black were extremely fast, and in less than half a day they caught up with Wu Ao and his group. However, the leader quickly ordered his men to slow down. "Chief, we'll catch up soon. Why don't you go and take him down? The undead have extremely sharp eyesight. If we get any closer, we'll be detected. Besides, they're clearly heading somewhere, maybe even to their territory. Let's not alert them and just follow them." Suddenly, a leaf hanging on Wu Ao's body caught fire in his arms. Wu Ao glanced at it without making a sound and was startled. This leaf is from a mulberry tree in a secret realm. It possesses magical abilities and has been refined by our ancestors. It has many powerful abilities, especially when a powerful enemy approaches. The leaf will automatically burn as a warning. Who could be following behind? Yuo dared not look back, because it was clear that the pursuer had not yet appeared, which meant that the other party would not make a move for the time being. However, once he turned around, the other party would realize that he had been discovered and might make a move immediately. Since the other party could make the leaf burn automatically as a warning, it meant that Yuo was no match for them. Now, Wu Ao is only worried that the other side may have already discovered the location of the tribe's territory. But in any case, the last resort is to find the divine bird that Wu Ba mentioned as soon as possible. If it is real, then the divine bird can naturally deal with the enemies behind. If it is fake, it can still help the other side share some of the pressure. Thinking of this, Wu Ao grabbed Yuba beside him and said, "I'll fly with you. That way it'll be faster. You just need to give directions." The two flew directly over the tree branches in front of them. "Chief, why would they violate the ban on flying in the 10,000 mountains? Could it be that they've already discovered us?" "Impossible. They absolutely cannot detect us from this distance. They must be in some urgent matter. Let's keep chasing." With his essence blood intact, he was confident that Wu and Ao couldn't escape, so he sped up again in the woods. However, since he was traveling through the forest, his speed was definitely a bit slower than Wuo's. With Wu Ao leading Wu Ba, they moved several times faster and soon spotted a landscape in the distance that was completely different from the overall atmosphere of the 10,000 mountains. It was particularly noticeable from the sky, a splash of fiery red standing out among the crowd. That was Chu Chin's magma forbidden zone. At this point, Wu Ba didn't need to point the way. Wu Ao had already determined that it was the final destination of this trip. As Wu Ao accelerated towards the magma abyss, Chu Chun and the Phoenix also discovered their presence at the same time. The two first stopped at the mountain peak where the undead had previously monitored the lava desolation zone, met with the people left behind to learn about the recent situation, and then Wu Ao led the two to the mountain peak next to the lava desolation zone. Yuo spotted the Phoenix high up in the camphor tree. He studied it carefully for a long time, and although his expression wasn't as lively as the humans, his excitement was still evident. This is actually the real Phoenix, the divine bird. My God, I have actually seen the divine bird in my lifetime. My undead race is saved." Yuo excitedly knelt down before the Phoenix noble, muttering to himself and continuously performing some kind of mysterious ritual. The two men behind him, Yuba and his companion, also knelt down in a similar manner. This is a sacrificial ritual passed down for 10,000 years by the undead race. It was originally used by priests to communicate with the divine bird. At this moment, the Phoenix also realized that as Wu Ao knelt down, a strange connection seemed to form between itself and the three of them. It seemed that it was no longer as resistant to the undead as before, judging from their appearance. Well, I still think the Phoenix is a bit ugly, but somehow there's a strange connection between them, as if I've known them for countless years. This is a characteristic of the Phoenix. In particular, only one Phoenix will appear in the entire world. Since the Phoenix is truly immortal, its memories will be passed down. However, the Phoenix is currently too weak to unlock its memories or bear memories from tens of thousands of years or even longer. I feel something in their worship. The Phoenix spoke to Chu Chun, who nodded. This was within his expectations. After all, the Phoenix was the divine bird of the undead clan. If the undead clan had no way to contact it, they would not have been able to become the #1 clan back then. Chapter 153 Yuo's dumbfounded. In the magma-filled wasteland, Chu Chun watched as Wu Ao and the other two actively made contact with the Phoenix. Although the Phoenix sensed this connection, she had not yet unlocked her memories of her previous life, so she still did not want to become a substitute for the Phoenix from tens of thousands of years ago. Chu Chun also felt sorry for Wu Ao and the other undead, who had waited for the divine bird for 10,000 years, only to find that the divine bird was unwilling to pay attention to them. Of course, Chu Chun couldn't force the Phoenix to acknowledge its identity as an undead divine bird, since this was a connection between the Phoenix and the undead race from tens of thousands of years ago, not something that belonged to her. Meanwhile, in the mountains beyond the magma zone, the man in black continued his rapid journey. "Chief, we've stopped. It seems we've arrived at our destination." The leader in black was overjoyed and said, "Great. Let's sneak over quietly, but we must not be discovered. This time, we must wipe out the undead in one fell swoop, and more importantly, retrieve that item." "Yes." The men in black answered in hushed tones. They were only 4 mountain peaks away from the lava desert, and would arrive in another 2 or 3 hours. On the other side, Chu Chun saw that the phoenix still refused to pay attention to Wu Ao. Chu Chun thought that he couldn't keep this stalemate going on, otherwise Wu Ao might keep kneeling like this. All right, get up. I am the master of your divine birds, so I should be considered your master as well. Chu Chen's voice echoed in the minds of Wu Ao and the other two. Wu Ao looked around in surprise, then turned back to look at Wu Ba. Wu Ba nodded and said, "It was this gentleman who sent you here." Yu O then stopped the sacrificial ceremony, but remained kneeling on the ground and said, "My lord, we are very grateful for bringing the divine bird back, but we are believers of the divine bird. Although you are the master of the divine bird, you are not our master." Chu Chen was taken aback. He had been thinking about how to deal with the undead clan, but he hadn't expected that the old man meant that the undead clan seemed unwilling to acknowledge him. "Since you are not loyal to me, then go back and pretend that the divine bird never existed." Yuo looked up at the phoenix in surprise and shouted, "Divine bird, I am a priest of the undead clan. We undead have waited for you for 10,000 years. Do you really no longer wish to protect us?" The phoenix continued preening its feathers, completely ignoring him. Yuo looked pained. This outcome was something he had never expected and found almost unacceptable. "So, either you submit to me, which is equivalent to submitting to the phoenix, and I won't force you to do anything excessive. On the contrary, I will help you become stronger. I know that the undead clan is currently on the verge of extinction and is barely surviving. If you are still unwilling, then the undead clan can just fend for themselves in these 100,000 mountains. From now on, if you dare to step into the lava forbidden zone again, don't blame me for taking action." As Chu Chen spoke, a magma giant materialized from the magma abyss, its massive body glaring angrily at Wu Ao. Although Wu Ao perceived that this magma giant was only at the 5th level of the legendary realm, Wu Ao felt that he was definitely no match for this magma giant. Chu Chen only put some pressure on Wu Ao before immediately withdrawing the magma giant. Chu Chen didn't say anything more, giving Wu Ao some time to consider. "Grandpa Wu, let's agree to him. Anyway, the divine bird is here. Given enough time, the divine bird might be willing to accept us. Besides, he said he can help us become stronger. Why don't we let me stay here and give it a try? Whether or not it can make me stronger, we won't lose out." Yubo whispered to Yuo, trying to dissuade him. "Don't let Yuba's usual silly appearance fool you. He can be quite clever at times." Wu Ao had already made up his mind. After all, he had lived for nearly 1,000 years and had already figured out how to face Chu Chen before he came. Since we don't yet know exactly how strong Chu Chen is, we should test him first. And the best test would be none other than the pursuers who had been following them all along. Then Yuo spoke up. "Submitting to you is not out of the question, but there is one more urgent matter that I need you to resolve." "What's up?" "On our way here, we discovered that powerful individuals have been following us. They seem to have some kind of tracking treasure, and will probably be here in another hour or two." Chu Chun was startled. Yuba had mentioned before that 1,000 years ago, the undead race was constantly being hunted down by various forces, and it only calmed down a bit in the last 1,000 years. He didn't expect that someone would come knocking on their door again so soon. What was even more infuriating was that Wu Ao didn't say this earlier, but waited until now to say it. Looking at Wu Ao's calm face, Chu Chun immediately understood that Wu Ao must be trying to test his strength. "Pursuers? They must be tracking you. What does that have to do with me? Phoenix, let's go." After saying that, Chu Chun called the phoenix to prepare to leave. In any case, Chu Chun was just a river, and if he didn't show himself, the pursuers wouldn't be able to find his trace at all. Moreover, the phoenix's flying speed was so fast that even legends couldn't keep up with it, so there was no need to worry. Only the fire crows needed to be moved, but presumably, the pursuer's target wasn't these fire crows. Chu Chun then calmed his mind, and the phoenix flew away, leaving Wu Ao and the other two dumbfounded. "Grandpa Wu Ao, it seems they've really left. What should we do? Are there really pursuers behind us?" Wu Aoqi looked into the distance and saw the phoenix flying away without hesitation, while Chu Chen couldn't even see its shadow, and couldn't sense it at all even with his senses activated. This was something Wu Ao hadn't expected, and it also showed that Wu Ao hadn't yet grasped his own position. Now, it wasn't Chu Chen begging Wu Ao to pledge allegiance to him, but rather Wu Ao begging Chu Chen to take in the undead. Yuo also wanted to escape, because he knew he was no match for the pursuers behind him. However, they had a treasure for tracking him, so no matter how hard he tried to escape, it would be a waste of effort. On the contrary, there was a unique place like the lava wasteland here, and such an environment would have a great advantage for the undead. Maybe he could still put up a fight. You all stay away for now. I'll stay here and deal with the pursuers, then I'll come and meet up with you. If you don't see me, immediately return to the clan and tell the clan leader to seal off the secret realm for several years and not to come out easily. Wu Ao has decided to take a gamble. If he can defeat the pursuers, everything will be fine. If not, he can lure the pursuers away so that Wu Ba and the other two can go back and report. In this way, at least the tribe's territory will not be exposed, and the undead will still have a chance. Yubo wanted to say something more, but was silenced by the look in Wu Ao's eyes, so the two of them had no choice but to leave the lava wasteland as Wu Ao had instructed. Chapter 154 Encounter. As one of the last two legendary level combatants remaining in the undead race, Yuo was actually stronger than the clan leader in some ways, because he had been guarding the altar for many years, spending his days pondering all sorts of secret techniques left behind by the undead race. Taking advantage of the fact that the men in black who were following them had not yet arrived, Wu Ao began to use the environment of this magma desert to set up various schemes. Chu Chen, hidden in the magma, observed quietly. He discovered that Wu Ao was indeed quite capable, with many of his methods being both ingenious and seemingly powerful. The temperature here was already high, and Yuo was busy running around, sweating profusely, but this environment only made him more excited. Think about it. It's been many years since Wu Ao last made a move. He's been hiding in the secret realm all these years. He's always been a combative person, and he's been holding back for ages. After arranging everything, Wu Ao waited quietly in front of an open space. Sure enough, a group of men in black arrived at the opposite mountain peak shortly afterward. Chu Chen sensed a familiar aura. The men in black opposite also discovered the lava zone and Wu Ao. Strange, when did this kind of landform form here? It seems to have formed not long ago. Chief, that person is right there, but the undead who was with him is gone. It doesn't matter. As long as we catch the leader, it doesn't matter if the others escape. Our Holy Judgment Bureau has searched almost the entire 100,000 mountains and finally found them. This time, we must get that item back, or none of us will go back. Yes. The man in black flew through the air and charged straight at Wu Ao. Yuo turned his head and glanced at him, then stood up and waited quietly until the man in black came to him before speaking. You've been following me all this way. Which faction are you from? What do you want with us? You actually discovered us. The undead are indeed still a force to be reckoned with. If you're so capable, then we are from the Holy Tribunal of the Temple of Light. You must have heard of us. That's right, your ancestors were all killed by us. Today, in the name of the God of Light, I issue this judgment against you. Yuo remained calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with rage. The Holy Judgment was a name that every undead person had remembered since birth. It was because of their relentless pursuit of the undead for thousands of years that so many undead ancestors were killed or captured while trying to protect their people. So this is the Holy Judgment Bureau. We have been living in seclusion in the 100,000 mountains for so many years and have never appeared outside the mountains. Why won't you let us go? Enough with the nonsense. If you want to save your race, hand over what we want. Otherwise, we'll have to go get it ourselves. Let's do it. As they were speaking, the director of the tribunal charged toward Wu Ao, and the others were not idle either, launching an attack on Wu Ao at the same time. Yuo's heart tightened. He was already struggling to deal with just the head of the tribunal, let alone when everyone rushed at him together. In their first clash, the director of the tribunal did not use any magic or battle aura. It was merely a physical collision. Yuo already felt a sharp pain in his arm. This director's physical strength was even more terrifying than that of a magical beast. However, Wu Ao was also reassured that this director was probably just a deputy director. According to his memory, there was no shortage of legendary figures among his ancestors, but none of them were a match for the Holy Judgment Bureau. This director was only a legendary level 7, and the undead race was almost wiped out by him with such strength. This means that the true power of the Judgment Bureau has not been fully invested in the 10,000 mountains, and the possibility of the clan's territory being exposed is even smaller. With this in mind, Wu Ao had no more worries and became more willing to fight. What director? He's just a deputy. Don't underestimate us undead. I'll show you how powerful we undead are. Wu Ao shouted loudly, then flew into the air, forming mysterious hand seals and uttering strange syllables. Firebirds appeared around Yuo, circling him. The director of the tribunal was indeed only a deputy, named Newman, but he was arrogant and always felt that his abilities were no less than those of the real director. Therefore, he only allowed his subordinates to call him director in private and not to use the word deputy. Upon hearing Yuo's words, Newman felt a surge of murderous intent. A long sword appeared in his hand, its tip pointing at Yuo. The sword automatically hovered in the air, and he began to chant. The other men in black naturally wouldn't let Wu Ao cast his spell smoothly, and they all launched attacks on him. However, the firebird summoned by Wu Ao was able to protect its master automatically, colliding with the magical attacks from the men in black and creating a huge explosion. Yuo summoned the firebirds very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of firebirds had formed. These firebirds screamed and rushed towards Newman. At this moment, Newman also finished his incantation, and the longsword rapidly grew larger and rushed towards the firebird. In the air, the size of the giant sword continued to increase. Finally, the giant sword trembled, and countless small swords were split off from the giant sword, entangled with the firebird, but the main body of the longsword was still heading towards Yuo. Yuo was shocked and quickly flapped his wings to dodge. Although his wings were almost completely bare, they were still very fast. However, Newman's longsword was also extraordinary and kept chasing after Yuo. No matter how Wu Ao tried to dodge, he could not shake off the longsword and was instead forced into a rather disheveled situation. As Wu Ao flew over the lava lake, and the flying sword was about to reach him, Wu Ao stirred his soul power, and a flame rose from the lake. Wu Ao finally used his pre-prepared method. Flames shot into the sky and crashed into the longsword, sending it flying upwards. At this moment, Wu Ao pulled out a dark, murky object and threw it onto the longsword. The white light on the longsword's surface immediately dimmed, and it flew erratically in the air before falling into the lake. You actually managed to break my judgment sword? Yuo laughed heartily. What do you think the undead have been doing all these years? Bring on whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, and see if I can break them all. Newman was naturally furious, while Chu Chen found the scene quite interesting. This old undead guy had actually studied how to break the tribunal's magic. He wondered how many kinds he could break. Chapter 155 The Phoenix unleashes its power. In the distance, the phoenix hadn't truly left. It was merely circling above the lava river. When Wuo summoned the firebird, she also sensed a strange connection, a connection she could unilaterally sever, but after thinking about it, she didn't. Yuo infuriated Newman, who finally snapped and unleashed a series of bizarre spells. Although they seemed to be full of light, Chu Chun felt that they were strange, as if they were too bright and therefore somewhat evil. These spells forced Wu Ao to reveal most of his previous arrangements. Chu Chun discovered that Wu Ao actually had ways to break several of the tribunal's spells, and he could deal with them with ease. However, there were also some spells that Wu Ao could not break, and he could only rely on his strength to resist them. The battle between the two was full of variety, with Newman having the advantage of a very solid grasp of magic, and seemingly also practicing both martial arts and magic, making him extremely powerful. Yuo, having honed his skills for nearly 1,000 years, relied on favorable timing and location, as well as his previously planned tactics, to fight Newman to a standstill. However, Chu Chun, watching from the bottom of the lake, saw everything clearly. It wouldn't be long before Yuo's previous plans were exhausted, and that would be the time for Yuo's defeat. As Chu Chun had predicted, once Wu Ao had exhausted all his previous methods, he immediately and obviously fell into a disadvantageous position. What's wrong? The ambush we prepared beforehand is gone. Let's see how long you can hold out. Newman laughed loudly. Yuo didn't answer, but he knew in his heart that he wouldn't last much longer. But so much time had passed, Yuba should have left by now, so he didn't need to worry anymore. At worst, he would just die. So many of his ancestors had died to protect their people, and he could die for his race, which would be a worthy death. Moreover, Wu Ao still held a sliver of hope that the divine bird wouldn't just watch them be slaughtered. Although the divine bird was only at the transcendent level, as long as it cooperated with him, his combat power would be multiplied, and defeating these people would be no problem. Seeing that Yuo had run out of options, not only Newman but also the other men in black rushed forward. Although these people were only extraordinary, their attacks were extremely powerful, especially the combined attack of several people. Even Wu Ao had to take it seriously. In just a few minutes, Wu Ao had been hit several times and suffered serious injuries. Well, hand over the things to us, or take us to our clan's territory, and I promise to cut off one of your undead bloodlines. Otherwise, the undead clan will probably be wiped out today. I want to see if you are really immortal. Several black ropes emerged from Newman's body and tightly bound Yuo, rendering him completely immobile. These ropes were directly wrapped around his soul. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the only undead left. You can kill me or do whatever you want with me, but don't expect me to submit. Despite the excruciating pain emanating from his soul, Yuo shouted. This display of courage earned Chu Chen's approval. Just for that courage, he couldn't let Newman really kill him later. In that case, I'll just have to pull your soul out and see if what you're saying is true. Newman said in a sinister tone, while tightening the pull on the rope. Yuo felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his body. Once his soul was pulled out, he would completely lose the ability to resist. I must not let them control my soul, otherwise the location of my clan's territory may be exposed. Yuo had only one thought in his mind right now. The undead are called the undead because, although they are not truly immortal, they possess a secret technique that allows them to live even in the face of death. Yuo is now determined to use this secret technique, but unfortunately, having finally seen the divine bird with his own eyes, he cannot bring it back to his tribe, nor will he be able to witness the revival of the undead race. Secret technique, transformation of the mysterious bird. Yuo's soul suddenly erupted in a violent struggle, and then, taking advantage of Newman's loosening of his restraints, Yuo briefly regained control. Wu Ao's life essence was burning rapidly, and then his entire body was burning, and his soul also merged into the flames formed by the burning. Soon, Wu Ao's entire body disappeared and transformed into a black firebird. This bird resembled the phoenix in appearance, appearing exceptionally agile. The black bird let out a mournful cry towards the sky and then flew towards Newman. Newman was clearly startled, but he quickly calmed down. All the men in black quickly gathered around, each taking out the same large net and forming a strange array. The net emitted a ghostly light, enveloping the black bird within. The black bird charged left and right, but could not break through the large net. Ha ha ha, you don't think you're the only one researching our magic, do you? We've also long ago figured out how to deal with your undead's ultimate technique. Now let's see what you can do. Chu Chen, hidden beneath the magma, was utterly astonished by the series of changes that had just occurred. He had neither expected Wu Ao to be so decisive nor anticipated that the tribunal for life had been prepared all along. Just as he was about to save Wu Ao, another bird's cry came from the sky, a sound even more majestic and resonant than Wu Ao's. Newman turned his head and was stunned. This fiery red bird was actually the legendary phoenix, the divine bird of the undead race. Newman's tribunal had dealt with the undead for so many years that it naturally had a deep understanding of their divine bird, so it immediately recognized it as the phoenix. This was an unexpected delight. This phoenix was only at the transcendent level. If we could capture her, we would definitely receive a great reward from the main hall of the Temple of Light, or even from the God of Light. Take care of him immediately, then focus all your efforts on capturing the phoenix. Newman immediately gave the order, as he now considered the phoenix far more important than Yuo. The net was getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed that the black bird that Wu Ao had transformed into was about to be driven into a dead end. At this moment, The phoenix suddenly flew over, circled Wu Ao a few times, and then spat out a red light that was injected into the blackbird's body. As if it had received a major boost, the blackbird suddenly gained immense strength, and its originally black feathers suddenly turned red, burning with intense flames. Even the large net specially prepared by the Judgment Bureau was burned with several large holes, allowing Wu Ao to easily slip through. As soon as the blackbird emerged, it cried out at the phoenix and then charged towards Newman. Newman was shocked and activated his holy light protection, but it was all in vain. The blackbird transformed into a streak of red light, shattering the holy light in an instant and burrowing into Newman's forehead. Then Newman's entire body blazed with red light, and he rapidly burned up, finally turning into a cloud of ashes. The other men in black looked at each other in disbelief, utterly astonished. No one had expected that Wu Ao would turn the tide in an instant. The root of all this is the red light emitted by the phoenix. Chapter 156, Total Annihilation. In the desolate lava zone, all was silent. The battlefield, which had been fierce just moments before, was now a scene of utter devastation. One side was reduced to nothing but bones, while the other had transformed into a blackbird. While the 30-odd men in black from the Holy Tribunal were still in a daze, Wu Ao, transformed into a blackbird, rushed into the crowd again. When the first man in black, whose forehead had been pierced by the blackbird, screamed in agony, the others finally reacted. Scatter and escape, and bring the message to the chief. A man shouted, but before he could turn and run away, he collapsed to the ground. The other men in black disregarded the no-fly zone in the 100,000 mountains and scattered. Wu Ao, however, shuddered and transformed into hundreds and thousands of rays of light. Having received the red light from the phoenix, Wu Ao's strength had increased several times over. Dealing with these extraordinary beings would be too easy for him. In just a few minutes, all 30-odd men in black were dead. Their bodies lay on the ground, slowly burning, and would soon turn to ashes like Newman. Wu flew over, circled the phoenix 3 times, then let out a mournful cry before turning into black light and disappearing. As the light faded, a voice echoed in the phoenix's mind. "Please, divine bird, protect the undead. There are things left behind by the divine bird within the undead. The divine bird will understand after it has seen them." The phoenix stood frozen in place, feeling as if something had disappeared from its body, and even felt a little sad. "He's dead?" Chuchen asked. The phoenix rolled its eyes at him, and then flew back to its nest. Chuchen hadn't expected that Wu Ao would disappear into the world like this. However, since Wu Ao had refused to submit to him before, he had no obligation to save him. Regardless, Chuchen still admired Wu Ao. Although he wasn't very strong, he had a never-give-up and never-yield spirit, which Chuchen appreciated. The moment Wu Ao transformed into the blackbird, a red light suddenly shone from the altar in the secret realm. Chief Wu was shocked and rushed out to check. All the men, women, and children of the undead clan witnessed this scene. They all knew what this meant. It meant that another member of the tribe had been forced to use a secret technique. Now, only Wu Ao and the other 2 were still outside. According to Wu Ao's understanding of him, Wu Ao must have used this almost suicidal move to protect Wu and Ba. But Wu clearly went to see the divine bird. So how did he end up in this situation? Could the matter of the divine bird be a trap? Or did he encounter some other danger? Wu could only speculate about all of this, unless he could wait for Yuba and the other person to return by chance. Ur quickly took out the divine bird's feather and carefully examined the activity outside the secret realm. Finding it still quiet, he slowly walked back to his room. Now, he was the only one left to support the undead. He felt heavy-hearted. The fact that Yu had an accident proved that someone was still targeting the undead. If this secret realm were to be found one day, would he still be able to protect the undead like his ancestors? Yu felt that he might not be able to do anything. In fact, tens of thousands of years ago, before the divine bird disappeared, the undead were the true undead. After using the Xian bird transformation technique, they would not die, but would return their souls to the altar. They could be resurrected with just a drop of the divine bird's blood. However, the divine bird disappeared for 10,000 years. During those 10,000 years, countless ancestors of the undead race perished, and the souls of those ancestors resided in the altar, most of which were worn away by time. Now, Wu's soul will also return to the altar, but whether it will be reborn, Wu cannot guarantee. After the undead race within the entire secret realm fell silent, no ceremony was held for Wuao. In the tradition of the undead race, death is a kind of rebirth, even though the undead race had almost been wiped out over the past 10,000 years. In the magma-filled wasteland, the phoenix ignored Chu Chun, and Wu Ao of the undead race also died, so Chu Chun's trip was a complete waste. Chu Chun was naturally unwilling to give up. Now that he was here, he had to do something. So Chu Chun released his senses to see if there was anything unusual or a place where he could continue to develop. Although the lava zone has been eroding the nearby mountains and slowly expanding, the speed is too slow, and the valley is very deep. At the rate of natural accumulation, it will probably take at least another year or two before the lava river can flow out and continue to penetrate deeper into the 100,000 mountains. Moreover, this raises another issue. The 100,000 mountains are home to many races, including some extremely powerful individuals who live in seclusion. Chu Chun cannot guarantee whether any of them are saint-level beings. Furthermore, the flow of lava rivers will inevitably alter the landscape and environment along the way, and may even trigger large-scale wildfires, which would likely be met with opposition from many races in the 100,000 mountains. Although Chu Chun was not afraid, he did not want to make too many enemies. In Chu Chun's opinion, he should control or unite with those small races as much as possible. In the future war of faith, the more helpers the better. Upon sensing this, Chu Chun indeed discovered an unexpected delight. Yuba and his companion, who had been driven away by Yuo earlier, had not left but were still watching from the same mountain peak. Originally, the two were following Wu Ao's orders to wait at a distance, but they were worried about Wu Ao's safety, so they used the undead's superhuman eyesight to observe this area from a secluded spot on the mountain. They had also witnessed Yuo being forced to use the undead's secret technique to perish together with the enemy, and they had also seen the divine bird return to help Yuo. So at this moment, they were both deeply saddened and hesitant about whether to come and find the divine bird and plead with it again to protect the undead. In the end, Yuba decided to come and persuade the divine bird. After all, even if the divine bird refused to protect the undead, it would not harm them. This time, the only two strong members of the tribe, Wu Ao, had died, and Yuba and his companion did not want to go back empty-handed. Chu Chun was just about to call the phoenix to capture the two people when he discovered that they were running towards him on their own. Hey, those two undead brats are back again. What are you going to do about it? The phoenix paused, then said uncertainly, I don't know either. Although I don't want to get involved with the undead so soon, I was very sad when Wuo died. He also told me that there was something in the undead territory that I would understand when I saw it. I don't know what it means. Chu Chun thought for a moment and said, I guess it must be a memory from your life 10,000 years ago. Phoenix nodded, clearly agreeing with the idea. Anyway, these two little ones are in your care. Just don't hurt them. The phoenix is still adopting an escapist attitude, leaving everything to Chu Chun. Chapter 157 Shelley's Message. Chu Chun waited for a while before Wu Ba and the other person arrived at the mountain peak near the lava forbidden zone. Wu Ba cautiously approached, unaware that Chu Chun hadn't actually left. When the two men timidly arrived at the site of the previous battle, they knelt down with a thud and began to sob quietly. After listening for a while, seeing that the two showed no sign of stopping, Chu Chun finally couldn't bear it any longer and said, Did you come here just to have a good cry? Now that you're done crying, you can leave. Who? You. Why haven't you left yet? Yuba recognized Chu Chun's voice and was startled. She quickly stopped sobbing and looked around nervously. Stop looking. I'm asking you, why did you come back? Why didn't you run for your life? Upon hearing Chu Chun's words, Yuba stood up and said, I came back to ask the divine bird to return to the undead. After saying that, he changed direction, knelt down before the phoenix, and said, Please, divine bird, protect my undead race. Grandpa Wuo is dead, and only the clan leader is left to hold on. If the people of the Holy Judgment are found, the undead race will truly be wiped out. Divine bird, can you bear to watch the undead race, who have served you for tens of thousands of years, be slaughtered like this? The phoenix remained unmoved, and Chu Chun continued. All right, stop shouting. The phoenix has already handed over the decision to me. You've heard the conditions I proposed before. If the undead submit to me, then the phoenix will still be your divine bird and will protect you. If you don't agree, then even if the undead are wiped out, it's none of my business. Furthermore, I must remind you that you may not have much time to think, because the one who died before was only the deputy director of the tribunal for life. If I am not mistaken, the real director should be a saint-level being. Once he arrives here, your clan's territory will be impossible to hide no matter how well it is concealed. Yuba was shocked by Chu Chen's words. He hadn't expected the situation of the undead clan to be so dangerous. In fact, what Chu Chen said was half true and half false. No one knew that Newman had died here. By the time the Holy Judgment headquarters found out and determined the extent of the death, it would be a long time before anyone knew. If the undead still refuse to submit by then, it means they are truly out of touch with reality, and there's no need for me to worry about their lives. What should I do? I have to hurry back and deliver the message to Grandpa Chief. But Grandpa Wu can't have died in vain. No, I have to stay here. Yuba muttered to himself for a long time, then turned to the person next to him and said, Yudo, go back. After you go back, stay outside the secret gate. When Grandpa Chieftain finds you, he will let you in. Then tell the chieftain about this place. I will stay here to continue to plead with the divine bird. You must hide yourself well. Also, please convey this adult's words and see what Grandpa Clan Chief has to say. Yudo glanced at the divine bird, then at Yuba, and asked, Are you really going to stay here? But the divine bird is completely ignoring you. Why don't you come back with me? No, I can't go back like this. If I go back like this, Grandpa Wueo will have died in vain. You must go back quickly and bring the message to the clan leader as soon as possible. Yudo thought about it and realized that someone from the clan did need to go back and report. Although the secret realm required the cooperation of 2 undead clan members to open, the clan leader would regularly check the area around the secret realm. When the clan leader found him, the secret realm could be opened and he could be let in. Then be careful. If things get really bad, come back. Remember, the undead clan can't afford to lose any more manpower. Yuba patted Yudo on the shoulder to reassure him, and then continued to kneel before the phoenix. Yudo knew that Yuba was stubborn and unyielding. Once he made up his mind, it was unchangeable. So he had no choice but to quickly turn around and leave. Chu Chen shook his head at Wuba. It was really a headache to encounter such a stubborn bird-headed man. He couldn't kill him, so since he wouldn't leave, he would just let him kneel and see how long he could kneel. Chu Chen didn't have time to linger here, so he said goodbye to the phoenix and returned to the lake. It was evening when they returned to the lake. The Dragon Sand Army was still training hard. Chu Chan observed quietly for a while and found that the Dragon Sand Army had made considerable progress under the day and night training of Tyran and Red Fox. Now all of them had reached the 5th level of the Extraordinary Realm or above, and some of the earliest advanced magical beasts were now at the 7th or 8th level of the Extraordinary Realm. Tyran and Red Fox are now at the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm, and they should be able to advance to the Legendary Realm in about a year. This makes Chu Chun miss the Demon Dragon Gecko and the others a little, wondering what level they are at now. Why did I suddenly think of the magical Dragon Gecko? Chu Chun was somewhat curious. He knew that now that he possessed some of the abilities of a god, he wouldn't normally have such wild thoughts. Could it be that something had happened to the Demon Dragon Gecko? Shelley has been gone to the Beastman Plains for several months now, but there has been no news of her. By now, there should be some news. So Chu Chun summoned Tyran and asked him to go to the Orc race to inquire about any news from the Orc Plains. After all, the Demon Dragon Gecko was his first enslaved creature. Although the connection between Chu Chun and the Demon Dragon Gecko was not as deep as that between the Ghost Thorn Tree, Chu Chun could still vaguely sense the state of the Demon Dragon Gecko. When Chu Chun focused his energy on sensing the presence of the demonic Dragon Gecko through the system, he could sense that the demonic Dragon Gecko seemed somewhat weakened. It was certain that Shelley and the others had encountered some trouble on the Beastman Plains. Tyran, carrying Chu Chen's orders, quickly headed to the Orc territory but suddenly turned back after about half a month. My lord, there's been an incident on the Beastman's grasslands. The orcs are quite far from here. Even if you fly at full speed, it would take you a month. How did you get back so quickly? While gathering a ball of spiritual energy to relieve Tyron's fatigue, Chu Chun asked curiously. It's like this. On my way there I happened to meet a messenger team sent by the orcs. They said the princess had a message to deliver to you. So I brought back this scroll with the princess's message. They should be able to get here in a while. As he spoke, Tyron took out a scroll. It was a secret scroll, which could only be opened by someone who knew the password or by someone with powerful soul force. Chu Chun had not made any agreement with the orc princess regarding any password, but his soul power was extremely strong, and he forcibly opened the scroll as soon as he got it. My lord, the Beastmen are in great turmoil. The Demon Dragon Gecko and Blood Wolf have occupied a territory and are fighting with various Beastmen forces. They urgently need help. Please send people to assist them immediately. Also, I have discovered the shadow of the Temple of Light behind this. Please be careful. My lord, I have already planned the river basin map for the tributaries. You can now open up the tributaries and enter the Beastman's grasslands directly. The voice belonged to the orc princess, but the content was clearly sent by Shelley. It seemed that her feelings were correct. The Demon Dragon Gecko was indeed in a bad situation. Chapter 158 The Dragon Sand Army enters the Beastman grassland. However, Chu Chun noticed that Shelley said the Beastmen were in great chaos. Although she didn't explain the reason, it must be very chaotic. Otherwise, Blood Wolf and the others wouldn't have had the opportunity to occupy a territory, and they wouldn't have asked Chu Chun to send people to help them. Now that the route has been planned, Chu Chun no longer needs to wait. He can directly open up the 6th tributary into the Beastman grassland, then send the Dragon Sand Army to follow, and finally gradually send the Chun Sand Army in. If he can take advantage of the opportunity to occupy the Beastman grassland, that would be even better. The only obstacle was the Temple of Light that Shelley mentioned, and Chu Chun guessed that the chaos among the Beastmen must also be related to the Temple of Light. Shelley mentioned a map. Where's the map? Chu Chun asked. Tyron was taken aback for a moment. What map? I rushed back as soon as I got this scroll. No wonder those orcs refused to go back immediately and continued to chase after me. It turns out there was another map. Please forgive me, sir. I will go back and get the map right away. After saying that, Tyron was about to go back to get the map when Chu Chun stopped him. Assemble the Longsha army immediately. I have a new mission for you. Tyron quickly summoned the Longsha army, and soon 4,000 Longsha soldiers gathered neatly in front of the lake. Chu Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, You've all worked hard during this time, and I've seen your progress. I was going to personally test your combat capabilities, but there's no time for that now. I have a new mission for you, so let's test the results of your training in battle. I am willing to die for the god of Chu. Chun Shajun shouted loudly. This time, the main purpose is to send you to the Beastman Plains, which is the stronghold of your magical beasts. The Demon Dragon Gecko and Blood Wolf have already seized a territory there and are waiting for your support. Once you have established a foothold there, the Sandstorm Army will gradually move into the plains. At that time, we will be the true descendants of the Beastman race. Do you dare to fight against the so-called royal family of the Beastman race? Dare, dare, dare. The Longsha army was very excited. Most of them had evolved from ordinary wild beasts, and some were magical beasts from the 10,000 Demon Cave. These magical beasts had always been looked down upon by the royal magical beasts of the Beastman Plains. The Beastmen are a place that places great importance on bloodlines. The most powerful magical beasts on the Beastman's Plains are all of royal blood, while other ordinary magical beasts are enslaved by the royal family and arbitrarily exploited. This is why Red Fox has always preferred to live under the oppression of the Elf clan rather than submit to the Beastman's Plains. Now there is an opportunity for these magical beasts, who are looked down upon by the Beast royal family, to enter the Beast grasslands with dignity, not as slaves, but to occupy their own territory. If they can completely overthrow the royal family, they will be the founders of a new Beast dynasty. How could this not excite them? Even Red Fox felt a surge of excitement. He had always felt that he shouldn't just hide in the 10,000 Demon Cave. He longed to achieve greater things, and now Chu Chun had given him that opportunity. He knew the Dragon Sand Army, which he had personally trained. Although it might not be able to compete with the entire Beast Clan Royal Army, it was definitely a force to be reckoned with. With the strong support of Xinsha Army and Chu Chun in the later stages, he is confident that he can lead Longsha Army to make a name for himself. Chu Chun also noticed the Red Fox. In fact, the Red Fox was very suitable to be a general leading troops into battle, because Tyron was better at leading troops into battle and training magical beasts, while the Red Fox was very intelligent and could strategize in advance, which was rare among magical beasts. Alright, since everyone is willing, let's perform the final blessing tonight. Tomorrow morning, everyone will head to the Beastman's Plains. The main purpose this time is to support Bloodwolf and his forces and preserve our existing territory. We'll wait for the reinforcements from the Sandstorm Army to arrive before making any further plans. This time, I'm entrusting everything to Tyren and Red Fox. You two must work together closely and prioritize stability until my tributary arrives. Chu Chun gave another set of instructions, and then immediately began using the blessing skill, hoping to boost the strength of the Dragon Sand Army one last time before they set off. The next morning, all the Dragon Sand Army soldiers were in top condition and, led by Tyren, marched in a mighty procession toward the Orcish Plains. Chu Chen's biggest weakness right now is the lack of high-end combat power. There are quite a few extraordinary combat power now, but only Chu Tian and Shelly are legendary level. Chu Tian definitely cannot leave, and Shelly has been sent to the Beast Clan Grassland. But the Beast Clan definitely has more than one legendary, so Shelly must also be under great pressure. However, this trip is not for the purpose of conquering the entire Beastman Plains immediately. First, we need to find out what happened to the Beastman royal family before we can think of a better strategy. Sending the Dragon Sand Army is only to help Bloodwolf and his men and take the opportunity to occupy a base. Once our own tributaries reach the Beastman Plains, we will be invincible. Chu Chun guessed that the Beast Race royal family was a very large system. Since there was great chaos, it would not be quelled in the short term unless someone emerged to break the balance. Therefore, it gave Chu Chun time to develop slowly. Chu Chun was not in a hurry. He would take steady steps and expand his territory in the river basin. All Chu Chun can do now is wait for the orcs to send the map. At the orcs' speed, it should take at least half a month for them to arrive. So, for the next half month, Chu Chun has been sorting out his development strategy every day and strengthening the methods he has already mastered. To be honest, Chu Chun hadn't personally taken action for a while. The water arrow technique and water binding technique that he relied on most when it was just an ordinary river had been upgraded to ice arrow technique and water binding. They were still quite useful in the early stages, but were gradually phased out later. Chu Chun thought that he should study them again to see if there were any areas that could be upgraded and improved. As it turned out, Chu Chun did discover some unique aspects. During the river stage, Chu Chun's skills could be upgraded with energy points each time. Later, after becoming a spirit lake, Chu Chun discovered that the skills could no longer be upgraded, but the power would automatically increase with the level. More importantly, as Chu Chun of the Spirit Lake, the use of these basic skills in each tributary will vary depending on the characteristics of the river. For example, using skills in the lava river will have a burning effect, while using them in the river of oblivion will also have a destructive effect on the soul. Especially after acquiring the Sand Demon and the Magma Giant, Chu Chun's basic skills became more of a support role and were no longer his primary offensive skills. During this period of reflection, Chu Chun discovered that he could fully utilize the characteristics of the river and combine them with his skills. Chapter 159 4 New Skills. After studying for several days, Chu Chun finally understood that although every tributary he created was fundamentally water, whether it was the lava river, the flowing sand river, the weak water, the bright river, or the underground river of oblivion, they were all based on water. Therefore, whenever Chu Chun uses skills such as Ice Arrow, the system basically extracts the characteristics of these river waters, only adding some of the river's own features. Chu Chun has been researching how to imbue his skills with more river-like characteristics when they are released, such as a lava river, and whether he could release a flame. After tireless research, Chu Chun was finally able to precisely control each river. He could not change the system's skills, but he could extract the characteristics of the river and attach them to it the instant the system released its energy. For example, when he uses the magma river to cast the ice arrow spell, they are originally incompatible, but at the moment the ice arrow spell is activated, Chu Chun extracts the scorching heat of the magma river and adds it to the ice arrow spell, turning the ice arrow into a rocket. When using weak water to cast spells, Chu Chun extracted the heavy characteristic of weak water and added it to the ice arrow spell the moment it was released. Under the immense weight, the ice arrow, like an iron sword, turned into an ice blade, and its power increased many times over. In the flowing sand river, Chu Chun extracted the characteristic of abundant silt and sand, adding it to the ice arrow technique. In the end, it turned into earthen mounds, like shields, and they were very powerful, capable of breaking through all spells with sheer force. Finally, he studied the River of Light, extracted its hypnotic properties, and added them to the ice arrow spell, creating a deceptive effect. The ice arrows became almost imperceptible, making them an excellent means of surprise attack. This discovery greatly excited Chu Chun. He hadn't been this happy since advancing to the Spirit Lake level. After all, this was the result of his own research, not a reward from the system obtained through leveling up. Therefore, Chu Chun felt a great sense of accomplishment, which allowed him to experience the joy of cultivation. Moreover, with the continent about to descend into chaos, and Chu Chun soon to enter the Beastman grasslands to wage war, he would inevitably have to fight against others. If he could master more methods, that would be the best outcome. Moreover, this method can be applied to every tributary opened in the future. In other words, this method can be extended. 10 tributaries will result in 10 advanced skills, and Chu Chun's true combat ability will be increased tenfold. Chu Chun suddenly remembered that the system had rewarded him with the Ice Cage skill when he last comprehended the ability to condense water into ice. Why was there still no response this time? Suddenly, Chu Chun heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending 4 enhancement methods on your own, and for gaining a deeper understanding of rivers. The system has automatically upgraded the host's skills and rewarded the host with 100,000 energy points. Chu Chun quickly opened the system panel to check his skill status. Chu Chun discovered that behind the skills of each branch, in addition to the fundamental skills that existed at the beginning, there was an extra skill. The lava river gained a fire dragon's deadly strike. The flowing sand river gained an earth shield. The light river gained a phantom ice spike. The weak water gained an ice blade array. And the River of Oblivion, which Chu Chun hadn't even started researching yet, was directly granted a soul whirlwind by the system. Chu Chun spent another day familiarizing himself with these skills and discovered that these new skills were all based on the original basic skills, but were integrated and strengthened according to Chu Chun's previous understanding, and their power was now more than 3 times that of the original. Half a month had passed in the round trip, and the orc messenger, who had been left behind by Tyrion, finally arrived at the edge of the desert. Chu Chun instantly teleported him to the lake. To Chu Chun's surprise, the messenger team also included Vina, the little fox from the orc race who had successfully awakened last time. It's been more than half a year since I last saw her. Vina's 5th tail has fully grown and is now at the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm. I imagine that even the 10th level of the Extraordinary Realm would be no match for her. However, Chu Chun was curious as to why the Beastman King would let such a talented little princess run away. Wasn't he afraid that other forces would find out and kill her? What brings you here? Did you sneak out? Chu Chun asked with a smile. Vina lowered her head shyly and smiled, then said lively, "No, it's because the Beastmen have been in chaos lately, and the Beastmen have also been affected. Most of the Beastmen's fighting force has been summoned to the Beastmen's grasslands by the Beastmen. Father was worried about safety, so he sent me to follow you, sir. Oh, even the orcs have been implicated, and the Orc King has been summoned to the Orc Plains. It seems a good show is about to unfold on the Orc Plains." Vina nodded, then took out a scroll and said, "This is a map that my sister asked me to bring to you. Last time, that wilderness clan lord ran too fast, and we couldn't catch up with him." Chu Chun quickly took it and opened it to find that it was indeed a map. Shelley had marked it in great detail, including where the magical beasts occupied, where the Beast Clan royal family's fiefdom was, and their approximate strength, etc., all of which were clearly shown. Although no route was directly planned for Chu Chun, he could clearly understand the distribution of grassland forces near the desert simply by looking at the map. The next question is whether Chu Chun intends to sneak into the Beastman grasslands or openly and brazenly travel through the areas where these royal families reside and then directly occupy them. However, Chu Chun noticed that several royal families were specifically highlighted in red by Shelley, and it was noted that they might have Saint-level members. This made Chu Chun have to think carefully about what to do. Seeing that Chu Chun had stopped talking after getting the map, Vina didn't dare to disturb him. She just peeked around the lake and observed that there seemed to be fewer magical beasts around than when she last came. She could only see a few Wilderness Clan members. Chu Chun looked at the map and slowly forgot about the time. Vina quietly dismissed her attendants and then strolled around the lake. It wasn't until midnight that Vina lay down on the bank of the bright river and fell asleep quietly. Only then did Chu Chun wake up from his thoughts. Seeing Vina sleeping by the river of light, he did not disturb her, but instead set up a spiritual energy shield for her to prevent her from being disturbed. Then he summoned the few remaining members of the Wilderness Clan. You few go and select 50,000 elite soldiers from the Chensha army and bring them to the edge of the lake. Then bring over all the magical beasts in the Chensha army whose cultivation is below the 5th level of the mortal realm. The current total size of the Sandstorm army is nearly 150,000, of which nearly 50,000 are extraordinary beings, and the rest are mostly high-level mortal beings. As for those magical beasts that are still stuck at the low-level mortal beings, there is really no need to continue to cultivate them. It would be better to let them turn into energy and then give back to the other magical beasts. Chapter 160 The Sinking Sand Army sets off. Upon receiving Chu Chun's instructions, the remaining members of the Wilderness Clan quickly left the lake and began to get busy, while the sleeping beastmen were completely unaware of this. The next morning, after Vina woke up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and immediately noticed the extra spiritual energy shield on her body. She then realized that Chu Chun had put it on her. Vina stood up and looked around. After a night, the lakeside seemed to have changed a bit, with more magical beasts coming and going. Vina first went to find the orc follower who had come with her, then ate a little something and stood aside watching the lake suddenly become busy. Teams of magical beasts arrived in an orderly fashion, standing quietly around the lake and waiting. Vina watched for a long time, still unsure of Chu Chun's intentions, but she could tell that one group of magical beasts was quite powerful, while the other group was relatively weak. It wasn't until noon that all the magical beasts had assembled. Several members of the Wilderness Clan came forward to report to Chu Chun. My lord, a total of 50,000 elite troops of the Sandstorm army and 40,000 low-level magical beasts have been assembled. Please give your instructions. Chu Chun revealed himself, nodded, waved for the Wild Clan members to retreat, and then spoke. The main reason for summoning you here this time is to take up positions in the Beastman grasslands. The Dragon Sand army has been on its way for half a month, and now it's our turn. You 50,000 are the elite of the Sandstorm army. Since becoming magical beasts, many of you have not participated in battle. This is the time to test the results of your training. As for the 40,000 low-level magical beasts here, some of you probably already know what they are for. That's right, they are for devouring. I will devour them and turn them into rivers that protect you. So remember, your lives and your strength are thanks to these low-level, unintelligent magical beasts as your support. Vina was shocked by what she heard. She hadn't expected Chu Chun to devour these low-level magical beasts, let alone say it in front of all the magical beasts. However, none of the magical beasts were moved. In fact, at Chu Chun's command, all the low-level magical beasts walked into the lake on their own. Although the mortal-level magical beasts were not yet intelligent, they were not as ignorant as wild beasts and had at least some awareness. As a member of the orc race, Vina naturally realized that these magical beasts were not under Chu Chun's control, but they all obeyed Chu Chun's orders without question. Moreover, neither these low-level magical beasts nor those extraordinary magical beasts felt that there was anything wrong with Chu Chun devouring them. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Vina murmured to herself. A member of the wild tribe who was nearby heard this and said seriously, "Their rebirth was bestowed by the adults, and the adults have the right to recall them. Moreover, the adults devoured them in order to better protect other magical beasts with greater potential and for the propagation of the entire race. Therefore, no magical beast would selfishly disagree with the adults' actions." Vina, seemingly understanding but not quite, continued to look at the horde of magical beasts. In no time, all 40,000 magical beasts entered the lake and were devoured by Chu Chun, while the 50,000 elite magical beasts on the shore wore resolute expressions, awaiting Chu Chun's next command. After devouring these magical beasts, Chu Chun gained a large amount of energy points. After completely absorbing them, Chu Chun again transferred his soul to the ghost thorn tree, and then continued, "Everyone sit down and begin the blessing." All the magical beasts immediately sat down upon hearing this, and Vina, seeing that the wild tribesmen beside her had also sat down, quickly followed suit. A beam of white light shone upon everyone and every magical beast. This blessing might be the last for these Sandstorm Army members, as they would soon face an extremely fierce battle. It was uncertain who would survive until the next blessing, so everyone cherished it. With the help of this blessing, some magical beasts that were close to breaking through their limits achieved a breakthrough. Although Vina didn't break through in one go, she felt that she was not far from the 10th level of the extraordinary realm. She didn't expect that she would also be blessed by Chu Chun. It seems that this lord is quite generous. As evening fell, the magical beasts that had received the blessing experienced a boost in their overall energy and spirit. Chu Chun then sent down a spiritual rain to bid them farewell. In the heavy rain, the monsters embraced the spiritual water, while others, led and organized by some members of the Wilderness clan, began their journey towards the Beastman grassland. After all, it involves 50,000 magical beasts, so the commotion must be quite significant and likely to be noticed by many. Therefore, before opening up the tributary, Chu Chun needs to give a warning to those who are blind to the danger. Therefore, Chu Chun specifically notified Chu Tian in Luoyang City and gave the Dark Pavilion a second order, instructing the entire Dark Pavilion to be mobilized to monitor the movements of various forces along the route from the desert to the Beastman's grassland. If any force wants to attack the Xinsha army, the Dark Pavilion can inform Chu Chun immediately, and Chu Chun can then order the Xinsha army to respond. Otherwise, if they clash with various forces along the way before even reaching the Beastman grassland, wouldn't that be a loss? Previously, the Dragon Sand army only had 4,000 men, all of whom were at least at the transcendent level and extremely fast. Not only could no one detect them, but even if someone did, they wouldn't dare to provoke them. But now, these 50,000 magical beasts are like pieces of fat meat in the eyes of some large mercenary groups. Upon receiving Chu Chen's order, Chu Tian immediately summoned all members of the Dark Pavilion. Others with hidden missions were also sent by Chu Tian to relay the orders. Now, everyone's primary task is to gather all the information about the major forces along the route of the Sandstorm Army's march. The assassins of the Dark Pavilion were also assigned tasks, mainly to deal with small forces that wanted to sink the Sand Army and directly assassinate their key figures. Wherever the Sandstorm Army goes, it inevitably stirs up a bloodbath. However, there are still many large mercenary groups that, because they have legendary-level experts within them, are not afraid of the Dark Pavilion or the Sandstorm Army, and are still secretly eyeing the Sandstorm Army. It's not easy to encounter so many magical beasts at once. Generally, large gathering places for magical beasts are in the Beastman grasslands, where even mercenary groups with legendary-level experts dare not venture deep into the area to capture magical beasts. Most of the large groups of magical beasts outside are owned by others, but this particular magical beast seems to have come from the desert. Although there have long been rumors of a great figure hiding in the desert, many people do not believe it. Moreover, there are rumors that the great figure in the desert cannot leave the desert directly. In other words, even if he kills all these magical beasts, as long as he does not enter that desert, the great figure cannot do anything about it. Even if we take a step back and assume that the reason Chu Chun didn't leave the desert was due to some of his own limitations, it was because of the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light would never allow any place to become a forbidden zone for them. Even the Elven Forest is not uncommon for the Temple of Light. How could they possibly allow a desert to become a forbidden zone? In short, along the route of the Chunsha army's march, there were various undercurrents. Some forces retreated, while others, fearless and daring, wanted to make a fortune. Chapter 161 The Sixth River, the Tongtian River. The reason Chu Chun made such a grand show of sending the Xinsha army into battle was partly because it was difficult to hide 50,000 troops. The more secretive they were, the more likely they were to arouse suspicion. Chu Chun knew that at least the Temple of Light and the Elven race must have people around the desert monitoring him at all times. On the other hand, it was also because Chu Chun was about to open up a sixth river flowing into the Beastman's Plains. Chu Chun also hoped to cause as little commotion as possible before the river successfully flowed into the Beastman's Plains, so as not to attract the attention of the Beastmen. Therefore, the Qinsha army was largely drawing fire for themselves. However, Chu Chun still wanted to minimize the losses of the Xinsha army, so he sent out all the members of the Dark Pavilion. With the combat strength of the Xinsha army, the assassination and intelligence gathering capabilities of the Dark Pavilion, and the legendary combat strength of Chu Tian, the Xinsha army should be able to safely reach the Beast Clan grassland. A week after the Xinsha army set off, according to intelligence gathered by the Dark Pavilion, the attention of all parties had been drawn to the Xinsha army, and Chu Chun began to prepare to open up the sixth tributary. He thought about the sixth tributary for a long time. Considering that the Beastman's grassland was a plain, Chu Chun felt that there was a type of river that would be very suitable. That is the Tongtian River from the famous novel of My Previous Life. The Tongtian River runs straight to the sky and has a huge volume of water. Even Sun Wukong, who has all the abilities in Journey to the West, could not fight against the monsters in the Tongtian River. This kind of river is most suitable for flowing in plains. If it angers Chu Chun can directly flood the Beast Tribe's grassland. After making up his mind, Chu Chun opened the system. I want to create a sixth tributary, the Tongtian River. Beep. Begin opening up the tributaries of the Heavenly River. As the system notification sounded, Chu Chun began to visualize the appearance of the Tongtian River in his mind. He had seen the Tongtian River many times on television in his previous life, and in this life, he added some details to his mind based on the characteristics of this world and the Beastman grassland. With Chu Chun's plan completed, a new tributary emerged after a large amount of energy points were deducted. The Tongtian River was much more impressive from the moment it appeared compared to the previous 5 tributaries. With a deafening roar, a huge river with rolling waves appeared. This river continued to flow towards the Beastman grassland, moving much faster than the previous rivers. Chu Chun quickly provided more energy points to extend it, and the Tongtian River gradually expanded its area and length. Chu Chun focused intently on controlling the flow of the Tongtian River. Because the river's volume was so enormous, it could easily flood cities. Therefore, Chu Chun had to avoid all human cities. As for smaller hills and forests, Chu Chun simply controlled the Tongtian River to submerge them. It wasn't until Chu Chun's energy points were about to run out that the Tongtian River finally flowed into the Beastman grassland. At this time, the Qinsha army was still on its way, and everyone's attention was drawn to the Qinsha army. Few people noticed that there was another huge river. However, the Tongtian River's momentum was too overwhelming. Even with the Qinsha army as cover, it could not escape the attention of some people. The Temple of Light received the news immediately and quickly sent a team to investigate. When these people saw the river that seemed to have fallen from the sky, they were all stunned. They stood there dumbfounded for a long time before they hurriedly went to explore along the river, even though they already had the answer in their hearts. Such a river could only have been created out of thin air by that great man in the desert without anyone noticing. However, when everyone discovered that the source of the river was indeed in the desert, they couldn't help but marvel at Chu Chun's incredible abilities. Upon receiving the news, the branch temple master of the Temple of Light in a nearby city quickly relayed it to the main temple. Regarding Chu Chun's matter, The main hall of the Temple of Light had already notified the branch hall masters of the major cities near the desert that any news must be reported to the main hall immediately. In the main hall of the Temple of Light, in a dimly lit room, the environment and layout here are completely unlike what one would expect from the Temple of Light. Yet the man residing here is the Grand Master of the Temple of Light, a man standing at the pinnacle of power on this continent. What exactly is that person trying to do? Does he also intend to interfere in the Beastman Plains? High Priest, should we continue to tolerate this? A person sitting motionless in the corner of the room said, I have already communicated with the God of Light. This millennium-long struggle for faith will be extremely difficult, but it is also the most important. Therefore, we must spare no effort to gain control of this continent for the next 1,000 years. So, the one in the desert. The high priest paused, and then said, regardless of whether he was sent down by another God of Light, if he has plans to obstruct us, we don't need to show him any respect. According to the intelligence we have, although that being has many methods, his current combat strength is only at the legendary level, so he is not a big threat to us. The Grand Master remained silent for a moment before speaking. I may have to go into seclusion for decades. I'll have to trouble you, High Priest, during this time. The Beastmen Plains must be on guard against the Beast King's backup plan. Are you really going to take that step? Why not wait a little longer and let the God of Light solve it for you? Don't you believe in the God of Light? The Grand Master snorted coldly and did not answer the High Priest's question. The High Priest simply sighed and then disappeared from the room. What gods, what Grand Master? This time I will definitely succeed. Then the room fell into darkness and silence again, and the whole house seemed to be shrouded in a mist. On Chu Chen's side, the Tongtian River has been opened up and flows into the edge of the Beast Clan grassland. Although it is only the edge, after taking the first step, it can gradually advance inward. Chu Chen also checked the situation of the Tongtian River. Its length has reached 100,000 meters. This time, Chu Chen has really gone all out. His energy points are almost exhausted. He will need to accumulate for a long time before he can open up the next mainstream. In addition, Tongshan's exclusive skill is Water Curtain, which can form a curtain barrier with water flow. As long as the water flow continues, the water curtain cannot be broken through, making it a very powerful defensive skill. Chu Chen thought about it and realized that this skill was quite useful for the Qinsha army. In large-scale battles, they could use the water curtain to block many enemy attacks and protect their soldiers over a large area. On the other hand, due to the large volume of water in the Tongtian River, a new skill called 10,000 Arrows Fired was created on top of the basic skills. It is also a group skill, but it is more offensive and can launch tens of thousands of ice arrows instantly. Although their power is only at the mortal level, their advantage lies in their large quantity. Chapter 162, A Great Battle. After entering the Beastman grassland via the Tongtian River, Chu Chen did not take any further action, but waited for the arrival of the Qinsha army. Chu Chen and Chen Shajun did not take the same route, but their destination was the same place. However, Chu Chen couldn't just wait like that. Instead, he focused a large part of his mind on Nick, the member of the Wilderness clan, so that he could intervene if anything unexpected happened to the Sandstorm army. Nick is the most outstanding of the remaining wildlings, and his cultivation level is already at the 7th level of the Extraordinary Realm. With Tyrone absent, he will temporarily lead the Sandstorm army. In addition, he maintained close contact with Chu Tian, which allowed him to keep track of the movements of those forces with ulterior motives. When the Sandstorm army was still a short distance from the Beastman Plains, several mercenary groups that had been keeping an eye on the Sandstorm army had already conducted thorough reconnaissance and confirmed that the Sandstorm army had no one to provide support from the front or back. So they began to prepare to take action. Below a small hill not far from the Sandstorm army, thousands of mercenaries had gathered. This is the famous Coyote mercenary group of this generation. The leader is nicknamed Coyote because he is like a hyena on the grassland, ruthless and vicious. Most people don't want to deal with him. His mercenary group was also a bandit mercenary group, and even the mercenary guild expelled them because they would often rob other passing mercenary groups. The hyena was short in stature, with a face full of fat and a fierce glint in its eyes. We definitely can't swallow these 50,000 magical beasts with just 2,000 people, which is why we've joined forces with those mercenary groups. But remember, don't go all out right away. Save some of your strength. After we deal with these magical beasts, we might also have to take care of some of those foolish mercenary groups along the way. I can't breathe, the hyena said slyly, and the henchmen around him all revealed cunning smiles. In several other secluded locations, there were also several mercenary groups with several thousand members, some of whom had even traveled overnight from a great distance. The sheer number of 50,000 magical beasts this time was incredibly attractive, drawing 5 mercenary groups to the route of the sunken sand army's march. This combined force was equivalent to a medium-sized power. Among them, the only legendary-level powerhouses are Coyote and another mysterious mercenary group leader. This leader is always elusive, and almost everyone who has seen him fight is dead. Moreover, he always wears a mask, so no one knows his true appearance. Everyone calls him Silver Mask. He is famous because his mercenary group never engages in small-scale hunting of magical beasts. Every move they make is a major event that shakes the region, such as this hunt of 50,000 magical beasts. When we make our move later, the hyena will definitely not go all out. Keep a close eye on him, and if he makes any unusual moves, take him out first. The mercenary leader, wearing a white mask, gave an order to someone beside him. Although these people had formed an alliance in a short period of time, they secretly harbored ulterior motives and were all planning to take advantage of their allies after annexing the 50,000 magical beasts. The mighty Sandstorm army was marching towards the ambush site of numerous mercenaries. Nick had already received the news, so he made sure everyone rested for half a day at noon today, and then continued marching in the evening. This way, everyone would have enough energy to cope with the battle that night. The mercenary side has about 10,000 people, but there are 2 legendary-level enemies among them, and the mercenaries are also stronger than the monsters. However, the Sandstorm army was not the ordinary monster army they had imagined. The Sandstorm army had been actively training in the desert. Their combat strength was no less than that of ordinary cultivators, and their teamwork was no worse than that of these mercenaries. This can be said to be the first time that the Sandstorm army has shown its strength to the world, even though it was not under Tyron's command and the real elites were drawn into the Dragon Sands team. When the various mercenary groups discovered the Sandstorm army, battle was imminent. Nick knew he was now surrounded by the major mercenary groups, but Chu Chun had told him that he only needed to deal with the ordinary mercenaries of those groups. As for the legendary experts, Chu Chun was so confident that he would not let the Shunsha army deal with them. The information we have so far indicates that there are 2 legendary tier characters. Chu Tian might have some trouble dealing with them, but it shouldn't be a major problem. Attack! The leaders of several mercenary groups issued orders simultaneously. Without shouts or sounds of fighting, all the mercenaries suddenly rushed out from behind the hillside in complete silence. Prepare for battle, for the glory of Lord Chu. Nick also gave the order, and the 50,000 magical beasts behind him roared deafeningly into the sky. The roar of the 50,000 magical beasts in unison startled the mercenaries who were charging forward. These magical beasts are indeed not simple. Tell the brothers to be careful. The hyena gave the order in a low voice, while the other captains also secretly reminded their subordinates. Although they did not believe they would lose this battle, they did not want to suffer too many casualties. The mercenaries and the Sandstorm army clashed quickly, while Chu Tian had already hidden himself among the many magical beasts. Just as the hyena and Silver Mask were about to strike and quickly end the battle, Chu Tiankai flew out from the horde of magical beasts. Your opponent is me. The hyena looked at Chu Tian with a puzzled expression and asked, Where did you come from? Don't delay my chance to make a fortune. Silver Mask saw Chu Tian, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he recognized Chu Tian. Chu Tian was also looking at the Silver Mask. He felt that this person posed the greatest threat to him, while the silly wolf was only a legendary level 4 and was not much of a threat to Chu Tian. Who are you? You don't know me, but I know you. You took more than 200 people away from the Temple of Light back then. Today, I've finally met you. Let me test your strength. As soon as Silver Mask finished speaking, he rushed over. his arms moving rapidly and his chanting coming out at a rapid pace. One after another, magical spells were launched at Chu Tian. Chu Tian dared not take them head-on, but only dodged them. Only when he could not dodge them did he fight back. Seeing that neither of them cared about him, the hyena lost face and instead charged towards the monsters below instead of attacking. Since you two want to fight, then I won't get involved. Chu Tian saw the hyena's actions and cursed it inwardly for being despicable, but he had no choice but to stop it. I told you, I'm your opponent too. Startled by Chu Tian's fierce attack from behind, the hyena dared not continue charging forward and instead rolled away to avoid it. Since you want to die quickly, I'll grant your wish. Although Chu Tian is at the legendary level 6, and I certainly wouldn't be a match for him in a one-on-one fight, I have a helper who is also at the legendary level 6. I believe that the two of them working together will be able to take down Chu Tian very quickly. Chapter 163: The Prestige of Blood and Fire. However, the hyenas seriously underestimated Chu Tian's strength. Although Silver Mask's strength also exceeded that of ordinary legendary level 6, Chu Tian was even more monstrous, especially his physical defense, which gave the two of them a great headache. At this moment, Chu Tian was not fighting alone. Chu Chun in his mind had begun to command him. Although Chu Tian has gained his own consciousness, he is still only a part of Chu Chen's soul. In such a long and intense battle, his soul will find it difficult to sustain itself and will eventually fall into a disadvantageous position. Therefore, Chu Chun must intervene and participate in the battle. Under Chu Chen's intervention, Chu Tian's combat power more than doubled. Not only did he fully unleash his original strength, but also, since Chu Tian originally followed the warrior path, now with Chu Chen's soul residing in him, although he couldn't use system skills, he was still able to skillfully throw out various water elemental spells. In the sky, Chu Tian was fighting 2 against 1, while on the ground, Qinsha army and mercenaries were also engaged in fierce combat. These mercenaries have worked together with their respective mercenary groups for years or even decades, and their level of cooperation is even higher than that of the Sandstorm army. However, these mercenaries belong to different mercenary groups, and their overall cooperation is not as good as that of the Sandstorm army. Moreover, the Qinsha army had a large numerical advantage. Although there were more level 9 and 10 experts among the mercenaries than in the Qinsha army, the Qinsha army used the power of their groups to resist them and could not inflict much damage. In terms of burst damage, the mercenaries are undoubtedly superior, but in terms of endurance, the Sandstorm army is far stronger. Moreover, the mercenaries are all driven by their own agendas, while the Sandstorm army is fearless and undaunted. Therefore, with legendary ranked players unable to participate in this battle, the Sandstorm army's advantage was visibly expanding. Not far from the battlefield, some people who didn't want to offend either side were gathered together to watch this rare large-scale team battle. These magical beasts are truly terrifying. They can coordinate so well, and their combat power is so strong. They are no less powerful than the Orc army. Yes, I don't think those mercenaries can hold out for much longer. I know mercenaries best. Once they can't break through the defenses, they lose their fighting spirit. An elderly mercenary stroked his beard and said something. The battle in the sky is also very exciting. It's a battle between legendary level beings. The last time I saw one was 30 years ago. The human on that monster's side is incredibly powerful. He can hold his own against 2 legendary figures and doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. This is not surprising. After all, they came from that desert. These mercenaries are courting death. I wonder how many will survive this great battle. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion, while the person being watched was fighting tooth and nail. Hundreds of mercenaries have already fallen to the claws of the monsters, and hundreds of monsters have also fallen to the various attacks of the mercenaries. Blood gradually stained the ground red, and the death toll continued to rise. The longer it went on, the more likely casualties would occur. Some mercenaries had the idea of retreating, but deserting in the face of battle meant that no mercenary group would accept them again, and their original mercenary group might not let them go either. Moreover, the battle had reached a fever pitch, and it was not so easy to quit. Do you want to continue fighting? If you keep fighting, all your mercenaries will be wiped out. While repelling the hyena's frenzied attacks, Chu Tian spoke in a teasing tone. Chu Chun had already aroused the hyena's ferocity, especially when he thought about the power he had painstakingly built up. After this battle, there might not be many left to survive, which would mean that his efforts over the past 10 years had been in vain. Even if they all die, I will still kill you. The hyena relentlessly launched attack after attack on Chu Tian. On the other side, Silver Mask glanced at the battle below, a look of surprise in his eyes, but it was just surprise, without a trace of heartache. Clearly, his mercenaries were not worth anything in his eyes. What a ruthless leader. He doesn't care at all that his own brothers are about to die. I feel heartbroken for those mercenaries who died. Chu Tian deliberately spoke loudly, and the expressions on the faces of the mercenaries below changed upon hearing this. The hyena and Silver Mask remained unmoved, relentlessly attacking Chu Tian, hoping to defeat him in the shortest possible time. However, each time Chu Tian seemed on the verge of collapse, he would suddenly evade their attacks, and sometimes even launch a counterattack, forcing the two to retreat repeatedly. The main reason is that after Chu Chun took control of Chu Tian possessed both the attributes of a mage and a warrior, and his physical body was also extremely strong, leaving the Earth Wolf and Silver Mask completely bewildered. Moreover, it was the first time the two had cooperated in battle, so there was no coordination whatsoever. While controlling Chu Tian to fight against the hyena and Silver Mask, Chu Chun glanced down at the battle below. The mercenaries' morale had been almost completely shattered. They were now merely putting up a desperate resistance. Nick's command, while not as effective as Tyrone's, was still quite disciplined, and they were relying on coordination and numerical superiority to slowly wear the mercenaries down. Originally, the Sandstorm army was surrounded by the mercenaries, but now the tables had turned, and the mercenaries were surrounded by the Sandstorm army. Captain, should we retreat? Anyway, we have no connection with Coyote and Silver Mask. They can't take down the other side anytime soon, and we can't afford to waste any more time. He wasn't the only one requesting a retreat. More and more mercenaries were considering leaving. A regimental commander finally made up his mind. Retreat. Everyone prepare to break out. This order was given not only to his mercenary group, but also to the mercenaries of other groups who took the initiative to prepare to break out. Even the mercenaries under the Coyote looked up at their leader who was still fighting in the sky and wondered if they should also break out. Only the silver-masked mercenaries showed no intention of breaking through. Instead, they charged even more frantically at the Sandstorm army. Everyone, be careful. They're about to counterattack. Get ready to defend, and don't let a single person escape. Seeing that the mercenaries were preparing to break out, Nick immediately changed his tactics and surrounded them tightly. The mercenaries tried to break out 2 or 3 times, but failed. The vice-captain of a mercenary group had his head crushed by a monster. The leader of a mercenary group was also pierced through the chest by an armored rhinoceros during the breakout. The mercenaries were thrown into chaos, suffering countless casualties. Looks like you've lost, Chu Tian said with a smile. The hyena's eyes were bloodshot, but it managed to suppress its urge to continue charging. Taking advantage of Chu Tian being forced back by the Silver Mask, it rushed down. Retreat. Chapter 164 Dispute. The great battle in the wilderness was about to reach its final moment. With the hyena breaking the deadlock, Silver Mask realized that he could no longer fight Chu Tian alone, so he turned around and rushed down to rescue the mercenaries trapped inside. Seeing this, Chu Chin knew that he had no way to stop the two for the time being. He could only leave Chu Tian's body and let Chu Tian control his own body to eliminate as many mercenaries as possible. Then he returned to Nick's body. By this point, the situation in the battle was quite clear. Apart from the Coyote and Silver Mask who managed to take away a couple hundred people with their legendary level strength, everyone else had been wiped out by the Sandstorm army. Tens of thousands of mercenaries and 2 legendary level experts besieged the Xinsha army, but were almost completely wiped out. The onlookers were also shocked, and the more timid ones began to flee into the city, fearing that the Xinsha army would go berserk and kill them as well. Fortunately, this did not happen. Chu Chun had Nick take the mercenaries' bodies with him, rested for a while, and then left. Although these mercenaries are not high level, even a mosquito, is meat. Once we reach the Tontian River basin, we can throw them into the Tontian River and devour them. Moreover, these mercenaries have some scrolls, elixirs, and gold coins on them, which can be handed over to the Dark Pavilion as a reward for this mission. The Sandstorm Army continued its relentless advance towards the Beastman Plains, and the commotion caused by this large-scale battle had long since attracted the attention of the Beastmen in the border areas of the Beastman Plains. How could there be such a large army of magical beasts outside, and why are they heading into my Beastman's Plains? Could they be accomplices of some royal family? A magnificent lion stood on the high platform and spoke. This magical beast is Malkin, the king of the powerful Flame Lion clan, one of the 5 royal clans. Their main territory is the area of the Beastman Plains near the desert. Therefore, he was the first to receive news of the Sandstorm Army. The last time the Sandstorm Army entered the grassland, it was a small group that sneaked in. Although it was discovered by the Flame Lion clan, the Sandstorm Army quickly disappeared, so the Flame Lion clan did not pay much attention to it. But this time, the Sandstorm Army was much larger in scale. My king, we have already sent people to investigate. It is said that they came from the desert and seem to be related to that being. The smaller lion standing below answered. Malkin's massive head paused for a moment. Then he said in a very unfriendly tone, "No matter what they are or what their origins are, they are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of my Beastman Plains, especially on my territory. Our main task now is to prevent others from seizing the throne. We should ignore everything else for now. What should we do with this army of monsters?" Malkin thought for a moment, then said, "Send General Norman to take a look and find out their origins. If they are not hostile, then we should not have a pointless conflict with them, but they are not allowed to enter my territory." Malkin issued the order, and his men quickly relayed it. Soon after, a lion with jet black fur led a troop of several hundred lion soldiers and an army of 40 to 50,000 magical beasts away. In another secluded valley, the demonic dragon Gecko and Blood Wolf, which had been separated from Chu Chun for a long time, appeared in the valley, along with Tyron. However, the atmosphere in the valley was not good at this time. It was even somewhat tense. "Bloodwolf, what do you mean? We're here to help you. And this is the attitude you expect?" The demon dragon Gecko flew in the air and pointed at the Blood Wolf's nose, cursing. Blood Wolf didn't even glance at the demon dragon Gecko and simply said, "I don't need your help, you can leave." Upon closer inspection, one can see that the Blood Wolf has many wounds on its body caused by the bites of magical beasts, and even the tail of the demon dragon Gecko is broken off. It seems they had a fierce battle before, but the fact that they can still argue together in the valley now suggests they weren't fighting each other. You're such an ingrate. If I hadn't come to save you, you would be dead already. If you don't want our help, we'll just leave. Shao Si, Shao Wu, let's go." The dragon Gecko shouted angrily. Seeing that the argument between the two seemed to be escalating, Tyron quickly stopped them. All right, stop arguing. Bloodwolf, the demon dragon Gecko only came to help you. Can't you be nicer to him? And demon dragon Gecko, Bloodwolf sent you away because he didn't want you to face danger. Stop arguing. Master already knows what happened here. That's why he sent me. When the demon dragon Gecko heard about Chu Chun, its eyes lit up, but it still felt a bit angry when it thought of the Bloodwolf. Bloodwolf's eyes lit up when he heard about Chu Chun's news, but he also turned his head away with a haughty air. Not only us, but also the Sandstorm Army will arrive later. Even the Master himself will open up a tributary to come to the Beastman Plains. This time, the scale of the operation to help you is quite large, isn't it? So stop causing internal conflicts. Tyron revealed Chu Chen's plan to stabilize morale and temporarily suppress these two troublemakers. By the time Chu Chen arrived, they would naturally stop causing trouble. It turns out that Tyron had received Chu Chen's orders and immediately headed to the Beastman Plains. After entering the Beastman Plains, he was discovered by the Demon Flame Lion clan, but Tyron, thanks to the Red Fox's cleverness and resourcefulness, managed to slip away right under their noses. When they finally found the Demon Dragon Gecko, they discovered that they were fighting a small force of the Demon Flame Lion clan and were at a disadvantage. Since Blood Wolf and Demon Dragon Gecko were already injured before, they were in even greater danger this time. Fortunately, Tyron arrived in time, and, with the help of the Dragon Sand Army, easily wiped out that small group of demon flame lions. Tyrone admired Blood Wolf's abilities, which allowed him to occupy such a valley in the heart of the Demon Flame Lion clan and even gather a small force. Although it was far inferior to the Sandstorm Army or the Dragon Sand Army, it was something Blood Wolf had built up single-handedly on the Beastman's Plains, which showed his extraordinary talent. After Tyron's reassurance, both the Blood Wolf and the Demon Dragon Gecko quieted down, and then Tyron began to discuss the next steps. At this moment, the Red Fox walked in and said, "We just received news that the Sandstorm Army has entered the Beastman's Plains, but the Flame Lion clan has also discovered them and is currently mobilizing a large army towards the Sandstorm Army." "What? Then let's hurry and go meet up with Qinsha Army." Upon hearing that reinforcements had arrived, the Dragon Gecko was the first to jump up and speak. Blood Wolf lowered his head somewhat unwillingly. Being forced to send Chu Qin's Qinsha army to rescue him shows that his adventure was a failure. Not only did he fail to make a name for himself, but he also had to rely on the Demon Dragon Gecko to save him. Chapter 165: Yuba's Perseverance. Upon learning that the Sandstorm Army was about to arrive at the grasslands, and that the Flame Lion clan would try to stop them, the tense atmosphere in the valley immediately eased, and everyone discussed how to go and meet the Sandstorm Army. As the commander of the Sandstorm Army, Tyron naturally had to go to meet them in person, while the Demon Dragon Gecko was even more eager to set off immediately. The Red Fox thought for a moment, and since the Demon Dragon Gecko and Blood Wolf had just had a falling out, he suggested taking the opportunity to separate the two for a while. "We definitely need to provide support to the Sandstorm Army, but we can't leave this place unattended. So I suggest that General Tyron lead 2,000 Dragon Sands and the Demon Dragon Gecko to support the Sandstorm Army, while Blood Wolf and I will stay in the valley." Tyrion found Red Fox's words quite reasonable, but Blood Wolf said, "No need. You all go and meet up with Qinsha Army. I can stay here by myself." Tyron shook his head and said, "No, the valley is our first stronghold, and it must be absolutely secure. If they attack again, you can't hold it by yourself. If we lose it, where will the Sandstorm Army stay after they come in? So let's do as Red Fox says." Blood Wolf listened to Tyrion's words and did not raise any further objections, knowing that now was not the time to act out of spite. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Tyron immediately set off with the Dragon Sand team and the Demon Dragon Gecko to meet the Sand-sinking army. Meanwhile, Chu Chun had already gone to the lava wasteland. This time, the Phoenix summoned him directly through telepathic communication. As soon as Chu Chun arrived, he smiled at the Phoenix and said, "You learned your lesson this time, didn't you? Why didn't you fly over there again?" As usual, the Phoenix rolled its eyes at Chu Chun, then pointed downwards and said, "That undead person has been kneeling here, and he looks like he's about to die." Chu Chun had noticed it early on. The undead clan's Yuba was still kneeling there, and it seemed he hadn't moved at all. At this moment, Yuba no longer had the vitality he had when they first met. His head was drooping, and he looked weak and listless. Chu Chun sensed that Wu Ba's life force was already very weak. If he didn't take care of him, he might really die kneeling here in less than 3 days. "Boy, are you trying to threaten your divine bird with your death?" Chu Chun's voice echoed in Yuba's mind. Yuba didn't react at first, thinking he was hallucinating. He shook his head with difficulty, and after realizing it wasn't a hallucination, he was overjoyed and wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. "All right, stop fussing. Just say what you want to say in your mind, and I can hear you. But I'm not going to give you any advice. There aren't many of you left in the undead race. You'll just die here for nothing." Yuba thought to himself, "Even if I die, I am only the second person in the last 10,000 years to die in front of the divine bird." Chu Chun said speechlessly, "Then please jump into my lava before you die, so I don't have to collect your corpse." After saying that, Chu Chun ignored him and instead asked the Phoenix, "What do you mean? You really don't plan to deal with him anymore?" The Phoenix's expression was quite complex at this moment. "I don't know either. I don't want him to die, but I also don't want to be some kind of immortal bird anymore." Chu Chun was also somewhat troubled by this. He had no reason to force the Phoenix, even though the Phoenix was his enslaved creature. At the same time, He also had no way to force the undead to submit to him. After much thought, Chu Chun felt that the decision still needed to be made by the undead clan chief, and he believed that the news should have already reached the undead clan territory. With this in mind, Chu Chun extracted a portion of the fire element from the lava river and injected it into Yuba's body. Yuba is an undead race and is naturally very close to the fire element. Chu Chun's fire element also contains the spiritual power from the lake, so it has an excellent effect on restoring Yuba's body. Yuba's body wasn't injured in battle, but rather from prolonged periods of not eating or sleeping. In short, it was from being worn out. Therefore, Chu Chun's move quickly restored half of Wu Ba's energy and spirit, and the rest could only be recovered by his body slowly. Sir, what's wrong? Clearly, Yuba didn't understand why Chu Chun was doing this. No matter what decision your undead clan chief makes, I see you have backbone. I plan to train you for a while, and when they arrive, I'll show them whether submitting to me is worth it. It took Yuba a while to react to Chu Chun's words, and he remained kneeling on the ground, saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Chu Chun said impatiently, all right, enough with the chit-chat. I'm very busy. You can't learn skills on your knees. Get up and stretch your muscles for half a day to recover, and then we'll start training." After Yuba got up from the ground, Chu Chun continued, "Let me tell you in advance, my training will definitely be very tough. If you can't handle it, just go back. I don't need you undead anymore." Yuba quickly and firmly said that he would definitely be able to hold on. Chu Chun also felt that Wu Ba should be able to persevere. The more honest and simple a person is, the more focused they are on doing one thing. Perhaps they are not smart, but their perseverance is definitely top-notch. Chu Chun planned to train Yuba in a similar way to the way he trained below, and also take the opportunity to refine his own training methods to see if they could be applied to all his subordinates in the future. Meanwhile, in the undead clan's secret realm, Chief Ul received news that Yuba's companions had returned, along with information about Chu Chun and the Phoenix. After receiving this news, Yuar fell into deep thought. He understood perfectly why Wu Ao was unwilling to agree to Chu Chun's demands. Tens of thousands of years ago, the undead were almost wiped out, and even the phoenixes in that area disappeared, because they had chosen an unreliable master. That's why Yuo was unwilling to casually entrust the rise and fall of the entire undead race to someone he didn't know, especially since that person didn't seem particularly powerful. But after much deliberation, spending a whole day and night on the matter, Wu Er finally made a decision to pledge allegiance to Chu Chun. Because the undead race has no better options, and now only one legendary rank member remains in the race, the next generation will find it difficult to break through to the legendary rank due to their long-term residence in the secret realm. Once they die, the entire secret realm will lack someone to operate it, and the undead will eventually have no choice but to leave the secret realm. With the current strength of the undead race, leaving the secret realm would be tantamount to death. More importantly, those people have started searching for the undead again, and the undead situation will become increasingly dangerous. Therefore, the undead must find a protector to safeguard them immediately. So Wu Er decided to take a gamble and seek refuge with Chu Chun. Chapter 166 Encounter. Although Yuar had made up his mind to pledge allegiance to Chu Chun, he did not immediately bring his people over. He still needed to make some arrangements. Chu Chun kept an eye on the advance of the Xinsha army while also taking time to train Wu Ba every day. This time, Chu Chun did not bring Wu Ba to the lake for training. Instead, he continued to let him cultivate in the lava wasteland, because the environment there was most suitable for the undead. Although Yuba is a bit slow-witted, he is very determined to become stronger, so he completes the tasks assigned by Chu Chun every day without fail. After a week, the Xinsha army finally arrived at the Tongtian River basin of Chu Chun. This is also the first step into the Beastman grassland. Seeing that the Xinsha army had been marching for days and the magical beasts were very tired, Chu Chun asked Nick to arrange for the Xinsha army to rest for a day before going to find the magic dragon gecko. Based on his connection with the demonic dragon gecko, Chu Chun could sense that the demonic dragon gecko was not in any major problems, so there was no need to rush over. Just as the Sandstorm army was resting, General Norman of the Demon Flame Lion clan was leading a large army and gradually approaching the Sandstorm Army's location. Chu Chun naturally knew that with so many people, it would be impossible to hide in the territory of the Beast Clan's grasslands. However, the reason why Chu Chun chose to enter the grasslands from this place was not only because it was closest to the desert, but also because the owner of this territory was the Demon Flame Lion clan. Although the Demon Flame Lion clan is one of the 5 royal clans of the Beastmen, they were relocated to this remote place because their ancestor once fought with the current Beast King for the throne, and the clan's chieftain at the time was killed in battle. Therefore, with the beast race currently in turmoil, the Demon Flame Lion clan is relatively weak. Chu Chen's reason for entering the beast race grassland from here was to try and win over the Demon Flame Lion clan. If Chu Chun could win over a royal family, it would be much easier to contend for the Beastman Plains. Chu Chen believed that other royal families must also have other forces behind them, but he didn't know which one the Temple of Light had placed its bet on. At the same time, Chu Chun was also very concerned about the current situation of the original Beast King clan. After all, the Beastman Princess had married the son of a Beast King, and their current situation was probably not very good. All of this will only be revealed when Chu Chun meets the Orc Princess or Shelly, and he should be able to meet them soon. In the still of the night, just as the Sandstorm Army had fallen asleep, Chu Chun sensed the arrival of the Demon Flame Lion clan army. Before long, the patrolling scout beasts also discovered the Flame Lion clan and quickly notified Nick. Nick had already received Chu Chen's warning, so he had ordered the Sandstorm Army to prepare. When Norman arrived with his army, he was surprised to find that the Sandstorm Army was already in full battle array. It seems this magical beast's power is far more troublesome than he imagined. He originally planned to launch a surprise attack on the Xinsha army when they were exhausted after a major battle and a long march. If the Xinsha army was wiped out, that would be the best outcome. If he found that the Xinsha army was not easy to eliminate, then letting them go would not be a loss. However, he never expected that the Xinsha army had already discovered them, so a sneak attack was impossible. Since a sneak attack was no longer possible, Norman had given up on the idea of antagonizing the Sandstorm Army, as it would not benefit either him or the Demon Flame Lion clan. "What is your origin, and what brings you to my Beastman's Plains?" Norman asked first. Nick naturally took over Chu Chen's side as well. He stepped forward and, following Chu Chen's instructions, said, "We have no ill intentions towards your Flame Lion clan. It's just that our friends encountered trouble in the Orcish Plains, so we've come to find them." When Norman saw Nick, he thought to himself, the leader of this monster is not a monster, but an elf, and how come its strength is so low? Then who are your friends, and where are they? Nick smiled and said, "Of course I can't tell you that. I can only assure you that we are not enemies of the Demon Flame Lion clan. In addition, our friends have already arrived." Just as Nick finished speaking and Norman was about to ask where their friends were, he felt a tremendous aura coming from behind him. Norman's army was thrown into disarray. Norman snorted coldly to quell the commotion and then looked back. But it was Tyran who arrived with the Dragon Sands and the Magic Dragon Gecko. The Magic Dragon Gecko was the fastest, and soon it reached the Sunken Sand army. It sensed Chu Chen's presence. Meanwhile, Tyran led the Dragon Sands to arrive quickly, bypassing Norman's army and joining forces with the Sands army. Norman sensed the power of this small magical beast and was even more astonished. The strength of the Sandstorm army is already formidable, and although this small squad has fewer magical beasts, their aura is even more terrifying. They are comparable to the royal guard of the Demon Flame Lion clan. "General, you've arrived." Nick bowed respectfully to Tyrion. Tyran smiled and glanced at Nick, saying, "Great job. Little Nick can stand on his own now, well done." Nick smiled with delight upon hearing Tyran's praise. But now is not the time for reminiscing. We still have tens of thousands of Norman troops ahead of us. Tyran also stepped forward and said to Norman, "General Norman, I have long admired your name. These are my friends. We are certainly not enemies of the Demon Flame Lion clan. On the contrary, we may even become friends." Norman also realized that Tyran was the true leader of the two opposing armies, and Norman was taken aback when he heard Tyran's words. "Friends? What do you mean? You know better than I what happened to the Beastmen. We are all magical beasts. Although I am not a magical beast, I am a member of the Wilderness Clan. You must have heard of our Wilderness Clan. The one next to me is also a magical beast with the bloodline of a magical dragon. As far as I know, the situation of your Demon Flame Lion clan does not seem to be very good. Norman narrowed his eyes upon hearing Tyron's words, signaling Tyron to continue. We entered the Beastman Plains for no other reason than to find a place to live for my brothers. As for why we chose you, it's because you are a thorn in the side of the Beast King's clan, and you are the ones who need help the most. Tyron's words were truly sincere, and Norman fell into deep thought after hearing them. I cannot make the decision on what you have said. I must go back and report to my king. However, you must not go any further into the Beastman's Plains until you have my king's permission. After all, Tyron was a member of the Wildling clan, and these magical beasts had connections with Chu Chun. Even if what Tyron said was true, Norman dared not let Tyron and his group continue to venture deeper into the territory of the Demon Flame Lion clan. Chapter 167 Yuba's Awakening. After Tyron negotiated with Norman of the Flame Lion clan, the Flame Lion clan agreed to return and report Tyron's request to the Lion King. However, Tyron also agreed to the request that the Sandstorm army temporarily remain stationed in place and not proceed further. Norman's army of monsters did not completely retreat, but instead withdrew a distance to continue monitoring Tyrion. After the matter was resolved, Tyron finally came to the Tongtian River to formally meet Chu Chun. Thank you for your hard work. How's it going with the Demon Dragon Gecko? Chu Chun conjured a water spirit and asked a question. Tyron gave Chu Chun a detailed report on the situation with the Demon Dragon Gecko and the Blood Wolf, and also told Chu Chun about the bickering between the Demon Dragon Gecko and the Blood Wolf. Chu Chun smiled and said, "It's normal for the two of them to be arguing. They actually care about each other quite a bit. But it seems like the magical dragon gecko hasn't grown up yet." The dragon gecko had already run over when it heard Tyron tattling on it, and when it heard Chu Chun say this, it looked very unconvinced. Chu Chun didn't care about this. He sensed the demonic dragon gecko and found that he had already reached the 6th level of the extraordinary realm, which was quite an improvement. However, there seemed to be some hidden injuries in his body, which should be injuries sustained in the previous battle. That time, the Demon Dragon Gecko fought against a level 8 extraordinary being. Although it killed the opponent, it also suffered serious injuries. So Chu Chun threw the Demon Dragon Gecko into the Tongtian River, and then gathered a large mass of spiritual water from the lake to envelop it. The Dragon Gecko initially wanted to resist, but seeing that Chu Chun was doing it to treat him, it let Chu Chun do as he pleased. While treating the Demon Dragon Gecko, Chu Chun also listened to Tyron recount his experiences leading the Dragon Sands team into the desert, and at the same time, he was thinking about his next steps. What is your opinion of the Flame Lion clan? Tyron thought for a moment and said, after we entered the Orcish Plains, we did not directly deal with the Flame Lion clan. However, the one who seized the Blood Wolf Valley was the Dire Wolf clan, which is adjacent to the Flame Lion clan. The fact that the Dire Wolf clan dared to cross the border directly to seize territory from the Blood Wolf clan shows that the Flame Lion clan status among the orcs is indeed not high. Chu Chun nodded. The others were fighting on their own territory, and the Demon Flame Lion clan hadn't made a move. Either the Demon Flame Lion clan wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight, or the Demon Flame Lion clan really didn't have the ability to provoke the Dire Wolf clan. Then do you think we need to ally with the Flame Lion clan? Tyron shook his head and said, I can't judge that, but I can tell that the Flame Lion clan is quite capable. At least Norman, who just came to confront the outside, and his army of magical beasts were extraordinary. Chu Chun nodded again. It seemed that the Demon Flame Lion clan was not incapable of being helped. If the other party was too weak, it would take a lot of effort for Chu Chun to support them. If the other party was too strong, they would not need Chu Chun's support and might even turn around and bite him. All that's left is to patiently wait for the Flame Lion clan's reaction. Of course, we can't just wait. Chu Chun still sent Tyron to deliver a message to Blood Wolf, telling him to stay calm for the time being and not to fight the Dire Wolves. He could even guide the Dire Wolves to fight the Flame Lion clan. Once the Demon Flame Lion clan felt the pressure, they would naturally be more likely to consider what Chu Chun said. After that, Tyron and the magic dragon gecko stayed temporarily by the Tongtian River. There was plenty of water there, and food was plentiful on the Beastman's grasslands, enough for them to live on for a long time. Meanwhile, Chu Chen also focused his mind on the lava zone. Yuba had been under Chu Chen's training for more than a month and had persevered. At this moment, Chu Chen had thrown Yuba onto the rocks next to the lava zone and had already used awakening on him. Yuba already possessed the bloodline of the undead race, and this awakening was merely icing on the cake, making Yuba's undead bloodline even stronger. After a month of training, Yuba's awakening of Chu Chen this time is practically a sure thing, and he doesn't even need a blessing. After waiting quietly for a day, a huge ball of flame suddenly erupted from Yuba's body, enveloping him completely. The phoenix also looked over curiously. Chu Chen sensed that Wu Ba's aura disappeared once, and then reappeared. Then the flames on Yuba's body gradually concentrated on his wings, and finally all the feathers on his wings turned golden yellow, looking like burning flames under the sun. Chu Chen sensed that Wu Ba's wings were becoming increasingly similar to those of a phoenix. Yuba flapped its wings a few times, and it quickly flew into the sky, far exceeding the previous limit it could reach. Upon closer inspection, one can see that Yuba's beak has also changed. It originally seemed to have a faint golden sheen, but the change is not as obvious as that of its wings. Yuba also woke up from his awakening state at this time. He looked at his wings and felt the changes in his body. He excitedly flew in the air, but after flying for a few moments, he suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly landed. Yuba cautiously looked around before kneeling before the phoenix and saying, "Thank you for the divine bird's blessing." The divine bird has indeed not forgotten the undead race. Phoenix interrupted him before he could finish speaking. "This has nothing to do with me. It was my master who awakened your bloodline." Although the phoenix said this, it also felt that the connection between itself and Yuba had become even stronger. Seeing Yuba felt like seeing a relative. After hearing the phoenix's words, Yuba then spoke to Chu Chen. "Thank you for awakening my bloodline, sir. With your abilities, I believe the clan chief will grant your request." Chu Chen nodded, seemingly unsure whether to agree or disagree. With this advancement, Wu Ba also advanced 2 levels in his cultivation realm. However, more importantly, after the increase in bloodline concentration, Wu Ba's cultivation speed would be significantly improved, and the power of some of his innate skills would also be enhanced. However, Chu Chen also noticed Wu Ba's sudden landing and, recalling the no-fly zone in the 100,000 Mountains, asked with some curiosity, "You suddenly landed just now because you thought of the no-fly order, right? Who made this rule?" "Even the people of the Temple of Light seem to abide by it." Yuba replied thoughtfully, "I don't know exactly who made it, but Grandpa Wueo mentioned before that it seems to be a rule that came about thousands of years ago. It was made by a few extremely terrifying beings who lived in seclusion in the 100,000 Mountains. Although fewer and fewer people have followed it over the past 1,000 years, Grandpa still requires us undead to abide by this prohibition." Chu Chen nodded. It seemed that the 10,000 Mountains held many secrets. If even the Temple of Light was wary of them, then the power of the one who set the rules must be terrifying. Chapter 168: Accepting the Undead. As Chu Chen and Wu Ba were learning about the secrets of the 10,000 Mountains, they suddenly sensed several more auras emerging from the mountain peak, where Wu Ba and the others had previously arrived. Chu Chen carefully sensed it. "What a coincidence! Your clan leader has arrived." Yuba was taken aback by Chu Chen's words, then realized what he meant and excitedly asked, "Really? Grandpa Chief is here." Then Yuba ran quickly toward the mountain peak, and at the same time, he used his eyes to see the figures of the chieftain and several tribesmen on the distant mountain peak. Before long, Yuba emerged from the woods and came before the chieftain. "Grandpa Chieftain, you've finally arrived." Yuba's overall appearance hasn't changed much, so Chief Ul recognized him at a glance, but he could clearly sense that Yuba's aura had become much stronger. "Yuba, what's this? Could it be that you've gained the divine bird's approval?" Yuar thought that the divine bird had recognized Yuba and given him some reward. However, Yuba shook his head and said, "Grandpa Chief, you'll see when you get there." After saying that, Yuba led the way, quickly bringing Yuar and his group to the lava wasteland. Although the other tribesmen also sensed the change in Yuba's aura, they were even more envious of Yuba's pair of wings. Yuba, your wings are so impressive. Yes, Yuba, I also wish I had wings as beautiful as yours. Yuba just smiled at these words and didn't reply. When Yuba led everyone to the lava wasteland, Chutsin was also able to summon the lava giant. Therefore, when Yuar and the others arrived at the magma forbidden zone, the first thing they saw was Chu Chen's magma giant. Chu Chen's tall stature, scorching temperature, and immense aura greatly shocked the undead clan. However, Yuar didn't take it to heart. He could sense that Chu Chen was only a legendary level 6 cultivator. Moreover, when he fled with the ancestors of the undead clan, he saw many creatures much larger than Chu Chen. However, he still bowed very politely to Chu Chen and said, "My lord, I am the current patriarch of the undead clan. I extend my greetings to you." Chu Chen waved his hand and said, "This is not my true form. You can consider it an avatar of mine, so there's no need for such formalities." Chu Chen's words surprised all. If a clone could reach the 6th level of the legendary realm, then the main body should be much stronger than the clone. Chu Chen saw through what Ul was thinking and continued with a smile. "I have about 5 more clones like this, but that's not the point. The point is that you should already know what I've asked for. I wonder what you've thought about it. I don't have time to waste with you anymore. The phoenix is over there. You can take a look." Yuar had already set his sights on the phoenix's nest. When he saw the divine bird his clan had waited tens of thousands of years for reappear before him, Yuar immediately knew that it was definitely the phoenix. So Yuar knelt down with a thud, and the undead behind him also knelt down, and then began to perform the ancient ritual that Yuo had done before. The phoenix naturally sensed the ritual, but it still refused to pay attention, only letting out an impatient cry in protest. This cry made Yuar think it was a response from the phoenix, and his face lit up with even more joy. Chu Chen interrupted at this moment. "All right, stop calling for the divine bird. She has already said that she doesn't want to return to your undead clan for the time being. So, the only way for your undead clan to get close to the divine bird is to submit to me. Otherwise, please leave." Yuar glanced at Chu Chen with a hint of hostility, assuming that Chu Chen was preventing the divine bird from returning to the undead clan with him. Chu Chen turned to the phoenix and said, "They don't believe me, so tell them yourself." The phoenix then flew over and said in a cold tone, "I already told that guy before that I am me, and the one who made the alliance with you was that phoenix from tens of thousands of years ago, so this alliance has nothing to do with me." The phoenix's words shattered the last glimmer of hope in Yuar's heart. In fact, he had known this would be the outcome all along. But the phoenix's cry just now made him misunderstand and think that he still had a sliver of hope. Now it seemed that he could only rely on Chu Chen. "Divine bird, we cannot force you to return to the undead clan if you do not wish to, but we still hope that you can return to your clan's territory once, where you can find what you need." "I understand. I will go back when the time is right." After saying this, the phoenix flew back to its nest and stopped caring about what was happening here. Chu Chen was too lazy to waste any more time here, because he still needed to make plans for the Beast Clan grasslands. "All right, I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Submit or leave." After one last internal struggle, Yuar knelt down and said, "I, Yuar, the chieftain of the undead clan, am willing to lead the undead clan to submit to you, my lord." Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction and told Ul and the others to stand up first. At the same time, Chu Chen's system also reacted. "Beep, the host has gained the loyalty of the undead. The host is rewarded with 100,000 energy points." With the system's recognition, the undead clan was now completely under Chu Chen's control. Chu Chen could immediately sense any ill intentions these people might have towards him. Chu Chen pointed at Yuba and said, "Submission has no downsides, only benefits. Just look at Yuba. It was I who increased the concentration of his bloodline. Therefore, the glory of the undead can only be recreated in my hands." Yuar looked at Yuba in surprise. No wonder he felt that Yuba had a unique aura. It turned out that it was because his bloodline concentration had been increased. Ul thought to himself that his decision seemed pretty good, and he hoped that Chu Chen could really lead the undead clan to rise again so that they wouldn't have to live in hiding anymore. Yuar knelt down again and shouted, "Thank you, my lord." The undead are willing to go through fire and water for you. Chu Chen nodded, and then temporarily settled the undead clan members on a mountain peak next to the lava wasteland. The environment of the lava wasteland was very suitable for the undead clan to cultivate, so they had no objections to this arrangement. However, many members of the undead clan were still in the secret realm, and the secret realm could not be abandoned. Therefore, Chu Chen asked all to go back and make arrangements so that the undead clan members could take turns to cultivate in the lava wasteland. However, frequent traversing the mountains poses a significant safety concern, especially with the Temple of Light searching for the undead. Therefore, Chu Chen plans to bring the lava river to the vicinity of the secret realm as soon as possible. With Chu Chen's protection, the route from the secret realm to the lava wilderness will be much safer. Chapter 169, The Proud Lion King. After settling the undead for the time being, Chu Chen was about to return to the Tongtian River when he heard the call of Vina, the little orc princess. When Chu Chen returned to the lake, he found Vina kneeling by the lake calling for him. Only then did Chu Chen realize that he had been so busy with the affairs of the undead clan and the Beastmen grassland that he had forgotten about Vina. "What do you need me for?" Chu Chen's voice suddenly rang in Vina's mind, startling her at first, but she quickly calmed down and said, "My lord, you have already sent troops into the Beastman Plains. May I also enter the Beastman Plains? It's very chaotic over there right now, and as a princess of the orc race, you might be targeted if you go there, which would be very dangerous. Although the conditions here at my lake are not great, they are conducive to your orc race's cultivation, and it's absolutely safe. Wouldn't it be better to stay here?" Vina quickly explained. "It would be great if you could take me in, but my sister, father, and many friends are fighting on the Beastman's Plains. I can't stay here alone. Besides, you've sent troops into the Beastman's Plains, so there will definitely be fighting. Although I'm not very strong, I'm still at the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm. Why don't you let me fight alongside you?" Chu Chen hadn't expected this little girl to be willing to fight alongside him, but after thinking about it, he realized that the Beastman grasslands were in chaos, and the Beastman royal family had been summoned there, likely facing dire consequences. This little girl beside him might very well be the future king of the Beastmen. If Chu Chen were to tie Vina to his warship now, he could avoid any future conflicts with the orcs. Moreover, Vina's combat strength was indeed considerable, and having her by his side would also be of great use. "Since you want to go, then come with me. But you need to be careful, or your sister will cause me trouble." Chu Chen made a joke, and then pulled Vina into the lake. Although Vina didn't know what Chu Chen was going to do, she knew that Chu Chen wouldn't hurt her, so she didn't resist. After entering the lake, Vina felt dizzy and disoriented. When she regained consciousness, she was already in the Beastman's grassland. "My lord is truly amazing. He delivered me to the Beastman Plains so quickly." As Vina thought to herself, she turned around and saw the Tongtian River, instantly realizing that it was also one of Chu Chen's tributaries. Meanwhile, General Norman of the Flame Lion clan returned to the palace and reported the advice given by Tyrion to King Malkin. After listening, Malkin fell into deep thought. The situation of the Flame Lion clan is indeed not good at the moment, and they desperately need the support of outsiders. "Your Majesty, from my observation, that army of magical beasts is extremely powerful, in no way inferior to my troops. If we can get their support, our situation will be much better. Moreover, the last force to arrive is even comparable to the Royal Guard. Do you know where that small team came from?" Norman nodded and said, "All we know is that they came from the border between our tribe and the dire wolves, and it seems they had some battles with the dire wolves, who suffered heavy casualties." Malkin nodded, but still didn't make a decision. Logically speaking, joining forces with this suddenly appearing target is indeed the most correct choice. However, this army of magical beasts is related to that being, and joining forces with them is tantamount to opposing the Temple of Light. In this world, opposing the Temple of Light is probably not a wise move. Moreover, the Demon Flame Lion clan was once a royal clan capable of vying for the throne of the Beast King. Although it has declined, it still maintains its pride and is unwilling to easily seek help from other forces outside the Beast Plains. "Did you discover anything else?" "I also discovered a river that suddenly appeared, and the monster army is now stationed beside it. I'm certain that the river didn't exist before. A river? Malkin was startled. According to the information he had, one of the great man's abilities was to create magical tributaries. That river was most likely created by that great man in the desert. It seems that Lord is indeed going to fully intervene in the affairs of the Beastmen's grasslands. Malkin felt somewhat saddened. The mighty beast race, one of the largest races on the entire continent of gods and demons, was now having its internal affairs brazenly interfered with by various forces. I need to think about this matter some more. Before I make a decision, I must not offend them, nor should I let them into the core area of our territory. Malkin issued the order. Yes, Your Majesty. After Norman ordered a retreat, he rushed to the Tongtian River overnight. However, he was quite puzzled. As the king of the Flame Lion clan, and considered the most outstanding king in the past 1,000 years, Malkin rarely issued such ambiguous orders. This also shows the hesitation in Malkin's heart. At this critical moment, any decision he makes will affect the survival of the entire race, so he must be cautious. Norman relayed Malkin's message to Tyran, and Chu Chun, upon receiving the news, also fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the Demon Flame Lion clan to be still hesitant at this critical juncture. Every day they delayed, other royal families might have another day to prepare. Chu Chun was certain that the Temple of Light was carrying out some grand scheme in the Beastmen's plains, and might even be using this opportunity to unify the entire Beastmen's plains. If the Demon Flame Lion clan cannot make a decision soon to unite with Chu Chun and annex the surrounding royal families, they may be completely unable to fight against the royal families supported by the Temple of Light. In that case, Chu Chun will have no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the Beast Clan plains. Although Chu Chen's tributary made him invincible, he could not fight against the entire beast race alone, nor could he directly confront the Temple of Light. Just as Chu Chun was carefully considering the various intricacies involved, Tyrant said, "My lord, the Blood Wolves are still holding out in the valley. The Dire Wolves have been attacking that valley continuously, and I'm worried that the Blood Wolves won't be able to hold out." Chu Chun temporarily stopped the various analyses in his mind, and instead sent Tyran to negotiate with Norman, informing him that we were to be stationed in the valley where the Blood Wolves were located to fight the Dire Wolves. Norman quickly relayed the news to Malkin. Someone was willing to help the Flame Lion clan hold off the Dire Wolves. Malkin was naturally very willing, but he also reiterated that Chu Chen's Sandstorm army was only allowed to be stationed in the valley area and not allowed to spread outwards. Before gaining the support of the royal family, Chu Chun was naturally unwilling to spread his influence indiscriminately and risk being attacked from both sides. So he quickly agreed to the request and had Tyran lead the Xinsha army toward the valley. However, Malkin was still uneasy, so he stationed his army not far from the valley. Chapter 170: The Secret in the Valley. Soon, Tyran led the Sandstorm army to garrison in the valley. Such a big commotion, having clashed with the Blood Wolves multiple times, and with the Dire Wolf clan's General Osman, who had been eyeing them covetously, had naturally already received the news. "General, there are even more monsters in that valley now. What should we do?" Osman's sharp claws shattered the stone in front of him in an instant. "Damn it, if it weren't for those traitors blocking our way, we would have already occupied that valley and obtained what was inside. Now it seems we have no choice but to resort to force. Go back and report the situation here to my king, and ask him to send troops to support us. We must be quick and seize this valley before the Demon Flame Lion clan can react." "Yes, General." A Dire Wolf that was tasked with relaying the order quickly ran out. After Tyran led the Sands of the Fallen into the valley, he took control of the entire Sands of the Fallen and Dragons of the Fallen, and immediately began to arrange and deploy his forces to avoid a sudden attack by the Dire Wolves. 40,000 Xinsha army soldiers, along with the original forces of Longsha Team and Blood Wolf, and more than 50,000 magical beasts were stationed in and around this valley, completely guarding the entire valley. Chu Chen naturally wouldn't just wait in the Beastman grassland. He directly used energy points to extend the Tongtian River, flowing all the way to the valley and surrounding the entire valley. Although Chu Chen's entry was something the Demon Flame Lion clan did not want to see, they were powerless to stop him. The massive Tongtian River surged into the depths with overwhelming force, and no one dared to stand in its way. In the end, the Demon Flame Lion clan could only watch helplessly as Chu Chun controlled the Tongtian River to flow through their domain. Although they were very worried, there was nothing they could do. "Your Majesty, is that being about to make some big move?" After a moment of silence, Malkin spoke. "That's beyond our control. Since he has proposed an alliance with us, he won't attack us anytime soon. It's probably for the sake of the people in the valley." "What's so special about that valley that the dire wolves are so persistent in pursuing it?" "I don't know the specifics, but legend has it that the dire wolf clan rose to power from that area, so there must be something fishy about it. Go and inform Norman that he must keep a close eye on things. No matter what is discovered, the dire wolf clan must not be allowed to benefit." "Yes, Your Majesty." When Chu Chun used the Tongtian River to surround the valley, the dire wolf clan also received the news. They were terrified, and the dire wolf king directly issued an order to seize the valley at all costs. Upon arriving at the valley, Chu Chun immediately noticed something amiss. When he unleashed his senses to surround the entire valley, he discovered that there was a place inside that was interfering with his perception. Moreover, this disruptive force was unlike anything he had ever seen before, and it didn't come from anyone in the valley. This piqued Chu Chun's curiosity, so he called out Bloodwolf and the others. "You've been here for so long. Have you noticed anything unusual about this valley?" Tai Ren and the others shook their heads, while Bloodwolf seemed to be deep in thought. "Bloodwolf, have you discovered something?" Bloodwolf nodded and said, "When I was wandering in the Orcish plains, I happened to pass by this place and found that something seemed to be calling to me. So I lingered around here and eventually met some brothers who were being chased and bullied by the dire wolves. Together with them, we took over this valley." Bloodwolf glanced into the depths of the valley and continued. "Then, not long after, the dire wolves somehow found the valley and began to attack us. But strangely, they didn't dare to send out many people. Instead, they kept launching small-scale attacks, as if they were afraid of being discovered by someone." Chu Chun interrupted and asked, "Besides you, do other magical beasts feel this way?" Bloodwolf shook his head. "Why were those dire wolves being hunted down?" "They said it's because their bloodline is very ancient, but it hasn't been activated. It seems like someone in the dire wolf royal family wants to capture them for something. Many people in their clan have been captured, and these few hundred are the last remaining branch." Chu Chun nodded. It seemed that this valley was indeed extraordinary, and there might be some unknown secrets involved. "I never expected that I would get involved in such a big thing as soon as I entered the Beastman Plains." Seeing that Chu Chun remained silent for a long time, Bloodwolf assumed that Chu Chun was dissatisfied with the huge trouble he had caused, so he quickly knelt on the ground and said, "My lord, you gave me my life, but these dire wolves are also my brothers who have risked their lives for me. We have caused you so much trouble, and I am willing to take these brothers to another place." Chu Chun looked at the Bloodwolf and smiled. "I didn't expect the aloof Bloodwolf to be so loyal and righteous. But don't worry, now that I'm here, I won't leave easily. Besides, those people attacked the valley not entirely because of the dire wolves, but because this valley holds a great secret. A big secret." Not only Bloodwolf, but also Tai Ren and the others were taken aback. They had been in the valley for quite some time, but had not found anything. Chu Chun gestured for everyone to be quiet, as he was preparing to experience the sensation more carefully. To get a more detailed understanding, Chu Chun first moved all the Qinsha army outside. He then poured the water of the Tongtian River into the valley, submerging the entire valley. This way, he could perceive every crevice and crevice of the valley in great detail. This indeed made him discover the anomaly. Deep in the valley, on the rock wall, there was a small crack. From the outside, it looked like a shallow crack, big enough to hide a gecko. But when Chu Chun poured water into it, he found that the crack was actually quite deep. In the vast grasslands of the Beastmen, valleys are rare, let alone one with such a deep fissure. Chu Chun poured water into it, and found that there was a space at least 10 meters in diameter inside, with traces of human excavation. Upon closer inspection, Chu Chun discovered that it was actually an altar. Who built an altar in such a secluded place, and how did they get inside to build it? given how small the gaps on the outside are. This piqued Chu Chen's interest even more. The altar is not large, but it is covered with many ancient symbols. In the very center of the altar is a wolf-shaped pattern. The wolf in this pattern is quite ordinary. It seems to be just a common wild wolf, and not any kind of magical wolf as we know it today. Chu Chen could sense a powerful aura from this altar, which seemed to be related to his bloodline. Chapter 171: The Origin of the Demon Wolf. As Chu Chen prepared to approach the altar further to sense the aura it contained, he felt a strong repulsion that pushed his river water out of the cave. This is interesting. Chu Chen tried several more times. This force was extremely powerful. Although it was not aggressive, Chu Chen was still unable to pour the river water into it again with the might of the Tongtian River. It seems there's no other way. This power is at least at the saint level, or even beyond the saint level. Chu Chen gave up on further exploration, but based on his recent perceptions, he had already formed some vague guesses. The totem inside, along with the aura of bloodline, seems to be related to the bloodline of the Wolf clan. Chu Chen was certain that to enter this repulsive force, one needed to have wolf blood. Perhaps it's not just a simple wolf bloodline. Otherwise, the Dire Wolf clan would have already entered. There must be some other condition required. For example, those dire wolves that were being hunted must have something special about them, and perhaps they have some connection to this altar. Chu Chen first returned all the river water to the Tongtian River, and then summoned Blood Wolf and his hundreds of dire wolf brothers. Chu Chen took a look. He knew Blood Wolf's bloodline better than anyone, having awakened it himself. Looking at the bloodlines of his 200-plus dire wolf brothers, Chu Chen couldn't see anything unusual. I have explored the entire valley and finally discovered a secret space that seems to be related to your wolf clan's ancestors. Does anyone know any stories about your wolf clan's ancestors? Please tell me. Blood Wolf, of course, knew nothing. He glanced at his brothers and then said, "Brothers, don't be afraid. This is my master. I was just an ordinary beast. It was my master who helped me awaken my bloodline and become who I am today. You have fought alongside me for so long and know what kind of person I am. So I would never harm you. Tell your master everything you know." Hearing Blood Wolf's words, the expressions of the dire wolves changed, and finally one of them stepped forward and said, "My lord, it is like this. Legend has it that our dire wolf clan's ancestor was originally an ordinary wild beast who awakened his bloodline and became a magical beast. The reason he was able to awaken successfully was because of a treasure. In the end, he used this treasure to create many new dire wolves, which eventually formed the Dire Wolf clan. The ancestor suddenly disappeared and never returned, and the treasure also disappeared with him." Chu Chen nodded and continued to ask, "Do you know why the Dire Wolf royal family captured you? You are clearly of the same race, so why are they trying to exterminate you?" Another dire wolf angrily stepped forward and said, "My lord, you are unaware of the fact that there is a strict hierarchy within our Dire Wolf clan. The royal bloodline is the purest, while ours is the most diluted, so our status is the lowest. According to the brothers who escaped, the royal family captured us in order to plunder our bloodline." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen already had a general idea in his mind. It seems that the altar has bloodline requirements for those who want to enter it. One's bloodline may need to reach a certain level to enter. The current concentration of royal bloodline is insufficient, which is why they are hunting down low-ranking dire wolves in the Dire Wolf clan to plunder their bloodline and strengthen their own. As for why we started with the lowest bloodline, it's because these dire wolves are the least noticed and the weakest. Of the 200 dire wolves that escaped and followed the blood wolves, only 3 or 4 are at the transcendent level. Capturing these dire wolves is the easiest way to avoid causing internal panic, and the bloodline of the royal family is certainly not that much worse. The bloodlines of these lower-level dire wolves are enough. The dire wolves have already begun fighting over the valley. It seems that someone in the royal family has reached the required bloodline concentration. The reason they didn't dare launch a large-scale attack at first was because they were afraid of attracting the attention of the Flame Lion clan. If the Flame Lion clan knew this secret, they certainly wouldn't want their Dire Wolf clan to become stronger. With all the mysteries solved, Chu Chen could foresee that the Dire Wolf clan would panic upon learning that the 50,000-strong Qinsha army had entered the valley. For the sake of this altar, they would undoubtedly disregard the Demon Flame Lion clan and launch a full-scale attack. Therefore, the Sandstorm army will now have to face the Dire Wolf clan's army alone. Chu Chun told the Blood Wolves his guess, which made them even angrier. They had always been ostracized and bullied in their tribe, and now they were being treated as royal nourishment. It was practically denying them any chance of survival. Although Chu Chun didn't know the specific purpose of the altar in the valley, he guessed it was related to the treasure that awakened the bloodline of the Dire Wolf clan's ancestor. Although he couldn't enter yet, matters of bloodline never stopped Chu Chun. The most urgent task is to resolve the crisis facing the Dire Wolves. When he extended the Tongtian River, he had already surrounded the valley, which to some extent formed a barrier for the Qinsha army. However, this was not enough. According to the intelligence provided by Shelley, the Dire Wolf clan did not have any saint-level combat power, but they did have one legendary level 10 and two legendary level 9. This is a bit tricky. Chu Chun found it a bit of a headache. It's easy to imagine that the Dire Wolves are already mobilizing a large army in preparation for an attack. Tyron, you must send people to closely monitor the Dire Wolves' movements during this period. They may launch an attack on us in the next few days. Yes, sir. Blood Wolf also knelt down and said at this moment, "It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble, sir. Get up. Don't blame yourself. Entering the Beastman grassland was part of my plan. If you feel bad, then focus on your cultivation and kill more enemies on the battlefield." Blood Wolf nodded heavily. "All right, everyone go down. During this time, you must be ready for battle at any time. You must strictly follow Tyron's and my orders, especially you, Dragon Gecko." The demon Dragon Gecko was somewhat unconvinced by Chu Chun's words, but dared not say anything and simply plunged into the Tongtian River. Chu Chun shook his head. It seemed that his training of the demon Dragon Gecko during this period had been a failure, and he had not improved at all. The Griffin, on the other hand, has changed its usual lively nature in the underground world. Instead, it has awakened its dark nature and leveled up exceptionally quickly. It is now at the 7th level of the Extraordinary Realm, and the aura emanating from its body is becoming increasingly evil. Even the demon Dragon Gecko, who used to bicker with him all the time, rarely dares to provoke him anymore. Instead, Blood Wolf has started hanging out with him. Looks like birds of a feather flock together. But that's fine too. I can't handle a few more Dragon Geckos. Chu Chun thought to himself. Chapter 172, The First Showdown. The several exceptionally talented magical beasts under Chu Chun's command have all grown up, which is undoubtedly good news. Although they still lack some experience, at least their levels have surpassed Chu Chun's, and they all achieved this in just 2 short years. Of course, this is also because the mortal and transcendent ranks level up relatively quickly with Chu Chun's help. However, leveling up becomes much slower once you reach the legendary rank. Many people are stuck at the level between the extraordinary and legendary ranks for their entire lives, while many others spend their entire lives at a certain minor level within the legendary rank and find it difficult to advance any further. The main reason is that once you reach the legendary level, the requirements for aptitude and comprehension become increasingly higher, and it is no longer something that can be barely improved by relying on external forces. However, reaching the legendary rank is considered high-end combat power on this continent. It should be noted that the highest known combat power on this continent is only at the Saint rank, and even that is extremely rare. If Chu Chun could recruit races like the Undead and the Orcs and raise their strength to the advanced or legendary level, he could become a powerful force on this continent. While Chu Chun was on high alert, the Dire Wolf clan, just as Chu Chun had guessed, had indeed begun to mobilize its troops. This time, under the command of the Dire Wolf King, General Osman, a member of the Dire Wolf royal family, led an army of 80,000 to besiege the valley. The Flame Lion clan, watching from afar, were also greatly surprised. They had not expected that the Dire Wolf clan would send out such a powerful force for such a valley. Moreover, Osman was the younger brother of the Dire Wolf King, and was second only to the Dire Wolf King in the Dire Wolf clan. Norman increasingly felt that this valley might be hiding some great secret, and he felt a pang of regret. This valley was clearly within the territory of the Demon Flame Lion clan, yet it had gone undiscovered for so many years, and now it was being contested for control by two outsiders. "General, what do we do?" "Retreat 1 kilometer and order the troops not to engage in conflict with the Dire Wolf clan." "But General, this is within our territory. The Dire Wolf clan has sent so many people to invade our land. Should we back down?" Norman glanced at the young player beside him and said seriously, "What do you know? This is the king's order. Instead, we sit here and watch them fight it out. When they are both exhausted, we will seize the opportunity to strike. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone?" Norman had a good plan. In fact, he also felt that the Sandstorm army might be defeated soon. After all, they were the elite of the Dire Wolf clan, and their numbers were nearly twice that of the Sandstorm army. Meanwhile, the sentries sent out by Tyrion received news that the Dire Wolves had amassed in large numbers and were heading towards the valley, and the valley area was suddenly filled with panic. Chu Chen's Sandstorm army was already prepared. When Osmond of the Dire Wolf clan led his army close to the valley, Tyrion and the others couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In the past, in the desert, they only fought small skirmishes against some disorganized groups of magical beasts. This time, however, they were fighting against a well-trained army of magical beasts, and the enemy was far more numerous than their own. Osmond stood at the forefront of the army, and at his command, one of his level 8 extraordinary dire wolves stepped forward and shouted, "You guys on the other side, you've occupied our valley. We'll give you a chance to retreat, and you can still live. Otherwise, our dire wolf army will come and you'll all die." Just as Tyrion was about to step forward to reply, he was stopped by the demon dragon Gecko. He ran out and shouted, "Shut up, do you dare to fight me?" Upon seeing that the strange-looking magical beast opposite him was only at the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, the young dire wolf general sneered. You're not even enough to fill my teeth." After he finished speaking, the dire wolf army behind him burst into laughter. Indeed, in terms of size, the dire wolf is more than twice the size of the gecko. However, the gecko dragon didn't find it funny. He was furious and charged straight at the dire wolf. Overestimating himself. "Since he's willing to die, I'll grant his wish." So the two started fighting. Although the dire wolf was a bit higher level than the magical dragon gecko, the magical dragon gecko had the advantage of flying and was much faster than the dire wolf, so for a while they were evenly matched. Actually, this was Chu Chen's idea. He wanted to see how much progress his magical beasts had made. It seemed that the magical dragon gecko hadn't even gone all out yet, and it was already able to fight on equal terms with the extraordinary level 8 dire wolf. Soon after, the griffin and the blood wolf also stepped forward. "Who among you dares to fight me?" Two warriors, also at the extraordinary level 8, emerged from the opposing dire wolf forces and engaged the griffin and blood wolves in battle. Such a one-on-one duel between two masters on the battlefield is rare, but this is also why Chu Chen and Osmond both wanted to test each other's strength. Chu Chen thought to himself, "The dire wolf clan is indeed extraordinary. Even a random general like them has so many powerful warriors under his command." Meanwhile, Osmond thought to himself, "The Sandstorm army is indeed extraordinary, with so many strange and powerful magical beasts." The two sides fought fiercely, and soon the outcome was decided. The demon dragon gecko, the griffin, and the blood wolf seemed to be competing to see who would win first, and suddenly they began to speed up their attacks. Ultimately, the gecko's teleportation was too sudden, catching the dire wolf completely off guard and causing it to be defeated immediately. Then, blood wolf and griffin defeated their opponent almost simultaneously, with blood wolf and griffin even killing their opponent outright. Meanwhile, magic dragon gecko allowed the opponent to escape back to its camp. Blood wolves fight using skill and ruthlessness, while griffins rely on unparalleled strength. Each of the three monsters has a different fighting style. Overall, Chu Chen was quite satisfied. It seemed that everyone had made progress, but the upcoming battles would not be the time to punish individual bravery. Osmond, seeing that he had lost two generals in succession, was furious and commanded his dire wolf army to charge forward. Chu Chen quickly summoned the three, including the demon dragon and the gecko, back to Chu Chen's side. Then he activated Tongshan's exclusive skill, Water Curtain. A long, thick curtain of water separated the valley from the outside world. The dire wolf army, which was charging forward, stopped in their tracks upon seeing this miraculous scene, and hesitated, looking left and right at the people beside them. Osmond was also taken aback for a moment, but he sensed that there seemed to be no danger in the water curtain. "Keep charging." So the dire wolf army continued its charge into the valley. Just then, thousands of water arrows were launched from the water curtain. The charging dire wolves were caught off guard, and the first wave of water arrows was very effective, directly eliminating several thousand low-level dire wolves. Before the second wave of water arrows could be fired, Osmond gave the order. Defensive formation. The 80,000-strong dire wolf army quickly changed formation, creating a thick protective shield. This wave of water arrows only made the shield teeter on the brink of collapse, but failed to completely destroy it. Chapter 173: Temporary Retreat. Water arrow attacks were no longer very effective, and Osmond's dire wolf army began a steady advance. However, Chu Chen's water curtain defense formed by the Tongtian River was also extraordinary. Osmond's several probing attacks failed to break through it, and he also had to guard against the sudden appearance of water arrows. However, Chu Chen did not let his guard down. He noticed that although Osmond's expression had become serious, he had not given up and continued to direct the dire wolf army to make rapid changes. "Is it time to begin the formal attack?" The 80,000 dire wolves abandoned their defense and launched a full-scale attack on the water curtain. Chu Chen's water curtain was essentially just ordinary river water. It was overwhelmed by the simultaneous attack of 80,000 dire wolves and was quickly broken. However, just as the water curtain shattered, another wave of water arrows was fired from the Tongtian River. Because this wave of water arrows took advantage of the fact that the dire wolf army had already withdrawn its defenses and was in a gap after casting its spells, it was very effective, killing nearly 5,000 dire wolf warriors once again. But from this moment on, the Sandstorm army was completely exposed to the sight of the dire wolf army. The dire wolf had already devised a way to cross the river. Although the Tongtian River was very wide, it was not difficult for the extraordinary warriors to jump across it. Thus, the entire dire wolf army, led by 10,000 extraordinary warriors, leaped across the Tongtian River and immediately activated their defensive formation upon landing. The warriors that followed crossed the river in batches. Chu Chen naturally wouldn't let the dire wolves cross the river smoothly. He ordered Tyron to launch an attack while the dire wolves were still establishing themselves, and at the same time, he used the Tongtian River to stir up trouble and prevent them from crossing. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed from all directions throughout the valley. The dire wolves launched a fierce attack from 4 directions. Although the Sandstorm army had been training for a long time, it had only been 2 years since they evolved from beasts to magical beasts. The dire wolves, on the other hand, were magical beasts from birth and had undergone countless years of training, making their overall strength far superior to that of the Sandstorm army. Chu Chen's only force, the Dragon Sands, could rival the dire wolf army, but the Dragon Sands did not appear at this moment. Despite Chu Chen's interference, most of the dire wolves' warriors successfully crossed the river and began to advance steadily towards the Sandstorm army. Meanwhile, Tyrion and Osmond were each at the heart of their respective armies, directing their troops to make various responses. Osmond possesses the strength of a level 10 extraordinary being, and it wouldn't be difficult for Chu Chen to defeat him with his personal strength alone. However, this is a great opportunity to train the Xinsha army. If Chu Chen were to directly kill him, the Xinsha army would not get the training it needs. If they encounter other Beastman armies in the future, the Xinsha army will hardly be able to put up a fight. Therefore, while Chu Chen is still able to supervise the battle from the sidelines, they should seize the opportunity to sustain themselves through war. The battlefield was locked in a stalemate for a time. Chu Chen did not continue to attack, but instead carefully observed the mistakes and strengths of the Xinsha army in the battle, while also observing the combat characteristics of the dire wolves and learning from their strengths. Under the pressure of 80,000 dire wolves, the Sandstorm army kept retreating its battle lines and was about to retreat into the valley. At this moment, another surprise force suddenly appeared from outside the Tongtian River, heading straight for Tyrion's side with great momentum. This was the Dragon Sands team, led by Red Fox, with 4 little henchmen of Magic Dragon Gecko as their vanguard, attacking from behind. This was also Red Fox's strategy. The Sandstorm army used the valley as a barrier and would not be defeated in a short time, while the Dragon Sands attacked from the rear, disrupting the Dire Wolves formation. The Dragon Sands were originally the elite of the Sands army, and their strength was probably even greater than that of the Dire Wolves. Although their numbers were relatively small, their attack from the rear at this time caused great panic among the Dire Wolves. Chu Chun directly constructed several water bridges across the Tongtian River, allowing the Longsha army to cross smoothly. Then, they repeatedly charged around the valley. Under the Longsha army's onslaught, the Dire Wolves' formation was thrown into disarray, and they were gradually forced back by the Qinsha army, which was approaching the valley. But behind the Dire Wolf army was Chu Chen's Tongtian River. Osmond was alarmed, fearing that if the Skyfall River were to reappear with a water curtain, the Dire Wolf army might be trapped inside. So he quickly gave the order. On my command, the back row becomes the front row, retreat. So, apart from the group at the very front covering the rear, the rest of the Dire Wolf army began to charge towards the Tongtian River. At this moment, Chu Chun did not activate the water curtain, but instead launched a new wave of ice arrows. The Dire Wolf army reacted quickly. Although their original formation had been disrupted, they were able to quickly regroup into small teams nearby, then rapidly activate their defenses and steadily advance towards the outside. The Sandstorm army in the valley also joined forces with the Dragon Sands and began to charge outwards. However, their efforts were not very effective against the Dire Wolf army, and they eventually managed to escape. In this battle, the Dire Wolf army lost 20,000 to 30,000 men, while the Sandstorm army also suffered nearly 10,000 deaths. Overall, the Sandstorm army won a great victory, but it also exposed the formidable fighting power and combat awareness of these royal armies on the Orcish plains. Moreover, this attack was merely a probe. The Dire Wolf clan didn't even send out a single legendary ranked warrior. The next attack will likely be much larger in scale. Chu Chun ordered Tyren to quickly clean up the battlefield and throw all the corpses into the Tongtian River, where they were converted into energy by Chu Chun. After a brief tidying up, the Qinsha army sat down around the Tongtian River, and Chu Chun bestowed a blessing upon them. In the blessing skill, the Sandstorm army recovered from their injuries very quickly, and many monsters also successfully advanced in this post-battle blessing. Although none of them were able to advance to legendary, the number of low-level extraordinary monsters that advanced was still considerable. Even the Demon Dragon Gecko was injured in this battle, and the Blood Wolf was covered in wounds. In the chaos of battle, they were actually more vulnerable to being surrounded than the Sandstorm army because they did not know how to cooperate as a team and fought alone. However, this battle was also quite fruitful. At least Chu Chun gained a batch of energy points. In addition, he also learned about the fighting style of the Dire Wolves and realized some of the shortcomings and deficiencies of the Sandstorm army. Of the 40,000 troops who sank into the sand, less than 30,000 remain. How to withstand the next round of attacks is undoubtedly the most pressing problem. Chu Chun, Tyren, Red Fox, and others discussed for most of the day, coming up with one plan after another. Afterward, Tyren and Red Fox began to busily make arrangements. Chapter 174 Being in a weak position. The situation on the Beastman Plains is becoming more and more tense. It is said that in the northern part of the plains, several royal families have already started a war. However, in the area where Chu Chun is located, since neither the Dire Wolf clan nor the Demon Flame Lion clan has a saint-level expert, and it seems that no external forces have come to both families for the time being, they are still maintaining a rare peace. However, with Chu Chun's intervention, this peace could no longer be maintained. A major battle broke out just a few days ago. Although the Qinsha army temporarily repelled the Dire Wolf army, the Qinsha army's manpower was difficult to replenish, while the Dire Wolf clan had only made a small show of force. The Flame Lion clan watched from the sidelines, while Norman led his monster army to observe from a distance, showing no sign of taking action. The Dire Wolves were initially wary of the Flame Lion clan, but seeing their attitude, they were completely reassured and only sent out sentries to keep an eye on them, without specifically dispatching troops to garrison them. Seeing the commotion of the Demon Flame Lion clan, Chu Chun was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the Lion King of the Demon Flame Lion clan did not have much foresight. Chu Chun guessed that the Demon Flame Lion clan wanted to see him and the Dire Wolf clan suffer mutual destruction. However, regardless of who wins in the end, they will definitely become enemies of the Flame Lion clan. The Dire Wolf goes without saying, as it has always been an enemy of the Flame Lion clan. Chu Chun originally wanted to cooperate with the Flame Lion clan, but now that the Flame Lion clan is refusing to help him, Chu Chun has also removed them from his list of partners. Princess Vina of the Orc race was running around in the valley, helping to take care of the wounded and doing whatever she could. Chu Chun had not let Vina participate in the previous battle. Vina is an extremely powerful fighting force, almost invincible among the extraordinary ranks, but she still lacks combat experience. The previous large-scale battle was not suitable for her because there were too many people and Chu Chun couldn't take care of them all. Chu Chun wanted to train Vina first before letting her participate in such a large-scale battle. Although Vina was disappointed, she resolutely obeyed Chu Chun's arrangement. "My lord, I think I can go back to the orcs and bring back some of the troops left there to help you." Vina found Chu Chun and said. Chu Chun thought about it and realized that although it was feasible, it wasn't the right time yet. There's no rush. Right now, we're only dealing with the dire wolves. There might be even more dangerous situations ahead. Your orcs are my hidden backup plan, and we absolutely cannot expose them now. By the way, are you able to contact your sister and father now? Vina shook her head and said, "Not yet. I have this location gem on me, but only my father can sense my location. I can't find my father, but I know he must be on the grassland where the Beast King is. Such a serious upheaval has occurred among the Beastmen this time. Something must have happened to the Beast King. Why is your father still helping the Beast King's clan? Aren't you afraid of failure in the end?" Vina shook her head again, indicating that she didn't know why either. It's probably for that treasure of the Beast King clan that can awaken their bloodline. Chu Chun muttered to himself. Only this thing restrains the orc race, and it's also what the orc race desires most. Vina's father put himself in danger and even married his daughter off to him, probably all for that treasure that could awaken the orc race's bloodline. It seems you still don't trust me. Even though the awakened bloodline would have been more effective under his own control, Vina's father still risked his life to participate in this turmoil, even placing himself directly in the center of the storm, just because he didn't want the bloodline of the orc royal family to be controlled by others anymore. Upon hearing Chu Chun's words, Vina said with some trepidation, "That's not true. My sister and I trust you completely, sir." Chu Chun smiled non-committally and did not continue the topic. Little Vina may be very naive, but her older sister is no ordinary person either. On the other side of the Beastman's grassland, the dense vegetation was taller than a person. Among the vegetation, there was a small clearing where a dozen or so people had gathered. They were all of legendary rank, and there were even 2 saint rank people leading the group. This operation is crucial to whether we can successfully eliminate the troubles of the Beastmen for the God of Light, so we must be careful. As previously agreed, we will split into 2 groups and go to the various royal families. We must control the core members of each royal family. Also remember, try not to reveal your identity. If all else fails, destroy the major royal families of the Beastmen. We must not allow the Beastmen's grasslands to be unified again. Yes. All right, everyone, let's split up. One last thing to be careful about. The one in the desert seems to have also entered the Beastman plains. Try to avoid conflict with him if possible. If it doesn't work, notify me immediately and I'll handle it. After the leader finished giving instructions, the group dispersed and flew in different directions across the grassland. 4 of them flew towards Chu Chun. Chu Chun was unaware of all this. Although he had anticipated that the Temple of Light would intervene, he never expected that the Temple of Light would send so many people at once. Moreover, the Temple of Light is not trying to support a particular royal family this time, but rather to disrupt all 5 royal families of the Beastmen Plains. Their motives are certainly not simple. Chu Chun, on the other hand, focused on preparing for the next attack from the dire wolves. Tyron and Red Fox had taken all possible scenarios into account, and the Sandstorm army had also been reconfigured. On the 5th day after the battle, the dire wolves' army had once again regrouped, but seemed to be waiting for something, so they did not launch an attack immediately. Chu Chun unleashed his senses and discovered several unfamiliar, yet powerful auras within the dire wolf army. These were likely legendary-level combatants from the dire wolf race. Even more strangely, Chu Chin also sensed the presence of humans. Could it be that the dire wolf clan has gained the support of some human force? Chu Chun felt that things were becoming increasingly complicated and increasingly unfavorable to him. Just as Chu Chun was deep in thought, he received a report from Tyren. Reporting to my lord, the Sandstorm army spotted Lady Shelley during their patrol, and she is on her way here. As soon as Tyrone finished speaking, Chu Chun sensed Shelley's figure. It had been quite a while since I'd seen Shelley. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that Shelley had already reached legendary level 3, a remarkable improvement. My lord, I'm back. Shelley looked at the surging Tongtian River before her and felt a great sense of peace. She had been traveling through the Beastman Plains these past few days, especially when she was with the Beastman Princess. There were quite a few legendary-level experts in the Beastman clan, and even some saint-level experts, so Shelley had been living in constant fear. Now she had finally returned to Chu Chen's side. Chapter 175: The Root Cause of the Great Chaos Among the Beastmen. Looking at the travel-worn Shelley, Chu Chun felt a sense of familiarity. It could be said that Shelley was the first genuine human he had met since he came into this world. Thanks a lot. Chu Chun looked at Shelley and said seriously. Shelley smiled and sat down by the Tongtian River. Sensing Shelley's presence, the dragon gecko in the valley quickly flew out and pounced into Shelley's arms. For a long period of the past 6 months, Shelley had been taking care of him. The magic dragon gecko also caused Shelley a lot of trouble, and Shelley always had to clean up his messes. As a result, the relationship between the two deepened considerably. Shelley smiled and patted the dragon gecko's head, saying, "Have you gotten into any trouble lately?" The dragon gecko shook its head, then left Shelley's embrace under Chu Chen's gaze. Clearly, Chu Chun had something important to discuss with Shelley. My lord, you've started a war with the dire wolves? I guess so. The dire wolves have something they want in this valley, so we were forced into war. So, under Shelley's questioning gaze, Chu Chun recounted in detail what had happened during this period. The Demon Flame Lion clan is truly short-sighted. We have also made quite a few discoveries during this period, and we have found traces of human cultivators in more than one race. I also found members of the Temple of Light among the Dire Wolf clan's army, and I'm afraid other forces have also intervened to some extent. If you get involved, won't you run into these powerful forces head-on? Shelley was somewhat worried. Although she had witnessed Chu Chen's methods, some of which even surpassed the saint rank, she also knew that Chu Chen's true combat strength had not yet reached the saint rank. Don't worry. You should know that the beast race also has gods, so the major powers only dare to support the beast royal family to compete for the grasslands. No one should dare to intervene personally. As long as it's not the saint-level powerhouses behind those powers who come, then we don't need to be afraid. This time, the orc race is in great turmoil. I stayed by the orc princess's side to find out the reason, but the orc race seems to be keeping this secret very tightly. Even the high-ranking members of the orc race know about it very little. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "So, what information did you find out?" Based on what I have seen and heard, I guess that the original Beast King may have died suddenly, and it seems that the Beast Clan and the Beast God have also lost contact, which is why the Beast Clan is in chaos. Although Chu Chun was shocked, he nodded. This was actually within his expectations. The death of the Beast King alone was not enough to throw the entire Beast Clan into chaos, because the Beast God could easily support a new Beast King after the Beast King's death. But now, the Beast God has also lost contact. If something happens to the Beast God, it could shake the very foundation of the entire Beast Clan. It's no wonder that the major powers dared to openly send people into the Beastman Plains. On one hand, they wanted to see if they could gain any benefits from this chaos, and on the other hand, they probably wanted to find out the truth and see if the Beast God was really completely out of contact. Thinking of the impending war of faith and the races in the underworld who were banished there because of the fall of their gods, Chu Chun felt a little heavy-hearted. Could the Beast God have also been killed by other gods? Is the war of faith really this brutal? Chu Chun dared not think too much about it. The most urgent task was to resolve the current situation. Whether the Beast King is dead or the Beast God is missing, it has nothing to do with us at the moment. The most urgent task is to deal with the Dire Wolf clan, and then quickly have the Sandstorm army occupy a place in the grassland. After that, we can just wait and see. Shelley nodded in agreement. The Beast King and the gods were too far removed from them. The tangible benefits they could obtain right now were the most reliable. I know that there are also many low-level magical beasts in the Beastman plains who are oppressed by the 5 royal families. Because of their low bloodline, they have always been treated as slaves by the 5 royal families. The Red Fox's 10,000 Demon Cave was originally built to escape the oppression of the Beastmen. I think you might be able to make use of it, sir. Chu Chun had heard Red Fox and Bloodwolf talk about this before. In the Beast Clan plains, the 5 royal families' magical beasts actually only accounted for less than 1/10 of the total number of magical beasts, but they ruled over the other 9/10 of the magical beasts. Moreover, among the Beast Clan, bloodline determines nobility and status. Royal bloodlines not only cultivate much faster, but also have a more noble status. If Chu Chun can win over those races with inferior bloodlines, he will soon have a large number of combat forces. As long as Chu Chun can keep up with the competition in high-end combat power, he can steadily expand the size of the Xinsha army. The reason they didn't do this when they first entered the Beastman plains was mainly because they lacked someone who could bring over those low bloodline magical beasts. Bloodwolf and his hundreds of brothers were actually the most suitable, but Chu Chun faced an attack from the Dire Wolf clan as soon as he arrived, and there was simply no time to do this. I've considered what you're saying, but we've been held up by the Dire Wolves right away. Let's deal with it after we've driven them back for now. Shelley nodded and continued to discuss matters concerning the Beastman plains with Chu Chun, especially focusing on her views on the Beastman race and the Beastman princess. I feel that the Orc princess, or rather the Orc king, seems to have a grand scheme. It's definitely not as simple as just wanting to obtain the treasure for bloodline awakening. So, my lord, you should still be wary of the orcs. I knew this Orc princess was no ordinary woman the first time I met her. Moreover, the orc's actions during this period of chaos are also suspicious. However, his youngest daughter is indeed very innocent and exceptionally talented. If things don't work out, the orcs can find another king. Chu Chun had already made up his mind. The great princess of the Beastmen was unreliable, and the king of the Beastmen didn't seem to trust him either. So it would be better to find someone who absolutely trusted him and was reliable to take the throne. Vina, who was already at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm at a young age and had given birth to 5 tails, was the best candidate in Chu Chun's mind. However, Vina is still somewhat inexperienced and needs further training. This great upheaval among the Beastmen presents a good opportunity to nurture her. This long conversation lasted from late at night until dawn. In the end, Chu Chun told Shui Lai to go and rest first, while he continued to patrol the Tongtian River basin. At the same time, Chu Chun would send a clone to the Lava Wasteland every few days to check on the situation of the Undead clan. After the clan leader, Ul, arrived in the Lava Wasteland, his cultivation speed increased significantly, and he seemed to have regained some feeling about the bottleneck in his cultivation realm that had not eased for many years. Chapter 176: The Legend of Vina. Chu Chun didn't have much time to deal with the Undead clan for the time being, but the Lava Wasteland was relatively safe, and with the Phoenix and the Lava River there, any changes could be quickly detected by Chu Chun. So Chu Chun temporarily put the Undead clan aside and focused on dealing with the Beastmen grassland. The Dire Wolf clan has completed its troop deployment and is about to launch its second attack. Chu Chun and the Qinsha army were also on high alert. Sure enough, a day later, they saw Osmond still leading his army across the Tongtian River, waiting in formation with the Qinsha army. The Dire Wolf clan's army isn't entirely composed of dire wolves, but it's primarily made up of wolf-like magical beasts. This time, Osmond deployed many non-dire wolf magical beasts as the vanguard, clearly intending to use them as cannon fodder to wear down the Sandstorm army. This was also within Chu Chun's expectations. What Chu Chun was curious about was that Osmond was only at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, While there were several more powerful legendary realm experts in the dire wolf camp this time, yet Osmond was still the one commanding the battle. However, judging from the last battle, it can be seen that Osmond is still a very capable leader, and both his attacks and retreats were well organized. Perhaps the reason he holds such a high position in the Skywolf clan, besides being the brother of the Dire Wolf King, is primarily due to his ability to lead troops in battle. Last time, Chu Chin's side took the initiative to challenge them to a one-on-one duel, resulting in one member of the Dire Wolf clan being seriously injured and two dying. This time, however, the Dire Wolf clan wanted to get revenge and took the initiative to provoke trouble. You over there, you occupy our valley and killed tens of thousands of my men last time. This time, I will make sure you are all buried in this valley. As Osmond spoke, he glanced behind him, and a legendary level expert stepped forward and said, "Bivis of the Dire Wolf clan, who dares to challenge me?" Originally, the dragon gecko wanted to rush out when it saw his arrogant appearance, but Chu Chin stopped it and glanced at the little fox Vina. "Vina, you have 5 tails, you are a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Orc royal family. You are already invincible at the legendary level. The person on the other side has only just entered the legendary level. Why don't you give it a try?" Vina asked somewhat nervously. "May I?" Chu Chin nodded. "If I say you can, then you can." Vina glanced at Chu Chin, then mentally encouraged herself before running out. When Bivis across from him saw this, he immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! You actually sent a level 9 extraordinary being to fight me. Do you have no one else? But it doesn't matter. As a beast man, a slave of our beast race, you actually rebelled against your master. I will definitely pluck your fur to make clothes later." After hearing Bivis's words, Vina felt a little uneasy, but since Chu Chin trusted her, she couldn't let him down. Vina bravely withstood the pressure from Bivis's legendary level aura, remaining quietly in place, waiting for Bivis to attack. "All right, I'll show you the difference between the legendary and the extraordinary, and let you know the consequences of rebellion." After Bivis finished speaking, he rushed over quickly. The two sides were already very close, and Bivis was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Vina instinctively sensed the danger and activated the 5 tails behind her. With a bang, Vina was sent flying by Bivis's claw. Fortunately, Vina's 5 tails generated a spiritual energy shield the moment they were activated, preventing her from suffering any real damage. Otherwise, that claw attack would have at least left her half dead. He actually unleashed 5 tails. He must be a genius among the beast men. Bivis said with ill intent, licking his front paws, and then charged forward again. This time, Vina was completely focused and accurately sensed Bivis's location. Several collisions rang out, and Vina was already entangled with Bivis, with Vina currently being suppressed. On the Sandstorm Army's side, Demon Dragon Gecko and Tyran were quite nervous, fearing that Vina might not have defended well and would have been torn to shreds by Bivis's claw. While Osmond appeared relaxed, he was actually quite surprised, not expecting that a level 9 extraordinary being could fight against the legendary Bivis for so long. However, this also shows that Chu Chin's side no longer has any more powerful means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent an extraordinary person to fight against a legendary person. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Osmond's face. As long as high-end combat power has the advantage, then Chu Chin's side will be easily defeated. Chu Chin naturally noticed the change in Osmond's expression, and he also guessed what Osmond was thinking. "Laugh now, you'll be scared to death in a minute." On the battlefield, after adapting to Bivis's offensive rhythm, the little fox Vina gradually began to counterattack. On the other hand, Bivis, unable to break through after a long period of attack, became increasingly impatient, and felt that his spiritual energy was being overconsumed. Now Vina is starting to launch a counterattack, with her occasional sharp moves keeping Bivis somewhat on his toes. The situation seems to be tilting somewhat in Vina's favor. Bivis himself naturally sensed this, so he launched an even more powerful attack, even activating his bloodline talent, hoping to defeat Vina in a short time. Tengu eclipses the moon. Bivis made a moon-swallowing gesture towards the sky, and then his whole body was enveloped in a layer of moonlight. Chu Chin could feel that the moonlight was mixed with spiritual power and bloodline power, making it very complex. The dire wolf's speed then noticeably increased, and this layer of moonbeam seemed to have a certain defensive effect, making it difficult for Vina's attacks to deal effective damage. Vina remained calm and composed. When it came to bloodlines, Vina was a five-tailed fox spirit. Foxfire. Vina's 5 tails spread out like a peacock's tail, and the tails trembled rapidly. Then, Vina completely transformed into a fox. Vina's speed also increased dramatically in an instant, even surpassing that of Bivis. Seizing the opportunity when Bivis's attack missed, Vina opened her fox mouth, and a ball of blue flame flew out. The blue flames had no heat to them, yet they sent a chill down their spines. "Get out of the way!" Someone shouted from behind Osmond, and even flew out of the room. Then it was too late. To Bivis's horrified gaze, the blue flames struck Bivis, and the flames gradually spread, soon engulfing Bivis's entire body. Bivis only managed to let out a scream before falling silent. His entire body eventually burned to ashes. "Such a vicious flame, I cannot let you live." The dire wolf leaped out, glaring furiously at Vina, and pounced directly at her. At this moment, Vina, having just exhausted herself, was no longer able to fight back and could only watch helplessly as her opponent charged towards her. Chapter 177 Cannon Fodder Tactics. The dire wolf who suddenly attacked was a legendary Tier 3, already much stronger than Vina. Now, taking advantage of Vina's exhaustion, he suddenly attacked, putting Vina in danger. While the demon dragon Gecko and the others were already cursing, Chu-Chen remained calm because Shelly had already made a decisive move. Just as the dire wolf's claws were about to slash Vina's throat, her form suddenly shattered. The dire wolf froze in place. Was my claw strike really that powerful? "Fool, watch out behind you!" Osmond shouted. Only then did the dire wolf sense danger coming from behind it. Without daring to turn its head, it rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding an attack. When he had a moment to turn around, he saw Vina sitting pale-faced on the banks of the Tongtian River, and opposite him stood a human woman he had never seen before. Upon sensing her, he discovered that this woman was also a legendary level 3. Just moments before, Shelly used a teleportation magic to rescue Vina, and while the dire wolf was momentarily stunned, he suddenly appeared behind it and launched an attack. If Osmond hadn't spoken up to warn it, this dire wolf would probably be either dead or severely injured by now. Well, humans actually dare to enter the Beastman's plains. As he spoke, he walked towards the dire wolves, seemingly not intending to fight Shelly. "Hansa, this woman is also human, so I'll leave her to you." A human emerged from the army of the Sky Wolves, shrouded in a black robe and wearing a mask that seemed to block others' soul perception, making it impossible to see his true face. Hansa was a member of the Temple of Light sent to the Sky Wolf clan. He originally intended to hide behind them and appear unexpectedly to deliver a fatal blow to Chu-Chen, but he did not expect to be summoned out by the dire wolf. What an idiot! Hansa cursed inwardly. But since he had already called out, he naturally couldn't refuse. Otherwise he would have absolutely no chance of gaining the trust of the dire wolf clan. "Alright, it's rare to meet someone of my kind in the Beastman's plains. I'll exchange some magic with this beautiful lady." Shelly frowned as she looked at the person in front of her, a great question swirling in her mind. Someone would actually want to pack like the dire wolves? In their previous analysis, Shelly and Chu-Chen believed that if major external forces wanted to intervene in the Beastman's plains and seek support from any of the 5 royal clans, they would not choose the least promising clans like the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan, as the chances of success were too slim. Could it be that some middling power is also trying to make a quick buck and leave? Chu-Chen also had this guess in his mind at this moment, and was just waiting for Hansa to make a move later to see if he could find out his background. However, no matter what, Hansa is at the 5th level of the legendary rank, 2 levels higher than Shelly. It will probably be difficult for Shelly to defeat an opponent of a higher rank. Shelly was in high spirits at this moment. Although she was lower level than her opponent, Shelly had built a very solid foundation for each advancement since following Chu-Chen. Even if you're at level 5, it's not impossible to put up a fight. Let's use this battle to test our recent progress. Hansa was somewhat surprised to see the burning flames of war in Shelly's eyes. "Looks like you're using me as a litmus test. Fine, let me see what makes you so confident." After saying that, Hansa flew into the sky and unleashed a series of dazzling spells at Shelley. These spells are not limited to light magic. There are also many wind and water spells, so it is not possible to see Hansa's true strength for the time being. However, Chu Chen believed that Shelley would definitely be able to force Hansa to use his best skills. Seeing that the two in the sky had started fighting, Osmond had an idea and shouted to the army of dire wolves. All troops, listen up and prepare to attack. Chu Chen had long anticipated Osmond's move. Vina on his side had been overexerted and no longer had much combat power, while Shelley was also tied up. It seemed that Chu Chen's side had no legendary level combat power left, while their side still needed at least 2 more legendary level combatants. Chu Chen simply didn't activate the water curtain this time, because the water curtain was simply no match for the army of dire wolves, and those 2 legendary level beings would definitely be able to break through his water curtain. Especially this time, Osmond summoned a large number of low and mid-level dire wolf monsters as cannon fodder, totaling 100,000, which a single water curtain could not stop. Under Osmond's command, the elite warriors of the dire wolf race led the way, while the lower-ranking magical beasts charged forward. Chu Chen continuously used the water arrow technique, which could only deplete the cannon fodder monsters charging in front, while the elven dire wolf troops hiding behind were difficult to harm. Fortunately, the Tantian River has a large volume of water, and not all of these cannon fodder monsters can fly. Many of them that tried to swim across the river were directly scuttled to the bottom and drowned by Chu Chen's control of the water waves. Other monsters that wanted to fly over from above were also deployed by the Sandstorm Army on the opposite bank of the river. Monsters with long-range attack capabilities began their attack, and Firecrows also flew into the air to attack those monsters that could only fly and were not agile. Monsters kept falling into the Tantian River and were quickly scuttled to the bottom by Chu Chen. Even those that were injured but not dead were drowned by Chu Chen. In this way, Chu Chen was able to continuously gain energy points. However, due to the difference in numbers, many monsters still managed to get ashore and began to attack the Sandstorm Army. Although the Sandstorm Army maintained its formation well for the time being and was not broken up by the surging Dire Wolf Army, the elite troops behind the Dire Wolf Army took advantage of this gap to gradually cross the Tantian River. When the elite forces of the Dire Wolf clan had completely flown over the Tantian River and reached the other side, the Xinsha Army and Chu Chen cooperated to clear out most of the cannon fodder troops that had landed earlier. However, Osmond's plan to cross the river was still successful, and at least more than 60,000 elite troops remained, while the Sandstorm Army, after the last battle and the losses in this battle, had only more than 30,000 left. It was yet another battle with a huge disparity in strength, and what was even more serious was that Osmond's side also had 2 legendary ranked opponents. Chu Chen had to stop these 2 legendary figures, otherwise this battle would turn into a massacre. I'll hold off those 2 legendary level opponents in a bit. The rest are up to you, Chu Chen said to Tyran. He then warned the demon dragon Gecko and the others, saying, "You must follow Tyran's orders during the battle. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be dismissed after the battle." Although the dragon Gecko and the others were mischievous, they were absolutely unwilling to leave Chu Chen, so they all nodded vigorously. Over there, seeing that the entire army had crossed the river, Osmond ordered the last remaining troops to prepare for defense to prevent Chu Chen from launching another barrage of arrows to disrupt their attack, while he also began to lead his troops in a charge. Chapter 178, Chu Chen makes his move, exposing. This battle is a test for the Sandstorm Army, and also for Tyran and Red Fox. If they win, the Sandstorm Army and the 2 of them will quickly rise to fame across the Orcish Plains. If they lose, Chu Chen would not allow failure to occur. As the Dire Wolf Army charged, the 2 sides quickly clashed. In a battle involving tens of thousands of people, 1 or 2 extraordinary beings could not play a significant role. This was why Chu Chen strictly ordered the demon dragon Gecko and the others to follow Tyran's orders. Under such an attack, the Gecko dragon alone could not withstand even 1 attack from the Dire Wolf Army. However, the legendary rank is completely different. Each attack of a legendary rank can gather enormous energy from heaven and earth, generating tremendous power. Therefore, The battle between Shelly and Hansa has gradually drifted away from this battlefield. Otherwise, the aftershocks of their battle could have caused considerable casualties to the monsters below. The previous battle between Vina and the other was a quick one, and one of them had just advanced to the legendary rank and had not yet mastered the mysteries of the legendary rank, while the other was only at the 9th level of the extraordinary rank, so the battle was not very impressive. At this time, the Direwolf clan still had 2 legendary level experts, a Direwolf warrior at level 4 and a human mage at level 6. These 2 also began to prepare to take action against the Sandstorm army. If the 2 of them were to make a move, it would cause huge casualties to the Xinsha army, so Chu Chun had to intervene and stop them. Chu Chun had killed quite a few experts at this level. Although Tongshan's skills were more suitable for group attacks, the range was reduced when used against 2 opponents, thus increasing the power. 2 legendary rank powerhouses from the Dire Wolf's side secretly prepared 2 powerful attacks in the air and hurled them at the fighting monsters below. The human powerhouse, in particular, disregarded the large Dire Wolf's army engaged in battle and launched a magical attack directly at the most densely populated area. Chu Chun certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch. He quickly created a small water curtain, intercepting both of their attacks. Then Chu Chun conjured a water spirit, which floated above the Tongtian River, quietly watching the 2 of them. Chu Chun's move naturally attracted the attention of the 2. When the human mage saw Chu Chun, his pupils contracted. This person was also dressed in a black robe. He clearly knew Chu Chun's background and asked in a deep voice, "My lord, this is an internal battle among the beastmen. Do you intend to interfere? I don't care about their battles below, but I can't ignore you using your legendary level strength to bully those extraordinary or even mortal level magical beasts. Besides, you said it yourself that this is an internal battle of the beast race. What are you 2 doing here, afraid to show your faces?" The black-robed mage, fearing his identity would be exposed, dared not say much. However, the Dire Wolf warrior beside him couldn't stand it and shouted, "I've heard of you. If it were in your desert, I might be a little afraid of you. But this is the grassland of my beast race, the territory of the beast god. I won't tolerate your insolence. Use whatever means you have. No matter what, all these rebellious magical beasts below will die today. York, you must not be disrespectful to your elders." The black-robed mage reprimanded, then bowed to Chu Chun and said, "My name is Roland. Since you refuse to listen to my advice, sir, we have no choice but to take action. Please forgive us, sir." Chu Chun watched the 2 silently without replying. However, judging from the hypocritical demeanor of the black-robed mage, he seemed to be from the Temple of Light. Could it be that the Temple of Light was also interested in the things in the valley? Before Chu Chun could even think, York, growing impatient, charged forward. The Dire Wolf race prefers to tear their opponents' bodies apart with their claws and teeth, so Dire Wolf warriors often fight with a ferocious style. However, Chu Chun's water body was fake and didn't care about being torn apart. But to prevent York from bypassing him and attacking the sand army behind him, Chu Chun still used an ice arrow to stop him. Roland, meanwhile, stood at a distance, continuously using various magical attacks on Chu Chun. Roland's approach is similar to that of the Hanseatic League, involving various kinds of magic that are quite dazzling. Clearly, Roland hadn't used his full strength either. It seems that without some real action, we won't be able to see through these people's true nature. Chu Chun secretly increased the intensity of his attack, unleashing a variety of skills. York, who was in melee combat, was the first to feel the pressure. He clearly found that it was becoming more difficult for his claws to break through Chu Chun's ice arrows, and his arm even ached from the impact of the ice arrows. 2 water dragons roared as they emerged from the Tongtian River and attacked York. At the same time, Chu Chun used water binding to tightly restrict York's body. Seeing York in danger from afar, Roland immediately cast a spell in hopes of rescuing him. Ultimately, Roland's magic collided with Chu Chun's water dragon, and both disappeared. However, York was also greatly impacted, and his body flew backward. That wasn't the end of it. 4 or 5 more water dragons emerged from the Tongtian River and rushed toward York together. At the same time, some ice shards appeared on York and Roland, and the 2 of them clearly felt that their movements were restricted. York tried desperately to dodge, but the water dragon kept chasing and attacking him. Left with no other choice, York could only activate his bloodline talent, which caused his speed and attack power to increase dramatically. At the same time, York spat out a beam of black light from his mouth and attacked the water dragon. Roland also chanted a powerful spell, hoping to help York out of the crisis. At this moment, Chu-Chen smiled. The 5 water dragons that were originally heading towards York suddenly changed direction, bypassed York, and attacked Roland. Roland was shocked and tried to dodge, but found that his reaction speed had been greatly reduced. York was also taken aback and tried to run over to help Roland, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the water dragon at all. Let's see if you can still hide now. Just as Chu-Chen had predicted, Roland used his most proficient light magic in the face of imminent danger. The original Roland was shattered by the water dragon, but the real Roland appeared not far away, his face extremely pale. The mirror magic is quite similar to the magic Shelley used to deal with Vina. It also utilizes the element of light to achieve a displacement. So they were from the Temple of Light. They were hiding very well. Chu-Chen said with a half smile. York, who was about to rush over to save Roland, also stopped and looked at Roland in surprise. You're actually from the Temple of Light? What are you two trying to do by infiltrating our beast race? York wasn't stupid. When Roland and his companion approached the Dire Wolf King, they didn't claim to be from the Temple of Light. The orcs have always been cautious towards the Temple of Light. They dare not provoke it. They can cooperate, but they are always extremely wary. Brother York, at least I'm helping you now. I'll explain this to you and the Dire Wolf King later. Let's take care of these people first. Roland explained, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Chapter 179. You've angered me. York listened to Roland's words, and although his eyes still held doubt, he understood that now was not the time to settle scores with Roland. The most urgent task was to deal with the troublesome Chu-Chen. However, they did not know that the Tongtian River was merely a tributary of Chu-Chen. As long as the Tongtian River existed, Chu-Chen would not disappear. To deal with Chu-Chen, either a saint-level expert would descend and sever the entire Tongtian River, or a method targeting the soul would be used to dispel Chu-Chen's soul, which was immersed in the Tongtian River. However, it is obvious that a legendary-level being could not possess such power. In Chu-Chen's eyes, York and Roland were nothing more than ants. He had only tried to find out Roland's origins, and, incidentally, sow discord between the two sides. Since the two were determined to die, Chu-Chen didn't want to waste any more time and decided to just get rid of them. Seeing York continue charging forward, Chu-Chen sneered. Suddenly, the waters of the Tongtian River surged into the sky. Before Roland and York, it seemed as if an endless river was crashing down on them, its momentum like the tilting of the heavens, leaving them utterly unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. At the same time, 6 flying dragons emerged from the Tongtian River. To York and Roland's horror, the water dragons quickly tore York's body apart and continued to charge towards Roland. At the critical moment, an object on Roland's body, which resembled a decorative item, shattered, and a beam of light appeared, instantly destroying the water dragon and continuing to shoot towards the water figure that Chu-Chen had conjured. Chu-Chen hadn't expected this turn of events. After the light arrow shattered the water elemental, the scene before Roland's eyes suddenly returned to normal, and the light arrow's power was about to be exhausted, eventually exploding on the opposite bank of the river. Although it no longer possessed much power, the light arrow that was able to shatter Chu-Chen's 6 water dragons still posed a considerable threat to the magical beasts fighting below. Nick, who was leading the Sandstorm army into the grasslands, did not notice the sudden arrival of the light arrow. He was hit by the aftershock of the explosion and was sent flying, coughing up blood and falling into a coma. Chu-Chen was furious and reconstituted a water elemental, looking at Roland and saying, "You've angered me." Roland initially thought Chu-Chen was destroyed when he saw Chu-Chen's water sprite being broken, and even had a contemptuous smile on his face. But when he suddenly saw Chu-Chen condense another water sprite, his smile froze on his face, looking even uglier than crying. The light arrow that shot out after the previous shattering was a one-time use weapon given to him by a saint-level expert from the Temple of Light when he set off. It contained the full power of a saint-level expert's attack. Caught off guard by this attack, Chu Qin's attack was directly broken, and he didn't even have time to defend himself. This resulted in significant casualties for the Sandstorm Army, and the Dire Wolf Army, which was fighting alongside the Sandstorm Army, also suffered considerable losses. Therefore, Osmond also glanced at Roland, looking somewhat angry. When Roland saw that Chu Chun hadn't disappeared, he was first terrified, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, that was a saint-level strike just now. Even if you haven't disappeared, you must be seriously injured. We, the Temple of Light, only spared you out of respect. Otherwise, you would have been burned dry along with the rivers and lakes by now. Roland's tone was arrogant, but he seemed outwardly fierce but inwardly weak. Then you can give it a try, Chu Chun said with a smile. Roland's expression suddenly changed as he felt his limbs being bound by something. This was a water-binding technique that Chu Chun hadn't used in a long time. Although it was less powerful, it was more concealed. Roland was unaware that Chu Chun had quietly wrapped his limbs around her. Although Roland reacted quickly, breaking free almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Chun was even faster. The instant he broke free, 2 water dragons repeatedly darted through Roland's body. With a bang, Roland's entire body exploded. The 2 water dragons were stained red with Roland's blood and finally turned into blood rain, which fell to the ground. As a legendary level powerhouse, and having clearly cultivated some kind of soul-related secret technique, Roland's body was damaged, but his soul did not fall into oblivion like York's. Instead, it retained its intelligence. My lord, please spare my life and let my soul return to the Temple of Light. Roland's soul knelt down in the air, pleading for help from Chu Chun. Chu Chun ignored him and instead waved his hand, sending Roland's soul drifting towards the Tongtian River. Although Roland didn't know what Chu Chun was going to do, she instinctively felt that the river was very dangerous. When his pleas for mercy failed, Roland immediately launched into a tirade of curses. You wait. One day the Temple of Light will uproot you and make your soul repent before the God of Light. You. Before he could finish speaking, Roland's soul was swallowed by the river. This time, Chu Chun didn't even leave it for the ghost thorn tree, but instead caused Roland's soul to be completely destroyed. In this way, even if the God of Light himself came, he could not save Roland. The battle on Chu Chun's side was completely over. Osmond also immediately realized that the 2 legendary ranked fighters, York and Roland, had been defeated by Chu Chun so easily. How could this battle possibly continue? Just as he was about to reorganize his army and prepare to retreat, Hanseatic, who had fought Shelley to a distant place, returned. However, Hansa was in very poor condition. He had lost an arm and much of his body hair was singed. Shelley followed closely behind him. Shelley actually fought a battle beyond his level, and even forced Hansa to flee in panic. As a result, Osmond completely lost the will to continue fighting. Retreat. Quickly, the entire army retreats. Osmond shouted. Pursue them. Don't let them get away. Tyron, covered in blood, shouted. So they ran and chased, with Shelley continuing to pursue Hansa ahead. Chu Chun didn't make any more moves this time, because he didn't bother with these lowly soldiers, and killing more wouldn't significantly affect the battle. In the end, the Sandstorm Army won another great victory. This time, the Sandstorm Army lost more than 6,000 men, while the Dire Wolf clan left behind at least 30,000 corpses. In addition, there were those who had drowned in the river earlier, so the total number of casualties was estimated to be 50,000 to 60,000. It can be said that the losses were more than half. The biggest loss was the direct death of 2 legendary level powerhouses, Hansa and Roland, who were sent by the Temple of Light. Only Hansa escaped with a broken arm. Chapter 180 Truce. After this battle, Tyron led the Sandstorm Army to clean up the battlefield, throwing all the corpses into the Tongtian River, allowing Chu Chun to replenish his energy points once again. Then Chu Chun summoned a large amount of spiritually rich lake water from the lake to heal the surviving Xinsha army soldiers. Osmond, with the remaining army, finally managed to flee back to the Dire Wolf clan's encampment, where he was being severely reprimanded by the Dire Wolf King. Osmond has always been second only to the Dire Wolf King in status among the Dire Wolf clan. Osmond is not known for his strength, but rather for his wisdom and ability to lead troops in battle, which are rare among the orcs. This time, however, he lost to the newly arrived Sandstorm army in battle, which greatly angered the Dire Wolf King. Some negative voices also arose within the Dire Wolf royal family regarding Osmond. Osmond listened to the Dire Wolf King's angry curses and felt indignant. He made no mistakes in this battle. He didn't lose because of military strategy or tactics. He just didn't expect Chu Chun to have so many powerful forces around him. No one craved power more than Osmond. As the most intelligent member of the Dire Wolf clan, he only possessed the power of the extraordinary level 10 and was unable to break through to the legendary rank. This was not only his shame, but also the shame of the Dire Wolf King. He finally found information about the ancestors of the Dire Wolf clan in ancient texts, and after spending a lot of manpower and resources, he confirmed that there was a lineage of the Dire Wolf clan ancestors in that valley, but Chu Chun stopped him. That was Osmond's hope for becoming stronger, and Osmond would never give up. The clan has already spent a lot of energy on your affairs, so we have decided to temporarily stop those things. There is an even greater crisis waiting for us now, the Dire Wolf King said coldly. He felt both heartache and headache for his younger brother, but this time he could not let him continue his mischief. Osmond wanted to say something more, but seeing his brother's expression, he knew that this time he really had to back down. Although he was unwilling, fortunately, the things in that valley had very high requirements for bloodline concentration, and currently only he and the entire Dire Wolf clan could barely meet them. So he was not worried that Chu Chun would take away what originally belonged to him by occupying that valley. Hansa, it's time you told us the purpose of your Temple of Light. The Dire Wolf King looked sharply at Hansa below and spoke. Hansa's forehead was sweating. Although the Dire Wolf King's intimidating power was not comparable to that of a saint-level expert, it still made Hansa, who was already seriously injured, feel a little breathless. My lord, actually, we, the Temple of Light, are here to help you. Oh, then I'd like to ask you how you plan to help us. Hansa's eyes darted around as he said. General Osmond also knows that our attack has been blocked by that river. I'm sure everyone knows the origin of that river. We came here to stop that being from infiltrating the grasslands. After hearing Hansa's words, the Dire Wolf King asked with some skepticism. You? Hansa coughed awkwardly. Ahem, of course it's not just me. To tell you the truth, Your Majesty, we have saint-level experts coming, but they are currently delayed by some matters. A saint-level expert? The Dire Wolf King, after hearing Hansa's words, still had some doubts, but seeing Hansa's confident attitude, he had to believe him to some extent. Then I'm curious, why don't you just go and fight that being directly? What are you doing coming to our Dire Wolf clan? Are you trying to use us as cannon fodder? Hansa felt a bloodthirsty aura rushing towards him, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. But he knew he couldn't panic now, so he stepped forward and said again, The matter is like this. In that case, I'll trust you for now. Go and recover from your injuries. The Dire Wolf King looked at Hansa with a deep gaze and spoke, after which Hansa respectfully walked out. After everyone had left, the Dire Wolf King turned back to Osmond and said, Oh, you should stay out of trouble for now. Also, keep a close eye on Hansa for me. I have a feeling that the Temple of Light is up to something big again. We Dire Wolves are a small family, so let's not get involved. Osmond nodded, seemingly lost in thought. While Chu Chun waited until Blood Wolf and the others had recovered from their injuries in the spiritual water, he sensed that the strength of Blood Wolf, the demonic dragon gecko, and the ordinary Sandstorm army demonic beasts had all subtly improved. Although they hadn't directly advanced yet, they were probably not far off. Most importantly, the Shinsha army gained valuable experience in such a large-scale battle, which will be even more crucial for its future development. Having repelled the Dire Wolves this time, they are unlikely to continue their attacks for some time, allowing the Sandstorm army to rest and recuperate. Taking advantage of this time, Chu Chun planned to thoroughly investigate the function of the altar in the valley. According to information obtained from several Dire Wolves who had previously sided with the Blood Wolves, the true entrance to this altar requires the bloodline of the Dire Wolf clan to open, and there are also requirements regarding the concentration of that bloodline. Presumably, this altar was left by the wolf progenitor to his descendants. For Chu Chun, the issue of bloodline was almost the simplest thing right now, so he quickly made a decision. He summoned Bloodwolf and asked him to bring over the remaining 100 or so dire wolves, from which he selected a few that Chu Chun thought had potential. Then, following the training methods he had previously devised for the undead Yuba, he trained these dire wolves for a week as well, and even the blood wolves were trained by Chu Chun along with them. After a week of training, Chu Chun figured it was about time, so he began the second step of his plan to improve their bloodlines. The reason why the blood wolves were also included in the bloodline enhancement was because Chu Chun guessed that since the ancestors of the dire wolf clan evolved from ordinary wild beasts, this was exactly the same path as the blood wolves, except that one became a dire wolf and the other became a blood wolf. Perhaps letting blood wolf in will yield unexpected results. In the end, Blood Wolf and 30 selected dire wolf tribesmen underwent Chu Chun's bloodline awakening together. Whether they can successfully awaken, and how high their bloodline concentration will be after awakening, are all beyond Chu Chun's control. Chu Chun has only given them an opportunity. How much benefit they receive depends on their individual fortune. During the intense awakening process, several dire wolves fainted from exhaustion, effectively ruining their bloodline. However, they participated voluntarily and could not blame Chu Chun. After waiting for most of the day, the awakening finally ended. Shelley, Tyron, and the others gathered around, also very curious about the outcome. Chapter 181 Ancestral Inheritance. This awakening had a relatively high success rate. After being hunted down by Osman and his men, these dire wolves had participated in several major battles, and their overall qualities had been greatly improved. After Chu Chun gave them a week of special training, both their spirit and body were improved. So, of the 30 people who participated in the awakening, 21 of them successfully improved their bloodline. 3 of the dire wolves failed to awaken and lost all their bloodline, while the other 6 dire wolves completed the awakening ritual, but their bloodline was not improved. Chu Chun guessed that their bloodline might have reached its peak and could not advance any further. This upgrade was just to help them purify their bloodline. Although the benefits were not so obvious, their future potential would definitely be much better than before. The 21 dire wolves that successfully awakened all had their bloodlines improved to varying degrees, but whether they could meet the requirements of the altar was still uncertain. The most eye-catching one is Blood Wolf. His bloodline is already quite rare, and since he evolved from a wild beast, the difficulty of his second awakening is even greater. Chu Chun had actually prepared for Blood Wolf to fail in his awakening. But to everyone's surprise, Blood Wolf survived this time, and it seemed to have awakened quite fully. The wolf's fur turned blood red, and its eyes were chilling to behold. This Blood Wolf has become even more terrifying. I'm a little scared just looking at it. The horned dragon muttered to itself. The gecko beside him swallowed hard and said, "What's there to be afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he's still my underling." Although the demon dragon gecko is not inferior to the blood wolf in terms of bloodline, the blood wolf's temperament, honed through countless battles, still surpasses it. As soon as Chu Chun finished awakening, he immediately focused on the blood wolf. Chu Chun was naturally very happy that the blood wolf had successfully awakened, but more importantly, he wanted to see if he could obtain the ancestral wolf's inheritance later. Once the awakened dire wolves had rested and adjusted their condition, Chu Chun led them into the valley, while Tyron and the Sandstorm army stood guard outside the valley to prevent any dire wolf spies from sneaking in. Deep in the valley, in front of an inconspicuous crack, Chu Chun had Blood Wolf and the others force out a drop of their heart's blood and hand it to him. Chu Chun then controlled the water flow and sent the blood into the crack. When the blood reached the altar, a strong energy fluctuation was felt. Some of the blood droplets were completely destroyed, while only 3 drops successfully entered the altar and dripped onto the top of the wolf-shaped pattern on the altar. The pattern suddenly came to life. A wild wolf stood proudly on the mountaintop, its huge mouth open as if swallowing the sun and moon. The aura it emitted was so oppressive that even Chu Chun felt extremely uncomfortable. The giant wolf turned around and glanced at Chu Chun, who actually felt as if he was being watched by something, and he felt a little panicked. Could it be that Ancestral Wolf is still alive? Such a thought suddenly popped into Chu Chun's mind. The giant wolf merely glanced at Chu Chun, but made no move, its entire body transforming into a beam of light and dissipating. At this moment, the Blood Wolf and the other two dire wolves outside suddenly disappeared. Only Chu Chun could sense that a mysterious force had brought the three of them into a certain place in the cave. Chu Chun could sense that the three people were still there, but he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. This should be a place that is somewhat similar to the system space, but it is not as concealed as the system space. Shelley, standing to the side, said thoughtfully, "Could this be a space created by a great supernatural being?" Chu Chun looked over in confusion, and Shelley then explained. "My master once said that some top-tier saint-level experts are able to grasp a trace of spatial rules and use these rules to create a small space attached to this world. This kind of space is very fragile. It will be destroyed directly once it is attacked violently, but it is very difficult to find because it is both in this world and not in this world." Shelley's explanation was vague, but Chu Chun still understood it. "So it's much worse than my system space." Chu Chun felt somewhat smug. His system space was extremely stable and would not be discovered at all. More importantly, it could now absorb living people. However, the only inconvenience is that the system space can only play its full role within the lake area at present and can only serve as a warehouse in other tributary basins. Knowing that the three blood wolves were all right, Chu Chun was no longer worried. This was their opportunity, and how much benefit they could gain depended on themselves. After the remaining dire wolves were dispersed, the valley returned to peace, and everyone went about their own business, cherishing this rare truce. Meanwhile, at the dire wolf encampment, Osmond quietly slipped into Hansa's tent. The two plotted something, and Osmond didn't leave until midnight. Hansa smiled as he watched Osmond's departing figure. He glanced at his empty arm. For a mage, losing an arm wasn't a big deal. He could find a powerful figure in the Temple of Light to reattach it, or simply install a more powerful mechanical arm. But the prerequisite is that he can handle things here well and do them excellently. He had already secretly contacted the saint-level expert who had led the group, as instructed, and informed them of Chu Chun's situation. He believed that the saint-level expert would arrive soon. If he can bring the dire wolf clan under his control before then, the saint-level lord will surely reward him handsomely. Osmond, who had just come out of the Hanseatic camp, also sneered and turned to walk toward the palace of his brother, the dire wolf king. Each of them harbored their own ulterior motives and schemed against each other, but in the end, it was only Chu Chun who benefited. After waiting for 3 days, Chu Chun began to suspect that the three blood wolves had been possessed by the ancestral wolf. Finally, the entire valley trembled, and a large section collapsed in the direction of the altar. Chu Chun and Shuelai rushed to the depths of the valley to investigate, and found a flash of light, revealing the three blood wolves. Chu Chun once again felt a gaze upon him, one that seemed to carry a hint of warning. Chu Chun didn't pay attention to that, but quickly checked on the situation of the three blood wolves. He was surprised to find that blood wolves had already reached the legendary rank. To rise directly from the extraordinary to the legendary level, that's an incredible amount of energy. Even Chu Chun couldn't do it. I wonder if the legendary gods have that ability. That means that the ancestral wolf was likely a god-level being. The other two dire wolves, while not quite as exaggerated, are still at the extraordinary level 7, a significant improvement over their previous levels. Moreover, their bloodline concentration is higher, making their future potential even greater. Chapter 182 Secret Development. Chu Chun was very happy that 3 people could obtain the inheritance, and the altar had been automatically destroyed, which meant that the dire wolf clan would never be able to obtain this inheritance again. Blood Wolf was about to tell Chu Chun everything that had happened at the altar when Chu Chun stopped him. "What you gain is your opportunity. You don't need to tell me. Just don't betray me. But I still need to check if that ancestral wolf has left any arrangements on you." After speaking, Chu Chun examined his own senses and found nothing unusual. He then checked the system and found nothing there either. Only then did he feel relieved enough to let Blood Wolf and the others go down to digest his insights. After this, Chu Chun gained 3 more powerful combatants. In particular, once Blood Wolf digested the inheritance he had obtained, Chu Chun gained a legendary level combatant. On the other side, Chu Chun, Shelley, and Tyron began discussing Shelley's earlier idea of secretly bringing together the oppressed, lower bloodline races on the Beastmen Plains. According to the Beastmen Plains, Chu Chen's Sandstorm Army was almost entirely composed of low-level races. Yet the Sandstorm Army was able to defeat the Dire Wolf Army. This was the best evidence that Chu Chen had the ability to help those of lower bloodlines achieve their own transcendence. The surrounding magical beasts knew a little about the two battles between the Sandstorm Army and the Dire Wolf Army. Moreover, this place was the border between the Dire Wolf clan and the Flame Lion clan, which was originally a gathering place for these lower races. Therefore, it was more advantageous for Chu Chen's plan to be implemented. The three of them went through another detailed plan, mainly to come up with a general outline. Then Tyren and Red Fox discussed it, and the two of them came up with the detailed implementation methods. After that, the task was carried out quietly. With Blood Wolf's original subordinates as their leaders, Tyren and Red Fox quickly figured out the situation in the vicinity. Tyren simply gave up on those groups of magical beasts with a level of extraordinary rank 5 or higher. Since they can cultivate to the 5th level of the extraordinary realm or above, neither the Dire Wolf clan nor the Demon Flame Lion clan would fail to win them over. Therefore, the only possible reason why these clans have been wandering outside is that they are actually the royal family's spies. On the surface, they do not belong to the royal family, but in fact, they have long been bought off and are keeping an eye on these lower-blooded races on behalf of the royal family. Therefore, Tyren specifically targets races that have been severely bullied. The more desperate a race is, the more urgently it needs help, and the more willing Tyren is to take a gamble. This kind of thing can't be done like in the desert, where you can find 100,000 or 200,000 at once. Each time, Tyrion and Red Fox send out some Sandstorm Army soldiers to recruit a few thousand to 10,000. It took a whole week to successfully recruit 30,000 magical beasts, all of whom were of the mortal level, with only the leaders of those races being of the extraordinary level. Tyren gathered these magical beasts on the banks of the Tongtian River for Chu Chen to inspect. Chu Chen first activated the water curtain, and upon seeing such a magnificent sight, the magical beasts were filled with even greater awe for him. In fact, Chu Chen did all of Tyren's actions in secret to prevent the spies of the Dire Wolf clan outside from seeing what was happening here, so as not to let the Flame Lion clan or the Dire Wolf clan discover anything. Speaking of which, after the First Great War, Norman, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly led his army back and didn't even come to monitor the Second Great War. Chu Chen was initially curious whether something had happened within the Demon Flame Lion clan, but after seeing the people from the Temple of Light appear among the Dire Wolf clan, he guessed that perhaps there were also people from the Temple of Light among the Demon Flame Lion clan. As a result, Chu Chen had to be even more careful in secretly expanding his power, and he absolutely could not let the people of the Temple of Light discover anything. However, as long as Chu Chen activates the water curtain, no one outside will be able to see what is happening in the valley. At this moment, the spies of the Dire Wolf clan not far away suddenly discovered that the Tongtian River in the distance had once again opened its water curtain. This water curtain completely blocked their sight and senses, and they couldn't even hear a sound. I know that you are the lowest bloodline in the Beastman Plains, but today I am giving you a chance to rise. All the magical beasts led by Tyren knelt on the ground. Being only mortal level, they could not speak human language, so they could only roar loudly at the river where Chu Chen was to vent their excitement. Chu Chen released a slight amount of his aura, and under the pressure of his aura, all the magical beasts fell silent once again. General Tyren has presumably explained the relevant matters to you. If no one wants to withdraw, then let's begin. After Chu Chen finished speaking, a ball of red light gradually emerged from the river. This was the last chance to awaken this month. The red light dispersed into the bodies of each magical beast. These magical beasts already possessed magical beast blood, so the difficulty of awakening them was doubled. Those Sandstorm Army members had already undergone one awakening, making it even more difficult and dangerous for them to awaken again. Therefore, Chu Chen generally wouldn't allow these magical beasts to awaken again unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, a large portion of the Sunken Sand Army might die during the awakening process. The pain of awakening was commonplace not only for Tyren and his men, but also for the Sandstorm Army. So, upon hearing the roars of the newly brought magical beasts, they actually smiled. I'll let you experience the pain of your blood burning." They waited until midnight before these magical beasts finally completed their awakening. Of the more than 30,000 magical beasts, more than 20,000 succeeded. Apart from the more than 1,000 magical beasts that failed to awaken and died immediately, and the 2,000 magical beasts whose bloodlines were destroyed, the rest, even those who did not successfully awaken, still gained some improvement in strength. Overall, these 30,000 magical beasts still made a profit. In this awakening alone, more than 300 directly broke through to the extraordinary level. These magical beasts had already reached the 10th level of the mortal rank, but had been unable to break through due to their bloodline limitations. Chu Chun instructed Tyron to take these magical beasts away and make arrangements. In the coming days, these magical beasts would first be trained to work together with the Qinsha army. Once they were able to fight alongside the Qinsha army, they would then continue searching for new magical beasts. On the Beastman Plains, things were in turmoil. According to the intelligence gathered by Tyron and his group, more and more magical beasts seem to be migrating or fleeing this area. It is said that many royal families have gone to war, and these lower-class magical beasts are often temporarily and forcibly conscripted as cannon fodder, which is why these magical beasts are desperately trying to escape. Upon closer inquiry, it was discovered that only the Beast King clan, the Dire Wolves, and the Demon Flame Lion clan had not yet engaged in war, which might be related to Chu Chen's appearance. Chapter 183, Settling the Undead. In the Beastman Plains, Chu Chun took advantage of a rare lull to secretly develop his Qinsha army. The Qinsha army had suffered heavy losses in the previous battles, so it needed to be replenished. Meanwhile, there are also many sand-sinking army soldiers in the desert. Although they are not elite, their ability to coordinate combat is much better than that of the low-level magical beasts in the Beastman grasslands who have just awakened their bloodlines. Therefore, Chu Chun specifically found the remaining members of the Desolate clan by the lake and had them take all the remaining Qinsha army soldiers in batches to soak in the spiritual water and absorb spiritual energy, so that the Qinsha army could make faster progress. In the end, Chu Chun handed over the affairs of the Beastman grassland to Tyron and Shelley, while he himself went to the lava wasteland. It's been over a month already, and the matter of the undead must be resolved. Otherwise, not only will the undead have something to say, but if the Holy Judgment Agency discovers it, it will also cause a lot of trouble. Several members of the undead clan were sitting in a row on a large rock at the edge of the lava wasteland. The fire energy here was plentiful, and they could absorb it to their heart's content. During this time, each of them had made some progress. Suddenly, the lava water in the lava lake gurgled and eventually condensed into a lava giant. UR spotted Chu Chun immediately and quickly greeted him respectfully. "My lord, you have arrived." Chu Chun hummed in agreement, then looked up at the phoenix. The phoenix had noticed Chu Chen's arrival long ago, but seeing that Chu Chun seemed to be all right, it ignored him. Chu Chun was already used to the phoenix's attitude and continued to look at Ul without saying a word. Ul felt a little flustered under Chu Chen's gaze and cautiously asked, "My lord, do you have any orders?" Chu Chen nodded and said, "Since your undead race has a secret realm, I will not force you all to move here. However, you can only improve your strength more quickly here in the lava forbidden zone. To be honest, your current strength is really too low. You're not even qualified to help me." Chu Chun was telling the truth. The entire undead clan currently only has one legendary rank cultivator, and there are only about 10 transcendent rank cultivators. Their strength is even less than that of the Qinsha army. However, the undead race is naturally of a higher bloodline, and their potential for future progress is much stronger than that of the ordinary magical beasts of the Sandstorm army, which is why Chu Chun is willing to put in the effort to support them. "Don't worry, sir, we will definitely work hard to cultivate and not let you down." As the patriarch of the undead clan, UR still felt somewhat embarrassed, even though Chu Chun was telling the truth. "I know you have it tough, so I only ask that you send 10 of your people to the lava wasteland for training every 3 months, with each training session lasting 6 months. This way, you can quickly improve the strength of your people." UR nodded in agreement. "But my lord, the journey from the secret realm to here is long and arduous. These 100,000 mountains are extremely dangerous, and the people from the Temple of Light are still searching for us. I am worried. I know you're worried about safety, but don't worry about that. In about a month, I will open up a direct passage to your secret realm, and then it will be absolutely safe. Seeing that Chu Chun had given such a guarantee, Ulm naturally stopped questioning it. Besides, wanting the undead to quickly increase their strength without any danger was just wishful thinking. After explaining the matter of the undead to Yuar immediately returned to the secret realm to arrange related matters. Several tribesmen went back with him, including Yuba, as evidence of Chu Chen's abilities, so that the other tribesmen would be more convinced and submit to Chu Chen. The 10 undead who remained were the ones who stayed in the magma desert to cultivate this time. I believe you are aware of Yuba's situation. Those who want to stay like him, and those who don't, can go to the nearby mountains to cultivate. Chu Chen said to the undead. Ultimately, no one was willing to quit. They had all clearly felt Yuba's transformation over the past month. Yuba, who had initially been only slightly better than them, had now far surpassed them. They could even feel a kind of pressure emanating from his bloodline when standing in front of Yuba. All right, since you are all willing to accept the training, then let's officially begin the training today. Then Chu Chun told these people about his training plan. Based on the original plan to train Wu Ba, Chu Chun made some adjustments and extended the training time by another week. Chu Chun considered that Yuba's willpower was stronger than these people's, so Yuba's training intensity could not be used as a standard. After arranging all the training matters, Chu Chun no longer interfered with them, relying entirely on their self-discipline. If anyone tried to slack off and failed in the subsequent awakening process, then Chu Chun could not be blamed. So, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Chu Chun asked the Phoenix. I already said I'll do whatever you say. How you arrange things is none of my business. Besides, you're the master. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? The Phoenix's words were truly offensive, but Chu Chun didn't bother arguing with her. He simply said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he suddenly realized that the flock of fire crows that had been following the Phoenix seemed to be stronger than the fire crows that had been selected from the flock to join the Dragon Sands team. It seemed that the Phoenix also had a talent for breeding birds. Next time, I must take a flock of fire crows with me. Chu Chun thought to himself. During this period, Chu Chun also felt quite tired, constantly running between the Beastman's grasslands and the lava wasteland. Although it wasn't Chu Chun's body that was actually running, it was still very mentally taxing. Moreover, he had fought 2 major battles with the Dire Wolf clan and was busy planning future development. It could be said that he hadn't rested for a moment. Now that he had some free time, Chu Chun wanted to go and see the underground world. It had been several months since I last came to the underworld, and the underworld remained peaceful. Now, Ghost Thorn Tree was more willing to develop in the underworld. Along the River of Oblivion, Ghost Thorn Tree had developed a new Ghost Thorn Forest. Moreover, underground, the roots of the Ghost Thorn Tree had already penetrated to the vicinity of the underground river. However, thanks to Chu Chun's reminder, he had never dared to actually extend the roots into the river. It's best not to touch this underground river. There might be some old monster watching us all along. If you go in, you'll get caught red-handed. So, are we just going to wait like this? They won't wait forever. The existence of this underground river is definitely not accidental. Once the Millennium War of Faith arrives, I don't believe they will be able to hold back. Once they make a move and their true colors are revealed, it will be much easier for us to deal with them. The Ghost Thorn Tree is inherently intelligent, so it naturally understands things immediately. Chapter 184 Chu Chen's Secret Weapon. While discussing the outside world and the underworld with Ghost Thorn Tree, Chu Chen also sent a message to Maki, asking him to come to the River of Oblivion. While Maki was training the warriors of the underworld army, he was delighted to learn of Chu Chen's arrival and led his trained soldiers to the banks of the River of Oblivion. Similarly, Chu Chen inquired about the overall situation of the underworld army, which was always his primary concern whenever he visited the underground world. Maki naturally knew what Chu Chen cared about most, and since he spent all his time with the underworld army, he was very familiar with all aspects of the underworld army. You've worked hard. The underworld army has developed very well under your leadership. If you have any problems, you can tell me. Or if you have any questions, you can ask Ghost Thorn Tree Chu Ming. He will tell me immediately. McGee nodded and said, Lord Shuming often gives me a lot of good suggestions for training the underworld army, and the chief of the Lich clan has also developed a lot of special weapons for us. Chu Chun was very satisfied with the current situation. Everyone could give full play to their strengths. The wisdom of the Lich clan was boundless. By making full use of their wisdom and with rigorous training, the underworld army would surely grow into one of the most powerful armies on this continent. After talking with McKee, Chu Chin also contacted the patriarch of the Lich clan and asked him about the Beastman's plains. After all, the Lich clan were all old monsters, and they definitely knew much more about the Beastman's plains than he did. The Beast King is dead? Impossible. The Beast King is extremely cautious. He wouldn't die so easily. Upon hearing this news, the Lich chieftain immediately denied it. Chu Chin had not expected the Lich clan chief to react this way. But it is said that the Beast Men and the Beast God have lost contact. The Lich chieftain pondered for a moment, then said, That's hard to say, but in my opinion, we can't be so sure that the Beast King is really dead. Otherwise, the Temple of Light wouldn't have just infiltrated quietly. They would have taken down the Beast Men with swift and decisive action long ago. Chu Chin nodded, realizing that something seemed a bit strange. The key point is that the Beast King once faked his death, which caused great harm to another race, which is why I have this suspicion. Chu Chin suddenly realized why the Lich clan chief had initially concluded that there were doubts about the Beast King's death. It turned out there was such a thing. Now it seemed that Chu Chun had to be more careful in his actions on the Beast clan plains and not fall into the Beast King's trap. Among all the teams vying for the Beastman's plains, Chu Chin's foundation is the weakest, so he has no choice but to proceed cautiously. As expected, these old monsters are more knowledgeable than anyone else, so it's important to consult their opinions. This will help Chu Chun make more informed decisions. After learning about the Beastman's plains from the Lich clan chief, Chu Chun was about to leave when the Ghost Thorn Tree suddenly spoke up. Master, since what you're doing in the Orcish plains isn't easy, why don't you try taking the undead warriors out there? Chu Chun was immediately reminded that the weakest point of the beast race was their soul power, and the undead warriors specifically attacked the soul. Wasn't this the perfect solution? Moreover, the undead warriors have no physical form, making them easier to hide. They have always lived in the River of Oblivion, so it couldn't be easier to take them out. Your suggestion is excellent. It has been a great help to me. Chu Chun said happily, and then gave McGee some more instructions before leading 2,000 undead warriors out. After all, undead warriors are a forbidden power. If too many are taken out, it might arouse suspicion from the Temple of Light. Although undead are not uncommon, large-scale appearances are relatively rare. Besides the Temple of Light, necromancers are also very interested in the undead, and Chu Chun has to be wary of them. However, overall, undead warriors can serve as a secret force, ready to strike at crucial moments. As long as no survivors are left, there is no possibility of them being exposed. Although the undead warriors were better suited to living in the River of Oblivion, they could also hide their tracks in the River of Heaven. Therefore, Chu Chun placed the undead warriors in the River of Heaven and brought them to the Beastman grassland. The beasts in the Orcish plains were completely unaware of the arrival of the undead warriors, and even the Sandstorm army had no idea. Chu Chun only told Tyren and Shelley, Don't tell anyone about the undead warriors for now. Shelley and Tyrell were unaware of the existence of the underworld. It wasn't that Chu Chin didn't trust them, but he was afraid that if the gods had some way of knowing something from Shelley and Tyrell's consciousness in advance, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Chu Chun. Great! With these mysterious undead warriors, our strength has been greatly enhanced. Tyren seemed very pleased, showing no curiosity whatsoever about where Chu Chun had gotten these warriors. Shelley was somewhat curious, knowing that undead warriors could only be formed through a special process after many people had died, but she wisely refrained from asking further questions. Chu Chun would naturally tell her what she needed to know, and it was better for her not to know what she shouldn't know. Also, Shelley, I need to trouble you again to find out more about the Beastman's movements, especially regarding the death of the Beast King. There might be something fishy about this, so please be careful. Could it be that the Beast King's death was a hoax? Shelley asked in surprise. It's hard to tell whether it's true or not right now. So I hope you can keep a close eye on the developments and report any unusual activity to me immediately. Shelley nodded and said, "No problem, but if I leave, will there be a shortage of manpower here?" "Don't worry, nothing will happen as long as I'm here." Shelley then turned and walked away into the distance. Now, the only person I can send out is Shelley. The Beast King clan was originally the true ruler of the entire Beastman Plains. However, since the Beast King disappeared, the Beast King clan has fallen into turmoil. At first, they could barely maintain stability, but the sudden news that the Beast King was dead directly ignited the entire Beastman Plains. At this point, even if the Beast King clan wanted to stabilize the situation, they could no longer do so. Meanwhile, the Beast King's sons began to openly and secretly vie for power. As for whether the Beast King is dead or not, that remains a secret. In any case, the Beast King has not returned to the Beast Clan for more than 2 years, and just a year ago, the Beast King's clan lost contact with even the Beast God. The reason why the Beast King clan was able to gain a decisive advantage in the Beast Plains was not only because of the Beast King's absolute strength, but also because of their unique qualification to directly contact the Beast God. Now, they can't even contact the Beast God, their powerful backer. At this moment, there were only a dozen or so people in the main hall of the Beast King clan, but they were divided into 4 or 5 camps and were arguing fiercely. Chapter 185 Conquest. Brother, even though you are the eldest son, you can't be so domineering. Father never said he would pass the title of Beast King to you. Third brother, I know you're not convinced. Then you can come out and have a match with me to see who is more qualified to inherit the Beast King. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? The Beast King's eldest and third sons started arguing. While the Beast King was alive, although he gave the most power to his eldest son, he had no intention of passing the throne to him. Instead, he favored his third son more. This resulted in the Beast King's 5 sons being divided into 3 factions. The eldest and fourth princes were in one group, the third and second princes were in another, and only the 5th prince, due to his slightly inferior talent, was never favored by the Beast King, and none of his 4 older brothers respected him. Besides the fact that the Beast King's 5 sons were divided into 3 camps, several of the Beast King's generals had also joined the prince's side, while others had other intentions. At this moment, the huge hall was filled with the noisy arguments of a group of people. Enough! We haven't even seen the king's remains yet, and you're already fighting for his throne? Are you hoping for internal strife within the Beast King's royal family, hoping the Beast Plains will become pastures for other races? Adela, the most prestigious general under the Beast King, spoke up. Adela has been with the Beast King since she was a child. Although she is called the Beast King's subordinate, she is actually like a brother to him. When the Beast King was alive, the princes also treated Adela like an uncle. However, now that the Beast King's fate is unknown, and Adela is just an ordinary magical beast race with no powerful force behind him, his words are starting to lose their influence. The princes were only startled by his sudden roar, and then continued arguing. Only some generals, who had witnessed Adela's ruthless methods, stopped arguing, but the awe they showed Adela had diminished considerably. After speaking out, Adela simply watched coldly from the sidelines, her heart filled with boundless sorrow. The peaceful and stable situation on the Beastman Plains was achieved by him fighting alongside the Beast King. Of his old brothers, he was the only one left, and the Beast King had disappeared without a trace. What's even more infuriating is that these people started scheming to seize profits before they even knew what was wrong with the Beast King. Don't they see the huge crisis that the Beastman's Plains are facing right now? Adela waited for a long time until the princes got tired of arguing and stopped. However, they still disliked each other. Only the 5th prince sat in the corner. In everyone's eyes, he was just there to make up the numbers at today's meeting, and no one paid any attention to him. Since everyone's tired of arguing, I'll say something. Adela unleashed his full power, revealing himself to be a saint-level expert. Moreover, the killing intent he had accumulated over many years of battles intimidated everyone present. The same thought popped into everyone's mind. Just how many people did Adela kill? There are rumors that the Beastmaster is dead. Does anyone believe it? Isn't there any? If they weren't dead, they wouldn't have been unable to contact them for so long. Not even the Beast God. Adela looked at the eldest prince who had spoken and said, "The other princes may not know, but the eldest and second princes should remember that when you were young, the Beast King also experienced a similar situation. Everyone thought the Beast King was dead, and there was even a member of the royal family who wanted to rebel and become the Beast King himself. What happened in the end? The eldest and second princes turned pale as they suddenly remembered that past event. As a result, that royal family member has now disappeared on the Beastman's plains," Adela said in a heavy tone. Upon hearing Adela's words, the princes and generals were startled, suddenly realizing that their actions over the past few days might have been excessive. What if the Beast King wasn't dead, but merely delayed by some event? What would the consequences be? However, the eldest prince quickly realized what was happening and said, "General, you know what happened back then. The beast god himself told us that my father was not dead, but this time even the beast god cannot be contacted. I suppose. Humph. The beast god is no less powerful than the one in the Temple of Light. How could anything happen to him? It must be that the Beast King and the Beast God are doing something important that cannot be disturbed, which is why they cannot be contacted. You are all sons of the Beast King, and you also have a share in this Beast Plains. But look at what the Beast Plains have become. The various royal families have begun to disobey our orders and fight each other. There are even outsiders in your tents." Adela's piercing eyes stared at everyone present. Many people avoided eye contact, proving they had something to hide. Only a few looked completely bewildered. Those were just clueless fools. Adela sighed. It seemed that most of the princes had already begun to bring outsiders into the Beastman's plains. Only the fifth prince did not seem to have sought help from outsiders. However, he was too weak and lacked his own strength. Even one of his concubines was a princess of the Orc race. However, when the Orc King arrived in the Orc race, he did not help him but instead sought refuge with the eldest prince. "General Adela, you are one of my father's old subordinates, so we all respect you. But the situation is what it is now. If we want to maintain the unity of the Beastman's plains, we must first achieve internal unity. Since my second and third brothers are not convinced by me, then let's each use our own methods and see who can subdue more royal families and territories." "Okay, let's do as you say, brother." The third prince immediately slammed his fist on the table and spoke up. Adela wanted to persuade her again, but she knew it would be in vain. Now that the eldest and third princes are both saint-level experts, he is old and has handed over most of his military power, so he is powerless to stop it. Is our beast race destined to descend into such chaos? "My lord Beast King, when will you return?" No one paid any attention to Adela's mutterings. Everyone strode out of the hall and began to discuss in private how to deploy troops. To subdue the other four royal clans, words alone are not enough. The key is strength. Apart from the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan, which lack saint-level experts, the other two clans do have saint-level experts. Even if war is to break out, caution must be exercised. The various royal families were already embroiled in conflict, and now, led by the Beast King clan, they have begun preparing to wage war against the other royal families as well. Just as the Temple of Light had predicted, the Beast Plains have finally descended into complete chaos. Chapter 186: An Alliance with Hidden Agendas. The Beastman Plains were in increasing chaos. Even without Chu Chen's intervention, many magical beasts actively sought out Tyren, requesting to join his ranks. Furthermore, a large number of low-level magical beasts fled towards the outskirts of the Beastman Plains. Judging from this situation, a major upheaval is really on the horizon before the War of Faith even begins. In Chu Chen's perception, countless magical beasts were running. If they couldn't escape quickly, these magical beasts would have no choice but to submit to a royal family and then be used as cannon fodder to die. Chu Chen's valley is only this big. Last time, Tyren took the initiative to recruit 30,000 magical beasts. This time, after careful selection, he accepted another 20,000 magical beasts. Together with the previous Xinsha army, the number of magical beasts has recovered to 100,000. This number is already the limit that the valley can accommodate. If there are any more, we will have to expand outwards. At this time, occupying territory would probably arouse public resentment, and we might be the first to be targeted and wiped out. But Chu Chen absolutely did not want to waste such a good opportunity. Tyron, we can't miss this opportunity. Immediately send people to guide those willing escaped monsters into our desert, and then send 10,000 Sandstorm Army soldiers to escort them. Yes, sir. Tyron was also very excited. After all, he was a general of the Sandstorm Army, and those magical beasts would become reserve soldiers of the Sandstorm Army in the future. That was hundreds of thousands of magical beasts. Even if not all the magical beasts were willing, there would still be at least 100,000 to 200,000 magical beasts. There are still elders like the chieftain of the Wilderness clan left behind in the desert to bring these magical beasts back to the desert. In addition, there are 10,000 Sandstorm Army soldiers guarding the area. The chieftain and the others can train these magical beasts first, making it easier to select new recruits when they return. Tyron quickly went down to prepare. Although the matter was tedious, Tyron enjoyed it immensely. Shelley has also recently sent out several letters, all of which mention that the Beast King's princes have decided to conquer the various royal families. A few days later, General Norman of the Demon Flame Lion clan appeared on the banks of the Tongtian River. My lord, I am here today on behalf of my king, who hopes to cooperate with you. Cooperate with me? Now the eldest and fourth princes of the Beast King clan want to conquer the various royal clans. You know the strength of our Demon Flame Lion clan, which is simply not enough to resist on its own. Therefore, we want to cooperate with you. Chu Chen smiled and asked, why should I cooperate with you? Because you do not belong to any prince's faction. When the conquering army arrives here, it will definitely target you immediately. Norman appeared confident, clearly not believing that Chu Chen would refuse him. What if I don't agree? Norman's expression changed upon hearing Chu Chen's words. Let the people from your clan's Temple of Light come here to see me first. Chu Chen continued. Sir, how did you know? Not only do I know, but I also killed one a few days ago. Do you think only your Demon Flame Lion clan has people from the Temple of Light? Upon hearing this, Norman immediately realized that there must be members of the Temple of Light among the dire wolves. Norman bowed and said, we hope you will consider this seriously, Your Excellency. We are very sincere, and I will immediately go back and tell my king your request. Not long after Norman left in a hurry, Osmond of the Dire Wolf clan also arrived. Upon seeing Osmond, the Sandstorm Army immediately let out a wary roar and quickly assembled. However, Chu Chen quickly stopped them because Osmond had only brought a few dozen people. What brings you here? You're not here to ask for cooperation either, are you? Osmond was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. I didn't expect the Flame Lion clan to be faster than us, but that doesn't matter, sir. Although we have fought before, it was because of our different demands. Now you must be aware of the situation outside. My Dire Wolf clan is also sincerely seeking cooperation. Is the one from the Temple of Light of your Dire Wolf clan still alive? A man emerged from behind Osmond. It was Hansa, who had returned recently severely injured. Thank you for your concern, sir. I am well. Chu Chen ignored him and continued to ask, why should I cooperate with your Dire Wolf clan, my former enemy, instead of the Flame Lion clan? Osmond said respectfully, although neither our Dire Wolf clan nor the Demon Flame Lion clan has any Saint-level experts, our Dire Wolf clan has methods to confront Saint-level experts. Can we cooperate with you based on this? Moreover, we only wish to cooperate with you, sir, and we do not mind if you also cooperate with the Demon Flame Lion clan. Methods to counter Saint-level opponents. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that this method could not be used at any time, he was still somewhat overwhelmed if a Saint-level method was used against him. However, Chu Chen quickly wondered if the Demon Flame Lion clan might also have this method. The answer was probably yes. These ancient races are indeed not to be underestimated. Even the fallen royal families have the means to fight against Saint-level beings. However, the fact that both the Flame Lion clan and the Dire Wolf clan came to Chu Chen seeking cooperation, especially given that both sides had guests from the Temple of Light, made Chu Chen wary. To put it another way, given the current situation, Chu Chen is forced to cooperate with these two families. Even though he knows there's definitely a trap, Chu Chen cannot fight against the Beast King clan, who possesses a true Saint-level expert, alone. The Flame Lion clan and the Dire Wolf clan were well aware that the Temple of Light had its own ulterior motives, but they could only take it one step at a time, otherwise they would not be able to overcome the current difficulties. The three factions, each with their own ulterior motives, were forced by the larger situation to form an alliance in front of the Tongtian River on the morning of the third day. To be precise, Chu Chun formed alliances with both the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan, agreeing that if either side were attacked, Chu Chun would have to help the other. Conversely, if Chu Chun were attacked, the Dire Wolves and Demon Flame Lion clan would also need his assistance. After the three parties formed an alliance, Chu Qinbian began to take in fleeing magical beasts, expanding the Qinsha army to 150,000. However, the quality of these newly joined magical beasts varied greatly, and many of them simply wanted to find a safe haven and leave when the time was right. Besides Chu Chun, the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan are also capturing a large number of escaped magical beasts to expand their army size. According to news from the Dire Wolf clan, the Crimson Armor Beast clan, which borders the Dire Wolf clan, has already clashed with the First Prince. 3 Saint-level experts have appeared on the First Prince's side, and the Crimson Armor Beast clan is suffering repeated defeats. They will probably be unable to hold on for long. Chapter 187 Coercion. The situation on the Beastman Plains is becoming increasingly dire, and even Chu Chun feels a bit of pressure. Although he is not afraid and can easily extricate himself from the situation. However, once that happens, it will be virtually impossible for Chu Chun to infiltrate the Beastman Plains after the Temple of Light takes over. However, if he doesn't retreat, Chu Chun will have to face Saint-level experts directly, and there might not be just one. Although Chu Chun has never directly fought against Saint-level experts, based on the strength he sensed from the Elf King and the mysterious person in the Temple of Light, it was definitely beyond Chu Chun's current ability to resist. Of course, neither the Elf King nor that mysterious person were ordinary Saint-level beings. They were definitely powerful Saint-level beings. However, one can imagine that ordinary Saint-level level 1 or 2 beings might not be able to directly harm Chu Chun, yet Chu Chun was helpless against them. I need to keep getting stronger. Chu Chun's desire to become stronger reignited from the bottom of his heart. Energy points. I need energy points. To become stronger, one must level up, and leveling up requires consuming a large amount of energy points. Chu Chun, who had opened up 6 tributaries, had already exhausted all the energy points he had accumulated. Now, he had finally accumulated enough energy points to open up the next river, but advancing to the 7th level of the Spirit Lake seemed to be of little use. After thinking for a long time, Chu Chun still had no clue. The saint rank cannot be achieved overnight. Let's take it one step at a time. Or perhaps they could train their subordinates to become saints. Chu Chun looked at the demon dragon gecko and the blood wolf, and smiled inexplicably. The dragon gecko felt a chill run down its spine, and even the blood wolf found it strange. These two are currently the 2 most likely to become saints. It seems I need to train them properly. Before Chu Chun could finish pondering, he saw Norman of the Demon Flame Lion clan and Osmond of the Dire Wolf clan flying rapidly toward him at the same time. The 2 spotted each other in midair, but both remained very restrained and landed together in front of the water figure that Chu Chun had conjured by the Tongtian River. It's really rare that 2 generals have come to my little place at the same time. Norman and Osmond were old rivals, but they always clashed when they met. This time, however, they were able to calm down and talk things out. Norman spoke first. The main reason I've come to see you this time is because of a very important matter. Our Demon Flame Lion clan has discovered that the Megalodon clan is heading in our direction. Our clan has also discovered that the Crimson Armor Beast clan is heading this way. Chu Chun was startled. Although these 2 races were certainly no match for the Beast King clan, they shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Moreover, even if the Megalodon clan was defeated, they should have fled towards the closer west, not towards the Demon Flame Lion clan. Chu Chun didn't know what had happened, and judging from Osmond and Norman's expressions, the 2 races probably didn't know the situation either. This matter is very strange. We cannot determine the situation yet. You would better send someone to contact them first and find out what is going on before they enter your territory. Osmond nodded and said, when we arrived, the tribe had already sent people to make contact. We are too. So you came to see me just to deliver this message, didn't you? Chu Chen gave the two of them a deep look. Neither of them was willing to speak first, but Norman finally spoke up first. It is so. After discussing with the generals of my clan, my king has decided to join forces with you, my lord. This way, we can combine our superior forces to deal with any trouble that may come. Osmond also took the opportunity to say, my king thinks so too, and he also thinks that perhaps the three of us can join forces and be commanded by one person, so as to avoid fighting separately. Norman was taken aback, not expecting the Dire Wolf clan to have such a bold idea. With three forces joining forces, the question of whose side to listen to becomes a major issue. So, according to your plan, after the armies unite, whose orders should we take? Of course we'll listen to my king. After all, if we want to resist a saint-level expert, we still have to rely on my king. Besides, our Dire Wolf clan's army is more skilled in combat. Norman's expression changed instantly upon hearing Osmond's words. What do you mean by that? Your Dire Wolf clan's creatures are just consumables, not true saint-level powerhouses. When it comes to understanding the Demon Beast Plains and the Beast King clan, it's my Demon Flame Lion clan that matters. Only under the leadership of my king can we ultimately contend with the princes of the Beast King clan. The two argued endlessly, but both selectively ignored Chu Chen, meaning that the people behind them didn't really take Chu Chen seriously. Gentlemen, since neither of you is willing to hand over command to the other, why not hand it over to me? Chu Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the two immediately stopped arguing, but neither responded to Chu Chen's words. Osmond and Norman looked at each other for a while, exchanging glances several times, before Osmond finally spoke. Since we both want to compete for this command, why don't we combine our forces first, and then find time to have a competition, and whoever wins will take command? Chu Chen had long anticipated this outcome. These two had taken advantage of his lack of legendary-level combat power, which was why they made this request. However, Chu Chen wasn't angry. He was in a weaker position and didn't have the right to make many demands. However, if it really comes down to a competition, he's not afraid of anyone in the legendary ranks. He could simply hand over Chu Tian as well. In the end, Chu Chen agreed to Osmond's proposal. The three agreed to take a week to consolidate their forces, then check on the situation of the two fleeing royals, and then discuss a specific time to compete for command. Chu Chen quickly discussed the matter with Tyron and Red Fox. In order to prevent Blood Wolf and the others from exposing that he had obtained the ancestral wolf's inheritance, Chu Chen did not intend to let Blood Wolf participate. The other members of the Xinsha army selected 100,000 magical beasts to prepare to join forces with the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan. Especially the Dragon Sand team, which is Chu Chen's elite force, so it's impossible for them to be exposed to the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan. After Blood Wolf and the other three Dire Wolves received the clan's wolf inheritance, their progress was also very rapid. Blood Wolf is already a legend, and the other three Dire Wolves have already reached the 7th level of the Extraordinary Realm. This incident left the Demon Dragon Gecko feeling depressed for quite some time. During this period, the Demon Dragon Gecko also cultivated very diligently and is now at the 8th level of the Extraordinary Realm. It's a good thing that these magical beasts under his command can form healthy competition. Chu Chen hopes that these magical beasts can grow up as soon as possible, so that he won't have to do everything himself. Chapter 188, A Fierce Onslaught. It took 3 days for the Flame Lion clan, the Dire Wolf clan, and Chu Chen's 100,000-strong Sandstorm army to finally complete the initial integration, forming a monster army of 500,000. Chu Chen looked on with envy. So many magical beasts. If he could devour them all, how many energy points would that be? Enough for Chu Chen to level up to level 10 immediately. However, the two sides are still in the cooperation stage, and these magical beasts may become Chu Chen's forces in the future. While it is important for Chu Chen to increase his own strength, it is equally important for the forces under his command. Commanding such a large army is no easy task, especially since the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan are both unruly and look down on the Sandfall army. In just a few days, many conflicts have occurred. During this period, the Demon Dragon Gecko was quite happy, and kept busy helping the Sandstorm army suppress the troublesome Dire Wolf clan or Demon Flame Lion clan magical beasts. Among the extraordinary level, there are very few that can defeat the Demon Dragon Gecko, and among those above the extraordinary level, even fewer will take action against it. Tyron and Red Fox were involved in the reorganization of the entire coalition. Although the commander of the army had not yet been decided, the army had to be settled first. Otherwise, even if a commander was chosen, there would be no way to deal with the people below who did not listen. In the Dire Wolf King's palace, the Dire Wolf King looked at the most important generals and core members of the royal family, while Hansa, the only human, stood out conspicuously. I must be the commander of this allied forces. This is also an opportunity for us to annex the Demon Flame Lion clan and the Sand Sinking army in one fell swoop. The Dire Wolf King set the tone for this operation, and the generals below were also very excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Dire Wolf clan. If they could seize it, the Dire Wolf clan would achieve unprecedented prosperity. But we must also be careful. The Flame Lion clan was once able to compete with the Beast King for the throne. Moreover, we don't know what the upcoming Megalodon and Crimson Armor Beast clan will be like. These two races are not as easy to deal with as the Flame Lion clan. If things go wrong, our entire clan will be doomed. Mentioning the giant Toothed Tiger clan and the Crimson Armored Beast clan sends a chill down everyone's spine. These two races have long been overshadowed by the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan. Compared to the Beast King clan, who rarely takes action and mainly uses intimidation, these two races are the true fearsome races of the Beast Plains. Of all the races, large and small, on the plains, apart from the Beast King race, no race has escaped the oppression of these two races. This is why the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan reacted so strongly this time, and were even willing to unite against them. My king, the result of my discussions with the Flame Lion clan and the Sandstorm army is that a competition for the leadership will be held in 2 days. The competition method is, as you mentioned before, a tournament, but only for extraordinary magical beasts. Whoever wins the most matches will become the champion of this tournament. Osmond stepped forward and said that the Dire Wolf clan had already discussed the location and method of the competition, and the Demon Flame Lion clan had also agreed to the proposal, and Chu-Chin naturally had no objections. Battles between legendary-level beings are too harmful to both sides, and they are important high-end combat forces in subsequent wars against other races. Even the injury of one of them is a significant loss. On the other hand, there are too many mortal-level beings, and there is no basis for comparison. This was because Chu-Chun didn't have many extraordinary high-level magical beasts under his command, while the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan had accumulated over the years, and had no less than 100 magical beasts under their command who were stuck at the extraordinary level 10 and unable to break through to the legendary level. The Beastmaster nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he had originally refused the alliance, but Hansa approached him and said that he had a way to guarantee the Dire Wolf King the position of commander, so he agreed. As for Hansa's method, it is actually a weapon, a scroll that can temporarily store a legendary level full force attack. Hansa took out 10 scrolls, and the Dire Wolf King infused them with the energy of a full force attack from a legendary level 9, which guaranteed that the Dire Wolf clan would win at least 10 matches. Then, Osmond was sent to discuss with Chu-Chun. He was certain that Chu-Chun could not field many powerful transcendent-level magical beasts, so the total number of matches was set at 20. In this way, the Dire Wolves have already secured 10 victories, meaning the final outcome will inevitably be that the Dire Wolf's king gains the position of leader. This plan was flawless. Although the Dire Wolf King felt something was amiss, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This was indeed a good opportunity for the Dire Wolf clan to annex the Demon Flame Lion clan, so he didn't want to give it up. Subsequently, at the behest of the Dire Wolf King, Osmond discussed the specific operational procedures with the generals, and even how to keep the army under his control after the Dire Wolf King became commander-in-chief. He put forward a plan for everything, big and small. The Dire Wolf King simply listened from the sidelines, occasionally offering suggestions for modification, but most of the time he merely agreed as the final decision-maker. Just then, the dire Wolf King suddenly sensed a terrifying aura descending upon its territory. The dire Wolf King stood up from his seat and looked into the distance with a solemn expression. "What's wrong?" Osmond asked. Just as the dire Wolf King was about to speak, he heard a hearty laugh. Everyone was shocked, and the laughter grew closer and closer until finally a giant tiger appeared in the hall. No one could even see how it entered. "Who are you, daring to trespass into the dire Wolf clan's main hall?" a legendary level 3 general asked sternly. The giant tiger merely glanced at him before continuing to walk steadily forward. The others tried to stop him, but were driven away by the dire Wolf King. "Do not be rude. These are distinguished guests of the Megalodon clan." The crowd had already guessed what was going on, and now they realized what was happening. They retreated in panic, making way for each other. The dire wolf general who had previously rebuked the giant tiger exploded into a cloud of blood mist, filling the entire hall with the stench of blood. The dire wolf king's pupils contracted, and it gave its place to the giant tiger, standing to the side. The giant tiger sat down without any hesitation and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. I am Macefield of the Megalodon clan. I have no ill intentions here. I just want to discuss some matters with you all. We don't know what your requirements are, sir. We will do our best to fulfill them." Osmond quickly spoke up. Macefield glanced curiously at Osmond, smiled, and said, "We just want to form an alliance with you to fight against the Beast King's sons. In fact, even if we don't form an alliance with you, you will have to face them sooner or later, so we are here to save you." "An alliance? We're so weak, we probably don't deserve it," the dire Wolf King said in a deep voice. Macefield didn't even glance at him, and continued speaking to Osmond below. "Not only you, but also the Demon Flame Lion clan. The Crimson Armor Beast clan has already gone there, as well as the newly arrived group of magical beasts. I'll trouble you to go and talk to them. I heard you're also planning to form an alliance recently, so you can come along too." As he spoke, Macefield gave everyone in the hall a disapproving look. Chapter 189. The competition begins. The dire wolves who were seen by Macefield felt their hearts skip a beat, and then lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Osmond, despite being sweating profusely from the pressure of the saint-level aura, stubbornly stared at Macefield. Hansa, perhaps feeling emboldened or wanting to maintain the dignity of the Temple of Light, also looked at Macefield with a smile. Macefield saw Hansa, but gave a cold snort. To Hansa, the sound was like thunder exploding in his mind, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Don't think I don't know what your Temple of Light is up to, but I'm warning you. If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll destroy you." Hansa nodded nervously, and while peeking, he saw that Macefield was already talking to the dire Wolf King with a normal expression. The generals around him were all looking at him with amusement, pointing and gesturing, seemingly not having heard what Macefield said. Hansa breathed a sigh of relief. Since Macefield didn't say it directly, but chose to speak only to him, it proved that the people who went to the Temple of Light of the Megalodon tribe had also achieved something. Perhaps this great alliance was formed at their instigation. At almost the same time, the same thing happened in the territory of the Flame Lion clan. The Crimson Armor Beast also sent a saint-level expert to the Flame Lion clan to discuss an alliance. Using the river as a guide, Chu Chen clearly sensed two extremely strong auras, but he dared not probe too closely, though he had a vague sense of unease. If it were just an alliance with the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan, even if there were traps involved, Chu Chen was confident he could control the situation. However, once a saint-level expert intervened, the course of events would no longer be under Chu Chen's control. After much deliberation, Chu Chen quickly summoned Tyran, Red Fox, Blood Wolf, and others, bringing together the strongest fighting force of the entire Shinsha army. Chu Chen didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "I sense two saint-level auras entering the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan respectively. They are likely powerful members of the Crimson Armor Beast and the Megalodon clan. This is very disadvantageous for us, so I would like to make the following adjustments to our plans. First, the entire Dragon Sands team will return to the desert. This is our elite force, and we absolutely cannot afford to lose it. Also, Blood Wolf, the four of you who have received the Ancestral Wolf's inheritance should also return. It would be very dangerous if you were discovered by the Dire Wolf clan. Finally, the battle for command will begin in a few days. With Saint-level experts involved, even if we win the command, it will be useless. So everyone, remember, protecting yourselves is the priority. Chu Chen informed everyone this time by way of notification, so no one objected. Only Blood Wolf insisted on not leaving. Chu Chen thought about it and agreed to his request, but required his 3 Dire Wolf subordinates who had received the inheritance to leave. After everything was arranged, Chu Chen sent another Sandstorm Army magical beast to contact Shelly and inform her of the situation. The situation on the Beastman Plains was becoming increasingly tense, and Shelly was in greater danger by herself. However, with the Beastman Princess by her side, Shelly's safety should be at least temporarily guaranteed. The next morning, Osmond and Norman once again came to find Chu Chen at the same time, informing him that the Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan had participated in this alliance. Moreover, the Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan are preparing to migrate their entire clans to the border area between the two sides, which is the area where Chu Chen is located, and concentrate all their forces there to fight a decisive battle with the Beast King's sons. In Chu Chen's view, this was not a smart idea, because it would be easy to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. If they were scattered, the Beast King clan would never be able to exterminate the other 4 royal clans in the vast Beast Clan grasslands. However, the royal family had their own plans. They might also want to take this opportunity to defeat the Beast King's forces so that they could dominate the grasslands themselves. In short, the ultimate beneficiaries are naturally the Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan. Whether it's Chu Chen, the Demon Flame Lion clan, or the Dire Wolf clan, they are nothing more than cannon fodder and tools to be used. Furthermore, the match time has been moved up to noon tomorrow. These decisions were made without taking Chu Chen's opinion into account at all, which shows that they don't take Chu Chen seriously at all. After Osmond and Norman left, the Gecko Dragon shouted angrily, "Damn it! I'm going to beat them all to a pulp tomorrow." Blood Wolf was also eager to try, but tomorrow's competition was limited to only extraordinary individuals. Chu Chen's top-tier extraordinary combat power consists of only the Demon Dragon Gecko and the Little Fox Vina, plus the Demon Dragon Gecko's 4 little followers. However, apart from Vina, no one dares to claim that they are invincible at the extraordinary level. The pressure on the Dragon Gecko is considerable. The Demon Dragon Gecko realized this, so it changed its previous mischievous and lively ways and began to sit by the Tongtian River to cultivate. Chu Chen found it amusing. If you don't work hard normally, it won't matter if you stay up all night. Tomorrow, just do your best and don't worry about anything else. I've said it before, it doesn't matter who wins. The Demon Dragon Gecko, however, didn't think that way. He was only thinking that Blood Wolf couldn't play, and Vina was still an outsider, so he had to do his best to make Chu Chen proud. Having not slept all night, the demonic dragon gecko kept trying to break through to the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, its eyes turning bloodshot. Chu Chen was worried that it would fail and wanted to bestow a blessing upon it, but the demonic dragon gecko stopped him. The demon dragon gecko didn't want to waste a blessing opportunity just for breaking through a small rank, as that would make him seem too selfish. After a night of hard work, the magical dragon gecko finally achieved a breakthrough the next morning, successfully advancing to the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. The competition was scheduled for noon, so the magic dragon gecko plunged headfirst into the Tongtian River and floated on the surface to sleep. To ensure fairness, the competition was held on a plain not far from the valley. People had already started setting up there, which basically involved burning all the grass to clear space. Tyron had already selected 10 magical beasts to participate in this competition. With Chu Chen's reminder, everyone was not too concerned about winning or losing. However, some combative magical beasts hoped to take this opportunity to have a good fight. The Gecko Dragon also woke up on the eve of the competition, and was later led by Tyron to join the Dire Wolf clan and the Flame Lion clan. This time, not only Chu Chen understood the situation clearly, but the Dire Wolf King and the Demon Flame Lion King also knew it, so neither of them showed up. Instead, Osmond and Norman represented the competition with a group of people. The once fierce battle for supremacy seems to have cooled down considerably. Nevertheless, there are still quite a few monsters coming to watch, and which side becomes the leader will have a significant impact on future developments. Therefore, the dire wolves were still going all out, but because they were well prepared, they all appeared calm and composed. Chapter 190: The Demonic Dragon Gecko Fights Desperately. The entire match was officiated by Osmond as the chief referee, with Norman and Tyren serving as the field wardens to ensure that no one would take sides. This tournament, which may be the first of its kind on the Orcish Plains, has begun. Each side can fight 20 matches, and each side can field a maximum of 20 players. Whoever wins the most matches will be the ultimate winner. Chuchin only brought 10 people with him, as did the Dire Wolf clan, while only the Demon Flame Lion clan brought 20 people to participate. Following the order of the draw, the magical beasts stepped onto the open ground to begin the competition. The first to compete were a level 10 extraordinary magical beast from the Demon Flame Lion clan and a level 10 extraordinary magical beast from the Dire Wolf clan. In fact, every contestant from both races is at the extraordinary level 10, and some have even been at this level for several or even more than a decade, so their accumulated experience is unimaginable. Neither of them spoke when they entered the arena, and at Osmond's command, they quickly began fighting. The first match was fierce, with both fighters covered in injuries. In the end, the Dire Wolf was more ruthless, taking a mouthful of demonic flame from the Demon Lion with his own body before sending it flying off the field. In fact, if this Dire Wolf had used a magic scroll directly, it could have defeated its opponent immediately. However, to prevent others from becoming suspicious, it's best to avoid using scrolls if possible. Although the Dire Wolf won, it was also seriously injured. Soon, a magical beast with healing abilities came to heal it, and the match continued. Then, the Flame Lion clan, the Dire Wolf clan, and the Sandstorm Army's magical beasts all appeared one after another. The magical beasts brought by the Flame Lion clan were all extremely powerful, and several of the magical beasts of the Sandstorm Army were defeated when they encountered them. However, once the Dire Wolf clan unleashed its scroll, it proved unstoppable. Whether the opponent was the Sandstorm Army or the Flame Lion clan, none could withstand the scroll's power. Osmond, your Dire Wolf clan has gone too far. Using a scroll equivalent to a legendary level power is no different from a legendary level player participating in the competition. Why don't we just have a fight between the two of us? That's right, what you're doing is cheating. If this continues, there's no point in this competition. Tyren said angrily. Just now, one of the Sand Army's magical beasts was almost blown to pieces. If he hadn't acted quickly, it would probably be a pile of minced meat by now. Even so, it is now unconscious, and Tyren himself has also been injured. Osmond then smiled and said, "Don't be angry, you two. We didn't say beforehand that we couldn't use scrolls. You can use them too. It's fair." Chuchin watched this scene from the Tongtian River, feeling somewhat angry. Although he no longer wanted to compete for the command, he couldn't allow his people to be bullied like this. So Chuchin called over the 5 people who hadn't yet taken the stage and took out a bunch of scrolls he had collected from his system space. Throw it out as soon as the match starts. Don't give them a chance to use the scroll. Chuchin had devoured countless magical beasts and human cultivators over the years, accumulating a considerable number of scrolls. He hadn't even paid much attention to them, only giving a large portion to Shelly and Chu Tian. Otherwise, he could have produced even more. The Demon Dragon Gecko carried a large pile of scrolls and put them into its spatial scroll. Its eyes gleamed as it looked at the contestants from the Dire Wolf clan and the Demon Flame Lion clan. The little fox Vina still had a slightly shy expression, but she also seemed eager to try. Each of the 3 sides fought 10 battles. In the end, the Dire Wolf clan won the most battles thanks to the scrolls, and only 3 of their members participated. The Demon Flame Lion clan also won 1 battle, with 5 members participating. The Sandstorm Army, however, failed to win a single battle. Besides Chuchin, the Demon Flame Lion clan also recalled their own people and gave them instructions, presumably also providing them with some means. The battles that followed were even more intense. In addition to the fighting between monsters, there were various scrolls and strange attack or defense methods, but most of them were not as powerful as the scrolls of the Dire Wolves. so the situation still tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the dire wolves. In this situation, Norman was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do but try his best to protect his men so that they wouldn't be killed by the scroll. Tyron faced even greater pressure because he himself was only a transcendent, so protecting his own people from attacks by legendary-level beings was quite difficult. Fortunately, he had the advantage of flying, which barely ensured his safety, though he looked quite disheveled. However, Chu Chen remained calm as he watched everything unfold. What concerned him more were the two gazes he vaguely sensed, gazes that seemed to belong to saint-level experts. This situation is getting more and more chaotic. Chu Chen felt a headache coming on. His original plan to develop secretly seemed to have been disrupted, and he was now completely in the open. Moreover, the Temple of Light is stirring up trouble, and it will definitely take action in the end, which is what Chu Chen is most worried about. Chu Chenyu was still deep in thought when the battle on the arena was already in full swing. Finally, it was the turn of the magic dragon gecko to take the stage. The demon dragon gecko remembered Chu Chen's instructions perfectly. As soon as it entered the arena and heard the order to start the match, it immediately threw out all the scrolls in its hands. As a result, after a barrage of attacks, the dire wolf tribe on the other side didn't even have time to react before being bombarded to death by the scrolls of the demon dragon gecko. The entire arena suddenly fell silent. The Flame Lion clan had done something similar when dealing with the dire wolf clan, but it was never this violent, and there weren't this many scrolls. The demon dragon gecko had thrown out at least 20 scrolls in just a few minutes. Although using scrolls consumes relatively little of one's own energy, it does consume a certain amount of soul power. Therefore, the fact that the demon dragon gecko can use more than 20 magic scrolls at once indicates that it possesses exceptionally strong soul power. The opposing dire wolf was killed instantly, and the gecko dragon won the match. However, it did not leave the stage immediately, but remained standing on the platform waiting for the next match. Next up was the magical beast of the Demon Flame Lion clan. This beast was very wary of the demon dragon gecko's scroll, so it kept changing positions from the start of the match to avoid being defeated by the demon dragon gecko using the scroll. However, the magic dragon gecko did not do that, but quietly waited for the magic flame lion to attack. When the flame lion realized that the demon dragon gecko didn't intend to use the scroll, it decisively pounced from behind the demon dragon gecko. The demon dragon gecko remained motionless. At this moment, the demon flame lion had already reached his side. The real killing move was this demon flame, which was also the innate divine power of the demon flame lion clan. However, the flame lion soon discovered that the demon dragon gecko was gone. The flame lion instinctively sensed something was wrong and quickly changed its position. However, no matter how he changed positions, he could never get rid of that sense of crisis. With a whoosh, the demon dragon gecko's claws slashed across the demon flame lion's belly, and the demon dragon gecko's figure came into view. Next, "It's a dragon gecko," the demon gecko said calmly. Chapter 191 Commander's Place. Everyone in the arena held their breath, and the noisy arena fell silent for a while before someone finally let out a gasp of surprise. A level 8 extraordinary magical beast almost instantly killed a level 10 extraordinary magical beast. Moreover, that flame lion had no chance of turning the tide. Its intestines were gradually spilling out, and if it wasn't treated in time, its chances of survival were slim. The dragon gecko was actually very excited, but on the surface, it pretended to be calm and collected, as if it were effortless. Only Chu Chen saw it clearly. The demon dragon gecko had used teleportation repeatedly, which had actually taken a lot of energy. The rational choice would be to rely entirely on one's own speed to engage the flame lion, and then use the aerial advantage to teleport away when the flame lion is exhausted, killing it in one strike. This would be the most energy-efficient approach. The demon dragon gecko used high-cost teleportation repeatedly just to show off. What a show-off! Chu Chen smiled and shook his head, then continued reading. Before the demon dragon gecko could be arrogant for long, a dire wolf jumped up and used a scroll the instant the referee announced the start of the match. Although the magic dragon gecko was prepared and used teleportation to avoid the main explosion zone, it still suffered serious injuries. When the gecko appeared, its paw covering the left half of its wing, the dire wolf revealed a cruel smile. Although this attack failed to kill the demon dragon gecko outright, which he found quite regrettable, it did manage to injure it, especially its wings, which greatly restricted its movement. With Dire Wolf's level 10 extraordinary strength, taking down a level 8 extraordinary opponent would be a piece of cake. With that in mind, the Dire Wolf charged forward quickly, not intending to linger at all. It immediately activated its innate skill, maximizing its speed and strength. The dragon gecko was under great pressure, but it managed to avoid the vital points by constantly shifting and moving. When the dire wolf's innate ability disappeared, the gecko suddenly attacked, its claws slicing across one of his arms, drawing blood and leaving the dire wolf unable to move its hind legs. However, it was a transcendent-level magical beast after all. Although it couldn't move one of its hind legs, it wasn't about to be captured without resistance. It simply stopped its fierce attack and switched to defense. The situation turned around, and the magic dragon gecko switched from defense to offense, quickly leaving the dire wolf battered and bruised. However, the dire wolf was also a creature of courage and refused to surrender. It persisted until the magic dragon gecko severed the tendons in all 4 of its legs, rendering it completely immobile. Only then was the referee declaring the magic dragon gecko the winner. The magic dragon gecko barely won this battle, and now it no longer flies in the air but lands on the ground to conserve its energy as much as possible. Vina wanted to come up and replace him, but the magic dragon gecko shook his head and said, "I can win one more game." Vina looked at his persistent gaze, but in the end, she didn't say anything. On the Sandstorm Army's side, only Demon Dragon Gecko and Vina remained. Although everyone was worried about Demon Dragon Gecko, they also really wanted to win the match. Tyron glanced at the Magic Dragon Gecko, which nodded at him. Tyron nodded back, indicating his support for Tyron's choice. The next match was between the Dire Wolf clan and the Flame Lion clan. The Dire Wolf clan quickly won this match using a scroll, leaving the Magic Dragon Gecko with no time to rest and forcing it to immediately return to the field. The opponent in this match was a seasoned Demon Flame Lion. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he carefully defended with all his might. The Demon Dragon Gecko attacked many times, but he stubbornly resisted them and even counterattacked from time to time, adding many new wounds to the Demon Dragon Gecko. While constantly changing positions, trying to find an opportunity to attack, the Demon Dragon Gecko took a deep breath. He felt an overwhelming fatigue in his body. He had really used up too much energy this time. If the battle cannot be ended immediately, he may be worn down by this. So the Demon Dragon Gecko bit its tongue, forcing itself to stay awake, and used teleportation again in quick succession. It also took out the scrolls it hadn't finished using earlier and threw them at the Demon Flame Lion. The Flame Lion was caught off guard by the sudden and intense attacks from the Demon Dragon Gecko, and its defenses were momentarily breached. The Demon Dragon Gecko quickly seized the opportunity and captured it. The sharp claws were positioned across the Flame Lion's neck. If he dared to move even slightly, those claws would tear his throat apart. Tyron immediately announced the victory of the Dragon Gecko. Norman felt it was a pity, but the facts were undeniable and there was no room for argument. Upon hearing the news of the victory, the Dragon Gecko could no longer hold on and collapsed. However, the Xinsha army quickly came forward to catch him and took him to the Tongtian River. Chu Qin stretched out his hand and pulled the Demon Dragon Gecko into the Tongtian River. The Demon Dragon Gecko sank to the bottom of the river, and Chu Chun then gathered spiritual water to wrap it up and heal its wounds. The reason for doing this was to prevent those 2 pairs of eyes from spying on them. Chu Chun felt there was no need to watch the battles anymore. Vina was bound to be invincible. However, the Dire Wolf clan had already won many rounds, and in the upcoming battles, the Flame Lion clan would also find it difficult to withstand the Dire Wolf scrolls. Therefore, the ultimate victor would still be the Dire Wolf clan. However, this battle was also a success, because the Magic Dragon Gecko gained a lot of training. I believe that when it wakes up, it will be more like a magic dragon than a gecko. As Chu Chun had predicted, the Dire Wolf clan won most of the battles with an overwhelming advantage, so the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies had to be the Dire Wolf King. A hint of joy appeared on Osmond's face, even though all of this was exactly what he had expected. I appreciate your concession this time. I hope that our three families will not let today's competition damage our harmony. We will work together from now on, Osmond said with a smile to Tyrone and Norman. Norman snorted coldly and led his men back, while Tyrion gave him a cold look before turning and leaving with the Sandstorm army. Osmond, however, didn't care. This competition was a mutual agreement between the three families, and it had even been questioned by two Saint-level experts. The outcome was already irreversible. No matter how unwilling Tyrion and Norman were, they would have to obey the Dire Wolf King's orders from now on. Soon, Osmond also left the arena with his Dire Wolf clan monsters. Although winning through the scroll was not honorable, the Dire Wolf clan was still quite happy when they left, as they had been able to give the Dire Wolf King the power to command the three armies. Some people were also quietly discussing the impressive performances of the magical dragon Gecko and Vina, and wondering what kind of magical beasts they were. Chapter 192: The Army Presses In. After everyone left, Tyrion led the Sandstorm army into the valley, and then Chu Chun used the Tongtian River to form a water curtain, blocking the outside world's view. This is quite interesting. A surprised exclamation came from the void, and at the same time, a similarly surprised voice came from another direction. It seems this person has already noticed our presence. Even a mere tributary can block our senses. The two Saint-level experts did not attempt to force their way through Chu Chen's water barrier, but instead consciously withdrew their gazes. At the same time, Chu Chun also keenly sensed that the two gazes that had been watching him had disappeared, and he understood. So he boldly used his blessing skill to heal the injuries of the participating members of the Sandstorm army. The demon dragon Gecko, which Chu Chun had already placed at the bottom of the Tongtian River, was also brought up to receive the blessing. Under Chu Chen's system skills, even the injuries of the demon dragon Gecko were quickly stabilized, at least preventing them from worsening. Moreover, with the nourishment of spiritual water, the recovery speed was also visible to the naked eye. After the magical beasts finished receiving the blessing, Tyrion took them away to rest, while he stayed behind to await Chu Chen's instructions. Not only him, but also the Blood Wolf, Red Fox, and other high-level combatants and decision-makers of the Xinsha army were waiting for Chu Chen's next instructions. With the involvement of the other two royal families, this struggle for leadership is less significant, but new developments will certainly emerge soon. Shelley had not sent any messages, so Chu Chun could not know the situation of the Beast King clan, and could only make guesses based on the actions of the Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan. The situation seems rather dire at the moment. The other two royal families are likely on the verge of collapse, which is why they are so eager to form an alliance with us. But this alliance is certainly not well-intentioned. So our next goal is to preserve our strength as much as possible in this chaotic war that has affected the entire Orcish plains, while sending more troops into the desert. The Red Fox nodded and said, "My lord, a total of 70,000 magical beasts have been transported to the desert so far. They are all well guarded by the Sandstorm army left behind. Some troublemakers have been suppressed. The old chieftain of the Desert Clan has also begun to lead the Desert Clan people in simple training. Very good. During the Great Battle, there will definitely be more monsters that escape. Red Fox, you will be in charge of this matter. Tyrion, you will be responsible for protecting the Sandstorm army that is participating in the alliance, and recruiting as many excellent monsters as possible." Red Fox and Tyrion replied together. "Yes. All right, that's all I have to say. What happens next depends on how the royal family arranges things. Bloodwolf, you stay with me and don't make any rash moves." Although Bloodwolf was somewhat unwilling, he knew that the matter was of great importance and dared not disobey Chu Chen's orders. After Chu Chen gave his instructions, Red Fox and Tyrion split up and made even more detailed arrangements, ensuring that the entire Xinsha army operated in an orderly manner. The next day, a junior general of the Dire Wolves came to deliver the Dire Wolves King's order, instructing Tyrion to lead the Sandstorm army to join the Dire Wolves. Now that the Dire Wolves have seized control, Osmond no longer comes in person to issue orders. Instead, he sends a minor figure, which infuriates the Gecko Dragon. It seems the Dire Wolf King is trying to intimidate us, Chu Chun said with a smile. Tyron also smiled and said, "It's just a petty trick, sir. I'll go right away." Chu Chun nodded and said, "Go. Be careful, and if you encounter any danger, return to my riverbank." Tyrion turned and mounted a magical beast. Then with a wave of his right hand, the magical beasts that were already prepared charged forward. Meanwhile, the Flame Lion clan's army, led by Norman, marched towards the Dire Wolf clan, despite their reluctance. However, with the Red Armor Beast clan and the Megalodon clan suppressing them, the Flame Lion clan had no choice but to obey. A vast army of Warcraft beasts gathered on the Great Plains, and the Dire Wolf King stood triumphantly on a high platform, like a leader inspecting his troops. Because these magical beasts had been put together and trained beforehand, there were no problems despite their large number, and they all waited quietly. The three, Tyron, Norman, and Osmond, stood at the front. Tyron, who was not a monster and had a pair of black wings, became the most conspicuous among them. Behind the Dire Wolf King stood two other magical beasts. Although they looked quite ordinary, they exuded an aura of quiet authority. The Dire Wolf King may appear very imposing, but he is actually constantly and cautiously sensing the movements behind him, fearing that the two behind him might have some dissatisfaction. Once the army had assembled, the Dire Wolf King made a few polite remarks as usual, then stepped back a few paces and stood to one side to wait. The Saint-level powerhouse of the Megalodon tribe stood up first, unleashing his full power. The magical beasts below immediately trembled with fear. Even Tyron, Norman, and Osmond felt immense pressure and found it difficult to breathe. Although the Dire Wolf King could still withstand it, he also felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, this power was only displayed briefly and then dissipated. If it continues for a few more seconds, some magical beasts may not be able to withstand it and will collapse. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for joining forces with our Megalodon clan and Crimson Armor Beast clan. However, I must make this clear from the outset. Since we have formed an alliance, we must obey unified command. If anyone dares to disobey orders in battle, they are going against the entire alliance, and they will not be polite. After the powerful member of the giant Toothed Tiger clan finished speaking, a powerful member of the Crimson Armored Beast clan immediately stepped forward and added, "You don't need to be afraid. Although our enemies are powerful, we are not weak when we unite. No one but the Beast King is qualified to unify the entire Beast Plains. Not even the Beast King's sons are qualified. Moreover, the Beast King's whereabouts are unknown and his fate is uncertain. His sons have begun to divide the Beast Plains, which is disloyal to the Beast King. Therefore, we must rise up and resist." The two of them played the roles of good cop and bad cop, first intimidating the enemy and then explaining the reasons, which showed their good intentions. After saying that, the Crimson Armor Beast King took out a mirror-like object and threw it into the sky. To the astonishment of Tyron and the others, the mirror projected an image into the sky. All that could be seen was an endless army of monsters, a dark mass, advancing forward at a leisurely pace. Every monster that saw this scene felt a heavy weight on its heart, as if a dark cloud was pressing down on its head and was about to fall. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, and the image it projected disappeared. It seems the eldest prince's strength has increased again. "It's a powerful member of the Crimson Armor Beast clan," the expert said in a deep voice. The powerful member of the Megalodon tribe continued speaking to the magical beasts below. "What you just saw is the enemy we are about to face. Is there anyone who wants to back out now?" Chapter 193, A Clash of Saints. To be honest, even though they only briefly saw that scene through the mirror image, the magical beasts below could feel an unparalleled pressure, no less than the pressure they had felt from a saint-level expert before. If you ask if they're afraid, of course they are. But if you ask who wants to quit, no one dares to say they want to quit at this time, not even the Dire Wolf King. Macefield of the Megalodon tribe and Amos of the Crimson Armor Beast tribe coldly watched the magical beasts below. Seeing that no magical beast dared to confront this troublemaker, they returned to their seats with satisfaction. Next, the Dire Wolf King gave a speech of encouragement to all the monsters, and then informed them of the arrangements that the Dire Wolf clan had urgently discussed in the past few days. which was actually a notification to Tyrannosaurus and Norman. The dire wolf king's revelation of these arrangements, clearly advantageous to the dire wolves, in front of Mesfield and Amos, left Tyran and Norman, though dissatisfied, unable to voice their objections. They were likely killed by the two before they could even voice their opposition. This is why the dire wolf king, even knowing that the leadership was merely nominal, still went to great lengths to fight for it. At least he could use the banner to try and gain favorable conditions for himself. The dire wolf king directly assigned the Sandstorm Army and the Flame Lion Clan's army to the vanguard and the mobile force, respectively, while his own dire wolf clan army served as the left and right flanks. The vanguard naturally leads the charge, while the mobile forces, though supposedly free, actually go wherever there is danger, and are even more sinister. The left and right flanks, seemingly the most important parts of the entire army, are actually the relatively safest. Maysfield and Amos could easily see the purpose of this arrangement, but as long as it didn't affect the battle, they didn't bother with it. In their eyes, these people were just cannon fodder to wear down the Beast King's army. After the three allied armies were deployed, the armies of the giant Toothed Tiger clan and the Red Armored Beast clan also arrived at the area that afternoon. The two armies came from two directions, and the quantity and quality of each army far exceeded that of the three allied armies. The entire monster team has no one whose cultivation level is lower than the extraordinary level. Each race has dozens of legendary level monsters, and as for how many there are at the saint level, that is unknown. Once you reach that level, you won't easily show yourself. As previously agreed, all the troops were stationed near the valley, determined to drag Chu Chun into the mess. It's unclear whether this decision was the idea of the Temple of Light or the idea of the two royal families themselves. But in any case, it was designed to make things difficult for Chu Chun. Chu Chun currently doesn't have a good method to deal with saint-level opponents, so he can't strongly object. Besides, setting the battlefield near the valley, around the Tontian River, is actually exactly what he wanted. When the great battle begins, there will inevitably be bloodshed, and countless magical beasts will perish in this battle. At that time, Chu Chun can also take the opportunity to amass a large amount of energy points. The massive, dark army of monsters resembled a black torrent, within which flowed the Tontian River. For some unknown reason, the Crimson Armor Beast clan, the Giant Tooth Tiger clan, and the Temple of Light all knew of Chu Chun's existence, but none of them formally negotiated with him. It seems they were still testing Chu Chun's strength. These past few days have exhausted Tyran and the Sandstorm Army. They were summoned by the Dire Wolf King to train alongside the Red Armored Beast men and the Megalodon clan, hoping to quickly become a completely new army before the Beast King's forces arrive. However, the Beast King's army marched much faster than Maysfield and his men had anticipated in 3 days. On the second night, Chu Chun's army, which had been preparing to rest, was quickly awakened by the distant roars of beasts. This beastly roar carried the natural suppression of ordinary magical beasts by royalty, and many weaker magical beasts lost their ability to resist upon hearing this sound. They've arrived so quickly. Immediately order the entire army to prepare for battle. Maysfield spoke seriously to the Dire Wolf King. The Dire Wolf King dared not delay and immediately relayed the order, and soon the entire area around the valley became active again. Chu Chun also cautiously sensed the movements in the distance. He could feel an extremely terrifying power coming from that direction, and not just one, but two. Just as Maysfield was preparing to lead his army to meet the enemy, another equally intimidating roar came from another direction, and Maysfield's expression turned even more grim. They arrived together. Oh no! Amos of the Crimson Armor Beast clan also had an extremely grim expression. He exchanged a glance with Maysfield and then nodded. So Maysfield and Amos each led their own army in 2 different directions, and the Dire Wolf King also divided his army in 2, with each army following one of the 2 saint-level powerhouses. Tyran led the Sands of the Sands to follow Maysfield, but neither side went very far, with the Dire Wolf King's army acting as a link between them. Maysfield looked at the dark mass of monsters before him and said in a deep voice, "I wonder which prince is on the other side." A giant serpent with wings flew out from the opposing Warcraft camp. The Beastmasters clan was actually a flying serpent clan. General Macefield, it's been a long time. How are you doing? Macefield sneered and said, So it's the third prince. The last time we met, your father had you confined to your quarters. How dare you come out now? The third prince, though his shortcomings were exposed, was not angry and still smiled as he said, My father is currently missing and the Beastman's planes are in chaos. As his son, I cannot stand by and watch his hard work be taken away by others. That is why I have no choice but to come out and help my father look after the Beastman's planes. I don't know why you are here, General. This does not seem to be your territory. Seeing that the third prince wasn't telling the truth, Macefield was unwilling to play along and asked directly. You prince's struggle for the throne of the Beast King was originally none of our business, but you insist on dragging us into it. We are not afraid of you. I wonder if the third prince has improved his skills over the years. My skills are certainly not as good as yours, General, but I would still appreciate your guidance. After saying that, the third prince rushed down from the sky towards Macefield, and Macefield also flew into the sky. High above, the two quickly clashed, but Tyren and the others below couldn't see a thing. They could only hear muffled sounds that made them dizzy, and some of the magical beasts had already fallen to the ground. All soldiers of the Sandstorm Army, immediately sit on the ground and use your spiritual power to block your hearing. Tyren reacted quickly, and the Sandstorm Army followed his instructions, which indeed made a significant difference. Other magical beasts followed suit, but while this might allow them to barely withstand the fluctuations caused by battles between Saint-level experts, how could they possibly launch attacks or defenses under such circumstances? Chapter 194 The Fall of a Saint. While fighting the third prince, Macefield in the sky anxiously sensed the movements around him. The third prince attacked with a claw and said with a laugh, General, there's no need to worry. My second brother didn't come, and I also know that your Megalodon clan's chieftain didn't come either, right? Macefield's pupils contracted, and he asked sharply, It seems you've planted spies within our tribe as well. I wonder if it was part of the Beast King's plan, or your own doing, third prince. The third prince did not answer, but his attacks became increasingly fierce. Although the third prince is younger than the eldest and second princes, he is the most talented among the 5 princes and is now at the 3rd level of the saint rank. The eldest prince, who was born more than 20 years earlier, is only at the 4th level of the saint rank. Once you reach the saint rank, each level is a major hurdle. Many people may never be able to advance even one step in their entire lives. For example, it took the second prince more than 50 years to go from Saint rank level 1 to Saint rank level 2. As for going from Saint rank level 2 to Saint rank level 3, he himself didn't even dare to think about it. As an old general of the Beastmen, Macefield is not much younger than General Adela of the Beast King clan, and he is currently only at the 3rd level of the saint rank. The third prince clearly didn't want to go all out against Macefield, and if he really wanted to take down a seasoned general like Macefield, he would inevitably have to pay a heavy price. So what looked like a fierce battle, with the heavens and earth changing color with every move, was actually just a facade. Macefield sensed that the third prince didn't want to fight him, but he also wouldn't let him leave. Instinctively, he felt there was some kind of conspiracy, so he suddenly attacked with all his might, forcing the third prince back, and then withdrew from the battle. Third prince, since you princes are determined to fight us old guys, then we will not be afraid. Then wait for the army to set out tomorrow, and let me see how much of your military leadership skills you have learned from the Beast King. After saying this, Macefield turned to leave, and the third prince did not stop him, but simply said, General, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't we watch a good show together? What's the meaning? Macefield frowned and asked. The third prince did not speak, but looked into the distance, which was the direction where the red-armored beast clan was heading to meet the first prince's side. When he was fighting the third prince, Macefield sensed that the other side had also started fighting, but while he had stopped, the fighting on the other side seemed to be getting fiercer. It's very difficult to determine a winner between saint-level beings, but judging from the looks of it, the two sides seemed to be really fighting. Suddenly, as if he had just realized something, Macefield's expression changed drastically, and he asked, Could it be that the eldest prince has sent Ackerman? The third prince smiled and nodded. It was Ackerman, the top assassin of the Beast King, who had disappeared since the Beast King unified the Beast Plains. More importantly, Ackerman once slaughtered the entire Amos family of the red-armored beastmen. The two are sworn enemies, and this meeting is destined to be a battle of life and death. Macefield knew that every Saint-level member on his side who died was one less to go. He wanted to stop them, but he also knew that the third prince would never let him go. This was a good opportunity to both eliminate one of the first prince's capable lieutenants and weaken the power of the Crimson Armor Beast clan. Unlike the resourceful third prince, the eldest prince believed more in strength. So even though he knew that Ackerman and Amos had a deep-seated hatred and that this battle would inevitably result in mutual destruction, he would never stop it. It seems that this time they were outmaneuvered by the third prince's scheme. However, neither the first prince nor Macefield can admit defeat. Perhaps the first prince doesn't care at all, but for Macefield's side, the loss of each saint level is irreparable. On the other hand, just as Macefield had predicted, Amos and Ackerman, enemies, met and immediately became locked in a fierce battle. The fourth prince, dressed in the same attire as the third prince, watched leisurely from the side, seemingly unconcerned about the outcome of the battle. Amos had completely lost his mind and only wanted to tear the man in front of him to pieces. It was this man who had slaughtered his wife and children, and whose newborn child had died right before his eyes. However, Amos was too weak at that time. Although he later became stronger, Ackerman disappeared and hid behind the Beast King, causing Amos to keep his hatred buried deep in his heart. The two sides were evenly matched and were fighting desperately. Every contact was a direct physical collision. If they continued fighting like this, even if one side could win, the victor would be basically crippled. But no one dared to separate the two, because they were both blinded by rage and no one could persuade them otherwise. About an hour later, the hundreds of thousands of magical beasts below watched quietly. Chu Chun was also fully focused on sensing the battle. Battles between saint-level beings were rare, and saint-level beings rarely fought to the death like this. Chu Chun learned a lot from these two people, both in terms of combat skills and the mysteries of the saint rank. In addition, Chu Chun also hoped that after the two were separated by life and death, he could snatch the corpse so that he could get a lot of energy points. About an hour later, the monsters below had retreated several times and were getting further and further away from the battlefield. The two figures finally separated, and a corpse fell from the sky. Chu Chun looked and saw that it was Ackerman from the fourth prince's side. Ackerman's whole body was limp and fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amos slowly descended, looking as if he could barely stand. A general of the Red Armor Beast clan tried to help Amos up, but was stopped by him. When Chu Chun went to see Amos, he was also taken aback. Amos was clearly doomed. In the battle just now, he had exhausted his life force, and his body was like a funnel, with his life force constantly draining away. He would probably die in a few minutes. Amos slowly turned around and glanced at the fourth prince, then turned back to look at Ackerman's corpse, before finally kneeling in the direction of the Red Armor Beastmen. Chu Chun saw in him the relief of having avenged his great enemy, and also some shame. Although he has avenged himself, the Crimson Armor Beast clan will likely face even greater hardship in the future without him. Why bother? Macefield sighed deeply. A saint-level Crimson Armor Beast also flew out from the Crimson Armor Beast clan, its expression turning grim as it looked at Amos's corpse. He was Amos's best friend, and because of that, he knew he couldn't stop Amos. He simply stepped forward quietly and took away Amos's body. Amos had already lost all life. Chu Chun sighed deeply as he looked at it. Sigh, I should have acted sooner, but we can't waste the other corpse. After saying that, Chu Chun controlled the several water ropes that had been laid in ambush and suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, quickly bringing Ackerman's body into the Tongtian River. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon the Tongtian River. It was the saint-level pressure of the fourth prince. Presumptuous. Meanwhile, Chu Chun was happily refining Ackerman's corpse when he heard the system's notification sound. Beep. The corpse of a saint-level expert has been detected. Host is rewarded with 300,000 energy points. Chapter 195, Taking the Opportunity to Expand Territory. The fourth prince's saint-level aura was unleashed recklessly above the Tongtian River, causing the river's waters to churn and surge. Yet Chu Chen seemed oblivious to it all. Chu Chen was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the energy points. As for what the fourth prince was doing outside, as long as he didn't intend to flatten the Tantian River, he could do whatever he wanted. It was all for nothing anyway. Mazefield and the third prince, along with many other magical beasts including the Dire Wolf King and the Flame Lion King, were stunned and had no idea what was happening. All that is known is that suddenly several water ropes dragged Ackerman's body into the Tantian River, and then the fourth prince became furious. Now it's not just about intimidation anymore. The fourth prince is directly attacking the Tantian River. One attack after another strikes into the river, all of them saint-level techniques, causing the entire Tantian River to stop flowing for a period of time. However, this had little impact on Chu Chen, so he still didn't bother to pay any attention to it. Tyron was quite far from the Tantian River. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was worried about Chu Chen. However, he knew that he couldn't help at all and could only pray silently in his heart. The fourth prince was also extremely angry. Although he had no feelings for Ackerman, he had fought on his behalf. If Ackerman died and he couldn't even get his body back, who would trust him in the future? What's even more infuriating is that Ackerman's body completely lost its senses the moment it entered the Tantian River. No matter how the fourth prince attacked the Tantian River, there was no sign of life, as if it were a lifeless river. But how could the fourth prince not know that this was a branch of Chu Chen's faction? He did this partly to give his subordinates an explanation, and partly to force Chu Chen out. Despite the commotion he had caused, Chu Chen remained completely unresponsive, which meant that no matter how he attacked the river, he could not affect Chu Chen's physical body in any way. That being is truly unexpected, Mazefield said with a light laugh. The third prince, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. I really don't know what that being's origins are. I'm getting more and more curious. The two of them showed no signs of having fought before. Instead, they looked like two good friends watching a good show together. Meanwhile, the Dire Wolf King thought with resentment in his heart. You're asking for it. Let's see how you die. However, things did not develop as the Dire Wolf King had hoped. After his efforts, the fourth prince did not take any more forceful measures. Instead, he stepped back and respectfully said, Since you are interested in Ackerman's corpse, sir, then I will give it to you. Please come and visit my clan when you have time. After speaking, the fourth prince glanced back at the third prince and Mazefield, then turned and led his troops back several kilometers. Chu Chen watched the fourth prince and his army depart into the distance, and secretly admired them. It seems that none of the Beast King's sons are simple. However, this means the battlefield has deviated from the river basin. How can that be allowed? Just as Chu Chen was planning how to further guide the battlefield to his Tantian River region, the third prince took the initiative to fly closer. Following the third prince was Mazefield, who dared not leave his side for a moment before the third prince withdrew his troops. Otherwise, if the third prince were to assassinate the high-ranking members of the Megalodon tribe, the war would be over. In addition, he also had to guard against the third prince trying to win over Chu Chen. The clan had underestimated Chu Chen before, but they didn't expect that even saint-level cultivators would be helpless against him. My lord, you have come to my Beastman grasslands. On behalf of the Beastmen, I welcome you. Please tell me if you need anything, and I will do my best to help. It can be said that he adopted a very humble attitude. Chu Chen also conjured a water spirit and appeared to meet the third prince. The third prince sensed that although Chu Chen only possessed the aura of a legendary level, he dared not be negligent at all, maintaining a respectful demeanor as if he were a junior. I came to the orcs just to see the scenery. You don't need to worry about it. The third prince thought to himself, looking at the scenery is a lie. Bringing so many magical beasts to the Beastman plains, aren't they just plotting something as sinister as the Temple of Light? However, the third prince still politely said, The scenery of the Beastman grassland is unique in the entire god and demon continent. You are welcome to enjoy it to your heart's content. So that means I can go to even farther places? The third prince hesitated for a moment, then cautiously continued with the next poem. As long as it doesn't involve important classified locations, you can certainly appreciate it, sir. You said it. Chu Chen immediately said, Then he secretly contacted the system and used the half of the energy points he had just obtained to immediately extend the Tongtian River by several thousand meters. The third prince was dumbfounded as he watched the Tongtian River suddenly surge forward. The fourth prince, who had already withdrawn his troops, also saw Chu Chen chasing after him along the Tongtian River. He thought that Chu Chen wanted to settle scores with him again, so he quickly ordered the entire army to be on high alert. Chu Chen stopped less than a kilometer away from the fourth prince's garrison. "Don't be nervous. It's just that the third prince invited me to see more of the scenery of the Beastman's plains, so I expanded the water area a bit." The fourth prince looked suspicious after hearing Chu Chen's words, while the third prince felt like vomiting blood. He hadn't expected Chu Chen to think of it this way when he said he wanted to see the scenery. If Chu Chen wanted to see the entire Beastman grassland, wouldn't he have to turn the whole grassland into a sea? Seeing that the third prince's expression was somewhat unpleasant, Chu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, what you're thinking won't come true." The third prince then came to his senses and chuckled to himself at his own wild idea of flooding the entire Beastman grasslands. How much water would that require? In fact, Chu Chen simply wanted to keep his Tongtian River in the battlefield as much as possible so that he could easily obtain energy points. This was just a joke with the third prince, and also to see where the orc's tolerance for him was at its limit. When the third prince heard Chu Chen say this, he quickly took his leave, fearing that if he continued to talk to Chu Chen would use his name to expand his territory on the Beastman plains. After the third prince left, Macefield also bowed to Chu Chen. "Thank you for your help with the Sandstorm Army these past few days, sir. I will send the Sandstorm Army back to the valley shortly, and also warn the Dire Wolf clan. Macefield is quite adept at handling things. After all, he's an old hand who's been around for so many years." However, Chu Chen refused, because he hoped that the Shensha army was an army that had been tempered by blood and fire, rather than an army that was becoming less and less courageous under his protection. "From now on, the Sandstorm Army has nothing to do with me. It will be entirely under Tyran's command." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Macefield immediately understood their meaning and expressed his gratitude to Chu Chen with great joy. Although a single Chensha army cannot play a substantial role in turning the tide of war, it represents Chu Chen's support. With Chu Chen, it is at least equivalent to having a saint-level expert. Chapter 196: The Cruelty of the Battlefield. Not long after Macefield withdrew, Tyran, under the resentful gaze of the Dire Wolf King, led his Sandslingers away from the Alliance army with an air of nonchalance. Although Chu Chen said that the Sandstorm army was now under the full control of Tyran, Macefield wouldn't be foolish enough to completely ignore it and let the Sandstorm army be ruined by the Dire Wolf King. So the first thing Macefield did after leaving was to give Tyran full freedom, allowing him to choose when and how to participate in the battle at any time. Such privileges naturally thwarted a large part of the Dire Wolf King's plans, and also made Norman of the Flame Lion clan extremely jealous. Norman was also worried that after Tyran left, the Dire Wolf King would shift all the pressure onto the Flame Lion clan. After leaving the Alliance army with his Sands Legion, Tyrion did not immediately return to the valley. Instead, he remained stationed on the outskirts of the valley and entered it alone. "Do you know why I put you in full command of the Sandstorm army, and why I'm not letting you leave this battle?" Chu Chen asked. "The master wants to train the Sandstorm army and make it stronger." Tyron answered loudly. Chu Chen nodded and continued. "Yes, but that's only one aspect. More importantly, most of the Shinsha army are ordinary magical beasts, and their potential has basically been exhausted. Only by putting themselves in a life or death situation and fighting to the death can they break through the bloodline shackles and further improve themselves. This is also the biggest difference between ordinary wild beasts and magical beasts. As our strength increases, if the magical beasts cannot grow with us, they will be eliminated. If they do not want to be eliminated, they must keep up with us." Tyron nodded in agreement. He had watched the Sandstorm army grow step by step, so he was quite familiar with their situation. He also knew that in the past 6 months, the Sandstorm army's growth rate had gradually fallen behind. Furthermore, with so many magical beasts brought in from the Orcish plains this time, if the Sandstorm army cannot improve, the old Sandstorm army will be replaced sooner or later. "My lord, I understand. This time, I will show you a different Sandstorm army, and show you how the Sandstorm army is different from other magical beast armies. Tyran said confidently, and Chu Chan was very satisfied with Tyran's state. If a general has no confidence in the troops he leads, then that troops are truly hopeless. After Tyran returned to the Sandstorm army, he had a talk with them that night. The next day, the entire Sandstorm army was in high spirits, unlike the other monsters such as the dire wolves and the demon flame lions. At noon on the second day, a bleak autumn wind was blowing across the Orcish plains, and the weather was gradually turning cold. However, the wild grass on the Orcish plains seemed to remain unchanged year after year, showing no signs of withering. At this moment, however, 3 armies were arrayed around the valley, and the dark mass of magical beasts added different colors to the Beastman grassland. Regardless of what happened last night, today's battle was inevitable. The third and fourth princes had absolutely no intention of a fair duel. Both armies advanced simultaneously, making it seem to outsiders that the two were allies. The Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Megalodon clan can only each be responsible for one direction. Although this increases the pressure, at least they can support each other and avoid being completely surrounded. Meanwhile, the Sandstorm army, led by Tyran, waited quietly for their opportunity, their eyes gleaming with malice. None of the 3 sides showed any courtesy, and as the dull war drums sounded, they charged out according to the established battle formation. Whether it's the 2 princes' side, the Crimson Armor Beast clan, or the Giant Tooth Tiger clan, they all have their own long-standing and well-established battle formations. If the Sandstorm army didn't inherit some of the Wilderness clan's traditions, they really wouldn't be able to compete. This is why the Beastmen never worry that magical beasts gathered in other places will one day overthrow their dominant position in the Beastmen's grasslands. No matter what level of cultivation magical beasts from other places reach, without a complete lineage, they will always remain just scattered soldiers. In Chu Chen's view, this battle was somewhat like the national wars of the spring and autumn and warring states periods in his previous life, with both sides forming ranks and charging at each other. However, it must be said that such a battle formation has an overwhelming advantage over scattered soldiers, so the Qinsha army did not dare to rush over rashly, otherwise they would not only fail to help, but might also be accidentally injured. However, this situation could not last forever. After about an hour, both sides' magical beasts were somewhat exhausted. Finally, a loophole appeared in the magical beasts on the Crimson Armor Beast's side, and the battle formation was broken by the 4th prince's side. But in the instant the battle formation was forced, a group of magical beasts from the Crimson Armor Beasts, like a suicide squad, suddenly rushed forward. These magical beasts all activated their bloodline talents directly, their horns and leather armor glowing crimson, directly disrupting the 4th prince's army. Meanwhile, this elite force, having exhausted all its strength, was quickly wiped out. Fortunately, the situation was avoided where the Red Armored Beast clan army was directly crushed by the 4th prince's magical beast warriors, and the situation here suddenly devolved into a chaotic battle. This is when Tyran's opportunity has arrived. All troops, listen to my command. Charge formation. Follow me. Charge. A battle cry erupted. Tyrion led the Sandstorm army, charging forward with unparalleled dominance. Along the way, both the Crimson Armor Beastmen and the 4th Prince's magical beast forces had to give way for a time. In particular, the 4th Prince's troops were routed and their men and horses were thrown into chaos. Of course, they couldn't expect to end the battle with this charge. The generals under the 4th Prince quickly organized their troops to set up a defense. Meanwhile, Tyrion continued to charge back and forth with his Sandstorm army. After several such charges, the 4th Prince's side, which had initially held the advantage, was now on the defensive. Chu Chun was quite satisfied with the performance of the Qinsha army. To achieve such results in just 2 years, there was no other beast army like them in the entire Beastman Plains. On the other side, the battle between the Megalodon tribe and the 3rd Prince's side was even more brutal, with both sides using all their means, and hundreds or thousands of magical beasts dying almost every moment. The entire battlefield was stained red with blood. The large patch of grass was long gone, and the ground was covered in blood. The monsters' bodies, weapons, claws, and mouths were all covered in blood and flesh. The scene was shocking to Chu Chun. It was the most brutal sight he had ever witnessed since coming to this world. The phrase survival of the fittest was once again deeply imprinted in his mind. Chapter 197 each takes a step back. With Tyran leading the Sandstorm Army, seizing the opportunity to intervene, the situation gradually shifted in favor of the Crimson Armor beasts. On the other hand, although the situation was still deadlocked for the time being, the overall combat strength of the Third Prince's side was clearly superior to that of the Megalodon clan. Chu Chun guessed that the battle between the two sides would soon come to a conclusion, and if the fighting continued like this, the cost of either side winning or losing would be unacceptable to the Beastmen. As for the eldest and second princes, as well as the chieftains of the Red Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan, none of them have shown up yet. They are probably not idle and are certainly engaged in some kind of power struggle in some unknown place. But these were not what Chu Chun was worried about. What Chu Chun was most worried about was why the Temple of Light had not taken any action for so long. Chu Chun pondered the problem while keeping an eye on the developments on the field. Although Tyrion and his Sandslayer army had a significant impact on the Fourth Prince's monster army, the Sandslayer army also suffered considerable casualties due to their fearlessness. On the other side, Norman's Flame Lion clan was in an even worse state. Norman himself had lost an arm and was covered in blood. As the war intensified, both sides became bloodthirsty, completely disregarding their own health and even abandoning battle formations, using all sorts of methods to kill their opponents. Just then, a tremendous roar came from the distant horizon. The roar seemed both very far away and very close, and all the magical beasts were stunned by it. This beastly roar also surprised Chu Chun, because he sensed a trace of the aura of rules. It's incredible that such magical rules can be contained within sound, seemingly only effective against orcs. Soon, several beast shadows appeared on the horizon, moving at an extremely fast speed, arriving over the valley from a great distance in the blink of an eye. Big brother. Second brother. Clan chief. Clan chief. Several shouts rang out, and one person from each of the major camps stepped forward to meet the approaching person. The visitors were none other than the eldest prince, who led this campaign, the second prince, who was a supporter of the third prince, and the chieftains of the Giant Toothed Tiger clan and the Red Armored Beast clan. The chieftains of the Giant Toothed Tiger clan and the Crimson Armored Beast clan looked at the third prince and the fourth prince with somewhat hostile eyes, seeing the huge casualties among their clan's magical beasts. Similarly, the two princes were also looking at Mazefield and the Saint-level powerhouse of the Crimson Armor Beast clan. Bring all the monsters back immediately. The eldest prince gave the order, and the chieftains of the Red Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan also issued the same command. The monsters below were still in a daze, but they instinctively followed the orders of their tribe's general and returned to their camp to rest. All that remained were the mangled limbs and blood scattered on the ground, which made Chu Chun very envious. However, with so many powerful figures gathered at this time, Chu Chun decided to wait and make his move later. With a large number of monsters brought back, Tyran led the Sandstorm army back to the valley. Seeing that the battle was clearly going to be difficult to continue, Tyran felt sorry for his men and took them all back to the valley to rest. At the same time, Tyran also attracted the attention of four powerful figures. The pressure of the Saint level was concentrated on Tyran and the Sandstorm army behind him, making it difficult for Tyran and the Sandstorm army to move an inch. But Tyrion endured the pain and moved forward step by step. The Sand army behind him also moved stubbornly toward the valley. Some of them could no longer hold on, and their knees snapped with a crack. Even so, these magical beasts still crawled towards the valley using both their hands and feet. Humph, they really don't take me seriously. Chu Chun snorted angrily, and the Tongtian River poured out, enveloping the entire battlefield. At the same time, Chu Chun not only transported Tyran and the others to the other side of the Tongtian River by using the river water, but also took the opportunity to sweep all the corpses on the battlefield into the river water and quickly converted them into energy points through the system. Ignoring the constant notifications from the system, Chu Chun already felt immense pressure bearing down on him. Chu Chun hid directly in the lake. At this time, the Tongtian River was just an ordinary river. Even if the pressure from the Saint level was strong, it could only cause the Tongtian River to overflow, but it could not cause any damage to Chu Chun. After a while, sensing that the Saint level pressure had disappeared, Chu Chun once again immersed his consciousness into the Tongtian River, and at the same time, he conjured a water figure that walked out of the Tongtian River. As soon as Chu Chun came out, he noticed that the 4 Saint-level experts didn't look too good. "What? You're not happy about helping me clean up the battlefield?" Chu Chun said, feigning displeasure. The eldest prince snorted coldly, too lazy to respond. The second prince wanted to say something, but was stopped by the third prince. The chieftain of the Crimson Armor Beast clan bowed and said, "Not at all. We should thank you for helping our Crimson Armor Beast clan before." "Don't say that. I have never helped anyone, and those magical beasts have nothing to do with me. I just came to the Beastman Plains to enjoy the scenery. It was the third prince who invited me." The third prince thought to himself, "What the hell does this have to do with me?" The chieftain of the Crimson Armor Beast clan also knew when to stop and did not force Chu Chun to admit that he had helped him. The chieftain of the Megalodon clan also nodded amicably at Chu Chun, as if he hadn't been the one who released the oppressive aura earlier. However, those at the saint rank are all old foxes, shameless and ruthless, so Chu Chun has to be careful when dealing with them. The oppressive aura just now was also a test. Since the 4 of them working together couldn't do anything to Chu Chun for the time being, they could only allow Chu Chun to cause trouble within certain limits. Therefore, the eldest prince directly sent Chu Chun out and said, "As we agreed before, the ownership of the Beastman grassland will be determined in half a month. It's a deal. If anyone dares to play any tricks during this period, we will fight to the death and never compromise." That's right. Even if you get the Beastman Plains, you'll only be a broken Beastman race. Let's see how you resist the forces of the Temple of Light then. The chieftains of the Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan quickly spoke up. The group discussed the details further, but nothing was confidential, so there was no need to prevent Chu Chun from eavesdropping. Since no one paid any attention to him, Chu Chun didn't care and had already understood most of the information. It turns out that some time ago, the eldest prince, the second prince, and the chieftains of the Red Armor Beast clan and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan fought together, and in the end, they found that none of them were confident of completely defeating the other. Finally, they discovered that their monster forces could only fight to a draw, so they had no choice but to choose a compromise. Half a month later, each side would send 1 monster from the Saint rank, Legend rank, and Transcendent rank to participate in the competition, and whoever won the most battles would have the right to lead the Beast race until the Beast King returned. This situation seems to have returned to the state it was when the Dire Wolf clan, the Demon Flame Lion clan, and the Sandstorm Army formed an alliance. However, for this goal, countless people have died, and even 2 Saint-level experts have perished. If either side possesses overwhelming strength, then this contest will absolutely not take place. Chapter 198, The Undead Race Shaken. After a fierce battle, the Beastman Plains gained a brief period of peace. Chu Chun took this opportunity to heal the wounded Xinsha army and bestow a blessing upon them. Many magical beasts that had been unable to break through their limits before were able to increase their strength after this battle. In addition, Chu Chun also needed to discuss with the Megalodon clan and the Crimson Armor Beast clan how to deal with the situation. Although Chu Chun had proposed that he would no longer directly participate in the battle for the Beast King, the chieftains of the Crimson Armor Beast clan and the Megalodon clan still insisted on discussing the matter with Tyran by the Tongtian River. The real purpose was to drag Chu Chun into this mess. If they could get Chu Chun's help, it would be much easier to fight against the princes. However, Chu Chun resolutely refused to participate directly, focusing his attention back on the lake and leaving the matter entirely to Tyran. However, Chu Chun had already explained to Tyran and Red Fox beforehand that Chu Chun's principle was that he could cooperate with the Crimson Armor Beast and the Giant Tooth Tiger clan. But the premise was that the Sandstorm Army must have an independent status and not be anyone's vassal. With Red Fox around, Chu Chun wasn't worried about anything else. These kinds of things could now be completely handed over to his subordinates. Upon returning to the lake, Chu Chun indeed felt that the entire desert had returned to the days when magical beasts had just awakened on a large scale, with teams of magical beasts visible everywhere in the desert. Every now and then, you can see a few members of the wilderness tribe training a large number of magical beasts in a valley or plain. After a period of training, those magical beasts are very different from when they first entered the desert. Chu Chun summoned the old patriarch of the desolate clan and inquired in detail about the situation of the newly added magical beasts in the desert. The old patriarch looked increasingly aged, but perhaps because he was in a good mood seeing the wild clan's great development, and also because of the abundant spiritual energy by the lake, the old patriarch still seemed quite healthy. The old patriarch methodically reported the situation of the magical beasts in the desert to Chu Chun. After Chu Chun had a general idea of the situation, he left the lake and focused his mind on the magma desert that he hadn't visited for a long time. During this period, most of my energy was spent on the Beastman Plains, and I almost forgot about the undead in the lava wasteland. The first group of undead who came to prepare to awaken their bloodline trained themselves according to the method given by Chu Chun. When the time came, Chu Chun still did not appear, so they assumed that they had not yet met Chu Chun's requirements and continued to intensify their training. So when Chu Chun returned to the lava wasteland, he found that the group of undead were still training according to the method he had given them. Meanwhile, the undead clan chief, Uar, was also waiting anxiously in the undead clan's secret realm. If it weren't for the fact that the souls of the undead clan would return to the secret realm after they died from activating the bloodline secret technique, and Uar hadn't seen any souls return yet, he would definitely have thought that these people had been killed. However, he was getting impatient. If there was still no news, he might have to go and investigate. When they saw Chu Chun return, the undead clan members, who were still training, were initially surprised but then overjoyed. "My lord, you finally arrived. Has our training reached your standard?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chun immediately realized what was going on, and then pretended to say, "You were far from the requirements for awakening before. Although you haven't fully met the requirements yet, you should be close. Continuing to train won't make any significant progress. You can rest for half a day, and we'll start tonight." Chu Chun's words ignited the passion of the crowd. They had been waiting for a month or two, and during that time they had been looking forward to seeing Chu Chun awaken every day. However, when it was actually time to begin, everyone was still a little uneasy, and a group of people started chattering about the awakening. Chu Chun didn't care about any of that, and turned to look at the phoenix. The phoenix happened to be absent today. Chu Chun wondered where it had gone off to, but he could sense that the phoenix had not encountered any danger. So he got a closer look at the flock of fire crows that had been nurtured by the phoenix for a long time. Chu Chun discovered that these fire crows had undergone significant changes under the nurturing of the phoenix. The fire crows were breathing in unison, and it seemed that many smaller fire crows had been born. The bloodline concentration of these fire crows was clearly stronger than that of their parents. "Looks like it won't be long before I can upgrade my Raven Slayer army." Chu Chun thought to himself that since the Raven Killing Army was established, apart from selecting a portion to join the Dragon Sand team, it had hardly been sent out. This was mainly because the various combat environments were not suitable for the Raven Killing Army, so it had remained in the desert. The earliest batch of Crow Slayers are now lagging behind in progress. Once this new batch grows up, we can start training them. After looking around, it was already evening. The undead were already prepared to sit quietly on the rocks, waiting for Chu Chun's instructions. Chu Chun didn't delay and immediately announced start. After that, a ball of blood-red light emerged from the lava lake and merged into the bodies of every undead. These undead have undergone long-term training, resulting in significant improvements in both their physical and mental abilities. However, because they had lived in the secret realm for a long time and had little contact with the outside world, they were actually lacking in some aspects. This time, Chu Chun's ideal outcome for awakening is that half of the people will successfully awaken, while the other half may fail, but they shouldn't die on the spot. After waiting all night, the final result was even better than Chu Chun had expected. More than half of the undead race had successfully awakened. Those undead who succeeded were naturally happy to see themselves and their companions. Their level of awakening was not as high as Yuba's, but it was not much different, and their appearance had also changed. However, those who failed to awaken had a sullen face, and their tall necks seemed to droop. Chuchen saw everything, but he didn't say anything. Failure is a common occurrence, and not everyone is so lucky and talented. After the awakening ended, Chuchen quickly arranged for this group to return to the Undead Clan's secret realm after a short rest. This was partly to reassure Yuar, and partly to allow the Undead Clan to send new awakened personnel as soon as possible. When this group of undead who participated in the awakening returned to the secret realm after traversing mountains and valleys, the entire undead race was in an uproar. It had been so many years since they had seen so many high-level undead bloodlines, and some elders even shed tears. Chief Ul was finally relieved to see his people's reaction. He figured that no one would object to sending more people to the lava wasteland to awaken their powers. Chapter 199 Shadow Clan. After this collective awakening, the Undead Clan members witnessed firsthand that Chu Chun could indeed help them awaken their bloodlines. Even some of the more cautious members began to stir with excitement. However, under the arrangement of Chief Yuar, everyone proceeded to the lava wasteland in an orderly manner to awaken. Moreover, this awakening is not 100% successful. Many people have not been able to awaken successfully. Therefore, Yuar plans to have those who have successfully awakened share their experiences with the next group before sending them to the lava wasteland. After the Undead Clan left, and seeing that the Phoenix had not yet returned, Chu Chun did not linger there. Instead, he prepared to start developing his own new branch. There were already 6 tributaries, and during the great battle on the Orsish Plains, I profited by gaining a lot of energy points, enough to open up a new river. The 7th river, Chu Chun, was also decided upon after much deliberation. The 7th river will flow in the direction of the orcs, so as to completely control this race in the future. Moreover, the direction where the orcs are located is the border area between the humans and the orcs, which will also make it easier for Chu Chun to come into contact with more races on this continent. The orc territory is quite far from the lake where Chu Chun is, and the races there are mixed. Therefore, Chu Chun plans to create the Azure Wind River, which is mainly based on wind magic elements. Wind magic is gentle and fast, so it does not require a large amount of water. As I visualized the river in my mind, a pale blue river slowly formed as the system deducted energy points. This river was nothing like the previous Luxiao River or Tongtian River, which were so impressive. At first, it looked more like a small stream, and the water flow seemed to be very slow. But soon it meandered from the lake and flowed into the distance. Chu Chen's senses expanded as the river extended, and he saw all sorts of scenery along the way, as well as many races he had never seen before. Finally, Chu Chen saw a tall city and spotted familiar orc figures outside the city gate. We must have reached the territory of the orcs by now. Chu Chun controlled the river to merge into a moat-like ditch that was not far from the city. With the special water supply from the lake, he gradually assimilated the moat without the city's knowledge. In other words, Chu Chen's Qingfeng River has now completely replaced the moat. However, under Chu Chen's control, no one has noticed this. It's just that the residents who come to fetch water nearby seem to have noticed that the river water is clearer than before, and the taste doesn't seem as bad as it used to be. The Qingfeng River is characterized by its rich wind element and extremely fast water flow. It possesses a special skill called Wind Blade, which can quickly conjure hundreds or thousands of wind blades with astonishing power. The specific power still needs to be explored by Chu Chun. In addition, Chu Chun also felt that if he used the system's skills with Qingfeng River, the speed of all his skills would be significantly enhanced. Overall, King Feng's abilities are relatively average, not particularly strong, but not useless either. Most importantly, Qingfeng River is very well hidden, and it is as elusive as the wind, rarely attracting attention. This is also very helpful for Chu Chun to conceal his whereabouts. After all, there are countless rivers on the mainland, and no one would notice such an inconspicuous little river as the Qingfeng River, nor would they associate it with Chu Chun. This is the longest river Chu Chun has ever traveled, passing through many small races along the way, some of which are quite peculiar, and have piqued Chu Chen's interest. In Chu Chen's view, although those races did not show great strength for various reasons, they were all useful, and some of them might even play a great role in the future. The continent of gods and demons is far too vast. The Temple of Light only controls most of its land, and it only controls other races by controlling their faith, without completely restricting their freedom. This is because, over hundreds of millions of years of reproduction, countless races have inevitably intermingled. There are at least 1,000 humanoid races alone, not to mention all other races. No matter how powerful the Temple of Light is, it can never completely control everything. Doing so would inevitably waste a lot of manpower and resources without getting any benefits. On the contrary, as long as the faith is controlled, other gods will not be able to develop their own power on a large scale, and then the continent of gods and demons will always be under the control of the God of Light. There are still quite a few loopholes that Chu Chen can exploit, because he has a way to make creatures of other races loyal to him without drawing faith from them. Chu Chen once again observed the various races along the river. Some of these races had been completely assimilated by humans, and their lifestyles were basically no different from those of humans. Others were completely out of step with humans, living deep in the mountains and leading a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Chu Chen selected the races with the most potential and unique abilities, such as the race in front of him. This race lives deep in the mountains. Chu Chen had an impression of this race in the memories of the people he had devoured before. It seemed to be a race called the Shadow Clan. This race was once powerful, but it quickly declined because reproduction was extremely difficult, and the Shadow Clan's bodies were so fragile that even a small child could completely destroy them. However, this race also possesses a very strange innate ability, shadow concealment. They can hide in the shadows of their opponents, but if discovered, they are easily defeated. So, despite this extraordinary ability, it has not attracted much attention. However, there was once a cultivator who, upon reaching the legendary level, developed this bloodline's supernatural power to its limit, walking directly in the shadows of the world and becoming a fearsome assassin. However, such genius was only a flash in the pan, disappearing into the annals of history within a few years. Chu Chen took a liking to this race because of its abnormal abilities. Although it would be difficult to reach the level of that being, Chu Chen had no shortage of patience and bloodline. Chu Chen believed that as long as he continued to awaken the bloodline for the Shadow Clan, someone would eventually be able to reach the same level of walking in the shadows of the world. As they were talking, Chu Chen saw a thin, fair-skinned humanoid creature walk up to the Qingfeng River. The sudden appearance of this river had long attracted the attention of the Shadow Clan, who had lived here for generations and were very familiar with every plant and tree in this mountain forest. Over the past few days, people have been testing the waters and eventually found that there seemed to be no danger in the newly appeared stream. So, people became bolder and started taking water from the stream to drink. Chapter 200: The Trouble Encountered by the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan hidden deep in these mountains may not be the only one, but it is relatively large in scale, estimated by Chu Chen to number over 1,000. The Shadow Clan has no natural enemies, but changes in the natural environment are enough to devastate them. No matter how much they cultivate, their bodies will not be strengthened, and even a violent storm can put them in mortal danger. Of course, if one can study one's innate supernatural abilities to a certain level, allowing one to walk in the shadows at any time, then one can also avoid most of the damage. As the continent of gods and demons has entered late autumn, the weather is gradually getting colder, especially with the wind getting stronger. Many withered and decaying trees in the mountains and forests are swaying precariously in the strong wind, which is very unfavorable for the Shadow Clan. However, although the Shadow Clan are not human, they still need to eat normally. The food they had stored was far from enough to survive the winter, so they still needed to gather food. Unin, be careful, it's getting windy, it's dangerous over there. The girl who was fetching water from the river answered without turning her head. Okay, don't worry, I'll be right there. After this river appeared, the Shadow Clan no longer had to go to more distant mountain streams to fetch water, and they also had to avoid some magical beasts when fetching water there. Just as the girl named Unin had filled a large jug with water and was about to leave, a sudden gust of wind arose, and a large tree next to her, whose interior had been hollowed out by insects, collapsed in the wind. The boy who had been watching Inen with concern from a short distance widened his eyes and shouted, "Watch out, get out of the way." If Inen were hit directly by that tree, she would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Inen heard the boy shout and her expression changed. But soon Inen's body began to become ethereal and eventually became a shadow. Just then, the tree fell down and smashed the water bottle that Inen was carrying to pieces. When the boy rushed over, Inen slowly transformed back from a shadow, her face still flushed. "That scared me to death. That was close." Inen patted her chest and said. But soon, she began to show off to the boy. "Omar, how's it going? Aren't I getting better and better at shadow cloaking?" Omar glared at Inen, annoyed, and said, "You're still so smug? That was so dangerous. You must never go near unfamiliar places again." The Shadow Clan knows the area of mountains and forests where they live very well, and through the unremitting efforts of several generations, they have also become aware of some of the dangers. However, the Qingfeng River that Chu Chun was referring to was a completely new river. These Tunning clan members had only confirmed that the river itself did not seem to pose any danger, but no one could guarantee that there might be any monsters lurking in the river. Inen pouted and said, "Who would have thought the wind would blow the big tree down? It's a pity I don't have any tools to carry water. All right, let's go back first." Omar carried the monster he had thrown on the ground on his back, and with his other hand, he pulled Inen back the way they came. As Inen followed Omar back, she glanced back at the Qingfeng River, feeling as if something inside was watching her. Chu Chen's heart also stirred. This little girl can actually sense my presence. This surprised Chu Chun. Even a saint-level being would have difficulty detecting him if Chu Chun didn't make a move, but this little girl, who was only at the extraordinary level, was able to detect him. Although it seemed to be just a faint, subtle sensation, it was still quite astonishing. This further fueled Chu Chen's desire to subdue this race. Moreover, the magical beast that Omar was carrying on his shoulder was a level 7 extraordinary being, while Omar himself was only a level 3 extraordinary being. The fact that he could hunt across so many levels showed that the Shadow Clan indeed possessed formidable assassination capabilities. As long as Chu Chun can solve the problems of the Shadow Clan's rare bloodline and fragile bodies, or even just train 1 or 2 top assassins, it will definitely be a win. The Dark Pavilion in Luoyang City is currently lacking top assassins. A few more days passed, and Chu Chun continued to observe the Shadow Clan's actions, watching them hunt magical beasts in the mountains and forests for food in the winter. Their eerie methods of blending into the shadows were indeed terrifying, but very few people could do it. Chu Chun had only seen a dozen or so far. The others were mostly similar to assassins skilled in assassination techniques. Some were able to partially conceal their bodies, clearly due to their bloodlines being too thin. Chu Chun also witnessed several Shadow Clan members being suddenly exposed while hunting magical beasts due to the instability of their innate supernatural abilities. As a result, their bodies were torn apart by a single claw from the magical beast and then swallowed as food. However, under normal circumstances, the Shadow Clan members do not provoke those magical beasts. Only a few of the strongest hunters will take action against the magical beasts, while the others are more likely to gather plants and water. Meanwhile, some experienced Shadow Clan members were keeping watch in this area to prevent any sudden intrusions by magical beasts or other races. Although the Shadow Clan has known natural enemies, they are not the only races hiding in these deep mountains. On this day, a group of uninvited guests quietly made their way into the area where the Shadow Clan lived. This is a large group of ape men living in the mountains. Their presence can be found in almost every mountain range. The ape men grew and developed at a rate similar to that of humans. If it weren't for their internal divisions and the fact that most ape men had low intelligence, they might have become a major threat to humanity. Even so, in some mountains, the ape men tribe still reigned supreme. The same applies to this mountain range. The ape man tribe numbered in the tens of thousands. This time, the old ape king was replaced by a new ape king. Although the new ape king won, the strength of the ape man tribe was greatly weakened. Therefore, the new ape king urgently needs to expand his strength. So they approached other smaller tribes that also lived in these mountains, demanding that each tribe send 100 warriors to the Ape Men tribe to serve as their soldiers. The Shadow Clan had known about this news for a long time, so they had been on guard. The Shadow Clan members who kept watch were mainly on guard against the Ape Clan. 100 warriors is absolutely unacceptable for the Shadow Clan, especially at this critical juncture when the entire Shadow Clan needs a small number of warriors to gather food. Otherwise, they simply cannot survive the long winter. The vanguard of the Ape Men was quickly discovered by the Shadow Clan. Several Shadow Clan members used their innate abilities to sneak away ahead of time and report the matter to the Shadow Clan's chief and other high-ranking members. This matter quickly caused an uproar within the Shadow Clan. Many Shadow Clan members were terrified, but those with certain bloodlines and abilities resolutely demanded to fight the Ape Clan to the end. It would be overestimating the Shadow Clan's strength to fight against the Ape Clan, but the Shadow Clan's strange supernatural abilities would give the Ape Clan a lot of headaches if they really went against them. However, this means that only the strong will survive, while the majority of ordinary Shadow Clan members will surely die in this struggle. The Shadow Clan chieftain was faced with a difficult choice.